I clearly awakened an SSS-level corpse servant talent, yet the Academy rated it as the most useless talent in history. Even my closest younger sister once advised me to give up on the contract. The reason is that the corpse servant talent can only form contracts with the most repulsive zombies. Once contracted, the low-intelligence zombies might not distinguish friend from foe, and a single careless moment could result in getting bitten, leading to an instant game over. Moreover, none of the 5 major academies have a corpse servant department mentor. From both safety and developmental perspectives, the Academy wouldn't allow such a ticking time bomb to remain. To this, I just sneered, once I grow powerful, don't come crying and begging me. The reason? Upon awakening, I obtained the Divine Corpse Nurturing System and gained 2 innate abilities. The first, Divine Corpse Nurturing, not only grants immunity to all corpse toxins but also ensures a 100% success rate when contracting Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Stones. Additionally, the number of contracts I can form is doubled, and in battle, I can command all contracted Corpse Clan members simultaneously. The second ability, Golden Eyes of Evil Destruction, allows me to see a monster's stat panel during contracts and unleash an extremely destructive golden ray. Soon, I arrived at the contract center. The moment I stepped into the hall, a chilling aura crept up behind me, as if something unclean had appeared. Hello, I'm Xiaomei, a temporary guide at the contract center. Do you need any assistance? A crisp voice rang out. I turned sharply to see a young female ghost dressed in white, floating mid-air. After a brief pause, I asked, where do I go to contract a coffin spirit? The young ghost waved at me. Please follow me. Before long, I reached the underground contract hall and noticed that the coffins sealing the monsters here were of 2 types, hexagonal coffins and square coffins. However, they were all covered by seals, making it impossible to discern their levels. Contracting the coffin spirits inside was like opening blind boxes, but for me, this place was like a market. Pick whatever catches my eye. Golden Eyes of Evil Destruction, I silently chanted, and a faint, undetectable glow flickered in my eyes. I then fixed my gaze on a sealed coffin, and a stat panel appeared before me. Name, Skeletal Knight, Race Undead, Seal Level, C-Grade Golden Mystic Coffin, Level Cap, 49. After reading the information, I fell into thought. This monster had strong potential as a first contract, but its race wasn't a zombie, so it didn't meet the criteria. Next, I looked at another coffin, Slitmouth Woman, Race Ghost, Seal Level D-Grade Silver Ancestral Coffin, Level Cap, 39. I examined dozens of coffins in a row, and the one with the highest potential was the Skeletal Knight in the Golden Mystic Coffin. Most of the others were bronze coffins, and I hadn't found any iron coffins yet. Disappointed, I continued wandering around the contract hall. Later, I discovered a hexagonal coffin named Hellfire Demon, belonging to the demon race, with a seal level of A rank True King Jade Coffin and a level cap of 69. It was the highest sealed entity in the entire hall. Anyone who successfully contracted it would undoubtedly become the most envied among this batch of trainees in Fengyue City. However, my expression turned extremely grim, as among all the coffins, there was not a single black iron coffin nor any coffin spirit of the corpse race. At this point, I turned to Xiaomei behind me and said, I need to contract a corpse race coffin spirit. Do you know where the coffins sealing them are placed? Xiaomei frowned upon hearing this, her expression suddenly turning somewhat peculiar. Just then, an elderly man's voice chimed in. Young man, follow Xiaomei to the abandoned warehouse behind the contracting center. The corpse race coffin spirits are all there. The white-haired elder was Qin Shuezong, the president of Fengyue City's Tomb-Seeking Guild and a legendary frontier guardian. Elder Chen, didn't you say many of those new corpse spirits have already broken free? This young man hasn't even contracted one yet. Isn't it a bit risky to send him there now? The speaker was Wang Min, the curator of the contracting center. It's fine, since he wants to go, let him. Watching my retreating figure, Elder Chen furrowed his brows and said slowly, just now, this little fellow paused for 2 seconds in front of every golden mystic coffin or dark gold dragon coffin he passed. Even that jade coffin didn't escape his notice. Yet, he wants to contract a corpse spirit. You can probably guess the reason, can't you? After hearing Elder Chen's words, Wang Min froze, his face blank, his eyes filled with utter shock. It was worth noting that all the coffins in the contracting hall had been delivered by the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Aside from Elder Chen, almost no one knew which secret realms they came from or their potential. Earlier, Elder Chen had mentioned to him that among them was an A rank True King Jade Coffin. Previously, Elder Chen had told him that there was a grade True King Emerald Coffin in it. But he never expected that this young man would be able to sense its sealing level. And after selecting it, he didn't want to open the coffin to examine the corpse. It was really extraordinarily outrageous. Elder Chen, are you saying that his talent is related to the corpse race? If that's true, then it's too much of a waste of this sensing ability. The corpse coffin spirits are too weak and can barely defeat any other coffin spirits of the same potential. I reckon that his future achievements will be limited. After the excitement, Wang Ming's mood became complicated and his tone was full of regret. Elder Chen sniffed and looked at Yemo, who had left the monitoring area, then stroked his beard and smiled. It is indeed difficult for the corpse race to win against other races. But don't forget about a certain fellow who is also gifted in the corpse race. But his zombie king Xian Kuei can be stronger than many demon monarchs. Hearing this, Wang Ming shook his head and laughed. Elder Chen, you are joking. Supreme Lin is a supreme genius that cannot be found in millions. This young man is not comparable to him in any way. Old me always felt that this youngster was not simple. Elder Chen stroked his beard and said with slight anticipation in his tone, he'll be participating in the actual combat training this afternoon, right? If he performs well, I wouldn't mind giving him a big gift. Elder Chen. I still don't think highly of him. Wang Ming said with an awkward smile on his face. Right at this moment. Elder Chen's face was stunned as he hastily summoned a jadeite coffin that was about 1 meter in size. With a thumping sound, a tender girl's voice came out from the coffin. I want to eat meat. Wang Ming looked at the emerald coffin in front of him, and shock flashed in his eyes as he said, Elder Chen, this is. Ha, this is the little guy that old me dug out from the mausoleum of an ancient secret realm 2 days ago. However, old husband was unable to tame it and could only find another master for it. Elder Chen laughed and then released the coffin spirit. It was a small dumpling with a talisman attached to its head, holding a copper sword and wearing an indigo-colored official uniform, looking rather cute. Chen Lao stroked the little dumpling's head and said towards Wang Ming, Old me will first take it out for a stroll and get something for it to eat, so I won't stay here much longer. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of a huge abandoned warehouse in the center of the pact. Xiaomei floated in mid-air and pointed at the rusty big iron door in front of her, saying, This is the place. Those guys' coffins are all packed in containers, you can open the door and check them out one by one. Yemo nodded and then walked towards the iron door. The weirdness of this warehouse far exceeded the deed hall, making his heart feel a hint of uneasiness. The warehouse was surrounded by a tall iron fence 20 meters away, and a faint rotting smell wafted out of the air from time to time. The rusty gate even had a biochemical warning sign printed on it. There shouldn't be a zombie running out of the coffin. Yemo muttered in his heart. The thought of being able to contract the coffin spirit and complete the mission soon. His mood became somewhat pleasant. Accelerating his pace, he walked to the big iron door, hastily pulled out the pin on it, pushed the door in and ran towards the warehouse. The warehouse was slightly gloomy, and the ground was stained with pieces of dried blood. But it doesn't lower his enthusiasm. Looking at the rows of rusty containers in front of him, Emo didn't hesitate and walked to the nearest one and opened the door to inspect the coffin. Name, Ordinary Zombie. Race, Corpse. Seal level, a Class F Black Iron Demon Coffin level Cap 19. Talent and Pain Immunity, Corpse Poison. Skills, Bite. Weaknesses, Fragile Body, Slow Movement. Evaluation, a rubbish, smash its skull with 1 punch. This is real trash. Seeing this, Yemo also spat out, then continued the coffin inspection. Name, Bronze Armored Corpse. Race, Corpse, Ghost. Seal level at F-Class Black Iron Demon Coffin. Talent, Copper Skin, Corpse Poison. Skills, Bite. Weaknesses, Extreme Fear of Light, Fire, Breathlock. Evaluation, a rubbish is inferior, fear of light and fire, relies on the target's breathing to determine its position. Name, Zombie Dog. Race, Corpse, Fierce Beast. Seal level, a Grade E Bronze Ancient Coffin level Cap 29. Talent and Pain Immunity, Corpse Poison. Skills, Bite, Tracking. Flaws, Misalignment. Evaluation, Decent Pet, occasionally indistinguishable from enemy, bites indiscriminately, must remember to keep on leash. Black-eyed blood-sucking zombie, Black Iron. White-haired walking stiff, Black Iron. Strange walking zombie, Bronze. Virus mummy, Bronze. Vampire slave, Black Iron. From the very beginning of being filled with anticipation to annoyingly and violently kicking open the container's iron door, Emo only spent a few minutes. Although many coffin spirits with lower potential would hate sunlight. But the only ones who were afraid of light were zombies, and a strong flashlight could easily paralyze them. And zombies were even more flawed. There can't really be only F and E seal level coffin spirits in here, right? Emo muttered. Suddenly, several terrifying roars appeared in the dimly lit warehouse. Emo turned around and had trouble with his hair. Outside those containers that he had opened in the beginning, more than a dozen figures had unexpectedly appeared. Their feet stumbled and their mouths emitted low roars, like walking corpses, looking incomparably bizarre. How did these guys come out? Yemo was shocked in his heart and didn't dare to breathe. At the same time, another thumping sound of iron sounded, as if it was stepping on his heart. A gloomy copper-armored corpse had suddenly appeared on top of the container. This Nima, have to hurry up and contract a coffin spirit to protect myself. Yemo's face was incomparably unsightly, and then he cat his waist and gently backed up 5 meters to the nearest container. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the container door. After unlocking it, he looked towards one of the largest hexagonal coffins inside. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002. Race, Corpse Race. Seal Level, Grade D Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Total Viral Enhancement Strength, Endurance, Agility, Defense. Skills, Tier, Running Attack, Destructive Strike, Primary Healing. Stunts, Binding Release when threatened by life or continuous attack, Cardiovascular Expansion, Body turns red, transforms into Super Tyrant form, and the effect of Total Viral Enhancement is increased by 2 times. Flaws, none. Number of evolutions possible, 1 evolutionary route can be viewed at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. Looking at the panel attributes of the coffin spirit, Yemo was instantly delighted. Although it was only a coffin spirit sealed by a silver coffin, it was completely capable of killing the few zombies that popped Q in front of it in seconds. Moreover, in the ghoul lineage, D-rank potential was a rare existence. If you don't contract it now, when will you wait? Without any hesitation, Yemo looked at the seal on the coffin. A ball of golden light appeared in his palm and directly pressed on it. Only to see the coffin quickly turn into the size of a palm, along with the seal on it disappeared, turning into a hexagram formation that merged into the ceiling space within Yemo's body. Ding! The host has successfully contracted the coffin spirit. Mission complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Ghoul Template Raffle Ticket 1, Experience plus 200. Congratulations to the host, Primordial Tyrant T002's intimacy has reached the full value of 100, sacrificing one's life to protect the host. Congratulations to the host, Primordial Tyrant T002 leveled up to LV.2 servant level. Experience required to level down 0440. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback and a slight increase in spiritual power. Please ask the host to name the coffin spirit. Chapter 5 8th Order Skills. Slaughter Warehouse. The beeping sound that rang in his head instantly made Yemo breathe a sigh of relief. Not easy. Finally contracted the first coffin spirit. Feeling the silver coffin in the sealed space inside his body and the spiritual energy that the coffin spirit fed back to him, Yemo's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. In his memory, Tyrant was an extremely terrifying zombie. And now with the addition of the divine level zombie breeder talent, it doubled its strength once again. The strength that this level 2 tyrant was currently capable of exerting was enough to crush countless coffin spirits of the same rank. Since you're my first coffin spirit, it's necessary for me to make your fierce name spread throughout this world. That's why the name Tyrant suits you best. A confident look appeared in Yemo's eyes, followed by kicking the unlocked container door open. Bang! A violent ringing sound instantly appeared in the silent warehouse, swinging an echo. All the coffin-breaking zombies and zombies in the warehouse turned to look at the source of the sound when they heard the sound. For a moment, all the zombie fiends seemed to have gone crazy as roars came out of their throats towards the direction Yemo lunged over. Good timing. Whether I live or die depends on you. Yemo lightly shouted. Golden light emanated from his palm and pressed towards the ground. With a boom, the formation quickly surfaced. The silver coffin that was originally included in the sealed space instantly rushed out from the ground. Roar! An incomparably berserk roar rang out. A figure more than 2 meters tall, covered in dead gray muscles, with hideous veins clearly visible and huge sharp claws in its palms, directly leaped out of the white silver coffin and blocked in front of Yemo. Tyrant! Give it to me! Yemo said excitedly. At these words, Tyrant nodded. Only to see it stretch out a hand and easily yank down the container's iron door and threw it towards the corpses, smashing several zombies toppling to the ground. Afterwards, it stomped its legs and lifted its huge sharp claws, as if it was a meat grinder, charging directly into the group of corpses. Roar! The tyrant roared furiously, madly swinging its sharp claws. Each of its strikes was incomparably terrifying, instantly tearing ordinary zombies alive into pieces, exploding a rain of rotting blood, appearing extremely violent. The defense of the copper-armored zombie also seemed like paper, and it was directly pierced by one of its blows, flying backwards for more than 10 meters, smashing down on the open space outside the warehouse, and a burst of blue smoke was burned out by the sunlight. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed an ordinary zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully kills a copper-armored zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully kills strange walking zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the black-eyed bloodsucker zombie. The continuous boosting sound sounded, and EMO only felt a burst of excitement. Sure enough, there is experience in killing monsters. Cool. At this rate, when Tyrant finished killing these 10 or so coffin-breaking fiends, he would have every chance of rising to level 3. If Tyrant was allowed to slaughter all the demons in the entire warehouse, wouldn't that be awesome? At this moment, the gleam in Yemo's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he surveyed the containers he hadn't examined yet with interest, murmuring, "I don't think there will be any coffin spirits with a stronger potential present in these coffins back there. Moreover, I'm just starting out now, so it's not suitable for me to be distracted by cultivating multiple low-potential coffin spirits. The worst potential of the subsequent coffin spirits has to be on par with Tyrant's. In short, letting Tyrant complete an evolution first is the way to go." For the Advanced Corpse template raffle ticket rewarded by the system, EMO did not intend to use it on Tyrant. For one thing, after using the template, the coffin spirit's appearance would be stereotyped. The visual impact of the Tyrant's body was not as oppressive as a demon's, but it was still incomparably terrifying and chilling, so there was no need to change the appearance. Secondly, he wanted to use the template on a female coffin spirit with a higher ceiling level so as to maximize its value. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of powerful existence this Tyrant could eventually advance into. If it kept on advancing, it would definitely overturn the perceptions of all coffin suppressors. Zombies and zombies with the same potential are the weakest? Demons and ghosts are the strongest? Sorry, EMO now wanted to use the weakest race to hang them. Ding, Tyrant level has been raised to LV.3 servant level. Experience required to level down is 2720. Ding, congratulations to the host for a slight increase in spiritual power. Ding. As the host is commanding a coffin spirit to complete a battle for the first time. Unlock the first battle achievement. Rewarded with a randomized coffin spirit skill, Hyper Matter Penetration 8th rank. The system voice sounded again. 8th rank skill? EMO was instantly dumbfounded. 8th rank skills were usually only available to be comprehended after the coffin spirit reached level 80. But an 8th rank skill had appeared on a D rank potential zombie, who would dare to believe it when told? This is an absolute king bomb. After sending President Chen away, Wang Ming returned to the curator's office. Out of curiosity about EMO, he picked up the other party's information as he passed by the registration desk. Elder Chen is so optimistic about him, can't it be that this young man is the genius of Fengyu First High School? Wang Ming leisurely sat on a chair, picked up the hot tea he had just brewed, blew on it, took a small sip and savored it. Immediately afterward, he picked up the information he had just brought back and flipped through it twice. EMO, 20 years old, height 178 centimeters, repeat student of Fengyu City's first middle school, talent, corpse servant. Upon reading what was registered on it, the hand holding the teacup shook, and the boiling hot tea spilled directly onto his pants, scalding him and making him jump. So he's the oddball who stood on top of the teaching building of Fengyu No. 1 Middle School 2 years ago and roared all afternoon? Elder Chen is looking the other way? Wang Ming was puzzled. A legendary powerhouse like President Chen was the only one in Fengyu City. Moreover, he managed the tomb-seeking guild and had seen as many geniuses as he could, and there were definitely not many that could be appreciated by him. Wang Ming didn't think too far ahead, he just shook his head and smiled faintly. Perhaps it's because Supreme Lin has recently suppressed an abyss too brightly. And coffin suppressor masters whose main battle force is the corpse race are too rare, that's why Elder Chen had such thoughts. While sighing, Wang Ming seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly stiffened. Oops. This young man seems to have stayed in the warehouse for half an hour without coming out. What a recklessness! Wang Ming cursed angrily and quickly dialed the security room. The phone was quickly connected. Curator. What are your orders? Hurry up and send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man named Yi. Life to see a man die to see a corpse? Yes. Ding, tyrant level has been raised to LV.5 servant level. Experience required to level down is 820-1400. Level 5 now. Finish up and call it a day. A light smile appeared on Yemo's face as he tore the dirty clothes on his body and threw them on the ground. In a short period of time, he brought Tyrant to open the coffins and directly slaughtered the entire warehouse of demons. The increase in level made Tyrant powerful, and the aura that fed back to him also made Yemo's physical quality better. At this time, the warehouse emitted a sickening smell of blood. Like a hell on earth, it made one's scalp numb. Yemo also went from being uncomfortable at first to letting the sticky blood splatter on top of his white short sleeves in less than 2 minutes. While excited, he shook his head helplessly. There were more than 100 coffin spirits sealed in the large warehouse, and excluding the tyrant, there were no more existences with more than E-rank potential. No wonder no one was willing to contract a corpse race, as most of the corpse races were of F-rank and E-rank potential, and had fatal flaws. This was not the case with the E-rank potential coffin spirits of other races. Hard work, Tyrant. Yemo punched the hard muscles on Tyrant's arm and laughed. When Tyrant heard this, he glanced at him with a lowered head, scratched his head in confusion, and turned into a stream of light that rushed straight into the silver ancestral coffin. When the coffin boards were automatically covered, Yemo hurriedly used the ceiling formation to include the coffin within the ceiling space. I killed all these coffin spirits, I don't know if the contract center will find me in trouble. Yemo muttered a few words, then took out his cell phone. When he saw the time on his cell phone, his entire body was shocked. Grass, is it 10 o'clock so soon? Hey, too lazy to be gossiped about. Slipped away. Chapter 6 Yi Xiaoyao, Yemo. I've awakened my super rank talent. It was less than 10 minutes after Yemo left the warehouse. 2 security personnel carrying bronze coffins hurriedly walked outside the iron gate of the abandoned warehouse. One of the bald men cursed under his breath and said with incomparable annoyance, I really don't know what that student was thinking, running here without a contracted coffin spirit. Isn't this looking for death? Maybe he's tired of living. If it wasn't for the curator's order, I wouldn't want to be sent to such a dangerous place by Pickpocket Joe. Forget it, let's hurry up and summon the coffin spirit, lest we get sneak attacked by a zombie when we go in. The bald man sighed and placed the bronze coffin on his back on the ground. He then undid the seal on the coffin and released a green-skinned ghoul. Seeing this, the other companion also summoned a skeleton soldier with a short sword. Open the door, Old Lou. The bald man said as he pushed his companion. Old Lou sniffed and was instantly displeased. Nima, why don't you open it? What if the door opens and a large group of zombies run out? I'm here to mix wages, not to sell my life. If you want to open it, you open it. Oh, I've recorded it, if you don't open it, I'll tell Joe Pippi what you said later. Dead bald. You eat me. Old Lou's face was unsightly and he cursed angrily. He then held his breath, his palms sweating as he slowly pushed towards the iron door. Seeing this, Baldhead took a few steps towards the front and also stretched out a hand to press on the other side of the door, his eyes instantly becoming serious. With the creaking sound of metal friction, the iron door was gradually pushed open. The imaginary zombie horde did not appear, only a strong fishy odor slowly drifted in from the warehouse. Nothing is happening? Guess these zombies haven't broken the coffin yet. Let's go in and take a look. The 2 of them raised their spirits and led the coffin spirit together towards the warehouse. When the 2 of them vigilantly entered within the warehouse, they only felt a strong sense of suffocation come over them. What's going on? The bald man was shocked, his tone shivering a bit. The originally gloomy and incomparably dark warehouse had a few large holes broken open in the walls, illuminating a ray of sunlight into it, just enough to give a glimpse of the situation inside. The ground was wet and condensed with sticky blood, and there were limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere, just like hell, full of dead silence. Many of the containers had a scratch as well as a hole in them, as if they had been scratched by some monster, looking extremely terrifying. You said. Is there a possibility that it was done by that student after he contracted the coffin spirit? Old Lou gulped and stiffly shifted his eyes to the bald man. It's impossible. The strength of this attack feels even more terrifying than our peak servant level coffin spirit. Where in this warehouse is there such a powerful ghoul for him to contract? I have a feeling that he's already been eaten by a demon. The bald head said with certainty. Just then, Old Lou noticed a rotten white short sleeve stained with blood falling on the ground not far away. Baldhead, look there. Old Lou pointed not far away. When Baldhead saw this, he immediately frowned. Doubtfully, he walked over, while having the coffin spirit follow on guard. Crouching on the ground, he picked up this piece of clothing and carefully examined it. A few seconds later, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed rows and rows of footprints appearing in the congealed blood on the ground. Looking in the direction of the footprints left behind, an extremely shocked look appeared in the bald man's eyes. Old Lou. It seems like this student didn't die. Look at this row of footprints. The bald head hurriedly stood up and pointed at the ground. Old Lou sniffed and was a bit dumbfounded. These footprints haven't dried yet, he should have just left. It can't really be that I've hit the nail on the head. A student with a freshly contracted coffin spirit actually took out the entire warehouse of demons? If that's really the case, that's too terrifying. Hurry up and inform Pickpocket Joe about the news before you say anything. The bald man's tone was filled with incredulity. Old Lou nodded and hurriedly dialed a phone. After the call was connected, he took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the shock and said, "Captain, all of the demons in the warehouse have broken out of their coffins." Before he could finish speaking, an arrogant extra message voice directly interrupted him, saying, "I see, so can you still save that student?" "Captain, he was gone before we arrived, those demons." "It's fine if they're gone. Do you still need me to teach you what to do with those demons? Don't you know how to lock the iron door of the warehouse tightly? You've been under my command for so many years, but you're not smart enough to handle this small matter? Be careful, I'll deduct your salary this month." Joe. Captain's lesson is right, we'll close the door right now. After you close the door, hurry up and roll back to stand guard. I'm having diarrhea right now, and I'll tell the curator about the situation when I'm done. You won't have to go and explain it to the curator. The other end of the phone hung up directly. Old Lou sniffed and tightened the fists in his hands, his face becoming incomparably gloomy. "Old Lou, don't put on a bitter face. I've already recorded it, and now we're just waiting for Joe Pippi to report the situation to the curator. He doesn't even know the situation here, so he dares to beat blindly. He's definitely going to be finished this time." The bald head patted the other's shoulder and said, "Haha, not bad. For the first time, I find you so agreeable as a bald head." Old Lou jumped up and wrapped his arms around the bald guy's head and stroked it a few times, his face full of excitement. Roll, roll, roll. 10 minutes ago, EMO didn't take the usual path. After leaving the warehouse, he directly turned left and walked towards the nearest fence. Subsequently, under the surveillance, he blatantly scaled the fence. Although it would be a bit unorthodox for him to kill all the demons in the warehouse. But it was a large amount of experience, so it was a bit of a shame not to brush it off. Besides, it was just self-defense. Even if the contract center wanted to find trouble, it couldn't do anything about EMO. As for why he climbed the fence, it's simple. First of all, I miss my youth. The other reason is that it's not good to walk through the front door naked, it's easy to attract attention. He didn't want to be pointed out, and he was even too lazy to say anything. If he was alone, he could do whatever he wanted. But after having a sister, many things had to be a little more restrained. Soon, he came to a small lake near the center of the contract and plunged down with a jerk. When he was done cleaning, he sat on the shore and turned his cell phone on. When he looked at the message list showing 99 plus, EMO was confused. "My business you leave alone, EMO. Where did you die? Where are the people? #angry. My business is none of your business, EMO. Did you succeed in your contract? Mind your own business, EMO. I've awakened a super order talent, flame baptism. Isn't it awesome? My business is none of your business, I'm almost at the contract center. You talk instead. #rage. When EMO saw these last few entries, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Emosia, flame baptism? Not bad. It's just barely better than me. My business you don't care, frowny face, you don't pretend. I don't want to care about you. I don't want to talk to you. Emosia, picking nose. My business is out of your hands, can you not send this emoticon? Smile. 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 Emosia? My business is none of your business, frowny face. I've already arrived at the contract center and am going to contract a coffin spirit. When I contract a high-potential coffin spirit, I promise to piss you off. Smile. Emos, yeah, wait. Don't mind my business, frowny face, what else is going on? Smile. Emos, yeah, 30 rows and 7 columns. My business is none of your business. Dumb. Ink evil, coffin location with demonic fire attribute coffin spirit inside. The ceiling level is a class true king emerald coffin, remember to contract it. Yemo sent the photo of the coffin he took earlier and stopped looking at his cell phone. Chapter 7 Clash at the Flesh Market. I don't have the qualifications for the examination, so it seems that I won't be able to go to the Jingguan Academy to further my education. There's only one path that suits me now. First go to the Tomb Seeking Guild to certify as a coffin suppressor. Then go to the dangerous land outside the city to practice. Yemo sat by the small lake, pondering. After he wrung out the water on his pants, he bought a random piece of clothing at a nearby stall and put it on, while also getting a black cloak for Tyrant. Immediately afterward, he went straight in the direction of the Tomb Seeking Guild. In this world, all those who have contracted a coffin spirit must go to the Tomb Seeking Guild to certify their identity in order to truly be a coffin suppressor. 80% of the area on the blue planet had been occupied by demons, with countless dangerous and secret places, and the human race had succumbed to a corner, living in towns and cities. Because the outside of the city is too dangerous, ordinary people are expressly forbidden to leave the city. The identity of a coffin master is undoubtedly a passport to freedom in major base cities. Ding! Your coffin spirit is currently in a hungry state due to severe battle consumption. Please pay attention to feeding it in time. The sudden sound of the beep immediately caused Yemo to slow down his steps. He then hurriedly checked up on the tyrant's attributes. Coffin spirit, primordial tyrant type T002 tyrant. Race, corpse race. Level, LV.5 servant level 119. Experience, 8/20/1400. Seal level, laughing face. Grade silver ancestor coffin maximum level 39. Talent, total viral reinforcement. Skills, destructive strike, running attack, tear, primary healing, supermatter penetration 8th level. Stance, binding release. Flaws, none. Affinity, 100 protects the master with his life. Current status, hungry, needs 200 pounds of fresh flesh and blood to replenish energy. Number of evolutions available, 1 evolutionary route can be viewed at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. 200 pounds of fresh blood and flesh? Yemo's expression froze. At this moment, he finally somewhat understood what was going on with the so-called zombie farming. This tyrant's meal size is really a bit outrageous. Sensing the tyrant's listless appearance in the sealed space, he immediately decided to stop by the largest blood and meat market in the neighborhood. Boss, give me 200 pounds of pork. In front of a meat stall in the blood meat market. Yemo held the only $2,000 or so left in his hand with a helpless look on his face. Because of the 2 years of swinging, he had almost squandered the inheritance left to him by his parents. Of course, he only possessed a very small part of the inheritance, the rest was in Yi Xiaoyao's hands. The reason for this is that a son is raised poorly and a daughter is raised richly. When the obese meat stall owner saw Yemo's look of meat pain, a glint flashed in his eyes. He had seen too many people and could instantly tell the other person's approximate identity from their demeanor, dress, and other aspects. The youth in front of him was wearing cheap clothes and wasn't carrying a coffin, he was definitely an ordinary person. Able to slaughter. Only to see him reveal a light smile, put away the price list in front of the stall, and said, "Kid. This is the mutated wild boar meat produced by the Camp of Doom, where only a middle-ranked coffin suppressor would dare to set foot. This mutated boar meat of mine is not expensive, only 250 per catty. 50 catty is sold from 50 catty. Are you sure you want to buy 200 pounds? Not far away." When the other stall owners saw this scene, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, here comes another idiot without a brain. He shouldn't think that this is an ordinary vegetable market. What can more than $2,000 do here? Kid, if you don't have money, don't spend it here like others. You didn't ask before you came here, the minimum spending here is over $10,000, can you afford it as an ordinary person? Listening to the mockery of the surrounding stall owners, Yemo's brows slowly wrinkled. He just came over to buy a meat, who did he invite? Moreover, this group of people spoke so harshly, could they be tolerated? It's a pity that you can't kill people in the inner city, otherwise these people will definitely become the tyrant's rations. Filling the tyrant's stomach should not be a problem. What are you still standing here? Do not hurry to roll? Can you afford to delay my business? The obese stall owner cursed when he saw Yemo still staying in place. Yemo sniffed and lightly glanced at the stall owner, not wanting to bother with the other party. Immediately after that, he picked up his cell phone and was ready to send a message for Yi Xiaoyao to transfer 10W over to Flower. However, the stall owner snorted coldly and stuck the bone chopping knife in his hand fiercely on the chopping board. He then walked out of the stall and snatched the money in Yemo's hand and put it into his pocket, while coldly saying, "Kid, didn't I warn you to leave? Old man, tens of thousands of dollars a minute up and down, you delayed my business for so long, this money is even your compensation." When Yemo heard this, his face gradually became cold and faint, killing intent surged out. When the stall owner saw that he didn't say anything, the color of disdain flashed in his eyes once again, and when he turned around to go back to his stall, his elbow gently swung and directly hit Yemo's cell phone. There was a snapping sound. The cell phone rotated a few times and smashed straight down to the ground, shattering the screen. Yemo glanced at the shattered screen and slowly bent down to pick up the phone. His movements, everything looked so natural, just like a coward who could only hold back his anger. Even if he was provoked and stepped on, he did not dare to fight back. This was the definition that a few stall owners had given him. They had pitched many people, but this was the first one like Yemo who didn't dare to say anything. Yemo shook his head, sighed lightly, put his cell phone into his pocket, and turned his head to look at the meat stall owner. And this action of his once again caused a burst of laughter from the surroundings. "Ha ha, kid, grow a memory in the future. Some places are not for you to come. The rule of the weak and the strong is valid everywhere. Those who can open a stall here, their family has more or less a bit of Shinkofen master background. Don't think about retaliating against old me, swallow your losses, this time, take it as you paying your tuition." The obese stall owner laughed, ignoring Yemo's cold eyes, appearing to be in a good mood. "Weak and strong?" Yemo's faint voice came out, "It's a good reminder. Hee hee, it's good to know, why don't you hurry up and get lost? Is it hard to believe that you want to experience it again? Well, I do want to experience it again." After saying that, a golden light quickly flashed in Yemo's hand. Immediately after the formation emerged, a coffin that emitted an old silver luster emerged. With a roar, the tyrant walked out directly from the coffin. It was already in a hungry state, and at this moment, it appeared extremely manic, and its violent roar was deafening, spreading throughout the entire market. All the sounds of the originally noisy and incomparable market were suppressed at this moment, leaving only the roar to reverberate. What happened? Why is there such a terrifying roar? There can't be a demonic creature sneaking in. How could it be? We have so many Lord Guardians stationed on the city walls. It's impossible to let a demonic creature enter the city. Then someone should have released the coffin spirit. Why don't we go and take a look? A crowd of murmurs rang out. Countless timid people hurriedly fled towards the outside of the market, leaving behind quite a few bold eaters to gather around. It's those 5 meat sellers. They've finally kicked the bucket, great joy. Ah, not to mention, these 5 guys are really powerful, the coffin suppressor also dares to offend. I just don't know how they'll end up. Yemo ignored the surrounding murmurs and looked at the several stall owners with a bland expression. At this moment, the several stall owners were paralyzed on the ground, trembling, their faces terrified. The obese stall owner even raised his head to look at the ferocious tyrant, so scared that he was dripping with snot and urine. You're actually a coffin suppressor. I'll compensate you for your cell phone and return your money. Can you spare me? The obese stall owner sat on the ground and backed up while pulling out several $1,000s and throwing them towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo coldly smiled and said, "Is this considered to be the strongest of the weak? Count." The stall owner hastily nodded his head, revealing a fawning color, saying, "Big brother, it's me who has eyes to recognize and detail, this is a misunderstanding. I've given you everything, can you let me go? Seems like you're a bit confused? Offended someone stronger than you, and still not willing to pay a little price to buy your life?" Hearing this, obese stall owner instantly realized, and hurriedly said, "I'll immediately transfer $50,000 to you." "Don't kill me. Not enough." Yemo shook his head. 100,000. Give you the chance you don't hit the mark. Mudhorse, what else do you want? My brother is a member of the mighty Ghost Grave hunting troupe. I don't believe you dare to touch me in the inner city. Tyrant, kill him. Chapter 8 Killing the Stall Owner. Experience swipes the screen. Tyrant, kill him. An icy cold voice came out, causing the obese stall owner's pupils to shrink. Before he could regret it, Tyrant walked up to him with a dull roar and lifted him up with one hand. In the next second, there was a poof. Blood splattered. The sharp claws pierced right through his chest before tearing him to pieces. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air, and a thick mist of blood hung in the air. A needle could be heard in the entire arena. Shock, stupefaction, fear, different expressions surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Everyone couldn't believe that Yemo really dared to make a move. Although human life was worthless, this was in the inner city. Even coffin suppressors could not escape the order, not to mention that the obese stall owner's brother was a member of the infamous Fierce Ghosts grave hunting troupe. One could imagine that Yemo's next days would definitely not be easy. It's not worth it. Too impulsive. What do you know, the beam has been formed. Even if we let this person go, little brother will be retaliated against. Ha ha, good killing, great joy. You guys are all demonized. That meat stall owner didn't commit any major mistakes. Killing is ultimately wrong. In my place, I would at most teach him a lesson, and would only chop off his hands and tongue, and make him write a letter of apology and read it to me. That way I would be able to forgive him. Thought you were a saintly mother, but I didn't expect you to be a living king of hell. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd, with different opinions. At this moment, the tyrant who felt the fresh blood became incomparably bloodthirsty, and his roar became even more deafening. Seeing this scene, the crowd backed up and surged towards the market's exit. Damn, this zombie seems to be going crazy. Let's hurry and go. You old six, move instead, pulling me for what? Soon, there were only a few scattered people left in the blood and meat market. Yemo didn't rush to find trouble with the other few stall owners, instead he wanted to verify one thing. He pointed at the fresh pork on the stall next to him and said indifferently, Tyrant, go ahead. Tyrant sniffed and roared out in excitement, hurriedly carrying the entire meat stall and walking towards a nearby corner, avoiding Yemo's line of sight. Immediately afterward, the sound of feasting resounded from the corner. This guy, he's quite sophisticated. Listening to the beastly eating sound, a hint of a smile appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant feeds on 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant feeds on 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding! The system sound rang out, and Yemo was excited in his heart. Ha, I was right. Eating can also gain experience. Previously, after Tyrant had risen to level 5, the experience value was obviously gradually decreasing when killing the coffin-breaking demons. And now by eating blood and flesh one could also gain a decent amount of experience value. Just by eating 100 pounds of blood and flesh one could gain 50 points, which was several times stronger than killing low-level demons. The experience value was still being swiped. Yemo looked at the several stall owners in front of him who were cowering and trembling, and raised an eyebrow. So what price are you guys prepared to pay for your lives? Yemo wasn't a person who was addicted to killing, but these few people's previous ridicule really annoyed him. If he just let these few people go, he might not be able to sleep at night. Big brother. I was wrong. I'll transfer $100,000 to you right now. One of the black-clothed stall owners panicked and took out his cell phone and said, Big brother. I'll transfer $200,000 to you. Another green-clothed stall owner yelled out. When the black-clothed stall owner heard this, his face froze, incredulity flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Are you crazy? We are redeeming our lives. You're putting it up for auction here, aren't you? You're the one who's crazy. How did the fat man die just now, have you forgotten? At that moment, another voice rang out in their midst, while handing out a card. Brother, I'll give you my savings, there's $300,000 inside. Password 6 digits after the card number. Yemo sniffed and took the stall owner's card, asking, Is this card Fidelity? Fidelity. Fidelity. The money is not less than a penny, and the password is absolutely true. I wouldn't dare to joke with my life. Alright, you can go now. Yemo smiled and put the deposit card into his pocket, then his eyes looked at the remaining three and said, "What about you guys?" 300,000. I'll offer 400,000. Let me go first. Roll your ass. I'm richer than you. $500,000. After a few people left, Guillermo took a bench and sat down at a side stall. His mood looked extremely good. Just slightly making them pay a little bit, they scored millions of dollars. It was simply too good to be true. It had to be said that these guys earned a lot just by selling meat and pitting people. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for this them are just a small meaning, completely within the range of tolerance, otherwise they will not be this bidding. Guillermo was also sure that these people would not dare to retaliate against themselves. After all, if an ordinary person and a coffin suppressor made a grudge, the first to die would always be the weak. As for why he hadn't left yet. Because after killing someone in the inner city, it was impossible to leave. It would be better to stay put and wait for the arrival of the law enforcement team. Meanwhile, the blood and flesh market had so many resources that it was completely enough for the tyrant to ascend a few levels. As long as I can reflect my value, the law enforcement team shouldn't be so bad as to sanction me for a lousy person. Guillermo sat quietly, pondering in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of demonized boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant feeds on 10 pounds of demonized boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. A series of system sounds rang out, instantly causing the contemplative Guillermo to stand up in surprise. There's really mutated boar meat in this guy's stall? Guillermo's face was ecstatic. This experience swipe was several times more enjoyable than 2 minutes ago. Tyrant's experience seemed to rise up as if on an airplane. I didn't expect that obese stall owner to be really human, selling different goods to different people. It was just a pity that he kicked the iron plate and lost his life. Ding, Tyrant's level has been raised to LV.6 servant level. Experience required to level down 30,1800. Tyrant, eat as much as you can. Manage to get full. Guillermo smiled, in a rather good mood. Roar. At this moment, Guillermo didn't put the law enforcement team that he would soon face in his heart at all. According to his understanding, the strength of the ordinary members of the law enforcement team was usually not too high. It should be around the initial 7 stars, and the coffin spirit was almost level 15. He would definitely be able to cope with them if he came across them. If he hadn't awakened the corpse raising system, it was estimated that he would have to spend a year or two before he could train an F-rank zombie to full level. And now, in less than 2 hours of just contracting a tyrant, it had directly risen to level 6, and its battle power was even more simply terrifying. Hopefully, when they see the strength I've shown, they won't lock me up for too long. Guillermo looked at his cell phone with a broken screen and shook his head helplessly. The cell phone couldn't be used anymore, otherwise it would have been completely possible to call Yi Xiaoyao to come over and fish himself out. After all, a genius with a super rank talent plus a contracted A-class demon was enough to cause the whole city to pay attention. The law enforcement team would definitely sell her face. Chapter 9: The Old Man Who Walked the Children. This little brother, the old man would like to ask, why are you guys so flustered? Could it be that something happened up ahead? On the road near the blood and flesh market, an old man who was walking his child stopped a youth with a panicked face. When the youth heard the old man's words, he returned to his senses and hurriedly advised, "Grandpa, you can't go any further that way. Just now, there were a few meat sellers pitting a young coffin-suppressing master. As a result, the coffin master became furious and directly released a tyrant walker to eat them all. That tyrant zombie was horrible, over 4 meters tall. Bloody mouth. It could eat a fat man in one bite. AI, now that coffin master must have lost his mind and let the tyrant slaughter madly in the market." The youth sighed and colorfully said, "Luckily I was the first to run out. Otherwise, I would only have been reduced to zombie feces." President Chen looked at the youth's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but stroke his beard, his brows slightly furrowed. "Are you sure you're not lying to old man?" "Of course I'm not lying to you. Who would have nothing better to do than to open their eyes and talk nonsense?" The youth swore with conviction. President Chen's face became displeased when he heard this. After coming out from the contract center, he brought the little dumpling to visit a few stores that sold meat, but did not find any meat that the other party was happy to eat. Then he thought of coming to Fengyu City's largest blood meat market to take a turn. And now that this situation had appeared in the blood meat market, it was undoubtedly very annoying. Only a cold snort could be heard from him. Outrageous, how dare someone commit murder in the inner city? I would like to take a good look at who was so bold. Master, I see that you're struggling so much to bring a child with you. Don't go and join in the fun, no one will help you if you fall. The youth pointed at the child held by the old man and said. This child was dressed in a rabbit doll costume, only revealing his pale face, holding a toy sword in one hand, the other hand was held by the old man, and from time to time, he struggled to jump forward, appearing to be full of energy. However, the child's strength was too small, and could not pull the boss at all. The youth watched this scene and threw President Chan a look of disgust. In his opinion, this grandpa was truly abrasive, and even didn't care about the feelings of the cute kid, so maybe his brain wasn't too bright. Grandpa, it's better if you don't bring your wee one out for a walk in the future. Look at her tired face, you don't hurry to find a place to take a rest, but you're still ready to go and watch the fun. Really drunk. The youth choked and then turned to leave. Hearing these words, the President Chen's hand stroking his beard froze, looking down at the little dumpling that kept bouncing forward. After some hesitation, he decided to pick it up. I want to eat meat. The little dumpling looked at the ground in confusion, then at its short legs, then habitually stomped its legs in an attempt to pop out of the old man's embrace. Fine, fine, immediately take you to eat meat. President Chen somewhat helplessly skimmed his head, wary of the little dumpling's knife and spear head. Having previously tasted the feeling of being knocked on the chin by an iron head, the sourness was beyond imagination. Just then, a phone rang. President Chen endured the risk of his chin being knocked and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, a voice of sighing came from the other end of the phone. AI, Elder Chin, you really do have a great eye, you didn't look at the wrong person. It was me who looked away. Oh? You're trying to say that youngster's contract was successful? Quickly tell us what coffin spirit he contracted. President Chan revealed a puzzled look in his eyes. I won't lie to you, I actually don't know what he contracted. But he did something great. Don't sell the story, just tell it straight. President Chen said as he dodged the little dumpling's iron head kung fu. There was a short silence on the phone. After a few breaths, a heavy breathing sound suddenly appeared. The voice was also mixed with anger and seemed to be gritting its teeth. Elder Chen. That bastard boy is simply not human. He didn't leave directly after the contract. Surprisingly, he killed the coffin spirits in the warehouse without leaving a single one behind. Now there are graduates who are going to the warehouse area to try actual combat. I can't release a single demonic creature, and am being blocked at the office door by those school teachers who don't dare to go out. What do you think I should do? After President Chen heard Wang Ming's words, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He didn't realize that he had underestimated that young man after all. What's more, he didn't expect a student who had just contracted a corpse coffin spirit to slaughter hundreds of low-level demons with his own strength. The impression was that even many students who had contracted B-rank demons would find it hard to do so. Guts, mindset, battle sense, and talent were all missing. Not to mention that corpse poison was no joke. After a beginner-level coffin suppressor was bitten, if they didn't take an anti-zombie poison potion within 10 minutes, they would definitely undergo necrotic transformation. Yimo's current performance had exceeded his expectations and was worth taking away the little dumpling in his arms. Little Wang you are at least a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor, how can you be in a hurry when you encounter this kind of accident? You first stabilize this group of people. Quickly tell Old Me where that young man is right now, Old Me is ready to go and meet him. President Chen's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Elder Chen. I guess that lad is afraid that the contract center will demand compensation from him. After he finished killing all the demons, he directly climbed the fence and ran away. I also just inquired about the specifics, and now I can't find him anymore. With these words, the anticipation on President Chen's face disappeared without a trace. If you're free, go find out where that lad lives. Come back and tell old husband his address. Old Me will continue shopping first. President Chen's tone was tinged with displeasure as he directly hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, President Chen arrived outside the main gate of the blood and flesh market with the little dumpling in his arms. And at that moment, it so happened that the 4 law enforcement team coffin suppressors also happened to arrive. One of the sharp-eyed lead captains recognized him at a glance when he saw him. The law enforcement captain jogged tens of meters all the way to President Chen and greeted him with incomparable respect. Chin. President Chen. Why have you come over here as well? President Chen looked at the other party's respectful appearance and nodded his head slightly as he said in a flat tone, "Old man just happened to be passing by and is preparing to take a stroll in the market. You guys go ahead and settle the troublemakers, there's no need to care about old me." Yes. Hearing this, the law enforcement captain nodded heavily and said. Immediately afterward, he rushed back to the side of his three teammates. "Boss Su Feng, who was that old man just now? Why are you so respectful to him?" A pale-faced youth coughed lightly. When Su Feng heard this, a cold color flashed in his eyes as he reprimanded, "That was President Chen of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. You guys better shut up and keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, if you offend his old man, all of us will suffer." Several people sucked in a breath of cool air when these words came out. They had all heard of President Chen's great name since they were young, but had never seen it with their own eyes. They only knew that the other party was very mysterious and rarely showed up in the public eye. But how could they not have expected that such a legendary figure would be an ordinary old man holding a child as he strolled through the market? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Feng looked at a few of his men before his gaze landed on the pale youth and said, "Young Chi, if I remember correctly, you've always wanted to break away from the law enforcement team and go join the Tomb-Seeking Corps, right?" When the youth heard this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly nodded his head. "In that case, I'll give you this opportunity." Su Feng spoke in a flat tone while looking at the other two men, saying, "I will follow President Chen around the market later. The two of you assist Yang Qi and take care of that coffin suppressor on the third floor of the market, then clean up the inside. Never make too much noise. If you disturb President Chen's pleasure, I'll put you guys to the test." "Boss, are we not going through the process this time?" one of the law enforcement members asked. Hearing this, a look of impatience flashed across Su Feng's face as he glared at the other party and said, "No, I'm not free. It's just a guy with a zombie contract, you guys can just slaughter him." "But boss, how to write that report? Are you stupid? Just write on the report that he spread zombie poison and caused great adverse effects. His crime should be punished." Chapter 10 Law Enforcement's Arrival, Initial Encounter. The third floor of the Blood and Flesh Market. Since there were no other people interfering, Yemo directly let Tyrant specialize in devouring the ones that were rich in chi and blood. As Tyrant continued to eat, his experience rapidly rose like crazy. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has fed on a mutated hen, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant feeds on a mutated egg, doubling its experience and gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant feeds on a mutated rooster, doubling its experience and gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit's current level LV.6 servant level. Experience required for next level 450-1800. In a short period of time, the Tyrant devoured another 200 pounds of flesh and blood, gaining hundreds of experience points. This made GMO even more delighted. Although the Tyrant's size was just over 2 meters, the speed of digesting the blood and meat was incredibly fast, directly taking a bite of a chicken, the kind that didn't even bring a bone to spit. If the law enforcement team didn't come, I'm afraid that Tyrant had the chance to directly rise to more than 10 levels. At this moment, Emo looked at the meat on many stalls, his heart was a little bitter. He shook his head and muttered, "It's really inconvenient to not have a space backpack, or else all the meat here could be packed away. It seems like we can only wait until this matter is over, and then find Xiaoyao to borrow some money to buy it." Right at this moment, several footsteps suddenly entered Yemo's ears. At the entrance of the third floor of the Blood and Flesh Market, 3 figures wearing gray enforcer clothing suddenly appeared. In the next second, the lights of the blood and meat market suddenly flashed violently like a short circuit. A burst of electric current rang out, and all the lights instantly went out, causing the surroundings to become incomparably dim. Coming? Yemo slowly stood up and gazed at the entrance of the marketplace not far away. Due to the presence of the evil-breaking golden pupil, even in such a dim environment, he would not feel any discomfort. The Tyrant, at this time, also noticed Yemo's movements and hastily stopped eating. It let out a low roar and came to Yemo's side with heavy steps, like a guard, waiting for the other party to issue an order. "I thought who dared to kill people in the city, but it turns out to be just the famous brother Mo." A flirtatious voice rang out from the dimly lit entrance. Immediately after that, 3 silhouettes dressed in gray enforcer attire walked in from the entrance. One of them, a young man with a pale face, was carrying a hexagonal coffin of about 1 meter 8, chained and emitting a bright silver glow behind his back, a shallow smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The other two enforcers, who seemed not to be ready to fight, did not summon the coffin out. Yi-mo froze when he heard someone calling him. After 2 seconds passed, he finally recognized the identity of the other party. Yang-chi? Yi-mo asked tentatively. This was his classmate back then, but the two didn't have much socialization. Their relationship was very average, probably not even an acquaintance. However, he did know one thing, and that was that Yang-chi didn't pass the graduation test back then, and could only join the tune-seeking guild or be the city's law enforcer ahead of time. Ha, I didn't expect that the great celebrity would still remember me. What an honor. Yang-chi laughed and said carelessly, looking at Yi-mo as if he was looking at prey. Feeling this discomforting gaze immediately made Yi-mo dismiss the idea of catching up. Soon, Yang-chi led the other two enforcers and walked to a stop about 20 meters away from Yi-mo, then narrowed his eyes and sized up the tall figure wearing a black robe beside Yi-mo. Old classmate. Tell me, why did you violate the order of Fengyu City, condone zombie killings in the inner city, and cause the spread of corpse poison? As he spoke, he unlocked the chains behind his back and stood the bright silver coffin on the ground. When Yi-mo heard the other party's words, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle as he said flatly in his tone, corpse poison spreading? If I say that my coffin spirit doesn't have corpse poison, do you believe me? As soon as these words came out, one of the enforcers beside Yang-chi instantly angrily rebuked. Put your mother ing bull. How could a disgusting thing like a zombie not have corpse poison? Even if there is no corpse poison. If we say you're guilty, you're guilty. Another law enforcer sniffed and chimed in, a coffin suppressor who contracts zombies is harming people and themselves no matter where they are placed. If you cut yourself on the spot now, we won't bother to let the coffin spirit do it. Otherwise, you will only die a miserable death. Hearing these words, Yi-mo's face became incomparably ugly. He didn't expect these law enforcers to not follow the process. With a few words, it was like sentencing himself to death. Looks like we can only teach these few people a lesson. Yi-mo's heart flashed with strong battle intent. Seemingly sensing Yi-mo's thoughts, the tyrant directly took a few steps forward, ripped off the black robe draped over his body, revealing sharp claws that emitted a chilling aura, and roared lowly at Yang-chi's trio. When Yang-chi's trio saw this, their hearts were startled and they took half a step back towards the rear. They were primordial stage 7-star or above coffin suppressor masters. At a glance, they could tell that Yi-mo's spiritual realm wasn't strong and was only around 3 stars at the beginning stage. But this tyrant coffin spirit of the other party was emitting a might that could almost equal that of a level 15 or so servant. This made them more and more alarmed. Don't waste your breath with him, think about what the captain just gave us. Little Young, this tyrant doesn't look simple. If you want to join the Tomb Seekers, go all out. After you finish killing this zombie, we'll make our move to finish off your classmates. Hearing his companion's words, Yang-chi nodded fiercely. Immediately afterward, he directly opened the coffin beside him. Releasing a werewolf that was about 2 meters tall, covered in long gray hair, showing sharp teeth, and with eyes emitting a greenish ferocious light. When the werewolf saw Tyrant, it immediately crouched down in a fighting stance. At the same time, a gurgling low growl emitted from its throat and saliva filled with a fishy odor continuously flowed out from its mouth, as if it was waiting for Yang-chi's order. Yi-mo, don't blame me for being merciless. If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for killing someone with your hands. Yang-chi said coldly. After saying that, he bellowed. Grey Wolf! Leap over and tear that zombie apart for me. The werewolf sniffed and raised its head with a long whistle, and the sharp claws on its limbs suddenly flashed with a cold light. It then stomped its legs and turned into a burst of residual shadows, bringing a gust of fishy wind directly towards the tyrant. When Yi-mo saw this, a surprise flashed steeply in his eyes. He didn't expect Yang-chi to let the werewolf charge over directly without testing it once it came up. A bit reckless. Yi-mo shook his head and said in his heart. At this moment, the speed of the werewolf's lunge was so fast that it even prevented the tyrant from reacting. If someone else had commanded it, the tyrant would definitely have been injured under this move. Even if the follow-up with primary healing and binding release was able to hold on to finish the fight, the head start was already lost. However, Yi-mo had already seen through the opponent's intentions and immediately spoke out, Tyrant, pay attention to your back. Retreat to the left and turn to counterattack. The words just fell. Tyrant roared, turned around in a hurry, staggered a body position, and directly raised his huge sharp claws towards his body and fiercely blasted. At the same time, the werewolf's figure appeared in front of Tyrant. However, before the werewolf could strike, what was ushered in was a devastating heavy blow. Only a booming sound could be heard. The tyrant's huge claws slapped heavily on the werewolf's waist, tearing apart a large piece of flesh. Blood splattered as the werewolf was bombarded with a huge force and flew backwards for several meters, smashing into a nearby stall. It finally collapsed on the ground and let out an angry howl. Chapter 11: Tyrant is about to lose? Super matter penetration. How could your zombie be so strong? You're clearly a corpse servant talent, how could you possibly know the movements of the Grey Wolf? Yang Qi's face was stupefied, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The zombie in front of him was clearly a D-rank potential, consistent with his wolf potential. Although they were of the same servant level, there was clearly a large gap in rank. But now, this low-grade zombie was able to send his werewolf flying with a slap. This was simply unbelievable. On the side, the two teammates were also shocked. One should know that Yang Qi was the strongest one among them. Moreover, his talent was visual enhancement, which possessed an extremely strong night vision. That was why before going up to the third floor of the blood and flesh market, they helped Yang Qi break the circuitry of the third floor to create the perfect fighting environment for him. In a dark environment, Yang Qi's visual enhancement coupled with the werewolf's talent Nightwalker was completely capable of killing many enemies of the same rank. However, after some exchanges, the werewolf was injured by a zombie, which was a bit appalling. At this time, one of his teammates looked at Yang Qi and asked with a grave expression, "Little Yang, this guy seems to be a bit uncomplicated, do you want us to help?" When Yang Qi heard this, his face instantly became mortified. No need. This must be a coincidence. I don't believe that a zombie can outsmart my werewolf. After saying that, the color of madness flashed in his eyes as he rushed to the werewolf and took out a dagger and directly slashed his wrist. As blood spurted out, Yang Qi laughed evilly, "Grey Wolf. Absorb all this essence blood of mine." The werewolf looked at the fresh blood, a greedy look appeared in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and sucked hard. In an instant, Yang Qi's face became much paler and his spiritual energy was severely depleted. And at this moment, the werewolf who had absorbed the blood, his eyes were scarlet as he hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Only to see the muscles and hair on his body twisting rapidly, his body size instantly drew up to 3 meters, and he grew a pair of fangs as sharp as blades, looking incomparably terrifying. The wounds that were originally blasted out by the tyrant were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah, Yemo, I don't believe that your zombie can still win against the Grey Wolf now." Yang Qi laughed out loud. When Yemo saw this, his brows slowly furrowed and he shifted his gaze to the werewolf. Coffin Spirit, Werewolf. Race, Demon. Rank, LV.17 Servant Level. Seal Level, D Grade Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Nightwalker boosts strength by 30% in the darkness. Skills, Chained Claw Shadow, Powerful Bite, Tracking, Primary Healing, Stumped Shadow Leap 2nd Level. Stunts, Bloodthirsty Rage after absorbing blood, size increases, strength is strengthened, healing speed is increased by 10 times, and pain is reduced by 80%. Flaw, Weak Waist Defense. Intimacy, 45 Follow Orders. Current status, Hyperactive. Evolvable, 1 time. Introduction, a monster from the dark forest. Before absorbing blood, it is extremely fast, with weak attacks. Bloodthirsty Rage? It feels similar to Tyrant's Binding Lift. But it kind of wastes the blood of the town coffin master. Yemo thought darkly. Just now, when Yang Qi's dagger went down, the blood that spewed out was 2 to 3 times more than the blood he used to donate at the blood donation station. If he were a normal person, he would have fainted directly. But Yang Qi was more than a little bit more ruthless than a ruthless person, and completely called it a wolf extermination. Looking at the werewolf in front of him whose size had already crushed Tyrant, Yemo had no fear in his heart and instead showed a hint of a smile. Tyrant had the 8th order skill Super Matter Penetration. This skill could not only ignore the physical body defense, it was also able to directly hit the soul body and elemental body. Even some high-level demons that were condensed by elemental forces and claimed to be immortal would be annihilated under this strike, let alone a werewolf with only 10 times the healing power. Seeing as we still know each other, I suggest you take your teammates and leave, I don't want to kill anymore. Yemo looked at Yang Qi and faintly advised. However, Yang Qi directly froze when he heard this. His two teammates even snorted with laughter. "Huh, kid, are you sleepwalking? How dare you say such words? How dare you talk tough when you're on the verge of death? You really don't know the heights of heaven. Yemo, you're really arrogant. I'm going to let the gray wolf tear you to pieces." Yang Chi gritted his teeth. He then lightly drank. "Gray wolf, give it to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the gray wolf instantly turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in place. Even its 3-meter-tall size did not affect its speed at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the tyrant, ready to grab a claw towards the tyrant's head. However, how could GMO, who had already seen through its panel attributes, let it succeed? "Tyrant, resist it and find a way to control it." Yemo's icy voice came out. Hearing this, the tyrant instantly roared. Immediately after that, it raised its huge sharp claws and blasted towards the werewolf's claws. There was a clanking sound. The two pairs of sharp claws clashed together, emitting a violent ringing sound, as if gold and iron were clashing, echoing throughout the space. Roar! Seeing that his proud sharp claws were unable to cut off the werewolf's claws and did not gain the upper hand, the tyrant was enraged and roared. Yemo granted it a double ability boost as well as an 8th rank skill. It gave it enough capital to cross the ranks. If it couldn't kill a werewolf, wouldn't it weaken its own master's name? At this moment, a trace of anger flashed in the tyrant's eyes. Immediately after that, it stomped its legs and directly choked the werewolf's neck with one hand, ruthlessly slamming the other party towards the ground. With a roar, the ground instantly cracked open a spiderweb fissure. With one strike, Tyrant hastily stabbed into the werewolf's waist with his other sharp claw, trying to stir up the werewolf's lumbar vertebrae. And not only did the werewolf not flinch, but on the contrary, it became even more furious. Only to see it roar violently, it directly rolled over and suppressed the tyrant, while continuously using its sharp claws to tear apart the flesh and blood on the tyrant's body. In an instant, the tyrant was covered in blood and flesh, revealing white bones, looking incredibly horrifying. "Ahaha, Yemo. My werewolf has 10 times the healing speed, how dare you let trash like zombies fight it hard? Simply stupid," Yang Chi said in triumph. "It's worthy of you, little Yang, to train the werewolf so well. The zombie that kid cultivated hasn't experienced a few battles at first glance, it's completely incomparable to you. Kid, your zombie is about to lose. You'd better cut yourself on the spot." The two teammates were arrogant. "Cut yourself? You guys seem to be overthinking it a bit." Yemo smiled faintly, his voice steeply became incomparably cold, his aura began to fluctuate. "Tyrant. Binding lifted. Use super matter penetration. Kill it." As soon as these words came out, Tyrant roared in fury, the veins in its entire body steeply twisted up, emitting a sound like an engine. At this moment, it directly transformed into Super Tyrant form, its physical energy doubling once again. Before Yang Chi and the others could react, the tyrant fiercely reached out and instantly ripped the werewolf's head, and with a flip, it viciously smashed the wolf's head onto the ground, blowing off the werewolf's cervical vertebrae. Immediately afterward, its other sharp claw made a half grip. A terrifying ball of blood-red energy light that caused space to distort flickered slowly in its palm. Sensing this deadly threat, the werewolf instantly stopped hissing and stiffened in place, not daring to move. As for Yang Chi and the others, they could not help but feel chills all over their bodies when they saw the agitation of this energy. How could they not expect that this zombie would have such terrifying means? This kind of energy fluctuation was comparable to a commander-level coffin spirit amplifying its moves. This strike would be able to at least penetrate the flesh and blood market to create a huge deep pit crack, and might even cause the floor to collapse. This isn't the corpse race the weakest? How is it possible to comprehend such a powerful skill? One of the teammates said in horror. Another saw this and his legs trembled a bit as he shivered and said, too. "It's too scary, let's quickly leave." "But there's nothing but, it's impossible for the boss to carry this kind of attack." After saying that, the two of them quickly left, leaving Yang Chi dumbfounded in place. "Brother M.O., for the sake of being classmates, can you spare my coffin spirit?" Yang Chi's face showed bitterness, and his tone was tinged with remorse. When Yemo heard this, he just shook his head and said with slight emotion, "The atmosphere has come to this. It's not good to let it go, right? You might as well sit down and quietly enjoy the tyrant setting off fireworks." Chapter 12: The Arrival of a Big Man. It seemed that he had seen the look of determination in Yemo's eyes. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Chi's face as he slowly said, "Yemo, Actually, this is a misunderstanding, so don't be impulsive for now, listen to me explain a little bit, can you? At this moment, he no longer dared to belittle Emo at all, and even felt some remorse. A person who could make a zombie comprehend such a move, even if the coffin suppressor's talent was not good, his strength in the future would not be bad. Moreover, the other party was able to fight across levels, even if the tyrant's potential was limited, it would at least ensure that the other party would become a famous expert in Fengyu City. Right now, Yang Qi just wanted to lower all his postures and wait for the captain to come out to talk about this matter. What's more, he couldn't just watch his coffin spirit die. This was because when the coffin spirit died, the seal in the coffin suppressor's body would also disintegrate, and his mind would suffer a strong backlash. This kind of backlash was extremely damaging, and without several years of recuperation, it was impossible to contract the coffin spirit again. When Emo heard the other party trying to explain, he raised his eyebrows slightly and came to have a hint of interest. He then stretched out a hand, signaling the tyrant to stop renewing the energy first. Yes, I'll give you this chance. But don't play any tricks unless you really want to lose your main battle coffin spirit. Emo laughed. Yang Qi was relieved when he heard this and hurriedly explained. The reason why we did it directly is because there is a big person who wants to stroll around the blood and flesh market. And you let the coffin spirit kill people within the market, causing the third floor to be filled with the scent of blood. He was too bothered by the law enforcement process and directly ordered us to quickly get rid of you, the perpetrator. But I didn't expect you to be so strong. But I have to remind you, our captain should already be downstairs accompanying the big shot to hang out. Yang Qi voiced out a reminder. Already downstairs? Yemo's eyes revealed a brief moment of shock and was filled with gravity. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had given Yang Qi the chance to explain. If he had really killed the enforcer in the inner city, it would be an unimaginably big deal, and he could only sneak away and find a way to go over the wall to the outer city. But Yang Qi's captain seemed to be nearby as well. If the enemy he was facing was a coffin suppressor who was at least at the middle rank or above, then his chances of escaping should be very slim. It was a good thing that one did not intend to kill Yang Qi and the others in the beginning, but only wanted to give them a profound lesson. As it turned out, the lesson was quite useful. Looking at Yemo's gloomy expression, Yang Qi hurriedly spoke out. Yemo, you'd better not be impulsive, wait for my captain to come up. As long as you don't make a move, there's still room for discussion. And that great man is also present. I think the captain will deal with it impartially this time. Yang Qi continued to persuade. Alright then, let's wait for them to come up. The words were split into two, the first floor of the blood and flesh market. Su Feng was following behind President Chen with a flattering face. President Chen, on the other hand, had also strolled around the market, but he still hadn't found the food that the little dumpling wanted to eat. This caused his face to be filled with bitterness. There were very few contracted corpse coffin suppressor masters, and those with contracted A-class potential were even rarer in the world. In the aspect of cultivating corpse race coffin spirits, everyone was half knowledgeable, and even he was no exception. My little ancestor, you said on your lips that you want to eat meat, but you don't eat it even though old man has searched for so many. Hey! President Chen looked at the little dumpling in his arms, helpless in his heart, secretly said, have to give this little ancestor out as soon as possible, it's too abrasive. Just when President Chen was thinking. Suddenly a loud sound rang out upstairs. This loud sound directly interrupted his thoughts. He then looked up at the roof of the building and frowned, his full color becoming serious. Turning his head towards Su Feng, he said with a hint of displeasure in his tone, that perpetrator upstairs seems to be fighting quite fiercely with your subordinates, are you sure you don't want to go up and take a look? Su Feng felt a sense of trepidation in his heart when he saw President Chen's displeased face. However, he was still confident in Yang Qi and the others. It would be simply too outrageous if 2 beginner level 7 stars and 1 beginner level 8 star couldn't take down a contracted zombie coffin suppressor. In his opinion, the loud noise was undoubtedly a sign that Yang Qi and the others had already gotten their hands on the murderer. Su Feng thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and respectfully said, President Chen, don't worry. The assailant on the 3rd floor was only contracted to a single zombie, and was definitely no match for my men. The voice just now should be my subordinates controlling the perpetrator. I can guarantee that the back will never disturb you. Su Feng smiled fawningly. President Chen nodded his head lightly as he recovered his composure. Only in his heart, he pondered, a coffin suppressor who contracted a zombie? Could it be that lad? In the next second, An energy fluctuation with an annihilating aura emanated from the third floor. Su Feng's face changed drastically when he sensed this extremely powerful energy, and he was horrified in his heart. This aura. Could it be the coffin spirit of the perpetrator? He then looked towards President Chen with a trembling body and infinite apologies in his tone. President Chen. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for disturbing your pleasure. I have to rush upstairs to help out. After saying that, Su Feng was ready to run upstairs. It won't help if you go up alone, this kind of attack reaches the commander level, and it's more than enough to wipe you out. President Chen's tone carried a hint of admonishment. Su Feng froze in place when he heard this. Only to see his face pale, his previous confidence long gone, and a pleading color in his eyes. President Chen also understood that the other party might not be a match for the perpetrator, so he did not blame the other party. Instead, he calmly said, Old me is also curious as to who in this city is actually able to cultivate a zombie into a commander level. Since you can't do anything about him, then follow me upstairs to have a look. After saying that, Chairman Chen walked straight towards the stairway. Seeing this, Su Feng also immediately followed. Tap tap tap. The lights on the third floor suddenly lit up. A sound of footsteps came from not far away. Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the entrance location. Only to see a white-clothed enforcer was walking at the front with the two team members who had just left. They glared viciously at Yemo. However, they did not shout at Yemo, instead, they stood pensively at the entrance, their faces looking a little nervous. President Chen. That person is the perpetrator of the indentured zombie. Su Feng pointed at Yemo and respectfully said towards the inside of the entrance. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity also appeared on Yemo's face. President Chen? This is the big shot that Yang Qi was talking about? Obviously, he had also heard of this name that no one knew about in Fengyu City. However, what he didn't expect was that this kind of character would actually come to the inner city to visit the blood and flesh market. Does he have nothing to do? Yemo was somewhat speechless. As an old man holding a child walked out from the entrance, a stunned look instantly appeared in Yemo's eyes. Because he realized that the child the old man was holding in his arms was actually a zombie. And it was still an A-class potential. At the same time, President Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the familiar face of Yemo. He hadn't realized that the murderer was the one he wanted. He didn't expect the perpetrator to be the very person he was looking for. This luck is no one's fault. Only a cheerful smile quickly surfaced on President Chen's originally serious face, his tone appearing somewhat excited. Ha ha ha. So it's you, youngster. We finally meet. Chapter 13 Jumping Boy, New System Quests. Ha ha ha. So it's you, youngster. We finally meet. As soon as these words were uttered, Su Feng and the others' hearts sank, followed by a chill surging through their hearts. They could tell from President Chen's expression that it was truly happy. President Chen. Could it be that you know him? Su Feng's tone shivered a little, his face pale with fear to the extreme as his legs went limp and he planted himself towards the back. He didn't expect President Chen to know this youth. And surprisingly, he hadn't dealt with the matter impartially because he was too troublesome, wanting to kill this youth directly. In hindsight, it was really lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for death. Boss. Are you all right? The two team members hurriedly held Su Feng up, while pinching his center and asking. Su Feng couldn't believe what was going to happen next at this moment. He was afraid of Yemo's questioning, and even more afraid of President Chen's blame, so he simply pretended to faint, and didn't dare to open his eyes even as the two team members pinched him until he was in severe pain. President Chen looked Yemo up and down, placed the little dumpling on the ground, reached out and stroked his whiskers, feeling more and more satisfied in his heart. If the other party's performance of slaughtering the warehouse before made him very surprised, then now that the other party contracted the zombie for less than 2 hours, he was able to make the zombie comprehend moves that could be used to fight at a cross level, which simply shocked him to the extreme. This little guy's zombie talent is definitely not simple, and he also has a superb sensing ability. It's worth the old man's full effort to pull him in. President Chen secretly said. He then had an increasingly kind smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Yemo. However, Yemo's gaze was not on President Chen from the beginning to the end. Instead, he was staring at the little zombie in the bunny doll suit, hopping around on the ground. Coffin spirit, spirit rune jumping child female. Race, corpse, ghost. Seal level, a class real king emerald coffin level cap 69. Talent, unbreakable body, seal resistance extremely resistant to control, sealing and other states. When affinity is lower than 50, it can break free from the contractual seal of the coffin master at any time. Skills, silent leap attack 3rd level, bite, sword chi chop 3rd level, speed jump, corpse poison. Stunts, drawing talismans in the void draws a variety of bizarre talismans out of thin air for battle. Flaws, extremely mischievous, hates coffins, bites people. Evolvable, 3 times you can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the ancient land of the spirit, originally for the exorcist under the Taoist child, know the divine master's charm method, sealed for thousands of years after death, the birth of the spirit of wisdom into a jumping zombie. Not bad potential, worth cultivating. It's actually a small zombie that hasn't been contracted. Yi-mo marveled in his heart. After using the evil-breaking golden pupil for so long, he knew very well that as long as the panel didn't show the level and intimacy, it meant that no one had contracted it. At this time, Yi-mo also noticed the talent of this little zombie, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It seems like no one can truly tame it except me. Coffin spirits with high potential were mostly arrogant, and when they didn't meet a suitable contract master, they would usually resist, causing the contract to be sealed with increased difficulty. This little zombie, on the other hand, could utilize the coffin suppressor to break open the coffin. When it comes out, it will be able to break the contract at any time, escape from the coffin suppressor, and from then on, it will be free and grow to be the king of the party. It seemed to be aware of Yi-mo's strange uncle-like smile. The little zombie only felt a burst of fear, and hastily stopped jumping, stiffly moving his steps to walk behind President Chen and hide, only revealing half of his head, observing Yi-mo with a scrutinizing gaze. Little friend, your sensing ability is really extraordinary. President Chen noticed the hungry eyes of Yi-mo as he looked at the little dumpling and could not help but praise it. At this time, Yi-mo noticed that the old man next to him seemed to be talking to himself, and a trace of dismay suddenly appeared on his face. He remembered that this voice seemed like he had heard it in the contract center. Are you the contracted Xiao Mei's coffin suppression master? Yi-mo sized up the other party, recalling the scene from before, and was instantly puzzled. Not bad, it is precisely the old man. When Yi-mo heard this, his face instantly became a bit ugly, and slowly asked, You came to find me, you wouldn't be asking me to lose money to the contract center. Let's say it first, I can't afford to lose money. President Chen. Ahem, little friend. The old man is not looking for you for the matter of the contract center, but he wants to send you a great creation. Hearing this, Yi-mo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the other party was not here to find him to lose money, otherwise all the millions that he had just earned from a few stall owners would not even be enough to hitch a ride. Looking at President Chen's faint smile, Yi-mo only felt that this old man seemed to be a bit solicitous for nothing, and he didn't know what the purpose was. After thinking about it, Yi-mo decided that it was better to figure it out first. Then with a raised eyebrow, he asked suspiciously, Your old man wants to send me a creation? Yes. President Chen nodded, then turned around and picked up the little dumpling and said in a deep voice, I believe you are very interested in this little guy. Why don't you follow me to the tomb-seeking guild and have a good chat about this matter? Yi-mo looked at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation, Yes, I happen to want to go to the tomb-seeking guild as well. Just at this time, a system sound suddenly appeared in Yi-mo's mind. Ding! Masterless A-class potential corpse coffin spirit detected, system mission released. Ding! System mission. Please take in a grade A corpse coffin spirit and increase the intimacy to 60 points. Reward rare skill stone 2, space warehouse 30 cubic meters, plus 1000 experience for all coffin spirits. Finally another quest. Awesome. Yi-mo's heart fluttered. It's true that the passing of bad luck is accompanied by a streak of good luck. On the side, Chairman Chen became more and more cheerful when he heard that Yi-mo also wanted to go to the tomb-seeking guild. Then it's not too late, let's go. Yi-mo nodded, then turned his head to look at Tyrant, a faint golden light radiating from his palm. Tyrant, let's go. Hearing this, Tyrant casually pushed the werewolf aside, got up and walked towards the silver coffin. When it entered the coffin, it disappeared with the coffin hidden into the formation. After Yi-mo left, the few people at the third level of the blood and flesh market who were mentally tense only then breathed a sigh of relief. One of the law enforcement members pushed Su Feng and shouted, Boss. President Chen has left with that brat, you can wake up now. When Su Feng heard this, he immediately opened his eyes. Immediately afterward, he hastily kicked the team member who had just pinched his own midsection twice and said viciously, You brat just took personal revenge, right? No boss. I thought you were really dizzy and wanted to wake you up. It's not better if I'm ing dizzy. Otherwise, what if Chairman Chen and that kid blame me? Su Feng cursed angrily towards his men. At the same time, he was extremely pleased in his heart. Because that kid and President Chen seem to have forgotten about this matter. Yang Qi, it seems like you have no chance with the tomb-seeking troop after all. Su Feng walked to Yang Qi's side, patted the other party's shoulder and said, but you're not to blame for this matter. I didn't expect that kid's zombie to be so terrifying. Captain. Can you give me another chance in the future? Yang Qi slowed his mind, then looked up with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Su Feng asked, patting the other party's shoulder once again, sighing in his tone. AI, little young, there are only 3 of you under my hand. Isn't it good to be the emperor of the land in the inner city with me? Do you have to go to the outer city to seek abuse? If each and every one of you want to leave, then what's the point of me being a captain? That's why I can't agree to this opportunity of yours. If you want to blame it, blame that kid just now. If it wasn't for him, the person following President Chen right now would probably be you. Right at this moment. A cold wind suddenly blew into the market of blood and flesh. The crowd only felt a coldness in their backs, and a terrifying to the extreme aura rushed over them, causing their scalps to go numb. Looking back, they only saw a white-clothed, long-haired female ghost floating in mid-air. The female ghost exuded a might as if it was a tsunami, causing the temperature of the entire flesh and blood market to drop to freezing point. She looked at the several people with a cold expression on her face before finally fixing her gaze on Su Feng. From what little brother Yi said, it's you guys who don't follow the rules. Xiaomei said coldly, do you know what will happen if you hurt him? As soon as these words came out, Su Feng hurriedly sat down on the ground trembling, his eyes lifeless. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to escape, but he hadn't expected that Yimo would still come to settle the score. Su Feng raised his head with difficulty, his heart filled with remorse as he said, my lord. I am willing to be punished. Xiaomei sniffed, and without any emotion in her tone, she said, in that case, then you will return to the law enforcement department and resign from your position as law enforcement captain. There is no need for assholes like you in the law enforcement team. Many thanks, my lord. Chapter 14 You're a bad person. Little friend, the old man has already asked that law enforcement captain to resign from his position and to detach himself from the law enforcement team. Do you think it's still satisfactory? On the backseat of a fast-moving black sedan on the central avenue of Fengyu City's inner city, President Chen looked at Yimo on the side and faintly smiled. Many thanks to President Chen. Yimo sniffed and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know what purpose the other party had in finding him, he could feel that the other party definitely had no malicious intent. If it wasn't for the other party coming to shop at the blood and flesh market, I'm afraid that the things he encountered wouldn't have ended so easily. After all, having the tyrant use an 8th rank skill almost drained a third of his spiritual energy. Ha, little friend, there's no need to call it so rusty. If you don't mind, you can instead address the old man as Elder Chen. President Chen smiled as he stroked his beard. Yimo immediately nodded and secretly memorized it in his heart. 5 minutes later. The black sedan passed through a golden wall that was about 15 meters high and arrived at a crowded ancient street in the outer city of Fengyu City. Yimo got out of the car with President Chen and followed closely behind. Looking at the various Western-style villas, ancient pavilions and other buildings around him, as well as the coffin suppressor masters carrying various coffins on the road who talked and laughed, Yimo's eyes flashed with surprise. Many of these coffin suppressors were completely different from the law enforcement team encountered in the blood and flesh market. Although they were not of a high rank, their bodies exuded a faint fury aura. It could be seen that they must have lived a life like licking blood from a nice mouth outside the city. If Yimo's opponent wasn't Yang Qi at the beginning, but these people, he probably wouldn't have won so easily. Worthy of being an outer city, not only are there a lot of town coffin masters here, they are also very strong. After I finish certifying my status as a coffin suppressor, I'll be able to go out of the city to kill monsters like them. Yimo looked extremely excited as the light in his eyes flickered. This was the first time he had come to the outer city in 20 years, even though he had long seen the scene here online. But what he saw online and being there was not an experience at all. Each base city was almost always divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was not big, and most of the people living there were civilians, who were far away from the most dangerous areas, living comfortably, and were sheltered by the town coffin master, but lost the freedom to leave the city. The outer city, on the other hand, was bustling with activity and was a paradise for coffin masters. Coffin spirit cultivation stores could be found everywhere here, or one could buy all sorts of supplies for cultivating coffins and items needed by coffin masters. Compared to the inner city, the outer city was honored by strength, mixed with fish and dragons, and the order was relatively loose, so bloody incidents would often occur. If a coffin master wanted to seek refuge, he would join a tomb-seeking mercenary group. As long as they joined the tomb seekers, they could go with their members to explore the secret realms and dangerous places in the wild, which could quickly improve the strength of the coffin masters. President Chen turned his head to look at Yimo's face full of excitement. He seemed to have thought of something, and the luster in his eyes dimmed a bit. Once upon a time, he was just as passionate as Yimo, longing for the great scenery outside the city. Only now that he was in his twilight years, after the struggle, he had worn out his passion. It's a pity that the ghost in the painting, who clearly has a rank potential. Yet it's being dragged down by my limited talent. It's estimated that old me won't be able to make her break through level 60 to achieve the position of half-step monarch in this lifetime. I don't know if this kid can help me in the future. President Chen lamented in his heart. At this time, Yimo also noticed President Chen's expression and could not help but frown. Elder Chen? Do you have something on your mind? When President Chen heard this, his face gave a start and he quickly stroked his beard and laughed. What could be on my mind? With my position and strength, what can't be resolved with my hands? You have a point. Yimo's face was stunned and he was somewhat powerless to spit out. So you really just want to send me a creation and don't have any requirements for me? No things that I need help with? The moment these words came out, President Chen's face immediately couldn't hang on. He didn't expect Yimo to question himself and was somewhat caught off guard. Well, let's talk about it after we go to the guild. An embarrassed look appeared on Elder Chen Guild's face and he quickly changed the topic. Soon, Yimo arrived in an attic building of the tomb-seeking guild along with Elder Chen. It was a huge, luxurious ancient pavilion with ancient colors and was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the guild hall, which was full of technology, and was responsible for the certification of coffin masters, registration and joining of grave hunting groups, and the delivery of various reward tasks. The second floor is the testing hall, with an independent testing space. No matter who wants to test the strength of the coffin spirit, as long as they pay a certain testing fee, they can accurately test the strength data of the coffin spirit in this place. The third floor, naturally, was the president's personal turf. Ye kid, I believe you can also see that the potential of the little dumpling is not bad. President Chen looked at Yimo with a smile, and pulled the little zombie aside with a wave of his hand. Yimo sniffed and was non-committal. His own ability was more than likely partially guessed by this old man. Only, the other party thought it was a sensing ability. Unbeknownst to him, this was one of Yimo's heaven-defying hang-ups. Without any other explanation, Yimo nodded and said, I can sense that its potential is no worse than the one in the contract center. It should be at the A-class level. Hearing this, President Chen immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Even though he had already guessed 9 times out of 10, it still shocked him when it came out of the other party's mouth. Old me will just ask you one thing. With a hint of nervousness, President Chen's tone was filled with anticipation as he stared at Yimo and took a deep breath. With your ability, are you able to sense the existence of higher ceiling levels? Yimo sniffed and froze for a second. His tone was somewhat calm. Not sure, maybe I can try. With these words, looking at Yimo's bland expression, President Chen's face was wildly happy. Even if the other party was not completely sure, as long as it was not a denial, it was enough. Only to see that he immediately slapped the table and stood up excitedly. Ha ha ha. Good brat. Sure enough, I didn't look at the wrong person. After a brief conversation, President Chen pushed the little zombie in front of Yimo and stroked his beard and laughed. Ye kid, this is the creation that old me is going to give you. When Yimo saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile, and his gaze towards the little zombie became brighter and brighter. And when the little zombie saw Yimo's appearance, it unexpectedly cried out with a wow. Although it couldn't escape from the old man, at least it didn't have to be made to jump queue anywhere. If it was contracted by this corpse keeper in front of him, it would definitely be reduced to a slave, only to remain in a dark and sunless coffin. The next second, the little zombie fell to the ground with a face full of reluctance, kicking its legs and rolling around, its voice full of aggression, revealing a pair of sharp teeth and saying, "You're a bad person, I don't want to go with you." I look bad? Yimo was a bit confused. But on second thought, he thought that it was normal. After all, he was a god-level corpse breeder, which might cause the corpse coffin spirit to be in awe. He, a rank potential isn't rare. Gotta make it remove its guard against me first. Yemo smiled dementedly and slowly got up and walked towards the little zombie, ready to pick it up. Seeing this, the little zombie let out a scream of terror and directly jumped in place, diving headfirst into the hard ceiling, leaving only a pair of small short legs kicking around below. Chapter 15 3 Conditions. Bargaining. Haha, ye kid. This little dumpling is naughty and mischievous, it will be quite difficult if you want to tame it. President Chen saw this and laughed, the wrinkles on his old face squeezing together. Yemo looked at the pair of paddling little short legs above his head and couldn't help but darken his face. This little zombie was extremely fearful of himself. Even after the contract, it was estimated that it would be difficult to raise the intimacy to 60 points. At this time, Yemo suddenly thought of something. That was the corpse race high-grade template. Maybe using the template can make its flaws disappear. Yemo said in his heart. President Chen looked at Yemo's contemplative look and knew that the other party must be thinking about how to tame the little zombie. He then asked out loud, "Are you still satisfied with this little zombie?" "Well, it's not bad," Yemo said without moving. President Chen glanced at Yemo in surprise and stroked his beard and laughed. "Ye kid, a grade corpse coffin spirit is even rarer than S-grade of other races. I know your talent must be related to the corpse race, so you must desperately want to get it." Yemo sniffed, his expression remained calm and didn't express anything, waiting for the other party to continue to finish. This kid, he must be happy in his heart, and he's still giving old man a chance to act calm here? President Chen spat in his heart. Immediately afterward, he suspiciously sized up Yemo twice, finding that the other party was not as elated as he had imagined. For a while, President Chen actually felt that he could not hold Yemo a bit. "Cough cough, ye kid, old me sees that you want the little dumpling so much, that I will reluctantly give it to you. But you have to promise the old man 3 conditions." When Yemo heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Here it comes, this old man's foxtail is showing. It was true that there was no such thing as a free lunch. "Elder Chen, didn't you say you would send me a creation? Now why are you still negotiating conditions?" A hint of disappointment appeared in Yemo's eyes as he sighed helplessly. "I'm just a small beginner coffin suppressor, 3 conditions are too many, I can't do anything about it. If there is only one, I can try my best to work towards that." When Elder Chen heard this, his face instantly stiffened, and he quickly said, "Don't be in a hurry, listen to the old man finish his sentence first." "Then you first say." Yemo showed a difficult face. Seeing this, President Chen slowly explained. "First condition. I hope that you will stay in Fengyu City in the future, and join the tomb-seeking troop that I am in charge of, and become a regular member of the troop. Of course, I will use a lot of resources to train you, so that you can quickly become a high-level coffin suppressor." Before the other party could continue, Yemo hurriedly interrupted and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Asking me to stay in Fengyu City all the time, it's never possible. It's fine if you want me to join the tomb-seeking corps, but I must be a free member." This kind of condition, Yemo categorically would not agree. Although this little zombie had extraordinary potential, it was far from the level of letting him sacrifice his freedom. And other than him, the little zombie was a hot potato in anyone's hands. Because of its talent, it was not destined to be a peaceful existence. As long as it stayed stuck below 50 intimacy, it would be able to keep changing masters, utilizing various levels of coffin suppressors to upgrade madly. When there was no one to suppress it, it would absolutely rebel and become a party disaster. Hearing Yemo's refusal, President Chen appeared relatively calm. "I had expected that you wouldn't agree to this condition. After all, those who dared to commit murder in the inner city, there are no more than 5 of them since so many years. But are you really willing to give up the resources that old husband has given you?" President Chen followed the temptation. Yemo thought about it and was still unwilling to agree. Surely this condition was good, but he had a system and a god-tier talent, so if he wanted to reach a high rank quickly, it was definitely not a difficult task. "Elder Chen, let's talk about the second condition." "Alright, then let's talk about the second condition." President Chen shook his head, a look of pity on his face. "I wish for you to accompany me to the ancient mysterious realm 5 times after you become a high-rank coffin suppressor. During that time, Lao Fu will protect your safety. You only need to go to the sealed places in the mausoleum and indicate which are the high-potential coffin spirits and their races." When these words came out, Yemo immediately fell into deep thought. If a coffin suppressor wanted to enter the ancient mysterious realm, their rank had to be at least at the high rank level so that they wouldn't be torn apart by the spatial passage. Moreover, there were usually several level 51 or above demonic overlords in the ancient realm, and among them, there might even be half-step monarchs level 60-61. If he really encountered a half-step monarch, let alone protecting himself, he was afraid that it would be too late for this old man to escape. Elder Chen. I still can't agree to this condition of yours. Yemo shook his head and said, 5 times the ancient secret realm is too dangerous, I cherish my little life. When Elder Chen heard this, he didn't get angry, instead he laughed and said, you kid, I knew you weren't that good at fooling around. Since 5 times doesn't work, then 1 time, if you push back again, old me will get angry. Shen Lao's face became serious. He felt that this time, Yemo should not be able to push back again and was destined to be pinned to death by himself. However, the other party's next sentence directly broke his defenses. No, not even once. You. Shen Lao's face was instantly unsightly, blowing his beard and eyes, his chest heaving violently. You brat. This is not believing in old man's strength. Old man has been to the ancient mysterious realm more than a dozen times and has never missed a beat. It's absolutely safe if I take you there once. Elder Chen, do you think that using an A-class corpse race coffin spirit in exchange for a bunch of B and A-class coffin spirits that can identify the race, or even the legendary S-class coffin spirits? Would I be at a loss? Yemo looked at the angry Chen Lao and laughed lightly. This evil-breaking golden pupil of his own, even if he went to the ancient mysteries once, he was able to find a bunch of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for contracting for their tomb-seeking group. If they were ordinary people, not only would it be difficult to deduce the ceiling level of the coffins, but they would also be unable to see through what kind of existence was hidden in them. Therefore, the value of Yemo's eyes was self-evident. At this time, President Chen also understood that Yemo would not fall for the trap, and after calming down, he shook his head and sighed, you kid, you really aren't a normal person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to flatter me, how would they dare to bargain with me? Since I can't keep you, I won't beat around the bush with you. The last condition, if you don't agree, then I will break your legs. President Chen blew his beard and eyes out, his tone had a threatening color. When Yemo heard this, his face darkened, with infinite contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, President Chen stretched his hand and stroked his beard, looking quite pleased with himself. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath and his tone became extremely serious, Yi kid. Next Wednesday, there will be a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City, you must go there with me. I've gotten word that a batch of coffins in the appraisal meeting were unearthed from the Dragon Fall site in the Fourth Sacred Ruins, World Heavenly Ridge. Therefore, I need you to do your best to sense the dragon coffin spirit in this batch of coffins, as well as at least one S-class swift crystal coffin. Anyway, more is better. Please. Chapter 16 Large-Scale Coffin Spirit Appraisal Meeting. Seal Transfer. For President Chen's request this time, Yemo did not reject it, and after thinking for a moment, he answered with a voice. At this moment, President Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a bright smile. Yi kid, old me has taken advantage of you this time. When the appraisal meeting is over, no matter what the harvest is, old me will give you a large batch of resources for cultivating coffin spirits. If you really appraise the swift crystal coffin, then old me will give you 2 more copies of the rare evolutionary core of the corpse coffin spirit. Of course, you can take this little dumpling away now. If the old man says he'll give it to you, he'll never joke about it. President Chen pointed to the small zombie on the ceiling and said. When Yemo heard this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Then thank you in advance, Elder Chen. For him, accompanying President Chen to the appraisal meeting this time was completely worth it. He only needed to move his eyes to obtain the resources promised by the other party, so what was wrong with that? Seemingly thinking of something, a touch of joy appeared on Yemo's face and said, Elder Chen, can you tell me what the reserve price of this batch of unidentified coffins at the appraisal meeting is? President Chen heard the words, first stared blankly, then guessed Yemo's intention, laughed and explained, your kid is trying to pick up the pieces, right? But you have to be mentally prepared, the minimum price of this batch of coffins can be above 500 million. Among them in good condition, the base price is more than 10 times 100 times more than. Some of them can't even be measured in price and can only be exchanged for rare resources. Hearing this, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and could only shake his head. They are all coffins covered by seals, pricing them based on appearance alone is too pitiful. And it's also a bit outrageously expensive, in case it's appraised as bronze and silver, wouldn't that be blood money? Haha, you have the ability to sense and ignore the covering seal, so of course you will feel the pit. But others don't have this ability. President Chen laughed, in an extremely pleasant mood, and continued, not to mention that some of these coffins were produced from the fourth sacred ruin, World Heavenly Ridge. It will naturally drive up the value of the other coffins. That's why there are a large number of people who are willing to spend $500 million to gamble. Hearing the other party mention the fourth sacred ruin again, Yemo also asked curiously, "What is the fourth holy ruin? So fierce?" There are currently a total of 6 strongest otherworldly secret realms in China. All of them are at the Saint Domain level, which we call Saint Ruins. And the World Heavenly Ridge is ranked 4th among these 6, with the main magical creatures being of the ferocious beast type. There are demonic dragons guarding it, and coffin suppressor masters with less than supreme 5-star strength don't dare to enter. President Chen looked at Yemo, who was full of doubts, and slowly explained. Speaking of this. His voice suddenly became serious. Oldme estimates that this batch of coffins produced in the Holy Ruins, there are at least 5 S-class swift crystal coffins. You brat must help Oldme sense out one of them before you can do so. If you encounter a dragon coffin spirit, even if it's an A great potential, you'll directly alert Lao Fu. Yemo sniffed and gave the other party a reassuring look and said, "I'll do my best." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the little dumpling with a delighted look on his face. For Yemo, the most important thing at the moment was still completing the system mission. As long as he contracted the little zombie in the ceiling and then used the template to raise his potential, he could directly raise the potential of the little zombie to S-class. Moreover, from President Chen's mouth, he could learn that the S-class swift crystal coffin was also an extremely rare existence in the Holy Ruins. One could imagine how strong an S rank would be. Now that I'm on good terms with Elder Chen, there's no need to hide the talent of contracting a double coffin spirit. Yemo thought in his heart. One should know that appropriately displaying the talent in front of such a big shot wouldn't do any harm, it would only make the other party look at it more favorably. Without much thought, Yemo looked at President Chen on the side and said in a calm tone, "Elder Chen, you can now hand over its sealing formation to me." As soon as these words came out, President Chen's face instantly showed a puzzled look as he voiced a reminder, "Kid Yi, you, a beginner coffin suppressor, are unable to master 2 seals. Even if I hand it over to you, the sealing formation will not be able to be integrated into your body. It would be better for me to reseal it into the coffin so that you can carry the coffin and guard it every day. It won't be able to break the coffin and escape either. Elder Chen, you can let me try." Yemo wore a smile on his face and showed a confident look as he said, "If I can't control it, it won't be too late for you to seal it again." When President Chen heard this, his brows slowly furrowed and he could not refuse. In short, he by no means believed that Yemo could master 2 seals at the primary level. Even as a legend-rank powerhouse, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his opinion, Yemo would definitely fail. "Alright, since you want to try, then Oldme will satisfy you." President Chen shook his head and said. He only saw a dark golden light ball emanating from his hand. As the light mass twisted, a rotating 8 trigrams light formation slowly formed in mid-air. As the 8 trigrams light formation rotated, countless pitch-black characters emerged, transforming into incomparably arcane runes hovering over the formation. Bagua Demon Sealing Formation? Seeing this formation, Yemo made a curious sound. This was because this formation was one of the formations that belonged to the higher fusion difficulty, which also meant that the coffin spirit in it was more difficult to control. There were many formations for sealing coffin spirits, and they varied depending on the secret realm. And the sealing that Yemo had seen the most was the 6-man star formation. Ye kid, when you integrate it into your body later, if it is rejected, remember not to forcefully keep it in your body. Otherwise, it will collide with the hexagram seal of your contracted zombie, causing damage to your coffin spirit space. If it's serious, you won't be able to contract another coffin spirit in the future. So do you really want to try? Aha! Hearing the other party's caution, Yemo nodded. Immediately afterward, his eyes condensed and he similarly mobilized a trace of spiritual energy, and wisps of dazzling golden light immediately appeared in his hand. President Chen looked at Yemo's iron determination to try, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but show a worried expression, already prepared to spend a large price to hire someone to treat him. AI, this kid is good at everything, he's just a bit stubborn and won't listen to persuasion. But it's good, if he suffers a bit of a loss now, he'll learn from it later. President Chen secretly said in his heart. Right at this moment, Yemo directly reached out his hand and touched it towards the ceiling formation without hesitation. The moment his palm touched the ceiling formation, the 8 trigrams demon ceiling formation instantly rotated at great speed and erupted with intense golden light. The original dark and bizarre words also began to continuously distort and finally transformed into an arcane ink dragon that directly integrated into Yemo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the coffin spirit rune jumping child. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the spirit rune jumping child's intimacy has increased to 50 following orders. Please ask the host to name the coffin spirit. Chapter 17 Pre-leveling. Drawing advanced character templates. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but get excited in his heart. An A rank given for nothing had arrived so easily. It was simply awesome. However, he wasn't going to name the little zombie now. Everything still had to wait until after the character template was extracted, just call the drawn character's name directly. And at this moment, the little zombie that was set in the ceiling only felt his body stiffen and fell down from the ceiling with a bang. When Yemo saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile and said, "Come over here, you." The moment these words came out, the little zombie immediately jumped to Yemo's side with a reluctant face. Although it liked not being bound, what the other party had just said seemed to make it unable to refuse, like a mandatory order. Ha, so obedient. Yemo reached out and directly rubbed a few times fiercely towards the little zombie's head. Seemingly feeling that Yemo was annoying, the little zombie looked extremely upset, revealing a pair of pointed teeth and putting on a stinky face as if it was about to bite at any time. Ding! System prompt. The host's behavior has caused the spirit symbol jumping child to be extremely displeased. Attention! Don't do things that the coffin spirit dislikes, or else it will lower the coffin spirit's affinity for the host. The system prompt that rang out again made Yemo's face stiffen and he spat in his heart. This Nima, touching her head twice and she exploded? It's comparable to my old sister. What a trouble. He then hastily withdrew his hand and looked at the little zombie with a somewhat speechless expression, his excited heart also becoming calmer. On the side, when Chairman Shen saw this scene, his mouth slightly opened and his heart was greatly shocked. Yi kid. You've succeeded in this? Yes. Yemo said faintly. This? How is this possible? President Chen only felt his worldview collapse. Since the birth of coffin suppressor masters hundreds of years ago, there had never been anyone at the beginning level who could contract 2 coffin spirits. But Yemo had actually succeeded in contracting one, which directly broke his perception. Yi kid, you are really a freak. President Chen couldn't help but praise Yemo as he remembered all the incredible abilities in him. Your coffin suppressor talent shouldn't be a corpse servant. President Chen looked at Yemo with an expectant face and asked. Can you tell me your true talent? Earlier in the car, Wang Ming had sent him Yemo's information, and he had felt pity for the other party. But now, it was obvious that the information was wrong. The other party's talent must be incomparably rare. Looking at the other party's look of anticipation, Yemo thought for a moment, then said seriously, my talent was indeed corpse servant at first. But I haven't contracted a coffin spirit for 2.5 years, and recently my talent changed a bit, turning me into a corpse breeder. Corpse breeder? President Chen was puzzled. That's right. To put it simply, it means that I can contract double corpse coffin spirits and also summon them to fight at the same time. Yemo spoke casually, his face extremely calm. However, when President Chen heard this, he was directly dumbfounded and looked incomparably shocked. You can still summon at the same time? This kind of talent is too overbearing. Even if the corpse coffin spirit is weaker than the other races, when you get to the legendary rank you can crush the same ranked coffin suppressor to fight. President Chen could completely imagine how strong Yemo's future would be. The powerful sensing power doomed him to not have a weak coffin spirit potential in the future. And now this corpse keeper talent was undoubtedly making him directly become an absolute genius in general. This kid's future accomplishments will definitely surpass old man's, and he might even become a peak supreme. Old me has to let him grow up. President Chen was excited in his heart and his eyes were filled with care as he looked at Yemo. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yemo finally left the tomb-seeking guild under President Chen's chatter. Because of this relationship with Chairman Chen, Yemo was able to register as a coffin suppressor in the tomb-seeking guild with unparalleled convenience. At the same time, he was also pulled into the Tomb Seekers mercenary group and became a free first-class member. Not only did he enjoy all the basic benefits, he also didn't have to listen to anyone's command. The Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers. That's a nice name. Yemo looked at the tomb-seeking regiment badge in his hand that emitted a gust of coldness, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This badge was shaped like a hexagonal snowflake and was made from extremely rare cold ice metaphysical iron, with a silver-white background on the crystal side and the word zone printed in black in the center, with intricate patterns but without losing its beauty, making it look incomparably exquisite. For those who recognized this badge, it was a symbol of identity. It meant that Yemo could walk sideways in Fengyu City and even be flattered by many people. However, Yemo didn't like to flaunt it too much, and even more so, he didn't like to deal with others. When he couldn't use this badge, he simply put it in his pocket. Next, Yemo bought a new cell phone on the ancient street. He also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a black heavy motorcycle with a metallic texture like a beast at the trading market, which drew a snort of laughter from the people around him. In this era, most of the junior grave hunting group members did not have space packages because they did not have space packages. So they would choose pickup trucks with larger loading capacity for transportation trips to facilitate the delivery of supplies. Only the cuties, or some of the tycoons, would choose this kind of locomotive that had no practical value. Yemo ignored other people's comments and parked the locomotive next to the street. Self-consciously, he went online to check the map around Fengyu City. Now he had to choose a dangerous place suitable for his leveling. In a short while, he inquired about a low-level dangerous place where the demons were all at the level 120 level hierarchy. Valley of Doom. This is the place. A glint flashed in Yemo's eyes. The Valley of Doom was actually an extremely long mountain canyon 80 miles north of Fengyu City. Because there was an otherworldly secret realm in the depths of the valley, it resulted in a constant breeding of demonic creatures there, making it a dangerous place. Yemo chose this place. One reason was because there were a large number of mutated zombies, mutated beasts, and other magical creatures in the valley. As long as the mutated zombies were killed, there was a probability of obtaining zombie crystal cores. These zombie crystal cores belonged to the necessary resources for cultivating tyrants. As for the little zombie, it only needed to follow and mix experience. After all, its potential was high enough, and it even had a template to use. Secondly, the other dangerous places of the demonic creatures to ghosts and demons, the ability is too bizarre, most of the day and night, very few during the day. It was difficult to find and kill them. Apart from the golden light rays emitted from Yemo's eyes and the tyrant's super substance penetration, using other means to face the ghosts and monsters was a bit tricky. Of course, if it was mandatory to command the little zombies, performing the void painting method could easily restrain the ghosts. Thinking of this, Yemo hurriedly sank his mind into the contract space. Looking at the little zombie in the space riding on the tyrant's head and occasionally picking at the other party's head, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. And at this time, Tyrant also seemed to sense Yemo, as if a color of help appeared in his eyes. This little zombie. It's still a bit of a mess. Yemo shook his head and directly said, "System, call up the template draw function for me." As soon as the words fell, the virtual system panel instantly appeared in front of his eyes, forming a slowly rotating yin and yang fish pattern. Ding! Corpse race template draw function activated. It was detected that the host possesses advanced corpse template raffle ticket 1, which allows him to draw 3 to 5 star character templates. When Yemo heard this, excitement flashed across his face and he said in his heart, "My luck has never been bad. It's a bit sorry for the audience if this doesn't give me a 5-star template." Right at this moment, the system sound rang out again. Ding! Please ask the host to select the coffin spirit that needs to draw an advanced character template. 1. Primordial Tyrant T002. 2. Spirit Rune Jumping Child. Hearing the system prompt, Yemo didn't have any hesitation and said affirmatively, "Choose 2. Ding! Choice successful. The system is in the process of extraction. When Yemo heard this, he rubbed his hands together with incomparable anticipation, and his eyes stared at the extremely fast-rotating yin and yang fish. Only to see the yin and yang fish spinning faster and faster, it began to shake violently. A few seconds later, with a burst of dazzling golden light appearing, the yin-yang fish was instantly broken through by the golden light. An extremely cute, lavender-haired zombie loli suddenly formed in the extraction panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template, the child who raises the dead and returns to the wreckage. Chapter 18 S-Class, Reanimating Wreckage Child. Hiss. It's actually her? Yemo looked at the appearance of this zombie loli and revealed an incomparable surprise. In his impression, this zombie loli was a character in a certain game. Apart from being cute, her status in that game was quite embarrassing, and it was not too much to call it the most wasted 5 stars. But a game was just a game. If this lowly strength background is placed on the blue star, it is definitely a super strong party. Moreover, the system's evaluation was 5 stars according to the blue star's background. Such a high evaluation completely surpassed Yemo's expectations. That means she's really this strong? Surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. Ding! May I ask the host whether to use this character template on the spirit symbol jumping child? The system prompt rang out and Yemo's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Immediately afterward, he moved his mind and said, use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the character template successfully. The spirit symbol jumping child ceiling level has been raised to S-Class Swift Crystal Coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin's spirit information. Yemo sniffed and his mind sank into the contract space once again. The little zombie that was originally pickpocketing the tyrant had changed greatly in appearance, with a head of light purple hair, wearing a small skirt, looking harmless, and was ignorantly surveying the changes in its entire body. Its original deep pupils of its eyes became large and round, extremely cute. The legs, which were originally stiff, no longer had to bounce forward and could walk normally, incomparably flexible. And the pair of zombie fangs in its mouth even disappeared. What's wrong with me? The zombie loli scratched its head and said dully. Immediately afterward, she sat down on the ground, twisting her head and turning around and upside down from time to time, blowing into the yellow talisman on her forehead, trying to uncover it with her small short hands, while curiously observing her body. In no time at all, it forgot what it had looked like before and accepted the change. Ding! Please ask the host to name the coffin spirit. The system sound rang out again. Yemo grinned and silently read in his heart, Chi-Chi. And at this time, the panel of Chi-Chi suddenly appeared in Yemo's eyes. Coffin spirit, child of the wreckage Chi-Chi. Race, corpse, ghost. Level, LV.1 servant level 119. Experience, 1-200. Seal level, hesitant face class Swire crystal coffin level cap 79. Talent, unbreakable body, cold ice immortal power extremely strong resistance to control, sealing and other states, while attaching ice attributes to all skills. Skills, silent leap attack 3rd level, sword chi chop 3rd level, instant step 3rd level, advanced sword technique. True symbol of doom special skill, can mark a single target, when self or friendly coffin spirit attacks the marked target, extracts the target's power and gains a super speed recovery effect. Technique, drawing talismans in the void. Immortal technique, cold sick ghost summons a cold sick ghost to surround the target for continuous healing, and causes the target to gain the cold ice immortal power effect. Immortal technique, save suffering and doom bursts of cold ice immortal power freezes the surrounding area, while marking all hostile targets in the surrounding area with the true symbol of doom, and instantly revives all dying friendly coffin spirits to their full state. Flaws, forgetfulness, biting, hate coffins. Density, 50. Current status, doubtful, curious, happy. Number of times it can evolve, 3 times you can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction originally a spirit rune jumping child, after fusion template, the talent skills have been adjusted and changed, and greatly improved. Superb potential, able to resist, fight, and nurse. Hiss. S rank is really powerful. Seeing Chi-Chi's panel, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Although the natural skills given by the template deviated from what was memorized, they were roughly the same. But what surprised Yemo the most? That was the great move of saving suffering. It can actually bring a dying coffin spirit back to life with full blood. That's awesome. One should know that warring to revive a teammate in a game was nothing. However, this was reality. As long as one didn't go to their own death and didn't mess with an existence that could kill them in seconds. With 7-7's great move, one's own coffin spirit would definitely not be able to die. Moreover, now that the intimacy requirement had disappeared, there was no need to be afraid of mutiny anymore, so one could instead bring 7-7 out for an upgrade. Maybe after I level up Tyrant to level 10, I'll be able to enter the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. A confident look flashed in Yemo's eyes. Now that he had the assistance of Chi-Chi, coupled with Tyrant's means of attack, he was completely able to rush into the pile of low-level zombies and massacre them, and then upgrade madly. Thinking about this, Yi Mo's heart became even hotter, somewhat impatient to head to the Valley of Doom. He then directly engined car and prepared to leave the city. Suddenly, only because you are too beautiful, a dynamic phone ringtone rang. Yi Mo pulled out his cell phone and took a look. It turned out to be his own little sister. He hurriedly picked up the phone. However, before he could speak, an incomparably frantic and angry voice suddenly appeared on the phone. Yi Mo. Where did you go? Why did you turn off the phone? Why? You tell me. Yi Mo sniffed and didn't say anything. Only after the other party had finished venting did he briefly explain what he had done in the morning. Of course, he didn't say anything about the slaughter of the coffin spirits, the conflict that happened in the blood and flesh market, or about President Chen. He just said that he had contracted the tyrant, and then after strolling around the blood and meat market, he headed to the tomb-seeking guild to certify his identity as a coffin suppressor. Hearing Yi Mo's explanation, Yi Xiaoyao's tone instantly became extremely surprised. Yi Mo. You really contracted a D-grade coffin spirit? You really didn't lie to me? No. Then tell me quickly, where is your person? My classmates and I are now following Ms. Wenjing in the tomb-seeking guild, preparing to certify the identity of a coffin suppressor and then go out of the city for 2 days of practice. Do you want to follow us? When Yi Mo heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said doubtfully, why are you guys out of the city early for practicing? Shouldn't you guys be at the contract center for practical training? As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao was immediately furious and complained. Originally, we were planning to do our practical training after the contract coffin spirit. But I don't know which asshole, before we finished contracting, secretly decimated the corpse demons in the training ground warehouse. So we could only go to the dangerous land outside the city to train. If I see this bastard, I'll definitely beat him up. Yi Mo's face stiffened when he heard this. He didn't realize that the warehouse of the contracted coffin spirit was actually a training ground. It was fortunate that he could go early. Otherwise, it was very likely that Tyrant would have been decapitated by the trainees who had finished contracting coffin spirits. At that time, he can only be forced to contract the coffin spirit in the E-grade bronze ancient coffin. At this time, Yi Mo couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao's pink fist clenched in fierce appearance. He hurriedly coughed lightly and said, "Old sister. Girls have to be gentle, don't be so fierce with your mouth open and closed. In case it's a handsome guy you know who decapitated these demons, is it hard to believe that you want to beat him up? That depends on who it is. If it's you, I'll definitely beat you up into a big pig's head." Yi Mo. Right, Yi Mo. I just talked to teacher Wenjing about you, and she agreed to let you follow us in our training. The phone once again inquired out, with a hint of delight in his tone. When Yi Mo heard this, his brows knitted slightly. Then he understood Yi Xiaoyao's thoughts. In his opinion, this little ninny was nothing more than worrying about his safety and fearing that he would go out of the city alone. No. This batch of trainees had Wenjing's leadership and were absolutely safe in the periphery of the dangerous land. At least it would allow the trainees to upgrade without fear. After Yi Xiaoyao contracted the Hell Inferno demon, she directly asked for such a spot for Yi Mo. After all, she didn't have the ability to protect Yi Mo when she wasn't at a high level and didn't dare to lead Yi Mo to upgrade alone. And when Jing agreed without hesitation, willing to give Yi Mo a chance, seeing as she had a powerful talent. Yi Xiaoyao naturally did not want Yi Mo to miss out. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Mo smiled and shook his head, politely refusing. I have my own plans, so I won't join you guys. You'd better take this opportunity to practice well and try to get the first place in Linhu province in the examination next week. Chapter 19, Traveling to the Valley of Doom. Tomb-seeking guild hall, rest area. Looking at the hung-up phone, Yi Xiaoyao's face became a little sullen. The crystals in her eyes flickered instantly, looking extremely helpless. However, once she thought that the Hell Inferno demon was told by Yi Mo, she had an inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Mo again. Maybe that guy really has his own plans. Yi Xiaoyao pursed her lips and said in her heart. On the side. When Jing saw Yi Xiaoyao's state, her face instantly became tense, and she inquired with concern, "Classmate Xiaoyao, what did Yi Mo say to you? Will he come over?" Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and shook her head, saying, "Ms. Wenjing, my brother said that he has his own plans, he won't be coming over." He has his own plans? That's really a pity. Wenjing sighed lightly. Then her hanging heart finally relaxed, and she said in her heart, "It's good that this guy Emo has self-awareness, otherwise it would have made me quite embarrassed." For what she did in the morning, when Jing had a trace of guilt in her heart, but not much. Especially after a genius student like Yi Xiaoyao appeared in her class, Emo's matter was even more behind her. But she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao was actually Emo's sister. Moreover, the request of a genius like Yi Xiaoyao was almost impossible for her to refuse, so she could only agree with her head. The registration for the assessment has already closed. It seems like we can only wait until next week after the assessment and then go give him a little compensation for good measure. When Jing ruffled her hair and a trace of uneasiness flashed in her heart. Right now, she only hoped that Yi Mo didn't appear in front of the other tutors. Otherwise the news that repeaters could participate in the examination would be learned by Yi Mo and then exposed. She thought that the school, or Yi Xiaoyao, would find trouble with her. And at this time, Yi Xiaoyao also noticed that the other party seemed to be a bit lost in thought and softly shouted, "Ms. Wen Jing? What's wrong with you?" When Jing sniffed and hurriedly retreated from her thoughts, a bright smile appearing on her face as she said in a soft tone, "Nothing, I'm just thinking about which low-level dangerous place to take you guys to for your training." The moment these words came out, it was instantly heard by a sharp-eared male student at the back of the two's seat. Only to see him become extremely excited and shouted at the top of his voice, "Teacher 1! How about we go to the Valley of Doom? I heard my father say that there are a lot of demons there with low levels. It's completely suitable for us to practice leveling." The other students sniffed and chimed in. "Teacher 1! He's right. I've heard that the demons in the Valley of Doom are weak, they're all zombies, and they're easier to deal with than the demons in other dangerous places. I also think it's more appropriate to go there." Hearing her classmate's suggestion, Wen Jing began to consider it carefully. The Valley of Doom was indeed the most suitable dangerous place for beginner-level Coffin Town masters to practice. If she were to head to the outskirts of the Dark Forest or the Fierce Beast Plains alone with so many trainees, it would be difficult to ensure that she was always aware of the safety of this group of trainees. On second thought, she also felt that these students' proposal was not unreasonable, and then with a faint smile, she stood up and barked towards the surrounding students. "Then it's happily decided, let's go to the Valley of Doom. But before that, you guys need to go to the ancient street trading area and buy the living supplies for these 2 days. Students who are afraid of zombies can also buy an anti-zombie poison potion, just in case. Boss, are there any extra guest rooms? I want to stay here for a few days." In the small town on the outside of the Doomsday Valley, a youth was standing at the entrance of an exquisite smalling, inquiring about the boss inside. The youth was handsome, with a refreshing short hair and a faint smile on his face. This youth was naturally Yi Mo. At this moment, he was carrying a traveling backpack on his back and holding a cute purple-haired little girl in his hand, attracting a burst of attention from the people passing by the inn. When the innkeeper heard Yi Mo's inquiry, he hurriedly stood up from behind the counter and said with a smile on his face, "Ha, little brother, you've come at the right time. This store just has one last room left. 1,000 a night, I don't know how many days you want to stay here?" Yi Mo sniffed, pulled out a pile of money and handed it to the owner. At the same time, he said faintly, "Stay for 3 days first." "All right, I'll arrange it for you right away." The boss took the money, nodded with a smile, and turned around to arrange the room. This town served as the only landing point on the outside of Doomsday Valley. Its bustling degree was almost comparable to the ancient streets of the outer city. Only while it was lively, it was also filled with chaos. When Yi Mo had just passed by, he had seen no less than 3 clashes between coffin masters. Among them, even the coffin masters directly released their coffin spirits to fight until both of them were injured before they would give up. As he rode such a cool heavy motorcycle and blew up the street, he was naturally being watched. Just then, 2 big men with a face full of horizontal meat appeared outside the hotel. One of them, a flat-headed man with a scar on his face like a centipede, walked into the inn, then slapped the counter and yelled, "Where is the boss? Is he here? Are there any more rooms here?" With the flat-headed man's shout, the innkeeper hurriedly ran down from the 2nd floor of the inn. "Boss, is there any room left? The 2 of us brothers want to stay here." The flat-headed man pointed at his companions behind him, a questioning tone in his voice. When the innkeeper heard this, a nervous look appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, "Big brother, the small store no longer has any extra rooms." "No extra rooms?" The flat-headed man frowned, a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes, then he pointed at Yi Mo and said, "What did you go upstairs for just now?" Could it be arranging a room for this brat? Hearing this, the innkeeper's face immediately showed a difficult look. However, the flat-headed man seemed to understand what was going on, and as he reached out and pulled the innkeeper's collar, he pulled the other party to himself with a fierce expression on his face. You directly refund the room opened for that kid and replace it with the two of us brothers, otherwise, I'll tear down your store. Big brother, I can't make a decision either. Ask little brother and see if he agrees to allow it. The innkeeper said in a cold sweat. The two big men in front of him exuded a strong aura of death. They looked like they had done a lot of evil and had not been stained with human blood. However, he had already received Jimo's money, so naturally he was not too good at trespassing, and out of fear, he could only push the problem onto Jimo. As soon as the innkeeper's words fell, the two big men immediately put their eyes on Jimo. Feeling the threatening color in the other party's eyes, Jimo could not help but slowly frown. He didn't expect that he had just left the city only a little while ago and encountered this kind of thing. If he had followed a peak middle-ranked coffin suppressor like Wen Jing, with someone covering him, he would never have encountered such an ungrateful fellow. It's true that only strength is everything, Jimo said in his heart, becoming more and more determined to become stronger. Chapter 20 Hotel Conflict. The flat-headed man sized up Jimo for a few moments, not placing the other party in his eyes at all. Then he smiled contemptuously, his tone full of domineering color. Kid, go away, the room you booked just now, I'll take it. In his opinion, the aura emanating from Jimo's body was only at the beginning 3-star level, just a fledgling rookie. How would he dare to disobey a coffin suppressor like them who had been mixing for many years and whose strength had reached the 7-star level of the preliminary order? However, Jimo acted as if he didn't hear the flat-headed man's words, and just shifted his gaze to the innkeeper. When the innkeeper felt Jimo's gaze, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face and he hurriedly advised, little brother, just give the room to these two masters. Don't blame me. We can't afford to mess with these two. I can't afford to mess with them? The corner of Jimo's mouth revealed a cold smile as he looked at the innkeeper and said indifferently, I can't afford to mess with them, so you can afford to mess with me? It seems like I paid for the room a long time ago and booked it out. Now you want me to check out? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The moment these words came out, the innkeeper's face instantly became ugly. He didn't expect Jimo to be so inconsiderate, knowing that these two big men weren't to be messed with, yet he still pushed himself aggressively. It was clear that by checking out of the room, a conflict could be resolved. It wouldn't cost anyone anything. Yet just because this kid had no eyesight, he might have gotten the inn smashed. At this moment, the innkeeper really wanted to slap this kid in front of him twice. Little brother, I'll return your money, if you don't leave. If you don't leave, these two guests are going to make a move on you, don't blame me for not reminding you later. A look of disgust appeared in the innkeeper's eyes, then he threw the money to Jimo and retreated to the side to watch the show. Hey, two big brothers, can you guys take him up before you make a move? The room he booked just now, I've already packed it up, so the two big brothers can directly check in later. The innkeeper looked at the two big men and smiled fawningly. Hearing this, the flat-headed big man nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction and said, Old me sees you as a boss who is also quite agreeable. Since that's the case, then we'll comply with you and not ruin your store. He, thanks big brother, I'll give you a discount on the check-in fee later. A look of gratitude appeared on the innkeeper's face. Immediately afterward, he then glanced at Jimo's increasingly icy complexion, and his heart thumped. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly changed his words and said, Two big brothers. Why don't you guys cripple this kid? I'm afraid that he will retaliate against me. If you guys agree, I am willing to give you permanent VIPs who can stay in this store for free at any time and provide 3 meals a day. The moment these words came out, the two big men immediately looked at each other with extremely excited smiles on their faces. As beginner-level coffin suppressor masters, they only dared to move around the outskirts of the Valley of Doom. When they encountered hordes of zombies, mutant beasts, and other demonic creatures in the valley, they would feel extremely fearful. However, when they encountered people with much weaker strength, they appeared extremely brutal. Moreover, the two usually didn't have many resources from looting, and now with the innkeeper's request, the two naturally agreed in one go. Ha, you're quite the man. Since that's the case, then our brothers will help you get this brat killed. After saying that, the two big men then walked towards Jimo with one on the left and one on the right. Then they were ready to reach out and clasp Yemo's shoulders and throw him to the outside of the inn. When Yemo saw this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chi-Chi, chop off their hands. The moment these words came out, the two big men were immediately startled. Only then did they notice that the little girl beside Yemo was actually a coffin spirit. Be careful. Quickly dodge. The flat-headed big man lightly shouted and hurriedly reminded his companions. At the same time, he directly mobilized the weak aura in his body and prepared to fend off Chi-Chi's attack. However, before they could react, Chi-Chi's figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, Chi-Chi appeared like a ghost on the left side of the flat-headed big man. She then directly raised the short sword in her hand that emitted a cold aura and chopped down. There was a swish sound. The sharp short sword cut through mid-air, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, and chopped on top of the flat-headed man's left arm. In the blink of an eye, the flat-headed man's arm was instantly frozen by the cold air, unable to dodge. Like slicing a green onion, it was chopped into two pieces by the short sword with its tendons and bones and thrown out. Kid! You dare to sneak attack me? You're looking for death. The flat-headed man let out a miserable scream, covering his frozen broken arm as he quickly rushed out of the inn's door. And at this moment, the other big man only felt a chill on his back and hastily mobilized the aura in his body to dodge Chi-Chi's attack. He then fought to stomp a few steps towards the back and retreated to several meters away. Immediately after, he immediately summoned a 1-meter-tall silver coffin from the hexagram formation on the ground. Kid, how dare you sneak attack my brother? This big man roared angrily and directly opened the coffin panel. Only black mist swept out, covering a range of several meters. Between the black mist churning, a terrifying monster with 8 human legs, a body pieced together from broken limbs and arms, while having 3 bizarre heads crawled out from it. This monster did not look like a living thing, turning its head like a machine, and was staring at Yemo, as well as the purple-haired loli that returned to his side, with spiteful eyes. Yemo sized up the monster and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. This monster in front of him seemed to have good strength and was even more bizarre than Su Feng's werewolf. Perhaps it couldn't kill Chi-Chi, but it was definitely able to restrain Chi-Chi. After all, there was a difference of more than 10 levels between the current Chi-Chi and this monster, and it didn't have extremely powerful attack skills. If Yemo summoned Tyrant and used Chi-Chi as a support, then the situation would be directly reversed. At this moment, the flat-headed man who had his arm chopped off gradually recovered and looked at Yemo and gritted his teeth. You kid really has guts. After sneak attacking, you didn't even run. I will definitely disassemble you. I'll chop you up and feed you to my coffin spirit. After saying that, with a wave of one hand, the flat-headed man similarly summoned a white silver coffin. As the coffin opened, a large, 4-meter-long red centipede with a pair of transparent wings on its back instantly stood up and hissed towards Yemo. Blood poison centipede. Poison rain. Mannequin ghost spider. Thread blade. The two big men shouted out coldly and without any hesitation, they directly ordered the coffin spirits to attack Yemo and Chi-Chi. Only to see the blood venom centipede steeply open its mouthpiece and spray a circle of dark green venom in the direction of the two, attempting to envelop the area and block off the two's escape route. On the other hand, the mannequin ghost spider burst out a black silk thread glistening with metallic luster and shot towards Yemo's head. When Yemo saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. These two people across the street were worthy of being coffin suppressors who had been mixing in Doomsday Town for a long time, and the moment they shot out, they blocked their own path. If one was not careful, one would be injured by these two attacks. Chi-Chi. Use the void to draw a talisman. Block those venoms. Yemo said with a frown on his face. When Chi-Chi heard this, she pointed her sword with one hand and pinched the spell in a second, drawing a spell talisman that emitted a cold aura and flew towards the venomous liquid in the air. At the same time, Yemo's figure was short, both palms emitted a wave of spiritual energy directly slapping on the ground, instantly summoning the silver coffin, which was set up diagonally in front of his body. He had already prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi failed to block these venoms, then he could only rely on the white silver coffin to do so. In the next second, zip! Ding! 2 bursting sounds rang out. The spell talisman emitting a cold aura instantly erupted when it touched the venom, directly freezing all the venom into ice cubes that fell down. The black silk threads shot out by the mannequin ghost spider were even blocked by the silver coffin, erupting into a crisp buzzing sound. These two attacks were dissolved as much as possible. unable to pose any threat. Chapter 21, Plenty of Experience. Selling teammates. 7-7. Good job. Emo breathed a sigh of relief and stroked Chi-Chi's head with a faint smile on his face. When Chi-Chi heard Emo's praise, she quickly raised her head and blinked her eyes in an extremely cute response. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the child of rising death and returning wreckage, has been complimented, increasing its intimacy by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the rising death and returning wreckage child's intimacy has been raised to 55 following orders. The system tone that suddenly rang out immediately made Emo freeze. It actually increased by 5 points of intimacy? Once he thought of the system mission he was about to complete, Emo became a little impatient in his heart. Gotta hurry up and finish these 2 guys, grab the time to level up and get the system rewards. Emo secretly said. To him. Even with the system, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, an ungrown coffin suppressor could be trampled to death at any time. If you wanted to survive in this world, you had to keep getting stronger. This kid actually knows to take the coffin block. There is also some brains. I didn't expect a small zombie to be able to resist the poisonous rain of my pet. Really bad luck. 2 cursing voices came out. Emo sniffed and stood up the summoned silver coffin, then took a step towards the side and stared at the 2 big men with a pair of cold eyes. Any more moves? If not, it's my turn. Emo said indifferently. When the flat-headed big man heard this, a cruel look appeared on his face as he viciously said, "Dead to the world, and you still dare to provoke." Simply arrogant to the extreme. As soon as the words left his mouth, he directly commanded the blood-poisoned centipede to charge over in Emo's direction. The other big man didn't act rashly because he was afraid of Chi-Chi's instant step. Instead, he let the doll ghost spider stay by his side for defense. Kid, your little zombie's low level can't break through my blood-poisoned centipede's armor. Next, I want you to suffer so much that you can't beg for death. The flat-headed big man was ferocious and looked extremely confident. However, the next second, with a bang, the lid of the silver coffin in front of Emo exploded steeply, and a tall figure clad in a black robe leaped out of it and rushed over in the direction of the blood-poisoned centipede. Roar! The tyrant let out a roar and directly swung its sharp claws to chop at the blood-poisoned centipede, cutting a huge crack in the blood-poisoned centipede's armor. It then brazenly chased after the blood-poisoned centipede, which was even larger than its own size, ruthlessly. How can this kid command 2 coffin spirits? This is fake, right? The owner of the doll ghost spider was astonished. When the flat-headed man saw this, a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? However, before the 2 of them could regain their senses, Emo had a chilling tone in his voice and said, "Chi-Chi, use the cold sickness ghost differential set on Tyrant." As soon as these words came out, Chi-Chi erupted with extremely cold and pure energy, condensing a spirit that emitted a cold aura and followed Tyrant. The Tyrant was worthy of being in existence of full intimacy. At this moment, the thoughts in Emo's mind, even if it didn't say anything, it could clearly know. It only saw that it instantly closed in on the blood-poisoned centipede and fought to the death. Thanks to the assistance of the cold sickness ghost differential, every attack from the tyrant's sharp claws carried a large amount of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the blood-poisoned centipede was frozen into a bloody ice sculpture, unable to move. "Tyrant, kill it," Emo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the tyrant then quickly pinched his sharp claws around the frozen blood venom centipede's head, while a ball of light fluctuating with blood-red terrifying energy appeared in his palm. When the flat-headed man sensed this energy, his hair stood on end and he looked terrified. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? When the other big man saw this, his face also changed, and he hurriedly warned in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave. It seems like we can't afford to mess with this kid." Then, what about my coffin spirit? What else can we do? Life is the most important thing. After saying that, the 2 big men ran away without looking back. And right at this moment, the energy in Tyrant's palm had already been accumulated, and a pillar of blood-red light immediately shot up into the sky, directly vaporizing the blood-poisoned centipede in place and blasting it to the dregs. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed coffin spirit LV.14 blood-poisoned centipede, doubling his experience and gaining 600 experience points. Ding! Shichi assisted in killing Coffin Spirit LV.14 Blood Poison Centipede, doubled his experience and gained 600 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, current level LV.6 Servant level. Experience required to level down 1050 1800. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Shichi, has been leveled up to LV.2 Servant level. Experience required for next level 400 440. A series of beeps sounded, and a smile appeared on Yemo's face. He didn't expect that killing a Coffin Spirit at a higher level would actually result in such a generous amount of experience. This was a complete surprise and was simply awesome. The experience of a level 14 Coffin Spirit tops dozens of level 1 demons. Yemo gasped slightly and looked at the two big men who escaped. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee, want to run? Better stay as experience for me to brush up on. Tyrant, use running attack, chase after them and destroy them. At this moment, Yemo directly let Tyrant chase towards the two people who were frantically fleeing for their lives. The two looked back and were instantly horrified as a wave of fear rushed over them. Damn! What's wrong with this zombie? Why is it so strong? The flat-headed big man's face turned pale with fear. Due to the death of the Coffin Spirit, the sealing contract within his body collapsed, thus suffering an extremely severe backlash. If he was caught up by the tyrant, he would not even be qualified to resist. Seemingly thinking of a way out, the flat-headed man hurriedly said to his companion beside him, "Older brother, the two of us have a lifelong friendship. Whether or not brother can survive this time depends on you. If we both run away, then it's all over. Why don't you send the doll ghost spider to resist for a while, and we'll be safe when we get rid of this zombie?" When the other big man heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If the zombie chasing him didn't have acceleration skills, he would have been happy to take his companion with him. But now, since his companion had lost his Coffin Spirit, it was equivalent to losing its proper value. In this dangerous situation, the other party was already injured and would undoubtedly turn into a drag on himself. Even if one saved the other party, it would be meaningless. It would be better to use the other party's life to exchange for a ray of life for himself. Older brother, you are stronger than me. Even your Coffin Spirit is dead, my Coffin Spirit definitely can't stop that zombie. Then what should we do? This is the only way now. It's impossible to let both of our brothers be accounted for here. The flat-headed big man said with an ugly face, his eyes filled with despair. However, his companion's next words directly gave him a glimmer of hope. Older brother, I do have a way that I can escape that won't send my Coffin Spirit to its death. Upon hearing this, the flat-headed big man instantly became incomparably excited. What way? Quickly tell me. What way? Oh, of course it's for you to die, old brother. UING. Before he could curse out, the flat-headed big man only felt a huge force on his leg. Only to see his companion kick him hard in the calf, causing him to instantly fracture his bones and plant him on the ground. Older brother, you and I have been friends for life, thank you for saving my old brother's life. Ha ha. The other big man laughed. He then slipped away. Chapter 22, 5 million. A chance encounter with a trio on the high ground. Unfortunately, one escaped. Yemo looked at the big man who had already fled into the crowd and disappeared, and for the time being, he did not choose to go after them. Immediately, he made his next plan. Tyrant, kill him and bring the body over. Yemo pointed at the flat-headed big man lying on the ground and said, "No. You can't kill me." The flat-headed big man looked at the rapidly approaching tyrant with a face full of terror and fought to kick his legs to retreat back. It was just that he was now crippled, and no matter how much he retreated, he couldn't pull away from the tyrant. A few seconds later, Tyrant crushed the flat-headed big man's head with one hand. He then dragged his corpse and followed behind Yemo towards the hotel. At this moment, the owner, who was standing at the entrance of the inn watching, only felt his scalp tingle when he saw Yemo as well as Tyrant walking towards him. In the next second, Tyrant threw himself with great force, and the body of the flat-headed man leaped more than 10 meters like a rocket, and smashed heavily into the inn. For a moment, a strong bloody odor filled the inn, like a hell on earth. When the innkeeper saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk, his whole body trembled, and a wet feeling came over him. As the fishy odor emanated out, his legs and feet went limp and he heavily knelt on the ground. "Little brother, I was wrong. I made a mistake for a moment. Please spare me." The innkeeper cried out in pain and said hoarsely. He didn't expect Yemo, who looked casually deceivable, to be so powerful. He actually directly fought 1 against 2 and strongly crushed 2 beginner-level coffin suppressor masters. What he had done before had undoubtedly angered Yemo. Now that Yemo wanted to settle the score with him, how could he not be afraid? Right. Money. Seemingly thinking of something, the innkeeper hurriedly shouted towards Yemo, "Little brother. Spare me. I can compensate you with money. I can compensate you a lot of money." Hearing that the innkeeper was willing to compensate, Yemo's eyebrows immediately raised, a glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, "You are willing to compensate me a lot of money?" "Yes. Yes." The innkeeper trembled and said. When Yemo heard this, he instantly became interested. A smile appeared on his face as he sized up the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money was hard currency and the resources that could be bought were extremely wide. Since the other party was willing to talk about money, then Yemo was also happy to calm down and talk with one. "Tell me a number, let me see how much is there." 1 million. Only 1 million? Yemo frowned, the smile hanging on his face instantly disappeared, expressionless. 1 million is less, 5 million. Good. When the innkeeper heard this, he was relieved and agreed in a hurry. When Yemo saw this, the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect that the other party would agree in one bite without hesitation. It seemed that he had still underestimated the other party. Perhaps $5 million was not a big amount of money in the hands of the innkeeper. It's true that those who can gain a foothold in such a place, either they have money or they have strength. Yemo secretly said in his heart. A few minutes later, Yemo got this amount of money and didn't stay long. Immediately after that, he parked the heavy motorcycle near the inn and instructed the innkeeper to help look after it. At the same time, he didn't forget to search the body of the flat-headed big man, but didn't find any valuable items. He then directly left the inn and walked along the streets of the town towards the highlands at the entrance of the Valley of Doom in the distance. In front of the inn, the innkeeper looked at Yemo's departing back. A sinister color flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and clenched his teeth to make a cackling sound, itching to eat Yemo alive. This brat, how dare he extort me? How can I swallow this breath? I'll go to the mighty ghost tomb hunting group later and offer you a bounty with heavy money. I don't believe you'll make it out of the Valley of Doom. I want you to have a life to take the money and no life to spend it. Ha ha ha. 1 hour later, Yemo ran all the way along the wide Clearwater River outside the town and arrived on top of the verdant heights close to the fringe area of the Doomsday Valley. Blowing the refreshing wind on the hill. Looking around. The inner side of the highlands was an extremely vast Grand Canyon with a lateral span of 2,000 meters wide. In the middle of the canyon was a huge meandering river. At the edge of the river was a large plain that stretched until it was obscured by the towering mountains on both sides. The nearby Clearwater River, on the other hand, turned sharply at the cliffs of the highlands and hung upside down for thousands of meters, forming an extremely spectacular waterfall that impacted towards the huge river within the canyon and finally merged into one. If Yemo didn't know that the valley had the name of Doomsday, he might have sighed at this spectacular sight. However, after his careful observation, he would realize that the valley revealed a dead silence everywhere. On the plains in the distance, countless dilapidated buildings had collapsed, and the land appeared gray and lifeless. Under the sunlight, the huge river glowed with a dark red luster. All of this, revealed that the valley had suffered a baptism of disaster. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Yemo turned his head and looked, only to see 3 young men and women appearing on top of the trail in the highlands. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was extremely cold and colorful, with red lips and a tall figure, especially a pair of snow-white long legs that were eye-catching and moving. She was wearing an exquisite long black leather trench coat, her feet stepped on black high-heeled boots, appearing to be full of aura. Walking side by side with her was a youth wearing a white tunic, thin-rimmed black-framed glasses, and carrying a hiking bag in his hand, appearing well-mannered. And at the forefront, a lean youth carrying a golden coffin and wearing a brown vest was exploring the way. The lean youth was observing the surroundings, chewing on a dog's tail grass in his mouth, looking extremely annoyed. When he saw Yemo, he first froze. Then his face was ecstatic and he hurriedly ran over, panting and asking, "Brother! Are you also going to the Doomsday Valley Town Coffin Master?" When Yemo saw this, his eyebrows could not help but slowly wrinkle, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a wary look. One must know that in the middle of nowhere, the most terrifying thing was not demons, but people. What's more, the Within a day, he was picked on one after another, so Yemo would never take the lean youth who suddenly came running in lightly. "So what's your business?" Yemo asked indifferently. When the lean youth heard this, he hastily spat out the dog's tail grass he was holding in his mouth, revealed a friendly smile, and took out a cigarette from his pocket and threw it to Yemo. He then pointed to his two companions behind him and said with a smile, "Brother, the three of us came from Jiangnan City. We're new here, and we're not very clear about how to enter this canyon, and we almost got confused by these mountain roads. I wonder if brother can take us for a ride, or point out a shortcut as well." You guys came from Jiangnan City?" Yemo raised his eyebrows, a puzzled look in his eyes. Jiangnan City, as the largest base city in the middle of the Grand Xia, naturally had many secret realms that could be practiced by coffin suppressor masters. And these few people had not traveled thousands of miles to come to Fengyu City, and even came to the lowest level of danger like the Valley of Doom, so they obviously had some purpose. Seemingly seeing Yemo's doubts, the lean youth then explained seriously. "Brother, I won't hide it from you, several of us are quasi-middle rank coffin suppressors. Now that the coffin spirit has reached the evolution conditions, it is lacking the same corpse evolution core material, so we came to Doomsday Valley in order to enter the secret realm in the valley to look for resources." "So that's how it is." Yemo nodded. He had already inquired in great detail about the roads leading to the Valley of Doom before he came, and he was not a road idiot, so he was still quite good at recognizing roads in this regard. He then pointed at a narrow stone gate downhill not far from the highlands and said, "See that stone gate? The narrow mountain path on the left side of the gate leads straight to the bottom of the Valley of Doom, but it is exceptionally treacherous. Of course, you can also choose the spacious mountain path on the right. In that case, you need to walk around the highlands, and you may not be able to reach the bottom of the valley until after dark." After hearing Yemo's words, the lean man quickly thanked him, "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly at Yemo to show their gratitude. "Right, brother, why don't you come with us? That way we can also take care of you a bit. After all, you're a solo beginner level coffin suppressor, it's still quite dangerous to be in a place like this." After thinking about it, the lean man invited Yemo to accompany him. The spectacled youth also revealed a light smile when he heard this and said, "Friend, I think the monkey's words are quite reasonable. If we encounter demons, with the three of us, we can also kill them in passing. As for the corpses of those devils, it's up to you to deal with them. Do you think this is okay?" These three people were not bad in strength, looked like the sons of rich families, and did not show any malice, but instead were extremely friendly. After the two took turns inviting them, in the end, Yemo thought for a while and still nodded his head and agreed. Chapter 23 Encountering a Corpse Swarm? Questioned? Tyrant Seconds. Along the way, the lean youth seemed like a casual acquaintance, looking for Yemo to strike up a conversation from time to time. This also allowed Yemo to understand each other with them. These three came from Jingguan College in Jiangnan City. They were all sophomores and were extremely outstanding. The cold and colorful girl was called Linine, and had contracted a C-class corpse coffin spirit named White Phantom. This time, their purpose of coming to the Doomsday Valley Point was also to help her look for evolutionary materials. The youth wearing glasses was called Qin Dong, and had also contracted a C-rank coffin spirit, but his coffin spirit had already completed its first evolution. As for the lean youth, his name was Ho Zijge, and his contracted coffin spirit was also a monkey. And the three of them had a common trait, that is, they were road blind, the kind that couldn't find their way even if they had a map. Not long after, the four of them finally arrived at the bottom of the Valley of Doom. At this time, it was close to dusk, and due to the sunlight on their backs under the high ground, the surroundings became dim, and a gloomy atmosphere emanated from within a few hundred meters. As soon as they stepped into this place, Yemo felt a strong putrid odor mixed in the breeze, causing people to frown. Lost count. Seems like I forgot to bring a gas mask. Monkey pinched his nose and said remorsefully, "Adon, look in your space backpack and see if there are any nose plugs or something like that." "I don't have any here." "Let's hurry, the smell seems to be coming from the neighborhood, it'll be fine when we get out of here," Qin Dong said as he put the back of his hand against his nose. The two seemed to be very sick of the smell and wanted to run away from here impatiently. Linine was much better than these two. Her eyebrows were tightly locked and she didn't say anything, just silently enduring the putrid odor. Although her contract was also a zombie, and she had seen many rotting corpses, she still felt disgusted by this intense level of odor. Soon, Monkey remembered the cigarettes in his pocket, and a smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly handed one towards several people. Here, all of you stick the cigarettes in your noses, this will alleviate the smell quite a bit. Finished speaking. With a snap, the monkey lit the lighter, lit the 2 cigarettes and stuffed them into his nostrils. Just as he wanted to light a cigarette for Emo. Suddenly, a strange hissing sound came from not far away. In the next second, only 100 meters away, more than a dozen human figures that were like machinery and had strange movements crawled out one after another from a dark pit in the ground. Their eyes were white, their bodies were rotten, and they looked extremely disgusting. When they sensed the firelight in the monkey's hands, they instantly opened their mouths, revealing hideous teeth, and staggered quickly towards the crowd. The demonic creatures here are still really dense. Just entering the valley and you can run into so many of them? Monkey was startled and hastily extinguished the lighter, saying with palpitations, "Sister Tone, hurry up and summon the phantom to exterminate them." "I'm sure you'd love to." Linny looked at the group of zombies, her beautiful eyes widened and flashed with a hint of fervor, her desire to fight instantly rising. "I haven't killed any demons for half a month, so I must let Phantom kill enough of them today." Linny licked her red lips, the corners of her mouth hooked up with a hint of a smile, and her hands immediately emitted a burst of spiritual energy, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. "Emo, let's stay away. Linyan's coffin spirit likes to abuse and kill demons, so be careful of being splattered by the corpse poisoned blood and flesh," Dong hurriedly said towards Emo while retreating towards the back. Right at this moment, Emo suddenly took a few steps forward and came to Lin Yin's body. He then turned his head to glance at the other party and said indifferently, "It's better to leave these demons to me." When Lin Yin heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows, and the smile on her face instantly disappeared as she looked at Emo in doubt. "Are you sure?" "Aha." Emo nodded. "Brother, don't mess around. These more than 10 low-level mutated zombies, a beginner 3-star coffin suppressor really can't beat them. It's better to let Sister Ian make a move." "Yeah, Emo. Although you're here to practice, you definitely can't fight this many zombies. If you get hit by the zombie poison you'll just have to wait for death," Monkey and Dong hurriedly persuaded. They had previously agreed to help Emo solve the troubles along the way, which didn't mean they would babysit the other party. If the other party insisted on going on, then they would at most admonish them and would not forcefully intervene. After all, this was Emo's own choice. In their opinion, adults should be responsible for what they feel. "Don't worry, I have my own measure," Emo said indifferently when he heard the two men's exhortations. Hearing this, Monkey could only shake his head helplessly and said, "All right then. You take care yourself." Linin didn't say anything, decisively withdrawing her spiritual energy. She turned around and walked towards the back. "It's not too late for us to strike when he's injured. After we pass this place, let's part ways with him." Dong propped up his glasses and said in a low voice. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. As the group of zombies got closer and closer, the trio also no longer held any hope for Emo. In their opinion, a coffin suppressor with an incredibly weak spiritual power, just around 3 stars at the beginning level, even if he summoned a coffin spirit, it would be no more than a level 6 at most. And a level 6 coffin spirit facing this group of low-level zombies would be absolutely unbeatable and might even be torn into pieces. "Emo, what are you still waiting for? If you don't make a move again, are you waiting to die?" Monkey was somewhat unable to do so and hurriedly reminded loudly. However, he was not aware that Emo was considering something. Whether to summon Chi-Chi, or summon Tyrant? Or should I summon both together? Emo was a bit torn. If he chose 7-7 in front of these 3 people, summoning the Swift Crystal Coffin might scare these 3 people into confusion. If they were used together, it would probably shock the 3 into fainting. After all, a big shot like President Chen had his scalp tingling because Emo had summoned 2 coffin spirits at the same time. Forget it, let's use Tyrant first. After separating from them later, then summon them at the same time. Emo thought in his heart. He only saw a steep stream of spiritual energy emanating from his body, and a golden light quickly flashed in his hand as a hexagram formation quickly took shape on the ground. Immediately after that, the huge silver coffin rushed out of the ground and a terrifying figure leaped out of it. Seeing this, Emo said confidently with a hint of excitement in his eyes, "Tyrant, give me seconds to kill them." Tyrant sniffed and roared, like a truck exercising at breakneck speed, charging straight towards the corpses in front of him. At this moment, Tyrant seemed like a tiger entering a herd of sheep. Each strike shattered 1 or 2 zombies. Flesh, blood, debris, and broken bones flew horizontally. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 terrifying zombies disappeared, leaving behind only a pile of broken limbs and arms. When the three saw this, they were so surprised that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Monkey, why is he so fierce? Shin Dong, this is more than 10 times stronger than when we were novices. Lin Yin, hiss. His D-rank zombie coffin spirit actually has this kind of strength, it's not much better than the Phantom back then. Chapter 24, using the zombie crystal core. Gain talent virus absorption. Ding. Tyrant has successfully killed LV.4 crypt zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 60 experience points. Ding. Tyrant successfully killed LV.4 crypt walker, experience doubled, gaining 60 experience points. Ding. Tyrant successfully killed LV.4 crypt walker, experience doubled, gaining 60 experience points. Ding. Ding. Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to LV.7 servant level. Experience required to level down 30-20-40. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a slight increase in spiritual power. A series of beeps rang out, and EMO only felt extremely relieved. A large amount of experience. Group brushing was just awesome. Upgrading was like riding a rocket. This wave was only a dozen zombies, but it directly allowed Tyrant to rise to level 7. As long as he worked a little harder and killed all the demons he encountered along the way. Wouldn't he be able to level up to 10 in a day? One should know that the three people behind him were so outstanding and had only reached the quasi-middle level rank after spending 2 years in the academy. This made GMO even more sure of one conclusion. That was that only he could brush monsters to gain experience, no one else could. And others could only train up the coffin spirit by utilizing resources. YMO. Are you a hanged man? Surprisingly killed them all with a level 6 mutant zombie? Monkey said in shock. The other two beside him had different faces, either shocked or recognized. Shin Dong remembered the reminder he had just given to YMO and held up his black-rimmed glasses. A look of embarrassment could not help but appear on his face as he said, "No wonder you want to deal with these zombies alone, so you have absolute certainty. You are still really strong." YMO smiled, revealing a faint smile, and modestly said, "It's just killing a few low-level zombies, it's not worth mentioning at all." When Monkey and Shin Dong heard this, they only felt the corners of their eyes twitch. "You're so Versailles, does your family know?" At this time, Lin Yin walked to YMO's side, her eyes gazing straight at the other party, her red lips slightly opened, as if she had something to say. In the next second, her cold face suddenly melted into a touching light smile, and, in the same age group, I thought that no one other than me could cultivate a zombie to this level. YMO, you're very good, and your coffin spirit cultivation isn't weak either. If we have time, we can exchange more tips. Saying that, Lin Yin took out her cell phone and wanted to exchange contact information with YMO. Seeing this, YMO's face froze and did not refuse, similarly taking out his cell phone to add the other party as a communication friend. Tisk. YMO, your kid is good. It's the first time I've seen Sisterine take the initiative to ask for someone's contact information. You have to seize the opportunity. Monkey pushed YMO with his elbow, revealing an anti-smile that looked extremely lewd. Cough, Monkey. It's better to keep some words in your heart and not say them. Shin Dong pointed in Lin Yin's direction. Monkey turned his head and realized that there was a hint of killing intent in Lin Yin's eyes, and immediately felt a wave of coldness rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Sisterine. I was wrong. He hurriedly hid on the other side of YMO with a look of awe on his face. In his opinion, Lin Yin shouldn't lecture herself in front of YMO. Sure enough, Lin Yin didn't make any movements, and her eyes returned to normal all of a sudden. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. YMO, those zombies might have zombie crystals in their brains, you can go over and look for them. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes glanced at YMO and reminded, these crystals can raise the skill advancement of the corpse coffin spirit, and will be of great use to you. After saying that, she slowly pulled out a dagger from her waist and handed it to YMO. Many thanks. YMO nodded and took the dagger, then ignoring the limbs and broken arms in front of him as well as the putrid smell, he walked to a mutilated zombie carcass and used the dagger to slice open their brains. Soon, YMO scratched open 2 zombie carcasses and failed to find the zombie crystals. However, when he searched for the third one, the dagger encountered a mass as hard as stone in the zombie's skull. Can't it be that it's a zombie crystal? YMO's face revealed a look of surprise. Without hesitation, he directly split the zombie's head in half with a slash, only to see a pure colorless diamond-shaped crystal fall out from it. It really is a zombie crystal. And at that moment, the panel properties of the colorless crystal surfaced in Nemo's eyes. Zombie crystal first order has a small amount of viral energy. After the zombie coffin spirit absorbs it, it can raise the degree of random first order skill advancement by 5%. It can actually boost skill advancement by 5%? Then if Tyrant absorbs hundreds of these, won't it be able to raise all normal skills to the second rank? Yemo's heart rejoiced and excitement flashed in his eyes. One should know that apart from the skill, Ultra Matter Penetration, the Tyrant's other skills were all normal first rank skills. If all of its skills were upgraded to the second rank, and combined with the divine level corpse breeder talent, then the Tyrant could completely manage to kill demons in seconds across several ranks without using Ultra Matter Penetration. Thinking of this, Yemo hurriedly picked up the crystal with his dagger and threw it towards Tyrant beside him. The Tyrant reached out to catch the crystal, shoved it into his mouth, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Afterwards, he let out a low roar, looking extremely excited. And at this time, the system sound rang out once again. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core first stage, skill a tier, advancement increased by 5%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When Tyrant raised his skill advancement, he realized something in his heart, and his skill, tearing, his advancement has increased by an additional 10%. Ding! Since this is the first time the host has used cultivation materials to raise a coffin spirit. Unlocking the corpse raising achievement. Reward coffin spirit talent virus absorption. Virus absorption absorbs all viruses, permanently boosting physical attributes. Just absorbed one zombie crystal core. The reward is actually so generous. Yemo was incomparably shocked. This was simply going to be awesome. A dangerous place like the Valley of Doom full of zombies and mutant beasts. What was the last thing that was lacking? It's the virus. Even a random zombie would definitely carry corpse poison. One could imagine how terrifying the talent of virus absorption was. Originally, Tyrant's physical ability was already outstanding, but now with the addition of virus absorption, it was like a tiger with wings. At this time, Yemo looked towards the scattered limbs and broken arms around him, and with a small hint of excitement in his tone, he said, "Tyrant, look for any absorbable viruses. If there is, absorb them all." As soon as these words came out, Lin Yin's three faces revealed a trace of shock. Absorb viruses? Lin Yin's eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened as she asked incredulously, "Yemo, is your coffin spirit really this kind of talent?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Yemo turned his head and replied with a smile on his face. When Lin Yin heard this, she didn't say anything else, but only turned up monstrous waves in her heart. On the other hand, the monkey on the side was so shocked that he jumped up and exclaimed, "Brother, this is a big problem for you. Do you know that absorption reinforcement type talents usually only appear on S-rank coffin spirits? But you, a C-rank Tyrant, even has this kind of talent. This is simply outrageous." Qin Dong similarly nodded his head in praise. Indeed. The hidden potential of this Tyrant of yours is indeed somewhat heaven-defying. It's enough to rival Lin Yin's White Phantom. It's not as mysterious as you guys make it out to be? An ordinary talent is just that, no need to make a fuss. Yemo's face suddenly calmed down, then he looked at the three people strangely and said in a serious manner. When the three people heard this, their forehead corners involuntarily twitched. Gritting their teeth, they had a look like they were jumping at the chance to violently beat up Yemo. They only wanted to say one thing. You will die if you don't Versailles. Chapter 25 Continuous Strength Enhancement. Exploring evolutionary routes? Soon, Tyrant arrived in front of a bloodied zombie torso. The body was tattered, and thick black blood dripped from it onto the ground. Seemingly sensing that there was a virus in the black blood that he needed, Tyrant slowly raised an arm. In the next second, the dark red blood vessels hidden in Tyrant's arm seemed like twisted vipers, instantly rushing out of Tyrant's arm, and sticking straight into the body of the zombie that was flowing with black blood. With a twitch of the dark red veins, the zombie's torso became dried up like a mummy. And the slowly flowing black blood on the ground had disappeared. Roar! The Tyrant waved its sharp claws and roared towards the sky, looking extremely excited. And at that moment, Its originally grayish huge sharp claws actually emitted a faint metallic luster on its surface. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie virus, its claws have been strengthened to a small extent. The system sound rang out and EMO only felt energized. It was too refreshing. I didn't expect that a trip to a dangerous place would be enhanced at all times. A few minutes later. After the tyrant absorbed the nearby virus, the muscles, sharp claws, and blood vessels of his entire body underwent a slight change. The most notable of which was its body size, reaching a height of around 2 meters. And it generally looked a lot stronger than before, appearing oppressive. This made the Linyin trio feel very shocked once again. In their opinion, if the tyrant was allowed to keep growing like this, not to say that it would reach the level of an S-class coffin spirit, but at the very least, it would be able to break bread with an A-class coffin spirit. Tyrant, I found out something good for you again, hurry over. Yemo waved his hand towards Tyrant, who was not far away, and said. He had just finished processing the brains of this pile of zombies and dug out a total of 3 zombie crystal cores from it. The output was probably around 1/5. In other words, if he wanted to gather 100 crystal cores to raise all of Tyrant's skills to the second stage, he would need to kill at least a few hundred zombies to do so. Although there were more zombies in the Valley of Doom, this was after all a beginner's adventure for practicing. There were as many town coffin masters who traveled here to practice, and there would inevitably be incidents of monster snatching. It seems like it's still a bit difficult to raise all of Tyrant's skills to the second rank. I have to find a way to find an area with fewer people and more monsters. Yemo thought in his heart. He then directly threw the crystal cores at the arriving Tyrant. Tyrant received the 2 zombie crystal cores without any hesitation and directly swallowed them in one gulp. Ding! Tyrant successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core's first stage, skill of primary healing, advancement increased by 3%. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core first stage, skill a running attack, advancement increased by 1%. This time the crystal core didn't raise the advancement degree as much as the first one? Could it be the reason why the energy in each crystal core is different? Yemo frowned and pondered. Although the advancement wasn't much this time, he wasn't upset in any way. Because this was still only at the outermost part of the Doomsday Valley. If he went further inside, he might obtain more crystal cores. Open the Tyrant attribute panel. Yemo secretly said. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002 Tyrant. Race, Corpse Race. Level, LV.7 Servant Level 119. Experience, 30-22-40. Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin Maximum Level 39. Talent, Total Viral Reinforcement, Viral Absorption. Skill, Destructive Strike. Running Attack Level 1, Advancement 1%. Tier Level 1, 15%. Primary Healing First Level, 3%. Super Matter Penetration 8th Level. Stunts, Binding Release. Flaws, none. Intimacy, 100 protects her master with her life. Current status, excited. Evolvable, one time you can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength, and limited potential. Sure enough, the column of skills has undergone some changes. Yemo was elated. However, when he saw that the evolutionary route was still in an unsearchable state, his brows tightened again. That's just it. I still have to hurry up and practice leveling. When I get to level 19, I want to see what Tyrant can evolve into. It was late at night in the blink of an eye. Yemo walked along with Linyin and the others for more than 4 hours and came to a small hill far away from the river bank, preparing to pitch a tent to rest for the night. This was already the middle part of the Valley of Doom. If they went any deeper, the demonic creature levels would all reach around level 15, and even Linyin and the 3 of them would need to be vigilant and not slack off in the slightest. However, in the meantime, Linyin's trio was happy to relax. On the way. Yemo seemed like a battle maniac, always being the first to rush at the strongest, slaughtering all the mutant beasts and zombies he encountered. At first, 3 people only thought that Yemo was diligent and belligerent. But as time passed, they felt more and more alarmed. It wasn't just out of shock at the tyrant's change in size. What terrorized them the most was Yemo and Tyrant's breaths had steadily gotten stronger on both sides during their successive battles. If EMO, at the beginning, had allowed Tyrant to cast his skills, he would have felt a serious drain on his spiritual energy and would have been out of breath. But now he was able to comfortably make Tyrant use his skills like crazy and not gasp out of breath. Soon, Monkey and Dong were arranged by Lin to set up their tents. EMO, on the other hand, rolled over to the top of a huge rock on the hillside and laid down flat to look up at the starry sky. More than 4 hours, letting Tyrant rise to level 9, and the skill advancement degree has also increased by a large margin. This speed is a bit scary. Maybe in these few days I'll have a chance to raise both Tyrant and Chi-Chi's level to more than level 15. EMO pondered in his heart. Right at this moment, a fragrant wind came to his nose. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared by EMO's side. EMO turned his head and saw a cold and stunning face that was looking down at himself. Are you also here to see the stars? EMO coldly ventured out. When Lin heard this, her eyebrows raised, she pursed her lips, a puzzled expression appeared on her face, her eyes carried a 3/4 daze, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, EMO hurriedly coughed lightly and asked, "Something's wrong?" "Aha! What is it?" "I think that your means of cultivating the corpse race's coffin spirit is much better than mine." Lin Yin's voice was extremely melodious, while her tone seemed to be filled with a color of anticipation. "That's why I want to discuss with you about the evolutionary route of my coffin spirit, White Phantom. I hope you can give me some advice. Let's see which one is more appropriate to choose." Chapter 26: White Phantom's Hidden Evolutionary Route. Discussing the evolutionary route of the coffin spirit with me? After hearing the words coming out of Lin, EMO only felt a little confused. He didn't expect that the other party had made a mistake and really found the right person. With the existence of the evil-breaking golden pupil, as long as he came across all the coffin spirits that had reached the evolutionary conditions, he could clearly view the evolutionary route of the coffin spirit. "Then, will you release the coffin spirit for me to see?" EMO didn't reject the other party, instead his tone was filled with anticipation. One should know that C-class zombies sealed by the golden Shen coffin were not rare. He was also eager to see what the White Phantom was really like. But most of all, he wanted to know the evolutionary route as well as the resources required for evolution. At this time, Lin didn't have any hesitation when she heard EMO's one-bite promise and directly started summoning the coffin. Only to see a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her hand. A hexagram formation gradually formed on top of the boulder. "Come out quickly, Karina. Someone seems to be in a hurry to see you." There was a hint of playfulness in Lin Yin's tone, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved up in a charming arc. It was as if she saw EMO's expression as he swallowed his saliva next. To know the White Phantom would bring an extremely shocking visual impact to many men every time she made an appearance. This kind of impact, if you use 2 words to describe it, it was sexy. EMO glanced at Lin suspiciously and was instantly confused, then slowly sat up straight. And at this moment, the golden coffin summoned by Lin had already drilled out from the formation and stood straight in front of EMO. As the coffin panel opened, a white figure slowly walked out from the coffin. It was wearing a tight deep V nurse uniform, with a white beanie on its head, and its body was like a devilish curve, concave and convex, looking extremely beautiful. And the most eye-catching thing about it was the pair of straight and rounded long legs. Coupled with the feet stepping on the fine-heeled red-soled white heels of more than 10 centimeters, it appeared even taller and incomparable. Although this zombie's skin was slightly pale and had hidden black veins, but the flaws could not be hidden, and the overall look had a strange beauty that made people's hearts rush. "It's actually a nurse zombie?" A surprised expression appeared on EMO's face. He then looked straight at the White Phantom as if he was looking like he was dumbfounded. Coffin Spirit, White Phantom Karina. Race, Corpse Race. Level, LV.20 Quasi-Guardian level is 2129. Seal level, see Gold Coffin level 49. Talent, Blade Claw Strong Cutting Ability. Guile Shadow increases physical agility attributes such as dexterity, movement speed, reaction, and jumping by 5 times in battle. Skills, Extreme Leap Attack 2nd level, Corpse Poison Injection, Claw Shadow Attack 2nd level, Foxtrot, Elementary Sneak, Killing Opportunity Lockdown. Stance, Shadow Attack Void yourself for a certain amount of time, entering a state of invisibility and reducing all damage dealt to you. When the invisibility is lifted, the Shadow talent will be increased by 300% until the end of the battle. Flaw, Smaller Strength. Density, 82 Obedient. Current status, evolution conditions have been met. The war spirit is full of evolvable times, 2 times route can be checked. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A master of agility among zombies, sly as the wind, shadowless, with excellent language skills. Average strength, average attack. Worthy of being a gold-level coffin spirit. This pair of long legs as well as its perfectly slender body gave it unrivaled speed and agility, and once an enemy was targeted, it was almost impossible to escape its pursuit. Although the nailed-sharp claws on its hands were only about 20 centimeters and had less destructive power, they were modified from scalpels and were incredibly strong and sharp, completely making up for the lack of attack power. This is simply a born killer. If the White Phantom directly attacked the coffin suppressor when fighting in the wild, it would really be a bit undefendable. Guillermo was secretly shocked in his heart and gave the White Phantom a rather good evaluation. Generally speaking, when a conflict arose between coffin masters, they would use their respective coffin spirits to battle each other to determine the winner, without harming the coffin master's life. However, in the event of an unresolvable conflict, the coffin master would manipulate his coffin spirit to protect himself, and at the same time, he would also try his best to let his coffin spirit take the life of the other coffin master. This means that not only must the coffin spirit be strong, but the coffin master must also be clear-headed. If it was a little cutie who had contracted an S-class coffin spirit, then when it came across a speed-type coffin spirit like the White Phantom, it would definitely separate its body from its head. Of course, the S-class coffin spirit, that is the existence of the legend, Guillermo has only seen on the internet. This kind of coffin spirit could only be described as perverted and had a strong sense of autonomy. As long as they could be contracted, even if the coffin master was really a pig, he could eventually become a powerful party. Guillermo looked at the attributes of the White Phantom and a sense of crisis couldn't help but flash through his heart. If the enemy he encountered before had been Linin, he could have been killed if he had been slightly careless. Now that I have Tyrant and 7/7s, I have both output and auxiliary healing. The next coffin spirit must be one that can protect me safely. It better be a possessed type to do so. Just then, Linin looked at Guillermo frowning and thinking, her eyebrows couldn't help but raise and she voiced out in confusion, Guillermo? What are you thinking about? I'm just a little surprised. Guillermo shook his head and laughed, your White Phantom is very strong and its speed is terrifying. Oh? I can't believe you saw it in one glance, have you read the Corpse Race Coffin Spirit illustration? Guillermo sniffed and said with a dumbfounded expression, is there such a thing? How come I don't know? Linin froze slightly, then looked at Guillermo without blinking, as if she wanted to see if the other party was lying. However, she didn't see any signs that Guillermo was lying, which caused her mood to lose a lot of steam. Didn't even read the Corpse Race Coffin Spirit illustrated guide? Looks like he might not be able to give me useful advice. Linin said with a slight disappointment in her heart. Just then, Guillermo's flat voice sounded in Linin's ears. Anyway, there's nothing to do, why don't you tell us what you plan to do? Hearing the voice slowly coming from her ears, Linin nodded and slowly said. According to the Corpse Coffin Spirit illustrated guide, the White Phantom only has 2 fixed evolutionary routes. One evolutionary route is called Pain Baby. The other is called Fear Baby. Both of these evolution routes will make Karina stronger, but depending on the route, her abilities will also be adjusted. The Pain Baby is one that has retained the skills of the White Phantom, but has been strengthened by corpse poison, which increases her body's flexibility and enables her to attack her enemies from a long distance while using corpse poison to inflict negative effects on her enemies. The Fear Baby, on the other hand, received the Fear class talent, and also had its torso strengthened, and its attack power increased by quite a bit. After saying this, Linin took another deep breath and said with a serious expression on her face, I remember that someone once subverted the information on the Corpse Atlas and managed to figure out a new evolutionary route for the White Phantom. This route was called Blood-Clothed Angel, and was much stronger than the previous 2 routes. But that person didn't pass down the materials needed for the Blood-Clothed Angel until he died. So I'm probably not related to this evolutionary route either. Listening to Lin Yin's words, Guillermo's eyes flashed with a faintly imperceptible light, then he once again looked at the White Phantom. The White Phantom's evolution route panel instantly surfaced. Pain Babe Normal, a sexy virus queen that carries a deadly virus. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Pain Corpse, Antivirus Mask, Strong Virus, Zombie Crystal Core 1/3 Order. Fear Babe Normal, Devil Body, Evil Face, Symbol of Fear. Materials needed for evolution: Heart of Fear Corpse, Hemostatic Bandage, Boning Knife, Zombie Core 1/3 Order. Angel in blood hidden, rare, a crazed killing machine. The materials needed for evolution: killing heart corpse, phantom's tail, bloody blade, zombie crystallized core 3 third order. Chapter 27, Materials required for evolution. Evolving into a blood angel actually requires a phantom tail? Wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming a dual race of zombies and demons? No wonder it's a cut above the other two evolutionary routes. Yemo's heart was shocked. Seeming to think of something, he looked at Linin a little lustfully. "What's wrong, Yemo?" Linin asked suspiciously. Yemo thought for a moment, and his tone became serious as he said, "Do you have any photos or videos about the blood-clothed angels? If there is, I feel that I can deduce the evolutionary materials it needs through its appearance." "Of course there is." Linin hurriedly nodded, a trace of delight flashing in her eyes. Immediately after, she hastily took out her cell phone and opened a video about the blood-clothed angel. Yemo looked at the image in the video, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. How familiar was this picture? Only to see that there was a long-legged zombie wearing a blood-red nurse's uniform, covered in blood mist, and dragging a long demonic tail right in the middle of the picture. Holding a side-like sharp blade in its hand, it was chasing and killing a group of mercenaries with guns. And these mercenaries were all fleeing in panic, and in the blink of an eye, they were slaughtered cleanly by the angels in blood. Killing heart, phantom's tail, bloody blade, a number of third-order zombie crystals. Yemo turned his head to look at Linin and said directly without choosing to hide it. Hearing Yemo's sudden words, Linin only felt a little confused. For a moment she didn't react a little, her face full of consternation said, "What are you talking about?" "The material to evolve into a blood-clothed angel." "This? How did you see it? Just through this video alone? If I say that this is my gift, would you believe me? This is too outrageous." Yemo. Linin was a bit incredulous and took in a breath of cool air. Although she knew very well that it was indeed possible to judge the evolutionary materials required for a coffin spirit by its appearance, most of the time it would be off. In the event that the wrong materials were used, causing the coffin spirit to fail to evolve, it would be a wasted opportunity to evolve. Originally, she didn't hold much hope, and even if she guessed one or two evolution materials, she didn't quite dare to try. However, Yemo had only spoken about the evolution materials in full by watching the video for a while. How could she not be shocked? Thinking of this, Linin hastily took a deep breath, a scorching look flashed in her eyes, then slowly approached towards Yemo, trying to see if the other party was teasing her. However, Yemo's eyes were flat, as if he was stating the truth. "Yemo, your suggestion. Sister, I've adopted it. I will prepare those materials you mentioned. If what you said is true, and it really made Karina evolve into a blood-clothed angel, then I, Linin, owe you a huge favor." Linin's beautiful eyes gazed at Yemo, her tone filled with excitement. When Yemo heard this, he lightly glanced at Linin and said expressionlessly, "There's no need to owe me a favor. I'm short of money, so I might as well beat it." "Good. If Karina really evolves into a blood-clothed angel, I'll give you $100 million in thanks. What do you think?" "Then thank you, rich woman, in advance." Just as Yemo and the two of them finished chatting about the White Phantom's evolutionary path, the Monkey and Dong had also set up their tents next to them. In the wilderness, especially in the midst of dangerous lands, most coffin suppressors would rarely choose to spend the night outside. They dared to set up their tents directly in a place infested with magical creatures, so they were obviously very confident in their own strength. Just then, Monkey only felt a rumbling in his stomach. He then frowned and turned his head to Dong, saying, "Dongzi, are you hungry?" When Dong heard this, he gave the other party a faint look and nodded. "Why don't we go out and do some hunting? I've heard that the meat of the mutant beasts in this Doomsday Valley is extremely good, so I think it would be a bit of a pity if I don't try it." "Hearing you say that, I would like to give it a try." Dong held up his glasses as a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Soon, the two of them found a pile of firewood nearby and moved it to the boulder where Yemo and Linin were, then lit the firewood. "Sisterine, Yemo. Dongzi and I are going to go out and hunt some mutant beasts. Let's have a barbecue picnic later," Monkey said with an excited face. Seemingly thinking of something, the monkey hurriedly urged, "You guys take care of the firewood here first, don't let it go out. Otherwise, if we can't find our way back later, we'll be screwed." "Good, you guys go early and come back early, be careful not to run too far. If there's a special situation, just release a signal flare, I'll see it and go to support you." Linin thought about it and then nodded her head in agreement. Don't worry, Sister Een. It's not like you don't know, if Dongzi and I team up, as long as we don't encounter a swarm of demons, even if we encounter a level 30 demon, we'll be able to retreat safely. Monkey said with conviction, his tone filled with a color of confidence. On the side, Shindong also nodded slightly, a confident look in his eyes as he said, Monkey and I will return as soon as we go, you guys just wait here for our good news. After saying that, the two of them each summoned their coffin spirits and headed towards the nearby woodlands. As the two left, Yimo and Linin fell into silence for a while, each lying on a rock looking up at the stars, not knowing what they were thinking. While on the opposite bank of the Blood River, 6 black-robed figures carrying coffins quietly appeared. These 6 people exuded a strong fury, and their eyes were glowing like ghost fire, as if they were evil ghosts, looking incomparably terrifying. One of them was holding a telescope, observing Yimo and Linin on the rock from afar. Vice Leader, those 2 young men who looked a bit threatening have already left. Only the target and another weak-looking woman are left. Should we do it now? The man with the binoculars asked out loud. When the deputy leader heard this, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he said, I've been tracking these 4 guys for 2 hours now, so I finally have the chance to make my move. After saying that, he turned his head to look at a few members of the troop and said, Brothers, that kid called Yimo, there is a bounty on his head from 3 clients. We must kill him at the first opportunity. If the woman next to him dares to block, you guys don't show any mercy, just kill her directly. Anyway, with the headmaster above us, even if we mess with a big power, we'll still be safe and sound. Deputy head, what if those 2 young men go and return? Hee, don't worry. Before they could return, that kid's head would have landed on the ground. If our 6 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters can't take down that brat quickly, then our mighty ghost grave hunting troop will simply disband where it is. Chapter 28 2 Rare Skills. The evening breeze was quiet and the silver moon was slightly cool. Although there was a hint of putrid odor mixed in the air from time to time. However, it would not affect Yimo's leisurely interest in the slightest. At this moment, Yimo was quietly lying on a rock, and his mind had quietly sunk into the contract space. Perhaps because of the situation of using the template, Chi-Chi's character appeared extremely well behaved. Not far away, Tyrant was sitting on the ground as usual, not knowing what he was thinking. While Chi-Chi sat on the tyrant's shoulder, hugging its head and huffing and puffing. Seemingly sensing Yimo's presence, the tyrant raised its head in a hurry. It then slowly stretched out a hand without sharp claws and gently scratched Chi-Chi while making a low sound. Only to see Chi-Chi yawn, as if it hadn't woken up from sleep, and reluctantly wiped its eyes. Seeing this, the corner of Yimo's mouth couldn't help but spread a hint of a smile and beckoned, Chi-Chi, quickly come over. Hearing the familiar voice coming, the original somewhat lethargic Chi-Chi instantly came into the spirit. Only to see her propping up Tyrant's head, her legs slightly bent, stepping on Tyrant's shoulders, jumping over towards Yimo. In the next second, her figure quickly flashed through mid-air and appeared on Yimo's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Master! Take me out to play. It's too stuffy here. Chi-Chi scratched Yimo's face and said, with a hint of thirst in her tone. When Yimo heard this, he first froze, then reached out and touched the other party's head and said with a smile, These few hours should have bored you to death. Now I will immediately take you out to get some air. Really? Chi-Chi asked with wide eyes. Really, lying is a puppy. Yimo laughed. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately jumped up and looked extremely excited. Yay! Finally we can leave here. Seeing this, Yimo rubbed the other party's head once again and immediately withdrew his mind from the contract space. Immediately after that, without any hesitation, he directly mobilized his spiritual energy. With a burst of the 8 trigrams formation, a coffin flashed instantly and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the child of rising death and returning wreckage, is extremely satisfied with you, and his intimacy has increased by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully raised the affinity of the child of the rising death and returning to the wreckage to 60 obedient to your word, system mission complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Received rewards, Rare Skill Stone 2, Space Warehouse 30 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Tyrant gains experience value plus 1000, Chi-Chi gains experience value plus 1000. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV.9 Servant level. The experience required to level down is 1332.40. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been raised to LV.4 servant level. Experience required for next level 240-1040. The continuous beeps that rang out instantly sent Emo into a state of surprise. Finally completed the quest. Emo was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, he thought that after contracting the spirit symbol jumping child, wanting to increase his intimacy with the other party would be an extremely difficult task. After all, the spirit rune jumping child's character was too naughty and disobedient. But Emo didn't expect that after drawing the template of Chi-Chi, everything became so simple, just 2 simple interactions, the intimacy even went up 10 points directly. 30 cubic meters of space storage, this is almost equivalent to the size of a careful bedroom. Totally enough for me to put down a large amount of supplies. There's also these 2 rare skill stones. I don't know what kind of skills can be opened. Emo secretly said. These 2 rare skill stones were undoubtedly huge rewards for him. If he wanted to maximize the use of these 2 rare skill stones, Yemo's primary consideration was still Tyrant. Tyrant's current level was higher than Chi-Chi, so if he used the skill stone, it was equivalent to a bird's eye view, and he was able to get a great boost. As for Chi-Chi, as an S-rank coffin spirit, the skill strength would always be there, even if he got a rare skill it would just be icing on the cake. After thinking for a while, Emo decided to use these 2 skill stones first. If he really opened one that was very suitable for Chi-Chi, he wouldn't be stupid enough to force Tyrant to learn it. Use. Emo mumbled in his heart. In the next second, the 2 ink black skill stones within the spatial warehouse began to shine with fire and electricity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the rare skill stone. Acquired the fire rare skill, Flame Light Step. Acquired Thunder System rare skill, Accumulated Thunder Chop. Flame Light Step, after learning this skill, you can transform into a flame and move instantly, not receiving any physical damage during the movement. There is no racial restriction, and when learned by a non-fire coffin spirit, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Accumulated Thunder Chop, after learning this skill, you can transform lightning into a long knife to chop. There is no racial restriction, and when learned by a non-thunder spirit, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Actually only 1% success rate. Emo was shocked in his heart. However, he didn't panic. This was because the divine level corpse breeder talent allowed the contracted corpse coffin spirit to comprehend 100% of the skills. This meant that any skill that did not restrict the race could be completely learned. Thinking of this, Emo didn't hesitate and directly gave the 2 skill stones to Tyrant. These 2 skills could be said to be tailor-made for Tyrant, directly making up for Tyrant's lack of speed and his shortcomings of only being able to rely on physical combat. Moreover, these 2 skills clashed with Chi-Chi's instantaneous step and sword chi slash, so even if they were given to Chi-Chi, they wouldn't get much of a boost. According to Emo's thoughts, Chi-Chi is so lively and cute, charging into battle is a bit inappropriate, it would be better to be a full-time nurse. Emo? Is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? It's too cute. While Emo was thinking, Lin had already carried Chi-Chi over at some point. Looking at Chi-Chi's cute appearance, Lin Yin's doubts about Emo contracting 2 coffin spirits had long been forgotten, and only a motherly glow flowed from her eyes. When Emo saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was true that women had no resistance to cute things. Originally, he was still thinking about how to explain the fact that he had contracted 2 coffin spirits, but realized that the other party actually didn't ask, which saved him a lot of trouble. If you have anything you want to ask, you can directly communicate with Chi-Chi. Her intelligence is no different from normal people. Emo said indifferently. When Lin heard this, she only felt a shock in her heart. Her white phantom was able to communicate with people normally, but it was more like a servant only. Other than following her orders, it didn't have too many other thoughts. However, this little zombie in her arms was actually as intelligent as a normal person, and was also able to communicate with people on its own. This also meant that this little zombie's potential completely crushed the white phantom, and its potential had at least reached the A-class level. At this moment, Lin looked at Emo as if she was looking at him like a freak, with a shocked look in her eyes as she slowly said, Emo, are you really a 20-year-old high school graduate? Why do I feel that you are even more demonic than our Zhengnan Jingwan Academy's Pride of Heaven? Chapter 29 Preparing to Run. Task Selection. Emo. Are you really a 20-year-old student who only graduated from high school? Why do I feel that you're even more demonic than our Zhengnan Jingwan Academy's Pride of Heaven? Hearing Lin Yin's words, Yimo just lightly looked his gaze into the distance. If he hadn't activated the system, he would probably still be at home sleeping right now. Not to mention becoming a coffin suppressor, he would probably never be able to take a step out of the inner city of Fengyu City. There's a saying that a great weapon comes late. I don't know if you've ever heard of it? Yimo laughed and laughed at himself. If I had graduated 2 years earlier, I would have been running around for a living and become one of the ordinary people by now. Lin Yin sniffed, but did not take Yimo's words to heart. Although it wasn't clear why the other party had stayed in school for 2.5 years. But judging from the various incredible performances of the other party, this was definitely a super genius. It seems that the evolutionary materials he said won't be wrong in 9 out of 10 cases. Perhaps Karina can really evolve into a blood-clothed angel. Essence flashed in Lin Yin's eyes, while in her heart, she admired Yimo even more. Right at this moment, Yimo's gaze looked towards the river bank and his brows furrowed. In his line of sight, he saw 6 silhouettes dressed in black robes appeared there and were rapidly walking towards the direction he was in. Lin Yin, we seem to be in trouble. Yimo's faint voice came out with a hint of gravity in his tone. When Lin Yin heard this, she hurriedly followed Yimo's gaze and an alarm bell rang in her heart. These guys seem to be coming at us. Lin Yin's eyebrows clustered, then she summoned the white phantom out, a flash of battle intent in her eyes. Back in the daytime, she hadn't been able to get her hands on the demonic creatures to slaughter them, holding a desire to fight in her heart that she hadn't been able to release. And now, having encountered so many coffin suppressor masters coming to pick a fight, it was only natural for her to want to see some blood before she could do so. I remember that monkey and I didn't mess with anyone. These people's target shouldn't be you, right, Yimo? Lin Yin had a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and a faint blood light emanated from her eyes, making her look extremely demonic. Yimo smiled and nodded faintly, saying, unsurprisingly, these people are probably rushing towards me. While speaking, Yimo went through the people he had offended in his mind. It was nothing more than the meat stall owner, the innkeeper, and the captain of the inner city law enforcement team. Chopping the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows again. Intense killing intent flashed in Yimo's eyes, and he said ruthlessly in his heart, it seems that in the future, I can't leave anyone alive who is in conflict with me. The strength of these people seems to have reached the middle stage, it seems a bit tricky. Lin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone filled with gravity. Middle rank? It looks like we are indeed difficult to forcefully defeat. Yimo raised his eyebrows and prepared to run away with the bucket. One must know. The opposite side had 6 middle-rank coffin suppressor masters. Even if it was one-on-one, it was difficult for Yimo to take advantage from the opposite side. Of course, if Lin Yin and the others were dragged down, they would be able to fight. But this favor would be owed a bit too much. Thinking of this, Yimo glanced at Lin Yin and faintly said, I'm going to run away. My suggestion is that you also hurry up and run, and then go to meet up with Monkey and the others. After saying that, Yimo leapt down from the boulder, holding Chi-Chi in his arms and rushed in towards the mountain forest on one side. Seeing this, Lin Yin's face changed and she hurriedly got up and chased after Yimo in his direction. At the same time, she urged the other party, Yimo. Why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's nighttime and I don't know the way. How can I possibly find Monkey and Qingdong? Why don't you take me to Monkey and the others? Their strength is not much weaker than mine. It's completely possible to cross levels and fight against each other. The 4 of us together may not be unable to defeat those 6 black-robed men. Hearing this, Yimo was slightly hesitant. And right at this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Yimo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a life and death dilemma. System mission activated. Please host choose. 1. Choose to escape and retreat without a fight. After successfully escaping, you will obtain the coffin spirit skill, escape. 2. Choose to fight with your back to the water, and take on 6 opponents at 1 level. If you successfully kill all your opponents, you'll gain the spirit talent, War God. 3. Choose to accept the help of your friends and work together against your enemies. After successfully killing all enemies, obtain the special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. There's actually another quest. This decisive choice 3. Without any hesitation, Yimo directly chose the 3rd option. He then looked at Lin Yin and said seriously, this time it's considered that I owe you a favor. If Monkey and their coffin spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them quite a bit of advice. Let's talk about these things later. Let's rendezvous with Monkey and the others first. Deputy leader, that kid seems to have discovered us. He's already run away. Let's hurry and chase after him. And that woman, brothers, don't let go. On the riverbank, a black-robed youth with a lewd face put down the binoculars in his hand, then pointed in the direction Lin had fled and said, "Hee, it's impossible for them to escape." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Vice Leader Zhao Long's mouth, and contempt flashed in his eyes. This time, they had come with 6 people just to deal with an early-stage coffin suppressor. Zhao Long naturally had 100% certainty. To him, killing EMO was just an easy task that seemed a bit insignificant. Originally, he didn't want to cause so much trouble, which was why he avoided Monkey and Qin Dong and chose to strike when there were fewer people. But when Zhao Long took a clear look at Lin Yin's face reflected by the firelight, his originally meticulous mind was instantly ignited by desire and turned into nothingness. This was the first time in all the years he had lived that he had seen a woman whose temperament and appearance had reached the top. At this moment, he was instantly overwhelmed by desire. He only wanted to take Lin Yin down at all costs. "Cripple, you immediately release the blood-sucking bats to track that woman and then tell me the exact location. The other brothers will each split up to search that area. It's best to surround that side. If you guys come across those 2 youths who left earlier, then kill them without amnesty. I believe that you guys have no pressure to deal with 2 quasi-middle-rank coffin suppressor masters. If you really can't be defeated, then go together or notify me immediately." Greed flashed in Zhao Long's eyes, and his tone seemed extremely cruel. Several members of the troop heard the vice-captain's order and hurriedly summoned their respective coffin spirits before running towards the foot of the mountain at the end of the plains. Zhao Long, on the other hand, directly summoned a golden coffin. As he let out a whistle, the golden coffin instantly opened, and a skeletal centaur that was covered in black mist and had 4 hooves stepping on spectral flames appeared in front of him. "Hee, I want to see where you guys can hide." Zhao Long looked at the distant mountains with a deadly stare, and then immediately leapt forward and sat on the back of the skeletal centaur as it galloped away. Chapter 30 High-Grade Coffin Suppressor. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Qin Dong were traveling through the mountains and forests by the light of the moon. Soon, they had moved away from the riverbank and arrived in an open depression. "Donzi, this shouldn't be. Are there so few mutant beasts in the Valley of Doom? How come we haven't met one in so long?" Monkey looked around, scratched his head, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Qin Dong sniffed and held up his glasses in thought. After a few seconds, he seemed to have thought of something and then looked at the coffin spirit beside the monkey. It was a tomb-guarding white ape that was 3 meters tall, with an incomparably sturdy body type. It had long white hair all over its body, revealing a pair of eyes that emitted a blood-red color, and its fangs were exposed at the corners of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. "Is there a possibility that it was caused by the too much commotion emitted by your coffin spirit?" Qin Dong revealed an odd color in his eyes. Along the way, the tomb guardian white ape opened the way in front, making an extremely terrifying commotion. Regardless of whether it was a large tree or a mountain or rock that stood in the way, the tomb guardian white ape exploded it with a single punch, making a deafening ringing sound. Hearing Qin Dong's words, the monkey froze. The other parties seemed to be saying something like that. This place was located in the middle of the Doomsday Canyon, and the level of the mutant beasts and magical creatures was not high. He had directly summoned the tomb guardian white ape with such a powerful aura, which naturally attracted the surrounding fiends to avoid from afar, not daring to show their faces. "How about this then? I'll first have the white ape return to the contract space. I'll let it come out again when we see the mutated beast." The monkey thought about it and hurriedly let the tomb-guarding white ape return to the coffin. Just then, a subtle sound came. Qin Dong's ears twitched and he hurriedly turned his head to look at the bushes 20 meters away, only to see 2 figures dressed in black robes pluck apart the bushes and walk out from them. As soon as these 2 black-robed figures saw Qin Dong and Monkey, an annoyed look appeared on their faces. "Hee, what a bummer, so it's you too. I thought I ran into that kid and that woman," one of the black-robed men said coldly. The other black-robed man sniffed and chimed in, "If we ran into that woman, our brothers would still be able to have some fun. Since we ran into these 2, it's better for us to slaughter them first." Saying that, the 2 black-robed men began to summon their respective coffin spirits. As the ground shuddered, 2 white-silver coffins suddenly drilled straight out of the ground and stood on the ground. A goat-headed demon with a bone stick came out of one of the coffins, while a ghost with a scythe floated out of the other coffin. When Qin Dong saw this, a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes as he coldly asked, "Who are you guys? Our brothers don't seem to have offended you guys, right? Hee hee, it's true that you guys haven't offended us. But it seems like you guys are in league with that kid called Yemo. He killed the family members of our mighty ghost grave hunting troop members. Now that he has escaped, you guys, as that kid's partners, it's naturally your turn to pay the debt he owes. Shin Dong was shocked when he heard this. He then shouted, Monkey, do your best to kill them. Then go find Lin. As he spoke, he and Monkey looked at each other again and prepared to summon the coffin spirits once more. Only a booming sound could be heard, and two golden coffins instantly drilled out of the formation. Immediately afterward, the Toon Guardian White Ape directly stopped right in front of the two of them, letting out a furious roar. Shin Dong, on the other hand, summoned a wizard with a hunched body and a skeletal staff in one hand. When one of the black-robed men saw this, a look of horror appeared in his eyes as he rushed to his companion and said, Damn, these two boys are really not simple. The coffin spirits are actually C-ranked. Let's stop them first. When the captain finishes with the woman, he will naturally come over to help us. After saying that, the two of them commanded the coffin spirit to charge towards the two monkeys. Seeing this, Shin Dong revealed a cold smile on his face and said indifferently, Sorcerer, use the retardation technique. As soon as these words were uttered, a green light instantly flashed across the skeleton wizard's staff, which then shone on the two oncoming coffin spirits. For a moment, the speed of the sheep-headed demon and the scythe ghost instantly slowed down. Monkey, I'll leave that sheep's head demon to you. I'll deal with the ghost. Shin Dong shouted. Upon hearing this, Monkey hurriedly nodded his head and commanded the Toon Guardian White Ape to charge up. As the lowest level of existence amongst the demons, the sheep-headed demon did not have strong abilities, but its physique was extremely dominating, even a few points stronger than an ordinary tyrant. If the two were in a physical fight, an ordinary tyrant would be instantly torn apart by a goat-head demon. However, what the sheep-headed demon had now encountered was the even stronger strength and physique of the Toon Guardian White Ape. Even though the two coffin spirits were a few levels apart, the impact of the potential was extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the Toon Guardian White Ape rushed to the sheep-headed demon's front, stretching out its hands to hold a pair of sheep horns. Like swinging a sandbag, it madly smashed the goat-headed demon towards the ground. In less than half a minute, the sheep-headed demon was abused to the point of being powerless. Not only were the horns on its head broken by the Toon Guardian White Ape, but its body was even more bruised and blood continued to gush out. The scythe ghost, on the other hand, was restrained to death by the sorcerer, unable to form an effective fighting force. Che, just you guys dare to make a move against us? Simply tired of living. Monkey looked towards the two black-robed men, his tone filled with mockery. Seeing this, the two black-robed men did not hesitate and directly took the coffin spirit back into the contract space. Afterward, they threw a smoke bomb towards the two monkeys and directly scattered their legs and ran away. No wonder the deputy head said that these two guys were tricky. It turns out that they are really this strong. Luckily, we are of a higher rank, otherwise, the coffin spirits would have all died there. The two black-robed men said with palpitations. On the other end, Yemo was running frantically with Lin. And behind the two of them, 100 meters away, they were following a silhouette riding a skeleton horse, as well as three black-robed men with coffin spirits. Ha, kid, where else do you want to run? If you offend our fierce ghost tomb hunting troop, you'll only die. Vice Leader Zhao Lon looked at Gmo who was escaping in front of him and his tone was filled with excitement. I don't know where Monkey and the others have run off to. Lin Yin's eyebrows were tightly locked and her tone was filled with suffocation. Right now, the strength of this person riding a skeletal horse was extremely terrifying, reaching the high-rank 2-star level. This skeleton centaur he was sitting on was even ranked as high as level 32, belonging to the commander level. Moreover, its potential was comparable to Lin Yin's White Phantom, both of which were sealed at the gold level. Behind him, he was even followed by three black-robed people of around mid-rank 5 stars. With this terrifying lineup, Yemo and Lin Yin had absolutely no power to fight back. On the side, Yemo was also running at full speed. However, his face appeared relatively calm. Send out a signal flare. If we can rendezvous with Monkey and the others, these few people are not enough to fear. Yemo said indifferently. It was my judgment that was wrong. I didn't realize that this leader is actually a high-level coffin suppressor. Lin Yin didn't know where Yemo got his confidence. An ugly smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. Even if the four of us join hands, we won't necessarily be able to defeat him. When Yemo heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and said, how do we know if we don't try? Chapter 31, Crossing Levels in Seconds. YMO, high-ranked coffin suppressor masters completely crush us whether it's spiritual power or destructive power. Although he's only a high-ranked 2-star, if he strikes, he can destroy a 3-story residential building with a single blow. Lin hastily shook her head and rejected YMO's idea. The gap wasn't too big when a coffin suppressor was in the early stages. But after reaching the high rank, for every 1-star difference, the strength would change significantly. A coffin spirit under a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor was able to bulldoze a 10-story building with the use of ordinary skills. The attack range also reached a diameter of tens of meters. Even though the skeleton centaur behind her was only level 32, its attacks were no longer something Lin Yin could resist. YMO looked at the grave expression that appeared on Lin Yin's face, and after thinking about it, he decided to reveal his bottom card. I have a means to be able to kill a commander-level coffin spirit. But I need your full cooperation to do so. YMO said in a calm tone. Lin Yin knew that YMO wouldn't joke at such a time, but a look of disbelief still appeared in her eyes as she asked doubtfully, "Tell me the method first, if it works, we can give it a try." However, right at this moment, an angry shout came from 100 meters away behind him. Hee, you kids still want to run? Give me death. YMO and the two of them turned back in a hurry when they heard the angry shout. In the next second, they only saw the skeleton centaur sitting down on Zhao Long swinging the lance in his hand, directly pulling out a ghostly blue gun astral deity and attacking in the direction of the two of them. A whistling sound rang out, and the 10-feet-tall gun dipper was like a crescent moon, flying rapidly against the ground and slicing a half-meter-deep gully into the ground. Dodge! YMO lightly shouted and directly leapt towards the side, rolling several times on the ground in one flip and leaving the original spot. Seeing this, Lin Yin did the same. And at this time, the gun dang instantly attacked. Only a loud boom could be heard, the ground steeply cracked, flying sand and stones, countless violent air currents pushed out horizontally towards the surroundings, twisting all the surrounding shrubs into smithereens. So close. Worthy of being a high-level coffin suppressor. This attack is too strong. YMO had palpitations in his heart and said with a violent gasp. On the side. Lin Yin's face also showed all the colors of wretchedness. Without much thought, she directly took out a flare and fired it out into the air. Monkey and the others will come over immediately when they see it. You tell us your plan first. Lin Yin asked seriously. YMO glanced at Chi-Chi in her arms and placed her on the ground, then pointed at Chi-Chi and said, "If I say that Chi-Chi is an S-rank coffin spirit, able to revive a dying coffin spirit in full condition, wouldn't that give us a chance to kill this high-ranked coffin suppressor?" When Lin Yin heard this, her heart was suddenly startled, looking at the other party with a face full of incredulity, and asked with a trembling voice, "Are you telling the truth? Do you think I would joke with my own life?" YMO nodded and said, "It's actually an S-class coffin spirit. This is too demonic of you. Since that's the case, why are we still running? Might as well battle it out." A burst of wariness erupted in Lin Yin's eyes. Know this. Her white phantom had unrivaled speed. Even a commander-class skeleton centaur would have a hard time keeping up. As long as she wholeheartedly commanded the white phantom to attack that high-ranked coffin suppressor, forcing the other party to only order the centaurs to defend. In this way, the threat from the other few black-robed men would be much smaller. YMO, I'll hold back that high-ranked coffin suppressor. The others will be yours to fend off. As long as you can hold them off for 2 minutes, when Monkey and the others arrive, we'll have a much easier time. Lin Yin looked at YMO and urged. Good. YMO agreed out loud. And right at this moment, Zhao Long riding a centaur instantly arrived in front of the two, with a disdainful look on his face. Hee, your name is YMO, right? You're really good. Not only did you kill the family members of our tomb-seeking troop, even more so, you have offended 3 employers. Today you died unjustly. Offended 3 employers? YMO's brows immediately frowned, and his face became incomparably ugly. He clearly remembered that counting the words of the meat stall owner, he had only offended a total of 3 people. But now the news he got from Zhao Long's mouth was that including the meat stall owner, there were a total of 4. Then, who was the other one? Right now, YMO couldn't afford to consider so much, he could only take into account everything that was going on right now. Without hesitation, a burst of spiritual energy emanated from his hands all of a sudden, summoning the tyrant that was staying within the contract space. Roar! A violent roar rang out, and Tyrant's body emitted an extremely violent aura, then blocked in front of Yemo's body. On the side, Linian was once again confused when she saw this scene. Yemo. You were actually able to summon two coffin spirits at the same time? This. What kind of monster are you? When Zhao Long saw this, he was first stunned, then he and the few black-robed men beside him let out a burst of laughter. Ah, kid, a level 9 zombie dares to summon it. Are you letting it come to die? Deputy leader, this kid is actually only a beginner-level coffin suppressor. I feel like I can crush him to death with one hand. Really? Want to crush me to death with one hand? Yemo smiled coldly, then with a movement in his heart, he said in a cold voice, Tyrant. Try your new skill. As soon as these words came out, Tyrant immediately let out a roar, only to see its arm with sharp claws flash with a burst of thunder. In the blink of an eye, it formed a long blade condensed from thunder energy and slashed towards the black-robed man who had just spoken. Only a booming sound could be heard. The thunder blade was as fast as lightning, and before the black-robed man could react, it even instantly split on the black-robed man's body, directly blasting it into charcoal and shattering it all over the place. When the crowd saw this, there was a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Zhao Long was also shocked in his heart. Earlier, when an employer told him that Yemo's coffin spirit was able to cross the level and second people, he didn't quite believe it. Although Yemo now relied on sneak attacks when he did, the truth was that it had crossed over a dozen levels to kill the enemy. However, the good thing was that this kind of attack wasn't enough to injure a high-level coffin suppressor, so Zhao Long didn't take it too seriously. Hee, kid. How dare you sneak attack my brethren? Looks like the price of your head is going to go up a few times. Zhao Long said with a strong killing intent emanating from his body. Immediately after that, he then barked towards the remaining two black-robed men, I'll leave this brat to you guys. As long as you guys aren't careless, he's definitely no match for you. Chief, just don't worry. We won't make such a low-level mistake. You can clean up that woman first, and we'll bring this kid's head to you then. Chief, when you're tired of playing around then, remember to give us a piece of the pie. Chapter 32 Terrifying Flames. Lin Yin's eyebrows couldn't help but tighten as she heard the conversation between the three, as well as seeing the lewd look in their eyes. Obviously. Even if they parted ways with Yemo at the beginning, these people would not let themselves go easily. Thinking of this, Lin Yin's face was covered in frost and killing intent filled the air. Karina, use Guile Shadow incoming to fully suppress this centaur, as well as its coffin suppressor, for me. Lin Yin said in a cold tone. Hearing this, the white phantom nodded slightly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Immediately afterward, her figure instantly disappeared into the air, entering a state of invisibility. When Yemo saw this scene, he didn't stay idle, so he directly voiced out, Chi, use cold sickness ghost differences and set them on the white phantom and tyrant. As soon as the words fell, a burst of extremely pure aura erupted from Chi's body. Only a few orb-like ghosts instantly flew out and surrounded the white phantom and tyrant. Since the white phantom was already invisible, the ghosts were similarly hidden. Linian sensed that the skill released by Chi was extremely extraordinary, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. This was because from the feedback she had received from the white phantom, the power that these ghosts brought with them was extremely powerful. It was also at this moment that the white phantom was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared behind Zhao Long like a ghost. Immediately afterward, the white phantom stretched out a pair of sharp claws that emitted a terrifyingly cold aura and ruthlessly slashed towards Zhao Long's neck. When he felt the sin-killing aura behind him, Zhao Long was first startled in his heart. Then he coldly shouted, Phantom Blue Fire Shield. In the next second, intense flames flared up from underneath the skeleton centaur's feet, instantly wrapping Zhao Long up and forming a ghostly blue flame shield with an extremely high temperature. And at this moment, the white phantom's attack also landed hard on the flame shield. There was a loud boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the white phantom's arm instantly exploded, as if it was a kite with broken strings, flying more than 10 meters backwards and smashing on top of the ground. The original white uniform was also stained with a lot of dust as a result, appearing downcast. It actually has a damage rebound shield? We're in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils shrunk, and a rare drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. But this next scene instantly stabilized her heart. This was because the ghosts that surrounded the white phantom began to emit bizarre energies that quickly repaired the shattered arm. In the blink of an eye, the white phantom's destroyed arm had been restored as before. When Zhao Long saw this, his face became extremely ugly and he shouted, This is impossible. The centaur's flame is the flame of the undead, which has an erosive effect. How can a tiny ghost ignore erosion? Is it hard to believe that this zombie has high potential? Xiaolong hurriedly turned his head to look at Chi-Chi beside Yimo with an incomparable greed in his eyes, and said ruthlessly in his heart, "I'll kill this kid first. Then take away his coffin spirit." Seemingly noticing Xiaolong's gaze, Yimo's face became extremely gloomy. "Yimo, I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit to have a shield. It looks like the White Phantom can't do much with him." Linin looked towards Yimo, took a deep breath and said helplessly, "It seems like this guy will strike at you first. I can only try my best to stop him." After Linin finished speaking, she once again chirped, "Explode all your speed to suppress the centaur." When the White Phantom heard this, her body immediately flickered, turning into a trail of residual shadows that made it impossible to see, launching a continuous attack towards Xiaolong and the centaur. In just a few seconds, the White Phantom launched hundreds of attacks towards Xiaolong. As if it was glass, the blue fire shield was blasted through many small holes by the cold ice immortal power attached to the White Phantom's claws. In the end, the phantom blue fire shield was consumed bit by bit. Xiaolong watched as the centaur's fire shield was broken bit by bit and also became annoyed. "Woman, if you tie your hands and surrender, I promise I won't torture you. It will only make you happy. You dream." A trace of anger flashed in Lin Yin's eyes as she once again let the White Phantom charge up. On the side, Yimo also let Tyrant tangle with the coffin spirits of the other two black-robed men. Due to the huge difference in rank, Tyrant could only be forced to fight with one against two. Yimo also didn't dare to let Tyrant use super matter penetration. Not to mention the fact that ultra matter penetration needed to store up power. What's more, without control, this move was more difficult to hit the enemy, and with that huge spiritual energy consumption alone, Yimo was also a bit overwhelmed. Soon, the White Phantom was heavily injured by the centaurs one after another, but with the presence of the cold sickness ghost differential, these injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, making the White Phantom an undefeatable little powerhouse. Seemingly sensing that Chi-Chi's ability was tricky, Xiaolong then directly stopped caring about Linin and rushed over in Yimo's direction. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. It seems like we still need to finish you off first." Xiaolong's tone was filled with killing intent. It was also at this moment that a deafening sound of footsteps rang out, only to see four figures running out of the mountain forest not far away. Among them running at the front was a 3-meter-tall white ape and skeleton sorcerer, while it was being followed by the monkey as well as Qingdong. "Sisterine, we've come to help you," the monkey shouted. Linin turned her head to look, her beautiful eyes immediately flashed with surprise, and she hurriedly said, "You guys first help Imo finish off those two black-robed men. After that, we'll work together to kill this high-level coffin suppressor." Hearing this, Monkey and Qingdong instantly targeted the two black-robed men. When the two black-robed men saw this, a color of fear could not help but flash across their faces. It was important to realize that this woman in front of them alone was able to hold their vice leader in check. And now there were even two coffin suppressor masters whose strength was not weaker than this woman's in the slightest, which caused them to feel a great deal of pressure. "Headmaster, those two boys, it seems like we can't beat them." One of the black-robed men took 2 steps back towards the rear. When Xiaolong heard this, a surge of rage emanated from his heart, followed by an angry roar. "What a waste! Disgraceful to our fierce ghost tomb hunting group. Since you two losers are scared, don't get in my way. Go to hell for me. Centaur, use death charge on me. Give me an indiscriminate attack." After Xiaolong finished speaking, he frantically mobilized his surrounding spiritual energy. For a moment, the spiritual energy surged into the centaur's body. A sense of deathly oppression immediately radiated out. Only a ghostly blue flame emanated from the centaur's eyes, and rows of tall silhouettes appeared around them. As far as the eye could see, all of these were its doppelgangers, as many as hundreds of them. In the next second, a burst of soul fire erupted from these shadows, charging out in all directions, directly burning the two nearest black-robed men into ashes. As the centaur silhouettes charged, countless flames began to ignite on the ground, as if a corridor of flames. In the blink of an eye, it flooded the area within a 100-meter radius, turning it into a monstrous sea of fire. "Run!" Yimo shouted. Seeing this, several people hurriedly pulled out their legs and ran. And at this moment, these shadows seemed to never stop, chasing after Yimo and the others in their direction. "Is this a high-level coffin suppressor? We can't even get close. Hurry up and run. Don't think about getting close. This flame has set the ground on fire, it's too damn scary. Chapter 33, Together. Soon, the few people rushed towards the mountain forest. Along the way, Qin Dong had the skeleton wizard release more than a dozen mist spells, briefly blocking Zhao Long's line of sight. However, the effect of these spells was minimal, and they only lasted less than 2 seconds against the burning flames. Let's a few of us hurry and hide in the mountain forest to survive this round of attacks before discussing our countermeasures. A few drops of cold sweat appeared at the corners of Qin Dong's forehead. The large number of times he had allowed the coffin spirit to unleash its skills had almost drained the spiritual energy from his body. Now that his remaining spiritual energy had almost bottomed out, he was afraid that he would only faint if he forced the coffin spirit to use its skills again. Donzi, it's been hard work. You can rest for a while first. Seeing this, Monkey immediately had the Toon Guardian White Ape carry Qin Dong on his back. Yemo, now that there is only this one high-level coffin suppressor left, do you still have enough spiritual energy? If we can't get Chi-Chi to continuously assist us, then let's continue to drag it out and wait for you to recover your spiritual power before killing him. Lin Yin's face revealed a look of gravity. As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Qin Dong both froze. Unbelievable colors flashed in their eyes. Sister Yin, are you mistaken? That guy in the back is a high-level coffin suppressor. Even if we join forces, we're definitely not his opponent. Lin Yin, let's just call for rescue. As long as we enter the mountain, that guy, even if he's a high-level coffin suppressor, will have a hard time finding us easily. Unless he's heartless enough to set the mountain on fire. Qin Dong met and advised. Lin Yin sniffed and didn't say anything, only focusing her gaze on Yemo. And at this time, Yemo also calmly said, my spirit power doesn't have much effect. In fact, if your coffin spirit can control that guy for 10 seconds, it will be enough. My tyrant has a skill that needs to store power for a few seconds. The power that explodes from this skill has already reached the commander level, and it's definitely capable of killing a skeleton centaur. This is too perverted for you, isn't it? A level 9 tyrant can actually have such a terrifying skill. I'm now starting to wonder if you're the son of a big family in some mega-base city. Monkey said in astonishment. Lin Yin was already not surprised by this, because in her perception, Yemo belonged to the type with endless undercards, and he could not be treated as an ordinary person at all. Qin Dong was also incomparably shocked when he heard Yemo's explanation. Only he wasn't as exaggerated as the monkey had shown. As if he thought of something, he spoke out, the three of us definitely can't stop it in 10 seconds, there's no way for us to resist that flame he's emitting, think of something else. And right at this moment, Lin Yin directly interrupted him, then pointed to Chi-Chi, who was held in Yemo's arms, and explained. Qin Dong, you don't have to worry about this point. This coffin spirit in Yemo's arms is an S-class, capable of continuously healing our coffin spirit's injuries and allowing our coffin spirit's attacks to have a cold attribute attached to them. What's more, it can restore a dying coffin spirit to its full strength. It's just that we don't know how long the Centaur Death Charge's shadow will last. If that split flame dissipates, we can make our move. At that time, we'll control the Centaur and Yemo will be able to kill it. The color of madness flashed in Lin Yin's eyes. With these words, the two of them, Monkey and Qin Dong, were once again shocked to say no. The two began to look at Yemo with terror in their eyes. S. Class S? Monkey surveyed the little zombie in Yemo's arms and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yemo, are you going against the heavens? Actually contracted an S-class coffin spirit. Alright, now is not the time to talk about this, let's wait for the centaur's skill to disappear first. Lin Yin said indifferently. Soon, the few people arrived at a steep hill. This place was an excellent defense position for them. In a place like this, it would be difficult for the centaurs to utilize all of their advantages. Moreover, a few people also believed that the death charge just now was most likely the centaur's big move, and they would definitely not be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. Haha, why don't you guys run? Let's see where you guys can run to? At the bottom of the mountainside. Zhao Long rode a skeleton centaur and looked at Yemo and the others with a disdainful look on his face. At this time, Yemo looked at the skeleton centaur and a clear data panel began to emerge. Coffin Spirit, Spectral Knight. Race, Undead. Level, LV.32 Ruler Class Level 3139. Seal Level, C-Grade Golden Coffin Level 49. Talent, Ghost Fire, Soul Enslavement collects souls below your level and enslaves them. Skills: hasty running attack 3rd level, gun gang, elemental shield 3rd level, instant step, trample, intermediate healing 2nd level, flame scorch 3rd level. Stance: death charge summons the shadows of all undead souls and launches a sustained charge at the target. When charging, it is in an unblockable state and generates a sea of ghostly fire. Flaw: after the shadow of the dead souls dissipate, it takes a lot of time to regroup. Intimacy: 60 listening and obeying. Current status: exhausted. Number of times it can evolve: 2 times. Route can be checked. Introduction: from the Isle of Ghosts. The monitor among the skeleton knights, the nemesis of the undead and evil spirits. Average strength, average attack. Seeing the panel of the spectral knight, Yemo only felt relieved. So this guy is already exhausted. Trying to use death charge again is simply impossible to do in a short period of time. Yemo's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. And at this time, Zhao Long screamed again, not putting Yemo's few people in his eyes at all. You few come down to die. After saying that, he directly commanded the centaurs and swung a several Zhan-wide gun dang towards the hillside. In the blink of an eye, the boulders on the hillside were instantly blown to pieces by this attack. Seeing this, Yemo and the others backed up and narrowly dodged this attack. We can't avoid the battle anymore. He can't use death charge again now. This is an opportunity for us. Yemo looked at the 3 people beside him and said seriously. When the 3 of them heard this, they nodded their heads in a hurry. Good. Then we'll let the coffin spirit go on. Yemo, we're leaving our coffin spirit's life-saving to you. Don't let the group down. Linin said in a grave tone. Don't worry, as long as I control it, I will never miss. A confident look appeared on Yemo's face. In the next second, the 4 of them directly commanded their respective coffin spirits and rushed towards Zhao Long at the bottom of the hillside. Due to the fact that they had Chi-Chi's escort, the cold ice immortal power unexpectedly directly resisted the burning of the phantom flame, and the coffin spirits of the several people were like madmen who didn't care about their lives, ignoring any attacks they received, and fighting for their lives against the centaurs. The white phantom kept sneaking up on Zhao Long, making him tired of defending. The Tomb Guardian White Ape, on the other hand, relied on its advantage of size and strength to ruthlessly swing its fist on top of the centaur's skeleton. The skeleton sorcerer, on the other hand, summoned a cloud of black mist that enveloped the surrounding area, creating opportunities for the tyrant to attack. Yemo. This guy can't get out for a while. You can prepare your big move. Linin hurriedly urged. Monkey also said with an anxious face, Yemo. Hurry up. I've already told the white ape to hold the centaur in a death grip. It can't move right now. Yemo sniffed and nodded. In the next second, a blood-red energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the black mist, and an extremely terrifying might was brewing. When Zhao Long felt the power of this energy, he only felt a chill at his back and a wave of fear came over him. What kind of tactics are you guys using? It can even threaten me. Zhao Long roared in rage, commanding the centaurs to fling their lances wildly. For a moment, countless limbs and broken arms flew out from the black mist, and the white phantom and the Tomb Guardian White Ape were directly stabbed into a hornet's nest by the lance, and were flung down dozens of meters away. Ha, you guys still want to stop me? Delusional. Zhao Long roared, and immediately prepared to attack Yemo and the others in his spectral knight. However, before he could take half a step out of the black mist, the blood-red energy started to become restless. Only a boom could be heard. A sky-high pillar of blood-colored light rose, a violent storm spread out in all directions, and the black fog was blown away by the storm. At the original location, Zhao Long as well as the Phantom Knight were nowhere to be seen at this time, only leaving behind a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters, emitting a burst of destructive aura. Chapter 34 Completing the Mission, Sharing Experience. Looking at the large pit in front of them, the crowd was finally relieved. Yemo gasped for air, a look of excitement on his face. The tyrant's strike had almost drained 80% of the spiritual energy in his body. Consuming so much spiritual energy, the power of this strike of ultra-matter penetration was naturally incomparably terrifying, directly causing the Phantom Knight and Zhao Long to die to the point where they couldn't die anymore. Also at this time, several mechanical-like system sounds rang out in Yemo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and obtaining the special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing: after any of your own coffins kills a demon, the other coffins gain the same experience. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV.32 Ghost Knight, doubling his experience and gaining plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Coffin Spirit experience sharing is in effect. Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, gains experience value plus 5,000. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to LV.10 Servant level. Experience required to level down 3,060 3,800. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV.7 Servant level. Experience required for next level 1,022.40. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo only felt incomparably shocked. Haha, it's worthy of being a level 32 Coffin Spirit. It actually added 5,000 experience value directly. One tops the experience of 100 or so demons. This experience sharing is also too fierce. Yemo was exceptionally excited in his heart. For all Coffin Masters, it was incredibly difficult to raise the experience of a Coffin Spirit. Many Coffin Masters rarely chose to cultivate multiple Coffin Spirits together when they were not strong enough because it consumed too much resources and time. They would usually pick a Coffin with good potential and use it as their main battle spirit. Only after the main battle spirit had leveled up would they choose other high potential spirits to train. Therefore, most of the Coffin Masters who had contracted multiple Coffins would always have other Coffins under their hands that were much less powerful than their main battle Coffin. Of course, there were quite a few children of large families who were not included in this list, as the resources provided by their families could completely afford to be squandered by them. Even if they contracted multiple Coffin Spirits, the strength of these Coffin Spirits wouldn't differ too much from the main battle Coffin Spirit. In this way, I won't have to pull them out one by one to level individually in the future. With Coffin Spirits sharing, the experience of killing a demonic creature doesn't have to be shared equally by the Coffin Spirits, but instead, they get the same amount of experience. Yemo's heart was unrestrained. He had to know that without experience sharing, this time when he killed the Ghost Knight, Tyrant and Chi-Chi would split the experience equally into 2,500 points. With it, it was equivalent to doubling the experience again in disguise. This was simply too cool. On the side, Linine and the others showed anxious faces as they looked towards the White Phantom and the other Coffin Spirits tens of meters away. Their Coffin Spirits were severely injured at this time, almost reaching a state of near death. If they were delayed for a few more minutes, they would definitely die. However, Linine didn't rush Yemo, but waited nervously on the side for Yemo to recover his spiritual power. In their opinion, Yemo's attack this time had consumed too much. It was normal for Coffin Suppressor Masters to feel in a trance, fatigued or dazed after their spiritual energy was drained. However, they didn't know that Yemo was dazed because of the reward given by the shock system. It seemed that he felt that the atmosphere around him was a bit heavy. Yemo instantly withdrew his thoughts and turned his head to look at a few people. While Linine and the others saw Yemo recovering, their faces became more and more tense. Yemo, how much of your spiritual energy has recovered? Can you let Chi-Chi make a move to save our Coffin Spirit? Linine eagerly inquired. Brother Yi. This time it really depends on you, don't screw the brothers over. Be sure to bring back the brothers' Coffin Spirits. Monkey revealed a look like he was about to cry and said nervously. When Yemo heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face and gave several people a reassuring look, saying, "Don't worry, they'll be alive and well in no time." After saying that, Yemo hurriedly looked at Chi-Chi who was at the side, then stroked the other party's head. Chi-Chi, it's up to you next. Hearing this, a cute smile instantly appeared on Chi-Chi's face. She then performed an instant step, leaving behind a residual shadow in the blink of an eye. This little one actually knows instant step? What level is she at? Is this an S-class Coffin Spirit? The potential is truly heaven-defying. Several people were incomparably shocked and disgusted. And just as a few people were discussing, a burst of extremely pure and cold power erupted from Chi-Chi's body. In an instant, the surrounding ground was dyed with a layer of white frost, and as the temperature got lower and lower, the air became a little bit bone-chilling. One could only see the white frost spreading rapidly, turning into a thick layer of cold ice, causing a 10-meter diameter to be covered in solid ice. The White Phantom, the Tomb Guardian White Ape, and the Skeleton Sorcerer were all frozen by the cold ice, transforming into three ice coffins that were bubbling with cold air. Monkey saw this, his face immediately became alarmed, and hurriedly said towards Yemo, "Brother Yi, your Coffin Spirit shouldn't have released the wrong skill. Where is this saving them? This is freezing them all to death." The two of them, Linine and Qingdong, also had their hearts tightened for fear of any accidents. Let's quickly go over and take a look. After saying that, the three of them ran over in the direction of the ice coffin. By the time the three of them approached the area covered by the cold ice, they only felt shivering all over. However, this sense of coldness did not hurt, but on the contrary, it made the spirit clear and active. You guys, look in the ice coffin. Monkey got closer to the ice coffin and couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the strange movements in the ice coffin. The two of them, Lin and Xin Dong, also hurriedly leaned up when they heard this. Only to see a burst of strange energy emanating from the ice coffin, the three coffin spirits that had originally been injured by the Phantom Knight in 1,000 ways were healing extremely quickly. In just a few seconds, the injuries of these three coffin spirits had already disappeared, becoming as good as new, as if they had never been injured. The next second, with a bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. Three figures emitting a vigorous aura jumped out directly from the ice coffin, letting out excited roars. Thanks a lot, Chi-Chi. Lin looked at the white phantom that had already returned to its full state and hurriedly thanked towards Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Monkey and Xin Dong also revealed excited smiles. Chapter 35 Distributing the Loot. Yemo saw that the coffin spirits of several people had recovered and a faint smile appeared on his face. Seemingly thinking of something, he shifted his gaze to the location of the large pit. He then walked directly towards the large pit. At this moment, Tyrant was lying in the large pit, looking somewhat exhausted. Tyrant, hard work. A faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. Tyrant sniffed and lightly roared in response. Alright, take a rest first. It's safe now. Saying that, Yemo's hands flashed with spiritual power, summoning the white silver coffin out and putting Tyrant into the contract space. I don't know if that high-level coffin suppressor left anything useful behind just now. It shouldn't have been all destroyed by Tyrant's skill, right? Yemo pondered and turned his gaze to the bottom of the big pit and looked around. He only saw that the big pit was scorched black and emitted a foul odor. Yemo searched carefully and suddenly realized that somewhere underneath the dirt in the big pit, there was a leather backpack as well as a ball of crystals flashing with ghostly blue flames hidden right underneath. This can't be that guy's space backpack, right? And this ball of flame crystals, it should be the energy core of the Ghost Knight. Yemo slightly froze and directly jumped down towards the big pit. Immediately after, he peeled away the dirt and took out the backpack that was pressed underneath, and then dug out the flame crystal. Small space backpack with 10 cubic meters of storage space, there are unexpected rewards when opened. Spectral Flame Soul Crystal 4th Order, containing powerful soul energy, one of the core materials for the evolution of undead-type coffin spirits, can also be used to enhance the coffin spirit's skill strength. The information of the two items appeared in Yemo's eyes, and an excited smile appeared on Yemo's face once again. A high-level coffin suppressor's spatial backpack should have quite a few goodies. Yemo muttered. He glanced at the Spectral Flame Soul Crystal in his hand and immediately put it into his spatial storage. This thing was a material left behind after the death of a commander-class coffin spirit, and it was also the 4th stage evolution core of an undead-type coffin spirit, so its value was absolutely incalculable. If sold on the market, this thing could definitely sell for more than 1 billion dasha coins. Thinking about this, Yemo's heart grew hotter and hotter. When I level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, I must find time to sell this Phantom Fire Core. For next week's Coffin Spirit Appraisal meeting, Yemo had always had quite a few ideas. At first, because he didn't have enough money, he naturally didn't have the means to buy unappraised coffin spirits, much less the qualifications to pick up the slack. And now, if he was allowed to get 1 billion dasha coins, then at least he would be able to pick up 2 unidentified coffins. It was important to know that coffin spirits with B grade potential and above were all worth far more than 500 million, and a grade was even harder to measure in terms of money. As long as I can auction off a B grade or above coffin spirit and resell it to someone else, then I'll have the qualifications to compete for higher potential coffins. Yemo thought in his heart. Just then, Lin and the others arrived at the edge of the big pit with their respective coffin spirits. Chi-Chi also jumped down from the big pit at an unknown time and climbed onto Yemo's shoulder. The crowd looked at the spatial backpack in Yemo's hand and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes. Brother Yi, is that the spatial backpack left behind by that high-level coffin suppressor in your hand? Monkey's face revealed a color of excitement. Quickly opened it to see what goodies are inside. Yemo was also a bit stunned when he heard this. However, because the high-level coffin suppressor was killed by the 4 of them together, the things inside this spatial backpack, as well as the spectral fire core, should be shared equally with Lin and the others. Without much thought, Emo had a faint smile on his face, then jumped onto the deep pit and opened the spatial backpack directly in front of the crowd and poured it out towards the ground. A clattering sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of various things were piled up on the ground. Most of them were coffin spirit cultivation materials as well as various weapons, while a small portion of them were crystals emitting various rays of light as well as rare evolutionary materials. So many materials. This is straight up rich. Monkey's face was instantly incomparably excited. Dong's eyes were also staring at the pile of materials with a shocked expression on his face. Linin looked at her partner and couldn't help but lightly snort. Have you two never seen the world? You can't move your eyes from seeing this amount of materials? Emo, keep these materials, they are of little use to us. When these words came out, Monkey and Dong instantly reacted, followed by a look of embarrassment on their faces. When Emo heard this, he strangely glanced at Linin with a hint of doubt in his tone and said, Are you sure? Well, I'm sure. Linin nodded. Hearing this, Emo became even more appreciative of Linin. One had to know that although they had cooperated in life and death. However, after killing the enemy and obtaining so much loot, the most fearful thing was to develop greed, leading to an unequal division of the spoils and eventually killing each other. Emo also admitted that he was greedy, but without the help of the few people in front of him. Not only would he not be able to complete the system mission, it was more likely that he would lose his life. So Emo would not take advantage of them no matter what. Thinking of this, Emo took the spectral flame soul crystal out of the spatial storage again. Actually, that centaur also left this behind. Emo had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. When Linin and the others saw this, shock immediately flashed in their eyes, while they gave a high affirmation to Emo's character in their hearts. Emo. Can you give me this Sapphire Soul Crystal? Dong became no longer calm as he looked at the crystal in Emo's hand that was emitting light blue flames. Bah, not give it to me. It's selling it to me. I'm willing to pay $1 billion to buy it. Dong said somewhat incoherently. Although his skeleton sorcerer had already completed its evolution. However, this spectral flame soul crystal was also the most important evolutionary material in the skeleton sorcerer's next evolution. Moreover, the skeleton sorcerer's attack ability was not strong. If the spectral flame soul crystal was used to enhance the skeleton sorcerer's skills, it would also undergo a qualitative change. It would directly allow the skeleton sorcerer to leap into a powerful attacking coffin spirit. We can split this thing equally. Just give me 2.5 million. Emo said indifferently. With that, he directly tossed the spectral flame soul crystal to Dong. Dong received the soul crystal and his face became extremely excited. Then he looked at Emo and revealed a look of gratitude and said, "A billion is a billion when you say so. If it wasn't for you, all four of us would have died. Speaking of which, it is also considered that you saved everyone's lives. Because we didn't put in too much effort in killing this high-level coffin suppressor." At these words, a smile appeared on both Lin and Monkey's faces. Yes, brother Yi. We won't share these things with you. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be corpses now. Monkey said seriously. This isn't too good. In the end, that high-level coffin suppressor is rushing towards me. Emo shook his head. Linin thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes looked at Emo and said, Emo, how about this? If there are items we need in this pile of materials, you can just sell them to us at a friendly price. This way we can also save a lot of effort in searching for materials. Seeing that a few people had been pushing back, Emo agreed. Since that's the case, I won't push back. This time, it's considered that I owe you guys a favor, so if you need my help in the future, contact me directly. Emo said seriously. When Linin and the others heard this, excitement immediately appeared on their faces. It was important to know that Yemo's talent was obvious to all. He was simply a demon among geniuses. Although Yemo's current strength was not strong, he could definitely become an existence that people could look up to in the future. Having the other party's favor and getting the other party's friendship. After Yemo grew up, they would be able to walk horizontally in the Great Xia country completely by then. Linin, the materials you need for your white phantom to evolve into a blood-clothed angel, it seems like there are all of them here. You quickly look for them. Yemo looked at Linin, whose face was excited, and pointed to a pile of materials on the ground and said. Hearing this, Linin hurriedly came forward and excitedly pulled Yemo's hand and said, Really? Can you help me find it? Of course it's true. Could it be that you can't recognize these materials? Emo looked at Lin Yin beside him. When Lin Yin heard this, a rare flash of embarrassment appeared on her face, looking a little embarrassed. Well. Chapter 36, Huge Harvest, preparing to return to the city. At the scene of dividing the spoils, Emo was the model of labor for a while. For the materials that Lin Yin and the others needed, Emo directly arranged them for a few people without saying a word. He only saw him pick out a few items that emitted a bloody aura from the large pile of materials and threw them to Lin Yin. Lin Yin couldn't help but have a bright smile on her face as she received the killing heart, bloody blade, and charming tail that Emo threw at her. Thanks a lot, Emo. I'll give you 100 million for these materials, do you think it's appropriate? Lin Yin's soft voice came out. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Yin took out another black card in a hurry and handed it to Emo. Right, counting the conditions I promised you before, I'll give you a total of 200 million. This card will be given to you, there's still more than $200 million inside. Lin Yin laughed. When Emo heard this, his face froze and slowly took the black card handed over by the other party and said excitedly, "Thank you, rich woman." Hearing this, Lin Yin just blankly glanced at Emo, seemingly disliking such a title as rich bitch. She then took the materials in her hand and directly handed them over to the White Phantom, preparing to let the other party evolve into a blood-clothed angel. A few minutes later, Emo also helped the monkey to check the evolution route of the Tomb Guardian White Ape. But unfortunately, although the Tomb Guard White Ape had 4 evolutionary routes, it didn't have a hidden route. Therefore, the evolution route of the Tomb Guard White Ape could only be decided by the monkey's preference. Fortunately, in the pile of materials left behind by Zhao Long, there also happened to be 2 materials that the Tomb Guard White Ape needed to evolve, so Emo didn't think much about it and directly handed it to the monkey. Since the value of these things wasn't very high, Emo didn't charge the other party either. As for the spectral flame soul crystals that Qin Dong had taken, they were considered to be the highest value of the materials in this batch. Under the other party's strong demand, Emo finally accepted the 1 billion daxia coins transferred from the other party's father. 1,200 million, TSK. Looks like we'll have to go back to the outer city of Fengyu City in the next 2 days. Emo was excited in his heart and pondered, I just don't know how much these unused materials can be sold for. If it can be sold for 200-300 million, it would be enough. Soon. With Lin Yin's coffin spirit evolving into a blood-clothed angel, the few people then hurriedly walked 2 kilometers in the night, and finally found a cave at the edge of a canyon. They planned to rest here for the night. Alright, it should be safe here. I don't think the group of people from the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group will get the news so quickly. Emo said as he leaned against the wall of the cave. When Lin Yin and the others heard this, they also nodded. Immediately afterward, they sent their coffin spirits to the entrance of the cave to act as vigilant guards. Early the next morning, a ray of light shone into the cave. Emo slowly opened his eyes and an excited smile appeared on his face. It was because the system sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, absorbing a large number of zombie crystal cores, all ordinary skill levels, has been raised to the 2nd level. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has successfully absorbed Moon Essence Stones 50, doubling its experience and gaining a total of plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has successfully swallowed a large amount of magic blood pills 300, doubling its experience and gaining a total of plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Due to experience sharing, Chi-Chi gained an additional plus 3,000 experience value and Tyrant gained an additional plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV.12 servant level. The experience required to level down is 2,860 50-40. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV.10 servant level. Experience required for next level 800-3800. It's actually all above level 10, this upgrade speed is going to take off. Yemo's heart was unrestrained. Before he went to bed last night, he gave all the materials that Tyrant and Chi-Chi could use to them. While Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed next to Emo and quietly absorbed the materials. Originally, he wasn't clear about the value of these materials until he asked Lin Yin. For example, the Moon Essence Stone, which was dug out from the corpse-raising land in the Secret Realm, contained a small amount of Moon Essence, and was suitable for cultivating zombies as well as demonic coffins of this type of spirit, and a single one was only about 200,000 daxia coins. The demon blood pill, on the other hand, was much more common, being a pill made by fusing the flesh and blood of demons with their essence as an extract. Although this item was sold in every coffin spirit cultivation store on the market, and the price was only a few thousand dasha coins apiece, it was a must-have item for coffin suppressors. This was because the magic blood pill had the effect of restoring a coffin spirit's physical strength, and it could also be used to cultivate coffin spirits below level 20. Rich people only needed to spend crazy amounts of money and use a large number of magic blood pills to raise their coffin spirits, and they would have the chance to quickly raise their coffin spirits to level 20. Of course, this process was extremely slow, and the experience gained from the magic blood pills would weaken with each level. To directly feed the coffin spirit from level 1 to level 20, at least more than 100,000 pills were needed. If it wasn't for Yemo's divine corpse breeder talent that doubled the experience, then at the current tyrant's level, he would have to absorb at least a large few hundred pills to level up. Now that I have more than $1 billion, if I take out 100 million and buy tens of thousands of magic blood pills for tyrant to absorb, I should have a chance to level it up to level 20. By then, Chi-Chi's level will also be close to level 20. Yemo's heart fluttered and his face showed excitement. He was quite excited about the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Moreover, if he picked up the loot at the appraisal fair in Jiangnan City next week, together with the rare evolution core of the corpse race that Chairman Chen promised to give him, then he would be completely sufficient to put together the evolution materials needed for 7-7 in Tyrant. One must know that Tyrant's evolutionary materials were easy to find. But Chi-Chi was an S-class existence. The evolution materials she could use were definitely all in billions, and couldn't even be measured in money. Just as Yemo was lost in thought, Lin Yun's voice suddenly rang out from outside the cave entrance. Only to see her leaning against the wall of the cave entrance at an unknown time, displaying an extremely proud figure, causing Yemo to look at her in a slight daze. Yemo, I discussed with Monkey and the others. Not going to go to the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. Lin Yin looked at Yemo and smiled lightly. Yemo smiled, nodded, and said, the evolutionary materials you need this time have already been put together, so there's really no need to go to the secret realm. Why don't you come with us now too? Lin Yin looked at Yemo seriously with a hint of concern in her tone. The deputy leader of that Manticore tomb-seeking group was killed by us. If you still stay in the Valley of Doom, I'm afraid that they will continue to send people to look for you. At that time, if the one who comes is the head of the mighty ghost tomb hunters, you will definitely lose your life if you are found. Yemo thought for a moment and nodded his head in response. Good, I was thinking of going back to sell those extra materials. Then it's not too late, let's hurry up and move back to Fengyu City. Chapter 37 Yemo's phone call. This guy Yemo. I don't know what he's doing, it's been a day and he doesn't reply to the messages. At the entrance of the Doomsday Valley Highlands, Yi Xiaoyao was absent-mindedly following the team of trainers as they were rapidly advancing. From time to time, she took out her cell phone and looked at it, and from time to time, she clenched her fists, looking a little angry. To her, Yemo's habit of not returning messages really made her feel tired. In front of the team. When Jing was leading all the trainees, teaching these trainees some things related to actual combat as they walked. At the same time, she was also observing Yi Xiaoyao's situation from time to time. When she saw this angry look of Yi Xiaoyao, she couldn't help but see a flash of light in her eyes. Immediately afterward, she instructed with the trainees at the front of the team and came to Yi Xiaoyao's side. Student Xiaoyao, is there something on your mind? With a soft voice and a hint of care in her tone, when Jing asked, if there's something you're unhappy about, you can tell your teacher about it, perhaps she can help you out. Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and hurriedly put down her cell phone, then deflated her mouth and said, it's still not my annoying brother. It's been over 10 hours. I've sent dozens of messages, but he hasn't even replied. I don't know what he's doing, it's really worrying. When Jing sniffed. Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he's such an adult, he should be fine. When Jing comforted. Let's hope so. Anyway, I called many times and he didn't answer. Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing this. When Jing's heart shook and she briefly fell into deep thought. Looks like those guys from the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group got it. With regards to EMO, when Jing originally just held the attitude of avoiding him. But when she thought of the fact that she had deprived EMO of the right to take the test, as well as the series of small actions she had done, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. On the way to Doomsday Town. She thought for a long time and finally decided to ask someone to settle EMO to prevent future troubles. And she was one of the employers of the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group. Right at this moment, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. When Jing's brows furrowed when she heard the ringtone. Classmate Xiaoyao, who's calling? When Jing asked coldly. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, her eyebrows raised and a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. She then picked up her phone and took a look. Seeing the name displayed on the call, the resentment in her center instantly disappeared. "Teacher Wenjing, it's my brother calling," Yi Xiaoyao said happily. On the side. When Wenjing heard this, her face instantly stiffened and became extremely ugly. How is this possible? How could GMO still be alive? Didn't the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group say that there were a few employers who wanted to kill him? Sent out high-level coffin suppressor masters? Why is he still alive? Can it be that the group of losers from the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunters haven't found him yet? Wenjing was surprised in her heart. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed Wenjing's face and couldn't help but take a glance. She then looked at her cell phone again and hurriedly picked up the call from Yi Mo. Yi Mo. I'm warning you. Next time, you can't go a long time without returning my messages. If you make me worry again, I'll replace my dead parents and break your legs. Yi Xiaoyao shouted loudly at the phone, with a threatening tone in her voice. On the other end of the phone, Yi Mo was silent for 2 seconds. His voice seemed a bit perfunctory as he replied, "Okay, got it. Good to know. Quickly tell me what you did last night?" Yi Xiaoyao coldly snorted. "I came to Doomsday Valley yesterday to practice, and now I'm preparing to return to Fengyu City?" Yi Mo's voice came from the phone. "What, you also came to Doomsday Valley yesterday to practice? Then why didn't you join us? Teacher Wenjing said that she agreed for you to follow us. You're really going to piss me off." Yi Mo completely ignored Yi Xiaoyao's words. In his opinion, this sister of his was good at everything, but her housekeeper attribute was serious. No matter what she did, the other party would always have to ask questions. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao's controlling nature was very strong. Don't see that she was 2 years younger than Yi Mo, but she completely treated herself as the head of the family. "Right, have you already followed your teacher's experience now?" Yi Mo directly ignored Yi Xiaoyao's complaint and asked indifferently. Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and didn't dwell with Yi Mo any longer, and hurriedly replied, "Well, I'm following the class right now, preparing to enter the Valley of Doom." "Then are you guys on the left or right side of the river?" "Right side." "That's just right, I'm on the right side too. Just stay by the river bank for now, and don't go to the mountains on the side of the canyon. I expect to meet up with you in an hour, and I'll have some materials for cultivating demons for you then." As soon as the words fell, Yi Mo's end hung up the phone. "Classmate Xiaoyao, your brother is also in Doomsday Valley? He's going to meet us later?" Wenjing frowned, an ugly look on her face. When Yi Xiaoyao saw the other party's face, she couldn't help but become even more puzzled. It seemed like this teacher of his had something on his mind, as if he didn't quite want to see his own old brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao said in a puzzled manner, "My brother said he would come to me later. So? It's kinda dangerous for him to be alone then," Wenjing said with a worried look on her face. She then thought for a moment and then looked at Yi Xiaoyao, the look of worry in her eyes intensifying as she said with a hint of urgency in her tone, "Your brother, a contracted zombie beginner-level coffin suppressor, actually dares to be alone in the Valley of Doom. That's just crazy. Later, I will go over to pick him up first. You guys just follow the third-class instructor for now." After saying that, Wenjing found the third class's mentor and after instructing her, she summoned the Raven Man and flew deeper into the Doomsday Valley with her. "Hey, what's going on with your mighty ghost grave hunting group? Why hasn't the bounty target been killed after so much time has passed?" In the sky, the Crow Man was grabbing one and flying rapidly. On the other hand, when Jing was calling the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group's operator, her tone filled with questioning. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Our deputy leader had already arrived at the Valley of Doom last night and found the target. The rewarded target must be dead. It's impossible that he's still alive." The other end of the phone was annoyed. "Impossible?" When Jing sniffed, an intense killing intent immediately flashed in her eyes as she said in a cold voice, "The target sister is a trainee under me, and they even talked on the phone just now. The person I wanted you guys to kill, he's not dead yet. You guys missed. How is this possible? Our deputy leader is a high-ranked coffin suppressor, how could he have missed? Whether or not there was a miss, won't you guys go and investigate? It's a shame that your tomb-seeking troop is still on the top of the list in Fengyu City. I didn't realize that you couldn't even do this well. What a waste." When Jing scolded angrily, completely losing her usual gentle and lovely image of a female teacher. Hearing this, the other end of the phone went silent. "Miss, hold your horses, I'll go and confirm if the situation is true. I'll give you an answer in 2 minutes. No need, the target of the bounty will be killed by myself. Chapter 38, Come and Pick You Up. The Mighty Ghost's Grave Hunting Group Residence. At this moment, the operator's expression was extremely panicked. After he made several calls to Zhao Long, it kept showing that the phone was turned off. Seemingly remembering that Zhao Long had taken 4 of his men to the Valley of Doom, he hurriedly dialed these men's phones again. Finally, after he made 3 calls, one of them picked up the phone. At this time, the operator could no longer hold back and questioned towards the phone, "What's going on with you guys? You keep not answering the phone. And where is the deputy head of the group? Why haven't you completed the mission entrusted by the head of the group?" As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence on the phone. The ones who answered the phone were the 2 black-robed men that Monkey and Qin Dong had fought off last night. At first, they had thought of meeting up with Zhao Long and the others. But when they went back, they saw that Zhao Long had the Spectral Knights indiscriminately unleash their big moves and kill the rest of their companions. This caused the 2 to immediately break off the idea of meeting up with Zhao Long and chose to preserve their own lives. "The deputy leader is dead." A cold voice came from the phone. "What? How could Brother Zhao die? Are you guys kidding? He's a high-level coffin suppressor. Even in Fengyu City, he can be ranked. Who else in Maple Lake City doesn't know the name of our fierce ghost tomb hunters? How could anyone dare to kill him?" The operator roared angrily towards the phone. When the black-robed man on the phone heard this, he also snorted coldly and said, "Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I can only tell you that the deputy head was too careless and was killed by the target who joined forces with 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters who possessed golden coffins. I'll report this matter to the head of the troop. If you guys took pictures of those 3 people, hurry up and send them back. If you don't have any, just return to the garrison first," the operator admonished. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone and then hurriedly ran over towards the chief's compound. On the bank of the river, Emo and the others were running quickly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared high in the sky not far away. Seemingly sensing the abnormality in the sky, Emo and the others looked up in unison. "Emo, it seems like someone is coming over." Lin Yin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she surveyed the black figure high in the sky and said vigilantly. Emo nodded, only to see a golden light flash through his eyes. The figure high in the air instantly appeared clearly in his eyes. "It's actually her? How come she didn't bring her class and ran out alone?" Emo muttered. "Emo? You recognize this person?" Lin Yin asked curiously. "This is my former mentor and my little sister's homeroom teacher." "So it's Ye's mentor. I thought it was the head of the Mighty Ghost Tomb Hunting Troop coming over. It almost scared my heart out," Monkey said with a sigh of relief as he looked at the figure in the air. When Qin Dong heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes and said, "Monkey, it's better for you to speak less with this crow's mouth. If we really encountered it, then we would have to be annihilated as a group." Hearing this, Monkey instantly stopped talking, his heart shivering with fear. Along the way, the spirits of the several people were taught, and while running quickly, they also checked the surrounding movements from time to time. Due to the fact that the sky was too dark last night, the 2 black-robed men who had escaped from Qin Dong and Monkey's men had never appeared. Lin Yin had also sent out blood-clothed angels to search the miles around and never found any trace of those 2. They guessed that these 2 people were most likely hiding somewhere in the Valley of Doom and had also most likely notified the Mighty Ghost Tomb Hunting Group long ago. At this time, when Jing had also discovered Yemo's several figures early on, she took a glance at Lin Yin and the others from high in the air, and her face instantly became extremely ugly. How did this guy have 3 more middle-ranked coffin suppressors by his side? And their coffin spirits are actually gold-level seals? Can it be that the deputy leader of the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Troop died under these 3 last night? When Jing was shocked in her heart. It was important to know that. On the ground, other than Emo, these 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressors who were running were all carrying a golden coffin with a glittering golden light on their backs, which appeared extremely eye-catching under the sunlight. At this moment, the doubts in Wen Jing's heart immediately disappeared. The 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters with C-rank coffin spirits did, to a certain extent, have a slight chance of defeating a high-ranked coffin suppressor master. Of course, she was not aware that Zhao Long also possessed a golden coffin, so she rightfully assumed that it was these 3 people in front of her who had stepped in to help Emo get through the calamity. "I'm no match for these 3. It seems that I can only find a chance to take him away before I can do it. Wen Jing looked at Lin Yin's trio, revealing scorn. Although her coffin spirit, Dark Crow Prophet's great move, was able to disassociate a few people. But without knowing clearly what kind of coffin spirit existed in the golden coffin behind Lin Yin's trio, she didn't dare to act rashly. If she made a rash move, it was very likely that it would be countered than the other party. After all, these three people were able to kill a high-level coffin suppression master, so their strength was definitely strong. Thinking of this, when Jing looked at Yimo, her eyes narrowed slightly and her expression became incomparably cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. However, her expression as well as her eyes were all captured by Yimo, who was 1,000 meters away. Aha! How could she have such strong hostility towards me? Yimo's heart sank with some uncertainty. I don't seem to have offended her, right? Yimo thought and thought, but still didn't understand what was going on, so he could only act on the opportunity and figure out the situation. Half a minute. Dark Crow Prophet flew ahead of Yimo and the others with Wen Jing. After landing, she shot a glance at Lin Yin and the others, casting a kind look, followed by a quick step in front of Yimo. Wen Jing revealed a gentle look as she surveyed Yimo. At this time, Yimo had already internalized his aura, only radiating spiritual energy fluctuations around his body with a strength of around 1 star at the beginning stage. Seeing the current strength, Wen Jing couldn't help but smile and said, "Fellow student Yimo, I didn't expect you to really become a coffin suppressor, it's really congratulatory." Yimo couldn't help but frown when he heard this. If it was normal, he would definitely chat with the other party for a few sentences. But just now, he had seen the resentment revealed by this woman. So Yimo's tone appeared extremely calm. "Sister Wen Jing, why did you come over to find me?" Yimo asked in puzzlement while staring at the other party, wanting to see what explanation the other party gave. When Wen Jing heard this, her tone immediately became concerned. "Say, I heard classmate Xiao Yao say that you are also over here, so I purposely came over to pick you up. After all, it's too dangerous for you, a person who just contracted a coffin spirit, to be in the Valley of Doom, and she and I are worried about you. But I didn't expect that you actually have 3 friends who are middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters accompanying you, so it seems that my worries were a bit redundant." Chapter 39: Wen Jing's killing intent. Just after Wen Jing's words fell, the monkey at the side then had a hint of lewdness on his face as he gave a thumbs up towards Yimo. Seeing this, Qin also revealed a faint smile. The young beautiful teacher in front of them looked just a few years older than them, and although her face value was a hair's breadth behind Lin Yin's, she was still a first-class beauty. In particular, the other party's figure was extremely mature, even more voluptuous than Lin Yin's, and even comparable to a blood-clothed angel. And the fact that this beautiful teacher was actually so attached to a student who had been repeating a grade for more than 2 years, and even came all the way here to greet her, made the two of them have to admire Yimo's charm. "Brother Yi, this tutor of yours is really good to you. He actually came all the way here to pick you up," Monkey said with a smile. Qin thought about it and also interjected from the side, "Yimo, why don't you go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly, and her speed is more than 5 times faster than us rushing around like this. If you go with her, you're going to save a lot of time and you'll be able to return to Fengyu City faster. In that case, you'll face much less danger, and you won't run into the mighty ghost tomb seekers." Hearing these words, Wen Jing's heart burst with joy. Originally, she was considering how she was going to prepare to take Yimo away, and now that these 2 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters had invariably helped her, this was simply an unexpected blessing. Seemingly thinking of something, Wen Jing's face quickly changed, and she hurriedly revealed a look of surprise as she asked towards Qin, "This little brother, what did you just say? Did you guys offend the mighty ghost tomb hunting group?" As Qin was about to answer, the monkey on the side hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to say, "Ms. Beauty, a few of us teamed up earlier to exterminate a squad of the mighty ghost tomb seeking regiment. But unfortunately, 2 members of the tomb seeking group escaped. They should have called for backup by now, and I guess their leader is on his way here. So if you can take Brother Yi, hurry up and take him out of the Valley of Doom." With this explanation, Wen Jing's face even became a little nervous looking. She then turned her head to look at Yimo, her tone looking extremely anxious. "Yimo, is what he said true? If you guys have really offended the mighty ghost tomb hunting group, then hurry up and follow me. The leader of the fierce ghost-seeking tomb troop is a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor. Possessing a scythe demon coffin spirit, he kills people without blinking an eye. You have to get out of here quickly. If you come with me now, I'll bring you to Doomsday Town and then arrange for someone to send you back to Fengyu City." Wen Jing's face was incredibly tense, her eyes filled with worry. In reality, her heart became extremely excited. When the time comes, just have Black Crow bring him up to Doomsday Heights and then throw him down from high in the air. Wenjing secretly said in her heart. To know. Even a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor would be pulverized if they were thrown down from 1,000 meters in the air. There were only 2 types of coffin masters who could survive high in the air. One was a flying coffin spirit, such as Wenjing's Dark Crow Prophet. The other was when the coffin suppressor's spiritual power level reached the transcendent rank, in which case they could travel through the air. Obviously, if EMO went with her, when the crow person flew high in the air, EMO would definitely die. However, right at this moment, Linin stood in front of EMO with a cold face, a hint of killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her tone became extremely cold as she said towards Wenjing, EMO, if you believe me, don't go with her. This woman just erupted an extremely strong killing intent towards you. When these words came out, EMO immediately glanced at Linin in surprise. As for the 2 of them, Monkey and Shindong, their faces also changed drastically as they looked at Wenjing with a wary expression. This beauty. What the hell are you talking about? EMO, when my former student, how could I possibly have murderous intentions towards EMO? Wenjing frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Linin sniffed and laughed coldly, hee, whether or not you have killing intent towards EMO, you know it in your own heart. Anyway, my words are placed here. I won't allow you to take EMO away. Hearing this, even though Wenjing had a ghost in her heart, she couldn't help but start arguing. She looked at EMO and said with sarcasm in her tone, EMO, is this your girlfriend? She's jealous, right? I want to take you away, I just want to take you out of danger and don't want classmate Xiao Yao to lose her brother. This girlfriend you found doesn't seem to have a good personality and is a bit uncertain. You are now being chased by the fierce ghost tomb seekers, and it's obvious that I can make you safer, but she's here to get jealous and put you in danger. A girlfriend like this, teacher's advice to you is that it's better to split up. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wenjing's mouth. The moment these words came out, Lin Yin's brows immediately furrowed. Her nature was thought to be rather cold and arrogant and straight, not good at flinging her mouth at people. Only to see her directly place the golden Shin coffin on her back onto the ground, her tone filled with indifference, if you don't leave, you'll die. On the side, Monkey and Shindong also directly put down the coffin and prepared to summon the coffin spirit. EMO. It seems like your friend has quite the misunderstanding of me. When Jing frowned and her face became gloomy, teacher will give you a piece of advice, this kind of indiscriminate friend is not worth making. Since this is the case, I won't stay here anymore, I will tell Xiao Yao about your situation. As she said that, when Jing's heart stirred, the Dark Crow Prophet sensed her command and instantly transformed into a residual shadow, grabbing her and flying high into the sky. A burst of killing intent erupted in Wenjing's eyes at this moment, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and secretly snapped a picture of Lin Yin and the others, then slowly disappeared in Yemo and the others' line of sight. Yemo, this teacher of yours, seems to have taken our pictures. Lin Yin's soft voice came out. At this time, the indifference on her face had long disappeared, and instead, a trace of worry surfaced. Brother Yi, I also saw it just now, this woman did take our pictures. I'm only afraid that she will pass the photos to the Mighty Ghost Tomb Hunting Group because she resents us. Xin Dong analyzed. We'll have to change our route, or we'll be blocked when we get out of the Valley of Doom. Yemo sniffed and nodded. Actually, I have just discovered her hostility a long time ago, but I just never thought of where exactly I offended her. Yemo, you don't need to think about that, you just need her to be your enemy. The next time you meet, you will kill her. Lin Yin looked at Yemo and said seriously. Brother Yi, Sister Yin is right. If we can successfully return to Fengyu City, we'll find a chance to kill this woman. Monkey said. At this time, Yemo looked at Lin Yin and instantly looked around curiously and asked, how did you find out that she has killing intent towards me? Is it hard to believe that this is your talent? Lin Yin glanced at Yemo, then nodded and explained. My talent is called malice conversion. I am currently able to sense all the malice in effect within a 20-meter range and can absorb it, allowing the malice to be temporarily converted into spiritual energy. Yemo was shocked when he heard the other party's explanation. No wonder from the moment he met Lin Yin's trio, these three had acted as if they were self-contained. It turned out to be because Lin Yin had such a perverted talent, being able to recognize whether others were friendly or not. Lin Yin, thanks a lot, I owe you another favor this time. Yemo said with a smile. Chapter 40 Yemo's background. Damn! How did that woman discover my killing intent just now? High in the air, Wenjing was somewhat unable to understand what was going on. Obviously, she had disguised herself well, but she was directly seen through by the other party. Luckily, she was still relatively calm, so as long as Yemo didn't see it, it wouldn't be a big problem. Speaking of which, Yemo and I don't have any grudges. On the contrary, I'm somewhat sorry for him. A tangle of colors flashed in Wenjing's heart. At first, she just didn't want Yemo to disgrace himself, so she deceived the other party and deprived him of his examination qualifications. However, when she realized that Yi Xiaoyao was Yemo's younger sister and also possessed an extremely powerful talent, she became extremely regretful in her heart. It was not easy for her own class to have such a highly talented cadet like Yi Xiaoyao, and her relationship with her was quite good. In the future, when Yi Xiaoyao grew up, she herself would have a bright face and receive endless benefits. But the bad thing was that he had counted on the other party's brother in advance. As she was afraid of the revelation of the matter, Wenjing had no choice but to put a bounty on Yemo in a moment of brainstorming. However, Yemo actually had 3 friends who were good mid-rank coffin suppressors, which was something she had not expected at all. Listening to the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group, I'm not the only one who put a bounty on Yemo, so I can completely brush it off as if I don't know anything. Wenjing secretly said in her heart. Thinking of this, Wenjing only felt a lot of relief in her heart. Why don't I go and explain the truth of the matter to Yemo, tell him that he can take the test, and apologize to him? Wenjing frowned and muttered. No, how can I apologize to a repeat student? If he tells the truth about me being disqualified from the examination, then I won't be able to stay in Fengyu First Middle School and will have to face even more trouble. Wenjing shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea she had just had. For a while, she only felt like she was riding a tiger, so she just did not do anything and directly handed over the photos of the several people to the Mighty Ghost's Grave Hunting Group. When Wenjing returned to the team that her class was in, Yi Xiaoyao directly approached her and hurriedly inquired, "Ms. Wenjing, where is my brother? Didn't he come back with you?" When Wenjing heard this, she first stared blankly, then revealed a faint smile and said, "Xiaoyao, your brother is currently with 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters. They seem to be your brother's friends and will protect your brother's safety, so you don't need to worry about your brother." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately revealed a surprised expression. She then revealed a puzzled expression, as if she didn't quite believe that her old brother, who didn't have his own previous poser, was able to make so many friends. Looking at Yi Xiaoyao's expression, Wenjing immediately revealed a gentle smile. She then hurriedly opened her cell phone and handed Yi Xiaoyao the photo of Yemo that she had just taken. "Xiaoyao, this is your brother and the coffin suppressor who stayed together. Their relationship seems to be very good. So you really don't need to worry." Wenjing pointed to the photo in her phone and said. Yi Xiaoyao looked at the 4 people in the photo and couldn't help but light up. "It's actually 3 coffin suppressors carrying golden coffins. It seems that my brother isn't as simple as he thought." Yi Xiaoyao thought in her heart, and at the same time, she was somewhat delighted. On the photo, it could be seen from the standing position of Lin Yin and the others that these 3 people were centered on Yemo, with the momentum of treating Yemo as the backbone. Only, the expressions of these people seemed to be a bit wary. Seemingly thinking of something, the corner of Wenjing's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, then she sent this photo to Yi Xiaoyao and said, "Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother here, also because this girl didn't let your brother come with me." On the rugged mountain road near the edge of Doomsday Valley, Yemo was rushing along with Lin Yin and the others. Due to choosing the road that was off the beaten path, it was relatively safe, but it was more time-consuming. Along the way, Yemo was holding Chi-Chi in one hand, while on the other hand, he had Tyrant open the road, killing all the demons he encountered on the way. This directly allowed Tyrant and Chi-Chi to eat hundreds of experience value again with pleasure. Lin Yin and the others followed behind Yemo with shock in their eyes. This was because the strength of the spiritual energy emanating from Yemo's body had already reached the level of 6 stars at the beginning stage at this time. One had to know that from the time they met Yemo yesterday, Yemo's strength was only 3 stars at the beginner's level, and the Tyrant was only around level 7. But just in the past one night, Tyrant's and Chi-Chi's strength began to insanely skyrocket. For one night to make the level of the 2 coffin spirits rise so tremendously, Lin Yin's trio couldn't even dare to think about it. "Brother Yi, what kind of talent do you have? It's so terrifying. You made the coffin spirits level up by several levels in this one night's battle. This is almost worth several months of our cultivation." Monkey marveled. Even though the few of them had spent just over a year cultivating the coffin spirit to level 20 without using materials such as the demon blood pill, they belonged to the ranks of geniuses. But compared to EMO, it was like a heaven and a earth. My talent is a corpse breeder. I can only contract corpse coffin spirits, which allows me to quickly cultivate zombies and zombies, as well as summon them to fight at the same time. EMO casually explained. When the few people heard this, their hearts were even more shocked. In their opinion, although the talent of only being able to contract the corpse race was considered a flaw, but it was possible to quickly train them up, which could make up for many shortcomings. Moreover, they felt that Yemo's background must be deep, and that there was at least one supreme transcendent powerhouse backing him up at home. Because the person who gave a low-potential coffin spirit like Tyrant an insane amount of rare skills in the early stages and had an S-ranked coffin spirit was someone that no one else could even think about except for the sons of mega families. Right at this moment, Yemo's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the contact, he was instantly confused and stopped in his tracks. Hey, Yi kid. Is your person in Fengyu City right now? You hurry up and come to the Tomb Seeking Guild, the old man is looking for you for something. President Chen's voice came out from the phone. Yemo smiled and slowly said, Elder Chen, I'm in the Valley of Doom. It will take at least more than 3 hours to return to Fengyu City. When these words came out, the voice on the phone suddenly grew a few points louder, appearing a bit displeased. More than 3 hours? Why does it take so long? Your brat wouldn't have run off alone to the depths of the Valley of Doom, right? That's not true, I just encountered a bit of big trouble, and now I'm walking around the mountain road, so the return trip will take a bit longer. Yemo said indifferently. You quickly say what big trouble you encountered. I've been offered a bounty and was targeted by the mighty ghost tomb hunting group. Outrageous. You wait in the Valley of Doom right now. I'll immediately go and bring the head of the fierce ghost-seeking tomb troop before you. I'd like to see if he dares to touch you. After saying that, Chairman Chen directly hung up the phone, leaving Yemo and the others to stay where they were with a confused look on their faces. Chapter 41 Chairman Chen takes a shot. Brother Yi. Who was that old man on your phone just now? He actually asked you to wait here and said that he would bring the leader of the fierce ghost tomb hunting group over right away. Monkey looked at Yemo and asked curiously, can it be that this old man is a transcendent powerhouse? Hearing Monkey's words, Lin and Qin Dong's eyes flashed with joy. It was important to know that the strongest person in their family was also a transcendent mortal rank coffin suppressor, so they knew how powerful a transcendent mortal coffin suppressor really was. Transcendent coffin suppressor masters had almost left the realm of mortals and could be called superhuman. Their use of spiritual energy was extremely profound, and they were able to fly at low altitudes with the help of spiritual energy. At the same time, transcendent coffin suppressors could simply strengthen themselves with their spiritual power, and could easily shatter a building with a single punch. However, the most terrifying thing was the coffin spirits under their hands that had reached the Lord level or above. When these coffin spirits unleashed their group attack skills, it was as if disaster had struck, and they could destroy a street hundreds of meters long by raising their hands and feet. Yemo, your background really isn't simple. It looks like that transcendent coffin suppressor just now has an unusual relationship with you. Qin Dong said in surprise. You guys seem to have gotten one thing wrong. The old man who just talked to me on the phone is not a transcendent order coffin suppressor. Yemo said indifferently. When Lin heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said doubtfully, not a transcendent mortal coffin suppressor? Is it hard to be a legendary powerhouse? When these words came out, Monkey and Qin Dong immediately snorted with laughter. Haha, Sister Tone, legendary powerhouses are almost always at the level of the lord of a city kind of character. If Brother Yi has a legendary powerhouse behind him, he must have quite a few high-ranking level guards following him when he goes out. Where else would it be our turn to team up with him? Monkey said with a smile. When Lin heard this, she immediately felt that what the other party said was quite reasonable, then she slowly turned her head and looked at Yemo with a pair of beautiful eyes. Seeing this, the corner of Yemo's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Lin is right, that old man is indeed a legendary coffin suppressor. The words just fell. Monkey and Qin Dong instantly revealed eyes that looked like they had seen a ghost, shocked. What? Legendary coffin suppressor? How is this possible? Brother Yi, you're not kidding. You have a legendary powerhouse covering you. Then you can completely walk sideways in Fengyu City. How dare the mighty ghost tomb hunters come after you? Actually, I've only known that old man for a day, he's the president of the tomb hunting guild in Fengyu City. Guillermo seemed to think of something and hurriedly pulled out a hexagonal snowflake-shaped badge that emitted a chilling effect from his pocket before handing it over to the three of them. Linine. Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. It's really the tomb-seeking troop of the Fengyu City Tomb-Seeking Guild president. Looks like we don't have to run away in a mess, ha. There's actually such a big shot personally coming to pick us up. Monkey said with a smile and gave a thumbs up towards Guillermo, admiring him more and more. Alright, let's just rest here for a while. I estimate that he will be able to get here in half an hour at most. Guillermo waved his hand, then he found a clean grassy area and laid down on it. Seeing this, the others also sat aside and rested in place. At this moment, on the road leading to Doomsday Town outside Fengyu City, there was a black luxury private car that was speeding. On the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak with a green fierce ghost pattern tattooed on his pale face was resting with his eyes closed. How much longer until we reach Doomsday Town? The middle-aged man's tone was extremely flat. Only when he spoke, he exhaled a mouthful of black gas, causing the temperature inside the car to drop rapidly. The front row driver couldn't help but get goosebumps when he felt the cold. Chief, it will be another 20 minutes before we reach Doomsday Town. The driver shuddered. 20 minutes is too long, faster. Headmaster. This is already the fastest speed, the road ahead isn't too good, any faster, and it's easy to roll over. A drop of cold sweat emerged from the driver's forehead, seemingly fearful of the middle-aged man in the back seat. When the middle-aged man heard this, a black mist flashed in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes became extremely hollow, and the miserable white skin on his face began to peel off as if it was a piece of paper, and what was originally a normal-sized mouth began to tear towards the sides, sprouting many hideous sharp teeth. Old one, you followed me for so many years, you should know very well that I don't like being disobeyed, right? The middle-aged man's hoarse voice came out with a displeased color. I'll give you one chance, either hurry up or be eaten by my newly adopted possessed ghost. At this moment, the driver secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and realized that his own headmaster had been possessed by the evil ghost, his face instantly turning pale in fear. Headmaster. I was wrong. I'll speed up now. Old Wang forced himself to endure his fear and stepped down hard on the gas pedal. However, right at this moment, an aura as terrifying as a mountain descended from the sky, directly enveloping the black sedan. The driver felt this oppressive aura and instantly fainted. The car that was originally traveling at a rapid speed directly lost control and rushed towards the small hill on the side of the road. Only a boom could be heard as the sedan crashed into the rocks of the hill, the hood directly bursting. The driver in the front row was instantly killed at this moment. The middle-aged man sitting in the back seat, on the other hand, suffered a strong impact, his forehead knocked against the seat, oozing a trace of blood. Feeling the aura outside the car that was like an abyss, the middle-aged man's entire body instantly stiffened. Only to see that the originally possessed evil ghost on him slowly returned to his body, and his face turned normal. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man was horrified. It's the old man, Shen Shuezong. A cold voice came from the air. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the tang-suited old man standing in mid-air in the void, his face changed drastically and he directly half-kneeled on the ground. Xian, who has met Lord President. I don't know what your lordship is looking for my little one for? Qian Long said tremblingly. I heard that your fierce ghost grave hunting regiment is going to make a move against the old man's juniors. I ask you if this is true? President Chen said in a flat tone. Hearing these words, Chen, whose face immediately flashed with surprise as he said, President Chen. Who in Fengyu City doesn't know that you only have one granddaughter? How could my little man's fierce ghost tomb hunting troop possibly dare to take action against Missy? Then have you heard of the name Yemo? President Chen said. Yemo? This? How is this possible? Hearing this familiar name, Qian, whose entire body was directly dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the target of the bounty mission that his tomb-seeking group had received was President Chen's descendant. What's more, it had caused President Chen to personally come to find himself. For a moment, Qian, who only felt that the entire world had become dark. This was a complete unmitigated disaster for himself. Not only did he lose a deputy leader as well as several members of the troop, but it also cost him his old life. Finished. Finished. Old me has been screwed. Qian, who trembled and muttered. Looks like you guys did take a shot at him. Since that's the case, then come with me. After saying that, President Chen emitted a burst of spiritual energy from his hands, instantly sucking Qianhu over. He then choked the other party's neck and quickly flew in the direction of the Doomsday Valley. Chapter 42 President Chen's Arrival, How to Dispose of Qianhu. More than half an hour has passed, Elder Chen should be arriving soon. In the mountain forest, Yemo stood on a huge rock and looked toward the high ground on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. On the side, Lin Yin and the others were also waiting quietly. Suddenly, a black dot flying at extreme speed appeared high in the sky in the distance. A golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes and he looked over towards the black dot. He only saw an old man standing with one hand with his hand behind his back and the other hand casually pinching the collar of a middle-aged man as he flew rapidly towards the valley. Elder Chen is worthy of being a legendary coffin suppressor. This flying speed is many times faster than Wen Jing's Dark Crow rumormonger, Yemo secretly said in his heart. At the same time, Yemo was extremely envious of this means of flying in the air. Perhaps when I become a middle-ranked coffin suppressor, I should take in a possessed-type corpse to use to save my life. And then take in a corpse-class coffin spirit that can fly and use it to catch up. Expectations flashed in Yemo's eyes. He guessed that the probability that Elder Chen came to find himself this time was related to the appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. If he was able to know the approximate information of the coffin spirit in the appraisal meeting in advance, he could completely prepare in advance when the time came. This appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly an opportunity. If I can pick up a corpse dragon, then I'll make a fortune. Yemo thought in his heart. Yemo, then quickly look over there, is it the President Chen you said has arrived? Linin obviously also discovered the old man who was traveling in the air high in the sky, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Yemo sniffed, nodded, and said indifferently, it's him. Just then, President Chen's figure instantly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Yemo. When he saw Yemo, he directly threw the black-robed man in his hand casually towards the front. With a bang, only the black-robed man's face instantly smashed on the ground and let out a miserable scream. He was then pushed by a huge force and rolled several times on the ground, bringing up dust and falling in front of Yemo. Yi kid, you've got a lot of guts to provoke them. If it wasn't for the old man coming over, you would be dead. President Chen stroked his beard, pointed at the black-robed man with a cloak of hair and a face full of blood in front of Yemo with one hand, and said with a smile, Elder Chen, thanks a lot, this time count me as owing you a favor. Yemo's face instantly revealed a smile. When Chairman Chen heard this, he immediately became extremely excited and laughed openly, Ha, Yi kid, if you speak like this, then this favor will be accepted by Old Me. Later on, Old Me will ask you to return this favor, so be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately showed a speechless look. He was just talking and being polite, he didn't expect that this old man would not follow the rules. However, Yemo didn't want to count so much, after all, the other party was actually helping himself to solve the fatal crisis. On the side, Monkey and Qin Dong both became formal when they saw President Chen, while Lin Yin, although she appeared extremely calm, her gaze never left President Chen's body. They all looked at President Chen with respect in their eyes, this was out of admiration for the strong. Seemingly noticing Lin Yin and the others, President Chen looked around for a while before smiling and saying towards Yemo, these three little guys with pretty good strength are your friends, right? Yemo sniffed and nodded. Hearing this, Elder Chen then turned his head towards Lin Yin and the others and said, since you are friends of Kiji, then I will take you all back to Fengyu City together. At that time, the three of you can come and sit at the Tomb Seeking Guild. Your qualifications are quite good, so if Old Me has time, I can give you some pointers. When these words came out, Monkey and Qin Dong immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes also flashed with a brilliant light, revealing a look of shock. One had to know that even a simple instruction from a legendary powerhouse could result in a huge gain. The strongest person in their family had also been instructed by a legendary powerhouse when his strength had reached a bottleneck. It was only after integrating the experience imparted by the legendary powerhouse that he achieved the transcendent realm. But now, the three of them, Lin Yin, also had the opportunity to be personally instructed by a legendary powerhouse, which made them become incredibly excited. Many thanks to President Chen, the three said in unison. Elder Chen sniffed and smiled as he stroked his beard, then set his eyes on Yemo again. This guy is the leader of the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Troupe, if you have anything you want to ask, you can ask him. Elder Chen frowned and pointed to Qianhu on the ground whose face was covered in blood and said, of course, you can do whatever you want with him. After all, anyone who dares to touch a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunting Troupe will only die. Elder Chen said indifferently. On the side. Xian, who only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the sky when he heard President Chen's words. Mr. President, Junior is innocent. Junior didn't know that Yi Xiao was your junior. If Junior had known, he definitely wouldn't have dared to take this bounty mission. Xian Hu said in horror, with a sobbing tone in his voice. Although he was usually used to being a superior and almost walked horizontally in Fengyu City. However, when facing a true big shot like President Chen, he undoubtedly couldn't bring up the courage to face him. One had to know that the other party was almost able to crush him, a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor, to death with his breath alone. If he wanted to live, his only chance was to kneel down and beg for forgiveness like a mole cricket. Seemingly seeing Chairman Chen's indifference, Xian Hu hurriedly knelt down again in Yi's direction and begged, Young Yi, I was wrong, spare me. I should never have taken the task of offering you a bounty. I should have investigated your identity in advance. If I knew that you were a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb hunting group, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't have dared to make a move against you. Hearing this, Yi raised his eyebrows in thought. Yi kid, his life is up to you. But old me still reminds you. In a situation where one's strength is not unrivaled, it's best to snuff out all risks that threaten you. Even with the help of others, it's not something unseemly. President Chen looked at Yi, who seemed to be shaken, and reminded in a deep voice. The moment these words came out, Xian Hu trembled. Right now, President Chen treated his life like a piece of grass. His only chance to live was in Yi's hands. The only thing he could do now was to kneel down and lick Yi. Young Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Don't ever kill me. I am willing to serve you as a slave and be your subordinate in the future, at your disposal. Please let me go. Give me a chance to live. Xian Hu lost his voice and cried. Yi looked at Chairman Chen, then back to the crying Xian Hu. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. It's not impossible to give you a chance to live. As long as you name the people who have placed a bounty on me. Then summon your strongest coffin spirit, just stand still and let my coffin spirit beat you up. If your coffin spirit resists, I'll let you off. If it doesn't resist, then I'm sorry, I'll reluctantly take your life. Yi laughed. When these words came out, Lin Yin's face immediately showed an extremely wonderful look. She knew that Yi's tyrant was that terrifying, especially after rising to level 12, the blood-red energy released could definitely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Yi is trying to pit him to death. Monkey muttered in a low voice. When Qin Dong heard this, he also nodded, looking extremely expectant. When Xian Hu heard this, he was overjoyed in his heart. In his opinion, the people who were able to kill his subordinates' vice-captains were undoubtedly the Lin Ying trio. After all, these three were middle-ranked coffin suppressors who possessed golden coffins. And with such a weak spiritual power fluctuation on Yi, there was no doubt that he was just a jerk. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to want to kill a side demon with a strong physique and a level as high as 35. Yi kid. You. And how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? President Chen also shook his head when he heard this, and his tone seemed somewhat helpless. Since he didn't intentionally probe Yi's hidden spirit power fluctuations, he only sensed that Yi's aura was weak, almost the same as when he first met the other party yesterday. Forget it, kindness is good. Wait for him to experience more before he realizes the cruelty of this world, right? President Chen sighed in his heart. Chapter 43: The Four People Who Put a Bounty on Yi. After President Chen handed over the disposal of Xian Hu to Yi, he stood quietly with his hands behind his back, no longer interfering in the matter. Although he was well aware that Yi's tyrant was able to fight over the ranks, the tyrant's level was just too low, and even with a skill like the terrifying red energy column, it was unable to injure Xian Hu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yi, Chairman Chen still couldn't help but remind, Yi kid, later on, you have tyrant hit that attack with full force on top of the side demon's heart. There is its weak point. If you can break through its defense, you will have the possibility to kill it. Yi nodded at these words and said, Don't worry, Elder Chen, I'm sure I can kill it. When these words came out, Xian Hu's heart became somewhat disdainful. A beginner 3-star coffin suppressor also wants to injure my side demon, it's just a dream. Xian Hu sneered in his heart. However, in the way of Chairman Chen's presence, he kept a fawning smile on his face and appeared to be very respectful to Yi. Yi Xiao, later on, please raise your hand. Xian Hu said with a compensatory smile. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but curse at Yi. Hee, if it wasn't for old man Chen being here, the one kneeling in front of me right now would be you, a punk. Thinking of this, Qianhu hurriedly conveyed a command to the scythe demon within the contract space. Scythe demon, when you are attacked by that punk kid's coffin spirit later on, try to act as if you have been greatly injured. Since he wants to pretend, let's cooperate with him and try to please him as much as possible. It's also a good idea to let this punk experience the joy of fighting at a transgressive level. Qianhu urged towards the scythe demon. At this moment, Linin seemed to sense Qianhu's malice and hurriedly reached out and pulled the corner of Yimo's coat, getting close to the other party's ear and whispered, "Yimo, this guy seems to be cursing you. I feel his malice towards you." Hearing this, the corner of Yimo's mouth suddenly revealed a cruel smile. "Let me ask you, which people put a bounty on me? And then commissioned your tomb hunting group to kill me?" Yimo wanted to verify his previous guess, so he stared at Qianhu with a deadly stare and said, "Young Yi, there are 4 people who put a bounty on you this time." Qianhu replied seriously. On the side, Chairman Chen hurriedly stared at Yimo with wide eyes, incredulously, and said, "There are 4. Ye kid, you are quite capable of causing trouble, ah? What kind of hurtful things have you done here? Let so many people miss it? If I remember correctly, it seems like someone else offended me first." Yimo looked at President Chen speechlessly and spat out. "Ha, then you are quite capable of pulling hatred." Elder Chen stroked his beard and laughed, then shifted his gaze to Qianhu. Qianhu trembled when he saw President Chen looking at him and hurriedly explained to Yimo, "Young Yi, I wonder if you know a member of the law enforcement team called Su Feng? I didn't expect that there really is him." Yimo muttered while nodding in response. However, before Qianhu could continue, a majestic aura instantly erupted from President Chen's body, pushing out horizontally in all directions. Outrageous, I didn't expect this little enforcer to be so bold. Oldney has already warned him, and he even dared to strike at you. It's simply defying me. President Chen blew his beard and eyes out, looking extremely angry. "Ye kid, when you will be in Fengyu City, you can hang the badge given to you by Lao Fu on your chest. At that time, if you commit an act of violence in the inner city, no one will dare to stop you," President Chen said. As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Qindong both brightened up with incomparable admiration on their faces. Worthy of being a legendary powerhouse, this is simply too domineering. Too protective. If only we could also worship President Chen as our teacher. The two were thrilled in their hearts. At this moment, Yimo had already put Su Feng on his must-kill list. Even though the other party's removal had something to do with himself, it was all Su Feng's own doing. "You go on," Yimo said indifferently towards Qianhu. "Young Yi, because you killed the loved ones of a member of our tune-seeking corps, that member has also placed a bounty on you. But don't worry, I will order someone to finish him off right now to help you vent your anger, Young Yi." Saying that, Qianhu directly picked up his cell phone and sent out a text message which undoubtedly decided the fate of that member. "The third one is the owner of an inn in Doomsday Town. I believe that you, Young Yi, have also met him. As for the last one, Young Yi, you should know her very well. I'm afraid that Young Yi, you are a bit unable to accept it." Qianhu's tone became stuttering. He was afraid that after Yimo knew this person's name, Yimo would become furious and then not honor the agreement he just made with him. The moment these words came out, President Chen on the side showed a puzzled look on his face. And the 3 of them, Linin, were immediately shaken. "Yimo, if I'm not wrong, it should be her." Lin Yin's beautiful eyes looked towards Yimo, her tone filled with certainty. "Brother Yi, I didn't expect that woman would actually put a bounty on you. Is it hard to believe that you have some deep hatred with her?" Monkey said with an atmosphere. When Yimo heard this, his brows slowly furrowed as he calmly said, "I haven't had any conflicts with her. I also don't know why she put a bounty on me. I'll find her and ask her about it later." "Yi kid, who is the woman you are talking about? It can't be your ex-girlfriend, right?" President Chen said with a smile. "Lord President, you are mistaken. That woman's name is Wenjing. She is a tutor in Fengyu City's first high school. It was also Young Ye's former teacher. As for why I personally came to Doomsday Valley, it's also because she provided information about Yi Xiao and the others," Qianhu hurriedly explained. Just as Qianhu wanted to continue, Yimo directly interrupted him, radiating a faint killing intent and said, "All right, no need to say anything. You summoned the coffin spirit. Yi Xiao. Then, does what you said before still count?" Qianhu asked nervously. "Of course it counts. If your side demon can withstand Tyrant's attack, I'll let you off the hook. Never go back on my word." Chapter 44 Excited Qianhu, Condescending Side Demon. When Yimo finished his sentence, a brilliant light flashed in Qianhu's eyes, with a great look of escaping from death. As long as the side demon carried the other party's attack, then Chairman Chen couldn't say anything else and could only let Qianhu leave. Young Yi, the side demon's physique is extremely powerful. If you are trying to practice, you can attack it a few more times. The corner of Qianhu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He didn't understand where Yimo got his confidence. A low-grade corpse still wanted to hurt the demon? It was simply delusional. As if he heard the complacency in Qianhu's tone, Yimo just smiled coldly and said, "If you still don't summon the coffin spirit, then I'll have to kill you." As soon as these words came out, Qianhu's back immediately went cold and he didn't dare to delay any longer. He hastily raised his hands, and the light of spiritual energy flashed in his hands, instantly condensing into a bizarre formation pattern with a blood-colored cross. Immediately afterward, with a light gulp, he directly pressed the bizarre formation that had coalesced in his hands onto the ground. Rumble. Violent sounds rang out as the ground began to emit a slight vibration and a cross-shaped crack appeared. Only to see a 3-meter-high, hexagonal coffin emitting a dark golden glow and engraved with evil dragon decorations squeeze out from the crack in the ground. And at that moment, Qianhu hurriedly looked at Yimo and said with a smile, "Young Yi, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the scythe demon." Saying that, the dark golden coffin boards fell down with a loud bang, and a hideous demon with black wings on its back, double horns on its head, holding a huge scythe, and its body being entwined with weird runes, appeared in front of several people. Since Qianhu's life and death was now in Yimo's hands, he didn't let the scythe demon burst out its full aura. However, the strength of this demon still made Lin Yin and the others' hearts skip a beat. Hiss. It's actually a B-class demon. It looks really terrifying. Monkey sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. Worthy of being the most powerful existence of all races. I feel that its potential is infinitely close to the A-rank coffin spirits of other races. With a hint of worry in his tone, Xin Dong couldn't help but sweat for Yimo. A demon's physique was definitely the premier existence among all races, and it also possessed an extremely powerful attacking ability. Compared to other races, demons were hexagonal warriors. Although they had already seen Yimo kill the Ghost Knight in seconds, how could the weak physique of the undead be compared to the demons? Right now, it was still an unknown matter whether the tyrant could kill the side demon in seconds. On the side, Chairman Shen's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly watched Yimo's expression change. In his opinion, it was very, very difficult for the tyrant to kill the side demon. However, when he saw that the corners of Yimo's mouth were still smiling, even with a hint of excitement, he felt a little confused. What's wrong with this brat? Could it be that after not seeing him for a day, his strength has increased a lot? President Chen muttered. In the next second, he began to fully probe Yimo's spiritual energy. Yi kid? After not seeing you for a day, your spiritual power has risen from 3 stars at the beginning stage to 6 stars at the beginning stage? Are you kidding? President Chen said in shock. When these words came out, Qianhu's brows immediately furrowed. Rising from 3 stars of the beginner rank to 6 stars of the beginner rank in one day? This is absolutely impossible. Qianhu scoffed at this in his heart, only feeling that President Chen was a bit old-fashioned. Even if the other party's coffin spirit had reached level 12, it would be impossible to injure the side demon. Yimo didn't care about President Chen's words and only curiously looked at the side demon. Coffin spirit, side demon. Race, demon. Level, LV.35 ruler class level 3139. Seal level, B dark gold dragon coffin level 59. Talent, upper demon bloodline extremely powerful physical ability, while reducing damage taken by 50%. Life Reaper when using a scythe to hit a target, it pierces through defenses, seizes life force equal to the damage to restore itself, and makes the target's injuries difficult to heal, continuously losing life force. Skills, Breaking/Special, Demon Flame 3rd Order, Instant Step, Primary Regeneration 4th Order, Sweeping Sweep, Rapid Flight 2nd Order, Advanced Intimidation 3rd Order. Stunts, Side Devil's True Body displaying the strongest demonic stance, attack range and attack speed are increased by 5 times, and attack power is increased by 2 times. Flaws, none. Intimacy, 45 follows orders. Current status, Disdain, Arrogance. Evolvable, 2 times. Introduction, from the Demon Abyss. Managers in the Upper Abyss, elites among demons, not bad attacks, fair strength. Upper Demon Bloodline. It can actually reduce damage. This is indeed a bit powerful. Looking at the Scythe Demons panel, Yimo couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. For others, this talent alone would be exceptionally tricky. As long as the attack was sent against the side demon, the damage would be reduced by half. Tyrant's Ultra Matter Penetration is an 8th rank skill, able to ignore physical defenses and soul bodies. The skill rank completely exceeds the upper limit of the Scythe Demon's potential. This upper-level demon bloodline is completely ineffective against me. Tyrant will still be able to kill it in one hit. Yemo was extremely confident in his heart. This move was his bottom card, an 8th rank skill. It was important to know that coffin spirits above level 80 were second only to gods, possessing the strength to destroy the world, and were known as the King of the World Realm King. If a skill that could only be possessed by a Realm King was mitigated by a small demonic talent, then it would really be a joke. Seemingly seeing Emo froze, Xian, whose heart was suddenly happy, then he hurriedly invited towards the other party, Young Yi, you should make a move. I want to see how powerful you are. On the side, Linin couldn't help but frown as she looked at Qian, whose complacent appearance. Yemo, that condition just now, you can't agree to him. There's no harm, I'm free to share. Yemo gave a reassuring look towards Linin. This beauty, a person of Yishao's status, has always been a man of his word. How can you come up with random ideas and mislead an honorable being like Young Yi? Xian, who was extremely dissatisfied with Linin, and there was a hint of panic in his tone. In normal times, he could definitely force this woman to submit to him, but now that the situation forced him to, he could only hold his tongue and didn't dare to explode. Xian, who was afraid that Yemo would change his mind, so he hurriedly smiled again and said, Yi Shao, you quickly make your move. You can beat up the Scythe Demon however you want, as long as you have fun. Hearing this, an excited smile appeared on Yemo's face. A level 35 demon, as long as it was killed, the experience gained would definitely be able to allow Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level up another level. And Yemo never intended to spare Qian, who from the beginning, he just wanted the other party to summon the coffin spirit and brush up his experience. Good, in that case, I'll be polite. Yemo wore a smile on his face. He then summoned Tyrant and had Tyrant walk directly in front of Scythe Demon. The Scythe Demon disdainfully glanced at the Tyrant, then tilted his head, showing as much contempt as he could. When Qian, who saw this action of the Scythe Demon, he was instantly frightened. You guy. It is Young Yi's coffin spirit. You show it some respect. Hurry up and kneel down and let it beat you up so that Xiaoyi can take the heat off. Qian, who roared towards the Scythe Demon. Humph. Coffin Master. You are incompetent. This demon is such a noble existence, how would it kneel down to a zombie that is like an ant? The Scythe Demon completely ignored Qian, whose angry roar, tilting its head proudly and said. Immediately after that, the Scythe Demon moved closer to the Tyrant again, looked down at the Tyrant with a lowered head, and said disdainfully, Griffin. Come. Take a shot at this demon. If you hurt this demon in the slightest, this demon will break off this pair of demonic horns from its head and give them to you. Hearing this, how could the Tyrant endure this humiliation? Only to see it roar angrily and quickly condense a ball of extremely violent blood-red energy in its hand. In just a second, this massive energy had already condensed to its limit, reaching an extremely saturated state. An endless sense of restlessness distorted the surrounding air, and everyone was surprised, retreating more than 10 steps towards the back. At this time, a low, indistinct voice came out of the Tyrant's mouth, roaring out in anger. Die! As soon as the words fell, the blood-red energy suddenly exploded. With a boom, the surrounding space shook, a burning sensation struck, and red light erupted like the sun, stinging the eyes of the crowd. A few breaths later, when the blood-red light disappeared, the surroundings returned to calm. Only then did the crowd look towards the front. Within the line of sight, where was the existence of the Scythe Demon? Only the Tyrant standing next to a large pit more than 10 meters in diameter was left behind. As well as a scythe in its hand, there was also a pair of devil horns. Chapter 45, Upgrading Again. The Tomb-Seeking Guild's Monarch-class Coffin Spirit. Ding! The Tyrant has successfully killed the LV.35 Scythe Demon, doubling his experience and gaining plus 8,000 experience value. Ding! Coffin Spirit experience sharing is in effect. Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, gains experience value plus 8,000. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to LV.14 Servant level. Experience required to level down 100-6440. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has been raised to LV.12 Servant level. Experience required for next level 600-5040. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the items, the Devil's Scythe and the Devil's Horn. The system's beep sounded and Emo only felt a rush of pleasure in his heart. This time, he gained 8,000 experience points from killing the Scythe Demon, and was one step closer to the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Open the Tyrant panel. Yemo's heart fluttered. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002 Tyrant. Race, Corpse Race. Level, LV.14 Servant Level 119. Experience, 16440. Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin Maximum Level 39. Talent, Total Viral Reinforcement, Viral Absorption. Skills, Destructive Blast 2nd Level, Rush Attack 2nd Level, Tearing Claws 2nd Level, Intermediate Healing 2nd Level, Ultra Matter Penetration 8th Level, Flame Light Step Special, Accumulated Thunder Chop Special. Stunts, Binding Release. Flaws, none. Intimacy, 100 sacrificing his life to protect his master. Current status, excited. Evolvable, 1 time. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among the zombies, with excellent language comprehension, and after being cultivated by a god-level zombie breeder, its abilities have been greatly enhanced. Looking at this magnificent skill panel of Tyrant, Emo was instantly exhilarated. One must know that yesterday's Tyrant was still just a D-rank potential zombie that was only level 1 and was ordinary. However, with the system and Yemo's talent, it had risen to level 14 in just one day, with several more terrifying skills. If others could see the Tyrant's panel right now, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Immediately after that, Emo took another look at Chi-Chi's panel. Other than reaching level 12, nothing else had changed. But with dual talents and 3 stunts, Chi-Chi could at least cross over 10 levels to kill demons. This was the power of an S-class Coffin Spirit. Thinking of this, Emo clenched his fists and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Anyway, let's first level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, before we first chemicalize them once. At this time, the crowd on the side hadn't slowed down yet. They had all seen with their own eyes that Tyrant's move required storing power for quite a long time. But now, under his extreme anger, Tyrant had actually used only 1 second to gather all of his energy. This made them feel extremely shocked. Ye kid. This silver level sealed zombie of yours is something. I'm afraid it's much stronger than a small dumpling of the same rank. President Chen sighed in admiration. Just as President Chen was sighing, Chen Hu staggered to the edge of the large pit. When he looked at the side demon that had already disappeared, a mouthful of blood mist suddenly erupted from his mouth, and his face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? How could it kill my demon? Chen Hu was in a state of insanity, roaring in a cloaked rage. One must know that this side demon was his heart and soul for more than 20 years. The cultivation materials and money he had paid on this demon was at least over $10 billion. However, how could he not expect that a B-class demon with a level as high as 35 would be killed in seconds by a weak zombie? This was undoubtedly a mirage. But this was the truth. Chen Hu's heart was dripping blood like it was torn apart. Put. Killing my Coffin Spirit. I want you to die. Chen Hu sprayed out a mouthful of blood and roared in anger. Immediately after that, he clenched his fist with one hand, condensed a trace of spiritual energy, and rushed towards Emo at an extremely fast speed. Humph. Dare to make a move in front of the old man. Simply looking for death. President Chen snorted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, directly rushing towards Chen Hu and pressing over. In an instant, Chen Hu was like falling into an abyss. His entire body was pressurized by the aura to the point that he fell to his knees and fainted as his legs were broken. Ye kid, he's all yours. President Chen said with an expressionless face. Emo nodded, then slowly extended a hand. Seeing this, Tyrant brought the demon scythe in his hand over. Emo caught it smoothly, then walked to Chen Hu and killed him with a slash. Half an hour later. In the outer city of Fengyu City, in the 3rd floor pavilion of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Emo was browsing the information about the materials for cultivating zombies and zombies with great interest. Suddenly, the door in the attic slowly opened. He only saw President Chen walk in with a figure wearing an ancient official uniform. Emo slowly raised his head and took a glance at the figure beside President Chen, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Because, this silhouette was a zombie to be precise. Just standing there, this zombie made people afraid, and it was emitting an aura of something or other. But Emo was very sure that this aura was more than several times stronger than the aura that Chairman Chen had emitted before. This zombie. Whose coffin spirit is this? It's so terrifying. Yemo was extremely shocked in his heart. Yemo, this is Lord Xian Kuei. President Chen pointed at this zombie and introduced it. Xian Kuei? Yemo's heart was shocked and he only felt extremely familiar with this name. He was well aware of what this name stood for. However, he was not sure if the person behind the Xian Kuei in front of him was the same as what he perceived. However, it was very certain that President Chen was a legendary 9-star Big Brother, and since he could be referred to as an adult by him, Xian Kuei was at least a monarch-level existence. Old Chen, there's no need to be so respectful, right now you can think of Xian Kuei as poor Tao. Xian Kuei said expressionlessly. President Chen was relieved when he heard this and punched Xian Kuei twice towards his chest, complaining, I'll go, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Had I known it was you, would old me have needed to be so nervous? Seeing this, Xian Kuei directly pushed President Chen away with one hand, revealing the look of a stranger. With juniors around, you don't want an image, poor Taoist still wants it. Xian Kuei said in a serious manner. Watching their conversation, Yemo only felt confused. 1 second President Chen was respectful, the next second he started pounding people's chest. This operation was simply a bit confusing. However, this kind of situation Yemo had also seen from Xiaomei. Because the uttered words from this zombie's mouth were conveyed by someone else. Seemingly seeing that Yemo was a bit confused, President Chen hurriedly explained that. Yi kid, this is a means that can only be comprehended by a legendary coffin suppressor or above. It's called soul transformation, and it allows the coffin suppressor's soul and the coffin spirit's soul to be switched. When these words came out, Yemo immediately felt like he had opened the door to a new world. The soul conversion meant that the legendary coffin suppressor could personally control the coffin spirit's body to fight, and didn't need to give orders from the sidelines. And after the coffin suppressor's body was occupied by the coffin spirit's soul, he was free to enter the coffin to rest and be absolutely protected by the coffin. Legendary powerhouse, terrifying as it is. This kind of means is simply countless times stronger than a possessed coffin spirit. Yemo marveled in his heart. At the same time, he was incomparably looking forward to it. If he reached the legendary rank and could personally manipulate the coffin spirit's body to fight, the feeling would be far more exciting than commanding the coffin spirit from the sidelines. Chapter 46 Exchanging 7-7? The incomparably shocked Supreme Lin. Just as Yemo was fantasizing about the scenes to come, President Chen suddenly pointed at Xian Kuei beside him and said, Yi kid, the reason why old man is looking for you today is actually because of him. Anyway, if he has anything he wants you to do, just try to fulfill him. This guy will never treat you poorly. President Chen gave another exhortation. He then walked over to the desk on the side and started to take out a pot of tea and brewed it for himself. When Yemo heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face, then he stood up from his seat and looked at zombie king Xian Kuei. And at that moment, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Yemo. Little friend, poor Taoist's surname is Lin, with a single name of 9 characters, you can address me as Taoist Lin. Xian Kuei introduced himself. The poor Taoist came this time because there is one thing he wants to discuss with little friend. When these words came out, Yemo was immediately filled with consternation. This big brother wants to discuss something with me? Yemo was astonished in his heart. He did not expect that a supreme monarch would personally come to look for himself to discuss things. However, it looked as if President Chen was a close friend of the supreme coffin suppressor master behind Xian Kuei, Taoist Master Lin. Perhaps President Chen had already told the other party about his ability to see through coffin seals and the like, and that was why the other party had come to find himself. I don't know what Supreme Master Lin wants to discuss with the kid? Yemo was not humble and his tone seemed extremely calm. Seeing this, Xian Kuei glanced at Yemo in surprise. If a normal person had seen a monarch-level existence, he would have long been unable to remain calm, but Yemo was only a junior 7-star coffin suppressor, yet he was able to talk to himself as if he were a natural person. This junior has a good heart. Supreme Lin gave Yemo a more satisfactory evaluation in his heart. I wonder if little friend has already contracted the little dumpling he gifted? If little friend has not taken it in, is he able to cut off his love and hand it over to the poor Taoist? Xian Kuei said bluntly. Hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly stiffened. He did not expect that the other party was not here for the ability of the evil-breaking golden pupil. Instead, it was for Chi-Chi. Of course, the current Chi-Chi was not the previous spirit symbol jumping child, and had already fused the templates, belonged to the S-class coffin spirit, and was contracted by himself. No matter what, Yemo would never be able to break the contract with Chi-Chi. Supreme Lin, by chance, the kid has already contracted the spirit rune jumping child. Yemo explained with a difficult look on his face. On the side, President Chen, who was making tea, saw Yemo's face and hurriedly said with a smile, "I say ye kid, this guy is a zombie professional and has a terrible liking for zombies. If the little dumpling's closeness to you doesn't reach more than words to obey orders, Lao Fu still suggests that you pass it on to him. You can take advantage of this to knock him off." Xian Kuei nodded as well and said, "Little friend, in exchange, the poor Taoist can provide you with one other Class A corpse coffin spirit, and at the same time, the poor Taoist will personally instruct you for half a year and gift you with materials that can cultivate the coffin spirit to Lord level." When these words came out, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being a supreme level powerhouse, this kind of spending was simply amazing. One must know that the total value of the materials cultivated to Lord rank had completely surpassed the value of an A-class coffin spirit by more than 10 times. Moreover, if there was a supreme guide, as long as he was labeled as a registered disciple, no one would dare to mess with him even if he was a pig. It could be seen that President Chen's words were not wrong. This Supreme Lin in front of him did indeed have a terrifying fondness for zombies. If I get this material, I can totally make a big splash at the appraisal meeting and bid like crazy for high ceiling grade coffins. Yemo thought in his heart. However, this thought was just a flash. He had managed to obtain a high-grade template, and had turned the spirit symbol jumping child into such a cute and heaven-defying potential Chi-Chi, so how could he possibly trade it out? Moreover, it didn't seem too difficult for himself to make Tyrant and 7-7 reach the Lord level. Perhaps it would only take half a year? At this moment, Yemo's face showed a trace of apology, shaking his head. "Supreme Lin, it's not that Kid is unwilling, but Kid has already taken the jumping boy under his wing. And the intimacy has reached the level of obedience." As soon as the words left his mouth, President Chen, who was beside him, shook his hand and dropped his teacup on the ground with a clang. He then turned his head and looked at Yemo with a ghostly expression, revealing an extremely shocked look. "Yi kid, you're not joking with us. You've only contracted the little dumpling for 1 day. How is it possible for the intimacy to increase from 0 to over 60 points? Shen Kuei also couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart when he heard this, and then frowned as he sized up Yemo. "Old Chen, he's not lying." Shen Kuei's tone carried a hint of incredulity. This. President Chen was momentarily speechless. "Boy Yi, you have truly refreshed old man's knowledge time and time again. How could your talent be so unbelievable?" Seemingly thinking of something, President Chen added smugly towards Shen Kuei, "Elder brother Lin, this kid's talent is remarkable." "Oh?" Shen Kuei instantly became interested and looked at President Chen suspiciously, asking, "You should tell the poor Taoist what makes this little friend so outstanding." "Ah, you let him speak for himself. This kid likes to hide things, and old me only knows a portion of his talent. Anyway, old me is sure that this kid's talent is definitely much better than you, old brother Lin. Because next week's large coffin spirit appraisal meeting related to the 4th sacred ruin, World Sky Ridge, I'm going to be relying on him," President Chen said with a smile. Hearing President Chen's words, Shen Kuei became even more curious about GMO. His eyes even flashed a color of anticipation, and he hurriedly spoke out to inquire, "Little friend, can you tell us about your talent?" Yemo sniffed, nodded, and began to slowly speak. "Kid's talent is corpse breeder, being able to contract double the number of coffin spirits, being able to summon all of them at the same time, having a chance to mutate the skills that the coffin spirits have comprehended, and being able to quickly increase the intimacy with the coffin spirits. The point is, it can quickly allow the coffin spirits to level up." The moment these words came out, Shen Kuei's mouth opened slightly, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. The corpse breeder's talent Poverty Tao has seen before. One of the latest disciples Poverty Tao received has such a strange talent. But he is a high-level corpse breeder. The effect of his talent is too much worse than yours. Poverty Road guesses that the strength of Little Friend's talent is at least at the king class level, or even higher, right? Shen Kuei said in surprise. His own talent was also a top existence in the super rank, infinitely close to the king rank. So while shocked at Yemo's talent, he was still able to remain calm. But in the next second, President Chen was a bit impatient because he wanted to see Supreme Lin shocked to the point where his scalp went numb. "Yi kid, you're hiding and grading again. I'll speak for you." President Chen glared at Yemo. Then he directly threw out a heavy bomb. "Elder brother Lin, this kid only contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. This morning his zombie not only rose to level 12, but he was also able to kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon in seconds. And he also has the sensory ability to see through coffin seals, as well as distinguish the race and type of coffin spirit in the seal. For the large appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City this time, he has promised to help Old Man take at least one S-ranked coffin spirit, as well as all the A-ranked dragon coffin spirits. You wouldn't believe him if he said he was a king-grade talent, would you? From what I've seen, this kid is at least a saint-ranked talent. He promised to help you take down the S-rank coffin spirits? A look of extreme shock appeared in Xian Kuei's eyes. It was only at this moment that he realized just how heaven-defying Yemo's talent was. Not to mention the talent of a corpse keeper that surpassed the king rank. Just this sensing ability of being able to see through seals alone had already made Linzhou, a supreme-level coffin suppressor, sit up and take notice. Yemo deserved his full attention. Little friend. This time about the World Sky Ridge Coffin Spirit Appraisal Meeting, can you go with poor Taoist? A stiff smile appeared on Xian Kuei's stiff face and his tone was filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Chairman Chen immediately pointed at Xian Kuei, blowing his beard and cursing, Linzhou. You cow-nose don't go too far. Kid Yi has already promised old me, so how can he travel with you? You are trying to snatch the S-class coffin spirit with Lao Fu. You are simply 10 evils. Old me will never agree anyway. Chen Shuezong, are you trying to talk to the poor Taoist from a position of strength? In that case, you have to agree even if you don't. Xian Kuei spoke indifferently, emitting a strong aura that shook the entire tomb-seeking guild's pavilion. Nu Bizi. You are too deceitful. Feeling the powerful oppression, President Chen's face instantly turned red as he roared unwillingly. On the side. Yemo saw this scene, and the corner of his eyes immediately twitched a little. Alright, two big brothers. I will accompany you to go with me. I promise that I will take down all the swift crystal coffins. At that time, the two of you will then go and distribute the rights to the S-class coffin spirits, okay? Hearing this, the two big brothers both had their hands behind their backs and snorted coldly towards each other. Then they looked at Yemo with a kind smile and nodded their heads in agreement. Chapter 47, The Reception Storm in the Trading Area. 1 hour later. Yemo left the tomb-seeking guild and prepared to make a trip to the largest trading market in the outer city. This time, when he returned to the city, he had wanted President Chen to bring Lin Yin and the others along. However, it was rejected by the other party. Because of the destruction of the mighty ghost tomb seekers, Lin Yin and the others were safe in the Valley of Doom. At the very least, if the high-level coffin suppressor didn't come out, they could walk sideways in the Valley of Doom when they joined forces. However, before leaving, several people also knew that Yemo's sister was still in the Valley of Doom, and immediately decided to secretly protect Yi Xiaoyao. Yemo did not object to the decision of the few people, but only took this favor and kept it firmly in his heart. When he followed Chairman Chen to leave, at the same time, he didn't forget to hand over the key of the black heavy motorcycle he bought earlier to Lin Yin. After all, it would be too extravagant to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something and lose it if it was only used once. Right at this moment, Yemo's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw that Lin Yin had sent a text message. Lin Yin, we've met your sister, and we've also met that woman. Lin Yin, that woman is quite close to your sister and doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Lin Yin, if the situation is not right, we will directly strike. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yemo's brows slowly furrowed. No malice toward Xiaoyao? It seems like Wen Jing is only targeting me. Since that's the case, we'll see what explanation she gives then. Yemo didn't plan to find trouble with Wen Jing right now, because the other party was still leading the group's training, and Yi Xiaoyao was among them. And there was also support from other class instructors nearby. In short, everything had to wait until his oldest sister's training was over. As long as the training was over, Yemo would definitely take her life. Of course, before taking her life, Yemo would let her release her coffin spirit to fight. One should know that the experience of a level 28 coffin spirit was not as good as that of a commander-level coffin spirit, but it was still very rich. As long as they killed all of the other party's coffin spirits, they could gain a lot of experience. Yemo was quite excited about this. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly sent a message back to Lin Yin. Yemo, then thank you guys for these 2 days. After you guys return to Fengyu City, remember to send me a message, I'll come over to find you then. Lin Yin, aha. Soon. Yemo brought a space backpack of materials and arrived at the largest trading store in the outer city Wanbaolu. The store was large in scale and was also a large three-story pavilion with ancient colors and smells, not much better than the tune-seeking guild. The door of the pavilion was open, and from time to time, there were coffin suppressors coming in and out, making it look lively. Yemo directly stepped through the gate and came to the store. The trading hall on the first floor was huge, the size of 2 basketball courts. There was a splendid corridor in the center, dividing the hall into 2 areas. The area on the right was slightly smaller, with a huge sign hanging, low-grade material trading area. The slightly larger area on the left, on the other hand, was the intermediate material trading area. Yemo took a glance at the coffin suppressors in the trading area on both sides, and a trace of consternation appeared on his face. Because the trading area for low-grade materials on the right was smaller, and because there were not many receptionists, all of these coffin suppressors could only line up in several queues, making grumbling noises from time to time. On the other hand, the trading area on the left had relatively higher specifications, and there weren't many town coffin masters who could trade intermediate-level materials, so it was almost a one-to-one reception. Yemo thought about it and then looked towards the intermediate material trading area. He only saw that the closest to him was a young beauty around 18 years old. "Hello, I'm here to trade materials, please help me arrange it." Yemo looked at the beautiful receptionist in front of him who was standing in a proper posture, smiling, wearing black high heels and a uniform-set skirt, and directly waved and said. When the beautiful receptionist heard Yemo calling herself, a professional smile appeared on her face and she hurriedly walked over. "Sir, my name is Xiaoyu, glad to serve you. May I ask if sir is trading intermediate materials?" The beautiful receptionist asked with a smile. "Yes," Yemo said indifferently. Although he didn't know why the material trading area was divided so clearly, but the one in his spatial backpack was left behind by a high-level coffin suppressor, so intermediate-level materials were definitely rare. "Then sir, you quickly follow me over here to appraise the value of the materials." Xiaoyu pointed to a spacious compartment in the intermediate trading area and said, "As long as we finish appraising these materials, we will directly purchase them at the market price and transfer the money to you face-to-face without charging any handling fees." After saying that, the beautiful receptionist led Yemo towards a side compartment. Just at this moment, suddenly an unkind voice appeared at the side. "It's true that you're a newcomer, without any eyesight." The one who spoke was a woman who was slightly less attractive than Xiaoyu and was probably in her 20s. She was standing next to the two of Yemo with a look of extreme disdain in her eyes. "Hee, you can't even tell the difference between a beginner and intermediate rank coffin suppressor. This job doesn't suit you at all, you'd better quit while you're ahead." When Xiaoyu heard these words, her eyes instantly became slightly flustered. "Sister Zhang, what are you saying? Are you saying that this gentleman is a beginner-level coffin suppressor? Otherwise? If he was a middle-ranked coffin suppressor, where would it be your turn to receive him?" Sister Zhang said coldly. When these words came out, Xiaoyu's face revealed a look of embarrassment. Here, all the receptionists were well aware of one thing. That was that it was almost impossible for a beginner-level coffin suppressor to get their hands on intermediate-level materials. This was because most of the intermediate-level materials were generated from level 20 to 30 magical creatures, as well as various otherworldly secret realms. And Yemo looked so young, like a fresh graduate, how could he be an intermediate-level coffin suppressor? "Mister, I'm sorry. I'd better take you to the low-level trading area." Xiaoyu still had a professional-like smile on her face as she softly said, "I'll talk to that side and ask them to arrange for you as soon as possible." He's just someone who doesn't want to queue up and wants to speculate, and you're still being so respectful to him? What a disgrace to our mid-level receptionist. You'd better hurry up and resign and vacate your seat to let my sister have it. Sister Zhang said disdainfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face became even more ugly. She was only a newcomer who had just arrived for a few days, and had become an intermediate receptionist because of her excellent image, so she had applied for the position by chance. If she couldn't get things done, she would face dismissal at any time. She cherished this job, but didn't dare to refute anything in front of these old receptionists, much less offend a coffin suppressor. For a moment, a mist of water rose in Xiaoyu's eyes and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Yemo seemed to have guessed the other party's thoughts, his brows couldn't help but frown, then he revealed a smile again and said towards Xiaoyu, "Don't worry, I won't find you in trouble." When Xiaoyu heard this, she was relieved and revealed a grateful look towards Yemo. At this moment, Yemo looked at the sneering woman on the side again and sneered, "Intermediate receptionist seems to be great? You can look down on a beginner-level coffin suppressor?" Is there a possibility that soon I will become an intermediate rank coffin suppressor? At that time, you will have to receive me respectfully as well? The woman smiled and revealed a look of contempt. Sorry, due to my outstanding work performance, I will soon be going to the second floor as a senior receptionist. Moreover, my husband is a middle-ranked 7-star coffin suppressor, so what if you become a middle-ranked coffin suppressor? It's hard to believe that I would still be afraid of you? Want me to receive you respectfully? Are you worthy? Chapter 48 Fourth Order Materials I really do have. The woman's appearance was arrogant and her voice was loud, drawing sideways glances from the people on both sides of the trading area. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area and the handful of intermediate rank coffin suppressors saw the scene and casually glanced at it. This kind of thing used to be very common here. There were many junior ranked town coffin masters with no status and no position who were unwilling to queue up in order to rush and wanted to speculate their way to the intermediate material trading area. As a result, these coffin masters were only able to take out low-grade materials during appraisal, and in the end, they attracted the appraiser's dissatisfaction, and were directly blown out, and were blacklisted by Man Treasure House. One must know that the price given by Wan Baolu was definitely the fairest in the entire Fengyu city. Most of the other stores on the ancient streets that acquired materials were very blood-sucking, and would at least suppress the prices of low-grade materials by half. That's why the beginner-level coffin suppressor masters would rather queue up at Wan Baolu than go to those small stores on the streets. On the corridor, a man with a black evil ghost badge on his chest and a strength of 9 stars of the middle rank just happened to see this scene, and then walked over with quick steps. When he saw Xiaoyu's good-looking face, a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes. He didn't expect that he hadn't come for a few days, and that such a beautiful beauty had been recruited among the intermediate-level receptionists. However, he seemed to prefer Ms. Zhang. After all, the other party had a husband and a good relationship with him. And Xiaoyu was not very old and didn't seem to be married, completely failing to interest him. He glanced at Guillermo, a look of disdain in his eyes, and said helpfully, "What era is this? I didn't expect there to be trash playing this. If you don't want to queue up, get lost and go to those small stores outside. How good are they?" As he spoke, this middle-ranked coffin suppressor master pulled out a money bag-sized spatial backpack from his pocket. It was a 1 cubic meter spatial backpack worth tens of millions of dollars, but very few of the ordinary beginner-ranked coffin suppressor masters could afford it. "Kid, do you have a space backpack? You shouldn't only be able to pull out a few first-order zombie crystals from your pocket, right?" The middle-ranked town coffin master taunted. After saying that, he glanced towards Sister Zhang again, a smug look appearing on his face. "Miss Zhang, I have 10 third-order intermediate materials in this backpack, as well as quite a few second-order low-grade materials. Please take me to the appraisal area, I'm ready to sell them." As soon as these words came out, Miss Zhang's face immediately revealed a flirtatious smile, looking at this middle-rank coffin suppressor with eyes full of spring, as enthusiastic as she wanted to be. "Captain Wang Xiang, did you lead the members of the mighty ghost tomb hunting troop this time to break through a level 25 plus otherworldly secret realm?" "Hee hee, that's natural." "Then you quickly follow me to the appraisal area." Miss Zhang hurriedly pulled Captain Wang's hand, her voice soft and enthusiastic. Seeing this, Captain Wang smoothly ran his hand over Miss Zhang's soft hand, revealing a lewd smile. When Yemo saw this scene, a stunned look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this person was actually a member of the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group as well. If he had taken out Zhao Lon's spatial backpack and the materials left on the side demon, how would he feel? "Kid, what are you still looking at here? Why don't you get over there?" Captain Wang pointed at the low-level material trading area and said coldly. On the side, Sister Zhang also looked at Xiaoyu with disdain in her eyes. Originally, her own face value was among the highest among the receptionists on the first floor. However, after Xiaoyu arrived, many people's gazes were directed towards Xiaoyu, which made her extremely unhappy. However, as long as she completed this reception for Wang Xiang, her performance reached the qualification for promotion and she could be directly promoted to the second floor. At that time, she would have the power to directly fire Xiaoyu and let her own sister take the other's place. "Ego Captain Wang, why are you still wasting your words with such a small person? Quickly go with others," Miss Zhang said with a wink towards Wang Xiang. When Wang Xiang saw this, a pleasant expression appeared on his face. "Haha, seeing that you are so impatient, Wang Mao will fulfill you." Wang Xiang laughed, turned around and followed Miss Zhang towards the cubicle appraisal area, no longer looking at Yemo. "Sir, I will arrange for you to appraise the low-level materials now." Xiaoyu still had an unnatural smile on his face and was very respectful to Yemo. "No, you directly take me to the second floor," Yemo said in a calm tone. The moment these words came out, Xiaoyu trembled and her face became a little ugly. Wang Xiang, who had just left less than 2 steps, as well as Ms. Zhang, also stopped their steps. And not far away, some of the beginner coffin suppressor masters who were watching the scene let out a burst of laughter. This kid is really brave. This is here to cause trouble. It's been said that he's not qualified enough to go to the intermediate trading area, but as a result, he doesn't follow the rules? He's going directly to the advanced trading area? This kid either has a bad brain, or he's here to make things difficult for other little girls. There were also people who suggested to Xiaoyu, "Little girl, you directly ask the security personnel to blow him out. Don't be afraid of offending him. That's right, a beginner 7-star coffin suppressor, what's he pretending to be here? Only bullying the weak?" A group of people were talking. Seeing Yimo making things difficult for Xiaoyu like this, Ms. Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking extremely happy. On the other hand, Wang Xiang on the side looked at GMO and said with a cold snort, "Kid, I haven't even been up to the 2nd floor. You want to go up? You're not daydreaming that you're coming up with 4th order materials, are you?" When Yimo heard this, he raised his eyebrows and sized up the other party, then faintly laughed, "I'm sorry, I really do have 4th order materials." The moment these words came out, all the melon eaters were dumbfounded. What did they hear? A beginner level coffin suppressor said that he could take out 4th level materials? Was this being funny? Ha ha ha, funny? Is it hard to believe that you are still the son of some big family, or perhaps that you have a powerful background? Wang Xiang snorted. To know, who else could be a beginner coffin suppressor who was able to take out high-grade materials, other than the sons of a big family? And for the children of the big families, the materials or money they needed were all provided by the family. How could they personally come to a place like this? On the side, Ms. Zhang was already laughing her ass off at this point. In her opinion, Yimo was an oddball. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area, on the other hand, were ready to call the security personnel to blast Yimo out. "Mister, you should leave now, or you will be blackballed by Wan Baolu," Xiaoyu said hurriedly. However, Yimo still shook his head. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't harm you for no reason, just watch from the sidelines." After saying that, Yimo looked at Wang Xiang again and said coldly, "You come and see if this is a 4th order material." He took out a leather backpack. Immediately after, Yimo reached out his hand towards the backpack and pulled it out. In the next second, a huge scythe that shone with a sharp aura, had black lines all over its body wrapped around it, and emitted a horrible bloody aura appeared in his hand. This scythe did not look like a dead thing, as if it had spirituality, and there was a protruding blood-red vertical pupil at the end of the blade. The blood-colored vertical pupil blinked from time to time, as if it was the eye of a demon, as if it would lose its life if one looked at it, appearing incomparably terrifying. Everyone who felt the aura of this scythe trembled and sucked in a breath of cool air. This weapon is so strong. It can't really be of the 4th rank, right? This little brother, to actually be able to take out something like this, there must be someone behind it. As soon as Miss Zhang saw the scythe, a look of uneasiness immediately flashed in her eyes, and her body trembled violently. She had also seen high-grade materials a few times, but those high-grade materials seemed extremely ordinary compared to the scythe. This scythe in front of her was definitely not just as simple as a 4th rank material. Yimo would be treated as a guest if he went to the advanced material trading area. For a moment, regret and fear directly surged into her heart. As for Wang Xiang, who was on the side, he only felt his scalp go numb, a cool air rushed from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and his pupils contracted violently. Because this scythe he seemed to recognize. It seemed to be the companion weapon of their leader's coffin spirit, the B-class scythe demon. Chapter 49 Greedy Wang Xiang, what kind of old trash is Chen Shua's own? This can't be. How did your brat get the scythe demon's companion weapon? Where did you get it? Wang Xiang's legs went limp, his face pale with fear, and he retreated a few steps towards the back, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, when he thought of his own leader's strength, his face instantly recovered quite a bit. The headmaster is a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor. Absolutely nothing will happen. The weapon that this kid took out is definitely not the headmaster's coffin spirit. Wang Xiang comforted himself in his heart. When Yimo heard this, his face was calm and he said coldly, "Is this considered a 4th order material?" The moment these words came out, Wang Xiang's face became extremely ugly, while Miss Zhang on the side immediately revealed a look of panic. Sir! This is a fourth-order material. I was wrong just now, dog-eyed. Please don't complain about me. Ms. Zhang said nervously. Oh? It's still possible to complain? Thanks for reminding me. Yi Mo laughed. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's legs immediately went weak and her whole body fell to the ground. She didn't know how much the scythe could be worth, but she was well aware of how powerful demons were. The materials that were stripped from demons, even worse, were much more expensive than those from the other 5 major races. Kid, where did you get this material? Did you pick it up from somewhere? Or did you steal it from someone else? Wang Xiang took a deep breath and stared dead at Yimo's spatial backpack as he questioned. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of all the coffin suppressors in the trading area flashed with a flash of greed. They had just thought that Yimo's background was very powerful, but ignored the fact that the sons of the big families would all have a Dao protector behind them at the beginning stage of the coffin suppressor master stage. And Yi Mo did not. This meant that even if the other party succeeded in the transaction, he would still be missed after walking out of the gate 10,000 treasures building. Yi Mo felt the greedy eyes around him, and instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I did pick up this material. By the way, I also picked up a fourth-order material. This spatial backpack is also something I picked up. Saying that, Yi Mo shook the leather bag in his hand and then took out a pair of devil's horns from it. This kid is so lucky. The hell is this, someone killed a demon and he picked it up? I guess he still has 4th rank materials in this spatial backpack. Then wouldn't it be that he picked up a backpack and raked in billions? Countless coffin suppressor masters went crazy with envy and jealousy. The color of greed in their eyes increased. As long as Yi Mo dared to leave this door, they would dare to take away their wealth and harm their lives. Looking at the devil's horn in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelids fluttered and his heart jumped a little. However, at this moment, he had completely forgotten about the chief scythe demon, and his mind was occupied by greed. Kid, give me your materials. I'll give you $50 million. And guarantee your safety. Wang Xiang had an undeniable look on his face. Hearing these words, Yi Mo immediately revealed an unbelievable look and looked at the other party as if he was looking at a stupid beep. He did not expect that this Wang Xiang could not even recognize the coffin spirit of his own leader. Looking at Yi Mo's expression, Wang Xiang's face immediately smiled freely. Apparently he had misinterpreted the other party's eyes and thought that Yi Mo had already compromised. Everyone. I am the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Regiment, the 2nd Brigade's brigade leader Wang Xiang. Later on, please don't make things difficult for this little brother and let him go. Wang Xiang looked around at the surrounding coffin suppressor masters who were showing their greed, with a threatening tone in his tone. If I know of any ungrateful person who dares to make a move against this little brother, our mighty ghost tomb hunting troop will definitely not spare the person who made the move. We will definitely kill his entire family. As soon as these words came out, the coffin suppressor masters on both sides of the trading area were shocked, and the color of greed in their eyes immediately disappeared. They could not afford to mess with the people from the mighty ghost tomb hunting group. What's more, Wang Xiang was also a grand captain. Since this kind of character had made a move, how would they dare to point at the 4th rank materials in Nemo's hands? Wang Xiang watched the people around him return to normal, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He then looked at Yi Mo and laughed excitedly, ha ha ha, little brother. It was a misunderstanding just now, Mr. Wang apologizes to you first. Saying that, he hurriedly walked towards Yi Mo. While on the side, Miss Zhang had already stood up at an unknown time. With spring waves in her eyes, she wrapped her arms around Wang Xiang's arm and leaned against the other party with her huge front bump. Her eyes were mesmerized, and she said in a sticky voice, Brother Wang, can I take care of my business later? When Wang Xiang heard this, his face smiled even more broadly. This wave, he directly received both wealth and color. It was as cool as it could be. Ha, that's natural. Wang Xiang laughed out loud as he patted the other party's rear end in front of the crowd. It's really annoying, Brother Wang. Miss Zhang blushed slightly. When Yi Mo saw this scene, he only felt his eyelids jumping. One should know that Miss Zhang was married, but Wang Xiang still dared to be so wanton. Maybe this was the benefit of being powerful? However, Wang Xiang was going to kick the bucket this time. Little brother, there is $50 million in this card. I'll buy those materials of yours. Wang Xiang pulled out a card from his pocket and gently tossed it to Yi Mo. Emo received the card expressionlessly and directly put it into the 30 cubic meter spatial warehouse. Seeing this, Wang Xiang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little brother. Using $50 million in personal safety in exchange for these materials, you can just be happy. Don't say that Mr. Wang has treated you poorly." After saying that, he directly reached out and grabbed the leather backpack in Yemo's hand. Seeing this, Yemo took a step back, and with a shake of his hand, he put the leather backpack into the spatial warehouse. Afterward, he said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you curious about where I picked up these 4th rank materials from?" Seeing this, Wang Xiang couldn't help but frown. Holding back his anger and not venting it, he hurriedly asked, "Where did little brother pick them up from?" "Picked it up in the Valley of Doom, in front of an old man," Yemo said with a smile. "Doomsday Valley? Old man? Is it hard to believe that you robbed it?" Wang Xiang froze. Seemingly thinking of something, his face became extremely ugly, only feeling that Yemo was playing with himself. "Hee, little brother, you must not joke. An old coffin suppressor who can only upgrade in the Valley of Doom, what is this not a waste? And how could he possibly have these materials? I'm not sure if he's a waste. But his name seems to be Qin Shuezong, and I don't know if you recognize him. Look, this tomb-seeking core badge was also given to me by him." Saying that, Yemo directly took out the badge of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking core and threw it to Wang Xiang. When Wang Xiang received the badge, a look of disdain appeared in his eyes and he threw it into the trash without even looking at it. At this point, his temper instantly exploded, with a hint of killing intent in his tone. What is the status of the old man and what is his status? An old waste is also worthy of letting me know him? Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you fool me again, you won't want to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Chapter 50. You are still strange, good Lu. Wang Xiang was scared to death. Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you play me again, you don't want to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Wang Xiang's roar spread throughout the entire first floor of the Wanba building. Anyone could see how angry he was right now. However, Yemo didn't pay the slightest attention to the other party's roar. Instead, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. "You really don't know Chen Shuezong?" Yemo asked with a frown. The moment these words came out, Wang Xiang's face became ferocious as he loudly shouted, "I've never heard of any Bull Chen Shui sect. But anyone with a bit of power in Fengyu City, Laozi can call out their names. It's hard to believe that you want to say that this Whatsit sect is strong? Is it your backstage?" Wang Xiang sneered. When these words came out, Yemo was a bit speechless for a moment, his brows slowly furrowed. Could it be that not many people know the name of Chen Lao? Yemo thought in his heart. It was no wonder that Elder Chen was in a high position of power. Within Fengyu City, other than a few people who had heard of his name, others had no way of knowing his name. However, if the 3 words President Chen were thrown out, then no one would know about him. After all, there was only one person who dared to call himself Chairman Chen in Fengyu City. Thinking about this, Yemo looked at Wang Xiang with an expressionless face. His tone became extremely cold and slowly said, "If I say that the old man with the bull in your mouth is called President Chen by everyone, how should you respond?" The moment these words came out, like a storm, it directly swept through the entire trading hall. The originally noisy trading area instantly became a pin drop after Yemo said the 3 words President Chen. Wang Xiang was the first to bear the brunt of these 3 words. His scalp was numb, and his legs involuntarily trembled a little. As for the side of Miss Zhang, when she heard these 3 words, she hurriedly shook off Wang Xiang's hand and retreated towards the back in a panic. To know President Chen's strength as a legendary coffin suppressor was incomparably terrifying. Not only was he revered by the entire city, the divine sense he released could even envelop the entire outer city. Therefore, no one dared to joke about the 3 words President Chen at all. Do you know what you're saying?" A look of panic appeared in Wang Xiang's eyes as he stammered. You brat, don't talk nonsense. Lord President is not something you can touch." After saying this, Wang Xiang hurriedly let out a long breath of turbid air. In his opinion, Yemo was indeed bold and daring, and in order to get out of the situation, he actually moved out even President Chen. However, he still didn't believe that a beginner coffin suppressor like Yemo was able to climb up to a superpower like President Chen. Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Xiang hurriedly turned his head to look at Ms. Zhang, who had retreated to the back. Why don't you go to that trash can and take out the badge I just threw away and take a look? Wang Xiang said with a puzzled look on his face, pointing to the trash can not far away. Hearing this, Ms. Zhang hurriedly walked to the trash can, her whole body lay on top of it, buried her head in it, and reached out her hand to seriously rummage through the dirty trash. The smell was a bit overpowering, and a pungent odor came out from it, causing Ms. Zhang to frown. In normal times, where would she have ever done this kind of dirty work? And now she had this encounter thanks to EMO. If this badge has nothing to do with Lord Chairman, then you're dead. Miss Zhang revealed a murderous look and muttered. Afterwards, she forced herself to endure the nausea and rummaged through the garbage more vigorously. Soon, she touched a round piece of iron filled with a metallic texture at the bottom of the trash can. I found it! Ms. Zhang's excited voice came out from the trash can. But in an instant, her mood became nervous again. And at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the pretty figure lying on the trash can. Just now, Wang Xiang had thrown the badge too quickly, and none of them had seen it clearly. And now, these people began to hold their breath with anticipation in their eyes. They all wanted to know whether the badge that Wang Xiang threw away was bestowed to that kid by Lord President or not. If it was, Wang Xiang must die. If not, Yimo will die. This was undoubtedly a delightful thing for the melon eaters. After all, it was human nature to watch the fun. Hurry up and bring it out for us to see. What are you still dawdling about? Some coffin suppressors were so anxious that they even began to arch their fires. In my opinion, this badge is true in all likelihood. Captain Wang and this woman are dead. I also think so. That little handsome guy has a very calm demeanor, he definitely has a bottom line. And he shouldn't be joking with his life. When these words came out, everyone was gloating and looking at Wang Xiang. Normally, the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group was used to being arrogant, but now that they had offended Chairman Chen, it would be something to watch. Ms. Zhang seemed to have heard these people around her talking, and her face couldn't help but look ugly. Wang Xiang, on the other hand, became incomparably panicked. Quickly! Quickly take it out and show it to me! Wang Xiang stared at the silhouette on the trash can, and there was some trembling in his tone. At this moment, a surprised voice from the trash can suddenly came out. Brother Wang, it seems like what you just threw wasn't the badge of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. That kid is cheating you. As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang directly retreated from the trash can, pinching a most ordinary black round badge in her hand, raising her dirty arm and showing it to the crowd. Everyone became clamorous after seeing this badge. They didn't expect the reversal to be so fast, so it turned out that this kid was indeed playing dead. This kid is truly brave, actually daring to make up the name of the Lord President. And make up a fake badge to fool people. This kid's brain isn't a bit too good, is it? He could have gotten $50 million and run away, but now not only did he lose his life, he also teased Captain Wang. I'm afraid his whole family will be finished. They looked at Yimo with gloating in their eyes, mocking out from time to time. Yimo only felt some amusement in his heart, and was momentarily confused by this whole operation by Ms. Zhang. And at this time, after seeing the badge, Wang Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief and was ecstatic in his heart. He looked at Yimo with a devouring look in his eyes, and a sense of anger quickly surged into his heart. Kid, dare to tease me? If you have the guts, you'll leave this door today. How dare you make up Lord President's name? You don't think that a name like Chen Shuazong, a cat or a dog, can be worthy of Lord President's honorable status, right? Yimo. Brother Wang, you must not let this kid go. You must let him spill his blood outside the door. Ms. Zhang said through clenched teeth. Immediately afterward, she looked at the security personnel on the side and said in a cold voice, "Someone come, blow this kid out of the room for me." Suddenly, an extremely loud voice rang out from the crowd, and many people looked sideways, only to see a big and thick man squeeze out from the crowd and immediately ran to Miss Zhang's side, snatching the badge in the other party's hand. At the same time, he cursed under his breath and said, "Damn! I've been looking for the badge for half a day. Why didn't I expect it to be picked up and thrown in the trash? Ms. Zhang, you are still strange good Lu. You actually helped me find the lost badge. I thank you." The Hanyu scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing his big white teeth as he smiled at Miss Zhang. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Reversal, ultimate reversal. Since this badge was not the one Wang Xiang just threw away, then wouldn't the one that was just thrown away still be in the bucket? Seemingly sensing the strange gazes around him, Wang Xiang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Only to see him walk quickly to the trash can and fiercely kicked it down. With a loud bang, the trash can instantly burst open. The garbage was scattered in all directions and the smell filled the air. And in the many garbage, a hexagonal snowflake badge that emitted a cold aura and shone with a crystalline luster under the lights of the hall flew out from it. It fell straight onto the floor of the hall, emitting a crisp buzzing sound. For a time, the room was filled with silence. And at this moment, Wang Xiang approached to take a look, and the whole person was like falling into an abyss. A sense of fear instantly rushed through the nerves of his brain, and a sense of suffocation almost strangled him to death. He confirmed a fact. This crystal-edged silver-white snowflake badge was precisely the symbol of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Regiment. And in the center of the badge, the word clan appeared in black. It's over. It's really over. Wang Xiang muttered, and then his eyes went white as he fell backwards. In front of everyone's eyes, he was actually scared to death on the spot by this badge that fell out of the trash can. Chapter 51 Wan Baolu's second in command. The third floor of Wan Baolu. In a luxurious solitary room, there was a middle-aged man wearing formal attire and looking extremely relaxed. His name was Tang Yi, his strength was at the quasi-transcendent level, and he was one of the highest responsible persons of the Wan Treasure Building, as well as the second in command of the Wan Treasure Building. Suddenly, a burst of panicked footsteps sounded, and the originally closed door was instantly pushed open by a Cheongsam woman with brown curly hair and a charming face. Tang Yi looked up, his brows slowly furrowed as he asked, "Yashi, what's so panicky?" "Mr. Tang, it's not good. There's a conflict on the first floor, and there's a dead man. You hurry down and deal with it." Yashi patted her chest and panted. "There was a clash? And someone died?" Tang Yi's face became a little displeased. Back then, when the Wan Baolu was established and had yet to build up its prestige, they had deterred those coffin suppressor masters who wanted to cause trouble through bloody means. And Wan Baolu was known as the safest area in the outer city besides the tomb-seeking guild. Whoever dared to make trouble over here would be blown out. Interesting. It's been 20 years, I'm afraid that these people have forgotten the Wan Baolu's methods. Tang Yi lit a cigarette and took a drag, speaking in a bland tone. "Yashi, in the future, don't speak to me about such things. You can just directly ask people to beat the troublemakers to death in public and take them to feed the coffin spirits." Tang Yi flicked the ashes of his cigarette, appearing unconcerned about it. However, Yashi's next sentence instantly made him nonchalant. "Mr. Tang, don't sit there. Hurry to the first floor. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers." Yashi was so anxious that she stomped her feet. At these words, Tang Yi stood up from the recliner with a mischievous sound. "What did you say? People from the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group?" Tang Yi lost his voice. In the next second, his entire body transformed into a residual shadow and directly disappeared in place, rushing towards the hall on the first floor. In the hall on the first floor, it was silent at this time. Everyone didn't dare to question Yimo's identity anymore, much less talk nonsense. Yimo looked at Wang Xiang, who fell on the ground. "This badge is so effective? I should have known that I would have worn it on my chest all the time." Thinking of this, Yimo directly picked up the badge on the ground and handed it to Xiaoyu, who was at the side. "Help me go there and clean it up." Yimo pointed to a gorgeous fish tank in the hall and said with a smile. When Xiaoyu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face and she nodded repeatedly. She then took the badge and walked towards the location of the fish tank. This fish tank was one of Wan Baolu's treasures of the store, in which a dragonfish containing a diluted Jiaolong bloodline was raised. Its value was incalculable. But now, when Yimo told Xiaoyu to wash the Snow Shadow badge, no one dared to stop him. Instead, they all stepped back and made way. Because, in everyone's opinion, the value of this dragonfish was not even a fart compared to the Snow Shadow badge. Neglect. A wind sound rang out. Yimo then saw a figure that quickly appeared in front of him. The person who came was Tang Yi. Tang Yi sized up Yimo with a curious look in his eyes. He had also seen this scene of Yimo handing over the badge to Xiaoyu just now, and did not make a move to stop him. However, what surprised him was that this member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking troop in front of him was so young and was only a beginner level 7-star coffin suppressor. Aren't the members of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking troop all transcendent 5-star and above bigwigs? Can it be that this is a new member? Tang Yi was puzzled in his mind. But no matter what, with his professional qualities, he wouldn't question a Snow Shadow badge holder. Moreover, if Emo was truly a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking Corps, he must have something outstanding, definitely a genius amongst the 10,000. Never to be offended. Hello little brother, I am Tang Yi, the second in command of the House of 10,000 Treasures. Tang Yi had a kind smile on his face and extended a hand towards Emo. Seeing this, Emo shook the other party's hand and nodded his head, saying, Emo, member of the Snow Shadow Tomb hunting group. The moment these words came out, the people around him all sucked in a breath of cool air. Tang Yi did the same, his hand becoming slightly stiff. Even though he already knew Emo's identity. But when it came out of the other party's mouth, it still shocked him. Ha, so it's Mr. Yi. A warm smile appeared on Tang Yi's face, then he bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yi, please follow me and move to the 3rd floor. Mr. Tang can treat you well. When Emo heard this, he also revealed a hint of a smile and nodded, then I'll trouble Mr. Tang. Mr. Yi please. Tang Yi extended his hand in invitation. Emo sniffed and without hesitation, slowly walked towards the stairway. At the same time, he didn't forget to wave to Xiaoyu, signaling the other party to go forward together. Seeing this, Tang Yi let out a sigh of relief. He had also seen this new receptionist with an outstanding face value, so he had a little impression. Right now, it seemed like Emo was more satisfied with her service. At least, because of her existence, Wan Baolu did not offend Emo to death, and there was still room for everything to maneuver. This little girl is not bad. It seems like it needs to be promoted in the future. If we can befriend Mr. Yi. When Mr. Yi grows up. In the future, why would Wan Baolu worry about not having materials of the 5th rank, or even above the 6th rank? Tang Yi was in a happy mood, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. At this time, he hurriedly took a quick step forward and came half a body length away from the back of Emo's side. Greeting the other party, he walked towards the hall on the 3rd floor. Chapter 52, Material Quintupled. Magnificent tens of billions of dollars. As Emo and the others headed to the 3rd floor, the trading hall on the 1st floor immediately resumed its usual bustle and began to talk. Everyone was shocked at Emo's identity while gloating at Miss Zhang, who was sitting near Wang Xiang's corpse. On the side. After Tang Yi's assistant, Yishi, roughly inquired about the situation, her face became a bit ugly. Immediately afterward, she looked to the side at Miss Zhang, her eyes icy cold and her tone filled with killing intent. Someone come, drag this woman, and this corpse out to feed the coffin spirit for me. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's eyes instantly turned white and she directly fainted. In the luxurious solitary room, Tang Yi had already greeted Emo and sat down, while personally making a pot of good tea. On the side, Xiaoyu was extremely nervous and stood next to him looking a little stiff. You also sit down, don't be so formal, Tang Yi said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sniffed and slowly shifted her gaze to Emo, seemingly asking for Emo's approval. Seeing this, Emo nodded and said, since Mr. Tang gave the word, you can sit. Hearing this, Xiaoyu then slowly walked over to Emo's side and sat down in embarrassment. The remaining light in Tang Yi's eyes glanced at this scene, and his heart grew more and more delighted. Although he wasn't sure who was at fault for what had just happened on the 1st floor, he would never be foolish enough to ask on the spot what the cause was. Moreover, from Emo's current behavior and talk, it didn't seem like an arrogant and domineering person. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? Mr. Tang will handle it properly and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Tang Yi said with a smile on his face and a kind tone. Emo smiled and said indifferently, since that's the case, then thank you Mr. Tang in advance. Ha, Mr. Yi doesn't need to address Mr. Tang in such a manner. You can directly address me as Little Tang. Tang Yi laughed and hurriedly brought a cup of tea and handed it to Emo. Emo received the tea and looked at the other party with odd eyes. The other party's strength status was not bad, and now he was so respectful to himself because of Elder Chen's existence. Naturally, Emo would not be so ignorant of the human condition to really address a middle-aged man who was about 20 years older than himself as Xiao Tang. Seemingly thinking about the next thing regarding the materials, Emo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Elder brother Tang, in fact, I came to Wan Baolu today because I have a little favor that needs your help. Tang Yi did not expect that Emo did not put up a fight at all, but instead addressed himself as old brother Tang, and was instantly a bit flattered. Very quickly. He seemed to have figured something out and became casual as well, since Mr. Yi addressed me as old brother Tang, then I'll have the cheek to call out old brother Yi as well. Afterwards, he asked with a smile, I wonder what Mr. Yi needs me to do to help. Yemo sniffed and without any nonsense, he directly took out a leather space backpack. I need to sell some things. Also need old brother to help me find a large amount of materials for cultivating corpse coffin spirits below the 3rd rank. Yemo said indifferently. Hearing this, Tang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect the favor the other party needed help with to be so simple. Ha ha ha, old brother Yi. We here at Wan Baolu don't talk about anything else, but for materials below the 3rd rank, all the other stores in the entire Fengyu city combined don't have as much as we do. Tang Yi laughed. Since old brother Yi wants to sell materials, then Mr. Tang will help you arrange it now. After saying that, Tang Yi hurriedly walked out of the solitary room and made a call to his assistant, Yashi. Yashi, go to the 2nd floor and bring Master Lu from the appraisal area over. Remember to tell Master Lu that the person selling the materials is a member of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troupe. When the time comes, have him triple the value of the appraised materials. No, have Master Lu double it 5 times. Seemingly thinking of something, Tang Yi's heart hardened and he directly changed his words. A few minutes later, Yashi led a white-haired old man wearing presbyopia glasses to the luxurious solitary room. This old man wasn't strong, only middle-class level, but his appraisal and valuation ability was the top existence in Fengyu City. This was because the materials left behind after the death of each demonic creature were almost always different, which meant that the types of materials were incomparably complicated and could not be recorded in full. Especially for demonic creatures that appeared in coffins of gold level or above, the materials they left behind after death were even rarer. So for the valuation of materials, it was a matter that tested the eye. When Tang Yi saw the old man arrive, he immediately got up and said with a smile, Master Lu, this is elder brother Yi. You quickly help him appraise some materials. Hearing this, the white-haired old man held up his glasses and took a glance at Yemo. Then he said indifferently, young man, you quickly take out the materials for the old man to appraise. The old man guarantees that he will give you a fair price and will never cheat you. When Yemo heard this, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he was looking forward to how much these materials left in the spatial backpack could be sold for. And at this time, Grandmaster Lu had already sat in front of a golden Nanmu table, waiting for Yemo to take out the materials. Seeing this, Yemo directly pulled out a pair of devil horns from his backpack and put them on the table. Master Lu received the pair of devil horns and smacked his lips. This was stripped off the head of a commander-level demon, right? It seems like it's a horn that only a B-class side demon has, it's really rare. Master Lu, your eyesight is really good, this pair of horns is exactly from a side demon. Yemo said indifferently. Although the scythe demon is powerful, the essence material on it is the scythe as well as the demon heart. This pair of horns can only be used to forge weapons, it can't act as an evolutionary material and is not very valuable. Grandmaster Lu analyzed professionally, his entire being put into a working state. Yemo sniffed and nodded. Actually, his eyes had already seen through the information of the devil's horns. However, the price of this pair of horns could not be found from the internet. Then I wonder what this pair of horns can be worth? Yemo asked curiously. 200 million. Master Lu said directly. And at this time, the corner of Tang Yi's eyes on the side twitched and he hurriedly coughed lightly. When Grandmaster Lu heard this sound, he suddenly remembered what Tang Yi had just instructed. He immediately slapped his head and laughed awkwardly. Old me is really confused. This pair of horns can still be carved and used as a collector's item. It's worth $1 billion. Worth $1 billion. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes lit up. $1 billion in the bank, then at the large appraisal meeting next week, he would have another layer of confidence. Thank you so much, Master Lu. You helped me look at this again. Yemo said excitedly. Immediately after, he hurriedly pulled out a long black scythe from the spatial storage. This. You actually have a devil's scythe. Young man, you really slaughtered a side demon? Master Lu said in shock. When Tang Yi heard this, his heart burst with joy. He felt that Yemo's status in the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Corps wasn't low, otherwise how could he have been assigned the devil's scythe? So it was well worth it no matter how much he paid for this pull today. May I ask Master Lu, what is the value of this scythe? Yemo asked curiously. Grandmaster Lu thought for a moment and then burst out with figures that made Yemo feel extremely shocked. $10 billion. Chapter 53 Back Home, Leisurely Upgrade. Soon. An hour's time passed. Emo sold all the materials as he wished. Except for the materials on the side demon that were more valuable, the rest of the materials weren't worth much. They were all second-order materials in favor of the third-order materials, with a small amount of third-order materials. But the good thing was that there were quite a lot of these materials, and Master Lu estimated the price to be around $2 to $3 billion. Emo excitedly calculated the harvest of these 2 days. In the end, he got a shocking number: 15.5 billion. At this moment, Emo's breathing became rapid. Even if I take out 200 million, it's more than enough to let Tyrant and Chi-Chi rise to level 20. Emo anticipated in his heart and thought darkly, if he takes out billions more, he might even buy all of Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials. Soon. After Yashi brought Xiaoyu to take care of everything, she returned to the solitary room. Xiaoyu handed a flashy gold card to Emo. Mr. Yi, this is your card. The money from the sale of materials is in the card. Xiaoyu said seriously. When Emo heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he took the gold card and then put it into the spatial warehouse. Right, elder brother Yi. Didn't you say you want to buy some low-grade materials? Quickly tell me about it, so I can start having people prepare it. Tang Yi asked smilingly. Emo thought for a moment, then slowly said, I need 100 million each of magic blood pills, moon essence stones, and second-order zombie crystal cores. If there are zombie viruses such as the beginning virus, or the Xianin stone, then come to 500 million each. If he hadn't gotten these tens of billions, Emo definitely wouldn't have been so generous. And now, there was money to spare. Hearing this, Tang Yi was greatly surprised in his heart. It was because half of the materials Emo needed were used to cultivate zombies, while the other half were used to cultivate zombies. Can it be that elder brother Ye's coffin spirit is a zombie? Tang Yi was puzzled in his heart. However, he didn't think too much about it, but directly instructed Yashi and Xiaoyu to get started on this matter, and told them to deal with it as soon as possible. In the evening, the inner city. On the grass in the front lawn of a large villa, Emo was lying leisurely. On his left side, there was a tall zombie cloaked in a black cloak sitting on his left side, and on his right side, there was a drooling cute zombie lowly lying on his back. And on the grass in front of him, several cargo crates had been piled up at this time. Inside the cargo boxes were a large amount of cultivation materials, as well as some delicacies. Tyrant, Chi-Chi. Grab the upgrade. Emo laughed out loud. Hearing this, Chi-Chi instantly jumped up ready to take a hard bite towards Emo. Seemingly startled by her own thoughts, she hurriedly and shyly kissed Emo on the face. After kissing Emo, Chi-Chi dove headfirst into the cargo box containing food and feasted on it, instead leaving the cultivation materials to the side. Seeing this, Emo just smiled and shook his head, but his mood was extremely good. On the side, Tyrant was different from Chi-Chi. It looked extremely excited after seeing these materials. As the first coffin spirit under Emo, its thoughts were simple. Because of its limited potential, it was too far behind Chi-Chi. After it reached its full level, it might lose the value of cultivation. But even so, it had to squeeze all of its potential within the limited time and level up with all its might. Only by leveling up could it help Emo clear the obstacles in the early stages and protect Emo. Only to see Tyrant walk over to the cargo crates, dismantle all of the several crates, and quickly devour the cultivation materials in the crates. At this moment, it used the virus solution as wine, the magic blood pills as beans, and from time to time, it even picked up a piece of blood-drenched mutated ferocious beast meat to enjoy it. Ding! Tyrant swallowed magic blood pill 10 and gained doubled experience value plus 80. Experience sharing, Chi-Chi gained experience value plus 80. Ding! Tyrant devours 10 pounds of mutant beef, gaining doubled experience value plus 30. Experience sharing, Chi-Chi gains experience value plus 30. Ding! Tyrant absorbs the originator virus solvent, heart function is strengthened. Ding! Tyrant absorbs blacklight virus solvent, overall physical function is strengthened. Ding! Chi-Chi drinks ice cola 10, gaining doubled experience value plus 1. Experience sharing, Tyrant gains experience value plus 1. Looking at the experience value that kept brushing the screen, Emo's heart was incomparably happy. According to this progress, as long as the Tyrant's digestion speed kept up, perhaps in one night, they could rise to level 20. Moreover, after the Tyrants absorbed the virus solvent, their grayish skin began to glow blood red. The veins and muscles became even more hideous, looking extremely terrifying. Even its size began to undergo slow growth. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart retained a hint of anticipation. It was pointless to stay here with it now, so it would be better to sleep and see the situation in the morning. Tyrant, Chi. You guys just stay here and upgrade first. If you reach level 20, return to the coffin on your own or stay at home. Do not run out and cause others to panic. Yemo instructed towards them. Hearing this, Tyrant stopped his hand movements and gave a low roar in a hurry. On the other hand, Chi acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to rummage around in the cargo box. Yemo smiled slightly, then slowly got up and walked towards the villa. The night passed. Yemo sleepily opened his eyes. It was pitch black in front of his eyes, and it seemed that it was not yet dawn. How did I wake up so early? Yemo scratched his head. Then he picked up the cell phone at the top of his bed and took a look. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Yemo was a bit confused. Immediately after, he strangely looked towards the window. With this look, he discovered an abnormality. He only saw an extremely tall black figure standing right in front of the window, blocking the window and preventing the sunlight from penetrating into the bedroom. After seeing this figure clearly, Yemo instantly sat up from the bed in surprise. Tyrant? Roar! Tyrant whispered in response. How did you get in here with such a large size? Yemo asked in surprise. Hearing Yemo's words, Tyrant's body emitted a strange energy fluctuation. The original size of about 4 meters began to rapidly become smaller, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to about 2 meters. Viral Stance special skill: after madly absorbing a virus, the body gets mutated, gaining simple body changes as well as limb simulation. Yemo noticed this skill and laughed. He didn't expect Tyrant's comprehension ability to be so strong. It was quite an unexpected pleasure. Immediately after, he looked at Tyrant's level status without hesitation and became even more excited. Level 20. Status: evolvable. Right. There's also Chi. Yemo was a bit excited. And at this time, a small head suddenly drilled out of his quilt. It was looking at him with a confused face. I'm in. Yemo was speechless. Didn't he say that he would let them go back into the coffin after reaching level 20? How come all of them came to their room? Chapter 54: Evolutionary Route. Time-limited mission. Ding. Detected that Tyrant has reached level 20 and activated 4 evolutionary routes. Is it viewable? Ding. Detected that Chi has reached level 20, activating 1 evolutionary route. Is it viewed? 2 system beeps rang out. Yemo was surprised and at the same time revealed a stunned expression. Tyrant has 4 evolution routes. 7 actually only has 1? Yemo was puzzled. Thinking that he had also checked the White Phantom's evolution route before, Yemo seemed to understand something. It seems to be that the higher the potential of the coffin spirit, the fewer evolution routes it has. No wonder. The lower the potential of a coffin spirit, the less stable its form was, and it was more prone to mutation. Mutation was undoubtedly one of the most important ways for them to become stronger, but unfortunately, they had a limited number of evolutions. On the other hand, high-potential coffin spirits were extremely rare and powerful existences. Their forms were stable, and they would almost evolve in the most favorable direction, and they would be more perfect after evolving. So the higher the potential coffin spirit, the less they needed to obsess over route selection, because they didn't have many evolutionary routes. Thinking of this, Yemo was a bit impatient. View. In the next second, the evolutionary routes of the 2 coffin spirits suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002. Evolutionary Route, Pursuer Normal. Cursed Tyrant Normal. Tyrant of Death Common. Blade Tyrant Hidden, Rare. Coffin Spirit, Spirit Rune Jumping Child obtained, Rising Wreckage Child Template, evolved to enhance abilities without affecting the template. Evolution Route, Spirit Rune Flying Stiff Girl Epic. Seeing these evolution routes, Yemo immediately brightened up. Sure enough, Tyrant also has hidden routes. 7's evolution routes are not much, but they are at the epic level. Yemo was in a great mood. Immediately after that, he hurriedly checked the evolution materials needed for the 2 coffin spirits. Blade Tyrant Hidden, Rare, a ruthless cold-faced butcher. Materials required for evolution: killing heart corpse, blade demon's eye, obsidian giant blade, zombie crystal core 3/3 stage. Spirit talisman flying stiff girl epic, flying stiff, not decaying for 1,000 years, not transforming for 10,000 years, going up to the sky and fetching things through the air. Materials required for evolution: 1,000-year moon essence precious, advanced corpse suppressor talisman, spectraline cold marrow precious, Stygian crystal stone 1/3 order. Looking at the materials required by the tyrant, Yi-Mo immediately lit up. Luckily, he had the foresight to leave behind quite a few corpse cores, as well as some third-order zombie crystals. Now Tyrant was only missing the eye of the blade demon and the obsidian giant blade to be able to complete his evolution. And these two materials didn't fall into the category of high-level materials, which meant that Manpower House definitely had them. As for Chi-Chi's materials, Yi-Mo wasn't sure if Wan Baolu had them. Maybe Chen Lao could get them. I didn't realize that the 1,000-year moon essence and the spectraline cold marrow were actually rare materials. Guess I'll have to hemorrhage. Yi-Mo shook his head inside. Yesterday afternoon he made a huge profit of $10 billion. But if he bought these two materials, he would definitely squander it all. But so what? Since he had chosen the high-potential coffin spirit, it meant that sooner or later he would have to pay a lot of resources and money. Moreover, he was looking forward to how powerful the S-Class coffin spirit would be after it evolved. Thinking of this, a smile of anticipation appeared on Yi-Mo's face. Ding! Time-limited mission opened. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. Quest reward: High Order Corpse Template Raffle Ticket 1, Skill Random Copy Card 1. Current remaining time 9 days and 23 hours. A sudden system sound rang out and Yi-Mo was dumbstruck. High Ranked Template Raffle Ticket. Yi-Mo's face was ecstatic. To know, this was one of the rewards he wanted the most. Not only could it directly raise the coffin spirit by one potential level, it could also allow the coffin spirit to obtain unexpected and terrifying abilities. This mission must be completed as soon as possible, Yi-Mo secretly said in his heart. Immediately after, he looked at another reward. Skill Random Copy Card can randomly extract the common skills of the contracted coffin spirit and copy them into the coffin suppressor. Seeing this, Yi-Mo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This is to make me a human coffin spirit? This reward is too good. However, the 10-day quest limit made Yi-Mo become a bit urgent. It was thought that the evolutionary materials needed by Chi-Chi were definitely rare. Without hesitation, he directly dialed Tang Yi's number. A few seconds later, the call was connected. A surprised voice came out from it. "Ha, elder brother Yi, are you looking for me for something?" Yi-Mo sniffed and hurriedly, "Old brother Tang, I want to ask, does your Wan Baolu have the 1,000-year moon essence and the phantomine cold marrow?" 1,000-year moon essence? Spectraline cold marrow? These are the materials needed for the corpse coffin spirit? A hint of doubt appeared on the phone. "Elder brother Yi, wait, I'll ask Master Lu." Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yi-Mo received an answer that had been expected. Wan Baolu did not have these materials. It was no wonder, although Wan Baolu was the largest material trader in Fengyu City. However, the overall strength of the coffin suppressors in Maple Lake City was not strong. Among them, the Transcendent Masters did not know for what reason a fault line had occurred, and now there was only one left in the entire city. Although there were many Transcendents in the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers, they didn't belong to a medium-sized base city like Mapleview City, but came from other regions. That was why it was difficult for the House of 10,000 Treasures to get materials above the 5th rank right now, and it possessed only a handful of treasures. And since there weren't many indentured corpse race people, Man Treasure House obviously rarely acquired corpse race materials, let alone corpse race treasures. It seems like we can only go ask Elder Chen. Yi-Mo shook his head inside. But right now, there was another extremely important thing that he needed to do. That was the evolution of the tyrant. Thinking of this, Yi-Mo once again set off for the House of 10,000 Treasures. In the 10,000 Treasures building, Tang Yi silently memorized the materials Yi-Mo needed, then with a spatial warehouse, he headed to Jiangnan City without hesitation. He guessed that a large base city like Jiangnan City might have what Yi-Mo needed. Even if there wasn't, he could still send out a high-level commission mission in Jiangnan City. It made quite a few tomb hunting groups over there mobilize. This warehouse has enough stuff to afford the reward of sending out a high-level commission mission. Tang Yi took a deep breath. Going all out to help Yi-Mo, this was undoubtedly a 100% profitable investment for him. As long as the other party didn't die prematurely and was able to grow, the status of Wan Baolu would definitely rise. President Chen's vision is definitely not wrong, Tang Yi thought in his heart. In his opinion, if Yemo only had the potential to become a transcendent, President Chen would definitely not have allowed him to join the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Corps. At the very least, Yemo's strength in the future would be at least a legend, or even on par with President Chen, before he would be worthy of President Chen's other eye. Chapter 55 Evolution. Blade Tyrant. 1 hour later. Yemo arrived in front of the 10,000 Treasures building. When he stepped into the 10,000 Treasures building again, he directly attracted the attention of all the receptionists. These receptionists got up and hurriedly came to stand in a row on both sides of the corridor, bowing respectfully towards Yemo. And this scene looked at the surrounding people for a while. Who is this kid? Actually such a big row? You hurry up and shut up. This is Lord Yemo, the new member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunting Group. He's actually a member of Lord Chairman's troop. But he looks so young, it's incredible. Ooh, Lord Yemo is so handsome, I want to give him a monkey. The crowd was murmuring, but the words were all showing respect to Yemo. When Yemo saw this scene, his face suddenly looked a little unnatural. Just now, on the way to the outer city, there were quite a few people who saw themselves and acted startled, as if they had seen a ghost. Among them, there were even a large number of female coffin suppressors who came to look for their autographs or contact information. This made Yemo's head spin for a while. Looks like I became famous in the outer city yesterday, Yemo said in his heart. Being famous was indeed considered a good thing for him and could avoid many troubles. At least, no one in Fengyu City dared to look for trouble from him anymore. Of course, these coffin suppressors who knew him were too enthusiastic. For a moment, it made Yemo a little less accustomed to it. Lord Yemo. Lord Yemo, why are you here? Two surprised voices rang out. Yemo followed the source of the voices and saw two beautiful beauties wearing cheongsams and stepping on high heels, from the end of the corridor, quickly running towards him. The visitors were Xiaoyu as well as Tang Ye's assistant, Yishi. I came over to buy some materials, you guys don't have to make such a big scene. Yemo waved his hand and laughed. When Yishi heard this, she immediately revealed a flirtatious smile and respectfully said, Lord Yemo, if you need materials, you can completely let Mr. Tang send someone to send them over. Why bother making the trip yourself? I have nothing to do anyway, so I came out for a stroll, Yemo said casually. He actually didn't really want to trouble Tang Yi, after all, it wasn't good to owe more than one favor. It was just that he currently didn't know. The materials he sold yesterday had been quintupled. He hadn't been checking on the low-grade materials and wasn't sure of the prices. Whereas the Scythe Demon's materials were nowhere to be queried, it wasn't too much to sell them that high, perhaps someone was in a hurry to use them? Right, where's old brother Tang? Yemo asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Yishi hurriedly explained, Lord Yemo, Mr. Tang has something to go out now. Now Wan Baolu is fully in charge of me and Xiaoyu. You can quickly come with us to the third floor to discuss in detail. Hearing this, Yemo nodded and headed directly towards the third floor. On both sides of the trading area, those people who did not recognize Yemo were even more shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that what these people around them were saying was actually the truth, and that this youth in front of them really had such a high status. It seems that Fengyu City will have another uncontrollable character from now on. Lord Yemo, this is the Blade Demon's Eye you need, please take a look. On the third floor, in a spacious high-specification trading area, Xiaoyu carried a black wooden box and presented it to Yemo. The wooden box was carved with bizarre patterns that appeared extremely human. A blood-red cross was tied to the front of the box, emitting a faint blood mist under the light, seemingly sealing an extremely terrifying existence. Yemo nodded and took the wooden box, a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Eye of the Blade Demon. The first important material arrived. All that was missing was the final step to evolve the tyrant. Right, what about the other material I need? Yemo asked suspiciously. The other piece of material is a bit troublesome and requires you to wait for a moment. Xiaoyu's soft voice came out. A few minutes later. A sound of footsteps sounded outside the door. Only to see several storage personnel wearing black formal clothes with white shirts inside, ties, black bowler hats, and a little tan skin, carrying a 6-meter-long black coffin walked in. Yemo. You guys just put it here. Xiao Yu commanded. A few people heard this and hurriedly put down the coffin, and after lifting the finished coffin board, they walked out of the solitary room. At this time, Xiao Yu looked at Yemo and said, "Lord Yemo, please take a look." Seeing this, Yemo directly walked over. When he saw that a 6-meter-long, pitch-black long knife was being placed in the coffin, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. This knife is actually so handsome. Yemo was delighted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Obsidian Giant Blade. System tip. You have gathered all the required evolutionary materials for Tyrant. Does it evolve? Yemo sniffed without any hesitation and said excitedly, "Evolve. Blade Tyrant." The next second, the Blade Demon's eye in the wooden box as well as the Obsidian Giant Blade in the coffin directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the contract space within Yemo's body. Yemo sank down and looked towards the contract space. Tyrant had already overtaken these few materials and started to evolve. Only to see its body shape violently pulling up, turning into about 5 meters. The blood vessels and half of its heart that were originally exposed outside its body began to hide towards its body. The muscles that had taken on a bleeding red color after absorbing the virus began to slowly change, as if they had been poured by steel, filled with extreme explosive power. What was even more surprising was that the Tyrant's surroundings exuded a strange black substance. As the substance surrounded him, a huge and domineering black leather coat, as well as a black cowboy had appeared on Tyrant's body. Roar! Tyrant roared, pulled up the Obsidian Giant Blade on the ground, and instantly chopped out towards the front with a Jaeger thunder slash. With a loud boom, a huge blade chi sliced through the contract space, flying out at great speed like a thunder crescent. Its power was astonishingly great. "Master! I've evolved successfully." The Blade Tyrant's low voice came out. It was just that it was very unskilled in speaking, and it sounded a little muffled. "Congratulations, Tyrant," Yemo responded. In the next second, Blade Tyrant twisted its wrist and danced the 6-meter-long great sword out with a few knife blossoms, directly inserting it into the knife box on the back of the leather jacket, and then together with the long sword, it slowly recovered its height of about 2 meters. And at this time, Yemo directly opened the Tyrant's panel to check. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant. Race, Corpse Race. Level, LV.20 Quasi-Guardian level. Experience, 0. 11,600. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Ultra-Viral Reinforcement Overall Physical Reinforcement, Extreme Reinforcement of Attack Power. Virus Absorption. Skill, Destructive Blast 2nd level. Rush Attack 2nd order. Tearing Claws 2nd level. Intermediate Healing 2nd level. Blade Chi Infestation 2nd level. Focused Magic Eye 2nd level. Advanced Blade Art. Supermatter Penetration 8th level. Flame Light Step Special. Accumulated Thunder Slash Special. Viral Stance Special. Jutsu, Binding Release 2. Upon release, Blade Tyrant assumes his ultimate form. Flaws, none. Affinity, 100 protects his master with his life. Current status, exuberance, excitement, confidence. Evolvable, 0 times. Introduction. After being cultivated by a godly corpse breeder, its abilities have been greatly improved. After the hidden evolution, the attack power has been greatly enhanced, as well as having excellent language ability and intelligence. After reading this, Yemo's mood was incomparably happy and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's worthy of being a hidden route. This is simply too cool. Chapter 56, Yemo, Captain Su, I'll give you a toast. On the way back to the inner city, Yemo asked President Chun in detail about the 1,000-year-old moon essence and the Ewing cold marrow sniffing around. The other party replied that these materials were very rare. But the trading market in Jiangnan City just happened to have these materials, and because they were expensive and were the core of the corpse race's evolution, they were absolutely unattended. Hearing Elder Chen's tone of 100% certainty, Yemo was instantly relieved. However, he still wanted to hurry up and prepared to head to Jiangnan City in a couple days. Let's hope that these materials are really unasked for, as Elder Chen said. Yemo said in his heart. This time, returning to the inner city. He didn't return towards his family's villa. Instead, he came to one of the most powerful organizations in the inner city, the law enforcement department. Looking at the law enforcement building in front of him, which was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere and had clear angles, Without thinking, Emo directly put on the snow shadow badge and walked towards the main door of the law enforcement building. In front of the main gate, the two ordinary law enforcers watching the sentry saw Emo's arrival. Their original leisurely appearance instantly became serious. They were ready to stop Emo for an interrogation. As Emo approached, they instantly revealed a surprised expression and the seriousness on their faces suddenly disappeared. This was because the magnificent crystal badge that was hanging on Emo's chest looked particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. "My lord, please come in." The two law enforcers reached out their hands and signaled, facing a respectful look. Although the law enforcement department managed the order of the entire inner city, they didn't dare to put on any airs when facing the members of the tomb-seeking corps. This was because they were managing almost all civilians who did not have any strength, as well as coffin suppressor masters whose strength did not exceed 3 stars at the beginning stage, and who preferred to spend their days comfortably in the inner city. Therefore, most of the law enforcers, their strength would not exceed the elementary rank, and there were only a few that could reach the middle rank. When Emo saw the gesture from the two, he nodded his head indifferently and walked straight into the law enforcement hall on the first floor. "Hello, I want to ask something," Emo said as he looked towards a woman sitting in front of a computer not far away, wearing the uniform of the law enforcement team and working seriously. When the woman heard this, she slowly raised her head and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. "So handsome." Immediately afterward, she noticed the badge on Emo's chest and immediately stood up nervously. "My lord, please. Do you know Su Feng? I want to inquire where his family lives," Emo said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the woman's face immediately showed surprise and said, "My lord, I know him. But I don't know where he lives." "Then pull up his information and check for me." "Yes, my lord." In the inner city, the Heavenly Peak Supreme Hotel, the top floor of the 60th floor. In one of the most luxurious private rooms, a dozen or so powerful people from the inner city were gathered, talking and laughing. Even though they were ordinary people, their strength and coffin suppressor masters were like ants. However, in their families, almost all of them had a high-ranked coffin suppressor master sitting in their homes and supporting them all the time. Therefore, many middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters understood their identities, and although they would scoff and treat them as if they were ants, they would not take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, these inner-city dignitaries didn't dare to easily offend the coffin masters. After all, that would be no different from looking for death. On the main seat, Su Feng sipped his wine with a grave expression, pondering in his heart. It's been 2 days since the bounty was released. Why hasn't there been any news from the mighty ghost tomb hunters? Is it possible that they failed? Thinking of this, Su Feng shook his head again, secretly saying, "It's probably because there are too many people offering rewards, they forgot to notify me." Originally, he was hindered by the fact that Emo had Chairman Chen's backing behind him, so he didn't dare to think twice about Emo. However, when he inadvertently learned that Emo had killed someone on the street in Doomsday Town, his heart of vengeance suddenly rose. And after finding out that Emo had left the town without any protection, Su Feng realized one thing. That was that Emo didn't carry much weight in President Chen's heart. So he directly launched a bounty on Emo. On the side, an obese bald middle-aged man seemed to have noticed that Su Feng didn't look too good. He hurriedly picked up a glass of wine and came to Su Feng's side. "Ha, old brother Su. Today is the day you break through as a quasi-high-order coffin suppressor. Why don't you cast aside any troublesome matters and let's drink and rejoice first?" When Su Feng heard this, his face instantly returned to normal as he faintly said, "That's fine. In that case, then my little brother will toast you first," the bald middle-aged man said with a smile. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to quasi-high-order coffin suppressor. Little brother toasts you." Seeing this, the others also stood up and toasted towards Su Feng. Su Feng picked up the wine cup and didn't get up, he just bumped it on the table and then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were looking extremely excited. This meal was hosted by that bald man, and it was undoubtedly a great honor for them to be able to sit on the table with Su Feng and have a sip of wine. In the inner city, Su Feng was the emperor of the land. Even though his strength wasn't the strongest in the inner city, and he was now expelled from the law enforcement department. However, over the years, none of the ordinary forces he had enlisted were the top powerhouses in the inner city, and there were even quite a few middle-ranked coffin suppressors in the outer city who had befriended him. "Ha, old brother Su has a good capacity for wine. Little brother will toast you again." The bald man was extremely pleased in his heart and once again refilled Su Feng's glass of wine, fawning. Seeing this, the others also refilled their wine. Just at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from outside the door of the private room. Refill a cup for me as well, I'm going to make a proper toast to him as well. As soon as the words fell, the door was slowly pushed open, and a young figure with a smiling face suddenly appeared in the eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this scene, a look of displeasure instantly appeared on their faces. However, they were all veterans and didn't directly open their mouths, instead, they suspiciously sized up Emo. And at this moment, Su Feng, who was on the main seat, stood up in a mischievous manner, his face becoming incomparably surprised. "It's you!" Su Feng said with an ugly face. "What? Not welcoming me?" The corner of Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Then he slowly walked towards the table. Seeing this, a powerful nobleman hurriedly gave Yemo a seat. Yemo ignored the other party and sat down on the seat that was given up as soon as he could. Immediately afterward, directly picked up a bottle of wine and said, "Come on, Captain Su, I'll toast you with a pot of severed head wine." As soon as these words came out, the scene was immediately in an uproar. These dozen or so inner city dignitaries hurriedly retreated to the side when they heard these words, with a look of horror in their eyes. They didn't expect Emo to actually come to pick a fight. As ordinary people, how could they dare to get involved in a fight between coffin suppressors? "Ah, Lord Su. I suddenly remembered that there's something else at home, so I'll leave first," a man said nervously. "Su. Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth and is now asking me to go back immediately." A dozen or so powerful people were thinking of buggering off. Su Feng ignored the words of these mole crickets. Instead, his face turned blue and he stared at Emo dead in the face. He didn't expect the fierce ghost tomb hunting group to miss and reveal his information. This meant that President Chen must have secretly made a move, and he would definitely die today. However, in his opinion, Yemo's guts were also really big, daring to come alone. Then he would pull Emo down even if he died. "Hee, you want to toast my severed head, with your strength it doesn't seem like you're qualified," Su Feng said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Emo threw a bottle of wine out with his backhand, and it directly fell on Su Feng's face and burst open. Looking at Su Feng's face full of blood flowing horizontally, Emo said expressionlessly, "Is that enough now?" Chapter 57 Su Feng jumping. The might of the evil breaking golden light. Su Feng touched the blood on his face, and his expression instantly became hideous. "Kid! You seek death!" Su Feng roared. In the next second, he directly rioted spiritual energy in his hands, a hexagram formation emerged, and a white-silver coffin drilled out from it. When Emo saw this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, when he entered the door, he had the opportunity to directly assassinate Su Feng. As long as the other party was defenseless, the tyrant could kill him with a direct slash. But then, the other party's coffin spirit would disappear with his death, and he wouldn't be able to wait for half a point of experience. Right now, a level 30 quasi-commander coffin spirit. It could completely boost Tyrant and Chi-Chi's experience by another point. Without hesitation, Emo also instantly summoned Tyrant. In the next second, Tyrant directly slashed out a terrifying blade Chi. This blade Chi was extremely terrifying, instantly splitting the large round table in the center and flying towards Su Feng at great speed. When Su Feng saw this, he broke out into a cold sweat and shouted, "Why is your summoning speed so fast?" At this moment, he was already too late for the coffin spirit to open the coffin. Because the moment the coffin spirit came out, there was a possibility that it would be cleaved to death by this sword Chi. So he directly stood the coffin in front of his body to resist this blade Chi from the tyrant. Only a boom could be heard. The silver coffin instantly dented, leaving a huge crack in the coffin board. A terrifying force emanated out, and Su Feng was blasted backwards for several meters, slamming hard into the wall behind him with the coffin, directly smashing the wall with countless spiderweb cracks. Put! Su Feng coughed violently, spraying a mouthful of bright red blood mist from his mouth as his face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? Obviously the day before yesterday, he was only a beginner 3-star. How could he possibly injure me now? However, in the next second, another blade Chi burst out. The coffin board instantly exploded. "If you don't open the coffin, I will do it for you," Emo said indifferently. He didn't want to waste time and wanted to seize the opportunity to directly spike the other party's coffin spirit the moment it came out. However, Emo did not expect the opponent's strain to be good and directly changed to using the coffin to resist the damage. However, at this time, Su Feng had already lost some of his soul in fear. Where did he still have the desire to fight? Black Mist Ghost. Use your skills to stall him, Su Feng shouted in a panic. In the next second, an evil ghost whose body was composed of black mist, whose limbs were bone claws and whose face was a white bone mask flew out of the coffin. Only to see the black mist ghost violently spewing out a mouthful of black mist, instantly turning the entire room into a sight of pitch black, unable to reach out. Take me to escape, Su Feng roared. Taking advantage of the black mist to fill the room, he smashed the room's window guards with a single punch and directly jumped down from the 60th floor. As he jumped, the black mist ghost transformed into a black cloud that appeared underneath his feet, giving him a drastic reduction in the speed of his descent. Ha ha ha. Kid. Want to kill old man? You're still a bit young. Su Feng laughed out loud. However, in the next second, the two blinding golden pillars of light erupted from the room on the top floor, directly dispersing the black fog in the room. Looking at Su Feng, who had already jumped off the building, Emo's face turned blue. This guy was too cunning. But he would never let the experience that came to him disappear. Tyrant. Give chase. As soon as these words were uttered, the tyrant steeply turned into more than 5 meters tall, picked up the long knife in his hand, and slashed a wall directly into 2 halves, then jumped towards the downstairs. Seeing this, Emo directly leaped and stood on the tyrant's shoulder, chasing Su Feng along with it. At this moment, Su Feng, who was already close to the ground. When he heard a popping sound from the roof of the building, he immediately looked up. Upon this look, his pupils plummeted, revealing a color of incomparable horror. Is this kid still human? How dare this chase? Only to see countless bricks and rubble falling like rain. While Tyrant jumped down the 60-story building, he inserted his giant blade into the wall with one hand. He was able to reduce the speed of the crazy fall. At this moment, Emo was extremely calm because Tyrant had a viral stance. A pair of bone horns sprouted from Tyrant's shoulders to keep him stable. Facing the ear-piercing gusts of wind, Emo's eyes locked onto the black mist ghost at Su Feng's feet. Since he had obtained the ability of the evil-breaking golden pupil in the past 2 days, he hadn't had the chance to use the golden ray. But today, after his first taste of this evil-breaking golden ray ability, he had become crazily obsessed with this feeling. He was certain that he could kill demons in seconds with this pair of eyes even if he didn't use the coffin spirit. Tyrant. Speed up the descent, Emo said excitedly. With a roar, Tyrant directly pulled out 80% of the giant blade inserted into the wall. The speed accelerated steeply. And at this moment, Tyrant descended at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Mist Ghost as well as Su Feng. Black Mist Ghost. Use a big move, Su Feng said with a trembling body. However, Emo could not give him a chance. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Die for me. Buzz. 2 terrifying golden pillars of light like lasers instantly burst out from Emo's eyes. The energy was so strong that it melted iron and refined gold. It directly pierced through the Black Mist Ghost, killing it on the spot in seconds. Su Feng, on the other hand, was left with his feet in the air and directly fell from high in the air, being shattered and blood splattered on the spot. Ding! You have successfully killed LV.30 Black Mist Evil Ghost. Ding! As a contracted master, your kill is still valid. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience, gaining plus 3,000 experience value. Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained experience value plus 3,000. Ding! Current coffin spirits, Tyrant, 7-7. Level is LV.20 Quasi-Guard level. Experience required for next level 3,11600. Looking at the experience that skyrocketed again, an excited smile appeared on Nemo's face. Ha, it's true that killing other people's coffin spirits is still better than killing demons. Tomorrow Xiaoyao should be back soon. I also wonder how much experience value Wen Jing's level 28 crow can give me? It should be at least 1,000, right? A hint of killing intent flooded Nemo's heart. Nowadays, he was a quasi-middle rank coffin suppressor and his coffin spirit was level 20. Those magic blood pills that he bought before could not provide experience by now and could only be used as snacks for tyrants. The experience that the moon's essence stone could provide had also been reduced to a few points, without much value. We'll find another time today and settle that innkeeper by the way, as well as the guy who ran away from Doomsday Town before we do so. Yi Mo secretly said in his heart. He considered resolving all the aftermath and then heading to Jiangnan City to explore the news of the evolutionary materials needed by Chi-Chi. Chapter 58 News Pop-Up, Angry Yi Xiaoyao. In the Valley of Doom. Yi Xiaoyao had just commanded Hell Inferno to finish blasting several low-level zombies with Hellfire, when she heard a continuous cell phone vibration as well as message alerts. Out of confusion, she curiously picked up her cell phone from her pocket and took a look. Several eye-catching news pop-up messages appeared in her eyes. Big news for the inner city. Today, at around 12 o'clock noon, a rare high-ranking coffin suppressor battle took place at the Sky Peak Supreme Hotel, the highest building in the inner city. Former law enforcement chief Su Feng was forced to fall to his death. Inner City News Service, super hot high-level coffin master battle video. High energy. Inner City gossip, shocking. That man is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunters. Clicking on these messages and videos one after another. After watching them, Yi Xiaoyao instantly covered her mouth in surprise and sucked in a breath. This is actually brother. Yi Xiaoyao's figure trembled a little. These news were like a storm of doom, continuously destroying her perception of Yi Mo. To know. Yi Mo had been decadent for 2.5 years before he contracted the coffin spirit. Now, after only less than 3 days of contracting, he was able to kill Su Feng. Moreover, he had become a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb hunting group that no one knew about. This was simply unimaginable. 2 minutes later. The shocked look on Yi Xiaoyao's face slowly disappeared, followed by a happy smile. Yi Mo was her brother and the only person she trusted in this world. So no matter how outrageous things happened to Yi Mo, she wouldn't question them or get to the bottom of them. My brother is awesome. Yi Xiaoyao's heart became more and more elated. For the past 2.5 years, she was the one who was in charge of Yi Mo, taking care of the other party's life and living like a private nanny. But Yi Mo had not only regained the confidence he had a few years ago, he had even become so powerful, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely pleased. Humph. Don't want me to take care of you again in the future. Only you will take care of me. Yi Xiaoyao thought in her heart. Just at this moment. When Jing seemed to be sensing Yi Xiaoyao's incomparable excitement. She revealed a smile and directly walked over, softly asking, Xiaoyao, your Hell Inferno demon is really powerful. But you still need to work on adapting to the battle rhythm and strengthening your battle awareness. It's only in next week's examination that you'll be able to get the number 1 score in Linhu province. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. It seemed like Wen Jing was thinking that she was complacent after killing the demonic creature. However, this was normal. What person who contracted an A-class coffin spirit was not floating? Got it, Sister Wen Jing, I'll work hard. Yi Xiaoyao nodded and said. Hearing this, Wen Jing's heart let out a sigh of relief. Last night, she had gotten news that in a base city next door, there were also students who had contracted an A-class coffin spirit. This was undoubtedly giving Yi Xiaoyao one more competitor. Originally, the outstanding tutor title could reward her with 500 million bonuses. These bonuses, coupled with her savings, were enough to buy a coveted C-grade coffin spirit. But this time, the principal gave her the word that as long as she could get Yi Xiaoyao to win first place, let the outstanding tutor's bonus be doubled 5 times. How could she not be moved by this? As long as I get this 2.5 billion. Then I won't have to consider a C-grade coffin spirit anymore, but a B-grade coffin spirit. Wen Jing was in a great mood, a charming smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, an extremely surprised voice rang out from not far away. Heavens! Isn't this Xiao Yao's brother? So powerful. Many trainees heard this voice and looked over in confusion. Only to see a cute girl was holding her cell phone, looking at the video with a shocked expression on her face. Zhou Mengyu, what are you looking at? What Xiao Yao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao actually has a brother, how come we've never heard of it? Zhou Mengyu sniffed and hurriedly said, haven't you guys been paying attention to the news pushes in the inner city? Just now, several news about Xiao Yao's brother were pushed, you guys go and take a look. As soon as these words came out, many people began to get curious and hurriedly took out their cell phones to search for them. When they saw these messages, all of them were incomparably shocked. Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-level coffin suppressor. He also beheaded the former captain of the law enforcement department. This is too powerful. There's even more powerful. His brother is actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troupe. He's simply invincible. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Xiaoyao with envious eyes in their eyes. Not only was Yi Xiaoyao's own talent powerful, but she also had an incomparably powerful brother above her. In this Fengyu city, who else would dare to mess with her in the future? And at this moment, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Can't you guys recognize this face? This person is clearly the oddball who made a joke at school 2 years ago. Everyone knows that he's a corpse servant talent, how could he possibly be a high-level coffin suppressor? A pretty-looking girl said disdainfully. All along, she had been a rival with Yi Xiaoyao, and she didn't believe that the other party's brother was that powerful. Hearing this, quite a few people also began to talk. This seems to be really that oddball from before, eh? But it still looks quite handsome, could it be shooting a special effects video? After all, every year during the graduation season, the inner city would film some sort of highly combustible battle promo for everyone to see. A girl with eyes full of flamboyance said. The inner city has pushed the message, how could it still be fake? In my opinion, it can't be that oddball. How could that oddball have this kind of strength? The crowd murmured. And at this moment, the temperature around them seemed to have risen a lot. Yi Xiaoyao's double ponytails inadvertently turned into a fiery red color, then scattered in all directions and fluttered against the wind. Whoever dares to say another word about my brother being a strange person, I'll tear apart anyone's mouth. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes erupted with gusts of fire, her voice was extremely cold and she appeared to be very angry. The crowd turned around to take a look, only to see that Yi Xiaoyao's body was covered in flames, emitting a violent burning sensation, living like a flame demoness, emitting a terrifying might. The Hell Inferno demon beside her was even more incomparably excited, revealing a greedy and tyrannical expression. As long as Yi Xiaoyao's command was given, it would not hesitate to destroy everything in front of it. Ah, sorry. Sister Xiaoyao, we didn't know that lord was your brother. Sorry. I'm sorry. The crowd apologized. A few breaths later, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath and faded the flames around her body. Her complexion became calm and would not pay attention to these people. This flame baptism talent, as well as the company of the Inferno demon, has made my temper even bigger. Yi Xiaoyao frowned and said darkly. But no matter what, as long as someone dared to speak ill of her brother to his face, she would dare to flip out with the other party on the spot. Chapter 59, When Jing Apologizes. Yi Mo, kill her. When Jing silently watched this little interlude happening in front of her. In a normal situation, she would have definitely stepped in early to mediate. But right now, she only felt that her entire being was in a state of stagnation, a trance-like color showing in her eyes. Yi Mo actually didn't die? Even the head of the mighty ghost tomb hunting group didn't manage to kill him? When Jing sucked in a breath of cool air. Seemingly doubting the authenticity of the news, she hastily took out her cell phone and searched. The results that popped up shocked her as if she had fallen into an abyssal hell. How is this possible? Obviously he just contracted for less than 3 days. How does he have the strength to kill a quasi-high rank? Looking at the battle footage in the video, Wen Jing suddenly lost her color. And what made her feel even more terrified was Yi Mo was actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troupe. It's over. Yi Mo definitely knows what I did, I'm dead. Wen Jing's heart panicked as 10,000 emotions of remorse flooded into her heart. If she hadn't cheated Yi Mo for that little bit of selfish fame and fortune, then wouldn't she have taught 2 super geniuses now? And his status would have risen? And in the worst case scenario, one is afraid that the matter of deceiving the other party will be exposed, and ruthlessly put things to an end, going straight to the bounty on the other party. This was undoubtedly without any room for maneuver. I'm dead. When Jing's eyes flushed red. For a moment, she almost cried in front of her students, almost removing her usual disguise of a gentle and knowledgeable mature teacher. In reality, she was usually extremely contrasting in private, and had a radical and selfish personality. How about I kneel to him and beg for forgiveness? Or become his slave? Will he spare me? When Jing thought left and right, not daring to make a decision right away. If Yi Mo could really make her a slave, that would be the best outcome for her. At that time, the more powerful Yi Mo became, then her status as a slave could also be above the 10,000. Let's call and ask him first. Maybe he'll forgive me out of old friendship. Wen Jing thought in her heart, if I can't forgive me, I'll run away again. Anyway, Black Crow flies fast, he definitely won't be able to catch me. At this moment, Wen Jing looked at Ji Xiaoyao and said with a forced calmness, Xiaoyao, you guys continue your training. Teacher has something to do, so I'll leave for a while. After saying that, Wen Jing then walked towards the vicinity of a broken complex near the river. Soon, she then found a high wall that was still intact and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she directly dialed Yimo's number. The call went unanswered. After several minutes, Wen Jing called hundreds of times and finally got through. Yimo. I'm Sister Wen Jing, is it convenient to discuss something? Wen Jing said nervously. However, a cute lowly voice suddenly came from the phone end. It's not convenient. My master is riding his bike. You can talk to Chi-Chi if you have something to say. Hearing this, Wen Jing first froze. Master? Wen Jing muttered, then a wave of ecstasy ran through her heart. I never thought that GMO would actually have this kind of hobby. Looks like I have a chance to live. Wen Jing coughed lightly, then involuntarily clamped her throat and said softly, Can you give the phone to your master? The words just fell. A puzzled male voice came from the phone. What is it that you are looking for me for? That. Yimo, I'm here to apologize to you. I lied to you before, you can actually participate in the graduation examination. Wen Jing said nervously. The caller smiled faintly, interesting. What else? Go on. In the back, I was afraid that you would know about this, so all of a sudden I had a brain fart and put a bounty on you. Wen Jing's tone was extremely soft, as if a little girl had done something wrong. Actually, I wanted to withdraw the bounty right away, but they wouldn't let me. They even said that they would kill me if I dared to back out. You also know how terrifying those people are, I don't dare to offend them. Wen Jing lied, while carrying a hint of crying, trying to make Yimo's pity kick in. Yimo, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to try to put a bounty on you, if you can forgive me. I can be your slave, like that little girl just now, calling you Lord. Drip drip drip. The phone was instantly hung up. Wen Jing's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, the teacher has begged you like this, and still gives you the cheek. You're so far away from me now, what else can you do to me? Wen Jing spoke out in shame and anger, muttering to herself. I'm leaving Fengyu City right now, you won't be able to find old me in this lifetime. When Lao AI has money in the future, I'll launch a commission against the tomb seekers who aren't afraid of the Snow Shadow Corps. I'm going to put a bounty on you for the rest of your life. Wen Jing viciously said. Suddenly, behind the broken building, two cackling voices rang out. Ah, Dongzi. Did you hear that? This woman seems annoyed? This kind of woman is really scary. Yimo didn't even mess with her, and she launched a reward, simply heartless. If she doesn't die, Yimo probably won't be able to sleep well for the rest of his life. Who is it? Come out here. Hearing the mocking voice behind the wall, Wen Jing was startled in her heart and droned. In the next second, the wall next to him boomed and directly exploded with countless bricks flying in all directions. Seeing this, Wen Jing directly went towards dodging these bricks. When the wall completely collapsed, only to see a huge-sized Toon Guardian White Ape appear in front of her eyes. And on one side of the Toon Guardian White Ape was a bloody nurse-suited zombie, and on one side was a black-robed skeleton sorcerer. Behind them, 3 young men and women facing sneering colors appeared. It's you guys. You guys are following me. Wen Jing shouted in shock. Ha, of course I'm following you, if I don't, what if you run away? The monkey laughed and said. On the other end, Yimo rode a locomotive provided by the Heavenly Peak Supreme Hotel and sped down the road. This call from Wen Jing also directly let him know what breed the other party was. Originally, he was still thinking about the other party's coffin spirit and wanted to personally settle the other party's life. But now, only a wave of nausea was felt. Hey, Lin Yin. Yimo called Lin Yin's phone. What's up, Yimo? Lin Yin's faint voice came through. Don't follow that woman, please help me kill her now. Yimo's tone carried a tinge of anxiety. I'm still on my way here, she probably won't return to the city, she's going to run away early. At the same time, Lin Yin looked at Wen Jing, who was caught in the siege. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a burst of teasing. Didn't you want to end her yourself? Why do you want to kill her early now? Do you want us to capture her alive? Linin said in a soft voice. But don't. The moment you mention this woman, I get sick and nauseous. Killing her is too damn obscure for me to get my hands dirty. The phone was tinged with disgust. Tisk, do you really not need us to capture her alive? She's right in front of us now, surrounded by the three of us. Linin asked with a smile. Kill her directly. As soon as the words fell, Yimo Zen hung up the phone. Chapter 60, When Jing Dies. Innkeeper, I'm a clown. Hearing the voice coming from Lin Yin's phone, Wen Jing's face became grave. It's not that easy to kill me. She snorted coldly. As long as she summoned the Dark Crow Prophet and used her masterstroke to disassociate a few people, she would be able to leave peacefully. Without any hesitation, the spiritual energy in her hands instantly surged, and a hexagram seal directly took shape. However, before she had the chance to summon the coffin out, a tall, bloody shadow that brought up a burst of bloody light appeared in front of her like a ghost. In the next second, claw shadows that were too fast for the naked eye to catch flashed through the air. With a poof, Wen Jing's arm, which had condensed the formation, was instantly severed and thrown several meters. Intense pain hit her, making her face pale and trembling. The blood-colored nurse zombie in front of her was too fast and was not prepared to allow herself to summon her coffin spirit. Then wouldn't she be unable to escape now and only have to die? Thinking of this, Wen Jing endured the severe pain and a hint of killing intent flooded her center, while holding a hint of fantasy. As long as he left the distance of 10 meters from these three people, he had every chance of summoning the coffin spirit to escape. No matter what, he could make these three people kill each other before he died. Can you take me to CEMO? I want to apologize to him face to face. It's me who has apologized to him. Even if I die, I still want to die under him. Wen Jing said with a face of remorse. Only the killing intent in her heart grew stronger. When Linin saw the scene, her face was indifferent and she paid no attention. Her eyes were instead like she was looking at a corpse. Because the malice in the other party's heart had nothing to hide in front of her talent. Kill. Two icy cold words spat out from Lin Yin's mouth. Only to see the blood-clothed angel slowly raise a hand with blood-red sharp claws. Then with a speed as fast as lightning, it directly stabbed through Wen Jing's heart. With a bang. As the other party's body fell to the ground, Linin hurriedly made a call. Already killed. Linin said indifferently. Thanks a lot. The voice on the phone rang out. I'll come over when I'm done with Doomsday Town. You don't need to come over, we're going back now. Linin said. Alright then, you guys also bring my sister back by the way. We'll be in touch then. After saying that, Yimo Zen directly hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Yimo once again came to Doomsday Town. Coming here was simple, with only one purpose, and that was to kill the innkeeper. That escaped coffin suppressor, perhaps he couldn't find it for a while. But he could learn the same method as others and then pull up the video in the inn and put a bounty on that person. In the inn, the innkeeper was standing restrainedly beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a centipede-like, unhealed scar on his face, which looked somewhat shocking. Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this into me? This is the legacy left to you by Wu Yong. There are at least tens of millions of dollars coming in a year. You're not going to run it properly? Scarface looked at the innkeeper and asked suspiciously. No. In the past few months, people have been coming here every day to cause trouble. I, an elementary one-star coffin suppressor, can't suppress them. I can only beg for help. I can't make ends meet every day. Boss Wu hurriedly shook his head and said. It would be good if my nephew was still around. Boss Wu's nephew was a middle-order 7-star coffin suppressor. Although his strength was not very strong, he still had a bit of means in a low-level area like Doomsday Town. And the scarred face in front of him, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was his nephew's teammate, extremely close, belonging to the same grave-seeking group. Hearing this, Poisonous Dragon's eyes closed tightly, his face revealed an incomparable color of pain, said, Hey. Xiao Wu is so young. It's really a pity. It's just a pity that we have too many tasks in the tomb-seeking group, otherwise I could have helped him take care of you for a moment or two. When Boss Wu heard these words, his face instantly blushed. Previously, his own nephew had often mentioned in front of him that this Poisonous Dragon and he had a relationship as if they were master and disciple, with a lifelong friendship, and could definitely be trusted. And although it was the first time Boss Wu had met Poisonous Dragon, after a brief conversation, he realized that every word Poisonous Dragon said came from his heart. With his experience, it was completely impossible for the other party to be faking it when he exuded a look of regret. At this moment, Boss Wu seemed to think of something and his mood appeared a little anxious. However, he still smiled and said, "Boss Poison Dragon, since Xiao Yong is your good brother and has been taken care of by you many times, then I will give you a 50% discount. Is it okay to transfer this in to you at half price?" Hearing this, Poison Dragon hesitantly nodded his head and said, "Alright then, count me as taking advantage of you this time. In the future, if you encounter anything difficult to solve, you can directly look for me." After saying that, Poison Dragon directly handed a card to Boss Wu. Seeing this, Boss Wu hurriedly took the bank card with an excited expression on his face. In this world, there really is such a fool. But if he starts to do something bad, he can rob me of everything. Boss Wu sneered in his heart. A few minutes ago, he noticed the news from the inner city and realized that the young man he had placed a bounty on was not only not dead, but also had an incomparably terrifying background and strength. This caused him to directly entertain the idea of running away. However, before he left, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit, so he contacted this trustworthy person from his nephew's mouth. At that time, if Yemo came to seek revenge, there was a high probability that Poison Dragon would help himself to block the shot. "Boss Poison Dragon, I suddenly remembered that I still have one thing left to do. I have to go out first," Boss Wu said eagerly. In his haste, he subconsciously threw his bank card into the space backpack left behind by his nephew. Now that he had gotten the money, he was prepared to directly run away with his family's money. And just at this moment, Poison Dragon faintly glanced at the other party's spatial backpack, and his eyes suddenly froze. Then a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Boss Wu, don't go yet. I suddenly remembered something I want to ask you." When Boss Wu heard this, he immediately frowned and said, "Boss Poison Dragon, what matter do you wish to ask? Didn't little Wu get a rare skill stone before? I want to ask if you know where he put it." Poison Dragon said with a smile on his face. He then released a more than 10-meter-long flower-spotted viper, which was thicker than a bucket, from the silver coffin. When Boss Wu saw this scene, a look of horror appeared on his face. How could he not know what the other party meant now? It's over. I should have known that I shouldn't have coveted this small amount of money. I've lost a lot of money this time. Boss Wu's face was incomparably ugly. A rare skill stone was worth so much that it was comparable to a B-class coffin spirit, and he had now thrown away so much of his fortune for these tens of millions of dollars. Wasn't this a proper clown? Chapter 61, Skill Drive Crooked. Two people were beheaded in a row. Boss Poison Dragon. The skill stone is here with me. Can you let me go if I give it to you? Boss Wu said in panic. Immediately after, he fondly pulled out a bizarre crystal stone with a glowing red body that emitted a gust of burning heat from his spatial backpack. Seeing this, Poison Dragon's eyes suddenly erupted with greed and his face became incomparably excited. "Ha, that kid Wu Yong would rather be lynched by my old man, but he refused to say out where this skill stone is. It turns out that it was hidden in the hands of you guy. If it wasn't for you taking the initiative to contact me, I really didn't know that this guy still had an uncle like you. It seems that he treasures your life." The moment these words came out, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to spew out flames as if he was losing his mind. "So it was you who killed my nephew? He trusted you so much. You are simply a... Ha, so what if it was? Not only did I kill him, I even fed his corpse to the Snake King." Poison Dragon laughed and said, while patting Flower Spotted Big Snake's body with his hand. Seeing this, the great spotted snake turned its head to look at Boss Wu. A ferocious color flashed in its vertical pupils, and its mouth spat out letters, ready to directly devour the other party. When Boss Wu saw this, his heart sank. Although he is a capricious, see the wind at the helm of the bullying villain, but Wu Yong, but he was brought up from childhood, comparable to his own son. Blood is thicker than water. How can he not be satisfied if he doesn't take this revenge? That's right. Stall the time. Until that young man comes over. As long as he comes over, maybe I can get my revenge. There is still a chance of survival. Boss Wu's heart was ruthless, so he seized the last bit of opportunity to utilize it. In the next second, he flung himself to his knees and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Boss Poison Dragon, just now, I was impulsive and failed to control my emotions. I can hand over the skill stone to you, but can you let me go?" When Poison Dragon heard this, his face flashed with disdain as he said, "Let you go? Do you take lousy for granted? Have you heard of the saying that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots? If you let you go, wait for you to reward me? And right at this moment, not far from the door, two figures slowly walked. One figure was more than 2 meters tall, wearing a black leather coat and a leather cowboy hat, with a large knife longer than himself on his back. The other figure was a handsome youth holding a child. The conversation inside the inn was clearly heard by Emo. There's actually a rare skill stone? Looks like the harvest won't be too bad this time, Emo said in his heart. Then he brought Tyrant to the front door of the inn. And at this time, the two people inside the store seemed to sense something abnormal and hurriedly looked outside the inn. When Boss Wu saw this, his heart was first filled with fear, which turned into ecstasy. He did not expect Emo to come so timely. Ha ha! Poisonous bug, don't you want rare skill stones? You go and grab it instead. Boss Wu laughed and instantly threw the fire-red rare skill stone in his hand in Yemo's direction, fiercely. Seeing this, Yemo made a smooth move and directly grabbed the skill stone in his hand. And when Poison Dragon saw the scene, his face became extremely fierce. Kid, hurry up and hand over the skill stone, I'll spare your life, Poison Dragon said angrily. When Boss Wu, who was on the side, saw this, his face suddenly became ecstatic. Fight! Fight! Boss Wu said with anticipation in his heart. As long as the two of them fought, he could find a chance to escape. However, in the next second, a gushing blade chi directly blasted open the door of the inn, carrying an unrivaled momentum as it chopped towards Boss Wu. With a poof, a trail of blood slid down from the center of his eyebrow. Boss Wu's body was split vertically on the spot, split in two, dead beyond death. Yemo looked at this scene indifferently with no waves in his heart. He didn't pay attention to Poison Dragon's threat at the side, instead he paid attention to the system beeps in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rare Skill Stone 1. Is it to be used now? Use. Yemo said silently with some anticipation in his heart. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Rare Skill Stone. Obtained the Fire Rare Skill, Lance of Molten Inferno. Lance of Molten Inflammation. After learning this skill, you can coalesce a Lance of Molten Inflammation out of thin air to project attacks. There is no racial restriction, and when learned by a non-fire coffin spirit, the comprehension success rate is 1%. It seems to be driving crooked. Yemo's face stiffened. This skill was nothing more than adding a means of attack for him, it could be learned or not. According to the skill introduction, the effect of this skill was estimated to be similar to the accumulated Thunder Slash. Moreover, right now, Tyrant was focusing on using his sword, and Chi-Chi drawing and dancing with his sword obviously didn't go well with this skill. This skill would be good to give to Xiao Yao. Thinking of this, Yemo waved his hand and directly put the Molten Inferno Lance into his spatial backpack. Are you looking for death? Don't force me to kill you with my hands. Poison Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly as he took everything in, killing intent wrinkling in his heart. In his opinion, Yemo was only a quasi-middle rank coffin suppressor. Although the Tyrant's slash just now was stunning, it merely split a door and was not very powerful. If that slash had slashed at his own flower-spotted great snake, with the hard scales of the great snake, it would definitely be able to easily withstand it, making it impossible for the other party to break through the defense. It seems like your words are a bit much, Yemo said indifferently. In the next second, Tyrant directly slashed at Poison Dragon. Seeing this, Poison Dragon hurriedly had flower-spotted serpent block in front of his body. Only a ding was heard. Sparks suddenly rose. The blade chi whistled like the wind and fiercely blasted onto the body of the great spotted snake, instantly tearing open a long wound that was dripping with blood. The defense is not bad. Yemo skimmed a glance. He then said with an expressionless face again, Tyrant, don't test it, one slash. The moment these words came out, Poison Dragon was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the slash that almost slashed flower-spotted big snake to death was actually just a test. Great snake! Take me to vanish! Poison Dragon roared. Seeing this, the great flower-spotted snake took the Poison Dragon in its mouth with one bite, twisted its body, and fiercely drilled towards the ground. However, before it could drill a few inches into the ground, a blade chi with lightning light came, directly slicing a crack several meters deep into the ground. The Poison Dragon and the flower-spotted giant snake were cut down on the spot. Ding! Blade Tyrant has successfully killed LV.30 flower-spotted snake. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 3000 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained experience value plus 3000. Ding! The current Coffin Spirit Tyrant, 7-7. Level is LV.20 Quasi-Guardian. Experience required for next level 6000-11600. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. 2 more quasi-high-level coffin suppressors and I'll be upgraded. By the way, this innkeeper as well as the Poison Dragon's spatial backpack hasn't been taken yet. I wonder what kind of goodies are in it. Yemo thought. He then asked Tyrant to dig out the corpse of the poisonous dragon in the ground, while he himself walked to the inn and took the spatial backpack from the innkeeper's hand. Chapter 62 Gap? Yi Xiuyao's doubt. In the inn, Yemo was inspecting the items left in the innkeeper's spatial package with interest. After a quick inspection, Yemo just shook his head. The internal space of this backpack was not large, and it merely contained some cash, as well as several savings cards that could not directly withdraw money. And Yemo didn't know the passwords of these savings cards, so it was useless to hold these cards. He could only let Chi-Chi draw a fiery talisman to incinerate these cards and the innkeeper's body. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Hard Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Viper's Guts. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Viper's Tooth. Several consecutive beeps rang out, causing Yemo's face to blank out. Is this the benefit of leaving the coffin spirit or demonic creature's entire body? Yemo was surprised in his heart. To know. Before the tyrant evolved, its attacks were not as powerful as it was now, so it could only be forced to use ultra matter penetration to kill high-level enemies. However, the effect of ultra matter penetration was extremely amazing. With one shot, the target was blasted to almost nothing, and what material could be left depended on luck. Without much thought, Yemo hurriedly walked out of the inn and came in front of the deep pit dug out by the tyrant. Looking at the large snake corpse, Yemo couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Tyrant, it looks like you're in for a treat today. With these words, how could Tyrant not understand Yemo's meaning? It hurriedly used its knife to split the snake corpse into a few pieces of flesh and blood and began to feast on it. For a while, the experience swiped the screen. A level 30 snake corpse, excluding those third-order materials that were just dug out, the blood and meat left behind was also an extremely precious resource. Not only could mutated ferocious beast meat be consumed by coffin spirits to increase their strength, humans could likewise improve their physical quality by quite a bit after consuming it. Chi-Chi, help me get a cut of snake meat and freeze it. When the time comes, I'll make snake soup for you to eat. Yemo laughed. Chi-Chi sniffed and drew a talisman in one hand and held a sword in the other. Only to see her 2 swords chopping out, the sword Chi with a cold air came out longitudinally and sliced right on top of the snake's body. With a buzzing sound, the hard snake scales were like tofu, instantly sliced through, while being frozen by the cold air. Yemo's heart was shocked. He himself had always treated Chi-Chi as a support, but he had forgotten a fact. The opponent was an S-class coffin spirit. The basic attributes were too much higher than Tyrant. And as the level increased, the gap in potential only became more and more obvious. This sword Chi slash from Chi-Chi just now was almost comparable in power to the accumulated thunder slash issued by the Tyrant. 7/7's attacks are also very strong, then won't my killing efficiency double in the future? I'll even be able to single-handedly enter a level 30 level otherworldly secret realm. A confident look flashed in Yemo's eyes. One should know that the benefit of entering the secret realm was that one could upgrade and get materials. There was a chance to even come across a mausoleum and dig out all the coffins buried in it. With his current strength, if he were to face a level 35 or so coffin spirit in the secret realm, he would definitely be able to fight it out without using his super material penetration. The materials that would be obtained at that time would definitely be beyond imagination. My god-level talent has tripled the full abilities of Tyrant and 7/7. Obviously 7/7's gain is even greater. When she evolves, her strength will only become more terrifying. Thinking about this, Yemo became more and more eager to complete the evolution quest issued by the system. The Tyrant's potential can only be reached after level 39 when I can use specific materials to make it break through to see rank potential with my god-level talent. This is a long time, and it can't be rushed. Although by the later stages, I can cultivate the Tyrant's potential to the top. But right now, it still has a gap with S-class, or even a class coffin spirits. Yemo analyzed in his heart. After seeing how powerful Chi-Chi was, Yi-Mo briefly fell into a misconception. In fact, with the divine level corpse breeder talent boost, the tyrant's potential could no longer be measured by the apparent D rank. Currently, Tyrant's potential was definitely comparable to the B rank coffin spirits of other coffin suppressors, and Tyrant's comprehension ability was very strong, as well as the various powerful skills rewarded by the system. Putting it all together, Tyrant would have a chance to suppress even an A rank potential coffin spirit of the same rank. If one used the super matter penetration, it would be a direct second kill. After Yi-Mo figured it out, a faint smile appeared on his face, then he continued to check out the Poison Dragon's spatial backpack. After checking it out, his face showed disappointment. There was no other reason. Poison Dragon was really too poor. There were only a small amount of third-order materials in the backpack, as well as some survival items needed in the wild. Evening. In the inner city, in Yi-Mo's house. Yi Xiaoyao's brows were furrowed as she sat on the sofa without a word and watched the TV. There were two things that were bothering her. One was that Yi-Mo had transformed too much. In just a few days he had gone from a person without a contract to an existence whose strength was comparable to that of a high-rank coffin suppressor. Could it be that Yi-Mo was pretending before? Hiding his strength from himself all along? Secondly, the direction that instructor Wen Jing had left was exactly the direction where Yi-Mo's three friends had appeared. And among them, the cold woman wearing a black trench coat was emitting a faint bloody aura. Combined with the fact that tutor Wen Jing had not returned to the class after a long time, Yi Xiaoyao guessed that the other party had been tragically killed. Why did they kill tutor Wen Jing? Let's wait for Yi-Mo to come back and ask him for clarification. Yi Xiaoyao muttered. And just at this moment, the roar of a locomotive sounded outside the villa. Yi-Mo was back. Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly stood up from the sofa, went to the window and looked towards the outside. Only to see Yi-Mo parked his car downstairs and walked quickly towards the villa. Yi-Mo didn't do anything all afternoon. First he took Lin Yin and the others to the tomb-seeking guild to test their strength. Immediately after that, he took the three of them to casually stroll around the outer city, eating, drinking, and having fun, before finally settling them down and heading to the Wanbao building alone. At this moment, he was in an extremely good mood, carrying a modest space backpack in each of his two hands. It was almost filled with materials for cultivating demons. As an old brother, while being powerful himself, he naturally wouldn't forget Yi Xiaoyao, his younger sister. If he messed with a powerful force in the future, if Yi Xiaoyao's strength was too weak, then she would be easily assassinated. Doorway. Yi-Mo knocked on the door and said, "I'm back." Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and directly opened the door, then ignoring Yi-Mo, she turned her head and walked towards the sofa and sat on her butt. Seems like I didn't provoke her, right? Yi-Mo scratched his head and muttered. Then he also walked to the sofa and sat down. And at this time, Yi Xiaoyao's conspiratorial voice rang out, "Yo, isn't this the legendary Lord Yi-Mo? How about actually being able to kill a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor? How awesome!" Yi Xiaoyao glared back at Yi-Mo and snorted coldly. Yi-Mo. Cough, speak properly, don't be gloomy. Yi-Mo lightly coughed and said. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, her face was full of displeasure and she looked back at Yi-Mo with a puff of anger. Quickly tell me the truth. Why are you so strong? Did you hide it from me for 2.5 years? If you are so strong, why did you want me to take care of you all the time before? What exactly is your intention? Yi Xiaoyao was like a frantic kitten, grabbing Yi-Mo's ears and said. Old sister, have something to say, don't make a move. Yi-Mo was somewhat speechless. If it was someone else who dared to treat himself like this, then he would definitely send the other party to meet the king of hell. But this happened to be his own old sister, who could not be hit nor scolded, and could only be spoiled. Chapter 63 Explanation. Excited old sister. Hearing Yi-Mo's words, Yi Xiaoyao once again coldly grunted before she reluctantly let go of her hand. Speak up. Then I'll be honest. I actually didn't hide my strength. Yi-Mo said faintly. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, her face flashed with suspicion. You really didn't hide your strength? Then how did you become so strong all of a sudden? Didn't hide it, in fact, it's related to my talent mutation. Alright, you don't have to say anymore. Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo was instantly confused. He was just about to explain himself. Why did the other party stop listening? Is it hard not to be angry again? And at this time, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi-Mo and said with a serious face, I don't care what talent you have. You're my brother, it's enough for me to know that you won't cheat me. If you dare to cheat me, I'll twist your ears viciously. Yi Xiaoyao made hand gestures and threatened. When Yi Mo heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He then handed the two space backpacks in his hands to Yi Xiaoyao. What's in this backpack? Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. There are some materials for cultivating demons in here, you can take them to cultivate hell inferno demons. As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. Immediately after, she hurriedly rummaged through her spatial backpack, only to see her quickly take out a large pile of materials, a happy smile appearing on her face. Right at this moment, she suddenly touched a piece of crystal that emitted a scorching aura. Without hesitation, she directly took it out of her spatial backpack. Looking at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes immediately widened. It's actually a fire-type rare skill stone. Yi Xiaoyao lost her voice. To know. Even demons in the early stages, there weren't many means to be able to directly blast the enemy, completely relying on their demonic bloodline to crush the enemy. Originally, she was still nervous because there was someone in the base city next door who had also contracted an A-rank coffin spirit. But now the appearance of this fire skill stone would undoubtedly give Inferno one more surefire technique. With this rare skill stone, then I'll definitely be able to easily defeat all my opponents in next week's assessment. A confident look flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. She had gotten her Hell Inferno because of Yi Mo, and now Yi Mo had provided her with the rare skill stone. For a moment, Yi Xiaoyao's mood was incomparably excited. Older brother, I love you. Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and directly pounced towards Yi Mo. When Yi Mo saw this, the corners of his eyes twitched. If it was any other girl, he wouldn't necessarily hide. But this was his sister. Not hiding is a beast. Without hesitation, Yi Mo directly dodged away. Yi Xiaoyao pounced on the spot. Yi Mo. What are you hiding for? What do you mean? Yi Xiaoyao huffed and puffed, unable to resist the urge to twist the other person's hand. Old sister, calm down. It's just a stone, why get so excited? Yi Mo said indifferently, digressing from the topic. Cut. Now that you're rich, you're starting to learn to pretend. I don't know who it used to be, who had nothing to do but ask me for money. Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Yi Mo. Soon. Yi Xiaoyao put away the materials provided by Yi Mo. She was in a great mood, so she said towards Yi Mo expectantly, Brother, I will definitely take first place in next week's examination. At that time, you remember to be there to cheer me on. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo's face immediately revealed a stunned look. He then said with a look of regret, I'm going to Jiangnan Base City tomorrow. I won't be able to come back until next weekend, so I guess I won't be able to catch up with your examination. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's originally excited mood instantly became low. What are you going to Jiangnan City for? Yi Xiaoyao whispered. I'm going to accompany President Chen to attend a large coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. Yi Mo said indifferently. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, her eyes gave a start, then she looked at Yi Mo admiringly and said, worthy of being my brother, actually making friends with such a big shot like President Chen, awesome. You go. Come back next week and wait for my good news. Early the next morning, Yi Mo brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front lawn of the villa. After a long conversation last night, Yi Mo also explained what Wen Jing had done. This made Yi Xiaoyao instantly get furious, almost so angry that she didn't sleep well all night. I didn't expect teacher Wen Jing to be that kind of person. It really pisses me off. Yi Xiaoyao chanted from time to time. Alright, the person is already dead, so stop chanting. Yi Mo shook his head helplessly. He then looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, you first summon the Inferno demon and let it comprehend the skill. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Mo added, if it fails to comprehend, I'll take you to the tomb-seeking guild and look for Elder Chen to get one. Cut. Don't believe me. My Inferno demon will definitely be able to comprehend it. Yi Xiaoyao pouted. Only to see spiritual energy flashing in her hand, a huge cross formation drawn and carved by flames appeared on the ground. In the next second, the 3-meter-long True King Emerald coffin quickly emerged from the formation. Come out, Yan Jun. Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's call, the coffin panels opened steeply. A 3-meter-tall demon with a 2-horned head, an evil face with fiery eyes, huge wings on its back, and covered in flaming demonic patterns appeared before the eyes of the two. Coffin Spirit, Hell Inferno Demon. Race, Demon. Rank, LV.3 Servant Level. Seal Level, True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Demon King's Bloodline. Extremely powerful physical ability, immune to flame damage while reducing damage taken by 75%. King of Flames. Consumption of using fire skills is drastically reduced, while power is increased by 2x. When absorbing surrounding fire attribute elements, he gains a super rapid regeneration effect that restores his physical abilities. Skills: Inferno Blast, Flame Shield, Deterrence, Elementalization Special, Flight, Hellfire Special. Stunts: Inflammation. Demon Field stimulates the fire element within a certain range, changes geography, and super duper strengthens all of one's own abilities, as well as possessing a coffin suppressor. Flaws: None. Density: 80,000 of obedience. Current status: like. Evolvable 3 times. Introduction: From the demonic hell. Dictator in the gates of hell, king among demons, not bad potential, worth cultivating. Seeing the introduction on the panel, Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. The affinity has risen ridiculously. Xiaoyao Flame Baptism comes with the fire element. It's simply a perfect match for Hell Inferno. It could be foreseen that Yi Xiaoyao would definitely be able to maximize her effect as long as she contracted a fire coffin spirit. I also don't know if there are any fire dragons in the world Sky Ridge. If there is, maybe Xiaoyao can have one. Yi Mo thought in his heart. And at this moment, Hell Inferno Demon saw the fire rare skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand and instantly became a little excited. Without hesitation, it directly received this skill stone and then absorbed it. After 2 minutes passed, there was no reaction. Yi Mo and Yi Xiaoyao's face also became more and more gloomy. Is it hard to believe that the comprehension has failed? Yi Mo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a hint of a smile appeared on Yi Xiaoyao's gloomy face. Immediately after that, the laughter grew louder and louder, and she was even so happy that she pulled Yi Mo's hand and jumped up. Brother! Yan Jun, it comprehended. It comprehended. Chapter 64, Counseling the Forces of Jiangnan City. Aha! Brother! Yan Jun, it comprehended. It comprehended it. Yi Mo looked at the other party's excited look, and a faint smile appeared on his face, nodding his head and praising, awesome. He, that's of course. Yan Jun was designated to me by you, old brother. Can it not be awesome? Yi Xiaoyao spat out her tongue and laughed. At this moment, she was joyful from the bottom of her heart. Having a brother with a strong talent and strength, and who could take care of himself and think of himself was simply too good to be true. It seemed like he thought of something. Yi Mo turned around and walked close to the front lawn of the villa, next to the black heavy motorcycle parked by the wall. Then faintly said, "Get on the car, take you to meet someone." When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on her face. See who? You come up first, you'll know when you go. A hint of smile appeared on Yi Mo's face. Yi Xiaoyao scratched his head, no longer asking more questions, immediately took the Hell Inferno back into the contract space, and hurriedly sat on the back seat of the locomotive. He then followed Yi Mo and drove out of the villa. Since Yi Mo didn't know Jiangnan City very well, so before he left, he purposely came to the Tomb-Seeking Guild to consult President Chen about some things. As for why he brought Yi Xiaoyao over, as an old brother, Yi Mo naturally wasn't too worried about her being alone, so that's why he wanted to entrust her to Elder Chen so that the other party could keep an eye on her. The third floor of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Yi Xiaoyao was nervously sitting next to Yi Mo, her eyes occasionally sizing up the plain old man in front of her. In her perception, this old man was admired by 10,000 people and his strength was even more terrifying. But no matter what, she hadn't expected that her own old brother was acting extremely casually in front of the other party, and it seemed that the relationship was extraordinary. This is your sister? Awakened the super-ranked talent Flame Baptism? President Chen raised an eyebrow, a puzzled look appearing on his face. Obviously. This matter of Yi Xiaoyao awakening her super-ranked talent as well as contracting an A-ranked coffin spirit, President Chen had also known about it for a long time. After all, such a genius was rare to see in Fengyu City for decades. However, because Yi Mo's performance was too bright, Chairman Chen almost forgot about Yi Xiaoyao and didn't bother to take a closer look at the other party's information. Looking at President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Mo was instantly a bit puzzled and asked, "Elder Chen, is there a problem?" Pros? President Chen coldly ventured out, or a distant one? Yemo sniffed, and immediately looked confused. Naturally, it's pro. Strange. How does it feel like it was picked up? President Chen muttered softly and fell into deep thought. The moment these words came out, Yemo's face immediately darkened a bit, although his own old sister was a bit short, but at least her face value was extremely rebellious, and would never hold back his own handsomeness. And how could it be picked up? Yi Xiaoyao sniffed, and likewise her face changed, her temper instantly surged up, and she stood up from her seat with a miso. She also no longer cared if this old man in front of her was a legendary powerhouse or not, so she directly pointed at the other party's nose and huffed, saying, "You old man is really hateful. You just know how to talk nonsense. When I was a child, I clearly did blood identification with my parents. How could I have picked it up?" At this moment, President Chen reacted and looked at Yi Xiaoyao's action like this in surprise, and then looked at GMO whose face was blackened. He understood what was going on. He then laughed and said, "Haha, little girl, don't get excited. Old man's mouth is yawning, just kidding, just kidding." Yi Xiaoyao heard these words. Temper slowly disappeared, somewhat regretting that she was too impulsive, then apologized in a small voice, "President Chen, I was too impulsive just now. No harm. Young people, it's normal to be impulsive." The old man was famous for his violent temper back then. President Chen seemed to think of something, and waved his hand with a smile. "Xiaoyao, you don't need to call old man President Chen, just call Grandpa Chen directly in the future." Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and hurriedly looked at GMO. Seeing that GMO had no opinion, she nodded her head at once and said, "Aha! Grandpa Chen. Ha ha ha." President Chen laughed out loud, looking extremely happy. He then stroked his beard and shifted his gaze to GMO with a smug look in his eyes. "If I can't pin down you brat, can I still not pin down your sister?" President Chen was delighted in his heart. As long as he treated Yi Xiaoyao like his own granddaughter. In the future, if he needed Yemo's help for something, Yemo would definitely look at Yi Xiaoyao's sake and be too embarrassed to still bargain with himself. Yemo saw President Chen's smug expression and understood the other party's thoughts and did not say anything more. "Elder Chen, I'm going to head to Jiangnan Base City later. I'm not sure what are some things to pay attention to over there, please tell me a little," Yemo said. President Chen was stunned when he heard this, then he picked up his teacup and took a sip, coughed lightly and said, "I have long wanted to talk to you about this matter. If you kid didn't mention it, old me almost forgot about it." Hearing these words, a puzzled look flashed in Yemo's eyes. It seemed that Elder Chen placed a lot of importance on this matter of him traveling to Jiangnan City alone. You kid is too capable of causing trouble. After you go to Jiangnan City, it's best to keep a low profile and don't mess with things you can," President Chen said indifferently. Yemo sniffed and revealed a surprised look, then pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. This thing doesn't seem to work too well over there?" As soon as these words came out, President Chen's face suddenly snorted coldly and said, "You brat actually doubt the strength of old me? Old me, not to mention anything else, in the south-central part of the Great Summer Country, there are definitely no more than 5 fingers that are stronger than old me. So besides these 5, there should be those who can compete with you, Elder Chen, right?" Yemo asked curiously. Hearing this, President Chen was instantly somewhat dumbfounded, a trace of gravity slowly surfaced on his face. "Yi kid, there is a tomb-seeking group called Blade Court in Jiangnan City that doesn't deal well with old man. All 3 of their leaders are at the legendary 5-star level. Old me can easily fight 2 against 1, but the 3 of them joining forces can make it incredibly tricky for old me." President Chen shook his head and said, while a scornful look appeared in his eyes, "That's why if you encounter people from the Blade Court, try to avoid them a little. Although those 3 guys won't directly intervene against you, you'll be in quite a bit of trouble if you clash with the people from the Blade Court. After all, Jiangnan City is the territory of the Blade Court. As for the other forces, the Snow Shadow Badge still has some effect, how you want to deal with it is all up to you." Yemo noticed Chen Lao's eyes and pondered in his heart. It couldn't be that the fault line of Transcendent Coffin Suppressor in Fengyu City. Is it related to this Blade Court, right? Nope, if that's the case, Elder Chen will definitely destroy the Blade Court at all costs. At this time, Yemo only felt that joining the Snow Shadow Corps was as if he had gotten on a ship of thieves. This was because if the people from the Blade Court recognized his identity as a member of the Snow Shadow Corps, they would definitely make a move to provoke him. Once his talent was exposed, the Blade Court probably wouldn't let him grow. But he didn't think much about it. His own abilities had been observed by Elder Chin since the day he contracted the coffin spirit. So no matter what, he would get involved with the other party sooner or later. I know, I will try to stay out of trouble when I get there. Yemo said indifferently. You brat, why do you have to go over there now? It's not like those materials can be lost. Wouldn't it be good to wait for old man to finish his work and go there together with old man and old brother Lin? Elder Chen advised. With old brother Lin present, as long as he casually says that you're his junior. Even if you cause trouble everywhere, no one in the South Central region will dare to take action against you again. Yemo sniffed, and after some consideration, he still shook his head. On the one hand, he was eager to complete the mission and wanted to obtain the mission reward as soon as possible. And on the other hand, Yemo understood that Supreme Lin was upright in temperament and prioritized upholding the righteousness of the human race. Suppressing riotous and dangerous places, cutting down the world's demons and evils, he would almost never intervene in the fights between coffin-suppressing masters. So Yemo didn't want to borrow the other party's name to flaunt around. No, I'm worried that if I go over too late, those materials will be bought by someone. At that time, we'll have to spend a lot of time searching again. Yemo said indifferently. Alright then, you pay attention to safety along the way. If there is anything you can directly contact me, I will be the first to find you. President Chen instructed. After waiting for Yemo to leave, President Chen shushed Yi Xiaoyao for a while, as if he was treating his own granddaughter. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. As long as he cultivated it properly, the heights he could reach in the future would at least not be weaker than himself. However, the other party was definitely far inferior to Yemo. Because Yemo's talent was too perverse. Chapter 65, Traveling to Jiangnan City. Sudden Level 25 Beast Tide. A few hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyu City, Yemo leaned against the car window, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. Due to the human settlements being compressed by the magical creatures, the sides along the way presented a pristine scene. Giant forests, cool lakes, and then barren plains. Fengyu City was not far from Jiangnan City in a straight line. But in order to avoid the secret and dangerous places beyond the wilderness, the railroads were built on relatively safe paths. So it would take 7 or 8 hours to reach the destination. However, most of the Coffin Town masters who rode the train felt that it was completely unnecessary for the railroad to be so circuitous. Because no demonic creature that dared to attack an armored train had ever managed to leave alive from under them. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently and then suddenly slowed down. Countless coffin suppressors in the carriage were caught off guard and fell to pieces. Yemo, on the other hand, hastily stabilized his body before falling into such a mess. By the time the train stopped, everyone's faces became extremely ugly and anger surged. There's something wrong. Train, you also play emergency braking? What's the point of stopping all of a sudden? It can't be that the train is broken, right? Didn't you check and repair it before you left? Now it's stopping in the middle of the road. Do you want me to walk to Jiangnan City? It's over, my tomb hunting group is organizing a secret world activity in the wee hours of the morning tonight. If I don't make it, I'll probably be kicked out by the head of the group. Countless people cursed, causing a ruckus in the carriage. And at this time, Yemo noticed that the carriage had been vibrating, and a trace of gravity appeared on his face. It shouldn't have encountered a large-sized ferocious beast, right? Yemo was startled in his heart. Then he hurriedly opened his cell phone and checked the path the armored train had passed through. Only to see that 3 kilometers outside the railroad protection zone was a huge plains map. On the plains map, there was a red area in it labeled with the danger symbol of the otherworldly secret realm. A wild plain? The devil level is around level 25? Seeing this, Yemo instantly understood what was going on. It must be that the magical creatures in the plains had broken through the super grid of the railroad protection zone. It blocked the way ahead. And right at this moment, an urgent announcement rang out in the train. All passengers. A small wave of horizontal beasts has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. Weapons systems have been activated. Please remain calm, please do not cause unnecessary panic. All passengers. A small horizontal wave of beasts has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. Weapons systems have been activated. Please remain calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. As soon as the broadcast came out, The faces of all the coffin suppressors instantly changed drastically. They had heard something. Beast tide. Fierce beasts, as a relatively common existence amongst the coffin spirit races, tended to travel together in the wild. And the neighborhood was a wild plain, with most of the ferocious beasts leveled at around level 25. It was important to realize that fierce beasts also belonged to the coffin spirit race. They not only had talents and skills, and even more so, they have masterstrokes. The impact of a wave of beasts formed by them was definitely much more terrifying than that of a high-level coffin suppressor. If there were more than 500 of them, even a high-level 9-star coffin suppressor wouldn't be able to carry them. Half a minute later. Although the train was still vibrating, the hearts of the crowd, which were in their throats, had already been lowered. Scared me to death. I thought it was a vertical beast tide. Crow's mouth don't talk. If it's vertical, then we're screwed. It's estimated that the train will be overturned and everyone won't be able to escape being eaten. Yeah, facing a small beast tide of level 25, only a high-ranked coffin suppressor would have the ability to hold it back. Us little shrimps can only wait for death. The crowd murmured. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying vibration came from the armored train, and it was as if it had suffered an earthquake as it shook sharply in the armored train. And at this time, an urgent cry came from the radio. Beast tide redirected. Beast tide redirected. I am the Demon Exterminating Legion, high-ranking 5-star town coffin commander. Zhou Tong. Don't panic, all the quasi-middle rank or above coffin suppressors. Listen to my orders. Follow me out of the car and fight to the death. As soon as these words came out, the armored train was first swept by a round of heavy machine gun fire. Immediately after that, the doors of the train were opened. When the originally terrified middle-ranked coffin suppressor heard the broadcast, he immediately gritted his teeth and rushed out towards the door. The coffins were then summoned out onto their backs and rushed to the front of the train, ready to stop the beast tide outside the train. For them, if they didn't resist, they would surely die. And with the presence of the super grid in the protection zone, they wouldn't be able to climb out. Instead of waiting to die, it was better to get off the train and fight. Now that there was a high-ranking coffin suppressor in the Legion, even in the face of the beast tide, there was still a slight chance of survival. Yemo didn't hesitate and directly followed the crowd and rushed out. If it was in normal times, he would naturally stand alone in the face of trouble and would not step in to help people out. But right now, these coffin suppressors had already united in order to survive. They even began to spontaneously make the train close the doors tightly, trying to protect the weaker ones in the carriages, allowing the weaker ones to take care of themselves. In turn, such weak people revealed nervous colors and prayed for these middle-ranked town coffin masters who got off the train. All of this, Yemo watched. A few seconds later, Yemo arrived at the front of the train along with the crowd. Looking at the beast tide in the distance that was all formed by black giant wolves that were more than 2 meters tall. Everyone's faces were incomparably pale and trembling, but none of them retreated. On the other hand, the foremost Legion commander, Zhou Tong, had a flat face, having long ago put life and death at risk. All warriors. The beast tide is approaching 500. Either we die, or they die. Please fight to the death to stop them. Chapter 66 Desperation. Zhou Tong's high-pitched roar came out and it instantly touched the hearts of the hundreds of middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters behind him. Only to see all of the coffin suppressor masters roar out with the same fury, all of them summoning out their respective coffin spirits. Let's fight. Those who are afraid of death are all grandsons. Brothers. Later on, there are still those of you who are alive. Remember to collect my corpse for me. I've just become a middle-ranked coffin suppressor for less than a week, and I've encountered a level 25 beast. I'm going to peel off the skin of one of these beasts and taste the thrill of killing them at a higher level. For a moment, all the panic instantly disappeared, and the emotion of fighting climbed directly to the top. Zhou Tong looked at these battle-intentioned, middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters behind him, who had already put life and death at risk, and fiercely clenched his fists, his heart extremely excited. Immediately after, he instantly summoned a death swordsman that was about 2 meters in length, wearing black armor bubbling with black mist and holding a huge sword. He then shouted, "Warriors! Bring the coffin spirits and charge with me. Smash them hard with your skills." As soon as these words came out, all the coffin masters no longer hesitated and directly had their coffin spirits charge towards the wolves. All of a sudden, countless skills were blasted towards the black and pressurized wolves. A series of explosions were caused. The most conspicuous among them was the Death Swordsman under Zhou Tong. Just like a tiger entering a flock, the Death Swordsman raised his longsword in his hand and began to rotate at great speed. At this moment, the Death Swordsman was like the god of death, and the outer area of the rotating longsword blew up a greenish-black whirlwind several floors high, whistling through the wolves. These whirlwinds were incomparably terrifying and came with continuous sword chi, harvesting all the black giant wolves within dozens of meters along the way. Only the skill of the Death Swordsman seemed to be exceptionally consuming Zhou Tong's spiritual energy. After a few minutes, the lack of energy could be felt. As the smell of blood filled the air, the black wolves inspired all their wildness and began to charge towards the crowd without fear of death. A few moments later, with broken limbs and corpses everywhere, half of the hundreds of black giant wolves remained. Most of the dead wolves were killed by the Death Swordsman. Only a small portion of them were killed by the coffin spirits of these hundreds of middle-rank coffin suppressors. At this moment, Zhou Tong's mouth was panting fiercely as a trace of cold sweat flowed out from his face. The rapid loss of spiritual energy had made it somewhat impossible for him to support the consumption of the Death Swordsman's skills. Right now, he could only have Death Swordsman use ordinary swings to fight the black giant wolf. However, this efficiency was extremely slow, and the Death Swordsman was already feeling a little weak under the onslaught of dozens of black giant wolves. Even countless hideous wounds appeared on his body, and one of his arms was torn off. The coffin spirits of the other middle-ranked coffin suppressors were naturally no better. In one round, almost all of them were injured by the energy attacks released by the black giant wolf. Knowing that most of these coffin spirits were less than level 25, they were already no match for a single black wolf. What's more, they were facing a torrent formed by the remaining 200 or so black giant wolves. How could they possibly resist? If they dragged on for a few more minutes, the defense line formed by the coffin spirits under the middle-ranked coffin masters would most likely collapse. And everyone here would be buried in the mouths of the ferocious beasts. I happen to not have any teammates here this time, and I encountered this situation. There's also an alpha secretly hidden in the beast tide. Looks like I'm really going to be accountable here today. Zhou Tong cursed angrily in his heart, his brows locked in some resentment. For him, just one more high-level coffin suppressor would be enough to change the current battle situation. If his teammates were also there, then decimating the remaining half of the black giant wolves would not be a problem at all. But now, Zhou Tong was the only high-level coffin suppressor in the group, and his spiritual energy was already running out. All he could do now was to return to the rear with the half-dead Death Swordsman and start encouraging loudly, directing all of them to carry out defensive holds in an orderly manner. Brothers, shrink the defense line. Keep blasting these guys with long-range means. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll be able to recover some of my spiritual energy, allowing the Death Swordsman to unleash the stance he just used again. Zhou Tong roared with red eyes. Everyone's hearts were overjoyed when they heard this, and they began to desperately mobilize all the spiritual energy in their bodies, allowing the coffin spirits to frantically vent their skills out. As for the black giant wolf pack in front of them, sensing the countless skill bombardments, they seemed to be under some sort of order, and even began to gradually disperse to avoid them. It no longer charged forward as mindlessly as before. Ha ha! I've beheaded a level 25 demonic creature for the first time. How refreshing! A level 25 demonic creature is nothing more than that. If only there were twice as many of us. These demons are probably scared. They don't dare to charge. Looking at the wolves in front of them as they somewhat stopped in their tracks, countless people laughed out loud. For a while, it made them feel that the beast tide wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. At this moment, at the very back of the crowd, Yemo looked at this scene with a heavy heart. Right now, he didn't make a move and just let Tyrant and Chi-Chi stay by his side. It was not because he was cold-blooded. Rather, he was certain that a beast tide of this size must have an alpha leading it. If the leader was not killed, these black giant wolves would become even harder to handle. A high-level 5-star coffin suppressor master like Zhou Tong couldn't even force out the leader of the wolves when his spiritual power was exhausted. Looks like I can only wait a little longer. Yemo muttered as a glint flashed in his eyes. If he rushed up to kill the black giant wolves now, he could certainly kill hundreds of giant wolves, thus slowing down the battle. However, the leader of the wolves clearly had an extremely high level of intelligence. If it ran away with all the remaining giant wolves and then notified out the rest of the pack to tail the armored train, then everyone would still end up dead. With the end of some skill bombardment, Suddenly, an incomparably long wolf howl sounded. When all the giant wolves heard this sound, their eyes instantly filled with blood and radiated a killing light. The wolves that had originally stopped in their tracks suddenly became incomparably berserk, recklessly charging towards the direction of the crowd. Seeing this, Jotong's face flashed with a look of gravity. At this moment, he had already gotten a clear look at a huge wolf in the wolf pack that was much larger and covered in silver-gray fur, and was showing a provocative look at himself. This was the leader of the wolf pack, with a level as high as 30. This intelligence isn't low. Jotong cursed angrily. Immediately afterward, his heart hardened and he directly roared out loud that all coffin suppressor masters with corpses and ferocious beasts, bring them to the top for me to act as cannon fodder. Those with ghosts and monsters act as the second echelon and go up to harass. Demons, and undead act as the main force. And our last line of defense. I don't care if you fight or use your skills. Anyway, please brothers, stop them with all your might. With these words, everyone's faces wore a heavy look. It was foreseeable that a large number of coffin suppressor and coffin spirit casualties would follow. But there was no way around it. If they didn't top them, it would be a dead end. However, everyone seemed to have underestimated the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps inspired by the Wolf King, the strength of these wolves had skyrocketed. The echelon formed by the coffin spirits and coffin suppressors' flesh was dispersed by the wolves in an instant, torn to shreds. As one coffin spirit after another, as well as middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters, fell, everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. They're too ferocious. It's impossible to block them. We're dead. I've done my best. The coffin spirit is also seriously injured and dying. You guys can hold out as long as you can. Wait until Lord Jotong recovers his spiritual power. How can we hold out? How can we hold out? It's only been 10 seconds and so many of us have died. It's over, we're all finished. Chapter 67 Yemo Strikes. This was too outrageous. A burst of despairing voices resounded through the crowd, causing everyone's hearts to fall to the bottom. A trace of sadness also flashed in Jotong's eyes. Although these coffin suppressor masters were all very bloodthirsty, after all, they had never worked together or gone through legionary drills. Being able to achieve this level was already the limit. They can probably hold out for another minute. But my spiritual energy. If only someone could help me stall a little longer. Jotong lowered his head and sighed, his heart filled with despair. Just at this moment, at the very back of the echelon, a handsome young man with two figures squeezed through the crowd that stopped in front of him, slowly walking towards the very front. In the echelon, it seemed that a few coffin suppressors from Fengyu City recognized him, and immediately let out an incomparably excited cry. This is Lord Yemo. Ha ha ha. It's really Lord Yemo. He's actually on the train too. My God. It's really him. With him around, it'll definitely be able to delay until Lord Jotong recovers his spiritual power. We are saved. Hearing these words, everyone's spirits were shaken, and a light of hope emitted from their originally desperate eyes. Brothers, the Lord Yemo you guys are talking about is this young man? Isn't he only at the quasi-middle level? Someone saw the handsome young man's spiritual power level and asked in confusion. Right. Isn't this a quasi-middle rank? It's even weaker than us, how can he possibly drag it out? There were also people who questioned. Ha ha ha. You guys haven't seen Lord Yemo's strength, so it's natural to underestimate him. Let me tell you guys. Although he is only at the quasi-middle class level, but he can kill a high-ranked coffin suppressor with a single slash. The Fengyu City's town coffin master roared loudly, obviously immensely worshipping Yemo. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and shifted their gazes to the handsome young man in front of them. A look of incredulity appeared in their eyes. What did they hear? A knife second. The youth in front of them was actually able to cross 10 levels in 1/second. How is this possible? Crossing 10 levels? Brother! Are you telling a joke for the group to figure out while we're dying? Someone questioned. If you guys don't believe me, just wait and see. This is our Fengyu-based city super genius. Hearing these words, everyone stopped refuting. There was a look of anticipation in their eyes. They wanted to see if this young man would become their savior or not. Hearing the conversation of these coffin suppressors, Zhou Tong also raised his head in confusion and sized up the young man walking towards the first echelon. Only after taking a glance, a gloomy color flashed in his eyes as he shook his head and smiled. This young man seems to have a great reputation. It's just a pity. How will he be able to hold back 200 giant wolves? Zhou Tong despaired. However, in the next second, a figure wearing a leather jacket and holding a giant blade leapt into the air. It directly chopped out an incomparably terrifying blade chi with lightning. The blade chi shot out steeply, emitting a piercing sound as if it was tearing through the air, and instantly chopped into the oncoming wolves. Explosions rang out. Several miserable howls came out from the wolves. Only a dozen or so black giant wolves were seen to be split in half by the blade energy, splattering 10 feet of blood. Seeing this, Fengyu City's coffin suppressor pointed at the tyrant and yelled out. Ha ha! See that? That's Lord Yimo's coffin spirit. We're saved. When everyone saw this, their eyes lit up and their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. This quasi-middle-ranked young man had indeed cultivated the coffin spirit to be incomparably terrifying. If this coffin spirit were to slash out a few more slashes and exterminate half of the giant wolves, it would definitely be able to drag Zhou Tong back to recovery. Little brother. Go for it. Brother. Be sure to stall. Whether we can live or not depends on you. With the chance to live right in front of them, the crowd cheered for the young man from the bottom of their hearts. However, Yimo's current intention would not just be thinking about stalling. The Wolf King had already been locked by him. As long as he beheaded the Wolf King, all the other giant wolves would be at a loss. At that time, destroy all these giant wolves. The experience that Yimo would be able to gain would definitely be an incomparably terrifying number, enough to ascend several levels. Since the Wolf King has already appeared, I'll behead it. Then exterminate the rest of the wolves. Excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes. He only saw his eyes glazing over as he crazily stimulated the aura in his body. An ice-cold voice sounded at the very front of the crowd. Tyrant, charge into the wolves and directly behead the Wolf King. Chi, accompany Tyrant. Don't let go any giant wolves. As soon as these words came out, Tyrant's size suddenly drew up to more than 5 meters, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Only to see it stepping on flame-light steps, turning into a flaming shadow and rushing into the wolves. On the side, Chi directly executed instantaneous step, and her body emitted an ice-blue cold aura as she followed closely behind. Soon, miserable wails continuously resounded from the giant wolf pack. Tyrant seemed like a god of killing. His body was surrounded by icy blue souls. Any attack he received could be quickly recovered, and with a single slash, he directly split a giant wolf. Chi was likewise not weak, directly drawing various incantation talismans and doom true talismans out of thin air and throwing them towards the wolves, setting off rounds and rounds of explosions. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant doubled in experience, gaining plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi doubled in experience, gaining experience value plus 3,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, double your experience and gain experience value plus 400. Ding! Your coffin spirit. Countless experience swipes made GMO become a bit numb. Without realizing it, Tyrant and Chi had already killed the Wolf King. The other giant wolves were as easy to be decapitated as hyenas and dogs. The number of giant wolves was decreasing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, as Tyrant and Chi upgraded, the amount of spiritual energy that was fed back to EMO was also increasing, and there was a hidden tendency of it being inexhaustible. Cool. This is simply too cool. EMO had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth and was excited in his heart. As for the group of mid-rank coffin suppressor masters behind him, as well as Zhou Tong who was recuperating, obviously, they were already too shocked to speak, revealing eyes like looking at ghosts as they looked at EMO. There was no longer any sound from the crowd, and their coffin spirits froze in place, becoming as eerily silent. Only the continuous screams of giant wolves came from not far away. At this moment, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Is this really just a quasi-middle-ranked coffin suppressor? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 68 Complaints of the Injured. Due to Emo's strike, it directly changed the entire trend of the battle. Most of the town coffin masters who participated in the battle became relaxed and froze on the side to watch the battle. while a small portion of those town coffin masters who possessed healing coffin spirits had their respective coffin spirits take the injured members and return to the crowd for treatment. They looked at the front of the battlefield, at the man who was like a god descending from the heavens, with excitement, agitation, and respect in their eyes. More than anything else, there was gratitude. At the back of the crowd, Jotong's face revealed a smile after the robbery, his heart excited. This young man's is too strong. If nothing goes wrong, the human race will have another supreme in the future. Seemingly thinking of something, a glint flashed in Jotong's eyes as he muttered, "This matter must be reported to the head honcho to see if we can invite this young man into the legion." In the midst of the giant wolf pack, Tyrant and Chi-Chi were like gods of killing, and were mercilessly decimating these black giant wolves at a devastating speed. Only a few minutes had passed, and as a black giant wolf fell like wheat, the protective zone of the railroad was turned into a sea of corpses and blood. One should know that level 25 demons were hardly challenging for them. Not to mention Chi-Chi's indestructible body, even Tyrant's flesh that was strengthened after absorbing the virus was able to withstand most of the damage from the black giant wolves. From this, it was clear that as long as Yimo's spiritual power was enough to support them in battle, even how many more giant wolves came would be useless. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant doubled its experience and gained plus 250 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gaining experience value plus 250. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, 7-7. Has leveled up to LV.24 guard level. Experience required to level down 015840. Hearing the system's prompt, Yimo froze. He then scanned around the wolves and a smile spread out at the corner of his mouth. Although the experience provided by these black giant wolves had been decreasing as they leveled up, but there were still nearly 100 giant wolves left in front of him, and the experience they could provide was at least 10,000. There are still more than 80 left. Should be just enough to level up to 25. Yimo secretly said in his heart. And right at this moment, a wailing sound came from behind Yimo. He turned around and frowned. He only saw many severely injured coffin spirits as well as coffin suppressor masters lying on the ground in a dying state. Due to the fact that healing coffin spirits were extremely rare, this led to the fact that coffin spirits as well as coffin town masters who were not saved in time would face the risk of death at any time. If we let all these injured people gather together, Chi-Chi's once saved suffering and doom would probably be able to save all of them in full condition. Yimo pondered in his heart. But soon, he gave up on this decision. It was okay if it was rescuing 2 or 3. But if there were more than 40 coffin masters and coffin spirits revived in full blood at a time, it would be a very explosive scene when looking at the entire Great Xia country. The shock effect would be more than 10 times more terrifying than a beast tide. At that time, Chi-Chi might be missed by some superpower. Yimo didn't want to get into too much trouble, and he wasn't a saint. Going out to kill all the giant wolves and letting these people live was already his limit. Because he wanted to reach Jiangnan base city earlier, so this was one of the reasons why he had to strike. But saving the injured, it didn't seem to do him any favors. And he had no obligation to save them. Does anyone else have a healing coffin spirit? Hurry up and summon it. Someone in the crowd shouted. A wounded man seemed to notice the situation on the battlefield and hurriedly said in surprise, "Isn't that coffin spirit of Lord Yimo able to draw talismans for healing? When he finishes killing these giant wolves, then let him save us." Right. Lord Yimo is so powerful, he can definitely heal my coffin spirit. Someone chimed in. Hearing this, a coffin suppressor from Fengyu City, who was treating the injured, immediately retorted, "Are you guys crazy? Lord Yimo has been fighting all this time, and his spiritual energy has been consumed so severely. He has already gotten us out of danger. We should take a good rest later. Where will we find the time to save your coffin spirits?" Then what do you say? This healing effect of yours is definitely not as good as Lord Yimo's, right? If Lord Yimo could have made his move earlier, we wouldn't have gone up as cannon fodder. Someone complained. That's just it. Now that he's left you back row ones unharmed, there's no reason why he shouldn't heal our first echelon. We're the ones who were injured the most and deserve more credit than you guys. He has to treat us for that. The moment these words came out, many of the wounded felt that there was some truth to it and turned their heads to look at Yimo in front. Even some of the injured had a look of blame in their eyes. This person in front of them clearly had the strength to join hands with Jotong to kill all the giant wolves. It could have protected them from harm from the start. However, the other party insisted on waiting until a lot of people had died before coming out to act as a savior to gain attention. So in their opinion, the factor that led to their injuries was partly from Emo. In front of the battlefield, Emo heard these people's conversation and just shook his head, and for a moment he actually felt somewhat powerless to spit. At this time, Jotong also noticed their conversation and his face instantly turned iron blue. He didn't expect that these people, who had been saved by Emo 1 second, would directly change their faces the next. Damn, what's all the noise about? Can't you see that I'm also injured? Did I say a word? As long as you're not dead, it's not like you guys can't recover. Jotong shouted loudly. Immediately afterward, he then explained, if old brother Emo and I were to go together, the Wolf King would never show its head and would simply escape. When it escapes and then calls out to the pack, we'll only die an even harder death. So from now on, whoever dares to question what elder brother Emo is doing, I'll blow you off the bus later. Jotong's face was extremely ugly. All of these middle-ranked coffin suppressors present today had indeed contributed a lot. But the one who played a decisive factor was still Emo, and these people wanted to morally kidnap on the basis that they had some credit. There was no door. You guys take the injured to the train and ask those beginner coffin masters if they have any healing coffin spirits. If there are, tell them to treat the injured. Jotong combed the anger in his heart and rushed at some of the people next to him and ordered. As soon as these words came out, many middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters nodded their heads in a hurry, then picked up the injured and walked over in the direction of the armored train. Seeing this, these injured people knew that they were at a disadvantage, and the resentment in their hearts disappeared quite a bit. Chapter 69 Invitation from the Demon Extermination Legion. Emo, not interested. 1 hour later. By the time the corpses of the giant wolves within the railroad protection zone were cleared, the armored train departed again. Emo did not return to his previous compartment. He was sent by Jotong to a section near the front of the train and was in an extremely luxurious carriage. The interior space of this armored carriage was huge, just like a luxury hotel, and the facilities were very complete. Emo took a shower and washed away the bloody odor on his body. Then he pulled out a black casual outfit from the space warehouse and changed into it. Immediately afterward, he laid down on the bed and began to check out today's harvest. Tyrant and Chi-Chi have already risen to level 25. If you want to level up again, you can only go to the otherworldly secret realm. Emo pondered. This kind of beast tide that appeared today was usually extremely rare in the wild. However, Emo learned that in the otherworldly secret realm, this kind of riot scene with hordes of magical creatures was very common. So when the coffin spirit appraisal meeting was over and after Chi-Chi's evolution was complete, Emo would definitely make a trip to the otherworldly secret realm. Coyote's Tooth, 300. Coyote Fur, 220. Coyote's Claw, 390. Heart of the Wolf King, 1. Emo looked at the number of materials in the spatial warehouse and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wave of beasts was close to 500, and after killing them, the materials left behind naturally piled up. Some of the materials that were of lower value and took up space, such as wolf blood and wolf meat, Emo did not pocket them. On the other hand, most of the materials with higher value were taken by Emo. The Wolf King's heart seems to be not bad, able to sell for more than 100 million. Emo checked the price. When he saw the prices of the rest of the materials, his face darkened. He did a simple calculation and his face became more and more ugly. Holy, these 900 plus materials. All of them added up to sell for less than $1 billion? This is too pitiful. Emo was extremely puzzled in his heart. The scythe demon that he had chopped before had casually sold for tens of billions of dollars. Even the spectral fire soul crystal left behind by that spectral knight was worth a lot. But this mountain of materials in front of him was worth less than a fraction of the scythe demon. This made Emo couldn't help but be a bit greatly disappointed. Forget it, it's not a loss anyway. After all, these black wind song wolves are only level 25 and are relatively common demons. It's normal that they aren't worth much. Emo shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Right at this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Emo raised his eyebrows, slowly sat up from the bed and said flatly, "Please come in." The door to the room opened, only to see two figures standing at the carriage aisle outside the door. One of them, wearing the standardized Legion dress, was Jotong. while the other was a tall, beautiful woman wearing black-framed glasses, also wearing Legion clothing. "Elder brother Yemo, are you planning to rest? I didn't disturb you, did I?" Zhou Tong said smilingly. Yemo smiled faintly at his words. How could it be? If it wasn't for old brother Zhou arranging me here, perhaps I would still be staying in the noisy carriage and wouldn't even have a chance to rest in peace. That's why I still have to thank elder brother Zhou a bit. Hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately laughed. He had originally thought that all geniuses like Yemo would be incredibly arrogant. After all, the other party didn't say a single word to anyone from the time he got off the bus to fight and then to the end of the fight. But he didn't expect a super genius like Yemo to be so humble. "Old brother Yemo, you don't have to be modest, these are all things I should do." Zhou Tong laughed. When Yemo heard this, he quickly pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Both of you, don't just stand, quickly sit down." Hearing this, Zhou Tong nodded, then pulled out a chair and signaled the woman beside him to sit down. He then respectfully stood aside and introduced, "Elder brother Yemo, this is the chief commander of our demon-destroying legions base in Jiangnan. She came here this time because she has something she wants to discuss with you." "Hello, my name is Xiaoya, Transcendent 5-star Coffin Suppressor. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiaoya did not sit down, instead, she walked to the bedside and stretched out a white and flawless hand with a spring-like smile on her face. Yemo was stunned when he saw this. Originally, he thought that this woman was Zhou Tong's secretary or subordinate. But he did not expect that the young woman in front of him was actually Zhou Tong's top boss. Moreover, the woman in front of him looked at most about 3 years older than himself. To be able to become a transcendent coffin suppressor in her 20s, it was evident how terrifying her talent was. "Hello, my name is Yemo." Yemo stretched out his hand and shook the other party's hand, then let go. Seeing this, Xiaoya slowly sat down and looked seriously at Yemo, then opened the door and said, "Mr. Yi, I came here this time to invite you to join the demon exterminating army. I wonder if you are interested in considering it?" Hearing this, Yemo was not surprised. It was normal that he had attracted their attention after displaying such amazing strength. "Sorry, I don't want to join any organization for the time being," Yemo replied directly. According to his understanding, the Demon Exterminating Legion belonged to an officially established organization and was stationed in almost every large base city. After joining, one would certainly get a more supreme status than the Snow Shadow Corps, but accordingly, there would be many more duties. For example, in today's Beast Tide, a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor like Zhou Tong could have completely escaped alone. But he chose to stay behind to protect the weak and was willing to die, which was one of his duties. If there were tasks such as demonic attacks on cities, rescue commissions, guarding defense lines, suppressing riotous and dangerous places, the Demon Exterminating Legion was at the forefront. And these things happened almost every day. This also meant that once one joined, they would be bound by all aspects. "Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to reject it first," Xiaoya said gently. Then a brilliant light flashed in her eyes as she said seriously, "Do you know why I can become a transcendent 5-star coffin suppressor at the young age of 24? As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong hurriedly found a reason to leave the room. And at this moment, a flash of curiosity flashed in Yemo's eyes as he asked, "Why?" 100 years ago, our Demon Destruction Legion excavated an otherworldly secret holy ruin near the ancient capital. We call it the Emperor's Tomb. This sacred ruin is filled with aura, extremely suitable for coffin spirits to cultivate. And there are countless exotic treasures that can improve the coffin suppressor's natural constitution. And the Demon Destroying Legion has 10 slots every year, allowing young people with excellent talent within the Legion to go in and train for 2 months. Xiaoya had a look of longing in her eyes as she continued, "You know what? I was just a middle-ranked 2-star coffin suppressor the year before. But after I spent a total of 6 months inside, the coffin spirit rose from level 22 to level 45. With your talent, as long as you join the Demon Exterminating Legion, you'll have a great chance of obtaining a cultivation spot next year. So, think about whether you want to join us or not." Xiaoya had a gentle smile on her face as she sincerely invited. I'll think about it first." Hearing this, Yemo didn't immediately refuse and thought seriously. It wasn't that he was interested in obtaining a cultivation quota. Rather, he was interested in this Emperor's tomb. Because, according to his understanding, there must be an Emperor's corpse in this tomb. "I'll have to go and take a look when I'm stronger in the future. Maybe it's not certain that we can dig up an Emperor's corpse," Yemo secretly said in his heart. And at this moment, Xiaoya was still smiling lightly, waiting for Yemo to make a decision, and she felt that Yemo would definitely join the demon exterminating army. Because she had spent the equivalent of only 3 years to become a transcendent 5-star. This was already an extremely terrifying rate of advancement for people in this world. Yemo would definitely weigh the pros and cons before joining without hesitation. However, how could she know that Yemo was open? Not to mention 3 years. Even if it was just 1 year, Yemo's strength would most likely surpass hers. At this time, Yemo seemed to have considered it, so he directly spoke out, "I've considered it." Hearing this, Xiaoya was immediately delighted and said with a smile, "Yemo, welcome to the Demon Exterminating Legion. From now on, we will be fellow soldiers." However, Yemo's next sentence directly caused her face to freeze. "Cough, I was considering not joining." "What did you say? You don't even want to join with this? Do you know that with a talent like yours, entering the sacred ruins is the fastest way to grow?" Xiaoya said in surprise. I really don't want to join." Yemo nodded his head calmly, then added, "But I have someone I can recommend to you. Her talent is also extremely terrifying." "Who?" "You go to Fengyu City and look for Yi Xiaoyao. She is a super-ranked talent with an A-rank coffin spirit, the Hell Inferno's coffin suppressor." Chapter 70 Reaching Jiangnan Base City. Xiaoya and Yemo talked for a long time. In the end, they still didn't talk about the other party joining the demon exterminating army. This caused Xiaoya to secretly say that it was a pity in her heart. When she walked out of Yemo's luxurious room, she looked towards Jotong, who was waiting outside, and a glum color flashed across her face. "Chief Commander? How's the talk going?" Jotong asked in confusion. When Xiaoya heard this, the corner of her mouth revealed a far-fetched smile as she said, "He refuses to join our demon-destroying legion." As soon as these words came out, Jotong's face instantly became incomparably surprised, and his tone trembled a little as he said, He refused? Aha! Xiaoya nodded. "This old brother Yemo is also too capricious. That's a quota to enter the Emperor's tomb for cultivation. To actually directly reject it. This is too outrageous." Jotong's eyes glared round as he said in a shocked voice, "Maybe he's not confident enough in his own strength. After all, those who were able to enter the first 10 slots. The talent is at least at the super rank, and among them, there is even no shortage of characters who have contracted an S-rank coffin spirit." Xiaoya sighed softly. Hearing this, Jotong immediately retorted, "Chief Commander, you haven't seen how exaggerated old brother Yemo is. I'm sure these people can't be stronger than old brother Yemo." When Xiaoya heard this, she only revealed a faint smile and did not argue with him. And at this moment, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Right, old Zhou. I have to go to Fengyu City first to do some things. I won't continue to stay on the train. I've already checked the lines ahead before I came, there shouldn't be any problems back there. You can rest assured and let Coffin Spirit properly recuperate." "Good. Then, Chief Commander, you go early and come back early." Jotong nodded and said. Xiaoya answered, then walked over to the armored train's door and directly pressed the switch that controlled the door. After the doors opened, violent wind pressed in, blowing her long hair. Only to see her legs sinking, she leaped out of the car door in one long leap. The whole person then rose up in the air like a goose, and spiritual energy surged under her feet as she stepped on the air and flew, disappearing at breakneck speed. Yemo didn't know how many hours he slept. Only then did he leisurely wake up from the bed. After stretching his limbs, he got out of bed and pulled open the curtains by the car window. Outside the window, at this time, the sun had been blocked by the mountains in the distance. The remaining sun was like blood, and the afterglow dyed the sky red. It's evening? It should be almost to Jiangnan Base City. Yemo propped up his lazy waist, looking extremely leisurely. The speed of the armored train was not fast, but for many town coffin masters, it was better than safe. This journey, counting the beast tide encountered before, almost took Yemo nearly 10 hours. However, it was good that there was no similar thing in the follow-up, or else if he wanted to arrive in Jiangnan City, he was afraid that it would be late into the night. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Jotong's voice rang out from outside the door and, "Elder brother Yemo, have you woken up from your sleep?" Hearing the ringing sound, Yemo turned around and walked over, opening the door. As soon as he saw Yemo, a smile appeared on Jotong's face and said, "Older brother Yemo, there are still 5 minutes to go before we reach the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Do you have any arrangements after you get off? When Emo heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he pondered. Not for the time being. If there are any arrangements, I will need to wait until tomorrow. In that case, why don't we go out for a meal and a drink together later? It's also good for me to repay you for saving my life. Jo Tong invited, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Emo's face, and without refusing, he responded, "It just so happens that I'm also a little hungry. Since elder brother Joe invited me, then I won't be polite." Seeing Emo agree, Jo Tong immediately laughed and said, "Old brother Emo, then let's not get drunk tonight." Soon, a roar of a steam whistle came out and the armored train began to slow down. At the same time, the radio on the train sounded the sound of the underground station outside Jiangnan City that was about to be reached. And at this time, the two of them, Emo and Jo Tong, had already arrived early to wait in front of the door where they got off the train. As the armored train came to a stop, Emo directly walked down the platform. Only this time, he was no longer like before, but instead, he followed the example of other coffin suppressors and carried a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. As for the reason for doing so, it was because Jiangnan Base City stipulated that those who did not carry a coffin could not enter the city. Only by carrying a coffin on his back could he reflect the identity of a coffin suppressor. On the side, Jo Tong looked at the white-silver coffin behind Emo and his face became extremely surprised. He couldn't understand how the sword-wielding coffin spirit that had been so powerful in the giant wolf pack, like a god of killing. It was actually just a D-grade coffin spirit sealed by the silver coffin. This scene directly refreshed his cognition. It made him tremble in his heart. What kind of talent does old brother Emo have? He can actually summon two coffin spirits to fight. He also cultivated a D-grade zombie to the point where it is not weaker than an A-grade coffin spirit. This is simply too terrifying. Jo Tong subconsciously felt that Emo's other coffin spirit was even more uncomplicated, and was probably even much stronger than the tyrant. At this moment, the way he looked at Emo became more and more admiring. The chief commander has looked away this time. "Hey, I actually didn't talk to old brother Emo," Jo Tong secretly said in his heart, looking extremely regretful. At the same time, he became more and more convinced that even the super geniuses in the other demon exterminating legion residences were not as talented as Emo at all. The fact that Emo did not join the Demon Destruction Legion was undoubtedly a great loss for them. A few minutes later, Jo Tong led Emo out of the dimly lit underground station. He came to a parking lot that was exclusive to the Demon Destruction Army. Jo Tong then found an extremely brawny off-road vehicle and drove it out. "Old brother Emo, get in." Jo Tong laughed. Emo sniffed and directly sat on the SUV. Immediately after, Jo Tong kicked the gas pedal and directly drove out, leaving the parking lot, driving towards the direction of the outer city gates of Jiangnan City. In the car, Emo looked at the towering city wall that stood on the horizon thousands of meters away. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Worthy of being the largest base city in the south-central region of Grand Xia, this outer city wall is simply 3 times taller than Fengyu cities. Emo marveled. Upon hearing this, Jo Tong immediately laughed and said, "Old brother Emo, this city wall is not only high, it's also 30 meters deep underground. And it's incredibly tough. The stones used to cast it were all transported from the ancient secret realm. It can easily withstand the attacks of overlord-level demons. It can carry the attacks of hundreds of thousands of level demonic tides. That's why Jiangnan Base City is so strong. A large part of the reason is this city wall. With it, it's incomparably safe for us to live within the city." Chapter 71, The Forces of Jiangnan City. The Wretched Tang Yi. Jo Tong drove his car and brought Emo all the way to the inside of the Demon-Destroying Legion's compound unhindered. At this time, Emo was probably clear about the situation inside Jiangnan Base City. Unlike Fengyu City, due to the population of Jiangnan Base City being too large, the inner city could hardly accommodate it. Therefore, the outer city had countless rows of streets, and on both sides of the streets were residential buildings, inhabited by ordinary civilians. Even in some corner places, there were quite a few slums. And there is a straight avenue in the center behind the city gate, which leads to the inner city. Here, the inner city was the center of Jiangnan Base City, where all the town coffin masters as well as the powerful people gathered in the inner city. However, what was more interesting was that the Demon Exterminating Legion's compound was located in a corner of the outer city. The area it occupied was only the size of 2 soccer fields. Compared to the buildings in the inner city, the Demon Destroyer Legion's compound looked a bit shabby. It seems that the Demon Exterminating Legion has another duty, which is to protect civilians. Yemo glanced at Zhou Tong and said in his heart. At this time, Zhou Tong parked his car next to a dormitory building within the garrison, then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Old brother Yemo, wait for me for a while. Wearing a Legion uniform in the inner city is too flashy and will attract a lot of attention and scorn. I'd better go inside to change my clothes and come out right away. Yemo sniffed and nodded doubtfully, while Zhou Tong walked towards the dormitory building in a flash. A few minutes later, Zhou Tong changed into a set of extremely ordinary floor clothes and walked out. Without saying anything, he once again drove Yemo towards the inner city and sped away. Soon, he then brought Yemo to a barbecue stall in the downtown streets of the inner city. He then ordered a lot of third-order ferocious beast meat and beer and started to feast. This street was extremely lively, with a lot of traffic and entertainment venues and restaurants all around. Moreover, most of the coffin suppressors on the road were in groups of 3 or 5, and all of them had tomb-seeking core badges on their chests. This situation was extremely rare in Fengyu City. Yemo observed for a while, then said with a smile, Elder Brother Zhou, the security of this inner city seems to be very good. I actually didn't see many people clashing. When Zhou Tong heard this, he first froze, then smiled and explained, old brother Yemo. It's not that the law and order here is so good, it's that behind these people, they all have some not-so-weak forces or families. So they are relatively restrained. For example, those few coffin suppressors who passed by just now, they had black badges with the word Qin on their chests. It proves that these people are clansmen or henchmen of the Qin family in the inner city. And the Qin family is considered an extremely powerful force in Jiangnan City, able to rank in the top 30. This is because their family head, Qin Jin, is a transcendent 8-star powerhouse. Zhou Tong took a sip of cold beer and said with a smile. Hearing this, the doubts on Yemo's face immediately disappeared. However, a new question appeared in his mind. That's right, Elder Brother Zhou. If you don't have the tomb-seeking core badge, isn't it that you can't eat too well in the inner city? Yemo asked indifferently. The moment these words came out, Zhou Tong immediately froze and asked in surprise, Brother Yemo, you wouldn't have not joined the tomb-seeking troop, right? Added it, but because of some reasons, it's not appropriate to flaunt my badge. Yemo said calmly. Zhou Tong's brows slowly furrowed as he heard this. Then he said gruffly, if I don't wear the tomb-seeking core badge, being seen by those coffin suppressor masters with family power, there is indeed a possibility of them picking a fight. Then this is really a troublesome matter. Yemo muttered. Old brother Yemo, you don't have to worry. Actually, people from these big families usually don't look for trouble indiscriminately. As long as you don't run into them, with your strength, you can completely take care of the people who are looking for trouble without knowing it. Late at night, wine and rice were served. Zhou Tong went out of the inner city back into the demon-destroying legion's quarters. And Yemo was introduced by him and found a hotel on the edge of the inner city that was extremely cool compared to the downtown area and stayed there. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the trading area first, and take down Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials before it's too late. Yemo thought in his heart. To know. As long as Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials were taken care of, then the task released by the system before could be completed immediately. Let's not talk about the random skill copy card. The power of the high-level corpse template raffle ticket was extremely coveted by Yemo. If the drawn character template was given to Tyrant to use this time, Tyrant would definitely undergo a radical change. Although the increased potential was limited and could only raise Tyrant to C rank. However, the potential level was nothing more than a measure of the pre-coffin spirit's combat power to a god-level corpse breeder. Because, as long as Yemo didn't fall, he would have every chance to raise the potential of all coffin spirits to the very top in the future. Seemingly thinking of the appraisal meeting a few days later, another light of surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. If I get an S-class coffin spirit at the appraisal meeting, wouldn't it become SS grade after using the template? Thinking of this, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. It was obvious how terrifying Chi-Chi's stance was. If it was a coffin spirit that was one level stronger than her, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Thinking of this, Yemo's heart became even more delighted. Afterwards, he directly turned off the lights and lay towards the bed ready to sleep. And at this time, outside the hotel on the dimly lit street, A middle-aged man's shadow was covering his shoulder and staggering along the street, slowly escaping. Seemingly being chased by someone, he looked extremely wretched with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and his eyes filled with blood. Looking at the arm that had disappeared on his left side, the middle-aged man revealed a vicious look in his eyes before a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The Qin family's people give me a wait. If I don't take this revenge, I won't be called Tang Yi. Tang Yi roared lowly. He had come to Jiangnan City this time, naturally to help EMO buy the evolutionary materials the other party needed. However, he didn't expect the news that he had spent tens of billions of dollars and purchased 2 corpse race evolutionary treasures to be spread. It caused him to be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and even attracted the pursuit of the Qin family dude. As for him now, he had already thrown out the phantomine cold marrow, luring away a portion of the Qin family's children. However, there was a transcendent mortal 1-star coffin suppressor master who still refused to give up and was determined to bring him to his death. He had no choice but to fight the other party. The result was that Tang Yi's coffin spirit was decapitated and was seriously injured. Elder brother Yi, this time, it's old brother who has apologized to you. I shouldn't have gone AWOL and come over early to buy materials. Tang Yi was extremely regretful in his heart and muttered. He had wanted to give EMO a surprise and at the same time elevate his status. But in the end, it was only a favor. Now not only did he lose the evolutionary materials that EMO needed, but he also lost his wife and his army. These materials are extremely important to old brother EMO. And it's the only one in Jiangnan City. I'm really sorry for him. Tang Yi despaired in his heart. And at this moment, a wind sound rang out from not far away. Only a black-robed figure was stepping on the walls of the tall buildings lining the streets, chasing after Tang Yi in his direction. He, a guest from Fengyu City's 10,000 Treasures building. Where are you going this way? Why don't you follow me to the Qin clan and discuss the issue of the ownership of the 10,000 Treasures building? The black-robed man said with a smile, his tone filled with open-mindedness. When Tang Yi heard this, his heart was suddenly startled. It was at this time that he realized. It turned out that the purpose of these people wasn't for the 2 corpse race evolutionary treasures in his hands, but rather the 10,000 Treasures building in Fengyu City. Chapter 72 Tang Yi's Past. Tang Yi looked at the transcendent 1-star coffin suppressor master in front of him, monstrous hatred flashing in his eyes. He then endured the pain and said in a cold voice, "It seems like I don't have any grudges with your Jiangnan City Qin family. When did you guys set your sights on me?" Hearing this, the black-robed man immediately laughed even louder. Worthy of being a bumpkin from a small town. It's just as well that you haven't seen the world, but you don't even inquire about the rules of this inner city. As a quasi-transcendent, you don't wear a badge, and you still dare to go on a rampage to beg for treasures. This is enough to prove that you are unfamiliar with the inner city and are definitely not from Jiangnan City. Even if our Qin family doesn't target you, there will be forces from the Lin family, the Yun family, and even other tomb-seeking groups investigating your background. So you'd better obediently hand over the 10,000 Treasures building in Fengyu small city. The black-robed man's tone was cold, his eyes revealing a color of confidence. For the Qin family, Fengyu City was considered a small city compared to Jiangnan City, but the value of the Wan Baolu as the largest trading store in Fengyu City was definitely not low. As long as one was able to control this Wan Baolu, they would be able to bring in a steady stream of revenue to the Qin family. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Tang Yi already understood that he couldn't escape. There was no way the other party would let himself go. And it was also impossible for him to hand over the 10,000 Treasures building. As the corner of his mouth ripped open in a hideous arc, scarlet blood slowly flowed out from it. His tone became hoarse, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes as he said, do you know that I'm only the second in command of the 10,000 Treasures building? Not actually in charge? Even if I hand over the 10,000 Treasures building? Would your Qin family dare to go to Fengyu City to take over?" Hearing this, the black-robed man pondered for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, you don't have to care if the Qin family dares to go and take over. However, I can announce that from now on, you are the owner of the 10,000 Treasures building. Because your boss was already beheaded by our clan leader 8 years ago." The moment these words came out, Tang Yi's heart set off monstrous waves. No wonder he had been unable to contact his boss for so many years. I didn't realize that the other party had died under the Qin clan chief. Thinking of this, Tang Yi's eyes turned red as he hissed, directly mobilizing his spiritual energy. He fiercely blasted his fist towards the black-robed man. Only a light blue fist force shook out, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of the black-robed man. Seeing this, the black-robed man's eyes flashed with disdain as he similarly mobilized his spiritual energy and blocked this fist force with one hand. You who have lost your coffin spirit, want to deal with Lao Fu with your own strength? What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? The black-robed man sneered. In the next second, the black-robed man steeply transformed into a residual shadow and attacked towards Tang Yi. Seeing this, Tang Yi was shocked and hurriedly pulled out his legs to run. The anger he felt just now caused him to instantly lose his mind, directly forgetting the difference in strength between himself and the black-robed man. Now that he not only didn't have a coffin spirit, he was still in an injured state, so how could he possibly be able to defeat the other party, as well as the other party's coffin spirit? No, it's not important that I die. But the 1,000-year moon essence on my body must not be allowed to be taken away by them. Tang Yi thought in his heart. Immediately afterward, he steeply inspired his entire body's aura to converge underneath his feet, directly transforming into a gust of wind as he flung the black-robed man far away. Afterwards, he ran towards a hutong at the side of the street. 2 minutes later, Tang Yi sealed the 1,000-year moon essence in an ancient wooden box and hid it in an inconspicuous sewer in the northwestern corner of the inner city, near the city wall. At the same time, he took a picture of the location where he hid the 1,000-year moon essence, and attached a paragraph of text and sent it to Emo in his friends list. Elder brother Yi, Mr. Tang is ashamed of you. Mr. Tang wanted to buy what he needed and give it to him, but unexpectedly he was backstabbed by a treacherous person. Now, the 1,000-year-old moon essence has been hidden here by Mr. Tang, and the yin cold marrow has been taken by the Qin family in Jiangnan City. I hope that after you come to Jiangnan City, you will take the 1,000-year moon essence as soon as possible, so as not to lose it again. In order not to leave traces of blood on the ground, Tang Yi covered his broken arm with a deadly grip. At the same time, he resisted the urge to furiously spray blood and moved away from the sewer where the ancient wooden box was hidden. He then turned around and walked hundreds of meters towards the original path, arriving at a deserted street side and sat down against the wall. At this point, he was at the end of his rope and could only stay where he was to languish. Glancing at the cell phone in his hand, Tang Yi sent another message to Emo, then forcefully stimulated the only trace of aura left in his body and crushed the phone into smithereens. Looks like I'm dead this time. Blood continued to gush out from the corner of Tang Yi's mouth as a helpless smile appeared on his face, recalling the past. He had once been a genius as well, contracting a coffin spirit at the age of 18 and becoming a quasi-transcendent at less than 25. It was because the owner of the Manpower House was his master and had nurtured him. So after the owner of Manpower House left, he took over Manpower House. Due to his obsession with business, he had not left the city for a long period of time to practice. This resulted in him draining his potential over the years, allowing his strength to stagnate. In Maple U City, President Chen was the #1 person deservedly. And there had been a break in the transcendent coffin suppressors of Maple U City. Tang Yi, a quasi-transcendent, had naturally become one of the most honored existences in Maple U City. So he had always held a couldn't-care-less attitude towards the strength of his own strength. After all, in his opinion, money could also pull people together. Being comfortable for so long, I forgot how dangerous the outside world is. If I could be given another chance, perhaps I could become a legendary powerhouse as well. Tang Yi smiled to himself. Just then, tap tap tap. A sound of heavy footsteps rang out from the corner of the street. When Tang Yi heard it, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. These footsteps were like a life-threatening death knell, ringing in his heart and causing him to take a step towards the abyss of death. Once he thought that the other party was a member of the Qin clan and what the Qin clan had done, Tang Yi's heart once again flared up with anger. How could I die in such a sorry state under the Qin family? Master's revenge has yet to be avenged. The materials that old brother Yi needed were also taken away by them. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Just then, he suddenly thought of something. That was that when he had purchased the corpse race treasures in the trading area of Jiangnan City, he had also bought a few copies of the 6th order zombie virus solution along with it and was going to give them to Emo. At the same time, the manager of the trading area saw that he was relatively generous, so he gave him the companion product of the 1,000-year moon essence, a black zombie bead that emitted a gloomy aura. Chapter 73 Mutated Corpse Demon Body. Special notice from the Department of Law Enforcement. Without the anti-virus potion, Transcendents will also turn into zombies within half an hour after being infected with the 6th order zombie virus. A bizarre color flashed in Tang Ye's eyes as he took out the black beads as well as the virus solution from his spatial backpack. He wanted to find a chance to use these viruses on the black-robed man. But soon, he thought of the fact that the other party wasn't a little cutie. And gave up on this decision. Because even after being infected, the other party could use many means to destroy the virus. And one could not escape death in the end. Maybe I can use it myself. With my strength, as long as I'm infected with these viruses, it definitely won't take half an hour for the mutation to occur. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Ye's eyes as he excitedly looked at the virus solution in his hand. As for this black corpse bead, it should be made from the corpse poison of a 1,000-year-old zombie. Thinking of this, a maniacal smile immediately appeared on Tang Ye's face. Only to see that without any hesitation, he endured the pain, biting and bursting the test tube containing the virus solution, and drank all of the virus down. He then put the test tube back into his spatial backpack, and then picked up the corpse bead in his hand and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it directly into his body. At this moment, Tang Ye only felt that his throat was like a knife cut, and the nerves in his body were being gnawed by millions of ants. The terrifying yin qi produced by the corpse beads in his body mixed with the viral solution, causing him excruciating pain. The blood vessels that were originally flowing with fresh blood became stiff and gradually dyed a pitch-black color. However, his face continued to forcefully put on a look of calmness, trying not to let his enemies see the abnormality. And at this moment, the black-robed man happened to arrive at the street where Tang Ye was. He looked towards Tang Ye, who was leaning against the wall, disheveled with his head lowered, seemingly in some despair, and couldn't help but sneer. Boss Tang, so you're hiding here. Why don't you run away? You're running instead. Tang Ye sniffed, ignoring the other party, still enduring the severe pain in his body. When the black-robed man saw this, his eyes stared. Then he directly stimulated his spiritual energy and blasted a fist at Tang Ye, sending him tumbling several meters. You're quite tough. Seeing that Tang Ye didn't say anything, the black-robed man's face became more and more gloomy. To him, abusing this kind of person who was too hardened would only make him unable to raise his spirits. He liked to give people hope and make them beg for mercy first, and then finally backtrack and deliver a desperate blow. It's really a spoiler. Since that's the case, then you press your handprint on this document and go to hell. The black-robed man took out a transfer document and said indifferently. After saying that, he then pulled out a knife from his waist and directly rushed over, slicing Tang Ye's head off with a single slash. Immediately after that, he swung the knife again and chopped off the other party's arm. At this moment, the black-robed man surveyed Tang Ye's corpse and once again added a few more slashes. Then a look of excitement appeared in his eyes as he bent down to pick up the blood-stained arm and pressed a handprint on the document. The 10,000 treasures building has arrived. The family head will definitely reward the old man this time. The corners of the black-robed man's mouth hooked up into a smile, then he turned around and left. Late at night, Jiangnan City became more and more silent. The blood moon rising in the sky dome emitted a bizarre light, shrouding the entire downtown area with a layer of blood color. At this moment, at the corner of the street in the northwest corner of the inner city, there was a headless male corpse with wounds all over his body lying. Suddenly, a strange black mist gushed out from the body of the male corpse. Only countless pitch-black flesh and blood tentacles appeared at the wounds of this male corpse, instantly repairing the wounds on its body. And the cuts on its chopped-off arms as well as its head were being repaired at an extremely terrifying speed. A few seconds later, the regeneration of the corpse was complete. Only, its appearance was very different from when it was alive. This corpse's skin was ghastly white, and it was entwined with bizarre black lines. Its dark hair also turned white, and its hands grew bizarrely sharp nails, making it look extremely sinister. Tang Ye didn't die. Tang Ye slowly opened its eyes, revealing sharp teeth in its mouth as it laughed eerily. At this time, its eyes were incomparably dark and empty, and its pupils were transformed into blood red, looking incomparably cruel and violent. Mutant Corpse Demon Matrix? This is me? Tang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he suspiciously surveyed the changes in his body. Immortal Regeneration? Devouring Reinforcement? Corpse Demon Stiff Poison? My talent? Infection Manipulation? 1,000 Faces of Disguise? What a powerful force this is. Tang Ye's face grimaced as he looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard. Immediately afterward, it stomped its legs, and its entire body transformed into an extremely fast white line, appearing on top of the inner city's walls in the blink of an eye. It looked around the city on both sides of the city wall. It stuck out its long tongue and licked its cheeks, its eyes radiating endless greed, so much blood and flesh. As long as I devour it all, then my revenge will be avenged. So turn all of you into my sustenance. As soon as the words fell, the mutant corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person and leapt down in the direction of the outer city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Yemo directly climbed up from the bed. For the words Zhou Tong spoke to him last night, he kept them in his heart. He now had the Snow Shadow badge, but he couldn't wear it freely. After all, the Blade Court was the biggest force in Jiangnan City. The members were spread out everywhere. Once these people saw the Snow Shadow badge, he was afraid that he would be attacked by a group of people. However, as long as one kept a low profile and tried to deal with others as little as possible, then nothing would be a problem. Right at this moment, a phone rang. Yemo turned his head to see that it was Zhou Tong calling. "Hey, old brother Yemo. I'm really sorry. I can't accompany you to the inner city trading area today. Something bad happened over here in the outer city last night, and I have to go and investigate clearly now." An urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Yemo sniffed and a curious look flashed in his eyes, but didn't ask more questions. "Elder brother Zhou, don't worry and go get busy. I can take care of myself on my side. If I run into trouble that I can't handle, I'll contact you again." "Good. I'll get busy as soon as possible. Yemo old brother, you take care of yourself and be safe. By the time both of us are done, we'll get drunk again." The person on the other end of the phone admonished. "Okay." Yemo answered with a smile, waiting until the other party hung up the phone. Yemo's eyebrows couldn't help but raise as he muttered, "Something bad happened in the outer city? What could have made old brother Joe so anxious?" Yemo was curious. He then turned his cell phone on and searched. Last night, an extremely tragic massacre happened in the outer city. Hundreds of civilians were killed, the bodies were nowhere to be found, and only dried blood was left at the scene. After testing, it was found that the blood contained an extremely terrifying zombie virus. According to expert speculation, this incident is suspected to be the work of outsiders who intentionally released zombie coffin spirits. When Yemo saw this, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. This piece of news made him vaguely feel that Jiangnan City might become unpeaceful in the days to come. And just then, several more messages popped out. Special notice from the Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Department. All coffin suppressors from other regions who have contracted a zombie coffin spirit are requested to go to the Law Enforcement Department of the inner city immediately to conduct a self-examination. Immediately go to the inner city's Law Enforcement Department for self-certification. Special notice. Those who do not follow the previous article, the Department of Law Enforcement will force them to be wiped out. Chapter 74 Shutdown? View chat message. A coffin suppressor from another region who contracted a zombie? I didn't expect this Jiangnan-based city to be so xenophobic. Looking at these two notifications, a cold color flashed in Yemo's eyes. As a large city, Jiangnan-based city had thousands of sedan coffin masters coming and going every day. If one were to gather all the foreign coffin masters who had contracted zombies in the entire city, I am afraid that it would be more than thousands. If so many people went to the law enforcement department to testify themselves, there would undoubtedly be a long line. The time consumed would take at least a day. Thinking of this, Yemo hastily glanced at the time of the time-limited mission, only to see his face gradually become ugly. The mission showed that there were 7 days left. And 3 days later, Jiangnan-based city would hold a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting for a few days. At that time, the number of coffin suppressors rushing to Jiangnan-based city would at least double a few times. If Yemo didn't find the evolutionary materials that Chi-Chi needed within these 3 days as soon as possible, then it was very likely that these materials would be bought by others. In the end, it would lead to the failure of his time-limited mission. No, the high-level template raffle ticket must be gotten as soon as possible. A look of determination flashed in Yemo's eyes. As he thought for a while, he immediately made a decision and prepared to immediately head to the largest trading market in Jiangnan City. First, I will go to the trading market to buy the spectraline cold marrow and the 1,000-year moon essence into my hands. Then it should not be too late to go to the law enforcement department to prove oneself. Yemo muttered. He then went straight to the trading market on the east side of the inner city after cleaning up a bit. A quarter of an hour later, Yemo took a car and arrived near the trading market. At this time, although it was early morning, the streets of the market were already overcrowded. Without hesitation, Emo put the coffin of the sealed tyrant on his back and accelerated his steps towards the most imposing trading store in the center of the street. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the plaque of the building hanging above his head, Emo directly entered it. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was very different from the Mapleview City's 10,000 Treasures building, in which each area was carefully divided. Each area was used to trade materials of different races. Emo looked around and saw an area with fewer people at a glance. This was the corpse race material trading area. "Hello, I want to purchase 2 materials," Emo said as he found the reception in the corpse race materials area. "Sir, you make a list first. I will go and take out the materials for you later." The beautiful receptionist smiled. She then took out a pen and paper and handed it to Emo. Emo took the paper and pen and immediately wrote down the 1,000-year moon essence and the spectraline cold marrow. However, when the beautiful order taker on the side saw the materials that Emo wrote down, she could not help but frown. Immediately afterward, her tone became a bit awkward. "Mister, can you change to other materials? These 2 materials have already been sold." When Emo heard this, his heart tightened and he quickly asked, "Already sold out? When was it sold?" "It was already bought out yesterday at noon," the beautiful receptionist explained. Hearing this, Emo's face became extremely ugly. "Can you tell me the name of the person who bought these 2 materials? What does it look like?" Emo asked out loud. The beautiful receptionist was shocked when she heard this and quickly shook her head. "Sorry, sir. This I cannot tell you. It's because our Chamber of Commerce doesn't allow the disclosure of customer information." "Tell me. I will give you $50 million," Emo said in a low voice. He was determined to get these 2 materials, so he didn't mince words. $50 million was nothing more than decapitating several demons for him at this time. And for this beautiful receptionist at the beginner level in front of him, $50 million was considered a fortune. As expected, when the beautiful receptionist heard Emo's words, her eyes lit up and her smile became incomparably charming. She hurriedly came to Emo's front to pull the other party's hand and walked towards a corner. "Sir," the beautiful receptionist made a wink towards Emo and hinted. Emo sniffed and directly pulled out a card from the space warehouse. This card was obtained from the space backpack of the boss of Doomsday Town before. He had never used it, and it was just in time for him to use it right now. "Check it out." Emo handed the card over. The beautiful receptionist saw this and immediately checked it. When she realized that Emo was really so generous, her mood became more and more excited. Immediately after, she took Emo's hand and then used her finger to write a few words on Emo's hand. "Fengyu City, Tangyi." After leaving the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Emo's heart became extremely happy. He did not expect that the one who bought away the materials was actually Tangyi. As for what purpose the other party wanted these materials for, Emo knew without even thinking that the other party must be helping himself by coming over to buy them in advance. So it's old brother Tang. He really has a heart. Emo shook his head and smiled. In fact, when he checked the prices of the materials on the armored train, he had already discovered that Wan Baolu had quintupled the price of the materials he was going to sell. This meant that Tang Yi had already given himself a heavenly favor. And now, the other party was even moving to Jiangnan City directly after hearing the materials he needed. This kind of great help made Emo somewhat moved. "Elder brother Tang, how big a favor are you making me owe you?" A bitter smile appeared on Emo's face. Immediately afterward, he directly picked up his cell phone and made a call over towards Tang Yi. However, after 10 seconds or so, a tone came from the other end of the phone. "The phone number you have dialed is turned off or not in the service area." This. Emo was instantly a bit confused. He then made a few more calls, still the same prompt. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly called Tangya's assistant, Yashi. "Sister Yashi, do you have a way to get in touch with elder brother Tang? I've made many calls, and they all prompted him to turn off his phone or not be in the service area." Emo directly inquired. The moment these words came out, the other end of the phone froze for a moment, then hurriedly explained, "Tang Yi, he turned off his phone? This can't be possible. He said that as long as I'm still alive, he will never turn off his phone. Then he's probably already on his way back to Fengyu City." It should be a bad signal, Yemo said in a doubtful manner. However, a negative voice came directly from the phone. I'm pretty sure he's still in Jiangnan City right now. A few seconds later, Yeshi's voice on the phone became a little doubtful again. By the way, I feel that he was rather strange last night. He kept sending messages using chat software saying that he missed me. But when I said to make a video call, he said he was busy and didn't have time to answer. At that time, I was really tired after a long day, and he said he told me to get some rest. So I listened to him and fell asleep. Today I woke up early in the morning and he sent a message too. But he hasn't gotten back to me till now. As per usual, whenever he stays glued to the chat app, whenever I send a message, he will reply in seconds. Saying that, Yeshi's voice on the phone became smaller and smaller, vaguely revealing uneasiness and worry. Yishao, I'll hang up first, I'll go call him and inform you after I get in touch. Yeshi's voice seemed extremely low, and directly hung up the phone. And at this time, Yemo's brows suddenly wrinkled. According to what Yeshi said, elder brother Tang seemed to never turn off his phone and was extremely fond of using chat software. Perhaps the other party had also sent himself a friend message? Now that he couldn't contact old brother Tang, then it was very likely that something had happened to the other party. Thinking of this, Yemo slowly moved his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner on his cell phone, where there was a chat software icon. Only 99 plus red numbers were displayed above the icon. When Yemo saw this, he was not surprised. Because Yi Xiaoyao would always send some meaningless emoticon pictures and spit out boring things all day long. If he replied to the other party with one sentence, the other party could reply with at least dozens of sentences. So Yemo set the chat message to not alert and didn't bother to check it. Afterward, Yemo clicked on the icon to take a look. As expected, Yi Xiaoyao's avatar at the front of the line showed more than 500 unread messages. At the back, there were a few messages from Linin, as well as messages from the high school class group. And at the very back, Yemo saw a few messages. It was from Tang Yi. The affectionate old Tang, Yi old brother. If you need any materials in the future, speak directly to old brother will help you get them. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. Sentimental old Tang, Yi old brother, when are you coming to Jiangnan City? Old brother has prepared a big surprise for you. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. The old man, pictures. Affectionate old Tang, Yi old brother, Tang is ashamed of you. Affectionate old Tang, Yi old brother wants to beg you two things. I implore old brother to help me guard the 10,000 treasures building and not let the Qin family take it away. The other thing is to help me take care of her. Let her forget about me and find someone to marry. Fond old Tang, pictures. Chapter 75 Corpse Demon Stiff Poison. Removing the ancient wooden box. Elder brother Tang. Looking at these messages sent by Tang Yi, Yemo only felt like his throat was being pinched as his breathing became extremely heavy. How could he not have expected? Tang Yi had died because of himself. The other party had been victimized by the Qin family of Jiangnan Bay City in order to keep the materials he needed. And that last picture was beautiful. It was a photo of Yeshi in her wedding dress. It was just that Tang Yi would never be able to see it with his own eyes again, the scene he had been waiting for. Yemo looked at the news and couldn't calm down for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he took a deep breath and slowly put his cell phone into his pocket. Elder brother Tang, don't worry. I will take care of sister Yeshi. Yemo sighed. At this moment, his face was expressionless, no one could tell that he had any emotions. Only in his heart, he was holding back a monstrous killing intent that had a hidden tendency to erupt. Qin family. Wait for me. Waiting for me to become a transcendent is enough. Yemo clenched his fists deathly tightly, and an icy color flashed in his eyes as he said. Immediately after that, without any hesitation, Yemo directly took a fast car and left the trading market. He remembered that the location where Tang Yi had sent the picture was not far from the hotel he was staying at. Right now, he just wanted to rush there as soon as possible to check the situation. If Tang Yi's corpse was still there, he would do everything he could to preserve it. As a god-level corpse keeper and with a system. When he grew up, it was likely that he would have the ability to resurrect others. Therefore, the top priority was to head to the northwest corner street. A few minutes later, Yemo arrived at the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. As soon as he got off the bus, he hurriedly searched for the nearby location on the photo. Soon, he found a large amount of dried blood on the side of a street wall. This should be old brother Tang's blood. Yimo's face was gloomy. It looks like the Chin family took old brother Tang's body away. Yimo looked around and didn't see Tang's corpse. His heart was filled with coldness. Just then, two clumps of black, paste-like substance nearby attracted Yimo's attention. One mass was like an arm and the other was like a melted-off head. Yimo saw this and frowned, then walked over and squatted down to have a wipe on his hand, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The corpse magic stiff poison, by a variety of high-grade zombie virus and 1,000 years flying zombie poison perfect fusion into a mutated active virus, with an unprecedented infectivity and vitality. This zombie poison cannot be dissolved by any anti-zombie poison agent, and once infected it will turn into a zombie demonic subbody and be manipulated by the zombie demon. This. Can't it be that it was left behind by the coffin spirit of the Chin family? Yimo was shocked in his heart. This level of corpse poison was the strongest he had seen so far. If a single drop was put in the water plant of Jiangnan Bay City, it would directly erupt into an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't be the Chin families. If they had this kind of coffin spirit, they would either have already claimed the throne in Jiangnan Bay City or would have been exterminated long ago. Yimo pondered in his heart. It's better to collect such a strong corpse poison first. When the time comes, it would be better to let Tyrant absorb it, or contaminate the Chin family all over again. Thinking of this, a ruthless color flashed in Yimo's eyes as he directly collected the black substance on the ground and put it into the spatial warehouse. He then walked over towards the vicinity of the sewers that Tang Yi had mentioned. Although the northwest corner street was relatively remote, there were still quite a few badge-hanging coffin suppressors passing through here in the early morning. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yimo placed the silver coffin in front of his body and patiently leaned against the street lamp on the street side, quietly waiting for a chance to be able to take the ancient wooden box. After a few minutes had passed, Yimo twisted his head to observe a circle and realized that no one was there at this time. Without hesitation, he directly rushed to the sewer in the middle of the road, lifted the manhole cover and jumped down. Sure enough, at the bottom of the sewer, there was a precious ancient wooden box. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Yimo couldn't help but sigh, then picked it up and put it into the space warehouse. At the same time, a ripple rippled on the fence not far from the street. Only to see two silhouettes, one strong and one thin, directly penetrating out from this fence. These two people had long been observing Yimo on the other side of the fence for a long time. Among them, the burly youth's eyes were glowing with white light. Like see-through eyes, they saw all of Yimo's movements and also saw that Yimo was not wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that outsider guy is really weird. He actually jumped inside the sewer. And even got a flashy wooden box inside. The burly youth with a vicious face grinned, looking extremely excited. On the side, another thin youth with hollow eyes and a black mist emanating from his body sniffed. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. He, standing on the street side in the middle of the morning, and furtively observing passers-by. I know at a glance that this outsider fellow has a ghost in his heart. Lei Yu Tian said coldly. Brother Tian, what do we do next? Should we kill or seize the treasure and release him? The burly youth asked. When Lei Yu Tian heard this, a cruel look appeared on his face as he said, of course it's kill. When our thundercloud tomb-seeking troop strikes, there has never been a precedent of releasing someone. The burly youth sniffed and instantly released a slaughtering knife evil demon, preparing to go and uncover the manhole cover. And at that moment, Lei Yutian stopped him with a hand and said smilingly, how meaningless to just kill it, let's wait for him to come out first. When he comes out, let's abuse him properly. Chapter 76 Killing the Young Master of the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group. It seemed that he had sensed some movement on the well cover as well as a vague conversation. Yimo's face suddenly became ugly. Am I being watched? Yimo muttered. At this moment, with a movement in his heart, he summoned Chi-Chi, while the silver coffin under the street lamp on the street suddenly opened, and the tyrant stepped out from it. Chi-Chi, follow me up, if the situation is not right, directly behead them. Yimo instructed. He then climbed towards the top of the sewer. And at this moment, Lei Yutian and the burly youth were attracted by the movement behind them. They turned around and saw a figure wearing a leather jacket and cap and holding a giant long knife in his hand appear beside the coffin. Brother Tian, this is that kid's coffin spirit. It seems like it's still a zombie. The burly youth could not help but take a few steps backward when he sensed the killing aura that filled the tyrant's body. When Brother Tian heard this, his face showed disdain as he laughed. Isn't it just a guard-level zombie? What are you afraid of? Your slaughtering knife evil demon is a peak guard, directly do away with it As soon as these words came out. Before Butcher Knife Evil Ghost could react, Tyrant struck first. A horizontal crescent-shaped blade chi flew towards where the two were and attacked. The two men's faces suddenly changed drastically when they saw this. They did not expect an outsider to dare to take the initiative. What's more, this outsider was also a coffin suppressor who had contracted a zombie, not going to the law enforcement department to testify himself and still dared to attack and injure people. It was simply an additional offense. Without any hesitation, the two panicked and dodged towards both sides. Only to hear the whistling sound, the knife chi instantly split the slaughtering knife evil ghost into two halves, killing it on the spot and turning it into a small amount of experience value. At this time, the power of the knife chi did not decrease. With extremely fast speed flew to the street opposite the inner city wall. The wall directly chopped out a few meters deep huge gap, issued a violent explosion sound. At the nearby streets, quite a number of coffin suppressor masters heard the sudden explosion sound, and their faces revealed a look of surprise. What's going on? How did an explosion suddenly occur? I felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. It should be someone fighting nearby. Then let's quickly go and see the commotion. In case it's a big family fighting, that would be wonderful. Many people were talking, and for a while, they all ran towards the source of the explosions with the mindset of watching the action. And at this time, Yemo had already carried Chi to the pavement. He looked at the damaged city wall, and then at the two people who were in a sorry state not far away, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Kill them, Yemo coldly said. The moment these words came out, the burly youth was instantly shocked and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. And Tian's body steeply erupted a cold ghostly aura that directly enveloped this section of the street. Only to see that the surrounding streets became incomparably dim and filled with deathly silence, and countless evil ghosts crawled out from the ground like ghosts. Kid, you really have guts as an outsider. To actually dare to make a move against our Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group's people, you're really tired of living. Brother Tian said coldly. At this time, he had been completely possessed by the evil ghost coffin spirit and was not afraid of Yemo in the slightest. Because within his ghostly spirit, he had transformed himself into a spirit state, no physical attack could touch him. This was a special ability that his evil ghost had, being able to transform between the real and the imaginary. When in the physical body state, it had a strong recovery ability, although this recovery power was not as good as demons and devils. As long as it did not injure the vitals, it would be completely recoverable. And when in the spirit state, it would form a ghostly spirit, locking itself and its enemies in the spirit, unable to leave the spirit's range. You've cultivated this zombie quite well, but it's only a D rank potential, and it's still the weakest of the zombie clans. It's a bit delusional if you want to hurt me, Tian mocked. Yemo sniffed and looked at the other party with a retarded look in his eyes. He himself, whether it was Tyrant or Chi, had other types of damage skills. For example, cold ice and thunder. The other party chose not to escape and locked themselves together, which was no different from seeking death. At this moment, Yemo did not want to break up with the other party in the slightest. Seemingly sensing Yemo's emotions, Tyrant and Chi struck at the same time. Only an ice blue sword Chi and a thunder blade Chi were seen charging straight at Lei Yutian. The speed of the two chopping strikes was extremely terrifying, and the other party couldn't even react before they were chopped into several pieces on the spot. And the evil spirits that crawled out on the ground before they had the chance to strike also turned into a trail of black smoke and dissipated into thin air. Ding! 7-7 has successfully killed LV.30 Earth Binding Spirit. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 1,500 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, 7-7, has doubled its experience and gained plus 1,500 experience value. Ding! Current Coffin Spirit Tyrant, 7-7, level LV.25 guard level. Experience required for next level 2,217,000. The system beep sounded, causing Emo to faintly stare. He didn't pay too much attention to the strength of the decapitated youth, he only felt that the other party was weak and frail. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor. However, it was a bit of a pity that as his strength increased, the experience he could gain from beheading a level 30 demonic creature had been reduced by half. On the side. The burly youth looked at Yemo's two coffin spirits in horror, only feeling some numbness in their scalp. Just now, they thought that Yemo was just a mole cricket that could be easily trampled to death, but how could they not expect that the other party was a great god that killed people by crossing the levels? You're finished, you actually killed Brother Tian. Do you know that he's the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Corps? The burly youth was horrified and subconsciously threatened. Thunder, what regiment? Yemo frowned and coldly said, never heard of it. Our Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Regiment is a vassal of the Qin family. You've heard of the Qin family, right? One of the great families of the inner city. I advise you to hurry up and let me go, or else the Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Corps and the Qin family will definitely not let you go. The burly youth roared. A vassal of the Qin family? Yemo's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body. What is the strength of the leader of your Thundercloud Tomb Seeking troop? Hearing this, the burly youth was relieved, thinking that Yemo was starting to be jealous. Then with a happy face, he said, our leader is a transcendent mortal 5-star powerhouse. Yemo's ice-cold voice came out. He then took Chi-Chi back into the contract space and directly turned around to leave. When the burly youth saw this, he only felt joy in his heart as he thought that Yemo would let himself go. However, the next second, a blade chi swept out. The burly youth only felt a coldness in his brow, and before he had time to say anything else, he was directly split in half by this blade and died violently on the spot. Chapter 77, Getting Elder Chen to Intervene, Nervous Lin. As Yemo left the area, many coffin suppressors who wanted to watch the fun also rushed here. When they saw the body parts scattered on the ground, as well as the red-stained ground, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They clearly recognized the identity of one of the heads. Isn't that Lei Xiao? It's only been less than half a minute and he was actually decapitated. This Nima, who's so rampant that they actually dared to behead him in the inner city. The Thundercloud Tomb hunting group is covered by the Qin family. It's over, first an outsider releases zombies to attack the outer city. Now someone killed the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb hunters. The appraisal meeting hasn't even started yet, so it's probably going to be chaotic. We'd better hurry up and slip away, or else we'll be in deep trouble if the people from the Thundercloud Tomb Seeking troop can't find the murderer later on and make an example out of us. The moment these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled and they hurriedly spread their legs and ran. A few minutes later, on the other largest street in the northwest corner, Yemo was sitting on a bench by the side of the road, preparing to wait for a car to head to the law enforcement department. Since he was carrying the silver coffin when he entered the city, when Yemo entered the city to register, he filled in the name of Tyrant. If he didn't go to the law enforcement department now, sooner or later, the law enforcement department would come to his door and might even detain him under various names. Yemo didn't dare to gamble because he didn't have the time to gamble. Of course, he had thought about carrying the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi when he entered the city. But the grade of the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi was too terrifying. Once he carried it out, he was only afraid that it would directly attract the attention of the most powerful people in Jiangnan City. When we get out of the law enforcement department, I should only be able to contact Elder Chen if I want to get the Phantomine cold marrow. Yemo was pondering in his heart. Although Elder Chen didn't have much say in Jiangnan base cities, and his deterrent power in the inner city wasn't even as strong as some of the indigenous great families, but he was at least a legendary 9-star powerhouse. As long as he personally descended on Jiangnan base city, I'm afraid that it would make all the legendary powerhouses in the entire Jiangnan base city feel a chill on their backs and fidgety. In front of Chen Lao, a small Qin family was like a mole cricket that could be destroyed with just one hand. However, Yemo would not let Elder Chen take action to exterminate the Qin family, but wanted to exterminate it himself. After all, Tang Yi was also implicated because he wanted to help himself, so this revenge should be avenged by himself. For a daytime period, Yemo almost stayed in the law enforcement department. It seemed that the members of the law enforcement department looked down on them, and the investigation process began to be deliberately difficult. Many of these coffin suppressors from other regions were humiliated to death. And some of those who couldn't stand being humiliated struck out in anger. The result was obvious, and they were directly beheaded on the spot by the law enforcement department's coffin suppressor masters. Yemo did not receive too much hardship. It was because he had hung the badge of the Snow Shadow Corps at that time. Perhaps some of the law enforcement members recognized the Snow Shadow badge. They all avoided far away, not daring to start a conflict with Yemo. Of course, they didn't have any favorable treatment either. Because Yemo went too late, they still made the other party wait in line for the whole day. After leaving the law enforcement department, Yemo directly returned inside the hotel. At this time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun had already gone down and the dark night had arrived, revealing an unsettling atmosphere everywhere. Yemo was lying on the bed. After patiently reading the message sent by Yi Xiaoyao, he then unplugged President Chen's phone. "Elder Chen, this is Yemo." After connecting, Yemo said indifferently. And a hint of smug laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ha ha ha, Yi kid. You've only been in Jiangnan Bay City for a day and you're calling Lao Fu. In my opinion, you should have hit a wall. Quickly tell me, what exactly happened?" Yemo smiled helplessly when he heard this, then replied, "Elder Chen, one of the materials needed for the evolution of the little dumpling has been lost. Now that I can't get it back, I can only ask you to help me out and ask for it." "Ha, old me really underestimated your kid's ability to cause trouble. You should have messed with a certain family in Jiangnan Bay City by now, right?" On the phone, Elder Chen laughed. Yemo sniffed and replied ambiguously, "Sort of." "Which family? Quickly tell me about it with Lao Fu. Maybe Lao Fu can find someone to help you get the materials out right now." Elder Chen asked suspiciously. "Qin family." Yemo replied. "Qin family?" The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, Elder Chen laughed out loud and said, "Yi kid, I thought you had messed with the Blade Court, or the top 5 forces in Jiangnan City. The Qin family you spoke of, where is that a cat or dog from? Old me has never even heard of it. Since that's the case, I'm too lazy to help you find you. You should wait for 2 days for old me, and when I come over, I will help you destroy them with my hands." The moment these words came out, Yemo froze, then hurriedly explained, "Elder Chen, I don't need you to help me exterminate them. When the kid becomes a transcendent coffin suppressor, he will go and do it personally. Right now, I only need you to find someone to help me take out the Cyan cold marrow." Yemo said. "Right. Kid Yi, you wouldn't have forgotten that among the 3 people you met in the Valley of Doom, there was one surnamed Qin, right?" Elder Chen reminded. Hearing this, Yemo froze and said doubtfully, "Qin Dong? Yes, that's him. You go and ask him about the situation first. If you can't solve it again, then you can wait for 2 days for old man." After Chairman Chen finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Hearing Elder Chen's prompting, a trace of complexity flashed in Yemo's eyes. He thought for a moment, then still directly opened the chat software, found Lin Yin's avatar, and a video call was made. At this time, in a certain hotel in Fengyu City, Lin Yin had just finished showering and was lying on the bed, having just changed into her pajamas and hadn't even had time to wrap them up tightly. A video phone pop-up then rang. When Lin Yin saw that it was Yemo calling, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she directly connected the video. "Yemo, good evening. What are you looking for me for?" The corner of Lin Yin's mouth revealed a smile. When Yemo saw a snowy white screen, the corner of his eyes twitched and he coughed lightly. "Indeed, I'm looking for you for something." "What is it? Go ahead," Lin Yin said. When Yemo heard this, his face suddenly became calm and he said faintly, "The Qin family in Jiangnan Bay City, what is the relationship with Dongzi?" Hearing this, Lin Yin suddenly froze, then replied in doubt. "The Qin family in Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family. Why are you asking this, Yemo? Could it be that you had a conflict with the Qin family? The owner of our Fengyu City Wanbao Lu, Tang Yi you recognize, right?" "Recognize? He's my friend, and I owe him many favors. This time, he went to Jiangnan Bay City to help me look for Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials. As a result, he was taken away by the Qin family's people who took away the materials and the Wanbao building, as well as his life." Yemo's voice was calm. However, Lin Yin's face became very ugly when she heard it, and she turned pale all of a sudden. She did not expect that the Qin family would actually mess with Yemo's head. It was no wonder, these families were accustomed to being dominant in the inner city of Jiangnan City, and almost stomped all over the outside coffin suppressors. But now, the Qin family had obviously kicked the iron plate. To know. Behind Yemo stood President Chen, who was a legend 9-star powerhouse. If President Chen wanted to exterminate a clan in Jiangnan City, the 3 legends of the Blade Court would definitely not be able to stop them. If the Qin family could not give Yemo a satisfactory answer before President Chen traveled to Jiangnan City, then the family would definitely be exterminated. Thinking of this, Lin Yin hurriedly said, Yemo, Dong Zi's old man is the third oldest member of the Qin family. Your friend's death, as well as the materials you lost. I'll have Dongzi convey it to Uncle Qin-san, so that he can investigate it for you immediately. Don't worry, tomorrow at the latest, we will give you a satisfactory answer. By then, the person who started it, the person who did the murder, and the materials you lost will all be sent to you together, at your disposal. Chapter 78, Third Master of the Qin Family. I didn't realize that Qin Dong's old man is actually the third master of the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Yemo muttered. Although it was unclear how strong Qin Dong's old man was and how much say he had in the Qin family. But Lin Yin's words undoubtedly prove that the Qin family's oldest three had the ability to get this matter done. Even if the Qin family's oldest three was unable to get this matter done, it would still spread his identity and background throughout the entire Qin family, causing the entire Qin family to feel fear. After all, with a legendary 9-star bigwig exerting pressure, even a power as strong as the Blade Court would definitely be fidgeting. At this moment, inside the luxurious villa of a larger manor in the inner city, two middle-aged men were sitting in the hall discussing something. Third Master, my son, Yutian, was beheaded in the northwest corner block today. A country-faced man with gloomy eyes and a scar on his forehead had an extremely ugly face. His name was Lei Bao, the leader of the Thundercloud Tomb-seeking troop, a transcendent 5-star coffin suppressor. At the same time, he was also the right-hand man of the Qin family's third master. On the side, another middle-aged man wearing a black tunic with an elegant face and gold-rimmed glasses heard this. His brows could not help but slowly frown as he asked, "What's going on? Is it hard to believe that your son has messed with other big families?" Third Master, I've investigated, it shouldn't be another family. Logically speaking, the other clans know that the Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group is a vassal of the Qin family, and since my son has some fame in the inner city, they definitely won't make a move. Lei Bao held back the anger in his body and said indifferently. According to what you said, then it should be outsiders. Third Master Qin said as he held up his glasses. Third Master, it's definitely an outsider. The section of the road where my son was killed today, there was no surveillance, and there were no eyewitnesses who saw the whole thing happen. That's why my subordinate would like to ask Third Master to send someone to help investigate and find out who actually struck down my son. Lei Bao knelt down on one knee and pleaded. Third Master Qin sniffed and thought. Although his position in the Qin family was not high, he had little power, and even belonged to the targets of suppression, but at least he had a certain amount of prestige. For him, investigating a murderer of his subordinate's son was all a matter of the fingertips. Moreover, he had been in the inner city for so many years that almost no one knew that he had founded one of the most massive intelligence organizations in Jiangnan City. So no matter what happened in the inner city, almost nothing could escape his intelligence network and would easily be investigated by him. Alright, Lei Bao. You follow Shadow Ghost to investigate the surveillance in the northwest corner neighborhood, he will give you an answer. Third Master Qin said indifferently. Immediately after that, he lightly clapped his hands, and a cloud of shadows instantly appeared on the floor in the villa. Only to see a figure with a pitch-black body, with only a faint white light glowing from its mouth and eyes, possessed by a coffin spirit float out from it, and then kneel on one knee in front of Third Master Qin. When Lei Bao saw this scene, his heart was startled and he only felt his scalp tingle. He had heard the name Shadow Ghost countless times, and although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew that this was the #1 guard and assassin under Third Master Qin. Originally, he thought that Shadow Ghost's strength was at most similar to his own. But he never expected that Shadow Ghost's strength had reached the transcendent mortal 9-star level. One must know that the strongest person in the Qin family was the family head, Qinzhen, whose strength was also at the transcendent mortal 9 stars level. But no matter what, Qinzhen would never be able to manage to make a strong person of the same level become a henchman, and would even be afraid of such a strong person. And now, this transcendent mortal 9 stars named Shadow Ghost was actually kneeling on one knee in front of Third Master Qin. This simply made one's scalp go numb. Third Master is too powerful. What exactly is his strength? Lei Bao gulped, his heart tense. At the same time, he was incredibly fortunate in his heart. Because this backer of his own didn't seem to be as simple as it appeared. Perhaps this old third in front of him, who had always kept a low profile and was unpopular in the Qin family, was a legendary powerhouse. Third Master. Thanks a lot. If you need to use the Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Troop in the future, my subordinates will definitely go through fire and water for you, Third Master. I will die for you. Lei Bao knelt on the ground and said with incomparable submission. Hearing this, Third Master Qin nodded indifferently and said, "Alright, Lei Bao, go and get busy with your business." "Yes, Third Master." After saying that, Shadow Ghost then grabbed Lei Bao's shoulder with one hand, and the two of them sank into the shadows and disappeared. Looking at the area where the two subordinates disappeared, Third Master Qin pondered in his heart. Big Brother should have no hope of advancing to quasi-legend in this life. After dictating for so many years and suppressing other clansmen for so many years, it's time to step aside. But my current leverage is still close, once I fight with him, not to mention the fact that Second Brother will join forces with him. The other clans will more or less meddle in this matter, wanting to get a piece of the pie from the middle. With the power I currently wield, it's not enough to completely suppress it. If only I could still pull in some forces. Third Master Qin muttered. Just then, suddenly a phone rang from Third Master Qin's pocket. Third Master Qin raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone to take a look, then a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Son, why are you calling so late? Missed your dad?" Third Master Qin picked up the phone and said with a smile. However, Qin Dong's urgent voice immediately came from the phone. "It's bad, Dad. Our Qin family has kicked the bucket." Upon hearing these words, Third Master Qin's brows immediately furrowed. One must know that his son, Qin Dong, was aware of his own strength, a quasi-legendary coffin suppressor. And still, he was only one step away from being promoted to legend. But now, Qin Dong actually said that the Qin family had kicked an iron plate. It also meant that the strength of this iron plate was at least at the legendary level, and could even overpower the entire Qin family with his own strength. Without much thought, Third Master Qin hurriedly asked, "Son, quickly tell us what's going on. Who did our Qin family mess with?" "Dad, it's that genius I met in the Valley of Doom earlier." "Mo. You mean the one who distributed the spectral flame soul crystal to you?" Third Master Qin was puzzled. "That's right, it's him," Qin Dong said anxiously. "Someone from our Qin family took away the evolutionary materials he needed and killed his friend, the owner of Fengyu City's 10,000 treasures building. Dad, you hurry up and find out the person who did this, then hand that person over tomorrow. Remember to get your hands on the materials as well. It has to be as soon as possible, or else our entire Qin family will be finished in 2 days." Qin Dong barked loudly, his tone filled with fear. As soon as these words came out, a look of disbelief immediately appeared on Third Master Qin's face. The genius that his son had spoken of was actually capable of bringing about the end of the Qin family again. Unsurprisingly, the other party must have an extremely close relationship with Chairman Chen of Fengyu City. Normally, these clans in Jiangnan City wouldn't be afraid of President Chen because the bigwigs of the Blade Court were able to fight against him, and no one messed with President Chen. But now, he didn't expect that the Qin family, which he was a part of, had actually touched this bad luck, causing President Chen to potentially visit in person. If it wasn't handled well, the Qin family might suffer extinction. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on Qin Laosan's face. As long as he could make good use of this opportunity, or if he pulled Mo in and hooked up with President Chen, then Qin Shen giving up his position would be the nail in the coffin. "Son, you call and speak to your friend directly now. Wait for my notice tomorrow, and have him come to the Qin family to retrieve the materials at that time. Claim the head by the way," Qin Laosan said excitedly. "Okay, Dad. I'll speak to Mo now." After saying that, Qin Dong hung up the phone. Chapter 79 Revengeful Thunder Leopard, Unbreakable Shield. In a hidden underground intelligence room in the inner city, Lei Bao was standing next to Shadow Ghost with trepidation, not daring to utter a single breath. The Shadow Ghost on the side, on the other hand, was manipulating a computer. Soon, Shadow Ghost then pulled up the surveillance from every corner of the inner city. With the light of hundreds of projections shining on the walls of the intelligence room, all the images became crystal clear. Lord Shadow Ghost. My son died in the northwest corner block of the inner city near the wall. Lei Bao respectfully reminded. Time. Shadow Ghost sniffed and let out an incomparably hoarse voice. Hearing this voice, Lei Bao's heart snapped and he said tremblingly, "It should be between 8 or 9 in the morning." Hearing this, Shadow Ghost maneuvered once again. After a few seconds passed, the images on the walls of the intelligence room turned abruptly. In several images, Mo's figure appeared at the same time. One of the images showed Mo just leaving the inner city wall area, while the last few images showed Mo returning to a nearby hotel. When Lei Bao saw this, his face instantly became incredibly ugly. "It's this brat. It's definitely him," Lei Bao said angrily. "I almost arrested and questioned everyone who appeared in the northwest corner neighborhood today, only this brat was not questioned. And the time he left coincided with the time those passers-by went to gather around. The one who killed my son is definitely this kid," Lei Bao said with red eyes. The shadow ghost sniffed and a shadow appeared under his feet, then he turned his head towards Lei Bao and revealed a hideous smile and said, "Well, since I've found out, it's time for me to go." "So you want me to give you a ride?" The shadow ghost's voice was incomparably cold, hearing Lei Bao panic. "No. No, Lord Shadow Ghost. I don't need you to give me a ride, I'll leave first." Lei Bao arched his hand towards Shadow Ghost and then hurriedly ran out of the underground intelligence room. After running out of the underground intelligence room hundreds of meters away, the anger in Lei Bao's heart could no longer be suppressed. "How dare you kill my son? I'm going to exterminate your entire family. I'll exterminate everyone who knows you." Lei Bao roared with rage and blasted his fist towards a large tree more than 10 meters tall beside him, shattering it into smithereens. In the next second, he stomped his legs like a swift panther, directly crossing over to the top of a nearby high-rise building, and then ran wildly towards the direction of the hotel where Yimo was. At this time, in a hotel in the northwest corner neighborhood, Yimo had just hung up the phone call from Qingdong. When he thought that he would be able to get the cyan cold marrow back tomorrow, a hint of a smile appeared on Yimo's face. Moreover, Qingdong, his father, had promised to help him find the murderer who killed Tang Yi and the person behind the scene, which made Yimo's mood instantly improve. Elder Chen's reputation is really good. Since that's the case, let's make a trip to the Qin family tomorrow and put an end to these matters. Yimo shook his head and smiled. Just at this moment, a wind sound suddenly startled outside the hotel. Immediately after, a silhouette with a terrifying aura hovered in front of the window outside the hotel. Yimo turned his head and saw a country-faced middle-aged man with scar marks on his forehead staring at him with a murderous intent. The leader of the Thundercloud Tomb hunting group? Yimo raised his eyebrows, his face full of gravity, and guessed the identity of the other party at once. The aura emitted by the other party was like that of a giant, and it pressed at Yimo as much as it could, blowing the curtains inside the hotel hunting. This made Yimo feel an unprecedented pressure, and he hastily summoned Tyrant and Chi-Chi to protect in front of his body. In the past, all of his opponents were around the high level, and almost all of them could be killed by Tyrant or Chi-Chi with a single strike. But transcendent powerhouses were obviously tens, if not 100 times stronger than high-ranked coffin suppressors. One should know that all of the coffin spirits under a transcendent powerhouse were above level 40. And a Lord-level coffin spirit above level 40 had undergone a drastic change compared to one below level 40. The strength was also like a heavenly rift. The reason for this was because a level 40 coffin spirit had already completed 2 evolutions. They had even reached their final evolution. With their absolute advantage in terms of level and evolution, these second evolved coffin spirits were enough to defeat dozens, or hundreds of high-level coffin spirits. Moreover, transcendent coffin suppressor masters were able to kill high-ranked coffin suppressor masters with their own hands even if they didn't use their coffin spirits, with simple spiritual power manipulation. Transcendent 5-star, a level 45 Lord-level coffin spirit? Yimo's brows furrowed as he thought quickly in his mind. His current coffin spirit was only level 25, a full 20 levels worse than the other party. The gap in hard power might not be able to be bridged even by a god-level talent plus an S-level coffin spirit. Right now, the only means he could threaten his opponent with might only be Tyrant's ultra matter penetration. But the difficulty in hitting a transcendent coffin suppressor with a transcendent matter penetration was even harder than climbing up to the sky. Outside the window in mid-air, Lei Bao looked at Yimo's unperturbed appearance. The killing intent on his face became more and more obvious as he coldly said, "Kid, you're an outsider, and you didn't even inquire about Lao Zi's name. Just dare to make a move to kill Lao Zi's son. I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death." Lei Bao immediately roared out in anger. He only saw spiritual energy surging in his hands, preparing to blast a fist in Yimo's direction. When Yimo saw this, his heart jumped wildly and an ugly color flashed on his face as he hurriedly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to try whether Chi-Chi's unbreakable body could harden itself to receive a blow from a transcendent mortal. In this instant, Chi-Chi also immediately fed a message back to Yimo. That is, as long as it wasn't a skill attack from a lord-level coffin spirit, then her undying body, together with the body protection type talisman seal drawn with cold ice immortal power, was completely able to carry it. Only to see Chi-Chi appear in front of Yemo with an instantaneous step. At the same time, she condensed a talisman with one hand and directly transformed into a circular shield of cold ice in front of her body. Kid, you are even more ruthless than old me. To actually use a coffin spirit to die in order to stay alive. Since that's the case, I'll kill your coffin spirit first and make you an invalid. Then I'll imprison you and torture you for the rest of your life. Lei Bao sneered. In the next second, spiritual energy suddenly erupted out of his hand, turning into an extremely terrifying fist force that blasted straight towards Chi-Chi. Only a booming sound could be heard as the fist force directly blasted through the hotel's window and rushed straight onto the cold ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. There was a click. The ice shield didn't even last 2 seconds before it instantly ruptured and turned into crushed ice crystals. And it was as if the ice shield had absorbed all the power. The aftermath left behind by the fist power wasn't strong, but the blast on Chi-Chi still smashed Chi-Chi backwards into the wall panel. When Yemo saw this scene, his face was ugly, and in his mind, he hurriedly communicated, Chi-Chi. Is there any injury? Master, his attack can't hurt me yet. Chi-Chi transmitted. She then jumped out of the wall panel directly as if nothing had happened. Immediately afterward, she patted the dust on her body and once again condensed a larger ice blue shield in front of her. Outside the window. As Lei Bao watched this scene, a look of dismay immediately flashed across his face, and his entire being was dumbfounded. He was a transcendent mortal 5-star powerhouse. Even if the spiritual attack was no match for the coffin spirit's skills, that was still not something a level 25 coffin spirit could resist. Not to mention the level difference of 20 levels was here. The other party's coffin spirit actually said that it stopped it and didn't take any damage. This was simply too outrageous as well. This can't be. I don't believe that I can't kill a coffin spirit that's 20 levels below me. I don't believe it. Lei Bao roared out in anger. Only to see him frantically stimulate the spiritual energy in his body, transforming it into an uncountable fist force that blasted towards Chi-Chi's direction. 7/7s, who had the experience of resisting once, calmly drew out their respective incantation talismans into shields, vigorously superimposing them in front of her body. In a moment, dozens of shields were densely packed. Dozens of shields densely appeared in front of her, as if an incomparably tough city wall. Letting the other party exert all their strength, they were unable to break through this solid line of defense. Chapter 80: Unsealing the Sealing Contract? Third Master Qin's phone call. After tens of seconds had passed, Lei Bao calmed down slightly and gave up his spiritual attack. Just as soon as he saw the mocking smile of the kid behind Chi-Chi, his face became more and more ugly. This zombie coffin spirit. Surprisingly, it was able to withstand my attack. So what level of coffin seal is it? Lei Bao surveyed Chi-Chi, who was covered in shields in front of him, and pondered in his heart. Although the power of his own converged spiritual power attack was not as powerful as 1/10 of his own coffin spirit skill attack, it could easily blow down a building, and even kill many level 35 or so coffin spirits with not much difference in potential. The little zombie in front of him, however, had completely absorbed the energy with his shield, which was simply unimaginable. Seemingly thinking of a possibility, Lei Bao's heart was suddenly startled. Can it be that his coffin spirit potential is a rank? Or even S rank? For a moment, a greedy desire filled Lei Bao's mind. If he was able to kill the other party, seize his coffin spirit, and then pay homage to Third Master Qin, then one's position under Third Master Qin would undoubtedly be higher. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Lei Bao directly surged aura in his hands. Only to see a ceiling formation steeply set up in mid-air, an ancient golden-colored coffin drilled out from it and hovered in mid-air. Kid, this coffin spirit of yours is at least A-ranked, right? Remove its sealing contract and transfer it to me, and I'll spare your life. Lei Bao said coldly, with an undeniable tone in his voice. At the same time, the golden coffin suspended in midair instantly opened. With a click, a thunderbolt rang out, and rolling clouds began to tumble outside the hotel. The sky above several streets was covered by dark clouds, and demonic winds gusted, as if an apocalyptic catastrophe had descended. When Yemo saw this, his face couldn't help but become grave. He then looked along in the dark clouds and saw an evil spirit with a fleshy winged back, green face and fangs, tattered and scorched black, emitting gusts of electric current appear in it. Coffin Spirit, Scorched Thunder Sky Ghost. Race, Ghost, Demon. Level, LV.45 Lord Grade. Seal Level, Golden Coffin Level 49. Talent, Thunderbolt Hardening absorbs Thunderbolt to enhance physical strength and soul strength. Thundercloud Manipulation creates a large number of thunderclouds out of thin air. Skills, Speed Flight 4th level, Mad Thunder Strike 4th level, Thunder Penalty Special, Advanced Hidden Trail 4th level, Paralysis, Chain Lightning 4th level, Evil Ghost Diversion 4th level. Stunts, Thunderstorm's Prison. Flaw, Deepening Pain. Density, 77 Obedience. Current status, Apathy. Evolutions, 0. Introduction from the Underworld Peak. From the Thunderbolt Ghost after 2 evolutions, its potential is exhausted, and there is no way to advance when it is full leveled. A level 45 Lord. It's still a terrifying opponent. Yemo's face was full of gravity. Just now, Shichi casting the talisman had already consumed most of his spiritual energy, and the remaining spiritual energy was merely able to allow the tyrant to use the ultra matter penetration twice. This meant that if he wanted to strike back, he had to be taken by surprise. And there were only 2 chances. After 2 times, if he failed to kill the Scorched Thunder Sky Ghost, then he would definitely die. Kid, I admit that your Coffin Spirit has strong potential to withstand my attack. But if I summon the Coffin Spirit out now, how will you be able to deal with it? Lei Pao said coldly. I'll give you another 10 seconds to think about it. Just kneel down. Then present its sealing formation with both hands, and I'll let you die a painful death. Otherwise, I'll torture you for the rest of your life. Lei Bao pointed at Chi-Chi and threatened viciously towards Yemo. At this moment, Lei Bao only felt incomparably happy in his heart, exchanging his son's life for an A rank or even S rank Coffin Spirit. This was a sure thing for him. After all, he could regenerate if he lost his son, but if he didn't get his hands on a Coffin Spirit with a strong potential, he might not have this opportunity in the future. However, when Yemo heard Lei Bao's words, his face did not panic at all. It seems like we need to use the Snow Shadow Badge to deter this guy. Yemo thought in his heart and then took out the Snow Shadow Badge from the spatial storage. Just as he was about to use the Snow Shadow Badge to deter the other party, suddenly, a phone rang from Lei Bao's pocket. When Lei Bao heard the phone ringing, his face immediately flashed with displeasure. Kid, take advantage of all this time that I'm on the phone to make a call, and you finally think it over. If you don't kneel down and hand over the sealing formation by the time I'm done calling, the consequences will be severe. Lei Bao said in a cold voice. After saying that, he directly took out his cell phone. Ha! It's actually Third Master calling. Lei Bao was puzzled in his heart, and at the same time, he was a little surprised. One must know that Third Master Qin had never taken the initiative to call him before. And now that he suddenly made a call, it made Lei Bao feel a supreme honor. Without hesitation, he directly picked up the phone. Hello? Third Master. I am Lei Bao. You're calling me so late, is there something going on? Lei Bao said fawningly. Inside the room. When Yemo heard this and looked at the other party's fawning appearance, an odd look appeared on his face. This guy on Qin Laosan's men? Yemo was a little confused. The Snow Shadow Core badge that he had just taken out in his hand was now stuffed back in. On the phone. At this time, Qin Lao San's voice also rang out. Lei Bao, have you finished avenging your son? When Lei Bao heard this, his heart was incredibly moved. He didn't think that Third Master Qin would be so concerned about his personal matters. For a moment, his voice became a bit agitated as he excitedly said, Third Master, I'm already in front of my son's murderer. It's just about to strike him down. Since you found your enemy, don't waste any more time, just go ahead and kill him. After killing, you immediately go to the 5-star hotel in the northwest neighborhood and secretly protect a youth. I'll send you the photo later, so go down and take a look at it later. Qin Laosan's urgent voice came from the phone once again. Remember, never offend this youth. Once you have displeased him, you and I may both suffer extinction. Hearing these words, Lei Bao instantly froze. Wasn't he right now next to the 5-star hotel in the northwest neighborhood? In other words, the youth that Third Master Qin wanted him to protect happened to be in this hotel as well. Then wouldn't he not have to be in such a hurry? The time saved therein could be completely used to slowly torture this kid in front of him, and to make the other party hand over the sealing formation. Ah, what a coincidence! Lei Bao was delighted in his heart and looked at Yemo intently. He then hurriedly explained towards the phone, "Third master, I won't hide it from you. I am now here at the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will definitely fulfill your orders properly and guarantee that I won't offend the big shot you mentioned. I'll leave this mission to you. If the other party has any requests, just do your best to fulfill them. In short, make sure to please him." A solemn voice came from the phone. Chapter 81 Big Man? Lei Bao kowtowed. After hearing these words from Third Master Qin, Lei Bao's heart grew more and more elated. He didn't expect Third Master to entrust himself with a heavy responsibility this time. Seemingly thinking of something, Lei Bao instantly laughed and hurriedly said, "Third Master, you don't hang up the phone first. I have a heavenly good news I want to tell you. I don't know if you are willing to listen." Lei Bao said with a smile. "Speak." A curious voice came from the phone. "Ha ha, Third Master. This murderer of my son has actually contracted a small zombie with at least A rank or even S rank potential. I'm now preparing to force him to hand over the ceiling formation and then offer this high potential coffin spirit to you." Lei Bao laughed freely. He was certain that even a figure as strong as Third Master Qin would not be able to remain calm after hearing about the chance to obtain an S-class coffin spirit. As expected, the sound of sucking in cool air instantly came from the phone. Hearing the commotion on the phone, Lei Bao also became more and more complacent. He understood very well that Third Master Qin was moved. "Ha ha, Third Master. This could possibly be an S-class coffin spirit. I believe that both you and young Master Qin Dong are eager to possess it." Lei Bao drifted off. At this moment, he had already thought of countless possibilities in his mind for Third Master Qin to reward himself. For example, if he gave the S-class coffin spirit to Third Master Qin, the other party would be excited and promote him to be his beloved. Or even worshipping him and calling him a brother Lei would not be too much to ask. Another example was when he gave the S-class coffin spirit to young Master Qin Dong. The other party knew that his favor was as great as a mountain, and it was even possible that he would directly worship him as his righteous father. However, an incomparably urgent voice came out over the phone. "Lei Bao. What does that little zombie look like?" Lei Bao was a bit confused when he heard this. He then said with a smile after sizing up Chi, "Third Master. I didn't think that you were still a face value controller. This little zombie has short purple hair and looks like a little girl. I'm sure you'll like it, Third Master." As soon as these words came out, a thud came out of the phone, and there seemed to be the sound of a teacup falling to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Laosan's voice came out once again. Only, at this time, there was an incomparable nervousness in his voice. "Yi Xiao, Mr. Qin didn't know that you had a grudge against my men. What Mr. Qin said just now was Mr. Qin's fault. I hope Xiao Yi will forgive me." Hearing these words, Yemo understood that the other party was apologizing because of the sentence "directly shot to kill" just now. However, Yemo did not respond. Instead, he looked at Lei Bao with a strange face. Seemingly sensing something wrong, Lei Bao suddenly became a bit flustered and his smile gradually disappeared. "Third Master. What are you talking about? Who is Yi Xiao?" And at this time, even Qin Laosan, who had always been elegant, couldn't help but curse angrily over the phone, and "Lei Bao. You go and look at the photos I sent you. See who you and your son have provoked. You really deserve to die." Hearing these words, Lei Bao's heart plummeted. A cool air suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, so scared that he almost fell from the air. "My son has messed with the big shot that Third Master was talking about?" Lei Bao muttered. "It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the big shot that Third Master was talking about is this kid?" Lei Bao looked at Yemo and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his figure trembling a little. Immediately after, he opened the photo sent by Third Master Qin in a panic. When he saw the familiar figure in the photo, a color of incomparable fear appeared in his eyes. Because there were two people in the photo that Third Master Qin had sent over, an old man and a young man. This old man and young man seemed to be very close. And the old man he recognized. It was a big shot that even the three overlords of the Sword Court had to be incomparably afraid of, the president of the Fengyu City Tomb-Seeking Guild. As for the youth next to the old man, he didn't recognize him before. But he recognized it now. "You?" Lei Bao pointed at Yemo, too shocked to speak. How could he not believe that this mediocre youth in front of him actually had so much energy behind him? And his own son had actually stabbed himself in a heavenly trouble. This little man is really used to rampaging, and dares to mess with anyone. Lei Bao felt remorse in his heart, cursing his already dead son. At this moment, Yemo looked at Lei Bao, who was still pointing at himself. His brows suddenly frowned and said coldly, "I hate being pointed at." As soon as these words came out, Lei Bao immediately withdrew his hand, while the sound of panic once again came from the phone. "Lei Bao, what have you done again? When I come over, let's see how I'll clean you up." When Lei Bao heard this, he immediately explained with a bitter face, "Third master, I really didn't do anything. I still have 2 minutes before I arrive. Now you kneel in front of Yi Xiao and keep apologizing to him until he is satisfied." Third Master Qin roared. Hearing these words, Lei Bao, where would he dare to have any other thoughts? Only seeing his legs stomping, his entire body leapt towards the hotel's window and landed within the hotel. Immediately after that, he looked at Yemo with a pale face, then lowered his head and kneeled on the ground in a hurry. "Young Yi, I am wrong. I have eyes and I don't recognize them to tie. I still ask you to forgive me." Lei Bao kowtowed and admitted his mistake. When Yemo heard this, he raised his eyebrows. A transcendent mortal 5-star powerhouse kneeling down to himself, a mid-stage 5-star coffin suppressor, was rare in this world. But letting the other party apologize however he wanted, Yemo could not possibly let the other party go. After all, the experience of a level 45 coffin spirit had the ultimate temptation for Yemo, so it must be killed. Of course it wasn't now, because Yemo didn't want to force Lei Bao to jump over the wall, so everything still needed to wait until Third Master Qin came over. "Young Yi, I was wrong." Begging for forgiveness, Lei Bao kowtowed more and more vigorously. In his heart, he knew very well that if Yemo could forgive himself, then his position would most likely remain the same. If he didn't forgive and tried to kill himself, then he would at least be able to save the lives of his entire family as well as the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group. But once he chose to escape or continue to make a move against Yemo, then he would be doomed. 1 minute later, Yemo looked at Lei Bao, who was knocking the floor thumping in front of him, and just said indifferently, "You're right, it's this world that's wrong." Lei Bao was first stunned when he heard this. He then reacted that Yemo was flirting with himself and knocked harder. "Yi Xiao, it's me who's wrong, it's really me who's wrong. Please let go, Yi Xiao." No, how can you be wrong? It's clearly your son who is wrong." Yemo hastily shook his head. When Lei Bao heard this, his heart was immediately happy, and he hurriedly followed Yemo's words and said, Right, Yi Xiao. It's my son who is wrong, it's my son who is wrong. Of course I am also at fault, I should have thrown the dog against the wall in the first place." Yemo. Just then, it seemed to be sensing a powerful aura approaching. The corner of Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. Because, he could make a move on Thunder Leopard. As for Lei Bao, when he sensed this aura, he was also happy in his heart. As long as Third Master Qin saw that he was apologizing so hard, he would definitely plead for himself. Thus, he kowtowed even more excitedly. "Alright, stop kowtowing." Yemo interrupted Lei Bao's movements and said indifferently, "It's not impossible to let me spare you, but there is one condition." Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart was instantly ecstatic, and he quickly said, "Young Yi, I'll agree to whatever condition you say. This way, you release your coffin spirit. Then make it stay put and get punched by my coffin spirit for 2 minutes. If he doesn't die, then you'll be fine. If it dies, then you die too. What do you think?" Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Bao's heart became even more ecstatic and he directly bowed to Yemo. "Thank you, Yi Xiao, for sparing it. Xiao Yi can beat my coffin spirit for 2 hours or even 2 days if he wants to. Thank you too much, Xiao Yi." Chapter 82, Emptying Spiritual Energy, Madly Storing Power. Looking at Lei Bao in front of him, who had already worshipped the ground and couldn't stop showing excitement on his face, Yemo just shook his head and said in a flat tone, "You get up first. There is no need to thank me. If your coffin spirit can really survive, then come back to thank me." Hearing these words, Lei Bao was first stunned, then his face became more excited and his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Yemo. Now he was very sure of one thing in his heart. That was that Yi Xiao wanted to spare himself. In his opinion, although Yemo's coffin spirit's defense was strong, it was not strong enough to injure the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost at all. Even if the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost stood and let that little zombie slash it 100 times, it might just be scratching an itch. So Yimo's words were undoubtedly just a justifiable reason to let himself go. Of course, Lei Bao also saw one of the layers of meaning. That was that Yimo seemed to be very confident in his own strength and wanted to force a wave of pretense in front of himself and Third Master Qin. Looks like I have to make Jiao Lei Tiangui please him properly. Lei Bao thought in his heart, while transmitting his voice to Jiao Lei Tiangui, after you get punched later, try to pretend to be seriously injured and act as if you're real. In short, the more real you act, the better. Immediately after that, Lei Bao looked towards Yimo, with an extremely flattering smile on his face, smiling and saying, Young Ye's strength is the strongest existence among the young people I have seen in my life. I believe that even the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost would not be able to completely resisting Young Ye's attack. Even if it survived, it definitely suffered an unimaginably heavy injury. Hearing this, Yimo raised his eyebrows. It had to be said that Thunder Leopard's kind of flattering words were still quite pleasing to listen to. But unfortunately, the experience of getting a Lord-level coffin spirit was more than 10,000 times more pleasurable than this. Right at this moment, a residual shadow arrived in an instant and came inside the hotel. Yimo looked at the figure and froze. Because the person in front of him was too much like Qin Dong, simply carved out of a mold, except that the other party's hair was a bit gray and appeared to have an extremely old and heavy. Yi Xiao, I am Xiaodong's father, the third oldest member of the Qin family. Qin Han. You can call me Qin Lao-san. After seeing Yimo, Qin Lao-san directly revealed a smile and arched his hand. Upon hearing these words, Yimo smiled faintly and said, Uncle Qin doesn't have to be like this, speaking of which, I am of the same generation as Qin Dong. Moreover, I still have some things I need to rely on Uncle Qin for next. So just address me as Yimo. When Qin Lao-san heard Yimo address himself as such, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's true that Xiaodong was right, this Yi Xiao is not only good to get along with, but his person is also very humble. Old Qin-san praised in his heart. Immediately after that, he once again arched his hand and said, since that's the case, then I'll take Xiaodong's light and boldly call Young Yi by his first name. At this moment, Qin Lao-san noticed that the room was incredibly messy and that the walls around it were cracked, and his heart immediately flinched. Luckily, I made this call in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Seemingly remembering something, Qin Lao-san couldn't help but emanate a powerful aura from his body, pressing towards Lei Bao who was standing on the side. Lei Bao. Look at what you've done. Who told you to stand up? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down? The moment these words came out, Lei Bao immediately flopped down and knelt on the ground again, hurriedly explaining, Third Master, it was Yi Xiao who told me to stand up. Xiao Yi said that he would let me go as long as he let my coffin spirit take a beating. Take a beating? Qin Lao-san was dumbfounded and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yimo with some confusion. He did not expect Yimo to be so kind? That he would spare his enemy? Little brother Yi, are you sure you want to spare him? Qin Lao-san asked incredulously. Yimo smiled faintly as he heard this and said, I made a deal with him and am going to let the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost stand still to be beaten up by my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, then he dies. If his coffin spirit lives, then he lives. That's why this matter still requires Uncle Qin to make a see, if his coffin spirit dies. Please also ask Uncle Qin to protect me for a short time. Yimo said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Qin Lao-san's face immediately became a bit complicated. In his opinion, wasn't this kind of agreement clearly letting Lei Bao live? This Yimo seemed to think too highly of his own strength. How could his coffin spirit kill the scorched thunder heavenly ghost? Don't worry, I'm here. Even if his coffin spirit dies, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Qin Lao-san didn't refute Yimo's words, he didn't want to dampen Yimo's confidence, so he agreed in a single breath. He then turned towards Yimo and asked with a smile, Little brother Yi, when are you going to do it? Yimo sniffed and said indifferently, right now. After saying that, Yimo then summoned Tyrant to his body without any hesitation. A zombie? Lei Bao and Qin Lao-san were both stunned. Immediately afterward, Lei Bao's face was ecstatic. He didn't expect Yimo to not use the S-rank potential Chi-Chi, instead he used a much weaker-looking zombie to beat up the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost. Wasn't this pure hilarity? If using Chi-Chi could hurt Jiao Lei Tiangui's fur, then this zombie in front of him probably couldn't even hurt Jiao Lei Tiangui's fur. Ha, many thanks to Yi Xiao for opening up. Lei Bao laughed, then beckoned towards Jiao Lei Skyghost outside the window and said, "Skyghost, quickly come over. Stand properly where you are and let Xiaoya's coffin spirit beat you up." Hearing these words, Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost's figure suddenly flickered and came directly in front of Tyrant. Compared to the Tyrant, it was much smaller in size, and was even less than the Tyrant's chest in height. But its strength was too much stronger than Tyrant's. Seemingly somewhat looking down on Tyrant's strength, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost appeared somewhat unconcerned and even arrogantly stuck its head over. "Come. Hit me according to the head. If you're capable, you can directly beat me to death." Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost sent a voice message to Tyrant. When Tyrant heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as a wave of anger surged out from the bottom of his heart. "Seek death." Tyrant roared lowly in his heart. In the next second, it directly gripped the head of the Scorched Thunder Heavenly Demon with one hand and lifted it up. One could only see the intense blood-red energy in its palm begin to converge, as if it was storing up its strength, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. When Third Master Qin and Thunder Leopard felt the fluctuating energy, their faces immediately revealed a look of surprise. The strength of this energy. It's almost close to a level 35 or so coffin spirit skill, isn't it? Third Master Qin muttered. Seeing this, Lei Bao also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately. It's just that with this level of attack, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost would easily be able to withstand it. It won't even receive any light injuries. The Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost couldn't help but show a scowl on its face as it felt the crispy energy on its scalp. It once again transmitted its voice towards Tyrant. "You want to injure me with just this amount of energy? Can you do it, little old brother?" Hearing this, where could Tyrant endure the other party's provocation? "Master, please use all your spiritual energy to help me." Tyrant communicated Yemo and said angrily. When Yemo heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head. At this moment, he no longer held back. He directly emptied all the spiritual energy in his body to the bone, allowing Tyrant to use this move, Ultra Matter Penetration, with all his strength. Only Tyrant could be heard roaring. Boom! The blood-red energy in its original palm instantly skyrocketed. A terrifying sense of agitation struck, distorting the air in the entire room and causing the entire hotel to shake violently like an earthquake. The originally relaxed Lei Bao only felt a little numb after feeling the sudden surge of energy. This was because this energy had clearly reached the Lord level, and the aura was still rising. How is this possible? This kind of energy, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost won't be able to carry it. Lei Bao trembled in disbelief in his heart. He then turned his head with difficulty to look at Third Master Qin, only to see that Third Master Qin was similarly shocked. What a powerful energy fluctuation! This zombie is not simple. Third Master Qin said as he looked at Tyrant in surprise. At the same time, he no longer questioned Yemo's strength. As a little bit of time passed, the red energy in Tyrant's hand had condensed to an extreme saturation state, emitting a destructive aura. Third Master, save me! Lei Bao's face revealed a look of incomparable fear as he transmitted his voice. He could now clearly feel that with this strike, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost would definitely die. However, Third Master Qin's next words directly plunged him into despair. What kind of things you cause yourself? What kind of price should you pay? You might as well pin your hopes on your coffin spirit. If it carries on, I think Yemo will definitely not take your life. Chapter 83 Terrifying Might. 80,000 Experience. After saying these words, Third Master Qin also hastily summoned a shadow mage holding a magnificent ruby staff and wearing a raven feather cloak. Subsequently, on the top floor of the hotel, a 200-meter wide shadow barrier was unfurled, blocking off the vicinity. You have to know. The full force of a peak lord-level coffin spirit was able to directly destroy the entire northwest corner of the street, turning the area of several hundred meters into a hell on earth. The tyrant's next strike was not as good as a peak lord, but it was still terrifying. If the shadow barrier wasn't used to resist it, this strike would definitely cause irreparable damage. At this moment, the town coffin masters in the vicinity of the northwest corner block felt the terrifying energy fluctuations, and all of them were incomparably terrified as they ran out towards the surroundings, away from the 5-star hotel in the block. When they looked back at the top floor of the 5-star hotel after running hundreds of meters, they were stunned. Only to see a huge black boundary enveloping the vicinity of the hotel, while a blood-red light flickered in the boundary. As the blood-red light became more and more intense, gusts of terrifying aura began to spill out from the boundary, causing everyone in the vicinity to feel somewhat suffocated. This is definitely transcendence fighting in the inner city. How could there be transcendence fighting furiously in the inner city? It couldn't be any two major forces in conflict. Quickly run, this aura is too terrifying. Those of us middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters will die if we touch it. In the midst of the discussion, countless people began to desperately run wildly, only wanting to get away from this place of wrongdoing. In the boundary. Lei Bao was already sweating profusely at this point, kneeling on the ground with an incomparably pale face. Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost, on the other hand, did not dare to move in the slightest. The third Master Qin on the side was also feeling full of gravity. This was because the tyrant in front of them had already almost built up his strength to the limit. They could easily feel that the violent energy fluctuations were completely comparable to a level 49 lord releasing a skill. Once it struck, the scorched thunder Heavenly Ghost would surely die. Yi Mo's face showed excitement as he panted heavily. Although the spiritual energy in his body had been drained and his whole body shivered as if he would collapse at any moment, he still persisted. It seems that the limit of the tyrant's transgression using the supermatter penetration is above 2 great realms. Yi Mo muttered in his heart. According to a normal battle, it was absolutely impossible for him to let the supermatter penetration stored power exceed 5 seconds. And this time, with Qin Lao San protecting him from the side, he directly drained all of his spiritual energy at once and built up his strength for a whole minute. As long as this blow was struck, not to mention the building under his feet, even everything within a 300-meter radius would be razed to the ground under this blow. Young Yi, I was wrong. Spare my coffin spirit's life. Lei Bao's face was filled with despair as he knelt on the ground and loudly begged for mercy. Yi Xiao. I beg you, Xiao Yi. When Master Qin San heard this, his face darkened. Then he directly kicked towards Lei Bao, while transmitting his voice to threaten that. Shut up. This is something you've caused yourself, you'd better accept this fact. If you make another sound, in case you break his coffin spirit's big move, not only will the entire Thundercloud tomb-seeking troop have to be buried with him, even your entire family and even I will be implicated. Third Master Qin took a deep breath and reminded. Hearing these words, Lei Bao's heart immediately turned ashen. In his heart, he once again cursed his son's ancestors. How did I give birth to such a contraption? This is simply a pitfall. Lei Bao sprayed out a mouthful of blood. In the next second, the berserk energy seemed to have finished accumulating. Immediately after, it suddenly exploded out. Only a boom could be heard. A pillar of blood-red light instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier and shot straight up into the sky, reflecting the entire inner city in a blood-red color, just like hell on earth. Before the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost could even squeak, it was torn to shreds by this energy, not even slag remained. The storm caused by the aftermath of the explosion directly collapsed the shadow barrier and swept towards the nearby streets. For a time, screams of misery were endless, and countless people frantically fled for their lives. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV.45 Jiao Lei Sky Ghost. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience, gaining plus 80,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained experience value plus 80,000. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant and 77, have been upgraded to LV.29 guard level. Experience required to level down 6,842 to 150. Your coffin spirit has leveled up and you have received a large amount of spiritual power feedback. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Mo's entire body instantly went numb in place. There were only 2 words in his mind right now. Yi Mo exclaimed out in shock. 80,000 experience. Directly ascended 4 levels. Sure enough, it's still cool to kill monsters over level. Yi Mo's heart was incomparably excited. How could he not expect to gain such a huge amount of experience by killing coffin spirits over 20 levels? This was undoubtedly a direct refreshment of his cognition. If only I could brush monsters like this more often in the future. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Mo's face. It seemed like he thought of something, and he was instantly delighted. Doesn't Elder Chen want to take me to the ancient mysterious realm? When the appraisal meeting is over, go with him for a few trips and pick up the heads of Overlord-class demons. Wouldn't I be in for a blast then? Chapter 84 Yi Mo's Blood Loss. Devouring Elevation. 2 minutes later. Waiting for the aftermath to dissipate, Yi Mo faintly looked at his surroundings and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The surrounding walls had long disappeared and the upper floors of the hotel had long been lifted off. Many of the nearby buildings that were close to the height of the hotel had a lot of cracks on their walls, as if they were about to collapse. And it was as if he was beside the rooftop of a dozen-story building, and as long as he took 2 more steps forward, he would fall down. It seems like it's not good to strike too violently, actually directly losing the material. Blood loss. Blood loss. Yemo muttered in a low voice, a look of flesh pain on his face, feeling an incomparable pity. Little brother Yi, your strength is too. Third Master Qin wanted to stop talking, not knowing how to describe Yemo for a while. To know. For a middle-ranked coffin suppressor to be able to manipulate a coffin spirit to release an attack comparable to a transcendent mortal 9 stars, this was simply more difficult than going against the heavens. But Yemo had indeed done it. If he waited for Yemo to get much stronger, then I'm afraid he could threaten a legendary powerhouse. This kind of genius, plus President Chun protecting him. It seems like Fengyu City is going to rise in the future. Third Master Qin sighed in his heart. On the side, Lei Bao looked at the scorched thunder heavenly ghost that had disappeared without a trace and directly sprayed out several large mouthfuls of blood. It was as if he was scared silly, his face was pale, his eyes were disoriented, and his body couldn't stop trembling. All right, head Lei. It's time to fulfill our agreement, right? Yemo glanced at Lei Bao and said indifferently. Lei Bao sniffed, took a deep breath, and nodded in despair. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo's heart burst with joy and said expectantly, Leader Lei. As a transcendent 5-star powerhouse, you should have contracted more than just one coffin spirit, right? The grade of your other coffin spirits should not be low either, right? Why don't we bet again? The moment these words came out, Lei Bao was instantly horrified and directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Just now, his strongest coffin spirit had already been killed in seconds. How could the other party still want to play with other coffins? Moreover, now Yemo had somehow regained his spiritual power and increased his strength. How could Lei Bao still dare to fall for such a trick? Yi Xiao, things have come to this, so don't joke around. Please also give Lei a pain in the ass. Lei Bao's face was ugly as he shook his head. He would rather have the coffin spirit in the contract space exile to the secret mausoleum to be resealed after his death than to let Yemo humiliate himself like this again. All right then. Yemo spread his hands and said expressionlessly. In the next second, a blade light flashed. With a poof, Thunder Leopard was split in half on the spot by Tyrant's knife, and then slowly fell towards the building below. Third Master Qin watched the scene expressionlessly and didn't say much. Although Lei Bao was his subordinate, but the other party had messed with someone he couldn't even afford to mess with, so it could only be said that he had brought this upon himself. Yemo, let's put an end to this matter. Previously, Lei Bao struck out at you and gave you a fright. It was Uncle Qin's fault for not disciplining his men well. Uncle Qin is willing to compensate you $5 billion as moral damage, what do you think? Third Master Qin said towards Yemo. When Yemo heard this, a smile appeared on his face once again. Although he didn't get the materials of the scorched thunder heavenly ghost, but if he could get 5 billion, it was definitely not a loss. Thus, Yemo hurriedly laughed and said, haha. Uncle Qin, this isn't too good, right? After all, I didn't lose anything. When Third Master Qin heard this, he was stunned and gave Yemo an odd look. Just now, he had clearly heard the other party muttering something like the material was out of blood loss. And now he said that there was nothing to lose? In his heart, Third Master Qin now only wanted to spit out the words. I'll believe the hell out of you. You don't have to excuse yourself. This is Uncle Qin's compensation for you, just accept it directly. Third Master Qin smiled and advised, then shoved a gold card into Yemo's hand. Yemo's heart became more and more delighted after receiving the card. He was now a middle-ranked 9-star coffin suppressor, and was completely capable of contracting 2 more coffin spirits. Moreover, the wealth he had accumulated had exceeded $20 billion. At that time, if a coffin of good quality appeared at the appraisal meeting, he would also have the opportunity to compete for it. Once the competition was successful, he would be able to contract 2 more corpse coffin spirits with strong potential. Then his strength would be directly strengthened at an epic level. With Yemo being invited to the Qin family by Third Master Qin, the coffin suppressor masters who had originally fled out of the northwest corner area were relieved. They didn't expect that the ones who made this commotion were actually Third Master Qin and the head of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking troop. Isn't the leader of Thunder Leopard under Third Master Qin? Why would Third Master Qin kill him painfully? There was some confusion in the hearts of the crowd. What's there to think about? Just now Third Master Qin took away a youth, didn't you guys see that? He must be Third Master Qin's illegitimate son. Lei Bao just made a move on Third Master Qin's illegitimate son, he will definitely anger Third Master Qin. As soon as these words came out, the crowd all understood what was going on and talked frantically. Looks like there's one more person in this inner city who can't be messed with. Yes, to actually kill a transcendent level henchman for the sake of an illegitimate child, this is too heartless. Don't talk nonsense, if your words reach Third Master Qin's ears, then you're definitely dead. Withdraw, let's pretend we don't know anything. As the crowd of onlookers dispersed most of the way, the northwest corner neighborhood once again returned to the silence of the dark night. At this moment, a white-haired man with blood-red pupils appeared at the corner of a street. Tang Yi looked at Lei Bao's corpse and licked the corners of his mouth, greed showing in his eyes. After last night's killing, he had devoured many ordinary blood and flesh, only allowing his body to receive an extremely weak boost. This made him realize one thing: only by devouring coffin suppressor masters could he quickly become stronger. Originally, he had planned to attack the inner city tonight, but he didn't expect such a big commotion to occur in the inner city. This forced him to stay on the sidelines and watch. TSK, the flesh and blood of a transcendent coffin suppressor, I wonder how much my strength can be boosted. Tang Yi muttered as he looked at the corpse below the hotel that had been split in half and whose blood had yet to dry up. Immediately afterward, with a stomp of his legs, he transformed into a white ray of light and quickly swept past the Lei Bao's corpse, bringing it back. Devour. Tang Yi lightly drank, only to see the veins on his body steeply twist up, transforming into several tentacles with sharp teeth, instantly devouring the Thunder Leopard's corpse. Feeling the incomparably large amount of energy pouring into his torso, Tang Yi revealed a hideous smile, his body's aura steeply pulling up a few points. Transcendent Mortal 1 star now. It's true that only by devouring a powerful coffin suppressor can I quickly increase my strength. Jia. Tang Yi was incomparably excited. Seemingly thinking of something, his face became more and more cruel. Might as well take advantage of this commotion. Devour all the coffin suppressor masters in this neighborhood. As long as I can increase my strength some more, I'll have a chance to take revenge. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Yi's appearance suddenly changed drastically into that of a thunder leopard. He then didn't hesitate and directly took advantage of the night, preparing to go on a killing spree. Chapter 85 Family Head Qinjin. Blade Court Appendage. Early the next morning, the Shadow Ghost brought a piece of information within the manor where Third Master Qin resided. And at that moment, Third Master Qin and Yemo had long been waiting in the villa's hall. Seemingly sensing Shadow Ghost's arrival, Third Master Qin had a hint of a smile on his face as he said, "Little Yi, it seems that Shadow Ghost has investigated the loss of your material as well as the death of your friend." The moment these words came out, Yemo quickly revealed a look of delight and said towards Third Master Qin, "Thank you, Uncle Qin." After saying that, a shadow appeared on the ground of the villa, and the Shadow Ghost slowly emerged. "Greetings, Third Master." "Greetings to young Yi." Shadow Ghost bowed towards the two. "Good work, Shadow Ghost. Quickly tell us what you found out." Third Master Qin inquired. Without hesitation, Shadow Ghost directly took out a recorder and released the video from the northwest corner area that night. In the picture, only a black-robed man was seen chasing after a middle-aged man. And Yemo's face was instantly filled with gloom when he saw the scene, and a murderous aura filled the air. The middle-aged man in there who was fleeing in a mess and looked incomparably miserable was none other than Tang Yi. On the side, when Third Master Qin heard the familiar voice of the black-robed man, he was instantly a little shocked in his heart. "It's actually really Big Brother's man." Immediately, Third Master Qin's heart was instantly ecstatic. He had originally disliked Qinjin's dictatorship, endured years of suppression, and secretly developed his power only to find an opportunity to seize the position of the family head. And now the other party had really sent people to kill Yemo's friends and take away the evolutionary materials Yemo needed. Invoking such a person with a powerful background, this was no different from committing suicide. Yemo looked at everything in the picture, his face became more and more ugly, and coldly asked, "Uncle Qin, do you recognize this person? Is he someone from your Qin family?" Third Master Qin sniffed and reacted, then nodded his head in a hurry. "Recognize. He's a vassal member of the Qin family and the leader of a small grave-seeking group under my big brother." It seems to be called something like Eagle 6, just a transcendent one-star coffin suppressor master. Third Master Chin explained. Hearing this, a murderous aura flashed in Yemo's eyes. So it turned out that the Chin family master who took away his materials and caused Tang Ye's death. It seemed that this matter that Third Master Chin had promised earlier that he would deliver the materials and head to himself would become tricky. Looks like we can only wait until Elder Chen comes over. Yemo secretly said in his heart. And at this time, Third Master Chin seemed to view that Yemo's face was a bit ugly, then he coughed lightly and ordered towards Shadow Ghost that. Shadow Ghost, immediately gather all the transcendent or above members of your men and follow me to the Chin family head's manor. I want to make a claim for little Yi. As soon as these words came out, the aura of a quasi-legendary powerhouse instantly erupted from Third Master Chin's body, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. Feeling this powerful aura, Yemo's face was immediately startled. Uncle Chin is actually a quasi-legend? It is said that the strongest person in the Chin family head Chinjin, is only a transcendent mortal 9 stars. I didn't expect Uncle Chin to hide so deeply. Yemo secretly said in his heart. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost also stopped reserving his strength and exuded transcendent mortal 9 stars aura to resist Third Master Chin's pressure, then kneeled on one knee and said, respectfully following Third Master's order. At this moment, Third Master Chin nodded. He then looked towards Yemo, and a weak burst of spiritual energy emanated from his body, dragging Yemo up out of thin air. Taking Yemo with him, he quickly flew in the direction of the Chin family's family head manor. At the same time, inside the Chin family's manor, in the open space at the foot of a small hill that was more than 100 meters high, a black-haired old man with a serious face and wearing a black practice suit was leisurely practicing his fist. Only to see his fists clench tightly, as his spiritual energy gathered, he blasted his fist towards the small mountain in front of him. Only a booming sound could be heard. The terrifying fist energy suddenly erupted, shaking the entire small mountain violently, the rocks exploding and directly collapsing at the waist. Looking at the scene before him, Shinjin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Old me has finally become a legendary rank, ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, suddenly a black shadow flashed by, only to see a figure whose body was covered tightly by a black robe, directly kneeling down in front of Shinjin. My subordinate congratulates Lord Family Master on his promotion to Legend Rank Powerhouse. Lord Family Master's divine power is overwhelming. His magical power is boundless. The black-robed man said with incomparable excitement. Ha ha, what an old man. Being promoted to legend is only natural. Shinjin laughed out loud, his tone filled with extreme arrogance. Seemingly thinking of something, Shinjin quickly asked towards the black-robed man, Eagle Ghost, those 2 messages that came out of the inner city last night, are they true? Family Master, my subordinate has already ascertained it clearly. Lei Pao, the leader of the Thundercloud Tomb-seeking group, was indeed killed by Third Master. As for that youth, he is definitely not Third Master's illegitimate son. Rather, he is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb hunting troupe of Fengyu City and has a close relationship with President Chen Shuezong. Eagle Ghost replied respectfully. Upon hearing these words, a look of scorn immediately flashed across Shinjin's eyes, and he then sneered, hee, Lao-san, Lao-san. In order to curry favor with a power far away in Fengyu City, he actually had the heart to kill his own right-hand man. Still really vicious. You've been hiding for so many years, and the forces under your hand have long been clearly mapped out by Lao Fu. You want to covet the position of family head? It's really delusional. Shinjin muttered to himself. Besides, it's hard to believe that you really think that I don't have a backhand and would fear that existence in Fengyu City. Shinjin smiled coldly, appearing extremely confident. On the side, Eagle Ghost seemed extremely shocked when he heard these words, and he hurriedly spoke out and asked. Lord Family Master, can it be that you have joined that organization? Ha ha ha, that's natural. Shinjin laughed out loud. As he spoke, Shinjin directly took out a round, exquisite badge that was blood red in color and was penetrated by 3 short black swords side by side, and wore it on his chest. Seeing this, the Eagle Ghost seemed to recognize the badge and was so surprised that he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Blade Court. Eagle Ghost shivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. To know. In Jiangnan Bay City, Blade Court was the absolute king. Moreover, the Blade Court was extremely protective, and as long as one was able to join, one could enjoy absolute shelter. As if he was extremely satisfied with his subordinate's shocked gaze, Shinjin laughed again and said, in the future, our Qin family will be the vassal of the knife court, and my strength in the knife court can be ranked in the top 10. In other words, of these 30 families in the inner city, other than the other few that joined the blade court, the Qin family doesn't need to give face to any other family in the future, and can stomp on them if they want to. Family Master. My subordinates have investigated. The owner of the Mapleyus City Wanbao building that Eagle 6 beheaded the night before last was a friend of that Snow Shadow Corps member. In case Third Master brings that Snow Shadow Corps member and comes to trouble us, how should we react? Eagle Ghost hastily mentioned this matter. Upon hearing this, Shinjin first froze, and then let out a cold laugh. So what if they are members of the Snow Shadow Corps? The Qin family is being sheltered by the Blade Court. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Chapter 86 The Arrogant Shinjin. So what if you're a member of the Snow Shadow Corps? The Qin family is being sheltered by the Blade Court. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Chapter 86 The Arrogant Shinjin. So what if you're a member of the Snow Shadow Corps? The Qin family is being sheltered by the Blade Court. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Shinjin's incomparably rampant words echoed in the sky. And at that moment, several wind sounds suddenly resounded in the sky as well. Only to see more than 10 transcendent powerhouses with powerful auras emanating from their bodies descend from the sky. They then slowly landed at a position more than 10 meters in front of Shinjin. The leader, Third Master Qin, observed the small mountain that had collapsed next to him at the waist, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Only this smile carried a hint of stiffness, as well as a bit of gravity. Third Master Qin didn't expect his intelligence to be wrong. At this moment, Shinjin's strength was clearly not transcendent mortal 9 stars. Rather, it was a legendary 1 star that was still a step above himself. Big brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect you to break through to the realm of legends. It's truly a joyous occasion. Third Master Qin arched his hand and said with a smile. When Shinjin heard this, he looked at the dozen or so transcendents in front of him with his hands behind his back, and immediately sneered and said, "Hee, old Third. What is your business in bringing so many people to Old Man's Manor? You brought a group of people here in such an aggressive manner, but do you have a problem with Lao Fu as the head of the family?" Shinjin's eyes glazed over as he questioned towards Third Master Qin. When Third Master Qin heard this, he immediately frowned. He then said indifferently, "Big brother, you're joking. Little brother came over here just to ask big brother to return something to its rightful owner." "Return something to its original owner? Has old me ever touched your things?" Shinjin said in a cold voice. As soon as these words came out, Third Master Qin immediately revealed a gloomy look on his face, his tone instantly chilling as he said, "Big brother, you sent someone to take away an evolutionary material called the spectraline cold marrow before, right? If so, then please hand over this material and Eagle 6. Old Third, you've grown quite a bit in your ability to believe what you're told. Even if it was taken away by old man, so what? If you really want it back, then I'll just have to see what you're capable of." Shinjin let out a cold snort, followed by the sudden eruption of spiritual energy from his body. Only to see that without any further ado, he directly clenched his fist with one hand and slammed it in the direction where Third Master Qin was. Seeing this, Third Master Qin's face instantly stared, and without any hesitation, he instantly summoned the Shadow Mage out. Shadow Barrier. A black boundary surged out, enveloping everyone in the surroundings. Only a booming sound could be heard as the shadow barrier suddenly collided with the fist power inspired by Shinjin, emitting a deafening sound. The shockwaves that erupted from the collision were like a tsunami, pushing out horizontally in all directions, blowing away sand and rocks, breaking trees, and flattening the nearby 100-meter area. A few moments later, the storm dissipated, and the people inside the boundary were unharmed. However, the dozen or so transcendents who had followed Third Master Qin over could not stop the look of fear in their eyes. "Third Master. Family Master, his strength is too strong, what should we do?" One of them trembled. "Third Master. If we really fight with the Family Masters, we might lose all of our troops, why don't we think long and hard?" The crowd murmured. These transcendents, in front of the many Coffin Town Masters in the inner city, were all supreme, unoffendable existences. But when it truly came to the legendary powerhouses, they were like ants. Shinjin couldn't help but laugh when he saw some of these goods that were like dirt and dogs. "Old Three, it seems like your strength hasn't grown over the years?" The old man only used 20% of his strength, and you're having trouble fighting back. Look again at this bunch of goods under your hands, do you still expect them to help you? A sneer appeared in Qin Jin's eyes as he said. When Third Master Qin heard this, his face instantly turned iron blue, a hint of murderous intent in his tone, and, "Big brother, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you really don't want to return the spectral in cold marrow? Don't want to hand it over? Ha ha ha, so what if you don't hand it over? It's hard to believe that you still want to snatch it back from the old man's hands." Qin Jin argued. At this moment, Yimo stood beside Third Master Qin and also had an ugly look on his face. Originally, he thought that this time he came over, not only would he be able to retrieve the Sai in cold marrow, but he would also be able to bring out the person who killed Tang Yi. But according to the current situation, Third Master Qin seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Qin family head. And the other party likewise didn't place Third Master Qin in the slightest. "Uncle Qin, why don't we withdraw first?" Yimo said in an extremely flat tone. For him, although he was in a hurry to get back the pixie in cold marrow. But now the situation was not right and there was no way to solve it, so he can only wait until Elder Chen came over. When Third Master Qin heard Yimo's words, his face also recovered temporarily. He then took a deep breath and said, "No matter, I will help you get the materials back today no matter what." Yimo did not say anything more when he heard this. Because his own strength was too weak, he was no longer able to personally intervene in a fight at this level. And with these words, Third Master Qin undoubtedly had his own cards. At this time, Third Master Qin suddenly exuded an incomparably strong aura all over his body as he coldly said, "Big brother, if you're still stubborn. After that big shot from Fengyu City comes over, you will definitely die." Hearing these words, Qin Jin's face revealed an even more disdainful look as he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, old Third, is this your bottom card? Could it be that you think that I, the people of the Blade Court, would be afraid of that big shot you're talking about?" Saying that, Qin Jin directly removed the badge pinned on his chest, then threw it over towards Third Master Qin. Third Master Qin received the badge, then spread his palms out as his face became increasingly ugly. "It's actually really the badge of the Blade Court." Third Master Qin gritted his teeth. When the surrounding transcendents saw this blood-colored badge, all of their eyelids jumped wildly. "Third Master. Family Master, he's joined the Blade Court, what should we do?" Shadow Ghost inquired in a low voice towards Third Master Qin. "Since we've already come, there's no way back. Even if we retreat now, he will still retaliate against us later. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that he has just joined the Blade Court now, his status isn't that high, and he doesn't have much say in the matter. Let's do it directly and get rid of the trouble later." Third Master Qin's face showed a ruthless expression, his tone filled with killing intent. Hearing these words, even those transcendents who wanted to retreat just now felt fear in their hearts. They were already extremely dissatisfied with Qin Jin. And now that the other party had even joined the Blade Court, if they didn't rebel against Qin Jin now, then in the future, they could only be reduced to slaves to be bullied by Qin Jin's lineage. "Third Master. The Qin family master has been promoted to legend, are you sure you can defeat him?" One of the transcendent mortal 8-star coffin suppressor masters asked. When Third Master Qin heard this, he frowned slightly, his face looking incredibly grave as he said faintly, "Not sure. But my main battle coffin spirit, its potential is a level higher than his and has something to restrain him. If I fight to the death, I don't have no hope of winning." After saying that, Third Master Qin then ordered towards the rest of the group, "Shadow Ghost, you guys protect Xiaoyi, and at the same time, find Eagle 6 and retrieve the Sai in cold marrow. If any other person dares to intervene and block the way, kill without pardon." Chapter 87 Legends leave the city, Yimo's intentions. The moment Third Master Qin's words fell, all of them showed grim faces. When Shadow Ghost heard his words, he hurriedly nodded his head and arched his hand, saying, "Don't worry, Third Master, we will definitely protect Yunya's safety." After saying that, only to see a shadow vortex appear underneath Shadow Ghost's feet, emitting a burst of strange spatial fluctuations. This shadow vortex was similar to the ability of fixed-point teleportation. As long as the situation was not right, the Shadow Ghost could completely take the group of companions beside him to get away from this wrong area first. When Third Master Qin saw this shadow vortex, a smile appeared on his face, looking quite relieved. Because of the presence of Shadow Ghost, his capable subordinate, he could now fight Qin Jin desperately without fear. "Big brother, little brother, I will advise you one last time to hurry up and hand over the Phantomine cold marrow. If you are obstinate and stubbornly refuse to return the item, then don't blame little brother for me tearing my face off. Third Master Qin said in a cold, murderous tone. As soon as these words came out, a look of disdain once again appeared on Qin Jin's face as he coldly said, He, Qin Han, don't say these grandiose words. Do you think that I can't see your wolfish ambitions? After being suppressed by Lao Fu for so many years, you finally couldn't help but show your fangs today? Since that's the case, then I, as a big brother, need to teach you a good lesson today. The words just fell. Qin Jin instantly opened his hands, and as his spiritual energy was stimulated, a hexagram formation that emitted terrifying fluctuations quickly condensed in his hands. Only to see him reach out and press, the hexagram formation quickly crashed towards the ground. There was a loud boom. The pattern of the formation suddenly spread out along the ground, becoming more than 100 meters, emitting an endless soul pressure. Come out, spectral shadow wolflord. Qin Jin snorted coldly. In the next second, only a soul-shaking wolf howl could be heard, and at the same time, within the 100-meter diameter hexagonal mango formation, a dark golden, dragon-striped coffin that was more than a dozen meters wide slowly burrowed out from the ground. The enormity of this coffin was beyond everyone's imagination. It was tens of meters tall and stood straight ahead, as if it was a 10-story building. When they saw this scene, their scalps immediately went numb. Even Yemo was shocked. However, before they had time to discuss it, only to see the coffin board suddenly blasted open, in which then appeared a tens of meters high, emitting a ghostly blue cold flame. The body resembled a soul shadow of a giant werewolf. The blue flame on the werewolf's soul shadow dripped down onto the ground and slowly began to wriggle, transforming into a head of hideous and incomparable, with the strength of a transcendent 8-star level of giant ghost wolves. When Third Master Qin saw this scene, his face became more and more gloomy. Although he himself was still certain of resisting the spectral shadow wolf lord summoned by Qin Jin. However, his own men were not necessarily able to defeat these giant ghost wolves in front of him. Shadow Ghost, I can't distract myself from dealing with these spectral wolves. I can only just leave it to you guys. If the situation isn't right, immediately evacuate with Xiao Yi. Third Master Qin hurriedly instructed. And just at this moment, Qin Jin seemed to have long been enraged as he snorted coldly, Old man's manner, is it for you mole crickets to come and go as you please? Since you've come, then all of you go to hell. Only Qin Jin could be heard roaring angrily, and his entire body fought to leap, transforming into a stream of light that flew directly above the head of the phantom shadow wolf lord. In the next second, his spiritual energy was inspired, and the phantom shadow wolf lord's silhouette instantly raised its sharp claws high and slapped in the direction where Master Qin-san and the others were. Only a few huge streams of ghostly blue light flew out, bringing a terrifying might to attack at great speed. When Third Master Qin saw this, his eyes immediately condensed. In his opinion, it was clear that Qin Jin's strike was a bit heartless, disregarding any consequences. This was because if this strike from the other party landed, there would not be an inch of grass within a 500-meter radius, turning it into a ruin. Even the energy after the impact would spread to most of the residential areas within the manor, causing unimaginable casualties. Shadow banishment. Third Master Qin murmured in his heart. And the shadow mage beside him instantly sensed his thoughts and directly activated the staff in his hand. Then, in midair directly in front of him, he summoned an incomparably dark, gigantic portal that blocked the attack sent out by the phantom wolf lord and diverted all the attack energy out of sight. Qin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that the phantom wolf lord's attack was absorbed as much as possible without a single ripple. Old 3, the old man takes back what he said before. Your strength has indeed grown quite a bit. However, that's all you are. Qin Jin said gently. When Third Master Qin heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a cold light glowed in his eyes as he said, Big brother, after so many years, you're still as arrogant as ever. Since this is the case, there is nothing for us brothers to talk about. Why don't we change places and battle it out? Hee, old me naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Since you want to challenge me, then as you wish, follow me out of the city to fight. Qin Jin laughed coldly. Qin Jin then glanced at the black-robed men under his command and said with strong killing intent in his tone, Eagle Ghost, don't let go of any of these people who came over with Qin Han to find trouble. Old me's ghost wolf is temporarily under your control. When I return, I want to see the corpses of all of them. Otherwise, you cut yourself where you are. The Eagle Ghost's face changed dramatically when he heard this, and he hurriedly knelt down and asked, Family Master, what about that young man from the Snow Shadow Regiment? Other than you, none of us dare to touch him. Qingjin sniffed and glanced at Yemo. A trace of scorn flashed in his eyes as he transmitted his voice. You guys don't need to care about him. If he dares to take the initiative, you guys will return the favor and capture him alive and wait for the old man to come back to take care of him. Hearing this, the eagle ghost was instantly relieved and said sternly, Family Master, my subordinates will definitely do their best to kill these rebellious fellows, not letting the Qin estate suffer any repercussions. Well then, I will go and settle this little trouble of Qinhan first. I'll leave this place to you for now. Qingjin nodded his head and said. After saying that, the spectral shadow wolf lord under his feet stomped its legs and rose up into the air, directly carrying Qingjin to disappear in the same place. Seeing this, Third Master Qin once again barked out an instruction towards Shadow Ghost and the others before turning around and flying towards the direction that Qingjin had just left. When the two legends, Third Master Qin and Qingjin, had left, the Qin family estate was instantly plunged into a state of saber rattling. Quite a few transcendents from Qingjin's lineage seemed to have received Qingjin's orders and all gathered towards the vicinity of the small mountain. For a moment, 10 more transcendents once again appeared within the entire Qin family head's manor. When Shadow Ghost and the others saw this, their faces revealed a look of gravity. Although the strength and number of transcendentals from Qingjin's lineage was not as good as theirs, and were only at the transcendent 5-star level. However, the pack of giant ghost wolves left behind by the other party were actual transcendent 8 stars. If they were to fight head-on, they would definitely have a hard time fighting and would not have time to distract themselves from protecting EMO. Brother Shadow Ghost, why don't you take young Yi to leave first? One of the transcendents said in a deep voice. Yes, Brother Shadow Ghost. This time, we are following Third Master, and there is no way back. This battle will be tragic. Young Yi is not even at the high level yet, it will be dangerous to stay here. Someone else chimed in. Shadow Ghost sniffed and slowly turned his head to look at Yemo, as if he wanted to ask for Yemo's permission, saying, Young Yi, why don't I take you to a safe place first? No need, I have the ability to protect myself, you guys don't need to take me into consideration. Yemo said indifferently. Previously, when Chi-Chi was only level 25, she was able to easily withstand the Thunder Leopard's attack. Now she had reached level 29, close to quasi-commander level strength. Naturally, she could deal with what was in front of her. Moreover, Qingjin and Third Master Qin had already left. Even if other Transcendence Coffin Spirits used ranged skills to ripple into Yemo could withstand it. Hearing Yemo's words, the surrounding Coffin Suppression Masters immediately changed their faces, feeling that Yemo was a bit arrogant. However, once they thought that Yemo was a member of the Snow Shadow Corps, their faces recovered quite a bit. Young Yi, then you put the Snow Shadow badge on. Although the Qin family lord doesn't fear the Snow Shadow Corps. But other than him, his men don't have the guts to make a move against you. As long as you are not affected by the waves of your abilities, you are absolutely safe. Shadow Ghost persuaded. When Yemo heard this, a smile appeared on his face and said, Alright, then I will watch from the sidelines. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo added. By the way, if their coffin spirit is on the verge of death, you guys can throw it next to me and let me make up for it. Hearing this, everyone was confused and did not understand what Yemo meant. They subconsciously thought that Yemo had a fetish for abusing coffin spirits. However, Yemo's next sentence directly made them suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, if your coffin spirits are on the verge of death, you can also throw them in front of you. Perhaps my coffin spirits can bring them back to their full state. Yemo said with a smile. Young Yi, are you telling the truth? Could it be that your coffin spirit has life transfer type skills? This is too perverse. No wonder Young Yi was able to join the Snow Shadow Corps, so the coffin spirit is so terrifying. Shadow Ghost was also incredibly excited. Young Yi. Really? Of course. Yemo nodded. The words just fell. Third Master Qin's gang of men became incomparably exuberant as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Brothers! With Xiao Yi here, this battle will be won. Retrieve the treasure for Xiao Yi. Take back the position of the family head for Third Master. Chapter 88, Picking Up Leakage? With the promise from Yemo's mouth as backing, the transcendents under Master Qin San no longer had any scruples, and they all summoned out their respective coffin spirits. Seeing this, Qingjin's men did the same. A few moments later, nearly 30 powerful coffin spirits descended into the middle of the Qin manor, opening up an incomparably terrifying melee. Only explosions and shockwaves resounded continuously in the Qin manor. The entire manor shook violently under the bombardment of the coffin spirit's skills as if a violent earthquake had occurred. In just less than 3 minutes, the ground cracked and the buildings collapsed within an area of nearly 500 meters, directly turning it into a ruin. At this time, Yemo was running outside the battlefield, observing what was happening in front of him with a palpitating heart. Who the hell is throwing skills at me? It's a good thing I reacted fast, or else I would have really gotten killed. Yemo gasped and muttered. Just now, he had leisurely sat nearby and observed, thinking that no one would dare to touch him. However, at some point, among the two sides of the melee, there was suddenly a coffin spirit that raised its hand and aimed at Yemo, directly blasting a terrifying wave of black light towards Yemo. Fortunately, Yemo's reaction was fast enough, and he directly made Chi-Chi condense several shields and blocked in front of himself, which prevented him from receiving any damage. At this moment, Yemo also understood one thing. That is, if you want to pick up heads, you can't act so arrogantly. Because of his own promise at the beginning, saying that he could restore the coffin spirit to its full state, this led to some enemy coffin suppressors getting the idea that they wanted to kill themselves. After all, these people had already killed their eyes in battle and could even give up their lives, so where would they still be afraid of any snow shadow grave hunting regiment? It seemed that they had noticed Yemo being sneak attacked. These transcendent powerhouses under Third Master Qin were instantly furious. How dare they sneak attack young Yi? Really tired of living? One of the transcendentals roared angrily. As he spoke, he erupted his entire body's spiritual energy again, causing the coffin spirit to frantically vent its skills. Brothers, pay more attention later. If anyone on the other side dares to make a move against Xiao Yi, we'll all focus on getting that person killed. A cold color flashed across everyone's face at these words. And Shadow Ghost also noticed that Yemo had already retreated far away, and hurriedly transmitted his voice to ask, "Young Yi, are you all right?" "It's fine, I'm just a little frightened," Yemo said casually. "It's good if you're fine." Shadow Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Seemingly thinking of something, Shadow Ghost hurriedly said, "Young Yi, the coffin spirit that made a move on you just now, did you see which one it was? If you did, then tell us. We'll get it killed right away." Hearing these words, Yemo only felt a burst of joy in his heart, and a hint of a smile immediately hooked up at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that he would have this kind of treatment now. This meant that as long as he said which coffin spirit had struck out at him, Shadow Ghost and the others would cripple whichever coffin spirit it was. Where is this still picking up the pieces? This is simply taking me to brush up my experience. Yemo rejoiced in his heart. At this moment, he didn't hesitate either and then directly pointed at a bat coffin spirit in the battlefield that was ranked around level 41. "It seems like that bat made a move on me. You guys quickly cripple it and throw it in front of me so that I can finish it off with my own hands," Yemo said with a feigned look of anger. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction Yemo was pointing. He instantly erupted his entire body's spiritual energy and condensed an extremely terrifying black shadow lance that shot towards the bat coffin spirit. Only to see the black shadow lance instantly cut through the void like a cloud-piercing arrow, directly piercing through the bat coffin spirit. Afterwards, Shadow Ghost's figure directly disappeared in place and brought the bat coffin spirit to Yemo's body and threw it at Yemo's feet. When Yemo saw this, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face and he laughed. "Shadow Ghost, hard work. Young Yi, later on, if anyone dares to make a move against you again, I guarantee that he will die without a burial place," Shadow Ghost said coldly, then returned to the battlefield once again. And at this time, Yemo looked towards the dying bat coffin spirit at his feet and directly summoned Tyrant. "I don't know how much experience a level 41 coffin spirit can provide me with. A couple million should be there, right?" Yemo said in his heart. He then smiled and said towards Tyrant, "Tyrant, do it." As soon as these words came out, Tyrant instantly drew his long sword and chopped directly onto the bat coffin spirit's body, splitting the bat coffin spirit into two halves. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV.41 Green-Winged Demon Bat. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience and gained plus 20,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained experience value plus 20,000. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant and 77, have been upgraded to LV.30 Quasi-Commander level. Experience required to level down 4,692 6700. Chapter 89 Rare Materials. Shadow Ghost True Body. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo's face immediately revealed an extremely excited smile. Although the experience given by this killed coffin spirit was not as shocking as the previous Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost, but it still allowed Yemo to rise one level. Now that he had stepped into the ranks of a high-level coffin suppressor, he was considered an expert in the entire Fengyu city. If he counted all his strength, it was enough to defend himself in front of all the Transcendents. Thinking back to a few days ago, when he was facing a high-level coffin suppressor like Zhao Long, he could only frantically run away. And now, even if 100 Zhao Longs came to surround him, he would still not be afraid. With my current strength, it might still be a bit difficult for me to easily kill a Transcendent. But killing a high-level coffin suppressor is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. A color of confidence flashed in Yemo's eyes. As if he thought of something, Yemo hurriedly looked at the coffin spirit corpse on the ground. "Tyrant, go and find out what materials can be used on it," Yemo said excitedly. It was obvious that he felt immense anticipation for this complete green-winged demon bat corpse. Hearing this, Tyrant hastily nodded its head. It then instantly pulled down the long blade on its back, only to see that the long knife instantly became shorter, transforming into a boning knife-like shape that emitted a sharp light. The tyrant shook the boning knife in its hand with some excitement, and hurriedly walked over to the green-winged demon bat's corpse, squatted down, and dissected it meticulously. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item the Demon Core 5th Order. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining item a Demon Bat Flesh and Blood. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item a Demon Bat Fangs Grade 4. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare item Greenwing 5th Grade. Ding! Congratulations on your... A series of system beeps rang out, causing Yemo to freeze in place on the spot. When he had killed many powerful coffin spirits before, he had almost always let Tyrant use ultra matter penetration to blast them. This resulted in the usable materials on the coffin spirit being directly destroyed. Counting, this was the first time he had kept a powerful coffin spirit in its entirety, which was why he had left behind an extremely bountiful amount of materials. There's actually a rare material of the 5th rank. Yemo only felt elated. Ha, this is the rhythm of getting rich. He could almost envision that if he sold these materials, their value would definitely not be low. It might even be more than his entire body's current belongings. It seems like I really made a wise decision to spectate here. If I could really kill a few more blood-crippling coffin spirits, it would really take off. Yemo muttered. At this moment, Yemo looked towards the distant battlefield that was constantly erupting with terrifying sounds, and a color of infinite anticipation flashed in his eyes. Although Third Master Qin's fight with the Qin family head today was in his name, he wanted to seize the family head position in advance. However, the other party was likewise trying to help him reclaim his materials and befriend him. The fact that the other party was now able to achieve this level of success was undoubtedly 100 benefits and no harm to Yemo. If he was able to recapture the spectraline cold marrow today and then kill many lord-level coffin spirits, Yemo naturally didn't have to bother Elder Qin himself. If Third Master Qin lost the battle, then Yemo would definitely invite Elder Qin out and make the entire Qin estate suffer the revenge of a legendary 9-star powerhouse. Let's hope Uncle Qin can win. Yemo shook his head and laughed. Thinking of this, he looked at the battlefield with a smile on his face again, then stayed at the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for the benefits to be delivered to him. 1 hour later, Yemo remained where he was. Only his face now did not have the kind of joy that he had before. Instead, he had a face of displeasure. Because at this time, in front of his eyes was standing a transcendent with a flustered face, who had fattened up into a round ball. And in this transcendent's arms, he was holding a white female ghost with extremely superior posture and blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Yi Xiao. My coffin spirit is seriously injured. Quickly help it recover, please. This transcendent fatty cried and begged. Yemo sniffed and a few black lines flashed at his forehead. This transcendent mortal was already the 8th person to come to him. The previous 7 Transcendental's coffin spirits were indeed heavily injured, almost all of them were half crippled and unable to fight anymore. However, the coffin spirit of this transcendent mortal in front of him did not lose an arm or a leg, and his soul was not damaged. Only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. What kind of injury was this? Yi Xiao, please, quickly step in and save my family's Xiao Qian. Transcendent Fatty howled. When Emo saw this, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly and said faintly, "You're afraid of the battle and want to come over to paddle, right?" The moment these words came out, the transcendent fatty immediately stopped crying, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he gave a thumbs up towards Emo, saying, "Young Yi, you are indeed powerful. Nothing can escape the eyes of the gel." Emo sniffed, lightly glanced at the other party and said, "Then do you want to rest here for a while? I'll talk to Shadow Ghost, he should agree." No. I'll continue to go fight." After saying that, this transcendent then directly hugged the white female ghost in his arms and returned to the battlefield in ashes. Seeing this scene, the Yemo's face flashed with helplessness. Originally, he thought that he would be able to personally kill several Lord-level coffin spirits. However, during this period of time, the Qin family head's men seemed to have gotten a message. That was that Third Master Qin had been pressured by Qinjin the entire time, and had been at an absolute disadvantage. And these transcendents who had gotten the news began to become incredibly exuberant, their auras all rising quite a bit as they gradually revealed their advantages in the battle. As for Third Master Qin's side, everyone's hearts were a little low, and many of them even had no desire to fight. Because they knew that if the result of waiting was Qinjin coming back, then none of them, including Emo, would be able to escape. So this led to the fact that during this hour, Emo's side had been experiencing injuries. Looks like the battle on Uncle Qin's side isn't going well. Perhaps I can only consider retrieving the Sai in cold marrow first. For the rest, let's wait for Elder Chen to come. Emo secretly said in his heart. Right at this moment, a somewhat excited voice appeared beside Emo without warning. "Young Yi, I have found where the phantomine cold marrow is. You should quickly follow me." When Emo heard this, he hurriedly looked down. He only saw a black shadow appear on the ground in front of him, and in the shadow there was a pitch-black human head that was respectfully looking at him. "Who are you? Shadow Ghost?" Emo frowned slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. At the same time, a faintly undetectable golden light flashed in his eyes as he observed the demonic creature in front of him that looked exactly like a shadow ghost. Name, Shadow Ghost True Form. Race, Ghost. Rank, LV.49 Lord Class. Seal Level, Grade A True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Shadow Twin Shadow Ghost can condense the real body and the split body. The real body and the split body can be cultivated, and at the same time have completely different abilities. Skills, Undistant Surveillance Special, Absolute Concealment 5th Order, Shadow Portal Special, Shadow Escape 5th Order. Stunts, Shadow Escape. Flaw, no combat ability, no defense ability. Current status, respectful, excited, trustworthy. Evolvable, 0 times. Introduction, divided from the soul of a shadow ghost. The real body is specialized in reconnaissance and surveillance of targets, and does not have any combat ability itself, and will easily die and dissipate after being wounded. The bilocation is used exclusively for fighting and will not suffer any damage. When the real body dissipated, the bilocation would also disappear. Yi Xiao, I am the Shadow Ghost True Body. The one fighting over there is the Shadow Ghost bilocation. The Shadow Ghost True Body said respectfully. And at this moment, the Shadow Ghost in the battle similarly transmitted a voiceover, proving his identity. Young Yi, go over with him, he did find it. Yi Mo's face instantly recovered when he heard this. To know. Through the probing of the evil-breaking golden pupil, the Shadow Ghost's true body's ability was unobstructed. And now that the other party dared to appear in front of him in such a big way, he obviously trusted himself extremely. Because, once one's heart was set on killing, the Shadow Ghost true body would surely die. Alright then, Shadow Ghost. You take me there. Emo said indifferently. After saying that, Shadow Ghost instantly stretched out a shadow tentacle and tied it to Emo, and then took Emo into the shadows of the ground and disappeared. Chapter 90 Spectraline Cold Marrow. A few moments later, 2 figures appeared at the corner of the wall outside a luxurious villa in the Qin estate. Emo glanced at the guards walking back and forth near the villa, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Shadow Ghost, the Spectraline Cold Marrow you said is here? Emo asked indifferently. When Shadow Ghost heard this, he quickly nodded and said, Young Yi, this is Qinjin's residence. I spotted Eagle 6 earlier and saw him walking towards the villa with an iron box emitting a cold aura in his hands. If nothing else, the Cyan cold marrow in his hand is hidden in this villa. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of gravity. If he wanted to retrieve the phantomine cold marrow, he would inevitably have a fight with Eagle 6. Once the movement was detected by the people nearby, he would definitely be besieged by many clansmen of the Qingjin lineage. The Shadow Ghost true body next to him did not possess any combat power, and would die if injured, so it could only remain hidden. This meant that Yimo would be alone in a bitter battle. Thinking about this, Yimo's brows slowly furrowed as he pondered in his heart. If I get the phantomine cold marrow and want to leave Qingjin's villa, the only way is to go on a killing spree. But if Qingjin knows what I did, it will definitely cause his anger, resulting in me definitely not being able to stay in Jiangnan City for the next 2 days. Yimo thought in his heart. Because the divine sense of a legendary powerhouse was extremely powerful, trying to find someone in a base city was definitely an easy task. Previously, Yimo also did not intend to directly clash with Qingjin. That was why both sides were mutually jealous of each other's identities, and only then did they live in peace with each other. And now, Yimo had a reason why he had to provoke Qingjin. In the end, it was Qingjin who first sent someone to take away my things. Now I'm just taking it back. If anyone dares to stop me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold color flashed in Yimo's eyes and a burst of killing intent emanated from his body. Just at this moment, the Shadow Ghost seemed to have discovered something unusual and hurriedly said, "Young Yi, Eagle 6 seems to have entered a basement." Then he put down the box in his hand and left. "Should we go over and take that box away now?" Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yimo's face. The Shadow Ghost true body had the skill of distance-less surveillance, so it was able to see every move of the person being watched. So Eagle 6 naturally couldn't escape Shadow Ghost's eyes. "Take me to the basement to take a look. We'll withdraw after we get the phantomine cold marrow," Yimo said excitedly. The Shadow Ghost sniffed and once again unfolded a shadow under his feet, then pulled Yimo and disappeared in place. In the basement, Yimo looked at the surrounding like a museum exhibition hall with many valuable items on display, and a trace of shock immediately flashed in his eyes. It was because there were just too many materials in here. Is it hard to believe that this is Qingjin's treasure trove? Why are there so many precious materials? Yimo looked towards Shadow Ghost and asked suspiciously. When Shadow Ghost heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile as he said excitedly, "Young Yi, I've heard from Third Master before. This person, Qingjin, is extremely fond of collecting treasures, so it's not a rare thing for him to have so many precious materials." As soon as these words came out, Yimo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Roughly estimating the things placed in the basement, the smile on Yimo's face grew more and more excited. If we take all these things away, Qingjin would only die of anger on the spot, Yimo secretly said in his heart. Seemingly seeing Yimo's thoughts, Shadow Ghost hurriedly reminded in a voice, "Young Yi, if you want to take away these things, you must hurry. I'm afraid that Qingjin will return straight away, if he sweeps with his divine sense that we did it. Then he will definitely hunt us down without a second thought, and at that time, we will die for sure." Hearing this, Yimo nodded at once. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly scanned around the materials in the basement. He then found a black iron box emitting a strong cold aura sitting on a tray in a corner location. Seeing this, Yimo did not hesitate and directly walked towards the black iron box. As he opened the iron box, he saw a piece of black foggy, as if 10,000 years of cold jade appeared in the iron box. Phantomine cold marrow treasure, originally a cold jade that had frozen 1,000 years of flying stiffs, after being affected by a large amount of yin qi, it transformed into something that is extremely yin and evil, and can be used to increase a zombie's potential. Spectraline cold marrow. It's finally in hand. A trace of excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes. This time when he traveled to Jiangnan Base City, the most important thing was nothing more than finding the spectraline cold marrow, as well as the 1,000-year moon essence. And now, these two materials had finally been found in full. This also meant that Chi-Chi would not only be able to complete her evolution, but would also allow the completion of the system quest. Thinking of this, Yimo didn't hesitate to throw the advanced corpse suppressor talisman, in underworld stone, as well as the 1,000-year moon essence that he had collected earlier into the contract space. He then directly picked up the phantomine cold marrow in the iron box and threw it in together. In the next second, the familiar system's beep abruptly sounded in Yimo's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Phantomine Cold Marrow Precious Treasure. System prompt. You have gathered all the evolutionary materials required by Chi-Chi. Does it evolve? Chapter 91, Beginning of Evolution. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Spectraline Cold Marrow Precious Treasure. System prompt. You have gathered all the evolutionary materials required by Chi-Chi. Does it evolve? Evolve. Yi-Mo didn't even think about it and directly said excitedly. After saying that, his consciousness instantly sank into the contract space. At this moment, Chi-Chi was sitting on the ground with her eyes closed, and a cold aura surrounded her. It seemed to have affected the surroundings, only to see the cold and gloomy winds whistling throughout the contract space, causing the temperature within the space to directly drop by tens of degrees, freezing the ground within the range of 100 meters into a slice of snow white. Feeling the temperature within the contract space, Yi-Mo couldn't help but shiver. However, what made him curious was that the aura on Chi-Chi's body had been increasing, but her entire appearance had not changed in any way. Worthy of being a template, it completely stereotyped its appearance. It's just a bit of a pity that I can't see what it looks like after evolution. Yi-Mo shook his head and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Chi-Chi seemed to have sensed something and slowly stretched out a hand, stimulating the cold ice immortal power on her body, then condensed an evolutionary phantom around her that was evolved from immortal power. Only to see that the appearance of this evolutionary phantom was almost not too different from her before, but it didn't look as tender as it did at first. However, her original short lavender hair had turned into shoulder-length hair, and her height was even very different from before. This phantom was much taller than Chi-Chi, and seemed to have grown into a beautiful young girl with a concave and convex figure and extremely obvious lines. The original small short legs became a pair of long, slender, and well-proportioned snow-white legs, and the upper half of the official uniform also appeared to be a lot smaller, becoming extremely taut and seemingly about to be stretched open by something. Is this what it looks like to evolve into a spirit rune flying stiff girl? It's quite pretty, Yi-Mo said with a smile, looking extremely happy. Yi-Mo watched this with interest. However, after tens of seconds had passed, Chi-Chi was still sitting in the same place. Can't it be that the time needed for Chi-Chi to evolve is a bit longer than Tyrant? Yi-Mo raised an eyebrow and said in his heart. Previously, when Tyrant evolved, it only took more than 10 seconds, the whole time the enhancement was visible to the naked eye, and the image directly changed drastically. And now, after almost a minute, Chi-Chi didn't undergo too many changes, and only took the initiative to evolve a phantom image of a successful evolution. This meant that 7-7 might need a certain amount of time before her evolution was complete. After all, she was also an A-rank coffin spirit before she put on the template, and the evolution time and evolution difficulty would definitely be a bit more than the D-rank potential Tyrant. Once he thought that there were still several days left in the time-limited mission that the system had issued to him, Yi-Mo was not in a hurry for this moment. He also didn't believe that Chi-Chi's evolutionary stage would be delayed until the end of the time-limited mission before it succeeded. Forget it, anyway, the evolution has already begun, so I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's imperative to leave this place first. Yi-Mo shook his head and laughed. Now that he had found the phantomine cold marrow and had made Chi-Chi start evolving, staying in the basement for too long would instead become more and more dangerous. But before leaving, Yi-Mo decided to take away all the collections in the basement. Shadow Ghost, I'm going to take all these things away. How far is the limit of your teleportation portal? I want you to directly teleport me to the furthest point away from the Qin estate. Yi-Mo looked at Shadow Ghost, and a look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. When the Shadow Ghost heard this, his eyes instantly shrunk and he looked extremely fearful. Young Yi, do you really want to take these materials away? In case Qinjin notices, Third Master may not be able to stop him. If he comes back and uses his divine sense to search for you with all his might in the inner city, it's absolutely impossible for you to escape. Shadow Ghost hurriedly persuaded. If I really piss him off, I'm afraid to strike out in anger. When that happens, the Snow Shadow Badge won't even be able to protect you. Hearing this, Yi-Mo's brows suddenly furrowed as he pondered in his heart. Perhaps it was because Qinjin had become a legendary powerhouse and had joined the Blade Court. That was why he felt disdain for a weak Snow Shadow Corps member like Yi-Mo. Although he was still somewhat afraid of President Chen behind Yi-Mo and would not directly strike at Yi-Mo, this was provided that Yi-Mo would not mess with him. However, Qinjin's men had taken away the phantomine cold marrow and killed Tang Yi, which had undoubtedly angered Yi-Mo. If he just walked away naked, then Yi-Mo definitely couldn't swallow this breath. Now Qinjin had been blocked by Third Master Qin and couldn't return for a while. How could Yi-Mo not crave these collected materials? Shadow Ghost, can you teleport me to the outer city? Yi-Mo frowned and faintly inquired. Seeing that Yimo's mind was made up, Shadow Ghost did not say anything more and replied. Young Yi, my shadow portal can only teleport as far as the inner city walls from here. Being able to reach the inner city walls is already enough. Yimo nodded and said. Then a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because, he had already thought of a good place to go, and that was the Demon Exterminating Legion base. Jotong had talked to him quite a bit about the Demon Exterminating base before. Yimo also learned that the position of the Demon Exterminating Legion was extremely special, and the founding father behind it was far more than just one supreme being. Therefore, no matter what forces, they didn't dare to make trouble within the Demon Extinguishing base, even an existence as strong as the Blade Court shied away from the members of the Demon Extinguishing Legion. If I take away all of Qingjin's materials and he finds out, I'm sure he wouldn't dare to chase me into the Demon Extinguishing base to make a move on me. Yimo thought in his heart. He then looked at Shadow Ghost at the side and said indifferently, Shadow Ghost, open the teleportation portal. Later, you will directly send me to the inner city gates. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost nodded and did not refuse. He only saw a strange fluctuation emanating from his body, and the position under his feet instantly transformed into a shadow as black as ink. Yi Xiao, then let's move faster. Shadow Ghost said with a grave expression on his face. Yimo heard this and without any further hesitation, he directly summoned Tyrant out. Tyrant, pack these things away. Yimo said with a smile. Only to see Tyrant quickly stretching out his hands and displaying a viral gesture, causing his arms to transform into countless tentacles like blood red. Immediately after, these tentacles quickly entangled all the materials in the basement and threw them one after another in Yimo's direction. Seeing this, Yimo directly received the materials thrown over by the Tyrant and threw them in one by one towards the space warehouse. 2 minutes later. The basement where a large number of treasures were originally placed was now empty. Yimo looked at everything in front of him and instantly revealed an excited smile. He could almost foresee Qingjin vomiting blood afterwards. However, right at this moment, a transcendent aura suddenly appeared, and a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside the basement door. In the next second, the footsteps suddenly disappeared, and the stone door of the basement seemed to be pushed by someone and was opening towards one side little by little. When Yimo saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly reminded towards the Shadow Ghost at the side, Shadow Ghost, quickly go. However, the Shadow Ghost seemed to have received an incomparably horrifying shock, and its entire body trembled. Only the Shadow Ghost could be heard shivering in an extremely fast speech, Yi Xiao. It's too late. The inner city gates are too far from here. Once we enter the shadow portal, we need 10 seconds of teleportation time, and the portal cannot be destroyed during this process. If it's destroyed, it will cause me to die from my injuries, and you, Yi Xiao, will be traumatized to no small degree. We shouldn't be able to walk away. Xiao Yi. You try to hold on as long as you can. I'll hide for a while and then find a chance to call for backup. Shadow Ghost said with an ugly face. He then directly performed shadow escape, sinking his entire body into the ground and disappearing. Chapter 92 Killing Eagle 6. Looking at the Shadow Ghost that disappeared in front of him, Yimo's face became more and more gloomy, then told Tyrant to get ready for battle. There was no way around it, the Shadow Ghost's true body was almost certain to die after receiving an injury, so the other party's escape was the wisest choice. And now what Yimo had to do was to try to block this transcendent outside the door and wait for Master Qin-san's men to come and help him out. 1 second later, the stone door was finally opened. And at that moment, a black-robed man with a transcendent one-star aura appeared outside the door. When Yimo saw this familiar figure, endless killing intent immediately flashed in his eyes. Because, this person was precisely the murderer who had killed Tang Yi. Eagle 6. And when Eagle 6 opened the door, he found a young man who emitted a strong killing aura, as well as a coffin spirit with an incomparably terrifying aura. He immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, and hurriedly roared in terror, "Who are you? How did you appear here? Who am I? I'm the one who killed you." Yimo snorted coldly, not bothering to talk nonsense with him. The golden light in his eyes flashed and he directly lashed out at Eagle 6. Only to see two incomparably terrifying golden lights, bursting out from Yimo's eyes, instantly blasting towards Eagle 6's head. Seeing this, Eagle 6 was instantly frightened and his scalp went numb, and he retreated violently towards the back. While retreating, he hurriedly inspired his entire body's spiritual energy to wrap his entire body, trying to resist Yimo's evil-breaking golden light. However, in the next second, only a boom could be heard. The entire basement was illuminated by dazzling golden light. The limit-breaking golden light instantly ran through the entire basement passageway and blasted onto the wall at the end of the passageway, melting the wall into a huge crater. This all dodged through? Looking at the disappearing silhouette in front of him, Yemo's eyes flashed with even more killing intent. Since the space inside the basement was smaller and not favorable for Tyrant to fight, Yemo directly rode on his victory and chased after him towards the passageway beyond. At the same time, he also wanted to see if this move of his, the evil-breaking golden light, could injure a transcendent. At this time, on the first floor of Qingjin's villa, Eagle 6 was gasping for air as he frantically escaped from the tunnel. With a palpitating heart, he looked at his arm, which was scorched to the point of emitting a charred odor, and an incomparably puzzling question appeared in his mind. Who the hell is he? Why did he make a move to kill me? Why can he also enter the family master's treasury? To know. Eagle 6, as Qingjin's most favored henchman, the coffin spirit under his command was a Class C Toon Gold Seeker. Since 80% of the materials in Qingjin's treasure trove were collected by him, so Qingjin gave him the power to enter and exit the basement treasury at any time. But he couldn't understand how a stranger had actually appeared in the family head's treasure vault. And this stranger was actually hostile to himself and even killed him. Who the hell is he? It's hard to believe that this is old Qin's man. Eagle 6 had an ugly look on his face. Right now, Qingjin was fighting with the Qin family's oldest three, while all of the transcendentals under Qingjin had been transferred away, leaving only him, a transcendent one-star coffin suppressor, in the entire villa area. Other than him, the others were all high-level coffin suppressor masters, so how could they block the guy who attacked them just now? Thinking of this, Eagle 6 became more and more frantic to escape. However, right at this moment, a terrifying blade chi flashed by, directly whistling towards Eagle 6's front. When Eagle 6 saw the blade chi coming after him, his face immediately sank as he gathered a terrifying spiritual energy and blasted his fist towards the blade chi. Only an incomparably terrifying explosion could be heard, and the blade aura was instantly dispersed by this punch. And when Eagle 6 saw this scene, he instantly froze in place. It was then that he realized that the person who had come after him behind him was actually just a quasi-high-rank coffin suppressor. What am I running for? Eagle 6's face instantly became incomparably ugly. As a one-star transcendent, although his coffin spirit wasn't too strong, he could easily kill a quasi-transcendent by virtue of his own strength and the cooperation of the gold-seeking mouse. However, he didn't expect that he, as a transcendent mortal, would be frightened into fleeing by a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. This was simply a strange shame. Kid, who the hell are you? Why did you strike at me? Eagle 6 turned his head towards Yemo, who walked out from the villa, and said coldly. After saying that, he then directly summoned the grave gold-seeking mouse, allowing the gold-seeking mouse to vanish into the ground and sneak towards Yemo's direction. When Yemo saw this, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. Just now, when he struck the evil-breaking golden light, he was able to directly blast away the transcendent mortal's spiritual power shield, which meant that his current strength was not at all weaker than a transcendent one-star. Moreover, the fighting strength of this gold-seeking mouse in front of him seemed to be extremely weak, completely unable to withstand his own attack. Therefore, Eagle 6 would definitely die. It seemed that he felt the vibration coming from the bottom of his feet. Yemo understood that this gold-seeking mouse of Eagle 6 had already appeared under his feet. Without any hesitation, Yemo's eyes once again flashed with golden light and his whole body concentrated on feeling everything under his feet. In the next second, only the sound of breaking ground could be heard. A half-meter-long Toon Gold-seeking mouse instantly rushed towards Yemo, attempting to bite Yemo's neck. Looking at the Toon Gold-seeking rat that suddenly appeared in front of him, the golden light in Yemo's eyes suddenly burst out, directly killing this coffin spirit in seconds. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.41 Catacomb Gold-seeking mouse. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 10,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 10,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit's, Tyrant, 77, current level is LV.30 quasi-commander level. Experience required to level down is 14690-26700. Ignoring the system's beeps, Yemo raised his head and looked towards the terrified Eagle 6 not far away. Killing intent surged in his heart, only to see Tyrant instantly slash towards Eagle 6, directly cutting Eagle 6 off at the waist. Who the hell are you? Why did you kill me? Eagle 6 spewed blood from his mouth and asked in horror before he died. You don't need to know who I am, all you need to know is that you killed Tangy, which means you will die. Chapter 93 Killing the Qin family's high-ranking guards. Only after Yemo finished killing Eagle 6 did Shadow Ghost nervously burrow out from the ground. He glanced at Eagle 6, who had fallen to the ground and was split in half, as well as the grave gold-seeking mouse, who had been roasted to a charcoal by the golden light, and a look of extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Yi Xiao. You actually killed the transcendent one-star powerhouse in seconds? Shadow Ghost said with a dumbfounded expression. Although Third Master Qin had been mentioning in front of the doppelganger how heaven-defying Yemo's talent was and how terrifying his strength was since last night. But Shadow Ghost was far from expecting that Yemo would actually be so terrifying. One had to know that the other party's current spiritual power was only at the quasi-high rank level. If it was any other quasi-high rank coffin suppressor, 100 of them combined would not be enough to kill a single transcendent. And those who killed a transcendent with their quasi-high order strength, over 10 levels, were extremely rare in the world. Even some king-ranked talents and demons who had contracted S-rank coffin spirits would find it hard to do so. Right at this moment, suddenly many footsteps sounded. Only to see more than a dozen high-ranked coffin suppressor masters now outside the villa, dressed in the Qin family's attire and with their respective coffin spirits, their faces revealed a strong killing intent. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Qin family head's residence? Are you looking for death? One of the leading high-level 5-star coffin suppressor masters pointed at Yemo and asked. Hearing these words, Yemo raised his eyebrows and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that these guards would come so quickly on the wind, so he just did not do anything and killed all of these people. Tyrant, kill. Yemo said coldly. As soon as the words fell, only to see Tyrant waving his long sword with one hand, he preemptively swept a sword chi like a pike directly towards the leader of the crowd. The leading coffin suppressor saw the blade energy flying towards him like lightning in mid-air. The pupils in his eyes suddenly tightened, and he hastily summoned a huge weasel demon to fend off in front of him. However, the tyrant's encroaching blade chi was bitingly cold and pervasive. It even directly ignored the defense of this weasel coffin spirit, and after penetrating through the weasel demon's body, it disappeared into the body of the leading coffin suppressor. Only a poof could be heard. The lead coffin suppressor only felt a sharp pain all over his body, his eyes widened, and several mouthfuls of blood spurted wildly from his mouth. How could you be so strong? The lead town coffin master said in agony. In the next second, the invading blade chi instantly erupted within his body and began to wreak havoc wildly. In the blink of an eye, it cut his body into countless pieces, accompanied by scarlet blood that slowly slid down towards the ground. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV.35 Yellow Skin Spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience and gained plus 1000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained experience value plus 1000. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, 77, current level is LV.30 Quasi-Commander level. Experience required to level down 15690-26700. Hearing the system's beep, Yemo's brows slowly furrowed. The experience gain this time didn't make him feel much joy. This was because he hadn't expected that he would only be able to gain 1000 points of experience by killing a coffin spirit that was now 5 levels higher than his level. This meant that in the future, if he were to kill a level 30 plus coffin spirit, he would have to kill at least a few dozen of them before he could move up a level. It just so happens that there are more than a dozen high-level coffin suppressor masters in front of us. It's not a loss after killing their coffin spirits. Yemo's heart once again flashed with strong killing intent. At this moment, the other guards were obviously shocked by the tyrant's slash, and all of them stood still with an incomparable look of terror in their eyes. How is this possible? This zombie is also too terrifying. It was actually able to instantly kill the leader with a single slash. What to do? Do we still have to fight him? What the hell? Can't you see the leader was killed in seconds? Let's hurry and run away. Run away. Just remember his appearance, and when the head of the family returns, he will naturally clean him up. The crowd summoned their coffin spirits to guard behind them in unison, while looking at Yemo vigilantly and turning to run. However, would Yemo give up this opportunity to boost his experience? Tyrant, slaughter them all. Yemo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Tyrant's feet steeply erupted into a burning flame, followed by directly transforming into a residual shadow and rushing towards the crowd. Only constant screams could be heard, and the area near the villa directly turned into an inferno on earth. Every swing of Tyrant's sword could instantly kill one person. However, due to Emo's reminder, Tyrant prioritized killing the coffin spirits under these high-level coffin suppressors. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience and gained plus 900 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 900 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, double your experience and gain experience value plus 800. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi. The constantly ringing boosting tone appeared in Emo's mind, instantly causing Emo to feel a hint of excitement. The last time when the screen was constantly bristling, it was still a few days ago when he encountered a beast wave on the armored train. And this time, it was only that the object of the kill had been changed to a coffin spirit under a high-level coffin suppressor. It's a pity that there aren't enough high-ranked coffin suppressor masters under Shinjin guarding the villa, otherwise, I could have killed them all. Emo thought in his heart. A few moments later, the Tyrant decimated all of these guards, and his experience was only 2,000 short of being able to rise to level 31. This meant that as long as he reached level 31, he would be at the true commander level, and his strength would be a few points higher than it is now. On the side. When Shadow Ghost saw this scene, his entire body became somewhat numb. He could no longer use words to describe how heaven-defying Emo was. Yi Xiao. This is too strong for you. Shadow Ghost praised from the bottom of his heart. Just at this moment. Suddenly a phone rang. Emo raised his eyebrows and looked over towards Shadow Ghost and hurriedly said, "Uncle Chin called?" When Shadow Ghost heard this, his face was startled and he quickly took out his cell phone to check it. When he saw that the contact on his phone was Third Master Chin, he didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. "Third Master." Shadow Ghost answered the call and eagerly spoke out to inquire. After a couple of seconds, a coughing sound seemed to come from the phone. Cough. Shadow Ghost, I've lost. Third Master Chin's heavy voice came from the phone, seemingly in an extremely bad state right now. Third Master, how did you lose? Why? This is impossible. Shadow Ghost roared loudly, a dull look in his eyes. I'll talk to you after I recover from my injuries. You now immediately take all of your men, as well as Xiao Yi, and head to the Lin family to seek the short-lived refuge of the Lin family head. After the urgent instructions on the phone, he directly hung up the phone. At this moment, the Shadow Ghost hurriedly turned his head to look at Emo. His face was incomparably grave and he said anxiously, "Young Yi, we should leave. The Third Master has sent word, just follow me to the Lin family, don't go to the inner city gates." Looking at the incomparably anxious Shadow Ghost, Emo's brows suddenly furrowed. Although he had guessed that the Lin family was Lin Yin's family, but if he took away everything in Shinjin's treasure trove now, Shinjin would surely jump over the wall. If he went to the Lin family now, perhaps at that time, Shinjin would directly come to his door and forcefully force himself to hand over all the materials, or even take action against himself. At that time, the Lin family would not necessarily dare to protect themselves because of the Blade Court. Thinking of this, Emo did not hesitate. Emo did not hesitate and said directly, "Shadow Ghost, I'm not going to the Lin family. You send me to the inner city gates." Chapter 94 Demon Extermination Base, Acquaintances. A few minutes later. Emo went out of the gates of the inner city of Jiangnan Base City, then directly called a fast car and asked the driver to furiously race towards where the Demon Extermination Base was located. Since he was heading to the Demon Extermination Base to escape Shinjin's pursuit, Emo first had to obtain Jotong's permission before he could directly enter the base. Otherwise, he would be directly blasted out by the guards guarding the Demon Extinction Base. Without hesitation, Emo directly dialed Jotong's phone. A few seconds later. The phone was connected and Emo directly opened his mouth and said, "Elder Brother Zhou, where are you now? I have a matter that needs your help." "Ha, old brother Emo. Old Zhou, I'm busy right now. What do you need my help with? Speak directly, old Zhou will definitely do it for you if I can help." Jotong said with a smile. When Emo heard this, he was relieved and a smile appeared on his face. "Old brother Zhou, I've encountered some tricky things and need to stay at your Demon Extermination Base for 2 days before I can do so. So it's just about this, huh? I'll go and speak to the guard later. When you arrive at the entrance of the base, just walk straight into the gate, he won't stop you then." After my old brother's business is finished, I'll bring some small wine back to the base, and then we'll get drunk at night. Jotun's tone seemed extremely excited. Good, then thank you old brother Zhou. Ha, Yemo old brother, old Zhou won't talk to you now, I'll continue to investigate that matter first. Let's talk later. After saying that, Jotong directly hung up the phone. That coffin suppressor who let the zombies out to do evil hasn't been caught yet? Yemo secretly thought in his heart. Too many things happened in the past 2 days, making Yemo feel a little tired. Now it was finally time to get the materials together and let Chi-Chi start evolving. It was only a bit of a pity that Tang Yi had thrown his life away in order to help himself find these materials. Thinking of this, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It's better to stay in the demon extermination base and not go out in these 2 days. Just wait for Chi-Chi to evolve successfully. Yemo pondered in his heart. Soon, Yemo got out of the car and arrived at the gate of the demon extermination base. Because of Jotun's greeting, Yemo walked into the base unhindered. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that on the training ground not far away, there were 2 rather familiar figures standing. They were summoning their respective coffin spirits and seemed to be discussing battle-related knowledge. One of the figures, with an extremely tall figure, was wearing the uniform of the Demon Exterminating Legion and appeared somewhat valiant. This person Yemo had seen 2 days earlier, it was Xiaoya. As for the other one, Yemo was even more familiar. That was a little girl who was less than 1 meter 6 in height, wearing the uniform of the first middle school academy of Fengyu City, with a double ponytail. Seemingly realizing that someone was coming from not far away, Xiaoya hurriedly turned her head towards Yemo's direction, and a look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes. Xiaoyao, quickly look. Who is that? Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile and pointed at Yemo. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly turned her head. When she saw Yemo's familiar figure, she froze in place. Yemo. Yi Xiaoyao shouted loudly, then brought the Hell Inferno demon and rushed over in a hurry in Yemo's direction. When Yemo saw this, the corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He didn't expect that he had only left for a few days, and this niece would be so excited to see herself. However, in the next second, the Hell Inferno demon instantly inspired a fireball to attack in his direction. Holy? Murdering your own brother? The corner of Yemo's eyes twitched and he directly dodged towards the side. Only a bang could be heard. The fireball suddenly burst and burned a big hole of more than a meter in the ground. Yemo. My Inferno is awesome, isn't it? It's now level 90. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yemo and revealed a smug smile. Although she couldn't compare to her demonic brother, her upgrades were far stronger than her peers. To know. It was only a few days ago that she was able to train a level 1 Inferno demon to level 9. If it was anyone else, it would have taken at least a month or 2. Yemo looked at Yi Xiaoyao's complacent look and immediately walked over, flicked the other party's brain with his finger, and said indifferently, indeed powerful, but you still need to work hard. Because your brother I'm already a quasi-high level coffin suppressor. Ha ha ha. Yemo laughed out loud. Normally, he didn't like to show off anything in front of others, instead he would hide all aspects of his strength. But in front of Yi Xiaoyao, he didn't need to. When Yi Xiaoyao heard Yemo's words, a hint of contempt appeared on her face. Oomph, you just know how to brag. You were only a quasi-middle stage when you left Fengyu City. It's only been a few days. And you say you're a quasi-high order. I don't believe you anyway. Yi Xiaoyao said with a cold snort. And at this moment, Xiaoya, who walked not far away, heard the conversation between the two clearly. She shot a glance at Yemo. When she looked at Yemo's body emitting quasi-high-level spiritual power fluctuations, her heart shook and an incomparable look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Xiaoyao. What your brother said seems to be true. He really is a quasi-high rank. Xiaoya said in shock. Rao had seen countless geniuses, but she had never seen this kind of Yemo. Previously, she had even tempted Yemo with a place in the Emperor's tomb, but in the present, it had become a complete joke. Because a few days earlier, she had seen with her own eyes that Yemo was only at the intermediate 5-star level, but only 3 days had passed, and Yemo had actually become a quasi-high-order coffin suppressor. This kind of upgrading speed had completely crushed the upgrading speed in the Emperor's tomb. It was simply horrible. On the side, Yi Xiaoyao was also dumbfounded. Yi Xiaoyao was also looking at Yi Mo with a face full of stagnation. However, what flashed through her eyes was not a color of strangeness and doubt, but incomparable excitement. Immediately after that, as if she had gone crazy, she directly wrapped her arms around Yi Mo's hand and jumped up. Yi Mo. You actually really became a quasi-high-rank coffin suppressor? Aha. Yi Mo nodded. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being my old brother. So awesome. Really awesome. Chapter 95 Seeking Shelter. This excitement of Yi Xiaoyao lasted for about 3 minutes before it subsided. And Yi Mo also smiled and rubbed the other party's head. Only what made him feel a little surprised was that Yi Xiaoyao actually stood still and didn't dodge away. Instead, she looked incomparably well behaved. It seemed that he had thought of something. Yi Mo hung a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Xiaoyao and asked suspiciously, "Old sister, why did you come to Jiangnan Bay City? You're not taking the graduation examination this time?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly revealed her head held high and said excitedly, "Sister Xiaoya has already invited me to join the demon exterminating army, so of course I won't go to the graduation examination." On the side, Xiaoya also saw Yi Mo's doubts and hurriedly walked over, softly explaining that, "Yi Mo, our demon exterminating legion has a training camp that specializes in training new members. The teaching ability is countless times stronger than the Xinguan Academy in any mega base city. It's able to quickly make the trainees grow up. And you have to know that almost all of our trainees are recruited from the strongest top students from the major Xinguan academies, so those Xinguan academies almost serve our demon-destroying legion. Xiaoyao's talent is very strong, and the contracted coffin spirit is also very strong. There's no need for her to go to Xinguan Academy to waste her time, it's better for her to be directly cultivated by our demon-destroying legion." A color of confidence flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. It was important to know that the Demon-Destroying Legion's training camp slot was an incomparable place to aspire to for the trainees in the major Xinguan academies of Great Xia. In order to join this training camp, countless cadets who had contracted a B-class coffin spirit would fight to the death. This was because the minimum standard for joining the Demon Exterminating Legion training camp had to be a high-ranked talent, a B-ranked coffin spirit. And Yi Xiaoyao's talent was a super-rank flame baptism, plus an A-rank coffin spirit, completely qualified to be able to compete for the top 10 geniuses. So Xiaoya would invite Yi Xiaoyao and no matter what. After listening to Xiaoya's explanation, Yi Mo was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that the trainers of the Demon-Destroying Legion were all selected from the top students of the major Xinguan institutes. This undoubtedly also proved how powerful the forces from the officialdom, with several supreme beings in attendance, were. Yi Mo looked towards Xiaoya, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face as he said, "Commander Xiao, then in the future, Xiaoyao's matters will have to trouble you more." "No trouble, it's the right thing to do. Since Xiaoyao has joined our Jiangnan resident, she has naturally become one of us. In the future, all the coffin suppressors within our base will only treat her as their closest relative," Xiaoya said with a smile. When Yi Mo heard this, he hastily nodded and thanked the other party once again. At this time, Yi Xiaoyao seemed to be a little curious about Yi Mo's arrival and asked with a smile, "Yi Mo, did you know that I was coming here, so you purposely came to the demon-destroying base to look for me?" Hearing this, Yi Mo was stunned, then shook his head. "No." When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she immediately snorted coldly and said with an irritated face, "Is it because you didn't read the message I sent you?" She had sent a message to Yi Mo long before she came here, however, after Yi Mo had returned quite a few messages from last night, this whole morning was like evaporation again, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely annoyed. "Yi Mo, your habit of not reading messages really needs to change. In case you miss something important, you won't be able to regret it. At least let me know if you're safe when you're out there." Yi Xiaoyao held her mouth and said. Once these words came out, Yi Mo recalled Tang Ye's message, his body suddenly trembled, then he let out a heavy breath and smiled, "Don't worry, I'll look in time in the future." As if to diverge from the topic, Yi Mo hurriedly looked at Xiaoya and asked, "Commander Xiao, may I ask if there are any extra dormitories in the demon extermination base? I would like to stay here for 2 days." "Stay here for 2 days?" Xiaoya raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Mo in confusion. She didn't understand that there were simply not too many luxurious hotels in the inner city of Jiangnan Bay City, so why didn't Yi Mo live in the inner city and come to an extremely monotonous place like the demon extermination base? Could it be that Yi Mo had encountered something troublesome? Or did he want to come over to accompany his old sister? However, Yimo's next sentence directly caused both Xiaoya and Yi Xiaoyao to freeze in place. I've encountered a very tricky matter. I need the demon destruction base to shelter me for 2 days. Yimo looked straight at Xiaoya and said without hiding anything. Xiaoya returned to her senses and did not ask Yimo why. A confident smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "Then Yimo, you have found the right place. The demon extermination base is indeed the safest area in Jiangnan Bay City. If you want to stay here, don't say 2 days, even 2 months would be fine." To know. Yimo was the strongest genius Xiaoya had ever seen. She couldn't wait for Yimo to stay as long as possible. If Yimo stayed here longer, then she would have plenty of opportunities to persuade the other party to join the demon-destroying army in the future. If she really couldn't, she could also let Yi Xiaoyao go out at that time, so that she could persuade her own old brother to join. Yimo, it just so happens that the place where Xiaoyao lives has 3 rooms and 2 halls, you can live with her. Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile, then said towards Yi Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, you quickly take your brother to the dormitory. I suddenly have something to do, so I won't accompany you siblings for now. If you guys are not familiar with this place, you can wander around the base as you please," Xiaoya said with a smile. Afterwards, before Yimo had time to thank him, he saw Xiaoya's legs stomping and disappeared into a residual shadow. A few minutes later, Yimo came to the dormitory along with his old sister. After the two of them sat on the sofa, Yi Xiaoyao turned her head and looked at Yimo without blinking, her brows furrowed, revealing a worried look. "Brother, what tricky thing did you encounter in the inner city?" Yi Xiaoyao asked worriedly. When Yimo heard this, he first froze, then smiled, and said, "There was a big family that offended me, then I just ransacked their family head's treasure vault." The moment these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Before she came to Jiangnan Bay City, Xiaoya had given her a general overview of the inner city of Jiangnan Bay City. To summarize, there were transcendent mortals everywhere, and the higher ranks were inferior to dogs. The big families in Jiangnan City all had at least one transcendent 9-star, or even a legendary powerhouse in their ranks. She didn't expect her own old brother to be able to do something so heartless, actually directly ransacking the treasure trove of a great family head. "Brother, are you immortalizing yourself with that family?" Yi Xiaoyao said with a frown. "Yes." A faint killing intent emanated from Yimo's body. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately clenched her fists, looked seriously at Yimo and said, "Brother, then you must ask Grandpa Chen to help you exterminate this family. If you really can't, you must at least exterminate the people who can threaten you. Otherwise, you'll join the demon exterminating army and won't be allowed to go anywhere." Yimo sniffed, nodded, put away the killing intent on his body and said faintly, "Don't worry. As long as we wait for Elder Chen to come over, all things can be easily solved." Chapter 96 Eagle Ghost's Call, Angry Qingjin. Jiangnan Base City. Not far from the outer city, high in the sky. At this moment, there was a black-haired old man with a blood-stained body, messy beard and hair, and tattered clothes who was flying rapidly. "Humph, I didn't expect this fellow Lao San to hide so deeply. He almost caused me to be seriously injured." Qinshan carried his hands behind his back, intense killing intent radiating from his eyes. A few hours ago, he and Third Master Qin had traveled to a huge mountain range hundreds of miles away from Jiangnan City to duke it out. The battle had lasted for more than 2 hours, directly obliterating the mountain range within a radius of 1,000 meters without an inch of grass. Originally, Qinshan thought that he would be able to crush Master Qin-san with his hard power. However, he never expected that Master Qin-san was even trickier than he had imagined. This was because the Shadow Mage had not only learned a large number of 5th-rank ordinary skills, but also several special skills. In the face of Master Qin-san's coffin spirit unleashing endless bizarre spells, Qinshan's Phantom Wolf Lord was almost completely restrained, causing him to be suppressed by Master Qin-san in the first half of the day in an exceptionally miserable manner. As if he had thought of something, an extremely disdainful expression appeared on Qinshan's serious face. This old third fellow went so far as to use up all of his belongings to buy some trash skill stones for the main battle coffin spirit. What folly! Qinshan sneered in his heart. It was important to realize that the higher the level of the coffin spirit, the more skills it could learn. And in order to defeat Qinshan, Third Master Qin had paid a large amount of wealth to purchase various skill stones suitable for the undead to learn. Although Qinshan was somewhat disdainful of this practice of Third Master Qin, he had to admit that there were still benefits to having more skills. It was because of the many skills that the other party had caused themselves quite a bit of trouble with a strength that was one level lower. Humph, although this old third fellow is stupid, he did allow the coffin spirit to raise his strength quite a bit. Qin pondered. Then he thought for a second, and a truly fragrant idea arose in his heart. Why don't old me sell those collections of mine as well? Give the spectral shadow wolf lord a large number of 5th rank skill stones to comprehend, or special skills? Qin carried his hands behind his back and murmured with a frown. It was at this moment that a phone suddenly rang, interrupting Qin's thoughts. A look of displeasure immediately appeared on Qin's face as he hurriedly answered the phone. And a trembling voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Family Master. Something big is wrong. Humph, Eagle Ghost, if you have something to say it quickly and fart quickly. Qin said with a cold snort. As soon as these words came out, the Eagle Ghost's voice on the phone instantly became fearful as he shivered and said, Lord Family Master. You might get angry if I say something next, you must calm down after listening. Old me has always been calm. I'd like to see what could be worthy of old me getting angry. Qin said indifferently. Lord Family Master. We are just advising you to mentally prepare yourself first. If you hear something bad, please don't get excited. The Eagle Ghost's voice carried a sense of persuasion. When Qin heard this, his brows immediately wrinkled, an intense killing intent emanated from his eyes as he said in a cold voice, Humph, don't give old husband any crap. You've been with Lao Fu for so many years, when have you ever seen Lao Fu get agitated over some trivial matter? Just say it straight. Qin said in a cold voice. After the Eagle Ghost heard that, the phone briefly fell into silence. Seemingly organizing his words, the voice of the Eagle Ghost once again came out of the phone. Lord Family Head. There is a small problem with your treasury. You should quickly come back and take a look. There's a problem with my treasure vault? A look of doubt flashed across Qin's face as he froze in place. No. He and Third Master Qin were two extremes. If Third Master Qin had a penchant for squandering, then he had a penchant for saving and collecting. And this time, the Jiangnan base city had a rare large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting. He was able to use the treasures he had accumulated over the years and was ready to make a big splash at the appraisal. According to his estimation, the treasures he had accumulated over the years were completely enough to bid for 2 Swire crystal coffins. However, now his most trusted henchman actually told him that there was a problem with the treasure vault. This directly made him dumbfounded. Eagle Ghost. What the hell is going on here? Quickly explain the reason to me. Qin roared towards the phone. At the same time, incomparably terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body as he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the family head's manor. Family Lord. Your treasure vault has been ransacked. Eagle 6 is also dead. Eagle Ghost's trembling voice came over the phone. Upon hearing these words, Qin immediately felt only a salty lump in his throat. Puff puff puff. Several mouthfuls of blood spurted wildly. Aha! Eagle Ghost. Qin was like a madman, his eyes were streaked with blood, his body's murderous aura exploded and he became more than furious. Eagle Ghost. How dare you deceive old me? I want you dead. Qin roared. How could he not believe that his treasure trove had been ransacked? Obviously, in this battle with old Qin-san, he had the upper hand and held onto the position of the family head. And had the transcendence under his hand suppressed Qin Lao-san's men. But in return, not only was the family head's manor destroyed in general, many of his men died. The treasure trove, which he himself regarded as important as his life, was even looted. House Master. You should not be impulsive. I didn't steal your treasury. Don't kill me. The Eagle Ghost was horrified and hurriedly explained. Old me doesn't care. Old me wants you to find out who did this within a minute. Or else you die for me. Qin roared out angrily. As soon as these words came out, the Eagle Ghost immediately said as if he had grabbed a lifesaver, Family Master. Don't get excited. I know who did it. Then you know and still don't hurry to say. Old me is going to kill you. I'll kill you. I say. Family Master. It was actually a member of that Snow Shadow Corps who did it. Just now, I got word that a guard said that the monitors in your villa were monitored. On the phone, Eagle Ghost sighed in relief and said in a hurry. Upon hearing these words, Qin's face immediately looked as ugly as if he had eaten All along, he had been a bit wary of Emo. It was because even if he was from the Blade Court, he did not dare to completely offend the legendary 9-star powerhouse behind Emo. Previously, he had at most just been trying to simply teach Emo a lesson. But he didn't expect that Emo would actually give an inch. He actually directly ignored him, a legendary powerhouse, and stole his lifeblood. How could Shinjin tolerate this? It's actually this kid. Old me will have to flay him. Old me will kill him. Old me must kill him. Shinjin roared with fury, his spiritual energy pouring out wildly around him, distorting the air currents high in the sky and emitting bursts of sonic booms. In a matter of tens of seconds, he arrived in the sky above the Qin Manor. However, Eagle Ghost didn't seem to realize the gravity of the matter. He hurriedly persuaded over the phone, "Family Master. Calm down. Behind him is the legendary 9 stars. You have to bear with it and focus on the bigger picture." And at that moment, the Shinjin's divine sense instantly swept over to the Eagle Ghost, who was making a phone call within the manor, near the hill where he was practicing boxing. Immediately after that, he directly cursed towards the phone. "I'll put up with you. The big picture is important to you. I'll kill you first." After saying that, he directly condensed incomparably violent spiritual energy, and his fist directly blasted towards the Hawk Ghost near the small mountain. Only a booming sound could be heard. All the strength of a legendary powerhouse was revealed. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters was like a nuclear explosion, erupting with incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations, destroying everything in the surroundings, and blasting a deep pit close to 1,000 meters in diameter on the ground. And the Eagle Ghost hadn't had time to react, and was directly obliterated on the spot by this terrifying strike. Chapter 97: Searching for Emo, Extorting Shinjin. As if venting his anger slightly, the Shinjin's face immediately became extremely ugly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That was to kill Emo regardless of all the consequences. "How dare you ransack old me's treasury? Old me will definitely flay you," Shinjin said through clenched teeth, itching to eat Emo alive. As he swept through the villa area with his divine sense and discovered the corpses of a large group of high-ranked guards outside the villa, as well as the dead Eagle 6 was, his face became even more ugly. Although Eagle 6's strength was very weak, he was Shinjin's most trusted henchman, and now he was actually killed by Emo. How could he endure this? Without any hesitation, Shinjin's spiritual energy around his body surged once again, transforming into a weaving stream of light as he cruised high in the air of the inner city. His divine sense was fully open, and every time he flew over a place, he would check them out cleanly without any discrepancies. Even in the Jiangnan base city, where the forces that were equally as powerful as the Qin family were, he didn't spare the opportunity to probe. Half an hour later, Shinjin's face suddenly turned ugly. There's actually no figure of that kid in the inner city. It's hard to believe that he's left the city, Shinjin said in a cold voice. Immediately afterward, he flew in the direction of the outer city without hesitation. However, the results of this search were not satisfactory either. Throughout the 2 hours, the entire Jiangnan city, inside and outside, including dozens of miles near the train station, was searched by Shinjin, but no news of Emo was found. Where the hell did this brat go? Shinjin was furious and could only return to the outer city in anger. At this moment, he suddenly flicked his gaze to a base in the outer city, and a ray of cold light immediately flashed in his eyes. Can it be that this brat is at the demon extermination base? Or perhaps another legend has taken him away? Shinjin was flabbergasted in his heart to know. Within the entire Jiangnan city, not even a single passerby had been left behind by him, all of them had been watched carefully. If Emo wanted to escape, there were only 2 possibilities. One was to be taken away by a legendary powerhouse, and the other was to hide in the demon exterminating base. If it's in the demon extermination base, then it's troublesome. It seems that we can only beg the Sword Exalt to send someone to the demon destruction base to look for it. Shinjin's face became incredibly ugly. For anyone who Demon Extermination Base was one of the forces that all the clans in Jiangnan City as well as the Blade Court were most afraid of. As for the extent of the scorn, it was that even as a legend, he did not dare to easily sweep with his divine sense. This was because the Demon Extermination Base expressly forbade any force from probing. If it was discovered by the personnel in the Demon Extermination Base, it would definitely be reported by them. At that time, the headquarters of the Demon Exterminating Legion would definitely send out legendary powerhouses to investigate this matter and eliminate any personnel with bad intentions. Thinking of this, Shinjin was so angry that he spat out blood once again, then unwillingly flew back towards the direction of the Qin Manor. In the inner city. At this time, many of the great clans were extremely dissatisfied that Shinjin had just released his divine sense to search. However, other than the few clans with quasi-legends in attendance that dared to go and find trouble with Shinjin, the other clans without legends in attendance did not dare to nibble their voices. To know. The battle for power that took place in the inner city today had directly stunned everyone. No one expected to see a large number of transcendents, as well as legends, fighting in a place like the inner city in their lifetime. This battle almost wiped out half of the Qin family villa. This was still the case when the legends did not make a move. If Qin Jin and Qin Laosan had fought in the inner city, it would have definitely triggered an incomparably terrifying disaster. However, there were countless transcendentals with more guts who watched the entire process from afar across the Qin family manor and recorded the scene. This caused the news to spread wildly throughout the entire Jiangnan city. And some of the great clans that had entangled themselves with the Qin family also caught wind of it, preparing to take advantage of Qin Jin's injuries and extort a fortune while they had the chance. Qin family estate, family head's villa. 3 old men with white hair were standing in the void in midair. At this moment, their faces were ice cold and a faint killing intent emanated from their bodies as they looked towards Qin Jin, who was resting and recuperating from his injuries within the villa. Qin family master, you were the one who searched our Zhang family with your divine sense just now, weren't you? Do you have a problem with our Zhang clan? The Zhang family legend questioned towards Qin Jin. Old man Qin Jin, how dare you probe our Shi family without authorization? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, don't blame Mr. Shi for taking action against you. The Stone family quasi-legend roared angrily. Qin Jin, if you have offended our whole clan today, I will definitely not let it go. If you are willing to take out a few of the materials in your treasure vault as compensation, then today's matter will end here. What do you think? Inside the villa, Qin Jin was recovering his spiritual energy. When he heard that a couple of quasi-legends with bad intentions wanted to hit the treasure vault, the anger that had been suppressed once again instantly skyrocketed. You 3 old pikers. Get the hell out of here. If you guys don't get lost, I'll be immortal with you all right now. Kill all of your family's descendants. Qin Jin roared out in anger, seemingly losing his mind. Upon hearing these words, infinite scorn flashed across the eyes of the 3 old men with white hair. They were well aware of Qin Jin's character, as this fellow was truly capable of doing quite a few heartless things when he became angry. And the 3 of them were only quasi-legends, joining forces. They couldn't say that they could kill Qin Jin, but they were still enough to severely injure the other party. But the consequences of doing so would inevitably be severe. Because if they couldn't kill the other party, and if the other party escaped, they would erect a deadly enemy with superior strength. Old Zhang, what to say? This fellow seems to be a bit rampant. The Shi family legend inquired out loud. In my old man's opinion, it's better to follow the original plan and blackmail him. The Zhang family legend frowned slightly, a cold color appearing on his face as he said indifferently, if we just leave like this, then where will our family's face end up? And it was this old fellow who offended us first. How dare he threaten us? How about we join forces to suppress him first, and then each of us can take away his treasures based on our abilities? The moment these words came out, all 3 of them nodded. Then extremely powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the 3 of them as they threatened towards Qin Jin. Qin family master, you are now severely injured. If you don't use your fortune to buy your life, then don't blame us for being ruthless. The Zhang family legend said coldly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jin's face instantly turned extremely blue. He did not expect that the treasures he had collected for so many years would be remembered by so many people. If he had treasures right now, he wouldn't mind giving away a few of them. But he indeed did not have any right now. For a moment, Qin Jin only felt anger attacking his heart, spewing out several mouthfuls of blood in a row as he roared. Scram! Get the hell out! I am a member of the Blade Court. Don't you dare touch me! After saying that, he only flashed out the badge of the Blade Court and rushed out from the villa. When Zhang Clan Legend and the other 3 saw the badge, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. It's really the Blade Court. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Looks like there's nothing we can do about him. It's a pity that we went on an empty trip and didn't get half a thing out of it. I should have known to send a few transcendents to steal it while this guy wasn't around just now. The three shook their heads and murmured. Afterward, they revealed lingering eyes towards the direction of Qingjin's villa and slowly flew towards the direction of their respective clans. Chapter 98 Qingjin's Request, 3 Legends of the Blade Court. Half an hour later. In an ancient building complex covering a huge area in the inner city, Inside the luxurious hall at the center, 3 middle-aged men roughly around 40 years old with extremely domineering faces were sitting on the main seats. These 3 men had similar faces and exuded an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as if they could exterminate everything between raising their hands and throwing their feet. And at this moment, in the center of the grand hall, there was a figure who seemed to have vomited too much blood, causing his face to turn pale. This person was none other than Qingjin, Blade Dignitary. I have a favor to ask. I hope that Blade Esteem can come to my aid. Qingjin trembled as he spoke towards the middle-aged man in the center of the main seat. In the center of the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe with shoulder-length hair and a scraggly beard heard these words and wrapped his arms around his shoulders, his face bland as if he couldn't muster up any interest. And on the side, a black-robed middle-aged man heard these words and immediately raised his eyebrows, smiling as he said, "Qin family master, what is it? There's no harm in you saying it." Upon hearing these words, Qingjin quickly explained out loud towards the black-robed middle-aged man. "Blade King, I want you to help me go to the demon extermination base to capture someone," Qingjin said somewhat nervously. The moment these words came out, the pupils of the 3 people on the main seat suddenly came out, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, directly pressurizing Qingjin to the point where his legs fell to the ground. "How dare you? How dare you make fun of us?" Another red-robed middle-aged man angrily rebuked. "Qingjin, are you kidding me?" A hint of killing intent flashed in the Blade King's eyes as he said coldly, only to see his spiritual energy instantly transform into a long blade that appeared in the void, as if it would decapitate Qingjin in the next second. When Qingjin saw this, a look of incomparable fear flashed across his face. Originally, he thought that he was a legendary 1-star and could still be bland in front of a legendary 5-star. But as soon as he entered the Great Hall, he directly felt an extremely terrifying oppression. And now, his own words seemed to have angered the 3 leaders of the Court of Blades, causing their auras to erupt wildly. Qingjin only felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, and hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. The 3 lords. "Mr. Qin is not seeking your happiness, listen to Mr. Qin's explanation. Say, give you a chance," the Blade King said coldly. Seeing this, Qingjin took a deep breath and hurriedly explained. Today, there was a riot at Mr. Qin's home, and a petty thief took the opportunity to steal the treasures that Mr. Qin has treasured for these decades. Originally, these treasures, Mr. Qin was prepared to gift them to the 3 lords, wanting to give the 3 lords more confidence to participate in the appraisal meeting. But Mr. Qin never expected that after this little thief stole the items, he would directly hide in the demon extermination base. Mr. Qin was at his wits' end about it and could only come to seek the help of all of you lords, Qingjin said through clenched teeth as his face revealed a look of anger. As soon as these words came out, the 3 people on the main seat immediately looked at each other. This seat has heard of your habit of treasuring treasures. However, this seat would like to know if these treasures of yours are worth our efforts. The Blade King had indifference in his eyes as he asked suspiciously towards Qingjin. Hearing these words, Qingjin instantly came to his senses. He didn't dare to talk big about anything else, but when it came to collecting treasures, no one in the entire Jiangnan city was better at it than him. Only to hear Qingjin excitedly say, "My lords, among the treasures that Mr. Qin has collected over the years, there is no shortage of 6th order, even 7th order existences. These add up to as many as 200 pieces, and their value is able to buy at least 2 swift crystal coffins at the Coffin Spirit appraisal meeting," Qingjin said with a smile. Hearing these words, the Blade King immediately stood up from his seat. The Blade Zune in the center, as well as the other middle-aged man known as the Blade Emperor, all lit up. It seemed like they had come to Qingjin's treasures with great interest. "Hee, Qin family master. Even if we wanted to go to the demon extermination base to capture someone, that would be a very difficult thing to do," the Blade King said with a smile, "not to mention that these treasures of yours are only enough to buy 2 swift crystal coffins. I'm afraid that it's not worth offending the demon extinguishing base with this little bit of stuff." The moment these words came out, Qingjin's face immediately revealed a look of difficulty. If he were to turn into someone else who was so greedy, he would definitely directly strike out and exterminate this person. However, his strength under these three legends of the Blade Court was just that of a stronger mole cricket, so how could he negotiate terms? Blade King, I'm willing to give away all the remaining belongings of the Qin family, Shinjin said through clenched teeth. For Yemo, he must kill, so no matter what conditions the three legends of the Blade Court offered, he would agree without hesitation. Not enough, the Blade King said with a smirk. In the eyes of the three of them, Shinjin was nothing more than a traitor in general. Moreover, Shinjin had only just joined the Blade Court and hadn't made any contributions, so how could they possibly offend the demon extermination base for this little bit that the other party had offered? At this moment, Shinjin dared to be angry in his heart, and in his heart, he greeted the ancestors of these three people 18 times. Immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Three lords, that little thief is called Yemo, a genius who was able to kill a transcendent 1-star with his quasi-high order strength. And he is also a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Troop, a descendant of Fengyu City's Tomb Seeking Guild, President Chen. And he's only around 20 years old. The speed of his strength increase can be described as unheard of. If the three lords don't kill him, for the Blade Court, this little thief will be a big problem. As soon as these words came out, spiritual energy instantly erupted in the Great Hall, and three extremely strong auras directly pressed towards Shinjin, crushing him to the point where his knees crumbled and he fell to his knees. These words are true. The always indifferent Blade Zune in the middle of the main seat narrowed his eyes and questioned loudly. True, Shinjin said through gritted teeth. A few seconds later, the three seemed to see that Shinjin was not lying, and their faces immediately turned ugly. Big brother, old man Chan's men actually produced this kind of genius. We absolutely cannot let this him grow up. The Blade King looked at the Blade dignitary and said with a grave expression on his face. Yes, big brother. This brat is able to kill his opponents across 10 levels, his talent is only stronger than Juner's, this is simply too terrifying. The Blade Emperor also hastily agreed. When the Blade Emperor heard this, the killing intent in his eyes fleetingly passed, then he sighed and said in a deep voice. I'm clear about what you guys are saying, it's just that I'm wondering how I can bring this brat out of the demon-destroying base. That's the trickiest problem. And at this time, Blade King seemed to have thought of something and immediately brightened up and said with a smile, Big brother, isn't Juner on vacation lately? How about giving Juner a call? Have him come back from the demon extermination base in Dragon City? And then have him find a reason to spar with that little thief and waste that little thief? Hearing these words, the Sword Emperor on the side also showed a happy face. One must know. Han Jun was his elder brother Han Sanjian's own son, and was the strongest genius in the Dragon City demon extermination base as well. At only 22 years old, his strength had reached the transcendent 2-star level, and he also possessed a king-rank talent and an S-class coffin spirit, which could similarly kill across several levels. If he could call Han Jun back to Jiangnan City, with the other party's identity, he would be able to enter the Jiangnan City demon-destroying base unhindered. It would be an incomparably easy thing to waste Yemo at that time. Big brother, I think the way Lao San said is feasible, and it's also the only way, the Blade Emperor said with excitement. Han San Blade briefly fell into thought when he heard the proposal of his two blood brothers. After a few seconds, he seemed to have considered it clearly, and an extremely unrestrained smile instantly appeared on his face. Since that's the case, then I will personally go and fetch Juner back. Then big brother, go and return quickly. I'm already looking forward to how Juner will rub old man Chen's offspring the wrong way now, the Blade King said with a smile. When the Blade King heard this, he shook his head and also said indifferently, Second brother, don't look forward to it. No matter how strong that brat is, he can only kill transcendent mortal 1-stars. Juner, on the other hand, is capable of killing a transcendent mortal 7-star powerhouse. So that brat will definitely be abused by Juner and be powerless to fight back. Chapter 99 Ye Most Doubt. Cook Yi Xiao Yao. It was night time. There were no longer people walking around in the demon extermination base except for the guards who were still standing guard outside the main gate, making it seem extraordinarily cold and clear. At this time, Demon Destroyer Base had already lit up the lights, dispersing the surrounding dimness and giving people a strong sense of security. On the long street outside the main gate of the base, a middle-aged man with a tired face and wearing a Legion uniform was hurriedly walking towards the main gate of the base. Zhou Tong glanced behind him nervously, and then glanced at the lights that were lit up in the base dormitory in the distance, and finally let out a long breath of relief. immediately afterward. Without hesitation, he directly walked towards the floor where Yemo was. Residential building, in the living room of the dormitory. Yemo was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV with his chin propped up. Only his eyes were a bit fluttering, as if he was thinking about something. Earlier, he received a call from Tang Ye's assistant, Yashi. In the end, under no choice but to tell the fact that Tang Ye had died. And the other party cried incomparably miserably on the phone, almost having collapsed. Yemo also felt extremely remorseful, somewhat helpless, and could only slowly comfort up. Seemingly remembering something, Yemo hurriedly opened his cell phone. Then from the contact list, he found Xiaoyu's name and sent a message asking her to temporarily help take care of Yashi. Originally, Yemo thought that the other party would see this message very late, but what Yemo didn't expect was that the other party replied back in seconds and agreed directly. If old brother Tang's corpse is still there, maybe I can make him a zombie. Pity. Yemo shook his head inside. Soon after, Yemo calmed down his emotions and then put his eyes into the spatial warehouse, preparing to take stock of the harvest he had gotten today. After all, the resources that could be obtained from directly emptying the treasury of a great family head was absolutely unimaginable. Without hesitation, Yemo smiled and emptied his spatial warehouse. And right at this moment, his face suddenly froze. He only saw that he was holding a mass of a paste-like, black substance in his hand. Corpse demon stiff poison? A brilliant light flashed in Yemo's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered all the traces at the place where Tang Ye's body had fallen, as well as the images that Shadow Ghost had investigated out to show himself at that time, and a look of doubt flashed across his face. Because at that time, on that road, other than Tang Yi and Eagle 6 appearing on the road, there was no one else in the vicinity. And the image of Eagle 6 as he was leaving was also recorded by the surveillance away from the northwest corner area. He hadn't taken Tang Ye's corpse with him. Then, where did Tang Ye's corpse go? It's hard to believe that the disappearance of elder brother Tang's corpse is related to the corpse demon stiffness poison. A glint flashed in Yemo's eyes. But soon, the light in his eyes dimmed again. This was because in the past 2 days, Zhou Tong was busy investigating the murder of civilians in the outer city and the disappearance of their corpses. This meant that there was a high probability that the disappearance of Tang Ye's body would be related to this incident, only that the other party's body had already been devoured by the evil-doing zombies. When old brother Joe comes over next time, I have to ask him about this matter. Yemo sighed and muttered. In the kitchen, Yi Xiaoyao was busy there in a cook's costume. When she turned back and was ready to command Yemo to come and help, she saw Yemo's look as if he had something on his mind. Yi Xiaoyao could not help but feel a sourness in her heart and froze in place. If it was anyone else, experiencing so many things in just a few days, they would probably have already collapsed. Instead, Yemo hardened himself against all this pressure, resolved things step by step, and did not spit on her. This made Yi Xiaoyao extremely moved. If I were to face so many things, I would probably spit Yemo's ears until they were calloused. Yi Xiaoyao secretly said in her heart. Afterwards, she hurriedly came to the kitchen door, looked at Yemo with a smile and said, Brother, is there anything else you want to eat? You can tell me everything, I'm going to let you have a good taste of my handiwork. Yi Xiaoyao was extremely confident in her cooking skills. There was no other reason. When she was at home in these few years, she was the one who cooked 3 meals a day and slowly practiced it. Especially after she had awakened the flame baptism and contracted the Hell Inferno demon, her micro-manipulation of flames had improved by many notches. With her current control of the fire, the dishes she burned were more than 10 times better than 2 days, and she was definitely able to make the kid next door cry. And Yemo hadn't tasted her own handiwork in the past 2 days, so she was ready to show her hand properly. Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's words, Yemo hurriedly raised his head and looked over. Although this sister of his was rather quick-tempered and controlling. But there was one good point, she was very understanding when she should be, and she was especially good at taking care of people. Old sister, since you say so, then I'll be polite. When old brother will be here next week, you make more delicious food. Big fish and meat all over the place. That's right, call Commander Shao along as well. More people will be lively. Yemo said with a smile. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she immediately gave Yemo a blank look and said in a bad mood, I still need you to tell me. I've already said goodbye to her, she should be arriving soon now. But before they come, old brother, would you mind clearing up the table? Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yemo who was sitting on the sofa without the slightest bit of self-consciousness and shook her head helplessly. Hearing this, Yemo slightly froze. He originally wanted to summon Chi-Chi out to clean up the table. But Chi-Chi was still in the process of evolution and couldn't be disturbed by half. Moreover, the tyrant's ferocious body type didn't look like it could do detailed work. So with no other choice, Yemo could only do it himself, and hurriedly cleaned up the dining table next to the kitchen, and then carried out the wine and fruit juice. When he was done with that, he came into the kitchen and prepared to give Yi Xiaoyao a hand. However, he didn't expect the other party to dislike him and blow himself out. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yemo hurriedly got up from the sofa and walked towards the door. After opening the door, Yemo saw two familiar figures. Elder brother Zhou, Commander Xiao. Come in quickly, Yemo said with a smile. Xiaoya smiled and nodded, then nonchalantly walked into the home and went straight to the kitchen. While Zhou Tong looked at Yemo, he immediately swept away the gloom on his face, revealing an unrestrained smile. Ha, Yemo old brother, then old Zhou won't talk to you about politeness. Is the wine ready? Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. It's been prepared a long time ago. Tonight is enough. Chapter 100 Hungry for S-Class Zombie Clues. At the dinner table. Yemo originally wanted to ask Zhou Tong about the matter of zombies attacking civilians in the outer city. But when he saw Zhou Tong devouring his food, and Xiaoya, who was not reserved, he immediately dismissed the idea. Eating is eating, discussing things is better to wait until after eating. Yemo old brother, what are you gawking at? Quickly eat your food. Zhou Tong chewed a mouthful of ferocious beast meat in his mouth and held a wine cup in one hand as he said towards Yemo. Yemo, Xiaoyao's cooking is really delicious. If you don't eat it, we'll finish it. Oh. Xiaoya pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing the words of the two, Yemo was suddenly confused. Is it really that delicious? A doubtful thought appeared in Yemo's mind. He had eaten Yi Xiaoyao's cooking almost every day for the past few years, not to say that he was tired of it, but he was used to that flavor and didn't find it that delicious. So he didn't rush to move his chopsticks, instead he drank a small glass of wine first. However, these two people in front of him seemed like starving ghosts, eating extremely ferociously. This made Yemo couldn't help but think of one thing. The food at the demon extermination base. It can't be that bad, right? Or are the conditions more grueling? Yemo secretly said in his heart. It was fortunate that he didn't join the demon extermination base, otherwise not only would his freedom be limited, but there was also a possibility that he would suffer. And he has a plug-in, cannot suffer or the case, or try to splurge, anyway, now he is a tycoon, not bad money. Thinking of this, Yemo directly turned his head to Yi Xiaoyao and temporarily transferred 20 billion over. Old sister, transferred some money for you. You can ask me for it when you run out. We are saying, in the future, in the demon extermination base, try to live a better life, don't aggravate yourself. Yemo said indifferently. The moment these words came out, Zhou Tong froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Xiaoya. However, he didn't think much about it, and without placing it in his mind, he continued to wolf down his food. While on the side, Xiaoya heard these words and immediately snorted out a laugh. Little brother Yi. Xiaoyao is the treasure of our Jiangnan base. How could we possibly let her suffer? Don't worry. As long as Xiaoyao needs materials, or things that can enhance her strength, our Jiangnan demon extermination base won't let her go without any of them. Xiaoya explained. Yemo was relieved when he heard this. It seemed that this demon exterminating base was not as poor as he had imagined. Immediately afterward, he revealed a satisfied smile. He then picked up a plate of small fried devil beef on the table and ate it. However, as soon as the beef entered his mouth, Yemo was shocked. Xiaoyao's handiwork has become so good? No wonder these two are like hungry ghosts. So it's really delicious. Yemo turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoyao, only to realize that the other party's eyes revealed a smug look in her eyes. Yemo read the other party's eyes, meaning, quickly praise me, praise me. But Yemo understood very well that Yi Xiaoyao was the kind of person who would go up to the sky and then come down once she was praised by herself. How could Yemo let her have her wish? He then acted extremely calm and said calmly, the flavor is indeed okay. After saying that, Yemo also started to dry the rice without any hesitation. 1 hour later, the crowd had eaten and drank their fill, sitting on the dining table and leaning back slightly, touching their stomachs, with extremely satisfied smiles on their faces. While Yi Xiaoyao on the side looked at the transfer information on her cell phone, her eyes suddenly sparkled with little stars, looking extremely excited. If there was no one beside her right now, she couldn't wait to fiercely praise Yimo. "Right, old brother Zhou, that thing you've been investigating for the past 2 days, how's the progress?" Yimo looked at Zhou Tong and said. When Zhou Tong heard this, his face immediately became a bit ugly and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Old brother Yimo, to be honest, I've never encountered such a tricky thing before. That zombie is very strange, its strength only reaches the transcendent rank. And it seems to have been devouring to become stronger. The day before yesterday, devouring the civilians in the outer city could no longer satisfy its needs. Last night, it appeared in the northwestern region of the inner city again and swallowed quite a few high-ranked coffin suppressors there," Zhou Tong said with an ugly face. Hearing these words, Yimo and Xiaoya instantly turned their heads to look at Zhou Tong, surprise flashing in their eyes. "Old Zhou, are you sure the situation is true? It can really devour and become stronger?" Xiaoya's face was skeptical as she hurriedly inquired. "I'm very sure, because I found this in the bodies of the victims I found." Saying that, old Zhou hurriedly took out 2 special crystal bottles filled with black liquid from his space backpack. The black liquid in one of the crystal bottles, although bizarre, was like a puddle of stagnant water. In the other crystal bottle, these sticky black liquids seemed like cells that were slowly writhing. "This corpse poison that can wriggle was found by me in the mutilated corpse of a high-level coffin suppressor. It only takes 10 seconds to turn high-ranked coffin suppressors as well as ferocious beasts below level 40 into zombies. This bottle, on the other hand, takes 1 minute to infect a high-ranked town coffin master into a zombie. And I've done this experiment many times with ferocious beasts. That's why I concluded that evil-doing zombies are able to devour and become stronger," Zhou Tong said with certainty. The moment these words came out, Yimo's eyes instantly flashed with a brilliant light, while Xiaoya just arrived with a pang of fear. "S-class coffin spirit," the two said in unison. It should be known that absorbing and devouring type of talent would usually appear in S-class coffin spirits. This meant that these coffin spirits could quickly become stronger as long as their resources permitted, rising to full level in a short period of time, which could be called a mini plug-in. If this zombie hidden in Jiangnan City wasn't found out earlier, then after it devoured a large number of transcendents, it was possible that legends wouldn't be a match for it. At that time, when it developed to full level, even the Supreme Monarch himself wouldn't be its opponent. After all, the Supreme Monarch was only level 69 at the highest. A coffin spirit with S-class potential would have a chance to become a Holy Realm sovereign, with a maximum level of 79. At this moment, Yimo had already become interested in this zombie. Because with his current level, he was able to contract 2 more coffins, and when he broke through to the higher levels, he could contract even more. He was naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity to contract an S-class zombie. "Elder brother Zhou, other than that, are there any other clues? Have you seen this zombie?" Yimo inquired with a slight frown. The moment these words came out, Zhou Tong's face immediately revealed a look of fear. "Old brother Yimo, you know the leader of the Thundercloud Mercenary Corps, right?" Zhou Tong took a deep breath and said. "Of course I recognize him. But wasn't he killed last night when he was split in half by a sword?" Yimo raised an eyebrow. According to Reason, what happened in the Northwest Corner Block Hotel last night had long been spread throughout the entire Jiangnan City. And Zhou Tong, as the commanding envoy of the demon exterminating base, could not possibly not know about this matter. However, Zhou Tong's next sentence immediately shocked everyone. "No. He's not dead. I even saw him this morning and brushed shoulders with him. Only, he didn't seem to recognize the uniform of the demon exterminating legion. And the way he looked at me was like looking at prey, wanting to devour me. If I'm not wrong, this current Thundercloud leader is most likely the one that changed from that zombie. This zombie possesses the ability to transform," Zhou Tong said with a trace of cold sweat showing on the corner of his forehead. Hearing this, Xiaoya hurriedly stood up and said seriously, "Old Zhou, starting from tomorrow, I will accompany you to investigate this matter. Later on, you must remember to inform the various great clans in Jiangnan City, as well as the law enforcement team, of this news." "Yes, Commander Xiao." Zhou Tong hurriedly stood up and responded solemnly. And at this moment, Yimo's eyes suddenly flashed with a faintly undetectable golden light. This zombie's IQ is obviously not low. If it keeps changing its appearance, it looks like it won't be able to be caught for a short period of time. Yemo thought in his heart. It seems like the only way is to wait for Elder Chen to come over and help me exterminate the Qin family. I can then personally go find this zombie and subdue it. Chapter 10177 Evolution completed. The Tyrant's Choice. When Zhou Tong and Xiaoya both left, Yemo then took a shower and came to the bedroom. Immediately afterward, Yemo smoothly turned off the lights and directly lay towards the bed. Ding! Congratulations to your coffin spirit Chi-Chi, for successfully evolving into a spirit rune flying stiff girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited evolution task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward High Order Corpse Template Raffle Ticket 1, Skill Random Copy Card 1. The sudden system prompt immediately made Yemo just feel incomparably surprised. Chi-Chi has finally evolved. It's not easy anymore. Yemo laughed excitedly. Without hesitation, he directly sank his consciousness into the contract space. Chi-Chi! Yemo shouted towards Chi-Chi, who was sitting in place and had opened her eyes. In the next second, Chi-Chi instantly blinked towards Yemo and arrived in front of him with an instantaneous step. Master, I evolved. Chi-Chi pursed her lips and looked up at Yemo and said, seemingly feeling that it was a bit laborious to raise its head, only to see Chi-Chi's entire body slowly floated up from the ground, and finally floated up to the same height as Yemo, and stood steadily in mid-air. When Yemo saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Spirit Rune Flying Stiff Girl Chi-Chi. Character Template, the child of raising the dead and returning to the wreckage. Race, Corpse, Ghost. Level, LV.30 Quasi-Commander Level. Experience, 24700 Seal Level, Hesitant Face Class Swire Crystal Coffin. Talent, Heavenly Stiffness, Icy Mortal Power, Flying and Transportation. Skills, Silent Leap Attack 3rd Level, Sword Chi Chop 3rd Level, Instantaneous Step, Advanced Sword Art, Spacing Sword Art Special. True Symbol of Doom Exclusive, Change Art 3rd Order, Extreme Speed Flight 3rd Order. Stunts, Void Talisman, Immortal Technique, Cold and Sick Ghosts, Immortal Technique, Saving Suffering and Dealing with Doom. Flaws, Forgetfulness, Biting, Hate Coffins. Density, 80. Current status, Excited. Evolvable, 2 times. Introduction of Flying Stiffs, not rotting for 1,000 years, not melting for 10,000 years, going up to the sky and fetching things through the air. Superb potential, can resist, fight and milk. More talents and special skills. There are also changes to the Unbreakable Body and Void Drawing Talisman. Looking at the changes in Chi-Chi, Yemo muttered. Compared to before, the current Chi-Chi was undoubtedly much more powerful. Especially after the addition of flying, as well as the ability to control things through the air, Chi-Chi's functionality was too much stronger. One must know that a coffin spirit that could fly was extremely attractive to coffin suppressor masters below the transcendent level. Moreover, in terms of flight speed alone, a coffin spirit with the ability to fly would definitely be able to crush any coffin suppressor. Thinking of this, Yemo asked without hesitation, Chi-Chi, are you able to take me flying now? How is your flying speed? When Chi-Chi heard this, she nodded her head obediently and said softly, can. Very quickly. Hearing these words, Yemo's face was instantly happy. Ha, if we rush in the future, then you'll have to fly with me. Yemo rubbed Chi-Chi's head and said. As soon as these words came out, Chi-Chi directly stretched out a hand and pulled it towards Yemo, and with a burst of cold ice immortal power inspired, Yemo's whole person also slowly floated up as if he stepped on top of the void. Seeing this, the corner of Yemo's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He forced himself to endure the excitement of wanting to fly in a circle, and once again returned to the ground of the contract space. Right. The mission reward just now. Surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. The quest reward just now had given him something he can only dream of. High-ranked corpse race template raffle ticket. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo hurriedly turned his head to look at Tyrant. Tyrant. Do you want to make the potential higher? Yemo said as he stared straight at Tyrant. The moment these words came out, Tyrant, who was originally guarding near Chi-Chi, immediately stood up and looked down at Yemo. A low and muffled voice came out of his mouth. Want. The Tyrant's eyes carried a color of longing. It was well aware of its potential, which was only D grade. This meant that by rising another 9 levels, its strength would reach a peak. This peak, for it, was already the limit, and it also meant that its potential had been drained and lost any value. In the future, if it wanted to become stronger again, there was almost no possibility. Seemingly sensing Tyrant's thoughts, Emo cast a reassuring look and smiled gently. Tyrant, I won't abandon you. And you don't have to worry about your potential, because my talent is destined to allow you to break through your potential infinitely. As long as we don't die, even becoming a god is not impossible. Emo said confidently. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Tyrant's eyes, while Chi-Chi on the side similarly turned her head to look over. They did not doubt what Emo said, now they could clearly feel that their strength had reached an unbelievably strong level. These strong strengths were all bestowed by Emo, giving them the strength to be invincible at the same rank, or even to cross the ranks. Tyrant, I now have a prop that can make the potential increase. I'm going to give it to you to use, will you consider it? Emo said indifferently. Hearing this, Tyrant was instantly a bit curious and once again let out a low voice and asked. Master, is it the prop that was given to the child to use in the beginning? Tyrant pointed to Chi-Chi on the side and said. It then thought for a moment and hastily knelt down, a struggling look in its eyes as it said, if it's that kind of prop. I am unwilling to become stronger in this way. One must know. In the beginning, Tyrant had seen what Chi-Chi looked like before she had the template. The jumping child was not only mischievous but also stubborn. But after using this prop, the other party not only directly changed his appearance, but also changed his bad character for the better. However, it was normal for Emo to do so, because if the jumping child did not use the template, if it fell below 50 points of affinity, it would rebel at any time, and it was simply impossible to take it in. Moreover, Emo and Jumping Boy didn't have the slightest emotional foundation, so he didn't hesitate to use the template directly. At this point, Emo also understood the Tyrant's thoughts, and a stunned look appeared on his face. What was I thinking? To actually have such thoughts. Emo smiled to himself and a guilty look appeared in his eyes. When he first contracted the Tyrant, he was thinking of letting the Tyrant's fierce reputation spread throughout this world. He wanted to see how powerful an existence his first coffin spirit could eventually become. Now that he was actually in a hurry, thinking of using the template for Tyrant immediately, he had undoubtedly almost forgotten his original intention. If after using the template for Tyrant, it was only upgraded to a C-rank coffin spirit. Not to mention wasting the high-level template raffle tickets, it was even more likely to change the Tyrant's character. This was something completely unacceptable to Emo. Moreover, he had a divine-grade corpse breeder talent, so even if he took one step at a time, he could turn the Tyrant into the most terrifying existence. Soon, Yemo's eyes revealed an extremely determined look and hurriedly helped Tyrant up. Seeing this, Tyrant's heart was clear and an extremely rare smile appeared on his face. Chapter 102 Copying Skill, Instantaneous Step. Jotan's Reminder. Since Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed in the contract space for a longer period of time, Emo released them after some consideration. After experiencing so many things these days, Emo had long developed the habit of letting the coffin spirits guard him when he slept. Even though he was now in the demon extermination base, it was still an extremely necessary thing to take precautions. Looking at Tyrant who was standing next to the window, as well as Chi-Chi who was lying on the bed and rolling around, the corner of Emo's mouth could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. Right, there's still a skill random copy card that isn't used. Emo suddenly remembered the quest reward just now and hastily took this card out from the system space. Ding! Detected that there is already a replicable object. Does the host use the skill random copy card now? The system prompt came. Emo hurriedly turned his head to look at Chi-Chi who was on the side. For him, this skill copy card was definitely to be used on Chi-Chi. Although Tyrant possessed many ordinary skills, other than intermediate healing as well as advanced blade technique, the other ordinary skills were not very useful to him. Moreover, intermediate healing was almost impossible for him to use because 7/7's existence doomed him to hardly take damage. If he was really attacked by a hostile coffin spirit, then with Yemo's current physical body, he would also die for sure. Without hesitation, Emo directly looked at Chi-Chi and prepared to glean the ordinary skills on the other party. Use skill random copy card. Target, Chi-Chi. After saying that, the copy card in Yemo's hand instantly disappeared and turned into a bit of starlight into Chi-Chi's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have copied the random common skill, instant step from the target's body. Instant step. Emo was instantly incomparably surprised to know. What he craved the most right now was nothing more than the sword chi slash as well as instantaneous step. The sword chi slash could give him one more powerful means of attack, while the instantaneous step could undoubtedly give him the ability to defend himself in danger. It's true that I've always been lucky, Yi Mo said excitedly. With the evil-breaking golden pupil as well as the instant step, Yi Mo was sure that he could survive in the hands of any transcendent. This was because with his current strength as a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor, he was completely capable of leaping dozens of meters in a single bound. The next day, at the city gate street of the inner city. At this moment, there was a man and a woman walking quickly. Behind the two of them, there were hundreds of highly ranked coffin masters wearing the uniforms of the demon extermination base, fully armed and well-trained. These high-level coffin suppressors were emitting a gust of killing aura, just like an out-of-body sword, making the surrounding masses startled. What's wrong with the people from the demon extermination base? Why did they collectively come to the inner city today? It couldn't be that they're here to seek revenge. Hiss. Can't it be that some ungrateful person has moved the demon destruction base's soldiers again? The crowd murmured. They remembered that last time, there was a soldier from the demon destruction base who was bullied by an ordinary member of the Blade Court in the inner city. The demon destruction base then directly dispatched more than a dozen high-ranking 2-star or so coffin suppressor masters to teach that ordinary member of the transcendent mortal 3-star level a hard lesson. They even pressured the higher-ups of the Blade Court to come out and apologize to that soldier of the demon destruction base who was bullied. This made people realize one thing, and that was that although the demon extermination base usually kept a low profile, it was a behemoth that the Blade Court didn't even dare to mess with. Moreover, none of the people who came out of the demon extermination base were elites, and everyone had the strength to fight across the ranks, and just a dozen or so high-ranking 2-star coffin suppressor masters easily crushed the transcendent 3 stars, which was simply incomparably terrifying. Don't guess blindly, they didn't come to the inner city to seek revenge, someone in the crowd said. When this remark was made, it immediately caught the attention of others. They're not here to seek revenge. Is it hard to believe that there's something else that warrants such a massive mobilization? Someone asked in disbelief. Have you guys forgotten the message sent by the law enforcement department 2 days ago? Are you talking about the incident where someone in the outer city released zombies, causing massive civilian deaths? Yes. Originally, this matter was investigated again by the Demon Destruction Legion and the Law Enforcement Department, but they never found out who did it. And the night before last, there was also an incident in the inner city where a large number of coffin suppressors were devoured. The Law Enforcement Department in the inner city had felt panicked and didn't dare to investigate, so they could only invite people from the Demon Extermination base to the inner city to investigate. The person who knew about the situation hurriedly explained. Hearing this, the faces of the people around them immediately revealed ugly colors. These guys from the law enforcement department are really losers. They are great at bullying people. Not when they really want to do something serious. In my opinion, only the Demon Destruction Legion is reliable and reassuring. The crowd murmured and looked at the soldiers of the Demon Destroying Legion with admiration in their eyes, making a path towards the sides. Soon, Xiaoya divided the hundreds of Demon Extermination base members into 10 squads and made them each responsible for a regional investigation task. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, was left behind by her old Zhou, accompanied me to the Qin family estate. Xiaoya looked at Zhou Tong with a look of gravity in her eyes. When Zhou Tong heard this, a look of shock appeared on his face. Chief Commander, are you saying that zombie most likely went somewhere to devour the corpses of the Transcendents? Zhou Tong asked. Humph. Xiaoya nodded and said, the corpse of a coffin suppressor has an extremely powerful attraction to this cunning zombie. Especially if it's the corpse of a strong person, it will definitely devour it regardless. We can now go to the Qin estate to investigate and inquire about the whereabouts of the corpses of those transcendents who died in the great battle. If we know these clues, then we can crouch near the Transcendental's corpses and then ambush this zombie and capture it. A confident look flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Tong could not help but give Xiaoya a thumbs up. It was not without reason that the other party was young enough to become the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. Based on this deduction alone, it was almost possible to lock the direction of this zombie. You have to know. Evil zombies could change the appearance of others, and even if a legendary powerhouse searched with their divine sense, they would not be able to search it out. If it were anyone else, they would have searched aimlessly and could only pray that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead rat. Chief Commander, should we contact the higher-ups and ask them to transfer a transcendent with an S-rank coffin spirit from another base to come over for support? Zhou Tong seemed to think of something and said with a frown, I feel that this S-class zombie will be even trickier than imagined. Hearing this, Xiaoya's face also became grave. She was well aware of the power of an S-ranked demonic creature, especially when faced with one of an unknown rank, making her somewhat compelled to be on guard. Old Zhou, thanks to your reminder, otherwise, I would have definitely fallen into its hands. Xiaoya cast a thankful look at Zhou Tong and said with a smile. Ha, Chief Commander, what are you talking about? You have the super order talent damage transfer, as well as an A-rank mirror ghost, it's more than enough for you to defend yourself under it. It's just that I'm a little afraid that it will have some unknown means, so we have to be on our guard. Zhou Tong said smilingly. Xiaoya heard this and then also said with a smile, then old Zhou, you can wait for me here for a while longer. I'll go and contact the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base first to see if there's anyone there. If there is, we'll discuss it in the long run. Chapter 103, Where the Corpses Go. Within the sphere of influence of the Blade Court in the center of the inner city, a long-haired young man wearing a black power suit with a handsome face was on his way to the Grand Hall. And at that moment, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came over. Seeing this, Han Jun frowned, then put the call through. Hello? May I ask if you're the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base, Han Jun? A gentle and melodious female voice came from the phone. I'm Han Jun. May I ask who you are? Han Jun couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look as he listened to the female voice on the phone. I'm the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, Xiaoya. So it's Commander Xiao. Han Jun frowned slightly and muttered, May I ask if Commander Xiao is looking for me for something? Commander Han, our Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base has recently encountered a tricky matter in the inner city, and we need your assistance to resolve it. Just now, I've already passed the phone to the chief commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base, and he recommended you to me, then said that you just happened to have returned to Jiangnan City. If you're free now, can you come to the inner city gates to find me? I'll wait for you over here. The phone call carried a hint of anxiety. When Han Jun heard this, he didn't ask much about the reason, then said indifferently, Commander Xiao, wait for me for half an hour, I'll be right there. Hearing this, Xiaoya on the other end of the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, Good, then I'll wait for Commander Han to come. 2 minutes later, Han Jun arrived in the Grand Hall. And at that moment, after the three legends of the Blade Court saw him, an extremely excited smile immediately appeared on their faces. Jun-er, the three said in unison. When Han Jun saw this, an evil smile instantly evoked on his face as he said, Jun-er has met father. Greetings to second uncle and third uncle. Jun-er, are you preparing to head to the Demon Extermination Base in the outer city? Blade Exalt Han Three Blades looked at his son and asked with a smile. When Han Jun heard this, he immediately shook his head and said, Father, I just received a call from the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. She said that there's a tricky matter that she needs me to assist in solving. After I help her resolve this matter, I'll be able to head to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base in name only. Hearing these words, a hint of displeasure appeared on Han Sandao's face. This time, he had called Han Jun to return to Jiangnan City mainly so that Han Jun could kill Emo and retrieve all the materials that Qingjin had lost. However, he didn't expect that the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base would actually have requested Han Jun's support. If Han Jun was assigned to a place far away, wouldn't that be a huge waste of time? Jun-er, do you know what mission the other party needs your assistance with? Han Sandao said in a deep voice, if it's a mission outside of Jiangnan City or if it takes a day or two, then don't go over there. When Han Jun heard this, the corners of his mouth once again revealed an evil smile as he said, Father, it's just some small mission in the inner city of Jiangnan City. I think I'll be able to solve it soon. And after I help them complete this task, they are equal to owing me a favor. At that time, even if I miss and kill someone at the Demon Extermination Base, they won't say much if they owe me this favor. Han Jun said with a confident look flashing in his eyes. When Han Sandao heard this, he laughed, That's great, then my father will wait for your good news today. After you retrieve those materials from Qingjin, my father will let you choose any S-class evil dragon as your second coffin spirit at the coffin spirit appraisal meeting. As soon as these words came out, Han Jun's face was instantly ecstatic, and he hurriedly said with a smile, Thank you, father. It was important to realize that he had originally contracted a coffin spirit of an S-rank demonic race, and now that he had reached transcendence, he hadn't been able to contract any other coffin spirits. This was because now his vision was extremely high, and he couldn't even look at coffin spirits below S rank. This time, the coffin spirit appraisal meeting had undoubtedly given him a big surprise, a dragon coffin spirit. As long as he contracted the dragon coffin spirit and went to the emperor's tomb to train, his strength would once again change drastically. At that time, it would be possible for his strength to compete with a quasi-legendary powerhouse. Junior, in that case, then you should hurry up and go. Don't delay. Han Sandow waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes. Father. Han Jun responded. After saying that, he turned around and left the great hall, then stomped his legs and rode off in the air. More than 10 minutes later, the Xiaoya then met up with Han Jun, and then the two of them discussed a few things before heading directly to the Qin Manor. And when Qin Jin saw the arrival of Han Jun as well as Xiaoya, he immediately looked extremely respectful. Young Han, may I ask if you've come to Mr. Qin's manor? Are you looking for Mr. Qin for something? Qin Jin said with a smile. However, this deference of his was only shown to Han Jun. As for Xiaoya, he showed that he didn't care. And at this time, Xiaoya didn't care about any of this either. After all, a legendary powerhouse naturally couldn't look at the demon extermination base and act as welcoming to himself. Only Xiaoya's face appeared extremely cold as she directly asked, Qin family master, we came here to ask you something. If you know, please still tell us. What is it? Qin Jin looked towards Xiaoya and said indifferently. This time, there was a great battle in your Qin family estate, and quite a few transcendents should have died. What I want to ask is, where were their corpses moved to? Xiaoya looked straight at Qin Jin and asked decisively. When Qin Jin heard this, a look of displeasure immediately flashed across his face. Is it possible that how I arranged the corpses of my subordinates also requires you, the demon extinguishing base, to ask about it? Upon hearing these words, Xiaoya's face became a bit ugly, then she turned her head to look at Han Jun. Seeing this, the corners of Han Jun's mouth suddenly arched up, looking at Qin Jin with a smile on his face and saying, Qin family master, if you know, just say so. I still have urgent matters to attend to, and if you delay me, then I don't mind telling my father about this matter. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jin's face immediately revealed a look of panic. He was now immortal with YMO, which was equivalent to offending the Snow Shadow Grave hunting group. If he offended the young master of the Blade Court at such a time, causing the Blade Court to refuse to cover him, then once Chairman Chen came to seek revenge on behalf of YMO, he would die for sure. Thinking of this, Qin Jin quickly explained in a trembling manner. Young Han, I've already sent people to transport the bodies of those subordinates of mine to the South Block Burial Park. Han Jun nodded indifferently. He then turned his head to look at Xiaoya, the corner of his mouth hooking into a smile as he said, Commander Xiao, let's go to the burial garden now. After saying that, the two of them took to the air and flew in the direction of the burial garden. Chapter 104 Corpse Remover? Confident Han Jun. At this time, in a morgue in the South Block Burial Park, a staff member of the burial ground slowly pushed open the door of the morgue. Immediately afterward, he walked into the gate, turned around to observe the surrounding situation, and with a cautious look in his eyes, he directly closed the gate. Looking at the 7 or 8 transcendent corpses that were neatly arranged in front of him, this staff member's body suddenly emitted a thick black mist. Only to see his body rapidly change, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a white-haired zombie with ghastly white skin and bizarre lines wrapped around his body. Afterwards, he slowly stretched out a hand with sharp nails. With the rapid change of the arm, it unexpectedly directly transformed into a black tentacle with a mouthpiece, and stabbed into the several corpses in front of him. Hiss! Worthy of being a transcendence corpse. Able to provide me with an extremely large amount of energy. As long as I absorb these corpses, I'll definitely be able to reach level 43. A greedy look appeared on Tang Ye's face as he licked his tongue, looking extremely enjoyable. Ever since he had turned into a zombie, his tyrannical desires were infinitely amplified, almost burying all his memories. The current him only had one obsession, and that was to become stronger all the time, strong enough to be able to take revenge. Strong enough to do whatever he wanted. For Jiangnan City, there was an unspeakable hatred in his bones. After I reach level 55, I'll slaughter all the living beings in this abominable base city. Tang Ye's eyes glowed with a scarlet color, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth as he gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, 2 hurried footsteps, as well as an extremely powerful aura, appeared outside the door of the morgue without warning. Seeing this, Tang Ye's eyes immediately flashed with a murderous intent, and then he directly resumed the appearance of a staff member, quietly waiting for the people outside the door to come in. And at this moment, the voices of a man and a woman once again sounded outside the door. "Commander Xiao, open the door. I'll go in first, and you can go in again." The corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up into an arc as he laughed evilly. Xiaoya looked at the other party's slightly upturned smile and instantly felt a wave of resistance. However, out of politeness, she didn't say anything more and then directly opened the door. As soon as they entered, the two of them heard a voice filled with the color of questioning, and, "Who are you guys? Why are you trespassing on the morgue?" Sensing that the two exuded an aura stronger than his own, Tang Yi did not directly strike, instead frowning as he sized up Xiaoya's two men. Seeing the man who had suddenly appeared in front of them, Xiaoya and Han Jun's faces immediately sank, becoming extremely wary. Only Xiaoya's body exuded a gust of terrifying spiritual energy as she said in a cold tone, "And who are you? Why are you staying in the morgue?" "I'm the corpse remover here. Just came over to transport the corpses, and now I'm ready to leave," Tang Yi said expressionlessly, then walked in the direction of the gate. Regarding his current level 42 strength, Tang Yi was still a little less confident. Since turning into a zombie and possessing the skill of Thousand Faces disguise, Tang Yi only believed in the word go. Because his most powerful talents were devouring reinforcement and immortal regeneration. Devouring reinforcement was a very heaven-defying growth-type talent. As long as he was able to devour energy, then he could keep getting stronger. Immortal regeneration, on the other hand, consumed energy and restored his life force, slowly returning to his full state. Therefore, once he encountered a battle that could be avoided, Tang Yi would find a way to get out of it. If it was really unavoidable, he also had the gift of immortal regeneration anyway, so even if he was chopped into several pieces, he could slowly revive. Only, every regeneration would consume the energy he had devoured, causing his strength level to drop. On the side, Han Jun glanced at Tang Yi, who was preparing to walk out of the gate, and a murderous intent immediately flashed in his eyes. "Did I say I'd let you go?" Han Jun said indifferently, directly extending a hand to stop Tang Yi's path. Looking at this action of the other party, Tang Yi's face instantly became gloomy, coldly saying, "You want to pick a fight?" Hee, a corpse remover seeing a transcendent and acting so calmly, it's not normal at first glance. Han Jun said with a cold laugh. Hearing these words, Xiaoya also began to take a closer look at the corpse remover in front of her. However, after looking for half a day, she didn't find anything abnormal. This was because the corpse mover in front of them didn't look any different from an ordinary beginner-level coffin suppressor, and didn't emit any zombie aura, so it was unlikely that he was the target they were looking for. "Commander Han, he's just an ordinary coffin suppressor master, not the target we're looking for." Xiaoya looked at Han Jun and said indifferently. However, when Han Jun heard Xiaoya's words, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile once again as he said, "Commander Xiao, don't be so sure of everything so early. Whether he's that zombie or not, I only need to try to find out," Han Jun said with incomparable confidence. As soon as these words came out, Tang Ye's eyes steeply flashed with a trace of faintly undetectable killing intent. While Xiaoya's eyes revealed a trace of doubt as she asked, "Commander Han, how are you going to try?" "Of course it's to try with his life." Han Jun instantly revealed a sinister smile. For him, it was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Knowing that the zombie was extremely cunning and would come over to look for a corpse to devour, Han Jun naturally wouldn't let go of any target that could be suspicious. If it were an ordinary coffin suppressor who saw a powerful transcendent like him, he would definitely be so scared that his legs would go weak and he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness while fearfully calling out to him as his lord. But this corpse remover in front of him looked far too calm, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. So this corpse remover must die. Only to see Han Jun's spiritual energy suddenly emerge from his hands, summoning two moon blades emitting emerald green light out of thin air. Immediately afterward, he directly grabbed the two moon blades and rushed to Tang Ye's body with an arrow step, chopping towards Tang Ye's head with a single slash. Seeing this, a tyrannical color flashed in Tang Ye's eyes, and he directly dodged, avoiding this dangerous knife. "Originally, I didn't want to make a move against you guys. But if you guys are looking for death, then don't blame me." Tang Yi instantly transformed into a zombie demon state, revealing a mouthful of viciously sharp teeth and said. Looking at Tang Yi, who had transformed into a zombie state, Han Jun didn't take it to heart in the slightest. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a small smile, and, "Commander Xiao, this guy is the target we're looking for. You see that I wasn't wrong. Don't be careless, this guy is at least an S-class coffin spirit, his strength shouldn't be any worse than mine. It's better for us to be careful," Xiaoya said with a gloomy look on her face. However, Han Jun laughed happily as if he had heard some kind of joke. Commander Shao, just watch from the sidelines. My coffin spirit demon hunter is also S-ranked, and the level at him is even higher. With such a zombie like it wanting to injure a demon, that's no different from dreaming. You know, demons are the strongest and zombies are the weakest. So it's dead today. Chapter 105 Tang Ye's counterattack. Han Jun's words seemed extremely arrogant. Although Xiaoya was somewhat displeased with the other party in her heart, she had to admit that the other party did have arrogant capital. After all, Han Jun had reached the transcendent 2-star level at just 22 years of age, and with 3 legendary powerhouses standing behind him, anyone else would turn their nose up to the sky. Commander Han, don't be careless. Xiaoya's eyebrows raised slightly as she spoke out to remind him, its corpse poison is very powerful and its other attack abilities are unknown, so it's better for us to join forces to deal with it. The words just fell. Xiaoya's hands instantly flickered with spiritual energy, transforming into a blood-colored bagua sealing array, only to see an emerald coffin emitting a bizarre aura drill out from the array. Seeing this, Tang Ye's eyes flashed with incomparable scorn. To him, the woman in front of him, who appeared relatively calm, was a much greater threat. Because if he wanted to get away, he had to injure this woman before he could do so, otherwise, it would be almost impossible to escape the fate of being captured alive. Without any hesitation, Tang Ye directly executed instant step, transforming into a residual shadow, appearing behind Xiaoya out of thin air, ready to break the other party's neck with a claw. Humph, beast. Did I say I'd let you move? Han Jun seemed to have sensed Tang Ye's movements long ago, instantly erupting his spiritual energy and flinging the moonblade in his hand. Only to see the moonblade emitting a green glow turn into an arc, as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it chopped above Tang Ye's wrist. There was a poof. A burst of black blood splashed up, erupting into a thick mist of blood. Tang Ye's wrist was directly chopped off by this blade, flying several meters and falling to the ground. And the ghostly green moon blade pierced through the wall of the morgue at this moment, erupting with incomparably terrifying energy, chopping the huge wall in half and collapsing inch by inch. Looking at his severed wrist, Tang Ye didn't show any scorn, but instead revealed a hideous smile. One must know that his blood was carrying the incomparably terrifying corpse demon stiffness poison. If it was absorbed by these two people in front of him, then he would definitely be able to kill them. Commander Han, stay away, this guy's blood has corpse poison in it. Once it's contaminated, the consequences will be severe. Xiaoya frowned and hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Only to see the spiritual energy surging beneath her feet, she instantly transformed into a residual shadow and appeared 20 meters away. However, when Han Jun heard this, he immediately let out a light laugh and said indifferently, Commander Xiao, you don't need to be so nervous. This is just a zombie, how strong can its corpse poison be? And I have a special high-grade anti-zombie poison potion, so you don't have to worry about being infected by its zombie poison. Just stand on the side and watch, you don't have to do anything, just watch how I kill this beast. Han Jun turned his head to look at Xiaoya, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an arc as he said with an evil smile. As soon as these words came out, Tang Ye's eyes immediately radiated extremely intense killing intent. For him, the biggest threat in front of him was always this woman whose strength was at the transcendent 5-star level. And this man called Commander Han had a very conceited personality, and was brainless at first glance. Tang Ye had been thinking of injuring the woman, getting her infected, and then saving some of his fighting strength to escape, so he didn't pay any attention to this man's taunts at the moment. But the other party was just too capable of pretending. How could he endure this? You can resist my corpse poison, right? Then come and try. Tang Ye said coldly. In the next second, he directly raised his arm with the broken wrist and pointed it at Han Jun. Only to see countless pitch-black blood and flesh tentacles suddenly gush out from the cut, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into thousands of huge spikes dripping with corpse demon stiffness poison, stabbing over in the direction of Han Jun and Xiaoya like sharp arrows. These spikes were impenetrable, covering the sky like a rain of arrows, almost sealing off the two men's escape route. Seeing this, Han Jun's eyes flashed with disdain. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy surged under his feet and he leapt into the air, like a rocket, directly breaking through the ceiling of the morgue and flying out. Xiaoya, on the other hand, summoned a voluptuous female ghost holding a huge dressing mirror, and then directly disappeared into the world of the mirror, disappearing with the female ghost. The moment Xiaoya disappeared, countless huge black spikes with a destructive might ruthlessly pierced into the floor of the morgue. Only rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Terrifying energy erupted, setting off countless terrifying explosions within the morgue. Waves of air swept out like a tsunami, leveling the entire morgue as well as tens of meters of the nearby area. Above the ruins, Han Jun looked at Tang Yi in the center of the ruins, the corner of his mouth curved up into a disdainful smile. A zombie is a zombie, what a weak attack, even if it's an S-rank potential, it's still trash. It doesn't even seem worth summoning my coffin spirit. And at that moment, a vanity mirror suddenly surfaced beside Han Jun's body, and as the mirror distorted, Xiaoya, followed by a voluptuous female ghost, quickly burrowed out of the mirror. When Han Jun saw this scene, he immediately grinned, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes as he said, "Commander Xiao, you were almost injured by this trash zombie just now. Next time you run into this kind of situation, make sure to pay attention." Hearing these words, Xiaoya's heart flashed with disgust, and her face became a bit icy. "Commander Han, don't speak any unnecessary words, please cooperate with me to quickly catch this zombie, okay? If it gets away, it will be a disaster for the entire Jiangnan Bay City." Xiaoya's tone became serious. As soon as these words came out, Han Jun immediately laughed and said, "Commander Xiao, you're not joking, are you? A level 42 zombie is just a zombie, and you're saying that it can bring disaster to Jiangnan Bay City? Even if we give it another 10 years to grow, it won't be able to make any waves in Jiangnan Bay City. Because Jiangnan Bay City has the Court of Blades in place to suppress all demons, so Commander Xiao, you shouldn't worry so much." The corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up into a smile and said. Xiaoya's face turned ugly when she heard this and her tone was cold. "Commander Han, I don't have time to listen to you right now. If you're not willing to do it, then please go back and just leave this place to me." Listening to Xiaoya's unceremonious words, Han Jun's smile that was originally hanging at the corners of his mouth instantly froze, and his face steeply became gloomy. "Commander Xiao, be at ease, I'll kill this zombie now," Han Jun said with a cold snort. After saying that, spiritual energy surged in his hands, and a ghostly green hexagram formation instantly appeared in the void. In the next second, a double-layered coffin with an exterior as clear as crystal and carved with bizarre patterns drilled out from the formation. "Demon Hunter, kill this zombie." Han Jun looked towards Tang Yi, who was standing on the ruins, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 106 Infighting, Mighty Demon Hunter. Just as Han Jun finished his words, the crystal coffin shook and its panels suddenly opened. With an extremely powerful sense of oppression, a coffin spirit with eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, covered in purple skin and ghostly green lines, with a huge curved horn, a pair of hooves, and huge demon wings flew out of the crystal coffin. Only to see this several meters tall demon, holding two ghostly green moon blades, his eyes indifferently looking towards Tang Yi, appearing somewhat ancient and unperturbed. And the moment Tang Yi locked eyes with these eyes, he only felt a powerful pressure come over him, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was the first time he had encountered a coffin spirit whose potential wasn't weaker than his own. Moreover, demons had the advantage of their race, they were born incomparably powerful, mastering incomparably powerful means of attack. Tang Yi knew very well that his own talent was a growth type, and it was almost difficult to fight against a demon of this level when he hadn't reached his peak. So facing this demon, he had no chance of winning. "It seems like I can only split my torso into countless pieces to have a chance of escaping from under these guys," Tang Yi said in his heart with a wary look in his eyes. And just at this moment, the demon hunter didn't rush to make a move on Tang Yi. Instead, it looked down at Han Jun with a persuasive tone in its voice, saying, "Contract master, its potential isn't weak, it's comparable to mine, could you consider contracting it?" As soon as these words came out, Han Jun's face instantly became a bit unnatural, and he hurriedly snorted coldly, "It's just a trash zombie, how can it get into my eyes?" "Don't you talk me out of it, if I say kill it, then you kill it. Contract master, don't regret it. I only promised to follow you for 5 years. Now that 5 years have passed, and you don't match my character, I can break away from the contract at any time and part ways with you. If you don't contract it, perhaps you will fall into mediocrity in the future," the demon hunter said indifferently. When Han Jun heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile. "I will fall into mediocrity in the future? Demon hunter, don't forget that I'm a king-rank talent, and I can contract a dragon coffin spirit in a few days. At that time, my strength will only become stronger. Even if you break the contract with me, so what? Don't forget, if I hadn't contracted you, you would have remained sealed in the coffin. Besides, do you dare to break it? If you dare to lift it and you can escape from Jiangnan Bay City, then count me as a loser," Han Jun said coldly. Hearing this, the demon hunter stopped speaking, then turned his head to look at Tang Yi in the ruins. On the side, Xiaoya looked at her temporary teammates who were infighting before the fight even started, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected this demon to be at odds with Han Jun. One had to know that although Han Jun's king rank talent was powerful, but his upper limit was this demon hunter. A demon with potential at the S rank level, any other coffin suppressor with a king rank talent would go out of their way to cater to the coffin spirit's preferences and raise their intimacy with the S rank demon. Han Jun, on the other hand, had cultivated the demon hunter to level 42 at a young age, but his intimacy with the other party was estimated to not even reach 5 points. Oddball. Bad brain. Sparing the always gentle Xiaoya, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Looking at the demon hunter, who was still on the sidelines without making any moves, Han Jun's face suddenly sank. With murderous intent in his tone, he said faintly, "Demon hunter, what are you waiting for? Kill it." With these words, the demon hunter didn't say anything more, and immediately turned into a residual shadow, directly rushing towards Tang Yi on top of the ruins. When Tang Yi saw this, his heart was suddenly startled. The speed of this demon in front of him was so fast that it almost left him with no time to react or dodge. Only a sound of flesh and blood being torn apart could be heard. Put! Tang Yi, who didn't have time to dodge, had his body instantly chopped into countless pieces by the demon hunter. And at this moment, the demon hunter seemed to be venting its anger, a terrifying light instantly blooming in its eyes. Demon Eye Impact. The demon hunter said coldly. In the next second, 2 ghostly green rays abruptly erupted from its eyes, directly sweeping towards the scattered corpse pieces on the ground, leaving behind burning ghostly green flames on top of the ruins, turning the main piece of ruins into a sea of fire. When Han Jun saw this scene, his original irritation suddenly recovered quite a bit. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiaoya and said with an evil smile, "Commander Xiao, this zombie is dead, so our mission is considered complete, right?" Xiaoya sniffed and nodded expressionlessly, saying indifferently, "Yes. Commander Han, this matter is considered that our Jiangnan demon extermination base owes you a favor. If you need help with anything in the future, you can speak to me directly and I will send someone to assist you," said Xiaoya expressionlessly. As soon as these words came out, Han Jun's face instantly evoked a smile as he said, "Commander Xiao, I don't need your help with things. But I do have one thing that I need to get your permission for." "What is it?" Xiaoya said with a slight frown as she looked at Han Jun suspiciously. When Han Jun heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly revealed an evil smile as he said, "May I visit your demon extermination base?" Hearing this, Xiaoya couldn't refuse, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she could only reluctantly agree. "Are you prepared to go over there now?" Xiaoya asked. "Of course." Han Jun laughed. "Alright then, when the sea of fire disappears and I confirm the death of this zombie, I'll take you to the demon extermination base." 2 minutes later. When the ghostly green flames in the ruins disappeared, Xiaoya explored the ruins. She took a look at the zombie's body that had already been burnt to ashes by the flames and was relieved. However, what made her a little strange was that this zombie could obviously escape, and could obviously delay some time. However, the other party did not do so and instead stayed put and waited for death, which made her fall into deep thought. "Commander Xiao, you shouldn't think that this zombie didn't die?" Seemingly seeing through Xiaoya's thoughts, Han Jun smiled faintly. "You have to believe in the strength of the demon hunter. Since I contracted it, no demonic creature has been able to last more than a single round under it. Even a demonic creature whose level is a few levels higher than it is completely no match for it. So don't worry, this zombie has absolutely no chance of surviving under its attack." Han Jun smiled. Hearing this, Xiaoya didn't think much more about it, then rose up in the air and flew in the direction of the outer city. Seeing this, the corners of Han Jun's mouth suddenly revealed a smile, and he also leapt into the air, following behind Xiaoya. Looking at the departing two, the demon hunter didn't immediately return to the coffin, instead looking down at a pit hole that he stepped on under his feet. And in the pit, there was clearly the head of a zombie with a head full of white hair. "Why don't you kill me?" Tang Yi asked in dismay. The demon hunter sniffed, but just shook his head and smiled. "There's something I need you to help me with." "What is it?" "After you reach level 55, exterminate the Blade Court, kill that kid just now, and wish me luck in breaking free of the seal, okay?" Anticipation flashed in the demon hunter's eyes. After saying that, he walked towards the coffin on the side without looking back, and then disappeared into the formation along with the coffin. Chapter 107 Zombie Caught? In one of the training grounds of the demon extermination base, Yi Xiaoya was training with the Inferno demon. While Emo was leisurely lying on a bench next to the training ground, enjoying Chi-Chi's massage. Yemo's eyes were tightly closed at this moment, and his consciousness sank into the spatial warehouse, checking up on the materials he obtained from Qingjin. A moment later, he was seen slowly taking out a blue crystal core from the spatial warehouse, as well as a black and a red bottle of liquid, and handing it to Tyrant. Tyrant, absorb these materials. Yemo turned his head to look at Tyrant on the side and said indifferently. Hearing this, Tyrant did not hesitate to take the blue crystal core, as well as the 2 bottles of liquid handed over by Yemo, and drank it all in one go. A few moments later, suddenly several system beeps sounded. Ding! Tyrant absorbed the corpse demon stiff poison 5th order, and his overall physical abilities have been greatly strengthened. Ding! Tyrant has absorbed century poison Jiao blood 6th order, his endurance and physical abilities have been strengthened by a huge margin. Ding! Tyrant successfully absorbed higher zombie crystal core 6th order, skill of blade chi infestation 2nd order, advancement degree increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Blade chi infestation has been upgraded to the 3rd stage blade chi erosion. Hearing the beep from the system, an extremely excited smile appeared on Yemo's face. Immediately after, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Tyrant. Only to see that at this moment, the Tyrant's size seemed to have increased a bit more, originally more than 4 meters tall, at this moment, it had already exceeded 5 meters. Like an iron tower, it was filled with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Xinjian's collection of materials is really good, there are actually so many 6th order ones. Looks like Tyrant and Chi-Chi are going to take off in another wave. Yemo was secretly happy in his heart. For him, leveling Tyrant and Chi-Chi was the most important thing, followed by strengthening their abilities. And now with the materials left behind by Qingjin as support, this would undoubtedly give Tyrant and Chi-Chi another terrifying boost. Without hesitation, Yemo continued to rummage through the pile of materials. Half an hour later, Yemo couldn't help but have an excited smile on his face as he looked at Tyrant, who had already absorbed several materials. Tyrant now has all of its normal skills at the 3rd rank. And the physical aspect has been greatly strengthened. Its combined potential should now be stronger than an A-rank coffin spirit of the same rank, right? If I combine it with my talent after the bindings are lifted, it shouldn't lose even if it faces an A-class coffin spirit of around level 43. Yemo thought in his heart. These rank 6 materials that were just given to the Tyrant to absorb were all taken from Qingjin's treasury. Since most people thought that the materials left behind by corpse demons were not worth much, Qingjin did not collect much. However, what made Yemo feel excited was that even if he only got a few 6th order higher zombie crystals, that directly raised all of the Tyrant's skills by 1 rank, and his strength was strengthened substantially. Hey, it would be good if all these materials were from the zombie race. Yemo said with a sigh. For him, these materials in Qingjin's collection had no more value other than being able to sell them for money. Chi-Chi and Tyrant couldn't use them anyway, so it would be better to wait for Elder Chan to arrive and barter with the other party. There are still the last few materials, so why don't we just look at them all at once? Thinking this, Yemo shook his head and then continued to look towards the pile of materials in the spatial warehouse. Dead Spirit Crystal 6th Order has a powerful power of the undead. After absorption by the undead, it can randomly increase the degree of skill advancement. Soul Attracting Lamp 6th Order, when used, it can attract the attention of ghosts and monsters, increasing the success rate of sealing. Angry Demon Fire Meteor rare material left behind by the Angry Demon King after his death, can be used for the evolution of A-class demons. Extreme Een Ghost Bead 6th grade, coalesced from the chi of Extreme Een. When absorbed by a demon, it can randomly raise the degree of skill advancement. Looking at these materials in the spatial warehouse, Yemo immediately lit up. Huh, Angry Demon Fire Meteor? Used for the evolution of A-class demons? That's interesting. It seems like it can directly save Xiaoyao a lot of effort in finding evolution materials. Yemo muttered. However, after giving it some thought, he wasn't prepared to give this treasure to Yi Xiaoyao right now. This was because Yi Xiaoyao's current strength was too weak. If carrying a heavy treasure was known by other people, it would most likely lead to a killing disaster. Although she was extremely safe in the demon exterminating base, there would always be times when she would go out to practice. Chi-Chi, come here and absorb this bead. Yemo waved towards Chi-Chi, then took out the Extreme Een Ghost Bead from the space and threw it over. Seeing this, Chi-Chi jumped several meters and directly jumped up to bite the Extreme Een Ghost Bead and swallowed it. Ding! Chi-Chi absorbs the Extreme Een Ghost Bead 6th Order, Skill Change Art 3rd Order, advancement increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The change art has been upgraded to the 4th rank transformation art. Change art? What is this? Listening to the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a look of curiosity. When Chi-Chi evolved last night, he didn't rush to verify all of Chi-Chi's skill abilities. And now, he was idle and bored anyway, so he might as well let Chi-Chi release this skill to see. Seemingly understanding Yemo's thoughts, he only saw that Chi-Chi's body was surrounded by cold and ice immortal power, and her figure was slowly pulling up, finally turning into the appearance of a spiritual symbol flying stiff girl. And, this is your transformation technique then? Yemo sized up the flying stiff girl's fiery figure for a few moments and said with some surprise. Hearing this, a hint of shyness flashed in Chi-Chi's eyes and she covered her face and nodded. Cough, it's a bit uncomfortable, it's better to change back. Yemo said as the corner of his eyes twitched. Just at this moment, Yi Xiaoyao suddenly stopped practicing and her eyes looked towards the gate of the demon extermination base. Only to see a large group of demon extermination base's coffin suppressors all gleefully pouring in. And the leaders were clearly Xiaoya, Zhoutong, and a long-haired man with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Brother, sister Xiaoya is back. Yi Xiaoyao said as she pointed at the gate of the demon extermination base. When Yemo heard this, he hurriedly sat up from the bench, and then looked towards the gate with an extremely puzzled look in his eyes. One should know that S-class zombies, their strength must be extremely powerful. Even if Xiaoya had stepped in, it was impossible to successfully capture them so quickly. However, now, the other party only spent less than 2 hours before closing the team back, which made Yemo feel extremely puzzled. And at this moment, Xiaoya and the others seemed to have seen Yemo as well. Then with a wave of her hand, she dismissed the crowd behind her and walked over in Yemo's direction. Commander Xiao, you guys caught that zombie? Yemo hurriedly inquired. When Xiaoya heard this, a faint smile appeared on her face as she said, I'm sorry, Yemo, we didn't catch it, but we have it decapitated. Hearing this, Yemo's face instantly became a little complicated. For this S-class zombie, he had thought of going to contract it, however, he was unable to get out of the demon extermination base now, so he could only secretly say that it was a pity. Chapter 108 Making a Move on Yemo. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Han Jun slowly moved his gaze to Yemo's body. When he saw Yemo's face, a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that after he came to the demon extermination base, he would encounter someone he wanted to kill as soon as he caught a glimpse of him. Moreover, this man seemed to be even more handsome than himself, which made Han Jun's face become incredibly ugly. You are Yemo? Han Jun looked at Yemo with a look like a mole in his eyes and said in a cold voice. When Yemo heard this, his eyebrows could not help but frown, revealing a hint of vigilance. You recognize me? Yemo said indifferently. Hee, of course I know you, because I came here to kill you. Han Jun laughed coldly and directly mobilized the spiritual energy around his body, offering a moon blade to slash towards Yemo's head. When Yemo saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't expect this man who followed Xiaoya back to make a move on himself at the drop of a hat. If he didn't have a copy of Instant Step, under this unsuspected strike, then he would definitely die for sure. Only to see Yemo's feet surge with spiritual energy, instantly transforming into a residual shadow, backing up to 10 meters away, thrillingly dodging Han Jun's slash. When Xiaoya saw this scene, her face immediately turned a little white with fear, and she hurriedly roared towards Han Jun, Commander Han. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly making a move on him? As soon as these words came out, the corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up into an arc as he said faintly, Commander Xiao, this is a private matter between him and me, you shouldn't want to intervene, right? This brat stole the Qin family master's treasure trove, and these treasures in the treasure trove are what the Qin family master was going to offer to my father. Do you think he deserves to die? Han Jun looked at Xiaoya and said coldly. When Xiaoya heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yemo's reason for seeking refuge in the demon extermination base would actually be like this. If it was usual, it was true that no one would dare to make a move against the people in the demon destruction base. But the bad thing was that Yemo was not a member of the Demon Exterminating Legion, while Han Jun was the commanding envoy of the Demon Exterminating Legion. Commander Han, this is the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, not Dragon City. If you want to make a move against my friend, then I'll be the first to disagree. Xiaoya coldly stared at Han Jun and said. When Han Jun heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, Commander Xiao, don't forget that you owe me a favor for killing the zombies just now. If you block me, I'll call up the chief commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base right now and have him expose this matter of you helping outsiders and dealing with your fellow officers in front of the chief commander. Han Jun threatened. Hearing these words, Xiaoya's face instantly became gloomy. She had already promised Yemo that she would shelter the other party for a few days. But now, she never expected that she had led the wolf into the house and brought Yemo's enemy here. For a moment, Xiaoya looked at Yemo with an extremely guilty look in her eyes. Seeing this, Yemo sort of understood what was going on, and then he looked at Han Jun, revealing eyes full of killing intent. Hee, you're a quasi-high-ranked mole who actually dares to look at me with such a look? Is it because you've lived too long? Han Jun looked at Yemo and said with interest. With regards to Yemo, he didn't put it in his eyes in the slightest. He even subconsciously thought that Qingjin was lying to his father. How could this quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor in front of him, who had only contracted a zombie, kill a transcendent 1-star over 10 levels? This was simply a heavenly joke. However, right at this moment, a ball of fire roared in and smashed directly towards Han Jun's head. Feeling the sizzling temperature of the fireball, a trace of gloom flashed across Han Jun's face as his spiritual energy suddenly erupted out, directly blasting away the oncoming fireball. Who are you? Why do you dare to make a move against me? Han Jun stared at Yi Xiaoyao and said coldly. He didn't expect that a girl who was only level 9 would dare to come at him, a transcendent, and make a move, so how could he tolerate this? If you don't say a reasonable explanation, perhaps I'll kill you. The moment these words came out, Xiaoya's face instantly became incredibly ugly, and she hurriedly shielded Yi Xiaoyao in front of her, saying coldly, Commander Han, this is the talented newcomer of our Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. If you dare to make a move against her, you and I will not rest in peace. When Han Jun heard this, he first froze for a moment, then sized up Yi Xiaoyao for a few moments and coldly laughed, Commander Xiao, your base's genius is really weak. If you let her participate in the top 10 genius battle, I'm only afraid that she'll die halfway through the battle, at the hands of the rookie geniuses from Dragon City Demon Exterminator Base. On the side, Yemo had already heard Han Jun's meaning. The other party was undoubtedly someone who was vindictive. Just now, Yi Xiaoyao had struck out because the other party had taunted him, causing the pair to be held in hatred by the other party. Yemo naturally wouldn't want to leave behind this aftermath. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Yemo directly let Tyrant launch an attack on Han Jun. Only an extremely terrifying blade chi was seen chopping towards Han Jun's direction. When Han Jun saw this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A level 30 trash zombie dares to strike at me? Really tired of living. After saying that, Han Jun directly swung the moon blade in his palm and similarly chopped out a blade energy, instantly shattering the tyrant's blade energy and causing an extremely terrifying explosion. Commander Xiao, you saw it. Now it's him who took the initiative to strike at me, so it's impossible for you to stop me if I strike back, right? Han Jun said as he turned his head to look at Xiaoya. At the same time, he seemed to have eyes behind his back as he backhandedly swung out several blade chi and chopped in Yemo's direction. As if she had made some kind of decision, Xiaoya hastily summoned a mirror and absorbed these several attacks sent out by Han Jun into it. Yemo, now hurry up and call someone to pick you up and take you away. I'll help you stop him for a while first. Xiaoya anxiously said towards Yemo. Hearing this, Yemo instantly shook his head expressionlessly and said, Commander Xiao, I appreciate your good intentions. But it's not that easy for this guy to kill me. Moreover, if I go out of the demon-destroying base now, I will definitely be targeted by Qingjin. So this is still the safest place for me. Yemo said indifferently. You really have guts. I'm a transcendent who has contracted an S-class coffin spirit. You're telling me that this place is safe? Han Jun said with a disdainful smile on his face, if that's the case, then I'll have to torture you so much that you can't beg for your life or death. Chapter 109 Han Jun injured. S-class coffin spirit? Han Jun's words were extremely arrogant, causing Yemo to frown. One had to know that although Tyrant's current strength was capable of transcending 10 levels, facing an S rank with higher potential would become incredibly tricky. If Han Jun's coffin spirit was a demonic race, Tyrant alone would never be able to defeat the other party. Thinking of this, Yemo hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiaoyao on the side and said with a hint of gravity in his tone, Commander Xiao, please take care of Xiaoyao for me. Since this fellow wants to make a move on me, then I will fight him. Yemo said with a determined look in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes immediately revealed a look of incredulity. YMO, he contracted an S-class demon. The strength of this demon is so terrifying that even that level 42 S-class zombie was killed by his demon with a single slash. You must not be impulsive. Xiaoya hurriedly persuaded. Yi Xiaodao's eyes also flashed with fear when she heard this. She was afraid that this brother of hers, whose talent was almost demonic, would fall. If YMO's strength was at the same level as Han Jun's, then it would definitely be possible for the tyrant to kill the opponent in seconds. But now, she could hardly think of any possibility of YMO winning. Sister Xiaoya. You stop him for a while, I'll call Grandpa Chen to come over. Yi Xiaoyao was extremely worried and hurriedly took out the phone, ready to shake people. Xiaoyao, there's no need to call Grandpa Chen over. This guy shouldn't be able to kill me, after all, I have Tyrant and Shi Qi. YMO looked at Yi Xiaoyao, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of smile and said, I want to try my limits and see if I can beat this guy. Brother. I believe in you. Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fist, her face showing worry. YMO. Are you sure? When Xiaoya heard these words, her face couldn't help but show a look of emotion. I'm sure. YMO nodded his head and said, Commander Xiao, take my sister to a safe area, after all, I caused this, I can't trouble you guys anymore. After saying that, YMO's spiritual energy surged under his feet, and in a few instantaneous steps, he brought Tyrant and Shi Qi back above the training ground, then he turned his head to Han Jun and said, the young lord of the Blade Court, right? Come and die. Intense killing intent flashed in YMO's eyes. As soon as these words came out, Han Jun's body steeply erupted with a powerful aura, looking at YMO as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Ha, I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen one more rampant than me. You, a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor, actually dares to speak out in front of me. Let's see if I don't kill you alive. As soon as the words fell, the corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked into a scornful smile, and with a stomp of his legs, he instantly transformed into a residual shadow and arrived on the training ground. At this moment, the news of YMO's life and death duel with someone instantly detonated in the entire demon extermination base. Only to see that all the members of the demon exterminating base were hearing the news and started running towards the location of the training ground. Within a short period of time, more than 200 members of the demon exterminating base came to the vicinity of the training ground to watch. For this battle between geniuses, the members of the demon destroyer base were all incomparably looking forward to it. However, when they arrived near the training ground, they were instantly surprised when they realized that opposite YMO was actually a transcendent 2-star coffin suppressor. Why would little brother YMO be dueling with a transcendent mortal 2-star coffin suppressor? That's not scientific, ah? I recognize that person, isn't that the young master of the Blade Court? What young master of the Blade Court? That's one of the top 10 geniuses of the last term of the demon exterminating army. Han Jun. Little brother YMO even has a grudge against this kind of genius. Then how can he fight it? Isn't this sending him to his death? Many people murmured. If you guys want to watch, just watch properly. What's the clamor here? From now on, all shut up. Jotong's face was extremely ugly as he yelled at the crowd behind him. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers quieted down quite a bit. Seemingly thinking of something, Jotong hurriedly came to Xiaoya's body and reminded with a grave expression, Commander-in-Chief, quickly open the protective boundary of the training ground. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if they fight, it will spread to the entire demon destruction base. Xiaoya reacted only after hearing this, then nodded. She only saw that she hurriedly pulled out a crystal ball emitting strange energy from her spatial backpack, and after injecting spiritual energy, she threw it towards the sky above the training ground. In the next second, a light blue light curtain steeply dropped down from the sky above the training ground, enveloping the range of the training ground within 100 meters. YMO glanced sideways at the light blue light curtain around him, then looked at Han Jun, who was dozens of meters away with his hands in his pockets and the corners of his mouth hanging in an arc. Tyrant, go. YMO said in a cold voice. Force him to summon the coffin spirit. At these words, Tyrant nodded at once. Only to see that he removed the obsidian giant blade behind his back, the firelight outside his body flashed, and he instantly turned into a flaming residual shadow rushing towards Han Jun's direction. Seeing this, Han Jun immediately smiled in contempt. Heh, still trying to force me to summon a coffin spirit? Not a bad idea at all. But it's a pity that a level 30 zombie alone isn't enough. Han Jun sneered. After saying that, his hands flashed with spiritual energy, holding the moonblade that emitted a ghostly green glow, and casually flung it in the direction of the tyrant. There was a swoosh. The moonblade transformed into a ghostly green ray of light, carrying an extremely terrifying wind noise, like a spinning crescent moon, and instantly appeared in front of Tyrant's body. Seeing this, Tyrant instantly roared in anger, holding the huge blade horizontally with both hands, and ruthlessly slashed towards the rapidly rotating crescent. Boom! An incomparably terrifying explosion rang out, and the moonblade was cleaved tens of meters away, ruthlessly smashing into the protective boundary, causing a violent tremor. The tyrant also seemed to have received an extremely terrifying shock, and fell back 5 steps towards the back. You zombie! How could you possibly resist my attack? Hanjun's face was filled with gloom, an unbelievable look in his eyes. Can it be that this fellow can really make a coffin spirit fight across 10 levels? At this moment, Hanjun didn't doubt Yemo's strength anymore. Originally, he thought that Shinjin was exaggerating a bit, but he didn't expect that a level 30 zombie would really be able to take his attacks with ease. This meant that if he didn't summon the coffin spirit again, he would most likely suffer a loss. In the next second, however, the tyrant took advantage of Hanjun's moment of daze to raise his giant blade high and slash viciously in Hanjun's direction. Only a violet white light flashed in midair, and the blade energy arrived in front of Hanjun's body in the blink of an eye. This can't be. This isn't the strength a zombie should have. How are its attacks so strong? Hanjun's heart balked, and he scrambled to raise the other half of his moonblade in front of his body, while inspiring a powerful spiritual force to protect his body. However, he still underestimated the tyrant's strength, and as the berserk blade chi instantly swept in, the spiritual power shield in front of Hanjun's body was actually directly shattered by this blade chi. And like a heavy fist, the remnants of the saber chi ruthlessly chopped on top of the moonblade that Hanjun was holding. Feeling the incomparably terrifying force, Hanjun was immediately struck by lightning, spewing out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards for more than 10 meters, and ruthlessly smashing into the protective boundary. Chapter 110 Demon Hunter's Talent. This is fake, isn't it? Junior brother Ye's coffin spirit is actually this terrifying? This slash directly crossed 12 levels and injured a transcendent level genius. This is simply too heaven-defying. If little brother Yi can stay in our demon exterminating base, then when he grows up, our Jiangnan demon exterminating base is going to take off. Everyone was talking. Although Zhou Tong had often been bragging about how strong Yemo was before, they had never seen Yemo make a move. And this time, Yemo's coffin spirit actually easily chopped the spiritual shield that the transcendent mortal had condensed and injured the transcendent mortal, which made them feel incredibly shocked. When Xiaoya saw this scene, her expression immediately became quite grave. It was important to know that the coffin suppressor's own strength was inferior to that of a coffin spirit, and it was normal to be suppressed by a coffin spirit of similar strength. However, the coffin spirit was the standard for measuring the strength of the coffin suppressor, and as long as Hanjun summoned the coffin spirit, the situation would be directly reversed. So this battle, it had only just begun. Yemo was in a bit of danger. Hanjun is going to summon the demon hunter. Xiaoya looked at Hanjun, who had collapsed at the edge of the boundary, without blinking, his tone filled with tension. When Zhou Tong heard this, his face also became extremely grave as he asked, "Chief Commander, is this Hanjun really that strong? It's hard to believe that even if old brother Yemo has 2 coffin spirits, he's not a match for him?" On the side, Yi Xiaoyao heard this and also looked at Xiaoya with incomparable nervousness. "Sister Xiaoya, is my brother really unable to defeat that guy?" Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fists tightly and asked tremblingly. Xiaoya sighed and slowly explained, "This Hanjun's S-class demon is too terrifying, even I don't have any certainty when facing it. However, Hanjun's affinity with the coffin spirit is extremely low, and it's very likely that the coffin spirit won't listen to him, so it's not like Yemo doesn't have a chance of winning," Xiaoya said faintly. And at this moment, at the edge of the training grounds boundary, Hanjun directly jumped up from the ground. His long hair was disheveled, the upper half of his clothing was torn apart by the blade chi, and a smear of bright red blood hung from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely wretched. "How dare you hurt me? I want you to die!" Hanjun roared towards Yemo. Hearing this, Yemo frowned. In the next second, the tyrant's blade chi chopped towards Hanjun once again. When Hanjun saw this, the pupils in his eyes shrank and he was directly shocked into a cold sweat. Only seeing his legs stomping, he instantly dodged Tyrant's blade chi and flashed towards 20 meters away. Seemingly frightened by Tyrant's attack, Hanjun no longer hesitated, and with a flash of spiritual energy in his hands, a hexagram formation instantly appeared. Demon Hunter. Kill him for me. Han Jun's tone was filled with killing intent as he summoned a swift crystal coffin out. Guillermo looked at the coffin drilled out of the formation from afar and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes after checking the information about the demon. Coffin Spirit, Demon Hunter. Race, Demon, Demon. Level, LV.42 Lord Grade. Seal Level, Swire Crystal Coffin. Talent, Shadow Demon King Bloodline. Extremely powerful physical ability, immune to shadow damage while mitigating 80% of damage taken. Shadow body turns into shadow when attacking, huge increase in agility, cannot be scouted, cannot be selected. Soul Transformation Blades can summon a pair of moon blades that cannot be destroyed and ignore half of defense. Skills, Blaze Collision Special, Shadow Parasitic Demon Special, Soul Sucking Special, Demon Eye Impact Special, Super Speed Flight, Shadow Barrier 5th Order, Blaze. Flame Shock 5th Level, Arc Light / 5th Level, Instant Step. Stance, Demon Mutation absorbs spiritual energy and transforms into a giant demon form, enhancing the effects of all skills by 3 times. Flaws, none. Intimacy, 3 subject to constraints. Current status, favorite. Evolvable, 2 evolvable. Introduction, a betrayer imprisoned for 10,000 years with great potential and strength. Is this an S-class demon? Yemo's eyes revealed a gaze. This talent is a bit scary, isn't it? It can't be scouted or locked when attacking? For this demon, Yemo was now incredibly scornful. This was because once the other party launched an attack on them, they would not be able to lock on and create any effective damage. Tyrant. Do it. A hint of wariness appeared in Yemo's eyes. Since the other party was equivalent to invincibility when attacking, one might as well let Tyrant strike first and make the other party beckon for defense. Only to see Tyrant instantly turn into a shadow, directly rushing to the Demon Hunter's side, and with one slash, he chopped towards the Demon Hunter's head. Seeing this, the Demon Hunter frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "You're asking for death." After saying that, it held the moon blade with one hand, and with a backhand, it slashed at the giant blade in the Tyrant's hand with a powerful attack. Only a bang was heard. The moment the 2 blades came into contact, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted, setting off a violent wave of wind. It seemed to have received an extremely powerful impact. The Tyrant unexpectedly flew backwards under the Demon Hunter's strike and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. The Demon Hunter's eyes also flashed with incomparable surprise, and was impacted by this huge force to fall back 10 steps. Yemo looked at the fallen Tyrant, and an extremely grave look appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that his talent combined with the Tyrant's strength would not be able to create any effective injuries to this demon. Luckily, this demon was currently only fending off the Tyrant's attack and did not go all out, so the Tyrant only received a slight injury. Worthy of being an S-class demon. It's really somewhat terrifying. Yemo revealed scorn in his eyes and said in his heart. When Hanjun saw Yemo's face that had become extremely ugly, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an evil smile as he said in a cold voice, "Hee, still dare to take the initiative to launch an attack on the Demon Hunter, you're simply tired of living. Even if this zombie of yours slashes 100 times at the Demon Hunter, it definitely won't be able to hurt the Demon Hunter one bit," Han Jun said confidently. Hearing these words, the Demon Hunter looked at Han Jun with an expressionless face, then stretched out one hand to point at Chi-Chi beside Yemo. "Contract Master, don't get too happy too early. There's another little one with the same potential as me over there. I can feel that her strength is extremely unimpressive and is able to cause me quite a bit of trouble," the Demon Hunter reminded. Han Jun smiled a disdainful smile as he said, "You're an S-rank demon, that's just an S-rank zombie, don't tell me you can't beat her? And they're more than 10 levels lower than you. If you can't kill them in seconds even with this, then you're a living waste," Han Jun sneered. When the Demon Hunter heard Han Jun's words, his eyes instantly filled with coldness as he said, "Contract Master, if you dare to mock me again, I'll betray you on the spot and kill you. You. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape Jiangnan City, my father won't let you go," Han Jun nervously retorted. "Shameless," Demon Hunter said. Not far away. Yemo watched the conversation between Han Jun and the Demon Hunter, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This guy is really ruthless. To actually dare to taunt a demon with only 3 points of affinity, a bit brave. Immediately afterward, Yemo took another look at the Demon Hunter's panel. He realized that after this taunting from Han Jun, the affinity between the Demon Hunter and Han Jun had dropped another point, leaving only 2 points left. This meant that the Demon Hunter had the possibility of defecting at any time. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of cunning, and he said towards the demon hunter, "Demon hunter, how about you break free of his contract? You break free from his contract, I'll introduce you to a better contract master?" "A better contract master? Who is it?" Demon hunter became interested and asked curiously. Yemo sniffed without any hesitation and directly pointed at Yi Xiaoyao and said, She's too weak, if I contract with her, my rank will be affected. Let's wait until she grows up." Chapter 111 Bitter Meat Trick? The demon hunter sized up Yi Xiaoyao, as well as the Hell Inferno demon by the other party's side, and simply shook his head helplessly. Yi Xiaoyao's potential should look extremely good, however, the other party was only a beginner-level coffin suppressor, unable to contract a second coffin spirit. Even if he waited until the other party became an intermediate-rank coffin suppressor and was able to contract a second coffin spirit, the demon hunter was unwilling to let his strength be affected. Know this. It had endured Han Jun for 5 years from the beginning of its contract, and now it finally had the chance to be able to become free. Only after it broke free of its contract, it would definitely be retaliated against by the forces behind Han Jun. If the refound contract master didn't have any strength or backstage, then it might as well just run away. Demon hunter, if I'm not mistaken. You're afraid that you'll be retaliated against by the Blade Court after you break free from your contract, right? Yemo heard the meaning in the demon hunter's words and said with a smile on his face. Don't forget that you are now in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. As long as you stay here and don't go out after you break free from the contract, you are safe. I believe that as long as you don't do evil within the Demon Extermination Base, Chief Commander Shao definitely won't do anything to you and will still treat you well. Moreover, during the time you stay in the Demon Destruction Base, you can examine the geniuses within the base. If any of them meet your expectations and their strength is sufficient, you can choose to indenture them. Hearing these words, Demon Hunter's face was slightly moved, and his eyes that emitted a ghostly green glow looked straight at Yemo, seemingly considering something and thinking a bit out of his mind. On the other hand, Han Jun's face on the side steeply became incomparably ugly. He didn't expect Yemo to actually want to dig up his S-class coffin spirit. This was simply worse than killing his father. Kid, shut up. Don't you dare instigate here. Han Jun said viciously. He then turned his head to look at the demon hunter, killing intent glowing in his eyes as he said, Demon hunter, kill him for me. As long as you kill him, when the time comes and I've contracted the S-class dragon coffin spirit, I'll safely let you go. Seemingly thinking of something else, Han Jun added a faint threat, Demon hunter, I advise you to think clearly. If you're willing to stay within this demon extermination base for the rest of your life, then try breaking free of your contract for a bit. As long as you and the new contract master dare to leave the demon extinction base, you will absolutely be endlessly hunted down by legendary powerhouses. Hearing Han Jun's threatening words, the demon hunter slowly retreated from its thoughts, its eyes narrowing slightly as a thick murderous aura radiated from its body. It then slowly turned around and approached towards Han Jun's location step by step. When Han Jun saw the scene, his brows couldn't help but slowly furrow. Demon hunter, I told you to kill him, didn't you hear me? What are you doing walking towards me? Han Jun questioned. However, the demon hunter didn't pay any attention to Han Jun's words, but instead instantly flashed and turned into a residual shadow to arrive in front of Han Jun, and then lifted him up with one hand around his neck. You brat! I've endured you for a long time. The demon hunter said with a hideous expression. Right now, all it wanted to do was break free of the ceiling formation and then teach Han Jun a hard lesson. Of course, it didn't mind teaching Han Jun a hard lesson at all if he dared to continue provoking with his words. You actually made a move against me? Han Jun wore an unbelievable expression on his face as he stared dumbfoundedly. All along, he had only believed in his own strength and talent, feeling that the coffin spirit was merely a tool to assist him in becoming a strong person. For the aspect of cultivating intimacy, Han Jun was extremely disdainful, which led to the fact that he had always reprimanded the demon hunter as a subordinate, not as a contractual partner. But now, he didn't expect the demon hunter, who had always been submissive and driven by himself, to make a move against himself. This made him somewhat unable to accept it. Demon hunter, I'm the one who is your contractual master. You don't listen to me, and to be provoked by an outsider's provocation, you're nakedly betraying me. Han Jun looked straight at the demon hunter and said coldly. Shut up. The demon hunter resisted the urge to kill Han Jun and chided. As soon as the words left his mouth, only to see the color of anger flash through the demon hunter's eyes, he fiercely flung his arm and slapped Han Jun's face solidly. The sound of the slap was incomparably loud, and Han Jun, who had originally collected a trace of internal injuries, steeply sprayed out a mouthful of lifting up. At this moment, Han Jun was dumbfounded, and so were the people eating from 100 meters away from the protective boundary. You actually dared to hit me? Han Jun said with a puzzled expression, his brows knitting together as he looked incomparably dismayed. However, just as he finished his words, slap! The demon hunter slapped him across the face again, while saying with a hint of threat in his tone, seeing as you're my contracted master, I advise you to take the initiative to transfer the sealing formation on my coffin. Otherwise, there will be no end to your suffering. The demon hunter threatened. It didn't intend to kill Han Jun because it had followed him for 5 years, and even though it didn't have much affection, it wouldn't take things to the extreme. You're crazy. How dare you threaten me? Han Jun's eyes glared round in surprise. You actually do want to betray me? You're dead. You're dead. Han Jun stretched out his legs and stomped hard on the demon hunter's chest, roaring with incomparable rage. The demon hunter's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly when he saw that Han Jun was as mad as he was. Immediately afterward, it seemed to have made some kind of decision and directly slapped more than 10 times towards Han Jun. Even though Han Jun had activated his spiritual energy to protect himself, he was still knocked unconscious by the demon hunter as several of his incisors flew away. And when the people eating outside saw this scene, they instantly became lively and began to talk about it. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a coffin spirit slap its own coffin suppressor. This is too outrageous, isn't it? What the hell? Why would this demon slap its own coffin master? A bitter trick. God damn it, have you ever seen a demon that is much stronger than the other side and still uses a ploy? It's all about direct killing. This is clearly a case of the coffin spirit and the coffin master not having a high intimacy, and then there was a conflict, and the coffin spirit couldn't control its emotions. Zhou Tong was also extremely curious when he saw the demon hunter strike out and whip Han Jun unconscious. He looked towards Xiaoya and asked out loud, Chief Commander, what's the deal with that demon hunter? How do you beat up your own contract master? When Xiaoya heard this, the original worry on her face disappeared quite a bit, revealing a hint of a smile as she slowly explained, because the demon hunter's affinity with Commander Han is extremely low, there's the possibility of breaking free of the contract at any time. When we went to kill that S-class zombie earlier, they had infighting and were extremely dissatisfied with each other. Yemo should have noticed this problem as well. I guess he just said something that turned the demon hunter against him. Chapter 112 The conditions given by Yemo. On the training ground. When Yemo saw the demon hunter strike and knock Han Jun out, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Right now, he only wanted to say 666. Having trained the coffin spirit to level 42, the intimacy is actually only 2 points. This guy's brain isn't too bright, I'm afraid. Yemo sighed in his heart as he looked at Han Jun, who was casually thrown to the ground by the demon hunter. If it was said that a coffin spirit with high potential like the demon hunter was more arrogant, it would be understandable that it would be difficult to raise its affinity. But this demon hunter seemed to appear extremely gentle and acted in a relatively calm manner. It really didn't have anything to do with the word haughty. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo looked towards Han Jun on the ground, an extremely strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, Yemo didn't want to make a move right now. For one thing, because the demon hunter hadn't broken free of the contract seal yet, once Han Jun died, the demon hunter would be exiled into the space rift and return to the other world again. The second was that even if he wanted to make a move against Han Jun, the demon hunter would step in to stop it, and even feel that he was trying to harm it and develop a distrust of himself. Demon hunter, if you find what I've said reasonable and acceptable, you can try your best to break free of the seal now. I guarantee that the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base will welcome you to stay here, but of course the premise of your staying here is you don't hurt anyone and don't do any evil. Yemo looked straight at the demon hunter and slowly persuaded. Hearing these words, the demon hunter slowly stretched out a foot and kicked Han Jun 10 meters away. He then sat on the ground and looked at Yemo with a hint of a smile and said, you look even more demonic than this guy Han Jun. And your background doesn't seem to be weak either. Why don't you think about it? Do you want a contract with me? As soon as these words came out, Yemo was instantly confused. He didn't expect that this demon hunter actually looked at himself. This was simply off the mark. You want to contract with me? Yemo asked in dismay. That's right. A smile hung at the corner of the demon hunter's mouth. I observed the people here in a circle, and there are only 3 that meet the conditions of my contract. One is you, the other is those 2 women. The demon hunter pointed at Yi Xiaoyao and Xiaoya and said, "But those 2 women are not my best candidates, I think you are better than them." The demon hunter felt extremely satisfied with the tyrant's performance just now. In a short hand-to-hand encounter, it sensed how powerful Tyrant was. This was because when it fought with Tyrant, it was actually able to be shaken back a few steps by its opponent. This meant that a D-ranked Tyrant with potential was comparable to an A-ranked, and could even exert strength comparable to a Lord-ranked Coffin Spirit. In the demon hunter's opinion, there was only one reason why the Tyrant was so powerful. That was that Yimo's talent level was extremely high, and could do things to drastically strengthen the terrifying effects of the Coffin Spirit. Moreover, not only had Yimo contracted 2 Coffin Spirits, he had also upgraded both of them to the quasi-commander level. This kind of upgrade speed was undoubtedly at the monster level. Have you considered it? If you contract me, your strength will once again be unimaginably strengthened. At that time, if you want to kill this brat, I will never step in to stop you. The demon hunter looked at Yimo and pointed at the fainted Han Jun and said. Hearing these words, Yimo's face could not help but reveal a complex look. According to reason, one could contract the demon hunter down. But the consequence of that would be that one's talent would not have any increase on the demon hunter, and one would also waste the 2 slots to contract the corpse coffin spirit. There was somewhat more to lose than to gain if one did so. Sorry, I can't contract you, Yimo said with a sincere look. When the demon hunter heard this, his face stiffened, revealing a look of incredulity. My talent is powerful and I am in an invincible state while attacking the enemy, are you sure you don't want to contract me? The demon hunter directly revealed his strongest talent, expecting Yimo to change his mind. However, Yimo's face revealed an embarrassed look, and he hastily shook his head. I really can't contract you, you'd better contract my old sister. She likes to spend time with demons, and her talent is flame baptism, which can increase your strength. Hearing this, the demon hunter's face became ugly. It didn't expect Yimo to still reject itself. However, soon, its face returned to normal, then it looked at Yimo and asked doubtfully, can you tell me the reason? I believe that any coffin suppressor can't find a reason to refuse the favor of an S-class demon. The demon hunter stared at Yimo and asked. When Yimo heard this, he was first stunned, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he explained. Everyone wants an S-class demon, of course I do too. But my talent is a corpse breeder, only contracted corpse coffin spirits have an increasing effect, for other races, it's a waste talent. So, are you sure you still want to become my coffin spirit? Yimo looked at the demon hunter with a smile on his face and said. The demon hunter couldn't help but frown when it heard this. It observed Tyrant and Chi for a while and seemed to understand that Yimo had not deceived him. Then it shook its head and let out a long sigh. That's really a pity. Yimo glanced at the lost look of the demon hunter and pondered in his heart. This demon hunter had a very high vision and clearly wanted to find a host with extremely heaven-defying talent. Although Yi Xiaoyao's talent was not considered to be heaven-defying, it was definitely called top-notch. So Yimo decided that he must help Yi Xiaoyao get the demon hunter into his hands. Demon hunter, I think you can choose my sister after you break free from the contract, Yimo said indifferently. If you agree, I'll just go ahead and kill Han Jun. At that time, I'll transfer all the conflicts to me, and then release the news so that the Blade Court Chief will think that you've been exiled into the other world. That way, you won't receive much attention from the Blade Court. The moment these words came out, Demon Hunter's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. He had been sealed for tens of thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to see the light of day again, and his strength had not yet recovered to its peak, so how could he die at the hands of the Blade Court? As long as he could get rid of the threat of the Blade Court, then there was no reason why he could refuse the conditions Yimo had said. Alright, I promise you. The demon hunter's eyes flashed with a ghostly green light, looking extremely excited. No, you can't promise. Demon hunter, if you dare to promise, I'll have my father kill you. Han Jun, who had just woken up, immediately opened his mouth to threaten as soon as he heard the conditions the demon hunter had agreed to. However, how could he have known that the demon hunter was now determined to break free of the contract? Only to see a hideous look on the demon hunter's face, he directly slapped Han Jun twice, causing him to faint. Afterward, he slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the sealing formation that lurked within Han Jun's body. A few minutes later, a ghostly green sealing formation slowly emerged from Han Jun's body. Seeing this, the demon hunter hurriedly focused his will and sucked the ceiling formation in the direction of his body. Seemingly sensing the abnormality within his body, Han Jun woke up once again. When he saw that the demon hunter was breaking free of the formation, his face immediately became startled. "Bastard! How dare you try to betray me? I won't let you get what you want." Han Jun cursed angrily. He then also quieted his mind and focused his will, fighting for the right to own the ceiling formation. However, right at this moment, Yimo's face suddenly revealed a hint of displeasure. He had managed to negotiate a good deal with the demon hunter, but this kid actually woke up to interrupt. Could this be tolerated? Without hesitation, Yimo took advantage of Han Jun's lack of time to pay attention and directly performed an instantaneous step to Han Jun's side. Seeing this, Han Jun's back immediately went cold and he trembled as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Not doing anything, just wanting you to taste this shadowless kick of mine," Yimo said indifferently. "You seek death. I'm going to kill you," Han Jun roared. "Shut up," Yimo chided. As soon as the words left his mouth, only Yimo's right leg did not move and slowly slid his left leg 2 steps towards the back. Then, with a violent force, he directly turned 720 degrees, and with one foot, he kicked Han Jun's face, which owed him a beating. The next second, a scream like killing a pig rang out. Han Jun was sent flying tens of meters by Yimo's kick and fell into a dog's mouth. And at this time, Demon Hunter had already broken free of the ceiling formation and retrieved it back into his body. "Ah, many thanks." The Demon Hunter looked at Yimo and revealed an extremely excited smile. "No need to be polite, don't forget our agreement. When my sister grows up, you'll contract with her," Yimo said with a smile. "Good." Chapter 113 Unbreakable Shield. Han Jun regretted it? Not far away. When Han Jun heard that the demon hunter had agreed to Yimo's conditions, his heart became angrier and angrier. One must know that the one thing he couldn't stand the most was betrayal. And the culprit that caused the demon hunter to betray himself and break free from the contract was undoubtedly Yimo. Thinking of this, Han Jun's face became incomparably ugly and he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. "You two wait for me." Han Jun stared deathly at Yimo and threatened in a cold voice. After saying this, he took out his cell phone without hesitation, preparing to dial his father's number. When Yimo saw this action of Han Jun, his heart instantly boiled with killing intent. He then faintly glanced at Tyrant, and Tyrant then understood and raised his long knife and swung it towards Han Jun's hand. Only to see an extremely powerful blade she instantly shoot out in front of Han Jun, directly severing the other party's arm. Han Jun looked at his severed arm, his figure trembled steeply and his face became incomparably pale. He looked at Yimo with an unbelievable look in his eyes and said, "You really dare to make a move on me? Do you know who I am? I am the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base, one of the top 10 geniuses of the last Demon Exterminating Legion. If you kill me, just wait to be questioned by the supreme powerhouses of the Demon Exterminating Legion. At that time, even if you have the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking core behind you, you will surely die," Han Jun said in an extremely agitated tone. Hearing these words, Yimo's brows could not help but slowly wrinkle. "The Supreme Lord of the Demon Exterminating Legion?" Yimo muttered, "This is a tricky problem." For Yimo, he had President Chen standing behind him. Moreover, President Chen would be coming to Jiangnan Base City tomorrow, so Yimo naturally wouldn't be too afraid of the Blade Court. But now if he really beheaded one of the top 10 geniuses of the Demon Exterminating Legion, it would be almost like making an enemy of the Demon Exterminating Legion. At that time, when the Demon Destroying Legion headquarters came to send someone to investigate the matter, then President Chen might not be able to cover himself either. "Why don't I take action and behead him?" The demon hunter seemed to see that Yimo was a bit hesitant and slowly spoke out. When Yimo heard this, a calm smile appeared on his face and said, "No need, I promised you to take this matter down, so I won't go back on my word." "Are you sure?" The demon hunter raised an eyebrow and said, "That's natural." Yimo nodded. Hearing Yimo's affirmative answer, the devil hunter's eyes showed more and more appreciation. "Since you are able to do what you say, then I have to show a bit of sincerity as well." The demon hunter laughed excitedly. It then turned its head to look at Yi Xiaoyao outside the protective boundary of the training ground, and directly offered the ceiling formation on the coffin and threw it towards Yi Xiaoyao. Only to see the ceiling formation instantly transformed into a ghostly green light, shuttling 100 meters and integrating into Yi Xiaoyao's body in the blink of an eye. When Yi saw the scene, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that the demon hunter would take the initiative to transfer the formation into Yi Xiaoyao's body. Although this was not a contract with it, it meant that it had already selected a contract master in advance. As long as it waited until Yi Xiaoyao's strength was sufficient, the demon hunter could officially become the other party's coffin spirit. Demon hunter. You actually transferred the formation actively to an elementary level coffin suppressor. Han Jun looked at this scene and said incredulously, "You've simply disgraced the face of an S-class demon." Heh, spoken as if you weren't a beginner-ranked coffin suppressor back then. The demon hunter sneered. You. Han Jun was speechless. At this moment, Han Jun turned his head to look at Yi again, extremely strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Just with you also want to kill me?" Simply dreaming. Even if I don't have a demon hunter, it's impossible for me to die under you, a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. Han Jun roared. He only saw his hands condense extremely terrifying spiritual energy and transformed into a residual shadow to blast towards Yi's direction. This strike was incomparably terrifying. If it was an ordinary high-rank coffin suppressor, he would definitely die and be buried. However, the next second, only to see Chi quickly arrived at Yi's figure, the cold ice immortal power in his hand flashed, instantly summoning a cold ice shield that emitted a morose cold aura, shrouding the surrounding range of 3 meters as much as possible. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as Han Jun's punch solidly blasted on top of the ice shield, directly blowing the entire shield backwards by more than 10 meters. However, Han Jun seemed to have underestimated the strength of the cold ice shield. As this punch came down, the cold ice shield did not even have the slightest ripple, and not even a tiny crack appeared. How is this possible? I'm clearly a transcendent 2-star strength, how could I fail to break a zombie's shield? Han Jun said incredulously, his eyes glaring round. Immediately afterward, he seemed to be somewhat annoyed and began to furiously mobilize his spiritual energy. He then bullied his way in and came in front of the shield once again, his fists fiercely bombarding the cold ice shield like a raging wind and rain. Tens of seconds later, Han Jun gasped deeply and looked at Yi who was unharmed in the shield. How could he not expect that no matter how much he attacked, he was actually unable to destroy the cold ice shield? This was simply somewhat unacceptable to him. Seeing this, Yi looked at the other party with an expressionless face and said coldly, "You without a coffin spirit, your strength is a little bit not too good." You. Han Jun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At this moment, he also clearly recognized the difference between a coffin suppressor and a coffin spirit. He also clearly knew that without the demon hunter, he was nothing even though his talent was strong. This was because the coffin suppressor's talent needed to be paired with the coffin spirit in order to be maximized. Han Jun coldly glanced at Yi then with a stop of his legs, he jumped more than 10 meters towards the back and arrived at the demon hunter's side. He then looked up at the demon hunter with apologies in his eyes and said, "Demon hunter, I was wrong. It was my fault in the past, I shouldn't have used you as a subordinate." Only, no one knew if this was his sincere intention or his hypocritical lie. "Demon hunter, why don't you come back and we'll start over? You also know that my talent is stronger than that woman's, and that woman is definitely not the most suitable choice for you. You might as well choose me again, after all, we've been contracted for so many years, there's more or less some affection. And I've also paid a lot of materials for cultivating you, so I'm not treating you too badly." Han Jun said with a hint of persuasion in his tone. Seeing this, the demon hunter frowned slightly and didn't speak. It was extremely clear about Han Jun's character, and it wouldn't be too much to describe it with a phrase like a dog can't change its ways. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for it to resume its contract with Han Jun again. On the side, as Han Jun watched the demon hunter fall into deep thought, he assumed that his words had impressed it, and his heart couldn't help but rejoice. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc and he looked viciously at Yi and said, "Demon hunter, as long as you help me kill this kid, I swear that I will treat you as my partner in the future. Never again will I use you as a slave. And this matter of you breaking free from the contract, as well as the fact that you just made a move on me, even if my father knows about it, I can let him forget about it. What do you think?" Han Jun laughed confidently. Regarding the promise he gave the demon hunter, Han Jun felt it was just right. Giving the other party a little sweetness first, and then invisibly bringing up his own dad's identity to use to hammer the demon hunter, this was simply too smart. And at this moment, Yi heard Han Jun's words and immediately understood what the other party's intentions were. Don't you think it's a bit funny for you to use these words to coax an S-class coffin spirit? Yemo said indifferently. You. Demon hunter, I'm sincere. He's provoking our relationship, so hurry up and kill him before you say anything. Han Jun roared towards the demon hunter. Noisy. You shut up. No one will listen to your bull. The demon hunter reacted, its face turning extremely angry. Only to see it directly reach out, angrily grabbing Han Jun's neck and choking him unconscious, then viciously tossing it in Tyrant's direction. Seeing this, the Tyrant turned its head to look at Yemo, who was not far away, and seemed to be waiting for Yemo's decision. And without any hesitation, Yemo's killing heart suddenly rose in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Kill it." As soon as these words came out, the Tyrant instantly held the giant blade with one hand and pointed towards the sky. There was a poof. The moment Han Jun's body fell from the heights, his head directly hit the tip of the giant blade and was stabbed into a pierced gourd, killing him on the spot. Chapter 114, Excusing Emo. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Little brother Ye's coffin spirit actually killed Commander Han. This is big trouble. Outside the training ground, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the scene of Han Jun's death. They didn't expect Emo to actually dare to let the coffin spirit kill Han Jun. This was simply too shocking. One must know. Han Jun was not only the young master of the Blade Court, he was also the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base. He was also one of the top 10 geniuses in the last term of the Demon Extermination Army, and had been accepted by one of the Demon Extermination Base's Supreme Fathers as a registered disciple. Han Jun was now dead in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, which would undoubtedly set off an extremely terrifying storm. It might even lead to the members of the entire Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base being sanctioned and taken over by legionnaires sent from other places. And Yemo, the instigator, would undoubtedly lose his life. It's over, this is a big deal. Old brother Yemo actually really killed Commander Han. Jotong's face became extremely ugly and he couldn't help but feel worried for Yemo. Originally, everyone thought that Han Jun wouldn't die and Yemo had the ability to defend himself. So for them, this battle was nothing more than a spectacle to watch, neither of the two could do anything about it. But they never thought that Han Jun's coffin spirit would actually defect and help Yemo create the conditions to kill Han Jun. And Yemo was also a ruthless person who actually killed Han Jun. This was simply a character who was not afraid of the sky. Sister Xiaoya. Please help my brother. Yi Xiaoyao's face was pale as she looked pleadingly at Xiaoya and said. Xiaoya heard this and quickly spoke out to comfort him, "Don't worry, I will." At this moment, Xiaoya hurriedly looked at Jotong who was on the side, and with a grave expression on his face, he instructed, "Old Zhou, you now hurry to report this matter. Remember, push all the blame towards Han Jun as well as the demon hunter, and try to absolve Yemo as much as possible, saying that it wasn't Yemo who killed him." Chief Commander. So many people here saw it, I'm afraid that when the higher-ups send someone to investigate, they'll truthfully tell the specifics. Jotong said with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Xiaoya's brows furrowed as if she was wrestling with some decision. After a few seconds, she seemed to have made a decision and looked at Jotong, saying in a calm tone, "Old Zhou, just go ahead and report it. Later on, I will replace the process they just saw." As soon as these words came out, Jotong immediately showed a shocked expression as he understood what Xiaoya was trying to do. Chief Commander, are you preparing to have the ghost in the mirror overwrite the images they saw earlier with an illusion? Jotong inquired in a low voice. Xiaoya nodded and said, "That's right." Hearing Xiaoya's affirmative answer, Jotong's face immediately revealed another look of gravity as he said, "Chief Commander, this method of yours is certainly very good. But what if it is recognized by a legendary powerhouse, or a supreme powerhouse?" "Don't worry, Old Zhou. My mirror ghost had already evolved into a mirror shadow during the few days you were on the mission. The illusion she cast after evolving made it impossible for those weaker than me to tell the difference between reality and reality." A smile appeared on Xiaoya's face as she said, "As long as they are made to think that the illusions they see are real, they will automatically forget what really happened and let the illusions fill in the gaps in their memories. Even if a supreme powerhouse came to probe their souls, they wouldn't be able to find any breaks." Upon hearing these words, Jotong hurriedly gave a thumbs up towards Xiaoya and said, "Chief Commander, this coffin spirit of yours is too strong after evolving. This is directly tampering with other people's memories. Old Joe, don't exaggerate, my coffin spirit is only relatively strong in terms of functionality, and close to non-existent in terms of means of attack. Xiaoya blankly glanced at Zhou Tong and said. On the side. Yi Xiaoyao also had an extremely shocked expression on her face after hearing this. To her, Xiaoya's coffin spirit was simply too terrifying, and this ability was near unsolvable. It was good that Xiaoya was a good person and did not have any malicious intent. If in case Xiaoya changed Yimo's memories and falsified her own identity as Yimo's girlfriend, then wouldn't he have an additional sister-in-law? Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly drew her legs and ran towards the training ground, wanting to tell Yimo this terrifying information. Xiaoya and Zhou Tong were confused when they looked at Yi Xiaoyao, who suddenly ran away. They subconsciously thought that Yi Xiaoyao was just worried about Yimo and didn't think towards anything else. Old Zhou, you should quickly report this matter, Xiaoya said indifferently. When Zhou Tong heard this, he nodded and ran towards the communication room within the demon extermination base. As for Xiaoya, she turned to look at the 200 or so discussing coffin suppressors in front of her, her eyebrows frowning as a trace of apology flashed in her eyes. For things like tampering with memories, she would normally never try it easily. But in order to keep Yimo safe and to spare the Jiangnan demon extermination base from most of the responsibility, she had to do it. Without hesitation, Xiaoya directly mobilized her spiritual energy and slowly flew into mid-air under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. She then summoned a red-clothed female ghost holding a dressing mirror with a stunningly beautiful posture. At this moment, Xiaoya looked at all the coffin suppressors at her feet and said in a somewhat flat tone, "Ghostly, mirror." The words just fell. The red-clothed female ghost steeply threw the dressing mirror in her hand into the sky. Immediately after that, the dressing mirror quickly grew larger, covering hundreds of meters, while shining an extremely bizarre light at the crowd. As the curtain of light poured down, a circle of pitch-black boundaries instantly formed within the 100-meter range, trapping everyone within it and disorienting their consciousness. And at this moment, the environment and picture in the ghostly world steeply changed drastically, becoming a training ground in the demon extermination base. Only to see that on the training ground, Xiaoya and Mirror Flower Shadow had already transformed into the appearance of Han Jun and the Demon Hunter, and were throwing moon blades at each other for training, and in the end, Han Jun missed and didn't catch them, and was pierced by the moon blades, and died on the spot. Chapter 115, introducing you to an S-class zombie. Brother, you have to be careful of Sister Xiaoya. On the training ground, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly ran over and said towards Yimo. When Yimo heard this, a look of doubt appeared on his face and he hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Why should I be careful of her?" Brother, Sister Xiaoya's coffin spirit is able to change the memories of coffin suppressor masters whose strength is lower than hers. You mustn't mess with her, or else she'll change your memories and it'll be bad, Yi Xiaoyao said with palpitating heart. Hearing this, Yimo's forehead corner twitched. He had no enmity or grudge with Xiaoya, so how could he possibly mess with the other party for no reason? And even if he messed with it, with his own strength, he would be able to break through the ability that the other party had cast. Thinking of this, Yimo looked towards the black boundary not far away and hurriedly asked, "What is Commander Xiao doing?" Sister Xiaoya is ordering the coffin spirits to use an illusion to make those coffin suppressors forget the memory of you killing Han Jun, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly explained. Yimo nodded faintly when he heard this. He could almost expect that Xiaoya would help him hide the truth. It seems like I have to owe someone a favor again, Yimo smiled faintly and said in his heart. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly pointed at the demon hunter. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Old sister, I'd like to introduce it to you. It's called the demon hunter. It's an S-class coffin spirit." Hearing these words, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes immediately revealed a look of curiosity. Just a moment ago, she clearly felt that a powerful sealing formation had inexplicably appeared within her body. It was only that this formation was only kept by her and could not be controlled right now. "That formation inside my body just now, was it you who handed it to me?" Yi Xiaoyao looked at the demon hunter in surprise, her tone filled with incredulity. When the demon hunter heard this, he glanced down at Yi Xiaoyao, and then at the Hell Inferno demon following the other party, and said in a flat tone, "That's natural." The moment these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. How could she not have thought that an S-class demon would actually want a contract with herself? This was undoubtedly picking up a huge bargain. "This formation is only temporarily given to you. If you don't reach the middle rank coffin suppressor level within a year, I will take back the formation." The demon hunter looked at Yi Xiaoyao, his tone filled with indifference. Yimo sniffed and didn't say anything from the side. He knew that the demon hunter was putting pressure on his old sister, but this was not bad for Yi Xiaoyao. After all, how could a coffin spirit that was obtained cheaply be as meaningful as the one obtained after one's own efforts? Okay, I promise you. Within a year I promise I'll reach the middle rank coffin suppressor level. Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fists, a look of excitement on her face. At the same time, she looked at Yi Mo and playfully blinked her eyes, as if saying thank you to her own old brother. Seeing this, Yi Mo nodded indifferently. He then looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows couldn't help but furrow as he said, Demon Hunter, there's a small matter that I have to trouble you about. What is it? Demon Hunter asked in disbelief. Burn his corpse. Yi Mo said. As for how to deal with Han Jun's corpse, Yi Mo actually had the simplest and most direct method, which was to let Tyrant devour it. However, he wasn't that ferocious since he contracted the Tyrant and never let the Tyrant devour the corpse of the town coffin master. Although the corpse of the town coffin master could provide the Tyrant with benefits that could not be thought of, Yi Mo did not intend to do so. It's not quite appropriate for me to do it, why don't we let her do it? The demon hunter shook its head and pointed at Yi Xiaoyao. It wanted to see how Yi Xiaoyao's heart was. If the other party didn't even dare to destroy a corpse, then it might have to search for a coffin suppressor again. Yi Mo couldn't help but frown when he heard this. One should know that Yi Xiaoyao was only a freshly graduated coffin suppressor, and would definitely be resistant to such things as killing and burning corpses. However, Yi Xiaoyao's next sentence directly dumbfounded Yi Mo and Demon Hunter. Yan Jun. Use hellfire to burn the corpse into charcoal. Then knock it into ash and take it to scatter it in the sewers. Yi Xiaoyao said with an excited face. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's corner of his eye twitched a little. He didn't expect this old sister of his to be so ferocious. On the other hand, the demon hunter on the side had an extremely agreeable look in his eyes, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, Yi Xiaoyao led the Hell Inferno demon to throw Han Jun's ashes away. And the demon hunter looked towards Yi Mo. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Corpse breeder, if you can only contract a corpse race, I can introduce you to a fellow whose potential isn't any weaker than mine, so that it can become your coffin spirit. Who? Yi Mo asked curiously. It's the mutated corpse demon that I killed an hour ago. The demon hunter said indifferently. When Yi Mo heard this, an extremely excited smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, Why didn't you kill it? That guy's talent is growth type, and its strength increases quickly. I originally wanted it to help me destroy the Blade Court to return my freedom after it reached the Overlord level. I just didn't expect that it would be up to you to help me free it now. I naturally have to thank you properly. The demon hunter explained to Yi Mo. If Yi Xiaoyao hadn't shown this kind of heart, it was prepared to rot this matter in its stomach and not say anything to anyone. At that time, once it was dissatisfied with Yi Xiaoyao, it could also break free from the seal and cooperate with that S-class zombie, then take over the mountain and get away with it from then on. But now, the demon hunter was extremely satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao and almost recognized the other party as his new contractual master. And Yi Mo would definitely always ensure Yi Xiaoyao's safety, so the stronger Yi Mo was, it also meant that he would be safe. Thinking of this, a jumping white-haired figure was reflected in a trance in the demon hunter's pair of demonic eyes that emitted a ghostly green light. Look into my eyes, and you will know the original face of that zombie. The demon hunter's tone was extremely sincere. Although very few people dared to gaze into a demon's eyes, Yi Mo was definitely not one of those people. He had such a heaven-defying ability as the evil-breaking golden pupil, and even if he were to look into the eyes of the strongest demon, Satan, he wouldn't fall there. Yi Mo didn't think much and slowly locked his gaze with the demon hunter. In the next second, when Yi Mo saw that the demon hunter got the white-haired figure in his eyes, his figure shuddered. This is Elder Brother Tang. Yi Mo uttered in surprise. He had thought of 100 possibilities for Tang Yi's death, but he never expected that Tang Yi would actually turn into a zombie, or an S-class zombie. This made him ashamed and a little surprised at the same time. Ashamed because Tang Yi had been killed in order to help himself and had become a corpse. And the surprise was because, although Tang Yi wasn't in a human body, he was alive in a different way. Thinking of this, Yi Mo's face instantly showed excitement as he asked towards the demon hunter, Demon Hunter, can you contact him now? You recognize it? The demon hunter was puzzled. Recognize it? Yi Mo nodded and said, he was originally my friend, a quasi-transcendent coffin suppressor. It's just that after he was killed, he didn't know due to some coincidence, he became a zombie. Hearing this, Demon Hunter's eyes also flashed a shocked color. It didn't expect that the zombie that it had high hopes for was actually a coffin suppressor turned into a zombie. This was simply a bit rare. It then looked at Emo and said seriously, I don't have a way to contact it right now. But I remember its scent. As long as it's still in Jiangnan Bay City and appears within 1,000 meters of my vicinity, I'll be able to follow the scent to find it. 1,000 meters? Emo frowned slightly, the surprise on his face suddenly disappeared and he muttered. Right now, the demon hunter couldn't go out of the demon extermination base, and once he did, he would definitely be targeted by the Blade Court. So the prerequisite for wanting the demon hunter to help himself find Tang Yi was making the obstacle that was the Blade Court disappear into thin air. Looks like I can only take my chances for now. Emo shook his head and smiled. However, he wasn't in too much of a hurry, because knowing that Tang Yi was still surviving in another way and hadn't really disappeared into thin air was enough. Chapter 116: A Call with President Chen. In the blink of an eye, the cold moon was again hanging high in the sky. In the living room, Yi Xiaoyao was cleaning up the dishes on the dining table after entertaining Xiaoya and Zhou Tong and waiting for the two to leave. As for Emo, he was in an extremely good mood, sitting on the sofa like a salted fish lying down, making a phone call. Elder Chen, are you sure you will come to Jiangnan City first thing tomorrow morning? Emo moved his body, his tone was extremely surprised. I've been waiting for you until the flowers are all thankful. Seemingly hearing Emo's surprised tone, a puzzled voice came from the phone. Yi kid. Your tone is a bit off. You wouldn't have messed up again and need old me to help you out to fix it, right? Hearing these words, Emo immediately smiled faintly and said, Elder Chen, there is no such thing as a mess. Do I look like someone who was causing trouble? It's all other people who are messing with me. Hee hee, this face of your brat, even when I look at it, I want to flatten it. It couldn't be more normal for others to mess with you. Elder Chen said without a good mood. Emo's face instantly darkened when he heard this. How could you blame your handsome face for others coming to mess with you? Am I really that easy to pull hatred? A question mark popped up above Emo's head and he was puzzled in his heart. Right, Yi kid. Have you solved that matter of yours yet? Did you get back the materials for the evolution of the little dumplings? Chen Lao's curious voice came from the phone. When Emo heard this, he immediately coughed lightly and said hesitantly, that matter has been resolved for now, and the materials have been brought back. Only. There came another little matter that I couldn't solve. A small matter that you couldn't solve? Elder Chen was puzzled. Right. Since that's the case, then old me will come over tomorrow and directly help you solve it. Elder Chen's tone was extremely flat, not taking the small matter in Emo's mouth to heart. After all, his strength was here. As long as the sky didn't fall, it would seem somewhat insignificant in his eyes. Then, thank you Elder Chen. Emo's eyes lit up and his face almost smiled. As long as President Chen came over, then everything he encountered would be solved. At that time, if President Chen shook his hand on Qin Shak, even the Blade Court would definitely not dare to intervene easily. And he could take this opportunity to repay Third Master Qin's favor, and at the same time, he would also have the chance to bring the demon hunter to find Tang Yi under the eyes of the Blade Court. As for the favor owed to Elder Chen, Emo had already thought of many ways to repay it. It was nothing more than promising Elder Chen to go to the ancient mysterious realm or taking a few swift crystal coffins in the appraisal meeting. Of course, Emo also had the most generous way of repayment. That was to help Elder Chen see through Xiaomei's hidden evolutionary route and the materials needed. When Xiaomei's evolution broke through the bottleneck, it would allow Elder Chen to become a quasi-supreme powerhouse in one leap. As long as Chen Lao becomes a quasi-supreme, wouldn't taking the sword court be? Thinking of this, Emo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. And right at this moment, Elder Chen's concerned voice once again came out from the phone and, Yi kid, you've already got the materials back, so have you started letting the little dumplings evolve? I can tell you that it takes a lot of time for an A-class coffin spirit to evolve. A fast one will take at least a month to evolve successfully, and a slow one that will take half a year. So you kid mustn't delay, evolve the little dumpling before it's too late. Elder Chen exhorted. Hearing this, Emo was stunned. He didn't expect that it would take so long for an A-class coffin spirit to evolve. However, it seemed like Chi-Chi only took less than a day to evolve. This evolution speed was a bit appalling. Elder Chen, the little dumpling has completed its evolution and evolved into a spirit rune flying stiff girl. Emo said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, A violent wind noise immediately came from the other end of the phone, and Chen Lao seemed to viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air, pumping out the air on the third floor of the tomb-seeking guild. "Ye kid, you're not making fun of old man. How is it possible that it only took a day to evolve successfully?" President Chen said with incomparable shock. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Elder Chen, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, just come over tomorrow and see." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Mo's mouth. If it was before, he would never dare to summon out Chi-Chi for Elder Chen as well as the two old thieves, Supreme Lin, to observe. This was because this template of Chi-Chi was too unscientific, directly altering the talent and potential of the spirit symbol jumping child. Once Chi-Chi's information was known by these two big shots, then Yi Mo wouldn't be able to explain it anyway. And now, Chi-Chi had the transformation technique and could completely change into the appearance of a flying stiff girl. Even if the two bigwigs noticed that it wasn't simple, then they could still use the hidden route to fool around. At this moment, on the other end of the phone, Elder Chen listened to Yi Mo's extremely confident tone, then he let out a long sigh and lamented, "AI, your kid's talent is really heaven-defying, and once again, it breaks my old man's perception. Old me may not be able to break through to the supreme level in this lifetime. But having the opportunity to witness the rise of you brat with my own eyes, then I have no regrets in this life." Chapter 117 Han Jun's News. Listening to Chen Lao's exclamation, Yi Mo deeply memorized this matter in his heart. Tomorrow, Chen Lao would come to Jiangnan City, and Yi Mo was going to take this opportunity to tell the other party about Xiaomei's evolutionary route and materials. After all, Elder Chen had been taking care of himself, and he hadn't given Elder Chen anything in return so far, which was really a bit too much. "Elder Chen, after you come to Jiangnan City tomorrow, drop by the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base to pick me up. I am going to give you a surprise," Yi Mo said indifferently. "Good, then when I come over tomorrow, I will go to you at the first opportunity. I would like to see what kind of surprise or shock you kid is going to give me," Chen Lao said with a smile. A few minutes later, Elder Chen hung up the phone. Yi Mo glanced at Yi Xiaoyao, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen, then said hello and returned to the bedroom to prepare for rest. At the same time, in an extremely luxurious ancient courtyard in the inner city, the three Han Sandao brothers were looking at a black-clothed henchman kneeling on the ground with extremely gloomy faces. "Have you found out the news of my Junior?" Han Sandao said with killing intent in his tone. Hearing this, the black-clothed man couldn't help but let his body tremble as he hurriedly replied, "Lord Blade. My subordinate wasn't able to find out about young Lord. I only know that after he killed that zombie, he went to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base and then never came out." "Didn't manage to find out?" Han Sanjie's eyes stared, and he said coldly, "Rubbish, then you're going to die for me." After saying that, a burst of blade-like, extremely terrifying spiritual energy erupted from Han Sanjie's circumference, instantly tearing the black-clothed man to shreds. The Blade King on the side saw this scene without any ripples in his eyes. For the Blade Court, subordinates who did not do their job well were like trash, and there was absolutely no need to keep them. Seemingly seeing the worry in Han Sandao's eyes, the Blade King instantly patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile, "Big brother, you shouldn't be too anxious. Perhaps Junior chose to stay at the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base because of some important matter. Yes, big brother, don't worry too much. With Junior's strength, he can completely walk sideways in the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base, and since he is also the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base, absolutely no one would dare to make a move against him." The Blade Emperor spoke out to comfort him. Hearing these words, Han Sanjian's face instantly changed for the better. Han Jun's every move since he left the Blade Court had been secretly tracked by the people he had sent. Instead of tracking, it was more like covertly protecting. Due to spoiling Han Jun from a young age, Han Sandao had allowed the other party to develop an extremely easily offended and arrogant personality. This kind of character would definitely cause many people to be dissatisfied when placed outside. However, Han Sandao didn't stop Han Jun from being like this in the slightest, because with the strength of the Blade Court, it was completely capable of allowing Han Jun to have the capital to be arrogant. "I don't think anyone within the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base would dare to touch my son," Han Sandao said in a cold voice. "It seems like I really was overthinking things. Big brother, if Junior doesn't return tomorrow night, let's go to the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base together to look for him. I suspect that this brat only has eyes for the young commander named Xiaoya." The Blade Emperor said in a flat tone, "Junior seems to be extremely interested in this kind of beauty with strong potential. I am really afraid that he will be reduced to a licking dog." Hearing this, the Blade King also felt that it made sense, then shook his head and said, "Alas, Junior is really too, not returning a call for so long for the sake of a woman. This is simply too disappointing. When he comes back, big brother, you really need to teach him a good lesson." The Blade King turned his head to Han Sandao and admonished. Han Third Blade seemed to feel that there was some truth in what he said, and instantly nodded without retorting. If anyone else had dared to say anything wrong about Han Jun in front of him, he would have chosen to shoot the other party on the spot. But the two of them, the Knife Emperor and the Knife King, were different. They were Han Sandao's blood brothers, having known each other since they were small and from their mother's wombs, and their relationship was even more incomparably close. Although Han Sandager extremely doted on Han Jun, in his opinion, Han Jun's weight in his heart was far less than that of his own two brothers. Know this. As legendary powerhouses, the three of them didn't act alone like the others. No matter what they encountered, they fought together. Even when they encountered a coffin suppressor whose realm was lower than theirs, they would surround them together. This seemed a bit unmartial to outsiders. However, the three of them had killed countless strong people not weaker than them in this manner, breaking out into great fame, and finally, after founding the Blade Court-Grave-Seeking Regiment, they became the Jiangnan base. The three of them made a great name for themselves in this way. Seemingly thinking of something, Han Sanjia no longer focused his mind on this matter of Han Jun. With his hands behind his back, he said with a hint of worry in his tone, "The day after tomorrow is the large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting. It seems like Jiangnan base city is going to be in for a storm. Big brother, I've heard that this coffin spirit appraisal meeting will have supreme beings participating. Should we offer a swift crystal coffin to befriend the supreme being?" The Blade King said. Hearing this, Han Sandblade instantly shook his head and said indifferently, "If we want to befriend the supreme being, one mouthful of the swift crystal coffin is only a little less. I feel that we need at least 2 mouthfuls. 2? The Blade King's face revealed a look of difficulty as he said, "Big brother, with our Blade Court's current financial resources, we can at most buy 5 swift crystal coffins, right? If we offer 2 ports to the supreme being, the 3 of US brothers would then each take 1 more. Wouldn't that leave us with no way to replace the S-Class Dragon Coffin Spirit for Junior?" The Blade King said indifferently. The Knife King on the side smiled at his words and said, "Old 3, have you forgotten what Junior went to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base for this time? He is there to take back that Gai Qingjin's family fortune. As long as Junior can bring back that Gai Qingjin's collection, wouldn't that be an easy solution to our immediate problem?" The Blade Emperor said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, a flash of light appeared in the Blade King's eyes as he said with a smile, "Big brother, since Qingjin has this kind of family collection, have you ever thought that other families might not be weaker than Qingjin's wealth?" The Blade King said with a smirk. When Han Sandager heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "Old 3, are you thinking of making a move against the other great families?" "That's natural." The Blade King smiled faintly. "But how are we going to make a move against the other clans? We must at least need a reason." Han Sandager said. Big brother, you're really confused. Could it be that you've forgotten about Qingjin being extorted by the other clans?" The Blade King burst out laughing, and with a crazy look in his eyes, he said, "I can take this opportunity to say that we're standing up for Qingjin, and then hammer these few clans. Not only will this establish our image as the Blade Court's protector, but it will also reveal our powerful strength in front of them." When the Blade Emperor heard this, he also hurriedly agreed, "Big brother, I think Lao San's words are very reasonable. Why don't we take Qingjin now and then go after these few clans that have threatened him? Since that's the case, then we shouldn't be late. Otherwise, it won't be easy to make a move tomorrow when the Supreme Powerhouse arrives." Han Sandao said sinisterly. After saying that, the 3 of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards Qingjin's manor. Chapter 118, Qingjin, I want to see Mr. Han. 2 hours later. It was as if the inner city had been hit by an earthquake, and the ground shook from time to time. And far away in the outer city within the demon-destroying base, Yemo felt an extremely strong tremor and instantly woke up from his bed. Earthquake? Yemo scratched his head with a confused face. However, soon after, he realized that these tremors were somewhat uncomplicated and had a large degree of man-made possibilities. This is definitely not something a transcendent can do. There should be a legendary powerhouse fighting in the inner city. Surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. To know. Under the suppression of the Blade Court, the great clans usually showed extreme restraint and rarely fought. But at this moment, it was obvious that someone was stirring things up in the inner city. Can't it be that it's the Blade Court? Yemo was startled in his heart. Right at this moment, suddenly a phone voice rang. Yemo picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought for a moment, then without hesitation, he connected the call. And at that moment, an urgent voice came from the phone all of a sudden. Yi Xiao. I'm Shadow Ghost. Help me. Shadow Ghost, what happened? Yemo asked in a hurry. Young Yi, those three legendary powerhouses from the Blade Court brought Qin Jin and attacked the Lin family, killing the Lin family's head, and then killed the Ho family's head and the Zhang family's head one after another. And my true body is now being targeted by Qin Jin, and a bunch of my men were all killed by Qin Jin. I have no choice but to come to you. Shadow Ghost's incomparably anxious voice came out. Hearing these words, Yemo's face immediately revealed a look of extreme shock. He didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen in the Jiangnan base city that Zhou Tong said had always been stable. And the initiators were actually the three leaders of the Blade Court. If Yemo hadn't guessed correctly, the Lin family as well as the Ho family and the Shadow Ghost's mouth should be Linin as well as Monkey's family. The Blade Court's tomb-seeking group is really uncomfortable. Yemo said with an ugly face. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly said, Shadow Ghost, you now find a chance to teleport yourself near the demon extermination base. I will ask Chief Commander Xiao to let you in. Many thanks, Yi Xiao. Shadow Ghost said gratefully. After hearing Shadow Ghost's words, Yemo directly hung up the phone and then contacted Xiaoya. Xiaoya immediately revealed an excited smile when she heard that the Shadow Ghost was Yemo's friend and was an uncontracted Class A coffin spirit. Solely, she directly agreed to Yemo's request, and by the way, she also wanted to take a look at the Shadow Ghost and see if she could contract it. At this moment, on the street outside the demon extermination base, there were two figures running wildly. These two figures were almost exactly the same, their bodies were pitch black and did not look like living people. And they were being followed by an old man with an indifferent face. Hee, where else do you want to run to for the old man? Qin Jin looked at the Shadow Ghosts in front of him and said coldly. Only to see him condense spiritual energy in his hands, and with a single punch, he smashed towards the Shadow Ghost. The Shadow Ghost's true body felt the sudden eruption of energy behind it, and was instantly incomparably terrified. It hurriedly had its doppelganger block behind itself to counteract this fist energy, and then hurriedly disappeared towards the ground. In the next second, the fist energy emanating from Qin Jin suddenly erupted, directly destroying all the streets outside the demon destruction base. Even if you guys run into the demon destruction base, you are also bound to die. Qin Jin laughed coldly. If it were ordinary times, he wouldn't dare to act wildly in front of the demon destruction base. However, the Blade Father had told him that the young lord of the Blade Court, Han Jun, was in the middle of the Jiangnan demon exterminating base. As long as he explained the situation to Jun Han would be able to keep him safe and sound. If he didn't have the demon extermination base to shelter Yemo, he wouldn't have agreed to hand over all those treasures to the Blade Court. Therefore, Qin Jin directly chose the most arrogant way, ready to vent his pent-up emotions. And at this time, Xiaoya and Yemo, who had long been waiting for the arrival of the Shadow Ghost at the gate of the demon extermination base, couldn't help but frown tightly when they saw this scene. Who are you and why are you destroying the exterior streets of the demon destruction base? If you don't give me a reason, I will report it to my superiors and have the demon exterminating legion send a legendary powerhouse to talk to you. Xiaoya said coldly. Upon hearing these words, Qin Jin immediately let out a cold laugh and said, Little girl, are you the chief commander of the Jiangnan demon extermination base? So what if I am? Xiaoya said indifferently. This street that I destroyed doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of your demon exterminating base, right? So you don't need to intimidate me with such words. Moreover, I'm under Commander Han of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base, so if you guys have a problem with me, then it's not your turn to take care of it. When I meet Commander Han will naturally punish me. Qin Jin had an arrogant look in his eyes. When Xiaoya heard this, a stunned look appeared on her face. Immediately afterward, a hint of a smile immediately appeared on her face as she said, Are you sure you can see Commander Han? As soon as these words came out, Qin Jin's face abruptly changed. He had originally dared to be so arrogant because Han Jun was here. But now, the other party did say that he couldn't see Han Jun, which simply made his heart go a little cold. One must know that offending the demon exterminating legion was a very serious consequence if one didn't have a big brother within the legion to cover them. And as Han Jun was one of the top 10 geniuses of the last term of the Demon Destroying Legion, coupled with his status as a commanding envoy, no one would dare to beat him to death even if a dog he raised was running rampant within the base. Only seeing Qin Jin's hand trembling a little, he pointed at Xiaoya and said nervously, "Is commanding envoy Han not in your demon exterminating base?" "In," Xiaoya said as the corner of her mouth hooked up into a hint of a smile. When Qin Jin heard this, his face became extremely ugly, revealing an extremely strong killing intent as he said, "Then you're making fun of old me?" After saying that, he took a deep breath and roared out towards the demon extermination base. "Han Xiao, I've come to see you by order of the Blade Venerable. If you're there, please come out and meet with me." Qin Jin roared out angrily, and his voice spread throughout the entire demon extinguishing base. However, after he roared a dozen times, there was still no response, and Han Jun didn't appear either. Obviously, Blade Sovereign said that young Han was here, so why isn't young Han coming out to meet me? Qin Jin's face was extremely ugly. And these words, which fell into Yimo's ears, immediately caused a smile to appear at the corner of Yimo's mouth. "Old thief Qin, just stop shouting, that young Han in your mouth has already died here," Yimo said indifferently. Hearing these words, Qin Jin's entire body was struck by lightning and his body swayed a little. "This can't be. Did you guys dare to kill Han Xiao?" A look of panic flashed in Qin Jin's eyes as he said, "Of course we wouldn't dare, but he dared himself." "What do you mean?" Qin Jin was puzzled. "Scram back and tell your master, just say that Han Jun he was slaughtered by his own coffin spirit when he was training with it. As for his corpse, it's been burned by his coffin spirit, with no ashes left. If you want to meet him, go meet him in hell." Chapter 119 The Heartless Qin Jin. Young Han was slaughtered by his own coffin spirit during training? Hearing Yimo's words, Qin Jin couldn't return to his senses for a long time, his face showing a look of horror. For such words, of course he wouldn't believe it. One must know that a coffin spirit could never lay hands on its own contractual master when it had not broken free of its sealing contract. This was because once the wrong hand killed the contract master, the coffin spirit would also be resealed and exiled. Therefore, Qin Jin concluded that Yimo was deceiving himself. Only seeing a strong killing intent emanating from his body, he coldly stared at Yimo and roared, "Kid, although I don't know why Han Xiao didn't kill you. But now that you dared to lie to me, then I'm going to take action on behalf of Han Xiao and break you into pieces." As soon as these words came out, Qin Jin steeply gathered his spiritual energy and blasted a fist force towards Yimo regardless. Seeing this, Xiaoya's face suddenly became gloomy, then she hastily summoned a huge mirror to block in front of Yimo's body, and shouted out delicately, "Mirror reverse." As soon as the words fell, the terrifying fist force came and ruthlessly smashed on top of the huge mirror, which was instantly absorbed by the huge mirror. However, in the next second, only a booming sound could be heard, and countless cracks abruptly appeared on the mirror. Only to see the mirror directly explode into countless fragments, accompanied by the aftermath of the fist force shooting towards the surroundings, and then like a sharp blade, it nailed onto the walls of the buildings surrounding the demon extermination base, tearing the walls apart with a huge crack. Put! Xiaoya seemed to have been hit hard by Qin Jin's strike, as a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out of her mouth, her figure shaking a little. As for Qin Jin, he was likewise not in a good position. The punch that smashed on the mirror just now seemed to have smashed on top of his chest, making his throat slightly salty, as if blood was about to spurt out. Worthy of being the chief commander of Jiangnan Base City, to be able to resist my attack with the strength of a transcendent mortal 5-star, I admire you. Qin Jin forcibly swallowed the blood in his throat and said with a cold expression on his face. To him, since he had already offended the people of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, he had to find Han Jun today no matter what. If he could find him, with Han Jun pleading for him, then the Demon Exterminating Legion's punishment for him might be a little lighter. But if he couldn't find it, when he went back and faced Han Sandao and the others, he would be dead. Because before he came, Han Sanjie had given him the word that if he couldn't bring back Han Jun then he would die. Recalling that Han Sandao and the others had decapitated quasi-legends like slaughtering chickens and dogs, Qin Jin's heart inexplicably radiated a strong fear. Xiaoya, are you alright? Yimo hurriedly supported Xiaoya, who had blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and said with a slight frown. Xiaoya smiled and stabilized her stance, then lifted her white hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and softly said, I'm fine, I was a bit caught off guard just now. If he didn't summon the coffin spirit, he definitely couldn't kill me. Yimo, go and hide in the protected area within the base first. This level of battle is no longer something you can interfere with. Let me deal with him first. When he gets to the point where he believes this result of Han Jun's death, he will naturally leave. Xiaoya looked at Yi Mo and said seriously. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's face instantly became grave. It was true that he could not intervene in this battle himself because he was only at the quasi-high level now, too far from being a legend. Even if his talent was heaven-defying, he would not be able to kill his opponent by crossing 20 levels. Although the tyrant's move, Ultra Matter Penetration, had a chance to injure Qingjin, it would have to hit after storing up its power. Thinking about this, Yi Mo clenched his fists tightly and looked towards Xiaoya and said, "Can you control him in place so that he can't move?" These words reached Qingjin's ears and it made him snort, and with contempt in his eyes, he said, "Control old me? Could it be that you brats want to launch an attack on me? Ha, just with you being a quasi-high rank you want to injure a legend? You are simply whimsical." Qingjin laughed out loud, clenched his fist fiercely, and once again threw a punch in Yi Mo's direction. Seeing this, Xiaoya steeply mobilized her entire body's spiritual energy and once again formed a huge mirror to block in front of herself and Yi Mo. Due to the fact that the spiritual energy this time was more hit, after the dressing mirror absorbed Qingjin's fist energy, it even directly rebounded back the fist energy sent out by the other party. When Qingjin saw the rebounded back fist energy, his hair stood on end and he avoided the blow in a shocking manner. It seems that if I don't summon the coffin spirit today, I won't be able to take this brat. A sinister color flashed in Qingjin's eyes. Without hesitation, an array formation surged in his hands, instantly summoning a tens of meters tall coffin to stand at the gate of the demon extermination base. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with intense scorn when she saw this coffin with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. She coldly looked at Qingjin and said with a hint of reprimand in her tone, "You don't want to act recklessly in the demon extermination base. I said that Han Jun is dead. If you don't believe me, you can use your divine sense to check." Qingjin heard this and then swept around the demon extinguishing base with his divine sense. When he didn't detect Han Jun's figure, his face became more and more ugly as he said, "You guys actually dared to kill him?" Hearing this, Xiaoya was stunned, then said in an extremely firm tone, "He committed suicide, it has nothing to do with us." Ha ha ha, joke. He's alive and well, why would he commit suicide? In my opinion, it was you who plotted him to death. Qingjin roared. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, he's already dead, so you can go back and report the situation with the ones from the Blade Court. Xiaoya said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Qingjin's face not only did not improve, but instead became even more gloomy. Hee, I'll be honest with you. Before I came here, those three from the Blade Court had already given me a death order. If I can't find Han Jun, then Old Me will die as well. Since Old Me has to die either way, it's hard for me to get rid of my anger if I don't kill this brat. Qingjin pointed at GMO, itching to eat the other party alive. If you demon exterminating base dares to block me, then I will exterminate your demon exterminating base. Qingjin yelled at Xiaoya. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoya's face immediately became extremely ugly. She hadn't thought that Qingjin would actually be so heartless that he would actually dare to make a move against the demon extermination base. Yi Mo, you immediately bring Xiaoya to the protection zone. There is a defense formation set up by a supreme powerhouse there that can guarantee your absolute safety. Xiaoya said calmly towards Yi Mo. When Yi Mo heard this, his brows couldn't help but knit up and said, "What about you? I'm going to block him here. If I don't block, then the people in the demon destroying base will all be finished." Xiaoya said with a firm gaze. Hearing this, Yi Mo immediately clenched his fists. He knew very well that now was not the time for him to hesitate. The most correct choice should be to take Yi Xiaoyao to the protection zone. But if he left Xiaoya alone here, then his heart wouldn't feel good either. Xiaoya's coffin spirit attack is too weak and can only do defense. And although Tyrant has a chance to injure Qingjin, this condition of storing power is too harsh. Yi Mo thought quickly in his mind. Maybe the coffin spirit assistance that Chi gave to Xiaoya will allow us to hold out for a while, but it's only a defense. If only we could have other means to injure Qingjin. Yi Mo's brows furrowed and his face was extremely grave. Right. The shadow ghost seems to be a transcendent mortal 9 stars. As long as the real body is hiding, the doppelganger doesn't have to be afraid of Qingjin at all. Together with the demon hunter, it seems like there's a chance to kill Qingjin. Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Mo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. He only saw him looking towards Qingjin, with a hint of confidence in his tone, and loudly shouted, "Shadow Ghost Split! Demon Hunter! Please come out and help me. Chapter 120, The Demon's Might. As Yemo's voice spread throughout the demon extermination base. In one of the incarceration grounds of the demon extermination base, the demon hunter steeply lifted the coffin boards, then directly turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards the direction of the gate of the demon extermination base. The shadow ghost's real body, which had originally disappeared into the ground, did not hesitate to order its split body to rush towards the ground. Beside Yemo, Xiaoya revealed an incredulous look. Yemo, you shouldn't be trying to kill him back, right? Xiaoya's eyes widened as she pointed at Qingjin and said. Qingjin's face turned dangerous when he heard this. Demon hunter? Young Han was really killed by you guys. Qingjin said coldly. Regarding Han Jun's coffin spirit, Qingjin was also extremely clear. Now that Han Jun's person had disappeared, while the demon hunter had befriended Yemo, then who could Han Jun's death be if it wasn't caused by Yemo? Without hesitation. The corner of Qingjin's mouth revealed a sinister smile as he picked up his cell phone and prepared to dial Han Sandao's number. However, right at this moment, a shadowy green figure instantly appeared, directly transforming into a residual shadow, and flew past Qingjin's body. The speed was so fast that even Qingjin was unable to react. There was a plopping sound. Bright red blood splashed out, and as Qingjin looked down at the arm that was originally holding the cell phone, an incomparable rage immediately flashed in his eyes. My arm! You all have to die! Qingjin roared. However, in the next second, another residual shadow struck, and Qingjin's other arm broke once again. Looking at the demonic figure in front of him that was like a ghost, Qingjin felt his scalp tingle for the first time. He didn't expect that this coffin spirit of Han Jun would actually be so strong. Is this an S-class demon? Qingjin's heart trembled. At this moment, he shivered as he hastily summoned the Phantom Wolf Lord. Phantom Wolf Lord, protect me and then kill that brat. Qingjin said. Upon hearing these words, the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord directly lifted off the tens of meters high coffin board, and then carried Qingjin with one hand and threw him onto his shoulder. While the other hand was clenching his fist and slamming it fiercely in the direction of Yemo and the others. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity when she saw the huge fist coming. Without hesitation, she directly mobilized most of the spiritual energy in her body and once again summoned a mirror to block in front of the crowd. Only a booming sound could be heard. The spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's fist landed on the mirror as if it hadn't stirred a single ripple, and all the energy was instantly absorbed by the mirror. Surprisingly, it was able to withstand my ordinary attack? A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord. At this moment, Qingjin, who was standing on the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's shoulder, after hearing this, his face changed slightly as he advised, Wolf Lord, don't try anymore, these guys are a bit tricky. Hearing this, the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord turned his head to look at Qingjin and said in an extremely arrogant manner, some level 50 dirt dogs are nothing more than that. Let's see how my pack exterminates them. After saying that, only to see the ghostly blue flames on the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's body begin to drip down, landing on the ground and instantly transforming into 100 level 45 giant spectral wolves. As a grade B coffin spirit, the spectral Shadow Wolf Master's move of summoning the pack was the move he was most proud of. As long as Qingjin's spiritual energy was sufficient, it could completely support it in summoning hundreds of giant ghost wolves of transcendent mortal rank or above. If it was a normal day, the 100 giant ghost wolves in front of it could completely push across a small base city, and could even cause great trouble to some of the legendary powerhouses. But right now, it didn't realize how strong the configuration of Yemo and the others was. Those were two S-class coffin spirits, two extremely strong A-class coffin spirits, and a tyrant that couldn't be viewed as normal. Wolf Lord, it's not appropriate to use this move. With these ghost wolves alone, it's not necessarily possible to kill them. Qingjin voiced out a reminder. Upon hearing these words, a look of disdain appeared in the spectral Wolf Lord's eyes as he said coldly, Contract Master. Are you teaching me things? You? Then you're free to do as you please. Qingjin's face was extremely ugly. The current him had already had both of his arms chopped off by the demon hunter, and he was almost unable to use his spiritual energy to hurt people. Therefore, other than instructing the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord from the side, his threat to Emo and the others had become extremely small. Moreover, the speed of the demon hunter made him feel incredibly scared. If he took half a step away from the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's shoulder, then it was very likely that he would be attacked by the demon hunter again. And at this moment, Emo and the others looked at the hundreds of level 45 giant phantom wolves in front of them, and their faces became extremely grave. Seemingly thinking of something, Emo turned his head towards the demon hunter and said, "Demon hunter, I remember that you have reached the evolvable stage now, right? This time, you went all out to help me out, and after it's over, I'll help you find all the evolutionary materials so that you can complete your second evolution." As soon as these words came out, the demon hunter's face immediately revealed a look of excitement. "Even if you don't give me any favors, I'll still untie you." The demon hunter said indifferently, "It's not easy to find my evolutionary materials." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Emo nodded and said. When the demon hunter heard this, a confident smile flashed across his face as he said, "In that case, then I'll help show you how powerful an S-rank demon is when it shows its true body." After saying that, only to see the aura around the demon hunter surging out crazily, instantly transforming into a terrifying demon with a wingspan of tens of meters and a height of more than 10 meters that pounced straight at the ghost wolves. In the blink of an eye, the demon hunter flashed with ghostly green flames and instantly killed more than 10 giant ghost wolves. And when Emo saw this scene, he didn't stay idle either. He only saw that he hastily summoned Tyrant and Chi-Chi. "Tyrant, 7-7, go up and help the demon hunter," Emo said indifferently. He then looked at Shadow Ghost at the side and said, "Shadow Ghost, your doppelganger is immortal, go up and help as well. The real body will follow us to the protection zone." After saying that, Emo looked at Xiaoya again and said with a smile, "Let's go, Xiaoya, we're safe." Chapter 121, Joining the Battle. The idea of replacing the coffin spirit. After hearing Emo's words, the corners of the Shadow Ghost's bilocation's mouth hooked up into a hideous arc, and it instantly transformed into a black stream of light and rushed towards the giant ghost wolf group. Now that its doppelganger wouldn't die, it naturally wouldn't have any scruples, so it wanted to try something. And on the side, Tyrant and Chi-Chi heard Emo's words. They also turned their heads to look at Emo and nodded. They were not strong enough to fight the Phantom Wolf Lord. But facing the giant ghost wolf that the Ghost Shadow Wolf Lord's soul differentiated from could maneuver around it, not to say that they could kill the giant ghost wolf, but at least they could guarantee their own safety. Chi-Chi seemed to have some desire to see her strength after evolving. Without any hesitation, she directly summoned a few ghosts to surround herself and her nearby companions. Afterwards, she drew her sword and chopped a cold ice sword chi in the direction of the giant ghost wolves. With a snort, the cold sword chi erupted with extremely terrifying energy, cutting off a giant ghost wolf at the waist while the terrifying cold chi froze the surrounding 10 meters, freezing 2 ghost wolves into ice sculptures. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw this. This was her first time that Chi-Chi had made a move. Originally, she thought that Chi-Chi was just an auxiliary S-class coffin spirit, but she did not expect that the other party would actually be able to kill the giant ghost wolves with a single sword. Although this attack had a sneak attack component there, it was undeniable that Chi-Chi was not generally strong. "Emo, your coffin spirit is really strong, you are worthy of being the strongest genius I have ever seen," Xiaoya said in surprise. Emo sniffed and revealed a hint of a smile, then put his hand on Xiaoya's shoulder and retreated more than 200 meters in several consecutive instantaneous steps, moving away from the battlefield in front of him. "Let's not talk about this, let's go first, to the protection zone," Emo said with a faint smile. Hearing these words, Xiaoya instantly raised her head and glanced at the Phantom Wolf Lord that was 200 meters away, and then sized up the hundreds of giant phantom wolves that were surrounding the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghosts. "Emo, why don't you go to the protection zone first and remember to bring Xiaoya with you? I have to prevent these giant ghost wolves from attacking the other members of the demon extermination base right now, so I can't go to the protection zone yet, I'm going to stand guard here." Xiaoya shook her head and pointed to the dormitory building not far away and said. Emo heard this and could only nod helplessly. He understood very well that Xiaoya, as the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, when encountering this kind of disaster, she had to be the first to rush to the forefront and take up the heavy responsibility of protecting the weak. Seemingly seeing the look of determination on Xiaoya's face, Emo could not continue to dissuade him. He then looked at Tyrant, who was closely following him on the side, and said, "Tyrant, you cooperate with her and stop the giant ghost wolves that are intent on attacking the members of the Demon Extermination Base. If you encounter danger, just improvise, in short, save your lives." Hearing this, Tyrant nodded without hesitation. Immediately after that, it also roared and dramatically enlarged its body, transforming into more than 5 meters tall, and stood next to Xiaoya with a huge sword in both hands. "We can't let Tyrant go among the wolves this time. It's too dangerous. Yi Mo secretly thought in his heart. He was extremely clear about the strength of his coffin spirit. Currently, Chi-Chi had evolved into a flying stiff girl, and her comprehensive strength had completely surpassed Tyrant. If Tyrant was now able to resist a level 42 or so level A coffin spirit, then Chi-Chi could easily deal with a level 45 level A coffin spirit. This was because also under the enchantment of his own god-level corpse breeder talent, the gap between Tyrant's D-rank potential as well as Chi-Chi's S-rank potential was widening rapidly. Before the Tyrant's potential was promoted to rank C, the higher its rank was with Chi-Chi, the more obvious the gap would become. The Tyrant is unwilling to use a high-rank template. Otherwise, it should be able to decapitate the giant ghost wolf with its special skill right now. Yi Mo thought in his heart. Right, why don't we let Tyrant try out what effect instantaneous supermatter penetration has? Yi Mo's heart stirred and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Tyrant. Previously, he always thought about killing over the level, so he had been letting Tyrant's move of this signature skill store up its power. The effect after storing power was certainly terrifying, but it took some time, so there was a chance to dodge it when the enemy could react. But now, Yi Mo seemed to have the same thing, and an extremely excited smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. Tyrant, later on, you can directly stop these guys with a supermatter penetration. Yi Mo looked towards Tyrant and said. When Tyrant heard this, he hastily nodded and agreed with Yi Mo's words. Due to the demon hunter's attacks being extremely bizarre, the giant ghost wolves almost targeted the demon hunter's body. But unfortunately, the demon hunter kept attacking. This was equivalent to infinitely unleashing its talent, Shadow Body, which was completely harmless. As Qingjin looked at the scene in front of him, his face became incredibly ugly, and he couldn't help but say, Wolf Lord, you'd better listen to old man's command. These fellows aren't as weak as you think, and it will be very difficult for you to kill them. Regarding this B-class coffin spirit of his, Qingjin only felt extremely dissatisfied. This time, he had thought that with his treasured materials, he would use it to buy an S-rank coffin spirit and then spend a tremendous amount of money to slowly cultivate it. With his experience of cultivating coffin spirits as a legendary powerhouse, it would only take him a few years to have the chance to cultivate the S-class coffin spirit he bought to level 45 or above. If he waited until the S-class coffin spirit reached level 50 or above, then he could directly replace the spectral Shadow Wolf Master's position, making the S-class coffin spirit the main battle coffin spirit. However, it seemed that this idea of his had long been known by the Phantom Wolf Lord, causing the Phantom Wolf Lord to develop an extremely strong sense of distrust towards him. Listen to your command? Do you think I would listen? I'm just teasing this group of mole crickets, I'm not trying to strike down. The Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord said coldly. Wolf Lord, you'd better not forget that it was old husband who nurtured you step by step. If it wasn't for old husband, you would have been lying in that dark gold dragon coffin for the rest of your life, never seeing the light of day. Qingjin said indifferently. Upon hearing these words, the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord immediately snorted a bit and said, if you hadn't contracted me, you would probably be contracting just an E-rank or F-rank coffin spirit right now. If you hadn't contracted me, you wouldn't have been able to reach the heights of a legendary powerhouse. Now that you waited until you were strong enough, you actually want to play the trick of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. Do you think I'll still listen to you in the future? The Phantom Wolf Lord said coldly. For coffin spirits that were lower than a rank or below, they were most afraid of reaching the end of their rank because at that point, they no longer had any room to grow and lost the value of cultivation. So at this time, coffin masters who wanted to continue to improve their strength would choose a coffin spirit with higher potential as their second coffin spirit. When the second coffin spirit grows up, they will let the first coffin spirit become a mascot, or simply break the contract. Of course, there were also a small number of heartless coffin masters who would choose to kill the first coffin spirit after breaking the contract and seize the materials left on the other's corpse. And since Qingjin's affinity with the Phantom Wolf Lord was not very high, Qingjin had the intention of doing so. Chapter 122 Legendary Mighty 7-7 opened wide. Wolf Lord, what are you talking about? What crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? We've been contracted for 30 whole years, how could old man do such a thing? An unbelievable color flashed in Qingjin's eyes as he said in surprise. Seeing Qingjin look like this, the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord could not help but reveal a puzzled look, and then coldly snorted, whether or not you have this kind of thought, you know it in your own heart. Ouch. Wolf Lord, you've really misunderstood me, I really don't have such thoughts. Qingjin said with a face full of sincerity. Even if old husband has such thoughts, then you have to look at what's going on right now. If we don't all work together, there's a good chance that we'll die here. Shinjin was busy explaining out loud. He then looked at the spectral shadow wolf lord and persuaded him bitterly, "Little wolf, old me hasn't called you that for many years. Old me hopes that you can still listen to advice this time, and whatever conflicts we have, let's wait until we survive to talk about it, shall we? If you and I are decapitated by these guys, then won't our hallowed legendary overlord become the laughingstock of Jiangnan Base City?" Shinjin said with an ugly face. Hearing these words, the phantom shadow wolf lord glanced at Shinjin suspiciously, then nodded faintly, believing Shinjin's words. "Since that's the case, then what do you say? I can listen to you next," the phantom shadow wolf lord said indifferently. When Shinjin heard this, a sinister smile immediately flashed across his eyes before he coldly said, "Retract these soul detachments of yours. Under the premise of ensuring my safety, first kill the coffin suppressor, master, and then break these coffin spirits one by one. See that kid? I want you to break him into pieces." Shinjin pointed at Yemo, who was preparing to head to the vicinity of the protection zone, and said viciously. When the phantom wolf lord heard this, a strong killing intent flashed in its eyes, but it didn't fully listen to Shinjin's words. These mole crickets in front of it had killed so many of its own pack members, so it had to kill these coffin spirits first. S-class demon is it? I don't believe that you can block the overlord's attack. The phantom wolf lord sneered in its heart. Only a wolf whistle could be heard from it, and the giant spectral wolf doppelganger that was originally entangled with the demon hunter, Shadow Ghost, and the others unexpectedly quickly transformed into a ball of blue flames and returned to the spectral shadow wolf lord's side, melting into one. When the demon hunter and Shadow Ghost saw the giant phantom wolves that had suddenly disappeared in front of them, they were a bit confused and froze in confusion for a second. However, in that very second, only to see the ghost wolves open their huge mouths and spew out a ghostly blue flame spit towards the demon hunter as well as the Shadow Ghost. Only to see this flame spit with an extremely terrifying speed, instantly enveloping a range of 100 meters in a circle, ruthlessly spitting out onto the demon hunter as well as the Shadow Ghost's body. Ah! Ah! Two miserable screams rang out. The demon hunter and the Shadow Ghost were directly blasted into the ground by the spit as if they were being crushed by a mountain. The incomparably hot heat spread out towards the surroundings, and the ability that erupted melted the entire 200-meter area near the gate of the demon extermination base into a sea of purgatory fire, burning out a huge pit. In the pit was the broken body of the demon hunter and the Shadow Ghost's split body that had turned into a weak shadow. 200 meters away, Xiaoya summoned a huge mirror and blocked it in front of her body, enduring the aftermath of the explosion as well as the scorching wind and waves. When the aftermath dissipated, Xiaoya looked at the scene in front of her and her body could not help but tremble a little. Only the gate of the demon extermination base, as well as the nearby roads and buildings had already disappeared and turned into ruins. This old man actually really wanted to destroy the demon destruction base. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with murderous aura as she said with incomparable anger. It was important to know that Shinjin, as a legendary one-star powerhouse, was completely indistinguishable from a disaster when using his full power. If the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base did not have a defense formation laid down by a supreme being, Shinjin could completely level the entire Demon Extermination Base within 10 minutes. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaoya instantly calmed down. She looked at Yemo and said softly, "Yemo, thanks to you. If it wasn't for you taking me out of the range of its attack, with the Mirror Shadow's mirror shield, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of this Overlord-class coffin spirit." Upon hearing this, Yemo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he squinted his eyes at the bottom of the nearly 200-meter-sized pit. When he saw the tattered and torn body of the demon hunter, which seemed to be dying, he could not help but be shocked in his heart. Is this the means of an Overlord-level coffin spirit? Yemo squeezed his fist and muttered. Although he had no doubt about the strength of an Overlord-level coffin spirit, the demon hunter was a Lord-level S-class demon, and with its demonic bloodline, it could completely deal with a coffin spirit much higher than himself. It had a demonic bloodline and was fully capable of dealing with coffin spirits of a much higher level than itself. However, this strike from the Shadow Wolf Lord had directly crippled the demon hunter, which made Yemo not dare to underestimate any legendary overlord. At the same time, Yemo was glad that he didn't send Tyrant to the wolves. Otherwise, with this strike, Tyrant would really be gone. By the way, where are 7/7's people? Yemo scanned the circle and didn't find Chi-Chi's figure. His heart suddenly tightened. However, in the next second, as if there was something sensed in his mind, Yemo directly discovered Chi-Chi's existence. At this moment, Chi-Chi was hiding deep in the ground, wrapping her tiny body in dozens of layers of shields of cold ice, resisting this move of the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord. "Chi-Chi, are you alright?" Yi Mo communicated. "Master, I'm fine, I disappeared into the ground early. And it couldn't break my heavenly stiffness unbreakable body and cold ice immortal shield." Chi-Chi smiled and communicated Yi Mo. "It was too close, if you were hurt by this strike, I would be heartbroken," Yi Mo said with concern. When Chi-Chi heard this, she immediately communicated confidently, "It's fine. I'm a 1,000-year-old zombie, my body is much stronger than a demon. Definitely won't get hurt." Hearing this, Yi Mo was instantly relieved. The world knew that demons were strong, but how many people could know the strength of ancient zombies except for a few people? At this time, Yi Mo chose to believe Chi-Chi, then he said indifferently, "Chi-Chi, directly turn on the big one and pull up the demon hunter and shadow ghost." As soon as these words came out, Chi-Chi immediately emerged from the depths of the ground and came near the deep pit. When the Shadow Wolf Lord saw this scene, his eyes showed a flash of shock, followed by a hint of disdain and said, "A little fellow of the corpse race actually managed to dodge my attack, how interesting. Little wolf, kill her," Shinjin said with some caution. "There's no rush, she definitely won't be able to escape this time, let me see what she wants first." The Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord laughed. However, in the next second, only to see an extremely cold power abruptly erupt from Chi-Chi's body, straight down freezing tens of meters within the deep pit, turning it into a thick layer of ice. As the Phantom Wolf Lord watched the scene, he became more and more puzzled and laughed out loud. Could it be that this little guy is trying to preserve the corpse for this trash demon? Feeling the fluctuations of infinite vitality coming from the ice layer, a cold sweat abruptly broke out from the corner of Shinjin's forehead. "No. This isn't right. Quickly make your move and kill her, or we might be in trouble." "Ha ha. Contract master, you're overthinking it. She's just a level 30 zombie, it's hard not to do anything to us." The Phantom Wolf Lord laughed. However, just as the Phantom Wolf Lord finished his words, the ice in the deep pit abruptly exploded, and two figures with full aura appeared in front of its eyes. At that moment, the Demon Hunter and Shadow Ghost could not help but directly attack Shinjin and the Phantom Wolf Lord. Seeing the two opponents that had suddenly appeared before its eyes, the Phantom Wolf Lord was immediately startled. "Weren't you guys dying? How can you fight again?" Seeing this, Shinjin's face also changed furiously. "I know what's going on. This zombie can bring them back to life with full blood." Chapter 123 Xiaoya's consideration, Shinjin leaves. Full-blooded resurrection. What kind of joke are you playing? Hearing Shinjin's words, a flash of incredulity immediately flashed across the eyes of the Phantom Wolf Lord. How could it not have thought that this level 30 little zombie in front of it would have this kind of heaven-defying divine skill? However, in the next second, an incomparably intense feeling of pain came, causing the spectral Wolf Lord's face to change drastically. Only to see a huge ghostly green moon blade directly penetrate through its soul's virtual body, eroding a great gaping hole in the cold blue flames burning around it. "Griffin, you dare to sneak attack me?" The Phantom Wolf Lord looked towards the Demon Hunter in front of him and roared with fury. The Demon Hunter snorted coldly when he heard this. "Could it be that you have forgotten about sneaking up on me just now? If you hadn't taken advantage of my inattention, how would my hallowed S-rank demon have been crippled by a B-rank guy like you?" The moment these words came out, as if to vent his anger, the Demon Hunter frantically slammed his skills towards the Phantom Wolf Lord. Flame Clash. Suck Soul. Demon Eye Impact. The Demon Hunter shouted angrily, only to see countless ghostly green flames erupt out, instantly smashing onto the ghostly Shadow Wolf Lord's huge size, erupting into a terrifying storm of flames. The Phantom Wolf Lord was attacked by these skills, and even with its overlord-level body, it felt extremely painful. It seemed as if the Demon Hunter's attacks were able to restrain its soul body, causing a trace of panic to flash through its heart. "What are you afraid of? Your level is so much higher than his. Directly resist it hard and then counterattack with your skills." Shinjin's face was extremely ugly as he angrily rebuked towards the Phantom Wolf Lord. Thanks to the fact that his hands had already been chopped off by the Demon Hunter, or else with a personality like his, he would have had to give the Shadow Wolf Master 2 slaps on the face. Hearing Shinjin's words, the Phantom Wolf Lord instantly retorted, "Its attack is very restrained against me, able to injure my soul void body, and you're telling me to resist it? Then try resisting it?" Saying that, the Phantom Wolf Lord once again brewed several extremely terrifying flame spits, ruthlessly covering a range of around several hundred meters in a circle. It wanted to use this move to block the path of the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghost. After all, for a coffin spirit with weak defense like it, only offense was the best defense. And at this moment, all the coffin suppressor masters who had just arrived within the protective zone felt a little numb after seeing this move of the Shadow Wolf Lord. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, like a hurricane-like shockwave rolled up the ground dust as well as building rubble toward the surrounding horizontal push-out. The training grounds, dormitories, and several streets near the gates of the demon extermination base began to collapse into huge craters, and finally turned into a sea of fire under this blow. Inside the protective zone, Xiaoya looked at the scene in front of her, her eyes reddened and endless anger appeared on her pretty face. This was the first time since the demon exterminating army had established the base that someone had acted wildly in the base. And if Qingjin actually dared to destroy the base like this, then she, the chief commander of the Jiangnan demon extermination base, would definitely be implicated. If it was just a dismissal, Xiaoya could still accept it. But failing to guard the demon extinguishing base and causing it to be destroyed would definitely become a stain that could not be erased in her life. This guy. Damn it. Xiaoya's petite body trembled, her hands clenched her fists tightly, her red nails pierced into the hearts of her white palms, slowly dripping blood. When Yemo saw this, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, and then let out a sigh. Right now, he didn't know how to comfort Xiaoya, because Qingjin couldn't get away from himself for making such a move. Xiaoya, I'm sorry. A trace of apology flashed in Yemo's eyes. If he could rebuild the demon extermination base, Yemo would not hesitate to choose to pay for it. It was just that the issue concerning Xiaoya's reputation, Yemo had no way to solve it. It's fine, this has nothing to do with you. The reason why the other party is like this has a lot to do with the Blade Court's bullying. I will find a way to shift the conflict out. Xiaoya looked at Yemo and shook her head. She was young enough to become the base commander-in-chief with her transcendent 5-star strength, so she naturally had superior wisdom. Other than the stain of the destruction of the demon extermination base that couldn't be erased, she had the opportunity to keep herself from receiving too much chastisement. And now, since she had decided to die to protect Yemo, she would definitely let Yemo stay out of it. Doing so would undoubtedly allow her to infinitely draw closer to Yemo. As long as she let Yemo join the demon exterminating legion, or wait until the other party grew into a super powerhouse, then her stain would be worthless in the eyes of others, and it would even turn into an honorable deed of discernment. Thinking of this, Xiaoya's face returned to its normal color, her beautiful eyes stared at Yemo and said seriously, let's find a way to finish off Qingjin first. After that, we'll talk afterward, I think I shouldn't be punished too much. Hearing this, Yemo didn't think much more in his heart and then put his gaze outside the protective zone. At this moment, outside the protective zone was like a ruin after being scorched, with a scorching aura emanating from everywhere. Due to the demon hunter's previous experience, its attacks had not stopped, so the Phantom Wolf Lord did not receive any repercussions from this attack. On the other hand, Shi-Chi and Shadow Ghost had long since disappeared into the depths of the ground, dodging all the damage. Wolf Lord, pretend to tangle with this demon and resist its damage for the time being, showing the enemy that it's weak first. A sinister color flashed in Qingjin's eyes as he transmitted a voice in a cold tone, wait until that zombie with the resurrection skill comes out, then you directly sneak attack her with a thunderous strike. Then directly kill her. Hearing this, the Phantom Wolf Lord no longer retorted, then coldly looked towards the demon hunter and directly raised his wolf claws to slap over. Seeing this, the demon hunter instantly transformed into a residual shadow and directly slashed at the huge wolf claw. Only a zipping sound could be heard, and the Phantom Wolf Lord's wrist was instantly chopped off by the moonblade, transforming into a ghostly blue soulfire that smashed onto the ground and burned slowly. After a few moments, the Shadow Wolf Master exchanged dozens of rounds with the demon hunter. However, without exception, it was the Shadow Wolf Lord that suffered damage. This was because it couldn't keep up with the demon hunter's speed, and because the demon hunter transformed into dark shadows from time to time, avoiding its breath and visual lock, causing it to only passively defend. This guy is worthy of being an S-rank demon, I'm a bit powerless to take him, should we retreat first? The Phantom Wolf Lord said with an extremely ugly face. Qingjin sniffed and also saw how tricky this demon was. He was only still unwilling to let go of this zombie that Yemo had summoned. No, if we don't take revenge today, we won't have a chance in the future. After all, attacking the demon extermination base, this kind of thing is enough for us to die 100 times. Qingjin said coldly. Pact Master, don't be a fool, I don't want to die. The spectral shadow wolf lord hurriedly advised, now that it's been confirmed that they killed Han Jun, those three from the Court of Blades will surely come over to retrieve this demon immediately after they find out. At that time, we can take advantage of the chaos to escape, and then push the attack on the demon extermination base onto the Blade Court, saying that they were behind it and wanted to avenge Han Jun's death. I'm sure they'll dog eat dog. The spectral shadow wolf lord said eagerly. Upon hearing these words, Shinjin also nodded, agreeing with the spectral shadow wolf lord's opinion. You have a point. By the time Han Jun's backstage at the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base meets up with the backstage at the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base, they will definitely make a scene over this matter. At that time, they'll definitely forget about minor characters like us. Then we go? The Phantom Wolf Lord raised an eyebrow and said. Good. Shinjin nodded without refuting. After saying that, Shinjin followed the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord as he transformed into two streams of light and flew in the direction of the Court of Blades in the inner city. Chapter 124, Arranging for an Appraisal Master. Shinjin, I am guilty. In the inner city, the location of the Blade Court. At this moment, Han San Blade was discussing with his two other brothers with a smile on their faces. Ah, big brother. It's true that all of these big families in Jiangnan Base City have some depth. We've really made a lot of money this time. The Knife Emperor looked at Han Sanjie and laughed with extreme excitement on his face. When Han Sandao heard this, the corners of his mouth also couldn't help but emerge into a smile as he faintly said, these materials in the warehouses of these three families are worth more than that guy Qinjin's collection. It looks like we'll be able to each take away an S-class coffin spirit from this appraisal meeting, said Han Sanjie. Hearing this, the Blade King nodded his head in a hurry, and as if he had thought of something, he hastily proposed, Big brother, if Qinjin can recover those treasures he lost this time, then we'll definitely be able to make friends with the Supreme Powerhouse. Well, Lao San has a point. I just don't believe that any Supreme Powerhouse would be able to resist the temptation of several S-class coffin spirits. Han San Dagger turned his head to look at the Blade King and agreed. When the Blade King thought of needing several S-class coffin spirits to befriend a Supreme, his heart couldn't help but ache. Seemingly thinking of something, he then said indifferently, I don't know if dragon coffin spirits really exist in the world Heavenly Ridge. If there are S-class dragon coffin spirits, perhaps just one of them would be able to gain the appreciation of a Supreme Powerhouse. Old 3, don't deliberately think about a rare coffin spirit like the S-class dragon coffin spirit. The Blade Emperor seemed to think of something, then shook his head and said, S-class dragon coffin spirits are too rare and can only be obtained by luck. If it is really uncovered and auctioned off, then the Supreme Being will definitely not be able to sit still, and even if we want to auction it off, with our family belongings that is far less than the Supreme Being's family belongings. At that time, it will not be our turn to bid for the S-class dragon coffin spirit. Once the S-class dragon coffin spirit is released, it will definitely be fought over by outsiders from various base cities. When these words came out, Han Sandao and the Blade King fell into silence. Big brother, second brother, what he said isn't unreasonable. A brilliant light flashed in the Blade King's eyes as he said, I think we can find an appraisal master with a lot of experience who often deals with ceiling formations as well as all kinds of coffins to help us out this time. As long as this person is able to bet on a coffin sealed with an S-rank dragon coffin spirit, then we'll really make a lot of money. The Blade King proposed to Han Sanjie. When Han Sanjie heard this, his brows furrowed as he slowly pondered. This is too much of a gamble. If we can't gamble on it, then we'll lose our money in blood. Han Sandao immediately shook his head. Big brother, you have to think about it, no one is sure what exists in this batch of coffins anyway. If we can't gamble on it, it'll be hard for anyone else to do so as well. As long as we look for an extremely powerful appraisal master to help us, our chances of betting correctly will have to increase quite a bit, no? The Blade King spoke out to persuade. Regarding this large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting, there was no bottom in anyone's heart. Because there were thousands of coffins that appeared in the appraisal meeting, and the formation that sealed the coffins in the Fourth Sacred Ruins, World Heavenly Ridge, was too arcane, so even if a super powerhouse like a Supreme Being used his divine sense to probe, he couldn't find out anything. There were even many coffin masters who participated in the appraisal meeting. They would pour all their money into betting on a coffin of good quality, not hesitating to fight to the death. But the result of taking this coffin, after unsealing it, only to find that inside the seal is a black iron coffin, these people will be so angry that they will directly commit suicide on the spot. After hearing the proposal given by the Blade King, Han Sandao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With the current financial strength of the Blade Court, it would be difficult to nibble down an openly bid S-class dragon coffin spirit, but if they were looking for someone to bet on the coffin, then there was a chance that good luck would break out. allowing them to directly buy the S-Class Dragon Coffin Spirit at the lowest price. Thinking of this, Han Sanjie stopped hesitating, then looked at the Blade King and said, "Old 3, you'll be the one to make the arrangements for this matter. Remember, make sure to find an array master with good sealing techniques or the strongest appraiser from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce," Han San Blade instructed. When the Blade King heard this, he turned around and left, ready to start arranging this matter. However, right at this moment, suddenly two streams of light appeared in the sky above the inner city, flying rapidly in the direction where the Blade Court was. Han San Blade fixed his eyes on them and instantly recognized the two figures. One of them was the figure of an old man, only this old man's arms had been broken and his face had turned extremely pale. The other figure was a werewolf that had transformed into a normal human size with blue soul flames burning on its body, and this figure had similarly broken off an arm. "Big brother, Qingjin is here." The Blade Emperor's face was unsightly and his tone was cold. As if he had guessed Qingjin's failure, the Blade Emperor exuded an extremely strong killing intent as he said in a cold voice, "Big brother, he actually didn't bring back Juner. The mission you gave him must have failed. Do you want me to make a move to kill him now?" Hearing these words, Han Sandao's face also instantly darkened. He had previously helped Qingjin take revenge by killing 3 quasi-legendary powerhouses from the inner city one after another. And afterward, he couldn't worry about his son, so he directly gave Qingjin a death order to bring back Han Jun. But now, Qingjin had actually suffered extremely serious injuries and had returned to the Blade Court in a sorry state. This caused Han Sandao to feel extremely angry. "Family Master Qin, what's going on with you?" Han Sandagger shot a glance at Qingjin and said coldly. When Qingjin heard this, he quickly flew in front of Han Sandao. Then without any hesitation, Qingjin directly knelt with his legs toward the ground. "Blade Father, Mr. Qin failed to fulfill your mission. Mr. Qin has sinned. Mr. Qin deserves to die," Qingjin said with an extremely self-condemning expression. He, since you said that you directly deserve to die, then you will die for me," the Blade Emperor said coldly. As if he could tell that Qingjin was just acting, the Knife Emperor instantly transformed his spiritual energy into a long knife, and with a direct slash, he decapitated towards Qingjin's head. When Han Sandao saw the Blade Emperor's long blade of spiritual energy coming out of his hand, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes and said, "Elder, wait a moment. It's not too late to ask about this matter first before beheading him." Saying that, an extremely powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy immediately appeared in Han Sanjie's palm. Without a second thought, he directly clawed with one hand and instantly grabbed towards the long blade of spiritual energy that the Blade Emperor had wielded. Buzz! Only an incomparably strong trembling sound could be heard as Han Sanjie unexpectedly held the Blade Emperor's long blade of spiritual energy with his empty hand, preventing it from moving. "Big brother, why are you blocking me? I'm going to kill him." The Blade Emperor's face instantly stiffened as he roared out. When Han San Blade heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and persuaded, "Elder brother, don't be in a hurry, I want to see what exactly he has to say." "Since you say so, big brother, then I'll keep his dog's life for a while. If he can't give us a satisfactory answer later, I'll just kill him." Chapter 125 Diverting Conflicts, Taking the Pot. The Blade Emperor's words were filled with killing intent, causing Qingjin's eyelids to flutter and his back to be drenched in cold sweat. It was a good thing that Han Sandao was more sensible, otherwise, he would most likely have been cleaved to death by this strike from the Knife Emperor. At this moment, Han Third Blade coldly looked at Qingjin and said in a somewhat puzzled manner, "Qin Family Master, didn't this seat give you an order? Did I ask you to bring the young lord back? Why are you now returning alone and with such serious injuries?" Han Sandao exuded a faint might as he said in a cold voice. When Qingjin heard this, his expression became even more tense. At this moment, he was somewhat afraid to report Han Jun's situation to these two. To know. If he informed the other party of Han Jun's death, then it was very likely that he himself would be turned into a corpse under the Blade Exalt's fury. Solely, he was prepared to say it in a moderated manner. "Lords Blade Exalted, Blade Emperor. When I was at the Demon Extermination Base to seek an audience with Han Shao, I was met with an extremely strong block. I thought I could enter the Demon Extermination Base and bring in young Han, but young Han never appeared despite my calls. At that time, I suspected that the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base might have hidden young Han, so I directly forced my way in, and ended up being surrounded by some transcendent coffin suppressor masters, leaving half of my life behind before escaping," Qingjin said with a face full of sincerity. Hearing these words, Han Sanjie's eyes narrowed instantly and said, "They dared to hide Juner? Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. This is absolutely impossible. The Blade Emperor sniffed and looked at Qingjin with eyes full of disgust. Jun'er is the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base, so how could the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base dare to touch Jun'er? And this guy is also a legendary 1-star coffin suppressor. How can some transcendent coffin suppressor alone be able to injure him? The Blade Emperor pointed at Qingjin and voiced a reminder. As soon as these words came out, Qingjin's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly explained, Lord Blade Emperor, what Mr. Qin said is true. It's true that Mr. Qin didn't find Han Xiao at the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. Although Mr. Qin is a legendary 1-star, the injuries on Mr. Qin's torso are all thanks to a coffin spirit, Qingjin said with an ugly face. Upon hearing these words, Han Sanjia instantly became interested and said indifferently, Oh? You mean there's still such a strong coffin spirit in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base? Could it be that you're talking about the coffin spirit of the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base's chief commander? Han Sanjia asked. When Qingjin heard this, he hastily shook his head, then took a deep breath and said, Dignitary Blade, you may not believe me when I say it. Because the one who chopped off both of my arms was a demon hunter. What did you say? Demon hunter? How is this possible? Han Sandao's face changed drastically, and he directly reached out and choked Qingjin's neck. Are you making fun of me? Han Sandao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gritted his teeth. The demon hunter is Jun'er's coffin spirit. I don't think you wouldn't recognize it, would you? Blade Dignitary, how could Mr. Qin possibly make fun of such a thing at a time like this? Qingjin gazed at Han Sandao and said seriously, the coffin spirit that injured Mr. Qin was the demon hunter. However, the demon hunter colluded with the members of the demon extermination base. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became somewhat frozen. Han Sandao had obviously guessed what was going on and began to recognize the seriousness of the matter. As for the Blade Emperor on the side, a gust of killing intent also erupted from his body. Big brother, it seems like Jun'er's coffin spirit has mutinied. The Blade Emperor said with an ugly face, I suspect that Jun'er has. As Han Jun's second uncle, the Knife Emperor had always known that Han Jun was not on good terms with the demon hunter, and that the demon hunter had been thinking of mutiny at every turn. There had been times when the Knife Emperor had threatened the demon hunter more than once, saying that if the other party dared to defect, he would kill them with a thunderous strike. Therefore, the demon hunter had never dared to defect directly, and could only wait for the right time. This white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. Thanks to my Jun'er raising it for so many years, it's still thinking of defecting every now and then, it's simply looking for death. Han Sandao forced himself to calm down and said coldly. At this point, he had already guessed Han Jun's situation. For one, Han Jun might have been imprisoned by the demon extermination base, which was why Qingjin had no way to see him. And the other was that the demon extermination base had plotted against Han Jun, not only seizing the other party's coffin spirit, but also killing the other party. Obviously, how could Han Sandao not think about the second one, because it was simply impossible for the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base to kill the commanding envoy of another higher-level demon exterminating base. Seeing that he had already shifted his conflict out, Qingjin couldn't help but feel joy in his heart, and then hurriedly explained, Dignitary Blade, you can go to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base right now to check out the situation. If Han Xiao is still within the Demon Extermination Base, you'll definitely be able to find him out. On the side, Blade Emperor heard these words and was somewhat agreeable as he hurriedly turned his head towards Han Sanjie and asked, Big brother, why don't we go to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base first to take a look? We can call the chief commander of the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base, explain the situation to him, and then have them try to put pressure on the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base. If the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base hands over the demon hunter as well as Jun'er, then we won't have to pursue the matter too much. If they are unwilling to hand them over, then how about we force our way in? Hearing these words, Han Sandao's face became increasingly ugly before he gritted his teeth and said, Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base, right? It actually dares to detain my son. I'd like to see if you'll hand him over or not. At this moment, Han Sanjie's anger surged directly to his heart. Although he didn't dare to make a move against the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base, behind Han Jun stood the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base. If he obtained the approval of the backer behind Han Jun, then he could directly force his way into the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base and wouldn't be chastised too much. Thinking of this, Han Sandao turned his head to look at the Sword Emperor on the side and said loudly, Elder, let's head to the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base now to find Jun'er. as soon as the words left his mouth. Han Sanjia then stomped his legs and flew directly in the direction of the outer city demon exterminating base. Seeing that his big brother had already left, the Blade Emperor then turned his head towards Qin Jin and said, "I hope you didn't talk nonsense in front of me, otherwise, 10,000 times wouldn't be enough for you to die." Blade Emperor, Mr. Qin would never joke with his life. Young Han is definitely locked up in the imprisonment zone by the Jiangnan demon extermination base, there's no doubt about that. Qin Jin said expressionlessly. Hearing these words, the Blade Emperor also understood that Qin Jin wouldn't talk nonsense for no reason and didn't continue to pick a fight. He then didn't hesitate, and with a stomp of his legs, he similarly transformed into a stream of light to follow Han Sanjia as he left the Blade Court. As Qin Jin looked at the two who had quickly left, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered, These two sand sculptures, now that they've run off to the demon extermination base, it seems that they are going to take over the old man's pot." Chapter 126 Shadow Ghost Without a Master. In the protective zone of the demon extermination base, Xiaoyat and Zhou Tong and the others had already pacified all the town coffin masters in the base. Although these coffin suppressor masters had often been born and died in dangerous places, it was the first time they had seen battles at the legendary level. Normally, when faced with a wave of beasts or a wave of corpses, they dared to rush to the front and fight for their lives. However, facing the pressure of a legendary powerhouse, they only felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts, unable to resist. Is this the strength of a legend? It's too terrifying. This is simply comparable to a natural disaster, it's not too much to call it a humanoid nuclear bomb. Inside the protective zone, all the coffin suppressors were talking, feeling a wave of fear. Luckily, our base has a protective zone, otherwise none of us would be able to escape. Luckily, we have Officer Xiao and Yi Xiao and the others holding out, otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to enter the protective zone. And at this moment, they also looked at a conference room within the protective zone from time to time, respect flashing in their eyes. In their opinion, if Xiaoya as well as GMO hadn't sent out so many coffin spirits to fend off Qin Jin's attack, then there was a high possibility that they would have already died. Yi Mo. Thanks to you this time, otherwise, the personnel of our base would most likely have been exterminated. Xiaoya looked at Yi Mo and spoke with gratitude. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's face couldn't help but show a look of embarrassment. Don't thank me. Qin Jin was originally aiming at me. Yi Mo quickly waved his hand and said, "If I wasn't at your base, Qin Jin wouldn't have come over." When Xiaoya heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, "One size does not fit all, if it wasn't for you, none of those base members outside right now would be alive." Saying that, Xiaoya pointed to the door of the conference room. If you want to thank the demon hunter. It's the one that gets the most credit." Yi Mo pointed at the demon hunter standing on one side of the conference table and said. When Xiaoya heard this, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, then she looked at the demon hunter. She was about to speak when she was interrupted by the demon hunter's words in the next second. "There's no need to thank me, my future contractual master is a member of your demon extermination base. I can't let her die, so it's only right that I step in." Saying that, the demon hunter slowly moved to walk beside where Yi Xiaoyao was sitting. For Yi Xiaoyao, the coffin suppressor, the demon hunter felt more and more satisfied. 1. It was because the other party's character and talent was pleasing to his liking. The second was because the other party had a heaven-defying brother. Who would have thought that the little zombie that Yi Mo had summoned would actually be able to turn it from a near-death state directly into full blood? This kind of terrifying move simply made the demon hunter's scalp numb. Although it couldn't contract with Yi Mo, if it contracted with Yi Xiaoyao, with such a powerful brother covering it, it would be able to reach the peak with Yi Xiaoyao in the future. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she then turned her head and looked at the demon hunter with wide eyes, and a cute smile instantly appeared on her face. "Thank you, demon hunter." Yi Xiaoyao thanked from her heart. The demon hunter smiled and nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. On the side, Shadow Ghost was looking at Yi Mo with a guilty face at this moment. It was because it had allowed Yi Mo to shelter itself in order to save its life. If it didn't call to inform Yi Mo wouldn't have come out of the dormitory at all. As long as Qin Jin didn't meet up with Yi Mo, it wouldn't have gone out in a rage at all. The other party would at most howl a few times outside the demon extermination base and then go back to the Blade Court to resume their orders or flee. Young Yi. Actually, it's not your responsibility this time. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had such a big conflict with Qin Jin at all, and there would have been room for things to go wrong. Shadow Ghost said with some guilt. Hearing these words, Guillemot instantly shook his head and said, "Don't blame yourself, even if you didn't come over, Jinjin would have come over to find Han Jun. No matter what, he had a shot." Shadow Ghost sniffed and said nothing more. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaoya on the side hurriedly turned her head to look at the Shadow Ghost, and then a smile appeared on her face once again as she said, "I heard Guillemot say that you're a masterless coffin spirit?" At these words, a look of doubt immediately flashed in the Shadow Ghost's eyes. However, it soon guessed what Xiaoya was thinking. The other party might want a contract itself. Without much thought, the Shadow Ghost hurriedly replied, "I currently have no master." When Xiaoya heard this, excitement immediately flashed in her eyes, instantly leaving behind the unpleasant emotions that had just occurred. "Do you want to become my contracted coffin spirit?" Xiaoya looked at the Shadow Ghost and said seriously. Hearing these words, a look of hesitation appeared on the Shadow Ghost's face. "Sorry. I am under the third master of the Qin family, and I have been under his care since I broke the coffin. Moreover, he has cultivated me in order for me to become young Master Qin Dong's coffin spirit in the future, so I am unable to go against third master's wishes and privately come to indenture you. If third master agrees, I can instead contract you," the Shadow Ghost said with an apology. "Why don't you ask the third master of the Qin family? My talent has a bond with ghosts and monsters. If you contract with me, becoming a legend shouldn't be difficult," Xiaoya said with a smile in her face. On the side, Guillemot's eyes flashed with a brilliant light when he heard this. If the Shadow Ghost contracted with Xiaoya, it would be an extremely perfect thing for Third Master Qin as well as Xiaoya. Third Master Qin could hook up with Xiaoya's demon extermination base because of the Shadow Ghost. By the time the Shadow Ghost became a legend, not only would it be able to enhance the strength of the Jiangnan demon extermination base, but it would also be able to shelter Master Qin-san's family, so what's not to like? Guillemot thought that he owed Xiaoya such a big favor, so he might as well go along with it and directly facilitate this matter. He then turned his head to Shadow Ghost and said, "Shadow Ghost, you make a call to ask Uncle Qin first. I think he should agree to your contract with Commander Xiao. And you don't have to worry that Qin Dong won't be able to find a suitable Class A coffin spirit. I am going to participate in the coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City, and I will find a more suitable Class A coffin spirit to give to Qin Dong at that time," Guillemot said with a smile. When Xiaoya heard this, she immediately threw a thankful look towards Guillemot, and then said towards Shadow Ghost, "Your young master's name is Qin Dong, isn't it? If he's not too old, I can directly let him join the Demon Exterminating Legion and make him a new recruit trainee. Although the base has been destroyed quite a bit by Qinjin now, it will definitely be rebuilt after a while. Moreover, it's likely that the higher-ups will send a legendary powerhouse to replace me, and when that happens, the Jiangnan Demon Extermination base will become even stronger as a result, and the threshold for those who want to join will become even higher. If he joins, there will only be benefits for him, no harm," Xiaoya said with a smile. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost also stopped dwelling on it and then contacted Third Master Qin for a bit. And when Third Master Qin learned of this, he did not hesitate and agreed excitedly. Chapter 127 In the Name of the Blade Court. Not far from the Demon Destruction Base, high in the air, Han Sandao was looking at the large swath of ruins at the Demon Destruction Base with the Blade Emperor, a shocked look on his face. "Big brother. What the hell is going on? The Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base was attacked? It couldn't be that old brat Qinjin who made a move to get it," the Blade Emperor said with a confused look on his face. When Han Sanjie heard this, his brows couldn't help but furrow as he said with a hint of gravity in his tone, "An attack of this level of power should have been caused by an inferior legend. And he just left from the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, so it must have been him who struck. This old kid really has guts, actually daring to attack the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base," the Blade Emperor praised in a rare manner. Upon hearing these words, Han Sandao was suddenly thoughtful. As if he had thought of something, his heart was abruptly startled as he hurriedly said, "Elder 2, do you think that old kid will attack the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base in the name of the Blade Court, right? After all, we're the ones who sent him to pick up Junior. If he really comes to attack this place in the name of the Blade Court, then we'll be in big trouble. I guess even Junior's Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base won't be able to cover us," Han Sandao said with an ugly face. For the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base, Han Sanjian still had some reverence. It was because when Han Jun became the top 10 geniuses of the Demon Exterminating Legion, he had the honor of being invited to watch a genius competition. Among the people watching at that time, there were several supreme powerhouses of the Demon Exterminating Legion. The auras emanating from these supreme lords were as misty as they were inscrutable. However, when Han Sandao glanced at the Supreme Lord from afar, he felt as if he was facing a 10,000-foot peak, making himself look incredibly small. It was as if the other party could hold himself down to death by casually raising his hand. Big brother. Just now, Xinjian's chest seemed to still have our Blade Court's tomb-seeking core badge on it. A drop of cold sweat appeared at the corner of the Blade Emperor's forehead as he shivered a little. This damned fellow Xinjian. To actually be so bold. I'm going to go back and kill him. After hearing the Blade Emperor's words, Han Sandao immediately burst into a rage. One had to know that something like attacking the demon extermination base was undoubtedly reaching out and directly smacking the Supreme Big Brother in the face. Because the Supreme Lords were the final word of the Demon Exterminating Legion, their jurisdictions were extremely large, and each of them had multiple demon exterminating bases under their command. Although the Jiangnan Demon Destroyer base wasn't large, it would still be noticed by the Supreme Lords from time to time. And now that Xinjian actually dared to attack the demon exterminating base, this was simply somewhat lawless. Once this matter was learned by the Supreme Great Brother and the Blade Court was involved, it was likely that the Blade Court would be dealt an extinction blow. Big brother. Hurry up and call the Dragon City base's chief commander. Ask him if the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base and the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base are subordinate legions of the same Supreme Lord. The Blade Emperor hurriedly said towards Han Sandao, if it's the same Supreme Big Brother, then we still have room to maneuver. Hearing this, Han Sanjie hurriedly called the Dragon City Base General Commander's phone. When the call was connected, Han Three Knives hurriedly said respectfully towards the phone, Chief Commander Liu. I'm Han Sandao, I have something I'd like to ask you about. Buddy Han, do you want to ask about Jun Han? Don't worry, I'll immediately call the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base's General Commander to put pressure on him, so you don't have to rush. If the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base dares to touch him, I, Liu, will be the first to disagree. A majestic voice came from the phone. When Han Sanjie heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base. Right now, he was already a bit unconcerned about picking Han Jun up and coming out, because there were more important matters in front of him, so this matter of Han Jun could only be a bit further back. Commander Liu, I don't want to ask about this. I wanted to ask if the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base and your Dragon City base are the same Supreme Commander? Han Sanjie asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, a puzzled voice immediately came from the phone and replied, Buddy Han, what are you inquiring about this for? Nah. Just a little curious. Han Sandao said somewhat sheepishly. The distance between the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base and our Dragon City base is so far apart, so of course it's not a Supreme Commander. But don't worry, as long as you and Jun Han don't make a scene at the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base. The Supreme behind them won't intervene. After all, Han Jun is our Supreme behind's named disciple, and our Supreme behind is much stronger. As soon as these words came out, Han Sandao immediately felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. However, when he saw the destroyed demon extermination base below him, he sucked in a breath of cool air again and directly fell silent. And when the other end of the phone saw that Han Sanjie didn't reply for half a day, he also directly hung up the phone. We're in big trouble, Han Sanjie said with some gravity. On the side, the Knife Emperor seemed to appear more calm, then spoke out and asked, Big brother, should we go and fetch Juner back? If Juner is there, with his status as a Supreme Being's named disciple, we should be able to beg for help from the Supreme Being behind him. The Blade Emperor hastily reminded. When Han Third Blade heard this, a brilliant light immediately flashed in his eyes. Eldest, you're right. I'll go down to fetch Juner first. You hurry back and capture Xinjian. I believe that as long as we hand Xinjian over, coupled with the supreme patronage of Dragon City, we shouldn't be chastised too much. After all, it wasn't us who made the move, but Xinjian. Han Sandao looked toward the Blade Emperor and instructed. When the Blade Emperor heard this, he hastily nodded and immediately flew in the direction where the Blade Court was. And without hesitation, Han Sanjie directly landed in front of the Demon Extermination Base and slowly walked in the direction of the Demon Extermination Base's protective zone. At this moment, outside the Great Hall of the Blade Court, Xinjian directly had the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord spew out a ball of flame, setting the Great Hall of the Blade Court ablaze. Only a sinister smile appeared on his face. To actually dare to bully old me, you three are afraid you're tired of living. Just now, he took advantage of the departure of the three leaders of the Blade Court and directly called the phone of a henchman who served in the Jiangnan City's law enforcement department. Subsequently, he gave a great favor and asked the other party to fabricate the news that the leader of the Blade Court had ordered himself to attack the demon extermination base, and wait until the appraisal meeting began to forward it throughout the city. Shinjin wasn't afraid of blowing himself up at all now, as he was prepared to run away and then disappear from sight forever. At that time, when this news came out, it would inevitably cause a sensation throughout the city and be learned by bigwigs from all over. The old man is really a genius. When the supreme being behind the Jiangnan demon exterminating base can't catch me, he's bound to take the Blade Court to task. And with Han Jun dead as well, the supreme being behind him will surely seek out the Jiangnan demon exterminating base for acclaim. At that time, those who should die will die, and those who should live will live. Old me will still be free and happy. Shinjin was incomparably excited. I can't stay here for long, in case those three guys come back, then I'll be in trouble. After saying that, Shinjin directly buggered off. Chapter 128 Your son is dead. Outside the protective zone, Han Sanjia looked at the defense formation in front of him that was emitting a blue curtain of light, and scorn flashed in his eyes. Is this the formation laid down by the Supreme Being? It's truly terrifying. Han Sanjia muttered. With regards to the formation in front of him, he naturally didn't dare to break into it. It was because the Supreme Being's methods were too terrifying, and the formation gave him the feeling that it could seriously injure him in an instant. Seemingly desperate to see Han Jun, Han San Dagger walked quickly to the front of the defense formation, then shouted out towards the protection, saying, "In my place, the leader of the Blade Court, Han Sandao. I've come to visit Chief Commander Shao of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. Please go out and have a chat with General Commander Shao." As soon as these words came out, Xiaoya and the others who were discussing things in the conference room, their faces immediately became tense. The leader of the Court of Blades is here. The demon hunter frowned, scorn in his eyes. He shouldn't be trying to barge in. The Shadow Ghost, who had just completed his contract with Xiaoya, also looked a little nervous. One must know that the great names of the three leaders of the Blade Court were known to no one in Jiangnan Base City. It could even be said that the three of them represented Jiangnan Base City. If it were a normal person, they would almost be able to be scared to death when they heard this name. However, for the crowd that was currently within the protection zone, it didn't seem that panicky. "Don't worry, he can't break in." Xiaoya had a smile on her face as she said confidently, "If you want to enter the formation, you must obtain the permission of the controller of the formation. And this formation can easily withstand the attacks of a quasi-supreme powerhouse. The leader of the Court of Blades is only a legendary 5-star, even if they were to be allowed to attack this formation infinitely, it wouldn't cause any slight fluctuations," Xiaoya faintly said. Hearing this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. And at this moment, Han Sandao's voice once again sounded outside the protective area, "Chief Commander Shao. This seat's son, Han Jun, arrived at the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base with you, so why hasn't he appeared? May I ask where you've hidden him?" Han Sanjian roared. Inside the conference room. When Yemo heard this, he immediately said towards Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, why don't we go out and then send him away?" When Xiaoya heard this, she quickly nodded and then walked towards the outside of the conference room. At this moment, all of the coffin suppressors within the protection zone felt a bit numb when they saw Han Sanjia's arrival. Previously, they had already seen how powerful Shinjin was. And now, there was a saber court chief who was even more powerful than Shinjin, which made them unsure of how to react. "Chief Han, I'm sorry. Your son, Han Jun, is no longer in our demon destruction base." Xiaoya came to the edge of the formation and said in a sincere tone. When Han Sandao heard this, his brows could not help but tightly wrinkle, and his face instantly became extremely ugly as he radiated an extremely terrifying aura that pressed over in Xiaoya's direction. However, the moment these auras touched the defense formation, they shattered like bubbles and directly disappeared. When Yemo saw this scene, he also revealed a stunned expression and said in his heart, "Worthy of being a formation laid down by a supreme, it is indeed powerful." "Chief Commander Shao, this seat's son came with you to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base this morning, and now you say that he is no longer here. Then where exactly did he go?" Han Sanjia's gaze was like a knife, as if he wanted to cut Xiaoya down. Seeing this, Xiaoya's eyebrows knitted tightly, revealing a displeased look as she coldly said, "Chief Han, to tell you an unfortunate piece of news. Actually, your son. He's already dead." As soon as these words came out, shock immediately flashed across Han Sandao's face. Originally, he thought that after Han Jun killed Yemo, he was directly imprisoned by Xiaoya because he had angered her. But now, he didn't expect Xiaoya to actually say that his son was dead, which made him somewhat unable to accept it. Chief Commander Xiao, you wouldn't be joking with clumsy. Han Sanjie narrowed his eyes and said coldly, this seat's son is the commander of the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base. And he's also the named disciple of the Supreme Demon Exterminating Legion. You don't mean to say that you dare to kill him with your hands, do you? So where the hell did he go? You give this seat an answer immediately. Han Sanjie's eyes grew more and more unkind as he threatened. Hearing these words, Xiaoya was about to explain, but was interrupted by Emo on the side. Your son is already dead, and his ashes have already been flushed down the drain by me. So don't gabble here, hurry up and leave. Emo said with a look of disgust in his eyes. To know. Han Jun came to the demon extermination base to kill Emo. He definitely came only on the orders of Han Sandao. Then there was no need for Emo to give a good face to the leader of the Blade Court in front of him. Moreover, Elder Chen was hostile to the Blade Court, plus the fact that he had killed Han Jun, it meant that he was already immortal with the Blade Court. So offending the leader of the Blade Court was a matter of indifference to Emo. You? The kid who stole the Gai Qinjian's treasure vault? Han Sandao's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah. Emo said indifferently. Hearing these words, the Han Sandao's face suddenly became ugly. He didn't expect Emo to be alive. Wouldn't that mean that Han Jun didn't have any reason to be imprisoned by Xiaoya? So the odds were that what Emo said wasn't a joke. At this moment, Han Sandagger's eyes instantly turned red, the murderous aura on his body spewed out as if it was materialized, a gust of blood-red chi mist rose up around his body and turned into a long blade that chopped over in Emo's direction. Seeing this, Emo did not flash or avoid, and the corner of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Superfluous. Emo said indifferently. In the next second, the blood-red long knife chopped directly on top of the defense formation, and surprisingly, it instantly collapsed and finally disappeared. Kid. You deserve to die. Han Sandao roared, then he looked at Xiaoya with a murderous anger and said, who the hell killed this seat's son? Was it you? If you don't give this seat an explanation today, you won't be able to walk out of the protection zone for the rest of your lives. If you dare to take a step out, this seat will let you all perish in your divine form. Han Sanjie said in a cold voice. When Xiaoya heard this, a color of anger flashed across her face. She didn't expect Han Sanjie to actually dare to threaten herself like this, simply as lawless as Qinjian. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaoya immediately said in a cold voice, Chief Han. I've already reported the matter of you ordering your men to attack our Jiangnan demon extermination base to the head of the Legion. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave when the higher-ups come. Just your superiors will come? Killing intent flashed in Han Sanjie's eyes as he threatened, if you dare to kill the Supreme Being's named disciple, as well as the Dragon City base commander, you likewise don't want to have a good time. With that, Han Sanjie turned around and left, while saying in a cold voice. Let's wait and see, if you dare to kill this seat's son, this seat will definitely make all of you beg for your lives and beg for your deaths. Chapter 129 Refusing to join the Demon Exterminating Legion. Looking at Han Sanjie who had already left, Xiaoya and the others let out a sigh of relief. Although it was absolutely safe within the protection zone, everyone would also feel fidgety if they were being watched by a legendary 5-star. Emo, Xiaoyao. You guys just find a place to sleep first. I'll first report the matter of the Blade Court's attack on the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, and when the legend sent by the higher-ups arrives early tomorrow morning, we'll be safe. Xiaoya looked at Emo and said. Seemingly thinking of something again, Xiaoya hurriedly said towards Emo, you were a bit impulsive just now. You shouldn't have admitted that you killed Han Jun in front of him. He already holds a grudge against you now. If you go out of the protection zone, it's very likely that you'll be assassinated by him. It seems like that's a possibility. But it doesn't matter. Emo waved his hand and said. To know. Elder Chen would come to Jiangnan City tomorrow, and along with him would be Supreme Lin. At that time, as long as he stayed by the side of any of them, the Blade Court would not be able to lay a hand on him. Emo didn't want to use the name of Supreme Lin to deter others, but he could use President Chen's strength to walk sideways. After all, an old legendary 9-star powerhouse like President Chen could be called the first person under the Supreme. Xiaoya did not understand why Emo was acting so calm. Then her face couldn't help but show a worried look and said, Emo, my suggestion is that you join our Demon Exterminating Legion first. After having this identity, even if the matter of you killing Han Jun is blown out, the Dragon City Demon Exterminating Base as well as the supreme being behind Han Jun won't do anything to you. It's even possible for you to be looked upon favorably by the other supreme beings of the Demon Exterminating Legion. Xiaoya said indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Mo also immediately came to some interest. There's this kind of benefit to joining the Demon Destroying Legion? I will still be looked upon favorably by the supreme beings even after I killed Han Jun? Yi Mo asked doubtfully. Looking at Yi Mo's puzzled look, a smile suddenly appeared on Xiaoya's face and she nodded. There have been cases of deaths in every genius competition of our Demon Destroying Legion, as well as in the sparring sessions between new geniuses. These geniuses would not receive much chastisement even if they killed their opponents. If you had joined the Legion, with your strength far below Han Jun's, you would have defeated the strong with the weak. This will only prove that your potential is too much stronger than Han Jun. Even if you kill him, you won't be pursued too much. Even these supreme beings will be impressed with you and may directly accept you as a disciple. Xiaoya hurriedly explained. When Yi Mo heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought. Xiaoya's meaning was clearly letting himself join the Demon Destroying Legion so that he would have the chance to gain more shelter and not have to fear the revenge of the Blade Court. However, Xiaoya did not know just how close he was to Elder Chen. Perhaps if one only had to please Elder Chen would not hesitate to fight to the death with the Blade Court. And the Demon Destroying Base would never send someone to destroy the Blade Court just because they wanted to do so. So a comparison between the two made Yi Mo even more determined not to join the Demon Destroying Legion. I'm sorry, even though you've been kind to me and for my own good, I still can't join the Demon Exterminating Legion. Because I have my own plans and don't want to be bound. Yi Mo faintly refused. For Yi Mo, after attending this coffin spirit appraisal meeting, it was the stage where he would sharply increase his strength. If he stayed in the Demon Extermination Base all the time, although he was sheltered, if he didn't go out to kill demons, his strength would only increase very slowly. Even if he was able to go out and practice, he could still be assassinated by Han Sanjie and the others if he didn't have the Demon Destruction Base's legends leading him. So joining the Demon Extinguishing Base wouldn't gain him freedom, and it would even affect the improvement of his strength. Moreover, Yi Mo had also decided to head to the ancient mysterious realm with President Chen after this appraisal meeting. At that time, if he killed a level 50 demon, this would definitely make his strength increase like crazy. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Xiaoya sighed at once and no longer forced himself. Since you don't want to, then in the future, follow the legend of the Snow Shadow Core more. I believe he should shelter you. As for this matter of Han Jun's death, you should stop revealing to the outside that you killed him. I've already made all the preparations. Even if the Demon Exterminating Legion comes to investigate, everyone within our base will flatly state that Han Jun committed suicide, and that this has nothing to do with you. Xiaoya said. When Yi Mo heard this, he hastily nodded and said, Don't worry, President Chen will come to Jiangnan City first thing in the morning, I will follow him all the way then. Right, the people coming from your higher-ups won't take the demon hunter away, right? Yi Mo thought of this matter and asked in a hurry. Xiaoya glanced at Yi Mo and understood what Yi Mo was worried about. Then a faint smile appeared on her face and said, You can rest assured on this point, since the demon hunter has already identified Xiaoyao, the higher-ups won't force their hand. As long as Xiaoyao shows a strong talent, the higher-ups will instead spend a lot of resources to cultivate Xiaoyao. Thank you. At the same time, above the Blade Court, a stream of light quickly crossed. The Blade Emperor looked at the great hall in front of him that was being burned by the flames, and was somewhat enraged. He instantly guessed who had done this. Xin Xin. The Blade Emperor roared out. Only to see an invisible fluctuation steeply erupt from his body as he quickly enveloped the area within 2,000 meters of the inner city and began to search. However, he did not find Xinjian's figure, and in the end, he was so angry that he slashed fiercely towards the ground, splitting it open with a crack like an abyss. In the distance, Han Sanjie sensed this strong fluctuation and hurriedly looked towards the location of the Blade Court. When he realized that the Blade Emperor had cleaved through the complex of buildings within the Blade Court's range with one slash, a look of incredulity appeared on his face. Elder, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Hearing these words, Blade Emperor hurriedly turned his head towards the direction Han Sanjie had transmitted his voice. Big brother. You came just in time. That old brat Xinjian torched our grand hall, so let's hurry up and call Lao San and head out of the city together to intercept him. The Blade Emperor said through gritted teeth. When Han Sanjie heard this, he immediately placed his gaze on the fire-damaged grand hall, and the killing intent on his body instantly climbed to the top. He was worried that he had nowhere to vent the anger he had received at the Jiangnan demon extermination base just now. And now that fellow Qin Jin actually dared to do something so heartless, how could he let the other party get away? Old 2, inform Old 3. Chase after him with me. Han Sanjie roared. With that, his divine sense abruptly erupted out, and then he quickly flew in the direction of the city's outskirts. Seeing this, the Blade Emperor also didn't hesitate and directly sent a message to the Blade King before following Han Sanjie and flying towards the outside of the city. Chapter 130. You're simply not human. At around 10 o'clock in the morning of the following day. Fengyu City, the third floor of the tomb-seeking guild. A white-haired old man wearing a gray tunic was pacing in the attic with his hands behind his back. The old man's brows were furrowed, and from time to time, he would look out the window to the sky, seemingly waiting for something, looking a bit anxious. This Nubizi, it's this time of the day, why is he still delayed in coming over? He shouldn't be trying to make old man wait forever, right? President Chen muttered. Fengyu City was not far from Jiangnan City, and as a legendary powerhouse, President Chen's flying speed was extremely fast, and he only needed to fly in the air for 2 hours to arrive. Only, he had already made an appointment with Supreme Lin to travel to Jiangnan City together. And now that the other party never showed up and didn't pick up the response, this made President Chen extremely anxious. Although he had promised Yemo that he would arrive in Jiangnan City early this morning. However, after learning that Yemo was safe in the demon extermination base, President Chen could only ask Yemo to wait a little longer. Just then, suddenly a phone rang. President Chen picked up his cell phone and realized that it was Yemo's call, then directly connected it. Elder Chen, how long before you arrive in Jiangnan City? I've waited until the flowers are almost thankful. Yemo's voice rang out. Hearing this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on President Chen's face and he hurriedly said, Yi kid, old me is still waiting for that guy Lin Zhou. I don't know what that guy has done, he's not coming over yet. You're waiting for Supreme Lin, huh? It's alright then. Yemo's faint voice rang out. Right, Elder Chen. I have many 6th order materials here, as well as some 7th order materials, and a few of them in the middle are core treasures for ghost evolution. If you have a need for them, remember to come directly to the demon destroying base to get them from me at that time. Yemo said. Your kid has many 6th order materials and 7th order materials? Hearing Yemo's words, President Chen couldn't help but be puzzled, and his eyes flashed with surprise. One must know that 7th rank materials could be extremely rare. He had been to the ancient mysterious realm many times before, and part of the reason was to obtain the large number of sealed coffins in the ancient mysterious realm. The other part of the reason was to kill the overlord class demons and half-step monarchs in the ancient mysteries and then obtain the materials from these demons. Among them, there was a chance to obtain the 6th order materials after slaying the overlord class demons, but the 7th order materials were extremely rare, and these materials could only be obtained by slaying a level 60 or higher monarch. For President Chen, Xiaomei's evolution was extremely important. However, since very few people could upgrade an A-rank coffin spirit to its 3rd evolution, there were no records of the materials required for Xiaomei's evolution. And the reason why he had gone to these ancient secret realms in search of the evolutionary materials required by ghosts and monsters in large quantities. In order for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead rat, so that Xiaomei would have a slight possibility of evolving, allowing himself to break through the bottleneck and become a quasi-supreme. Where did you get these materials? Quickly tell old me about it. If these materials are not the same as the ones in my collection, I am willing to exchange them with you for twice the price of the materials. Elder Chen Hui said with an excited smile on his face. Yemo seemed to have heard President Chen's excitement and without much thought, he replied, Elder Chen, didn't I offend the Qin family in Jiangnan City? These materials naturally came from the treasury of the Qin family's head. If you want it, the kid will just send it to you directly. Ah, you brat's guts are really big. Worthy of being someone that I, Chen Shue's own, have my eyes on, you have guts. President Chen hurriedly praised. However, just after praising, before Yemo could reply, President Chen seemed to feel that something was wrong. He hurriedly changed his words and said, Yi kid, I appreciate your good intentions. But I have to say, you are really a troublemaker. When old me wasn't present, you actually dared to act recklessly and steal a legendary powerhouse's treasure trove. Don't do that in the future. President Chen admonished. Of course, in the future, when old husband is present, you can offend whoever you want. As long as their realm isn't higher than old husband can suppress them with just his hands. President Chen's tone was full of confidence. Although he was Yemo's backer, he hoped that Yemo would be cautious. If the other party was too arrogant, it was likely to cause the other party to die prematurely before they could grow up. Thinking of this, a trace of fear flashed through President Chen's heart. Because Fengye City and Jiangnan City were a bit far away, if something really happened to Yemo, he would not be able to arrive at the first time. In Jiangnan City, the Snow Shadow Grave hunting group also had a great reputation, but it was completely incomparable to the Blade Court. The Blade Court was a snake on the ground. Once someone dared to anger the Blade Court in Jiangnan City, they would suffer extinction at any time. And although the Snow Shadow Corps made many coffin suppressors in Jiangnan Bay City fearful, it did not make these big families feel intimidated. So if Yemo pissed off the Blade Court or the big families, it was very likely that he would be directly beheaded by the legends in these forces. At that time, even if he could help Yemo take revenge, it would be meaningless. On the phone, Yemo was silent for a few seconds after hearing Elder Chen's words. But soon, he became extremely firm in his tone and spoke back, "Elder Chen, if I say that it's all others who are messing with me, do you believe me? The reason why I emptied the Qin family head's treasure trove was because the materials needed for the evolution of the little dumplings were hidden in his treasure trove. Since he was able to take away my materials, then why can't I take away his? AI, you kid has a point, but you still need to pay attention in the future." President Chen shook his head and said, "When I'm not by your side, you must not mess with transcendent level coffin suppressor masters, okay? You're only at the quasi-middle level right now. Even if your talent is even more unbelievable, you're still no match for a transcendent, let alone a legendary powerhouse," President Chen said. Hearing this, Yemo on the phone froze for a few seconds, then faintly said, "Elder Chen, I am now a quasi-high-rank coffin suppressor, able to easily kill an ordinary transcendent 2-star. The moment these words came out, President Chen was first stunned, then a look of disbelief immediately flashed across his eyes as he said, "Kid, you're not going to make fun of me, are you? You've only been away from me for a few days, how could you possibly reach the quasi-high rank?" Elder Chen, do I have to lie to you? You wouldn't know if you asked Xiao Yao about this kind of thing," Yemo replied. When President Chen heard this, he only felt a huge shock in his heart. Originally, he thought that Yemo had already gone against the odds by being able to evolve the little dumplings. But he didn't expect that after only a few days had passed, Yemo had actually become a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. This kind of heaven-defying upgrading speed was unheard of even though he had lived for more than 70 years. "You brat is simply not human." President Chen was surprised. "Your strength is rising so fast, I'm afraid it won't take 3 years for you to reach the legendary level. It's really a fearful later generation." Chapter 131, Two major events happened. As Yemo hung up the phone, President Chen's heart became more and more anxious. Now he was a little impatient to see how Yemo was doing. This guy Linjiao, can't it be that he's encountered something? Why hasn't he come yet? President Chen raised an eyebrow. However, in the next second, a voice that appeared to be full of apologies came over. "Sorry, old Chen. Poor Taoist went to pick up his disciple just now, so he came a bit late." President Chen's original impatience disappeared when he heard the familiar voice ring out. Without any hesitation, President Chen directly emanated his divine sense, and then a few kilometers in the air, he spotted a figure wearing an ancient official's uniform as well as a young man carrying an emerald coffin and dressed in the attire of the demon exterminating legion. "Elder brother Lin, you finally arrived." President Chen looked at Xian Kuei and a smile instantly appeared on his face. Seeing this, Xian Kuei nodded indifferently. And at that moment, as soon as the young man beside Xian Kuei saw President Chen, he arched his hand and said, "My junior Xiao Lintian greets President Chen." President Chen nodded indifferently, then sized up Xiao Lintian, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. The youth in front of him did not look very old, he should be less than 30 years old, but the other party's strength was extremely not weak, having already reached the legendary 1-star level. "Elder brother Lin, this is the disciple?" President Chen looked at Xian Kuei and pointed at Xiao Lintian and said in surprise, "Elder brother Lin is worthy of being a supreme being, he actually received this kind of young talent, it's really enviable." For his best friend's disciple, President Chen was praising him from the bottom of his heart. To become a legendary 1-star powerhouse at less than 30 years old, this kind of talent could be completely described as a demon. However, President Chen was already used to seeing how heaven-defying Yemo was, so he did not show too much of a surprised expression towards Xiao Lintian. "You don't have to envy poor Taoist, the one you've taken in has even more outstanding talent than Lin Tian. It is estimated that in a few years, his strength will not be weaker than yours. Xian Kuei praised. If you don't accept him as a disciple soon, old Chen, then the poor Taoist will snatch him away. On the side. Xiao Lintian heard Supreme Lin's words and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. This was because this was the first time that he had learned from his own mouth that there were actually young people whose talents surpassed his own. It was important to know that. As the chief genius of the demon-destroying legion in the earlier sessions, he possessed a rare talent of the king rank that was infinitely close to the saint rank. At that time, he had pushed through countless heavenly prides along the way, becoming the first genius of the demon-destroying legion at that time. It was only then that he managed to gain Supreme Lin's appreciation and worshipped under the other party's door. But now, Supreme Lin would actually say the wrong words about actively trying to snatch a disciple. This caused Xiao Lintian to only feel some numbness in his scalp, and an incomparable look of shock appeared on his face. Senior, President Chen. Just what level of genius is it that would receive such attention from you guys? Xiao Lintian asked with extreme curiosity. Upon hearing these words, President Chen's face immediately revealed a smile as he stroked his beard and said, "Ha, what level of genius? Of course it's a heaven-defying level. Elder brother Lin, we haven't seen that kid for several days. Why don't you guess what strength he has reached now?" A smug look flashed in President Chen's eyes as he said. Seeing that President Chen was selling out, Supreme Lin also couldn't help but guess, "Little friend, you wouldn't have reached the quasi-middle stage, right?" When President Chen heard this, he glanced at Xian Kuei strangely before an excited smile appeared on his face and he laughed openly. "Ha, elder brother Lin, you guessed wrong. That kid is already at the quasi-high rank." As soon as these words came out, Xian Kuei immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, unbelief flashing in his eyes. "Little friend, he is truly as terrifying as this. In just a few days, you've reached the quasi-high rank from a beginner-level coffin suppressor. This is simply demonic." Regarding President Chen's words, Supreme Lin did not have any doubts. As a good friend for decades, Lin Jizuan understood each other's character extremely well. Chen Shuazone was the type of person who never lied and said nothing, so there was absolutely no need for the other party to lie to himself. On the side, Xiao Lintian heard the words coming out of his master's mouth, and his eyes immediately froze a little, revealing a look of disbelief. Is there really such a person in this world? This improvement speed of his is too terrifying, it's simply faster than my cultivation in the Emperor's tomb. If there's a chance, please ask President Chen to introduce me. I want to meet this kind of heaven-defying genius with my own eyes. Xiao Lintian said in shock. Upon hearing these words, President Chen immediately patted Xiao Lintian's shoulder and said, "Ha, Xiao Xiao. There really is such a person in the world. It's easy if you want to see him. We can meet him when we go to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base later." President Chen laughed. Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base? Xiao Lintian's brows knitted tightly, revealing a trace of gravity as his face did not look too good. On the side, Xian Kuei and President Chen saw this scene. A puzzled look appeared in their eyes. "What's wrong, Lin Tian? Your face doesn't seem to look too good?" Xian Kuei spoke out. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lintian instantly reacted, and then respectfully replied, "Master, I am the supervisory envoy sent by the higher-ups to investigate the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base." Investigating the Demon Exterminating Base? Is it hard to believe that something big has happened? Xian Kuei said suspiciously. Xiao Lintian heard this and hurriedly replied, "Two things happened at the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base yesterday. During the daytime yesterday, a commanding envoy of the Dragon City base died inside the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Base in an extremely strange manner. Then last night, the Jiangnan Demon Exterminating Legion was attacked by a legendary powerhouse, causing an area of nearly 1,000 meters outside the protective zone to be reduced to rubble." Xiao Lintian said with an ugly face. As soon as these words came out, Xian Kuei's body abruptly emitted an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression, causing the two legendary powerhouses, President Chen and Xiao Lintian, to feel nothing but a wave of suffocation. What the hell is going on here? Why would a commanding envoy die in the Demon Exterminating Base? Also, who dared to attack the Demon Destruction Base? Xian Kuei asked indifferently. On the side, President Chen's face became extremely brilliant when he heard this. Kiji is now in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. It couldn't be that he's the troublemaker who made this happen, right? It's true that he really is missed wherever he goes. Looks like we must make him lay low in the future. President Chen thought in his heart. Master, this commanding envoy who died at the demon extermination base was Supreme Meng's registered disciple, as well as the young master of Jiangnan City's sword court. Xiao Lintian hurriedly responded, as for the person who attacked the demon exterminating base, he was a legendary level henchman of the Blade Court. When Supreme Lin heard this, his face couldn't help but become serious. As for President Chen, who was on the side, a look of shock immediately appeared in his eyes, and an extremely brilliant smile surfaced on his face. The one who died was the young lord of the Blade Court? The one who attacked the demon extermination base was the Blade Court? President Chen almost laughed out loud. He almost guessed that 9 times out of 10, all of this had something to do with EMO. Ha, old brother Lin. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to Jiangnan City and check out the situation. The Blade Court dared to attack the demon extermination base. They must be destroyed before we can do anything about it. Chapter 132 Invitation to Join. Due to the large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting about to be held in Jiangnan Base City, coffin suppressor masters from all over the Great Summer Country who had been invited to participate in the appraisal meeting had rushed towards Jiangnan Base City in the past 2 days. At this moment, the Jiangnan Base City looked incredibly lively, with 1 or 2 streams of light with extremely terrifying auras occasionally flying through the sky. As the largest base city in the central region, Jiangnan City's overall strength could be ranked at the forefront amongst other large base cities. The main reason for this was that there were more legendary powerhouses, not to mention the 3 legendary 5 stars of the Blade Court, but the top 10 major clans in Jiangnan Base City would all have at least one quasi-legendary powerhouse sitting in their ranks. So in the absence of supreme beings, legendary powerhouses were almost already the standard for measuring the power of a base city. It was important to realize that the strength of supreme beings was extremely terrifying, like walking natural disasters. Some of them went into seclusion and rarely interfered in the disputes between the major powers. Some of them commanded the demon exterminating legion, guarding the major dangerous places of the Great Summer Country, forming a human defense line that the demons couldn't break through. Of course, some of them have also set up a tomb-seeking group, moving around in the major high-secret realms. This time, the coffins in the large-scale coffin appraisal meeting in Jiangnan Base City were provided by a mysterious grave-seeking group composed of supreme beings. At this moment, at the station outside of Jiangnan Base City, 3 young figures slowly squeezed out from the shadows. Linian gazed far ahead at the tens of meters high city wall on the horizon, and a hint of heaviness could not help but appear between his brows. She had long known about the matter of the Blade Court attacking her family and killing the family head. Originally, she was prepared to wait for this matter to pass and become safe before rushing back to Jiangnan Base City with her 2 companions. However, with the news that Qin Dong was going to join the Demon Exterminating Legion last night, it caused Lin Yin's heart to think of joining the Demon Exterminating Legion as well. That was why she then decided to take the risk of rushing to Jiangnan Base City. Donzi, are you going to go directly to the Demon Extermination Base in the outer city later? Lin Yin said as she looked at Qin Dong, who was carrying a golden coffin on his back, to the side. Hearing this, Qin Dong faintly nodded and said, "Yes, the chief commander over there has already talked to my father and is prepared to make an exception for me to join." When Lin Yin heard this, she could not help but faintly smile on her face and said, "It seems that the 3 of us will be the most promising of you in the future." No way. I was able to join the Demon Exterminating Legion solely because of Yemo. If it wasn't for him, with my talent and strength, wanting to become a trainee, that would never be possible. Qin Dong waved his hand and said. For Yemo, Qin Dong was now worshipping him to the core. Originally, his old man had cultivated Shadow Ghost precisely so that he could make Shadow Ghost his coffin spirit, and then allow him to participate in the Demon Exterminating Legion's trainee selection. At that time, after the Shadow Ghost contracted Qin Dong, even if the Shadow Ghost's strength was reduced, with the experience of fighting enemies at the transcendent level, it was enough to make all the geniuses of the same period drink a pot. And now, how could Qin Dong not have expected that Yemo would be so close to the commander-in-chief of the Demon Extermination Base? Simply by allowing the Shadow Ghost to become the coffin spirit of the chief commander of the Demon Extermination Base, he was able to obtain a place as a trainee, which undoubtedly saved Qin Dong a lot of trouble in the process. Donzi, you don't have to be presumptuous. To be able to become a trainee of the Demon Destroying Legion, that's a genius. Monkey said with a smile, in the future, when you become stronger, remember to cover me and Sister Een. Don't worry, the 3 of us grew up together. When my strength gets stronger, I promise I won't let anyone bully you guys. Qin Dong said confidently. For Qin Dong, he was undoubtedly extremely lucky. Not only did he have a father with great strength, he also had a friend who had hooked up with the Demon Exterminating Legion. At that time, Third Master Chin had practically poured out everything he had to make friends with Emo. Although Third Master Chin had originally had the idea of wanting to compete for the position of the family head, but now, looking at it, it was definitely a sure thing for him to put his treasure on Emo. Soon, the three of them got on a fast car and arrived near the demon extermination base in the outer city of Jiangnan City. And Emo, who had learned of this news, hurriedly brought Xiaoya out from the protective zone. When Xiaoya saw the three young men around 20 years old in the distance, she couldn't help but show a hint of appreciation in her eyes. To know. When she was around 20 years old, her strength was also almost similar to these people. However, the coffin spirit she contracted at that time was an A-class coffin spirit, and coupled with her very good talent, she joined the Demon Exterminating Legion without any problems. Emo, these three friends of yours, they seem to be quite talented as well, Xiaoya said as she turned her head to look at Emo. To her, someone who could become a friend of a genius like Emo could only be a genius. So at this moment, Xiaoya's heart also sprouted the idea of inviting the other two to join the demon-destroying army. Hearing Xiaoya's words, the corners of Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile as he replied, "The three of them are but the sons of the big families in the inner city, and there are strong people above the level of quasi-legendary in their families, so as the younger generation, their talent will definitely not be too bad." I see, no wonder they were able to become quasi-middle-rank coffin suppressor masters at such a young age, so it turns out that they have family genetic talent, Xiaoya muttered. Emo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Talent can be inherited? Emo was extremely puzzled in his heart. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a statement. However, in the next second, a shocking thought suddenly appeared in Emo's mind. It was because he discovered a horrifying thing, that is, his own talent and Yi Xiaoyao's talent were off by 100,000 miles. Can't it be that Xiaoyao was picked up? Emo thought in his heart. But soon, he didn't continue to go into the bull's eye and chose to fade away this matter. By the way, besides Third Master Chin's son, what family are the other two from, do you know? If the other two's clans aren't forces affiliated with the Blade Court, then I can invite them to join the Demon Exterminating Legion together. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaoya hurriedly asked towards Emo. Hearing this, Emo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and said indifferently, "If it's not unexpected, the families behind them should be the Ho family and the Lin family." Ho family and Lin family? Xiaoya's face revealed a puzzled look. It seems that among the clans attacked by the Blade Court last night, there were legendary powerhouses from the Ho and Lin clans who were beheaded by the leader of the Blade Court. It seems like they weren't forces belonging to the Blade Court. After Xiaoya finished speaking, a trace of surprise appeared on her face, then her legs stomped to transform into a stump, and she personally went to pick up Lin Yin and the others. Chapter 133 President Chen's arrival, being tapped for a corner. Soon, Lin Yin and the others arrived inside the protection zone along with Xiaoya. When they looked at Emo, a look of gratitude immediately appeared in their eyes. Originally, Lin Yin and Monkey wanted to join the Demon Extermination Base, but how could the two not expect that the chief commander of the Demon Extermination Base would actually come out to receive them personally and then invite them? This caused the two to be somewhat flattered. At the same time, the two subconsciously thought that this was Yemo's arrangement. Otherwise, with just their talent and strength, how could they have been recognized by the chief commander of the Demon Destruction Base? Emo, thank you. Lin Yin's pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Emo, revealing a faint smile and said, "Brother Yi, from now on, you'll be the only one I look up to." Monkey looked at Emo and also revealed an extremely flattering smile. When Emo heard the sudden thanks, he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. He clearly didn't do anything and got a thank you for nothing. Can't it be that this is the benefit of being handsome? No need to thank me, you guys just thank Chief Commander Xiao. Emo pointed at Xiaoya and said with a confused face. A few minutes later, inside the Demon Extermination Base, Emo watched Xiaoya lead away Lin Yin and the others and prepared to dial President Chen's phone again. However, right at this moment, suddenly three extremely oppressive auras appeared in the distant skies of the Demon Destruction Base, causing Emo to be shocked in his heart. Can't it be that it's the people from the Blade Court coming again? Emo said in his heart. For Emo, the Blade Court would always be a great danger to his heart. As long as such a powerful force existed, once he stepped out of the Demon Extermination Base, it was highly likely that he would always be watched. Even if he was able to follow Elder Chen for a while, it was impossible to let Elder Chen protect him all the time. After all, the other party was not his own babysitter, and the other party still had his own matters to attend to. It would be good if Elder Chen could quickly become a quasi-supreme powerhouse. As long as he can become a quasi-supreme, then everything will be solved. Yi Mo muttered. At this time, as the feeling of oppression grew stronger and stronger, Yi Mo also couldn't help but turn his gaze towards the high sky, only to see that in the distant sky, 3 figures were approaching at an extremely fast speed. Yi kid, seeing that old man has come, why don't you come out and welcome him? What are you standing there froze for? President Chen transmitted his voice. Hearing these words, Yi Mo hurriedly looked towards the silhouettes high in the air, and then he spotted President Chen and the others at a glance. Elder Chen, you finally came. The corner of Yi Mo's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, looking extremely happy. Ha ha. If the old man didn't come, I guess I would be rushed to death by you kid. Big Boss Chen laughed vocally. Hearing this, Yi Mo helplessly spread his hands and said, Elder Chen, it's not my fault. If I didn't rush you, it's very likely that I'd have to stay in this protective zone all the time and wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Telling you to cause trouble everywhere. Only really didn't expect that you would actually dare to provoke even a legend. If there wasn't this protective zone, I'm afraid that you would have been killed by now. President Chen said with some pretense of annoyance. By the way, in the future, when old husband isn't next to you, just keep a low profile for old husband. Think clearly about everything before you do it, after all, you only have one life, you know that. President Chen exhorted. Listening to Elder Chen's words, Yi Mo's heart warmed up, a faint smile appeared on his face and he no longer retorted. On the side, Xian Kuei seemed to have seen the fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Yi Mo's body, and an extremely shocked look immediately flashed in his eyes. In just a few days, he was able to become a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor from a beginner level. This kind of talent, I'm afraid that it far exceeds the saint rank. Shocked in his heart, Xian Kuei secretly thought, could it be that immortal powerhouses are about to appear in the future for my human race? Seemingly seeing Xian Kuei somewhat lost in thought, President Chen's heart instantly became incomparably joyful as he transmitted his voice, Elder Brother Lin, this little guy's talent hasn't disappointed you, has it? I have a feeling that if we give him a few more years, the terror of his strength won't be less than a legendary 5-star. Legendary 5 stars? Perhaps. Xian Kuei muttered. And at this time, Yi Mo also noticed the figure beside President Chen. He hastily revealed a smile and turned his gaze to the zombie in official uniform beside President Chen and said, Greetings Supreme Lin. Little friend, Yi doesn't need to be so formal, just call poor Taoist Master Lin. Xian Kuei withdrew his shocked look and hurriedly waved his hand and said. For Yi Mo, Supreme Lin was getting more and more satisfied, so the originally serious him had an extremely rare smile on his face. On the side, Shaolindian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he saw his own master's smile. In his impression, Supreme Lin had always been a rather serious and archaic person, and would rarely take the initiative to smile at people. And now, the other party's eyes were filled with appreciation when he looked at Yi Mo. Did this not mean that Yi Mo's talent was far beyond his own? At this moment, Shaolindian became more and more interested in Yi Mo, and then began to measure Yi Mo. To be a quasi-high-grade coffin suppressor at this age, it's really powerful. Shaolindian thought in his heart, if the Emperor's tomb cultivates for more than 2 years, there is really a chance to step into the realm of legend. Be sure to let this person join the Demon Destruction Legion. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Shaolindian's face, and he said in a neutral tone towards Yi Mo, worthy of being the super genius that my master and President Chen spoke of. It's true that heroes come out of youngsters. Yi Mo couldn't help but show a trace of doubt in his eyes when he heard this. He then turned his head to survey the youth beside Xian Kuei, who was speaking. This youth looked to be around 30 years old, but his strength was extremely terrifying. The aura emanating from his body seemed even stronger than the Qingjin he had seen last night. Moreover, the other party was actually wearing the attire of the Demon Exterminating Legion. It wasn't hard to see that the other party must be the monitoring envoy that Xiaoya had notified over. Hello, I am Supreme Lin's disciple, Shaolindian. Also the supervision envoy sent down by the higher-ups to investigate the incident of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. Shaolindian nodded towards Yi Mo and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's heart was immediately a little shocked. He did not expect that the other party was actually a disciple of Supreme Lin. No wonder the other party was not old enough to become a legendary powerhouse, so it turned out that the disciple of the Supreme Sovereign was so strong. But what was even more surprising to Yi Mo was that Shaolindian was actually an investigator sent down by the Demon Destruction Legion. Doesn't that mean that the other party is in the same camp as himself? If the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base sent people over to investigate Han Jun's death at that time, Xiao Lintian would definitely harbor himself because of the relationship between Supreme Lin and President Chen. So Han Jun would definitely have died in vain, and the calculations that Blade Court had made would come to naught.
Hello, Inspector Xiao. My name is Yi Mo, a descendant of President Chen. Yi Mo replied politely. Ha, you don't have to be so outgoing. My master and Elder Chen are close friends, just call me Brother Xiao. Xiao Lintian laughed. Seemingly thinking of something, he ghostly said again, Xiao Yi, is there any interest in joining the Demon Exterminating Legion?
On the side, President Chen's face turned ugly when he heard this. He didn't expect that this thick-browed-looking disciple under Lin Jiu would be so straightforward. Having only met Yi Mo for the first time, he wanted to directly cut his own corners.
Nubizi, was this your idea? President Chen transmitted his voice.
When Supreme Lin heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said expressionlessly, you should be clear that poor Tao is not a member of the Demon Exterminating Legion. So this matter has nothing to do with the Poverty Road.
Then can I beat up your disciple? President Chen looked at Xiao Lintian's back and somewhat resisted the urge to kick the other party's ass. Supreme Lin.
Seemingly noticing President Chen, who was foolishly moving behind Xiao Lintian, Yi Mo hurriedly coughed lightly and said, sorry, I have no intention of joining.
Upon hearing these words,
Xiao Lintian instantly turned his head to look at Supreme Lin, and then said towards Yi Mo again, still undaunted, little Yi, if you join, I'll let my cousin Xiaoya marry you. I believe that with her beauty and strength, she is completely worthy of you.
In the face of such a beauty, Xiao Yi, you shouldn't refuse, right?
Xiao Lintian revealed a confident smile.
Hearing this, Yi Mo froze for a second.
He didn't expect the other party to not follow the rules, and he didn't even think that Xiaoya was the other party's cousin.
Is this the tactic of a big shot pulling people together? Yi Mo said in his heart.
President Chen's heart thumped when he saw that Yi Mo did not speak.
He subconsciously thought that Yi Mo couldn't refuse such a good offer.
Because Xiaoya, that girl child he had also seen, was indeed amazingly good looking.
No, absolutely can't let them poach old me. Looks like old me can only make a big move. President Chen thought in his heart. Immediately after, without any hesitation, he directly dialed Yi Xiaoyao's phone. Hello, Xiaoyao.
I'm Grandpa Chen, I've arrived at the entrance of the Demon Extermination Base, come out and pick me up.
Chapter 134, My brother has to listen to me. Just a moment ago.
In a training room in the protection zone, Yi Xiaoyao was having the demon hunter give the Hell Inferno demon combat training.
Because the demon hunter was extremely strong, the combat experience it taught the Inferno was incredibly practical. Suddenly the phone rang.
Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly took out the phone from her pocket and directly connected it.
Hello, Xiaoyao.
I'm Grandpa Chen, I've already arrived at the entrance of the Demon Extermination Base, come out and pick me up.
President Chen's voice came out from the phone. Hearing these words,
Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately revealed a look of surprise.
Grandpa Chen, you arrived so soon, ah?
Yes, just arrived, you quickly come out to help the old man is a bit tired of flying.
Pfft, Grandpa Chen, how could you, a legendary powerhouse, be tired of flying? Have you not seen my brother? He seemed to have gone out with Sister Xiaoya half an hour ago, he should have gone to pick you up.
Yi Xiaoyao said with a smile. When the other end of the phone heard this, his tone immediately became a little anxious, and hurriedly said, Xiaoyao, you hurry to come out and pick up old man, if you don't come out, your brother is going to be abducted by someone else.
Abducted my brother?
Yi Xiaoyao's face revealed a puzzled look.
Yes, someone is matching this brat Yi Mo.
If you had come a few minutes later, there would have been an extra sister-in-law.
President Chen's faint voice came out.
As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao immediately furrowed her brows and her face instantly became a bit ugly. She didn't expect someone to give Yi Mo a blind date without her consent. This was simply not putting her as a younger sister in her eyes. One must know that ever since her parents died, she had been keeping Yi Mo in check.
As long as she didn't give her consent, no demonic would be able to abduct the other party. Humph, I'd like to see which audacious person is matchmaking Yi Mo.
This girl must ruthlessly beat his dog's head. Yi Xiaoyao said with a cold snort. After saying that, she didn't hesitate and directly clenched her fists and rushed towards the entrance of the training room.
2 minutes later,
Yi Xiaoyao came to the side of the protective area with a huff. When she saw that Yi Mo was talking with a young man dressed in the Demon Destruction Legion's attire, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
I think this must be the guy who is going to give Emo a blind date. Yi Xiaoyao's body emitted a faint firelight, and for a moment she actually became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. Mustn't let him have his way. Only seeing her clenching her fists and looking towards Xiao Lindian, she quickly ran over. Xiao Yi, do you not consider my cousin? She's only a little over 3 years older than you. Xiao Lindian looked at Yi Mo and revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and laughed. As the saying goes, a woman who is 3 years older holds a golden brick. If you guys see eye to eye, in a couple days I can preside over it so that you guys can get the wedding done. Xiao Lindian had a sincere look on his face. When Yi Mo heard this, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch a little. In his opinion, Xiaoya didn't seem to be any older single young woman and shouldn't be worried about getting married. If he agreed, although it wasn't a loss, it would be a bit of a delay for Xiaoya. Moreover, he was only thinking about how to become stronger now, and he hadn't considered the emotional aspect of things, and at the same time, he didn't have that aspect of feelings with Xiaoya, so he categorically couldn't agree to this matter. Let's talk about this matter later. Yi Mo shook his head and said. When Xiao Lindian heard this, a look of puzzlement appeared on his face as he said, Little Yi, is it possible that you are disliking my cousin's age? No. Then where are you disliking her? Xiao Lindian frowned and said. Or do you not see her? When Yi Mo heard this, he only felt a little speechless, and then looked at President Chen with a look of help, trying to seek the other party's help. And right at this moment, suddenly a flame aura appeared near Yi Mo, only to see a small and delicate figure quickly rushing towards Xiao Lintian. The figure then jumped up with vigor and slammed his fist towards Xiao Lintian's head. Xiao Lintian felt this aura and a color of doubt flashed in his eyes, then he slowly took a step back and directly avoided Yi Xiaoyao's attack. Only to see Yi Xiaoyao sticking one hand in her waist and pointing at Xiao Lintian with one hand, she said with a displeased face. My brother doesn't get married and doesn't look for a date. Nor does he go on blind dates. Don't you tempt my brother here. Hearing these words, Xiao Lintian instantly understood what was going on. Then a trace of displeasure immediately flashed across his face as he hurriedly said, Little girl, how can you make decisions for your brother? Whether your brother is willing to go on a blind date or not, whether he is willing to find a date or not, he has his own thoughts, you just watch from the sidelines, don't make decisions for him. Xiao Lintian said indifferently. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she immediately snorted coldly and said tit for tat, then aren't you also making decisions for sister Xiaoya? Why don't you ask her about her own thoughts? What if she doesn't want to marry? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Lintian's face changed slightly, and he quickly spoke out to explain, then how can this be the same? I am her brother. She has to listen to what I say. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm her sister. When I speak, my brother has to listen to me too. Yi Xiaoyao said proudly. The moment these words came out, Xiao Lindian was immediately choked up and was somewhat speechless, then with an embarrassed look on his face, he returned to Supreme Lin's side. Senior. This girl's aggressiveness is very strong, it seems like I can't defeat her. Xiao Lindian did not move and transmitted his voice. When Supreme Lin heard this, he glanced faintly at Yi Xiaoyao, then sighed softly. For him, if he could allow Yi Mo to join the Demon Exterminating Legion, when Yi Mo grew up, it would undoubtedly make humanity's defense against demons more solid. Even in his lifetime, he might be able to see Yi Mo pushing across all the forbidden and dangerous places of the Great Xia country, making the Great Xia country safer. But everything can't be forced. Since Yi Mo was unwilling to join the Demon Exterminating Army, then he naturally respected Yi Mo's choice. Moreover, looking at the other sister's stance, even using any means, it seemed like he couldn't make Yi Mo compromise. Thinking of this, Supreme Lin looked at President Chen, who was on the side, and instructed, Old Chen, I need to go and guard the death domain for the next 10 years, and will not be able to leave for half a step. Little friend Yi is in your hands. With his talent, he will definitely become a great Xia country supreme in the future. You must guide him towards the right path. At the same time, you must also shelter him well, don't let him die halfway. Otherwise, this will be a great loss for our great Xia kingdom. President Chen sniffed and gently stroked his beard before nodding lightly, Old Brother Lin, just rest assured. Old me will definitely help Kid Yi clear all the obstacles so that he can grow up quickly. Hearing these words, Supreme Lin let out a sigh of relief, then nodded his head lightly and said, in that case, then the poor Taoist is relieved. Chapter 135, The Special Case of the Ghost in the Painting. Half an hour later, Supreme Lin and Xiao Lintian explained a few things and left the protective zone of the Demon Extermination Base for the time being. President Chen, on the other hand, was not as busy as the other party,
but instead seemed extremely leisurely.
Yi kid, tell me about what happened to you recently. President Chen looked at Yi Mo and stroked his beard.
Let's avenge what we have avenged, and avenge what we have wronged. Quickly tell us which forces have messed with you, and I will take you over to destroy them now.
President Chen said in a domineering manner as a strong killing aura emanated from his body. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's face immediately revealed a touch of joy.
Elder Chen, in fact, in the past few days in Jiangnan Base City, not many people have messed with me.
Other than the Qin family, it's none other than the Blade Court. Yi Mo spoke out to explain.
As soon as these words came out,
President Chen's eyes instantly narrowed.
The tiny Qin family is not enough to worry about.
Rather, it's those three guys from the Blade Court that are still a bit tricky. President Chen said with a long sigh. To know.
His strength was a legendary 9 stars, and he had contracted a grade A coffin spirit painted spirit evolutionary route, painted spirit painted soul painted ghost. If he were to fight alone, President Chen could directly pull a legendary powerhouse into the painting of the ghost in the painting by virtue of his thunderous tactics, and then suppress his opponent's strength, easily crushing him. Only, in a battle many years ago, President Chen encountered the 3 leaders of the Court of Blades. At that time, President Chen had instantly pulled the 3 leaders of the Blade Court into the world of the painting by means of the ghost in the painting. However, what he did not expect was that these 3 leaders of the Knife Court, not only were their talents related to knives, but the contracted coffin spirit was also an extremely aggressive 8-armed knife demon amongst the demons. And after these 3 joined forces, they could reach a state of mind meld, allowing their strength to increase by a large margin. Even though their strength would be affected by the world in the painting, they still had the strength to fight with Chairman Chen. In the end, President Chen fought the 3 for several hours, unable to take them down, and could only let the other party leave. Seemingly sensing President Chen's face, the corner of Yi Mo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile.
Elder Chen, are those 3 guys from the Blade Court really that strong? Yi Mo asked indifferently. Not bad.
If they were alone, old man could destroy them with just one hand. But these 3 guys don't follow the norm. Even when they eat and sleep to find a woman, all 3 of them are inseparable. And old me once tried to break them one by one, but I could never find such an opportunity, so I could only give up.
President Chen looked at Yi Mo and shook his head as he replied. Hearing this, Yi Mo immediately fell into deep thought. Elder Chen's strength was terrifying, there was no doubt about it.
If he wanted to kill Qin Jin and destroy the Qin family right now, Elder Chen would be able to crush Qin Jin to death with a single kick as if he were crushing a mole cricket. However, facing the 3 legendary powerhouses of the Blade Court, old Chen could not do much with them. Seemingly thinking of something, a glint flashed in Yi Mo's eyes as he said with a smile, Elder Chen, if you are able to reach the quasi-supreme level, would you be able to defeat the 3 of them in a joint effort? When Elder Chen heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Mo in surprise, then smiled to himself and said, if I were a quasi-supreme, then the grass on these 3 guys' graves would already be 10 feet high. Upon hearing these words, Yi Mo then instantly understood the gold content of a quasi-supreme. Immediately after, his face changed and he looked seriously at President Chen and said, Elder Chen, perhaps you can try to impact the position of quasi-supreme.
One must know. Yi Mo was a man with the evil-breaking golden pupil.
As far as he knew, Elder Chen had been stagnant in his realm because he couldn't find Shirmei's evolutionary materials, causing him to be stuck at the legendary 9 stars for many years. And his best friend, Supreme Lin, who was at the same time as him, had already exceeded his strength by too much. Although the potential of a coffin spirit would affect the level cap, not everyone could train a coffin spirit to full level. Elder Chen was precisely one of them.
Hearing Yi Mo's words, a faint trace of regret flashed through Elder Chen's eyes. Yi kid, don't tease old me.
Old me knows very well that my strength has come to an end.
Old me won't hide anything from you.
The situation of the ghost in the painting is rather special. If you want her to reach level 60, you must first figure out her evolutionary materials and evolutionary route before you can do so. As long as we figure it out, we can let her absorb a portion of the ghost evolution core first, at which point she will temporarily reach level 60. Subsequently, if the other evolution materials are replenished, only then will she have all the conditions for evolution. If she succeeds in her evolution, then she will feed back spiritual energy to old man, allowing Lao Fu to become a quasi-supreme. If the evolution fails, she will fall to level 58. It will also cause Lao Fu's strength to drop as well. Elder Chen explained seriously. Hearing these words, Yi Mo's eyes could not help but flash a hint of curiosity. He had never experienced the third ultimate evolution of a coffin spirit, but it wasn't hard to learn from Elder Chen. There was definitely more than one evolutionary route for the ghost in the painting, and it seemed to be even more terrifying than the spirit symbol jumping child. Elder Chen. I won't hide it from you, I might be able to sense the evolutionary route of the coffin spirit as well as the materials needed for evolution. Yi-Mo said without hesitation. For Elder Chen, Yi-Mo had incomparable trust. Moreover, after knowing him for so long, Elder Chen had always taken care of himself and treated him well. So Yi-Mo decided to do his best to help Elder Chen's coffin spirit evolve. At this moment, Elder Chen had fallen into a daze as he listened to the words coming out of Yi-Mo's mouth. He could only see his hands trembling, looking incomparably excited, with a shocked look in his eyes. Yi kid. You didn't make fun of old man? Elder Chen asked incredulously. It was important to know that. This ability of being able to perceive evolutionary routes and evolutionary materials was almost comparable to a god-level talent. And in the history of the Great Summer Kingdom, there had never been such an outrageous ability. President Chen had never thought that his small Fengyu city would actually have a coffin suppressor like Yi-Mo. This made him inhale a breath of cool air directly. Elder Chen, of course I won't make fun of you. Yi-Mo lightly laughed. Then without any hesitation, he directly communicated with Chi-Chi within the contract space, making the other party turn into a maiden-like figure before summoning it out. Looking at the zombie maiden that appeared in front of him, President Chen's old face could not help but show a look of excitement. Yi kid. You really evolved the little dumpling. No wonder you specified that you wanted those materials of the 1,000-year moon essence at that time. It turns out that you are really able to perceive evolutionary materials and routes. Chen Lao excitedly pulled Yi-Mo's hand and said. At this moment, right now Yi-Mo's position in his heart was simply closer than his own grandson. Yi kid, old man won't be long-winded with you. As long as you can make Xiao Mei evolve and make old me a quasi-supreme. Then old me will cover you in Xiao Yao for the rest of your life.